A star potential, glowing butterfly. The cold judgment echoed through the loudspeaker, pouring into Lu Yuan's ears. The entire venue was silent for a moment. The next second, uncontrollable sneers erupted, instantly drowning out the figure on the stage. Lu Yuan's hand still rested on the summoning stone in front of him. The last flicker of light on the stone faded away. A butterfly, the size of a palm, its wings flashing with tiny, insignificant specks of light, timidly perched on his fingertip. A glowing butterfly. The lowest one-star potential. Completely devoid of any combat power. Not even qualified for an advanced tier. But. Ha ha ha. This is too funny. A glowing butterfly? Lu Yuan, what on earth did you summon? Is it your little nightlight for the evening? A voice exploded in the crowd. Shen Xingyu pushed through the crowd and stepped forward, his face filled with undisguised mockery and malice. Lu Yuan raised his head. His gaze passed over the insignificant little life on his fingertip, locking onto Shen Xingyu's face, full of gloating. He didn't speak. 18 years of waiting. Countless days and nights of longing. And this was the result? A being only slightly better than someone who hadn't summoned a beast and couldn't become a Beastmaster? The teacher in charge of the summoning ceremony looked at him with eyes that had shifted from initial expectation to current pity. At first, when Lu Yuan placed his hand on the summoning stone and light appeared, the teacher was full of hope for the arrival of a new Beastmaster. But now, it had not fully manifested. The teacher shook his head and made a note on the roster. In this world, if one cannot become a Beastmaster, they are doomed to remain at the bottom of society, a mere parasite. And having a one-star beast meant that, instead of being like those who failed to summon a beast, he now had the title of useless. The mockery from friends. The regret from the teacher. The humiliation from peers. Countless stares pierced through him. Just as Lu Yuan felt the world around him turning to gray, he noticed something in his vision. The glowing butterfly, perched on his fingertip, was suddenly accompanied by an ancient, ethereal book that appeared beside it. The pages of the book fluttered open, as if moved by an invisible wind. Lines of dazzling golden text unfolded before his eyes, clear and bright. What is this? Lu Yuan's pupils contracted sharply. Beast, glowing butterfly. Potential, 1 star. Tier, black iron low tier. Species skill, 1, glowing, emits faint light to illuminate the darkness. The data flowed through, ultimately stopping at a few lines radiating different glows. Beastmaster has summoned the beast, and the unique talent Beastmaster pictorial has awakened. Evolution route of glowing butterfly is being planned. The first evolution of glowing butterfly has no cost. Route planning. Route 1, normal glowing butterfly illusion butterfly, potential 2 stars, toxic butterfly king, potential 3 stars. Note, this route has a potential upper limit of 3 stars, of little value. Route 2, rare glowing butterfly Moonlight butterfly, potential 3 stars, Moon God butterfly, potential 4 stars, Starry Sky Divine butterfly, potential 5 stars. Note, this route can evolve to 5-star potential, enough to become a powerful ruler. 5-star potential. These 4 words made Lu Yuan's heart uncontrollably race. It was an existence so powerful it could shake the whole city. With this, the glowing butterfly, which everyone mocked, could one day grow into the Starry Sky Divine butterfly that countless people would wish and pray for. However, his gaze was drawn to the last line of text. That line emitted a supreme purple-gold glow. Route 3, the only legend glowing butterfly light of the beginning, form rebuild, potential 5 stars, Radiant Holy Spirit, potential 5 stars, Chaos Light God, potential 5 stars. Note, this is the only evolution route. Chaos Light God. In an instant, all the cold and despair was dispelled. This was not a useless beast. This was a god. Lu Yuan, what are you dazing about? Seeing Lu Yuan staring fixedly at his butterfly, Shen Xingyu assumed that he had been driven insane by the blow. The smile on his face grew even more intense. Stop looking, worthless waste and wasteful pet, a perfect match made in heaven. He took a step forward. His voice was filled with pride and malicious cruelty. By the way, let me tell you, the beast I summoned, my initial beast, is a 3-star potential purgatory hellhound, black iron mid-level. The teacher said, within 2 years, I will definitely become a bronze. 3-star potential. Oh my. It's the rare demon-type beast, the purgatory hellhound. The crowd erupted in exclamations, their gazes toward Shen Xingyu instantly filled with awe, envy, and flattery. Shen Xingyu savored the feeling of being the center of attention to the fullest. He looked down at Lu Yuan, pronouncing each word clearly. According to the Academy's tradition, after summoning, a friendly spar is allowed. Lu Yuan, do you dare accept? Or do you say that your little lantern doesn't even have the courage to fight in front of my hellhound? With that, the black summoning array beneath his feet exploded open. A beast, more than human height, its entire body burning with hellish black flames, resembling a vicious wolf, roared into existence. The scorching air mixed with the stench of sulfur rushed towards them. Those crimson beast eyes locked onto Lu Yuan, and the fragile glow butterfly on his fingertips. The terrifying pressure of the black iron mid-level made the surrounding students involuntarily step back. Everyone thought Lu Yuan would refuse. This wasn't a battle. This was a one-sided beatdown. That glow butterfly, in front of the purgatory hellhound, didn't even have the right to be a mere snack. However, Lu Yuan slowly raised his head. The bewilderment in his eyes had long since disappeared. In its place was a chilling, deathly calm. It was as if looking into a bottomless abyss. He looked at Xinxingyu, then glanced at the mighty purgatory hellhound beneath his feet, a faint, cold smile curling at the corner of his lips. All right. 2 words. The entire arena fell into a deathly silence once again. Has he gone mad? Xinxingyu was stunned for a moment, then let out a sinister laugh. You've got guts. I guarantee you, my hellhound will be gentle. 1 bite, and it'll swallow your little lantern whole. Then I'll let Yun Shanxian know what kind of useless waste you are. Lu Yuan didn't respond to his ranting. His entire focus had already plunged into the illusory encyclopedia. He focused on the option, glowing with supreme purple gold light. Do you choose Route 3, the only legend glow butterfly primordial light? Without the slightest hesitation. Choose Route 3. Just as the main referee stepped forward, preparing to announce the beginning of this one-sided battle. A sound like the arrival of a heavenly decree, an explosive prompt echoed loudly in Lu Yuan's mind. Ding! Your glow butterfly has selected its evolution route. First evolution, commencing. Evolving into primordial light. Choose Route 3. The instant Lu Yuan's thoughts landed, it felt as though the entire world had been muted. The glow butterfly on his fingertip, once considered just a decorative pet, suddenly exploded with a light that couldn't be described by words. Buzz. Light. Pure, ultimate, as if the first light of creation when the universe began, when the heavens and earth were born. The light was not blinding white, but a warm, sacred purple gold that held an unmatched majesty. The light rippled outwards, immediately enveloping the entire summoning hall. Under Xinxingyu's feet, the hellish black flames of the purgatory hellhound, which had once been so proud, could not even whimper before this divine light, dissipating completely. The searing sulfuric stench was thoroughly purified. In its place, there was a solemn and sacred presence, as if from the ancient divine court. Ah! What is this? My eyes. I can't see. The light, is it from that glow butterfly? The crowd's exclamations were crushed by the light, and everyone instinctively raised their hands to shield their eyes, but the light could penetrate every barrier, reaching deep into their souls. It brought a shiver of instinctive terror and submission. The sinister grin on Xinxingyu's face froze completely. He was horrified to discover that his black iron mid-tier inferno hellhound was actually trembling under the light, its limbs going limp, and it collapsed directly onto the ground. It had even lost the courage to lift its head. This was an absolute crushing pressure from the life tier. Evolve, evolve? The teacher who was conducting the ceremony had his mouth wide open, his eyes fixed on the center of the light, his voice trembling violently due to extreme shock. On-site evolution? No. This is impossible. A 1-star potential Beastmaster doesn't even have the qualification to break the tier barrier. Below the high platform, in the corner of the crowd, a girl with twin ponytails, her face as delicate as a doll's, was desperately pushing through the crowd, anxiously trying to move forward. Make way. Please, make way. She had planned to rush forward before Lu Yuan admitted defeat, to protect him behind her, and then give that annoying Xinxingyu a severe lesson. But the scene in front of her made her water-like peach blossom eyes widen in shock. Ah, Yuan's little butterfly? At that moment, in the center of the light, the outline of the glowing butterfly began to dissipate and decompose, turning into pure light particles. Then, these particles, following a mysterious trajectory that no mortal could comprehend, regathered, wove together, and reformed. The light slowly contracted. A divine creature, about half a meter tall, made entirely of flowing light, quietly hovered beside Lu Yuan's shoulder. It had no facial features, no limbs, only a vague humanoid outline, as if it were the embodiment of the concept of light itself. Simply by existing there, it emanated an aura of divinity and majesty that made it impossible to look directly at. The entire scene was silent. Mockery, ridicule, regret, and gloating, all emotions vanished, leaving only shock. In Lu Yuan's mind, the pages of the bestiary flipped to a new page. Evolution successful. Beastmaster, primordial light. Potential, 5 stars. Tier, black iron high tier. Race skills. 1. Divine radiance, existence equals domain, continuously purifying, dispelling, and suppressing all negative and dark energy. it can also emit light particles for purification. 2. Light Servants, summons 3 black iron mid-tier light elves to fight together. The strength of the light elves is always one small tier lower than that of the primordial light. 3. Light Judgment, condenses light energy to maximize a 100-meter light spear to throw, causing a large amount of light damage, dealing double damage to dark-type targets. Pretending to be a god. A loud and angry roar shattered the deadly silence. Shen Xingyu's face turned a pig liver color. He couldn't accept that the trash he had just stepped on a second ago now possessed such a miraculous existence. It's just a facade. My hellhound is a black iron mid-tier. He forced himself to gather his courage and shouted at the Inferno hellhound, which had started to retreat. Trash. Get up. Bite it to pieces. Under the master's strong command, the Inferno hellhound suppressed the fear deep in its bloodline, reigniting a faint trace of black flame and charging toward Lu Yuan like a black shadow. Ah, Yuan, be careful. Yun Shanshan cried out in surprise, instinctively preparing to summon her beast. However, Lu Yuan simply stood still. He watched as the hellhound charged, his eyes as if watching a moth fly into a flame. His thoughts, through the soul contract, issued his first command to the primordial light by his side. 2 words. Purify. The outline of the primordial light moved slightly. There was no earth-shattering roar, no world-destroying energy. It simply raised the arm made of light and gently pointed at the charging Inferno hellhound. A small light spot, the size of a rice grain, shot out from the finger, disappearing in a flash. It was so fast, it was almost imperceptible. And it was pure to the extreme. The light spot precisely entered the hellhound's forehead. There was no explosion. No scream. The Inferno hellhound's charge came to an abrupt halt. The viciousness and brutality in its eyes quickly faded, replaced by confusion and purity, as if its soul had been completely cleansed. Then, in front of everyone's stunned gaze, the last trace of hellish black flame burning on its body completely extinguished. Woo! It let out a cry like a little dog, tucked its tail, turned around, and ran away, darting behind Shen Xingyu, with its back to the high platform, its whole body trembling like sifted flour. A strike. It couldn't even be called an attack. It was more like a kind of purification. The hellhound of the black iron mid-tier, infamous for its brutality, had its most core attributes of hell and demon completely erased. This. The referee stood with his mouth open, unable to say a single word. This had gone beyond his understanding. Shen Xingyu stood frozen in place, as if struck by lightning. He could feel it, his beast was crippled. My hellhound. My hellhound. What did you do to it? He pointed at Lu Yuan, his voice sharp, nearly on the verge of breaking. Lu Yuan didn't answer him. At this moment, Yun Shanshan had already squeezed to his side, her peach blossom eyes scanning him up and down. After confirming he was unharmed, she excitedly grabbed his arm and shook it vigorously. Ah, Yuan. This is too cool. I knew it. I knew you were definitely the best. In the girl's voice, there was a proud sense of shared glory. Then, she suddenly straightened her face, turned to look at Shen Xingyu, and her voice, which had been full of sweetness, instantly turned cold as ice. Shen, are you still going to fight? Do you want my Dark Ranger to come out and spar with you, in a friendly way? Shen Xingyu's face immediately turned as white as paper. Yun Shanshan's Dark Ranger was a genuine 5-star potential, a black iron high-tier existence. Finally, Lu Yuan made a move. He patted Yun Shanshan's little head, signaling her to calm down. Then, he took a step forward, his gaze calmly falling on the disoriented Shen Xingyu. The entire hall's attention was focused solely on him. He looked at the other man, his calm voice, like the final words of judgment, reaching everyone's ears in the arena. Now, is it bright enough? Now, is it bright enough? Lu Yuan's voice was soft, but it created a giant wave in the entire summoning hall. Bright enough? Not just bright enough. The light was almost piercing everyone's eyes, burning their souls. The whole place was so silent you could hear a pin drop. Everyone's eyes were on Lu Yuan and the sacred light and shadow on his shoulder. That was no longer just a nightlight for illumination. That was clearly a purple gold sun, hanging here. Shen Xingyu's body trembled violently, his last trace of color draining from his face at a visible speed, turning to ashes. His proud 3-star potential. His black iron mid-tier rank. His infamous hellhound. At this moment, all became a joke. Woo! A sound of extreme grievance broke the silence. The hellhound, completely purified, now had no trace of its former hellish fierceness. It cautiously rubbed its owner's pants leg, its big watery eyes filled with childlike innocence and helplessness. As if asking, "Master, can we go home?" This whine became the last straw that broke Shen Xingyu's spirit. Ah! He screamed, his face twisted, pointing at Lu Yuan. Impossible! You're cheating! Where did you hide the glowing butterfly? This isn't your beast. He seemed mad, his eyes red, actually wanting to rush up without a care. Enough! A stern roar rang out. The teacher who was hosting the ceremony finally snapped out of his state of shock. He took a step forward, blocking Xinxingyu. You lost, you lost. Throwing a tantrum in front of all the faculty and students, how disgraceful. The teacher's imposing aura was like a mountain. Xinxingyu was swept by this aura, immediately deflating like a punctured balloon, his legs giving way as he collapsed to the ground. The teacher no longer looked at him, turning instead to look at Lu Yuan with a complex expression filled with both excitement and confusion. He walked to the center of the high platform, took a deep breath, and, through the microphone, declared the result to the whole hall. In this match, the winner is Lu Yuan. The voice fell, and the crowd was finally completely exploded from their daze. Won? Lu Yuan really won? With just one move? What kind of beast did he summon? I've flipped through all the manuals and have never seen anything like it. A one-star glow butterfly, what did it evolve into on the spot? It's too terrifying. When that beam of light swept across, I felt like my soul was trembling. The students who had previously mocked Lu Yuan now felt a sharp burning pain in their cheeks. They didn't even dare to lift their heads to look at the figure on the stage. One by one, they lowered their heads, wishing they could crawl into a crack in the ground right then and there. And a quicker portion of the crowd had already had flames of passion light up in their eyes. Lu Yuan. Congratulations, congratulations. I knew you were no ordinary person, a boy said, his face full of flattery, squeezing forward first. Yes, yes. Lu Yuan, earlier when Xinxingyu was so arrogant, we've been looking down on him for a long time. You really did a great service, you're so satisfying to the heart. Lu Yuan, are you free tonight? There's a Beastmaster pavilion nearby, I'd like to invite you for a meal, let's be friends. In an instant, countless acts of flattery and adulation surged forward, crowding around Lu Yuan until he could barely move. These people, just moments ago, had treated him like a plague. And now, they wanted nothing more than to kneel and hug his thighs. This is reality. Lu Yuan's expression remained unchanged from beginning to end, he couldn't even be bothered to deal with these fair-weather friends. His gaze passed through the crowd, landing on Yun Xianxian, who was stomping her feet anxiously, unable to get in. Move aside. Everyone, move aside. Yun Xianxian, like a little tigress, used her seemingly small frame to forcefully push through the crowd, making a path, finally squeezing to Lu Yuan's side. Without saying a word, she immediately checked him from head to toe, confirming that he was unharmed. Only then did she suddenly turn, hands on her hips, and scolded the people around her. What are you doing? Why are you all crowding around my Yuan? Didn't you see that he just finished a match and needs rest? Scatter, scatter. Her beautiful peach blossom eyes widened, exuding an air of an arrogant goddess. Plus, with her identity as a 5-star potential Beastmaster, the surrounding students awkwardly laughed, actually retreating several steps. After driving the crowd away, Yun Xianxian immediately changed her expression. One moment she was like a protective little tigress, the next she smiled sweetly, linking her arm with Lu Yuan's. She hung on him like a koala, her eyes full of adoration, sparkling with stars. Ah, Yuan. You were amazing just now. That light of the primordial beginning, even the name sounds so nice. I knew it, you are definitely the most powerful. The unique fragrance and soft touch from her arm clearly transferred to Lu Yuan, causing the tension in his heart, which had been tight since the summoning, to subtly relax. He raised his hand, naturally ruffling Yun Xianxian's little head. All right, we should go. Yun Xianxian nodded heavily, obediently following him. At that moment, the teacher who was hosting the ceremony quickly chased after them. Lu Yuan, please wait. He walked up to Lu Yuan. I'm Wangjin, the director of education. About your beast, it's truly a unique case, one that has never been seen before. The higher-ups at the academy are paying very close attention to it, and they would like to invite you to come with us so we can understand the situation in more detail. Would that be convenient for you? He rubbed his hands, afraid that this newly risen prodigy would reject him. It's no joke, a 1-star potential glow butterfly evolving on the spot, this can't even be described as genius anymore. This is a monster. A prodigy that could change the entire Dragon Kingdom, even the entire Beastmaster world structure. Lu Yuan glanced at the light of the primordial beginning that was quietly hovering beside him, radiating a holy glow, and he understood. With a thought, he take back the light of the beginning. He nodded. Okay. With a positive answer, Wangjin immediately smiled and quickly led the way ahead. This way, please, this way. Lu Yuan and Yun Qiqi followed behind. Wherever they passed, the crowd automatically split to both sides, making way for them. All eyes were filled with awe. While walking, Yun Qiqi's excitement had not yet worn off. She quietly leaned toward Lu Yuan's ear, lowering her voice. Her tone carried a slight hidden sourness and a strong sense of pride. Ah, Yuan, you are famous now. There will definitely be lots and lots of girls writing love letters to you in the future. She shook Lu Yuan's arm and hummed softly. You must not pay attention to them. Lu Yuan looked at her typical protecting food expression. Amused, he asked, what about you? You're 5-star potential Dark Ranger, won't the people who want to chase you be able to line up from the school gate to outside the city? That's different. Yun Chi immediately puffed out her little chest, speaking confidently, I am a girl. And I wouldn't care about those stinky boys. She paused, her voice suddenly turning as quiet as a mosquito hum, almost inaudible. I just want my Yuan. Lu Yuan's heart stirred slightly, but before he could say anything, Wang Jin, who was in front, had already stopped, pointing to a room with a sign that said Principal's Office. We've arrived. The principal and several department heads are already waiting for you inside. He turned around and gave a somewhat awkward glance at Yun Chi, who was sticking close behind. Yun, can you wait outside for a while? Why? Yun Chi immediately became unhappy. I'm Yuan's family. Wherever he goes, I go. Family? Wang Jin's expression instantly froze. Lu Yuan was also a bit helpless and softly said to Yun Chi, wait for me outside. I'll come out soon. Oh. Yun Chi unwillingly nodded but still reluctantly added, then you hurry up and come out. If they dare to bully you, just shout for me, and I'll have my dad tear down this building. Chapter 4, Qualification for the Secret Realm. The moment the office door was pushed open, Lu Yuan felt several gazes land on him at the same time. The room was dimly lit, with no lights on. Behind a massive redwood desk sat an elderly man with graying hair, but he appeared full of vitality. He wore a pair of reading glasses on his nose, but his eyes didn't seem cloudy. He was the principal of the North City Intermediate Beast Tamer Academy, Lu Yuan. On the sofas on either side of the desk sat 3 middle-aged individuals with composed auras, likely the department heads. Director Wang Jin, the teaching director, bent down and pulled out a chair for Lu Yuan. He then respectfully stood behind the principal. Please sit. Principal Lu Yuan spoke. Lu Yuan sat down, his calm gaze meeting that of the highest authority in the academy. He showed no signs of awkwardness or unease. His calmness secretly made the directors present feel a bit alarmed. This kid's psychological quality is really too good. Lu Yuan, Principal Lu Yuan spoke first, taking off his glasses and slowly wiping them with a cloth. I'm sure you understand why we invited you here. He paused, placing his glasses on the desk, and clasped his fingers together. Your beast is that ball of light. According to the Academy's records, the creature you summon should be a 1-star potential glowing butterfly. But a minute later, in front of everyone, it evolved into a completely new species we've never heard of. Not only did its potential increase, but its rank also jumped considerably. Principal Lu Yuan asked, can you explain how this happened? All the eyes were focused on Lu Yuan, waiting for his answer. Lu Yuan's eyelids drooped slightly, as if recalling the scene from that time. After a moment, he slowly raised his head, and a slight trace of fear and confusion appeared on his face just at the right moment. Principal, all the directors. Actually, I don't really know exactly what happened. His voice was clear, speaking slowly and steadily. When I summoned the fluorescent butterfly and made a contract with it, I could feel its weakness and despair. I thought that my life would just end like this. His words caused the few leaders present to nod slightly. This feeling, they had seen it too many times and could fully understand it. But then, a strange thing happened. Lu Yuan's tone suddenly changed. The summoning stone, which should have already gone dark, suddenly shone brightly, becoming blindingly dazzling. I felt my mental strength being sucked away by an endless vortex, drained completely in an instant. My vision went black, and I almost fainted. He opened his hand, looking at his palm as if the feeling from that moment still lingered there. When I regained consciousness, my fluorescent butterfly had already turned into the light of the primordial beginning, but the whole process, I couldn't control it at all, and I couldn't even understand it. Rather than saying that I made it evolve, it's more accurate to say that in its dire situation, it chose another path on its own. A kind of unprecedented mutation. Lu Yuan finished speaking and stopped, leaving all the time for the big figures in front of him to digest what he had said. He didn't mention the Beastmaster's encyclopedia at all. The word mutation was a perfect excuse he had prepared for himself when he saw countless evolution paths in the encyclopedia. The world of Beastmasters was full of unknowns. Mutation, though a rare occurrence, was not impossible. This was the only explanation they could understand and accept. The office fell into a long silence. Lu Yuan and the directors exchanged glances, seeing the utmost shock in each other's eyes. A slightly chubby director couldn't help but speak, on the spot awakening mutation. I've only seen similar records in ancient books. It is said that the first-generation martial saint of the Dragon Kingdom, his initial beast was a one-star stone shell turtle, and during the moment of contract, it underwent a beneficial mutation, ultimately evolving into the Xuanwu sacred beast that suppressed an entire era. So you mean another director with gold-rimmed glasses said, Lu Yuan, he is in the same situation as that martial saint? It's not impossible. Wang Jin excitedly agreed. Lu Yuan's explanation makes sense. His mental power being drained instantly is a normal phenomenon when a beast evolves, drawing energy from its master. And such an extraordinary evolution naturally requires an enormous amount of energy. This totally makes sense. Their discussion confirmed Lu Yuan's guess. Rather than believing in an illusory encyclopedia that can plan godlike evolution paths, they preferred to believe that they were witnessing a one-in-a-billion miracle, the emergence of a new martial saint right in their own academy. Zhou Huayan took a deep breath. He looked at Lu Yuan, and his gaze was no longer one of scrutiny, but of looking at a rare gem. Good. Good. He repeated good twice, standing up from his seat, walking directly to Lu Yuan's side, and heavily patted his shoulder. Lu Yuan, you're great. The principal's attitude made a 180-degree turn. This made Wang Jin and the others breathe a sigh of relief, their faces filled with smiles. Kid, don't worry. The academy won't investigate your secret. On the contrary, we will spare no resources to protect you, to cultivate you. Zhou Huayan's voice was filled with comfort. Zhou Huayan walked back to his desk and said, by the way, you defeated Xinqing Yu on stage today, right? Yes. Lu Yuan nodded. Xinqing Yu's Inferno Hellhound is the fifth most potent beast in this year's new student summoning ceremony. According to the rules, every year, the top 5 of the summoning ceremony get an opportunity to enter the Academy's Junior Secret Realm. You defeated him, so naturally, you've taken his spot. Secret Realm? Yes. Wang Jin quickly stepped forward to explain. The Secret Realm is a subspace independent of our main world. It has a unique environment, hiding many rare treasures and divine materials that have long disappeared from the outside world, even some extraordinary beasts that can be tamed. The primary secret realm that is opening this time is called Moonlight Forest. For Black Iron level Beastmasters and their beasts, the things inside are of great benefit. Especially for your primordial light. It belongs to the light element, and the core area of Moonlight Forest produces a special energy crystal called Moonlight Stone. It has an extraordinary effect on the growth of light attribute beasts. Lu Yuan's heart stirred slightly. Although his primordial light had extraordinary potential, it was currently at the high Black Iron level. To quickly improve, he needed vast amounts of resources. The Moonlight Forest came at just the right time. I understand. Lu Yuan nodded in agreement. Good. Zhou Huayan looked at him with satisfaction. The specific departure time is 3 days from now. Director Wang will inform you of all the arrangements. In these 3 days, you should rest well and strengthen your bond with your new partner. When Lu Yuan came out of the office, he immediately saw Yun Qianqian waiting at the door. Ah, Yuan. She grabbed Lu Yuan's arm and scanned him from top to bottom. Did they make things difficult for you? Did they bully you? If they dared, I. No. Lu Yuan interrupted her chattering and reached out to rub her head. They gave me a spot to enter the secret realm. The secret realm? Is it the Moonlight Forest? Yun Qianqian instantly became happy. That's great. My Dark Ranger is number 1 this time. I already had a spot, and was just worried about how to bring you in. She shook Lu Yuan's arm and said cheerfully, now it's perfect. We can go together. The girl smiled like a blooming flower, as if she could melt away all the gloom in the world. Lu Yuan looked at her, his heart softening a little. Chapter 5, Evolution Conditions. At the entrance of the academy, a completely black, smoothly designed hover car was silently hovering about half an inch off the ground. On the side of the car, a family crest was engraved, composed of clouds and a sword, exuding luxury. Surrounding students cast envious glances but did not dare to approach too closely. This was the Yun family's car. Ah, Yuan, hurry up. Yun Qianqian unceremoniously grabbed Lu Yuan's arm and pulled him directly into the spacious and comfortable car. The car door automatically closed, completely isolating the noise from the outside world. Lu Yuan leaned against the soft leather seat, the faint fragrance of the girl and the scent of incense in the car mixing in the air. This scent, he had been familiar with for 17 years. Since he was 1 year old, when his parents had entrusted him to the Yun family, he had grown up in such an environment. His parents and Yun Qianqian's parents, Yun Jintian and his wife Su Yueli, were close friends and classmates from the top academy in Long Country, the Beiming Beastmaster Academy. After graduation, Yun Jintian and his wife chose to venture out. With their extraordinary strength and skills, they established the now famous Yun family in Long Country. As for his parents, they stayed at Beiming Academy. Until he was 1 year old, when his parents, holding him in a swaddling blanket, appeared at the Yun family one last time. Yun Jintian and Su Yueli treated him like their own child and had never been anything less than kind. But Lu Yuan knew in his heart that the Yun family was not his real family. He was just an orphan entrusted to them. Yun Jintian and his wife always told him that his parents were great beastmasters, carrying out an important secret mission. But Lu Yuan knew that was just a kind lie. One night when he was 6 years old, he got up to drink water and accidentally overheard a conversation between Yun Jintian and Su Yueli in the study. It's been 5 years, and there's still no news from Beiming. That team from back then, I'm afraid they... Yun Jintian's voice was full of exhaustion and sorrow. Don't say it. Little Yuan is still young, we can't let him know. Su Yueli's voice was filled with a choking sob. From that day on, Lu Yuan understood. His parents might no longer be around. The so-called mission might be a road with no return. And the place they finally appeared, Beiming Beastmaster Academy, became the only obsession in his heart. He had to become a powerful beastmaster, he had to enter the highest academy in the Dragon Kingdom, to search for the clues left by his parents. Even if there was only 1 in 10,000 chances, he still had to personally verify it. This was the fundamental reason he couldn't accept summoning the glowing butterfly, and why he couldn't accept becoming an ordinary person. It wasn't just about his own future, it carried the only hope he had for pursuing the truth. Beside him, Yun Shanxian tilted her head, like a lazy kitten, leaning on his shoulder, her little mouth still slightly pouting, as if even in her dreams, she was standing up for him. No one is allowed to bully Maya Yuan. Lu Yuan turned his head and looked at the serene sleeping face of the girl. The peach blossom eyes, which were always full of life, were now quietly closed. A piece of the heavy feeling in his heart quietly dissolved, becoming soft. Perhaps, the Yun family had long since become more than just a foster home for him. He reached out his hand, gently adjusting Yun Shanxian's head, which had slipped a bit, making her rest more comfortably. After doing all of this, he slowly closed his eyes, and his consciousness sank deep into his mind. That ancient, illusory book appeared, borne by his call, floating in his spiritual world. The illusory, ancient book reappeared. Beastmaster, Lu Yuan. Rank, High Iron Rank Beastmaster. Talent, Beastmaster's Encyclopedia, Unique. Contracted Beast, 1. Beast, Primordial Light. Potential, 5 stars. Rank, High Iron Rank. Earlier, in the summoning hall, the situation had been urgent, and he had only managed to choose the evolution path, with no time to look carefully. Now, the pages of the encyclopedia automatically turned and stopped on a brand new page. In the center of this page, the holy outline of primordial light was depicted, with purple golden light flowing on the page, as if it had life. And beneath the image of primordial light, an evolution path was now clearly visible. Evolution path, unique legendary primordial light radiant saint spirit. Lu Yuan's gaze fell on the conditions required for evolution. Evolution conditions. 1. Beast's rank must reach silver rank. 2. Evolution material, holy crystal stone, epic, ×1. 3. Evolution material, angel's feather, epic, ×1. As expected. Lu Yuan understood in his heart. The encyclopedia had already made it clear, the first choice path for a beast was free of cost. Every subsequent transformation required conditions to be met. Silver rank. This meant that primordial light needed to go from the current high iron rank, break through the peak, then advance through the bronze rank's low, mid, high, and peak levels, finally stepping into the silver threshold. This itself was a considerable challenge. The 2 materials required later made his eyelids twitch slightly. Epic level. The ranking system for both beasts and beastmasters is iron, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, epic, king. Materials are the same, and epic level materials are so precious that even a diamond level expert would envy them. To evolve primordial light into radiant saint spirit, the difficulty was quite high. Any other person, upon seeing these 2 words, would probably feel their scalp tingle and have no idea how to proceed. But Lu Yuan's eyes, on the other hand, brightened with a gleam of sharpness. Having a goal is better than having no direction. No matter how difficult, there's always a possibility of achieving it. His thoughts then wandered to the Moonlight Forest 3 days later. Director Wang Zhen had said that the Moonlight stones produced there have a miraculous effect on the growth of light attribute beasts. That would be the first stepping stone he had prepared for primordial light to reach silver rank. As for the epic level materials, Lu Yuan couldn't help but compromise. Come on, the Yun family is famous in the Dragon Kingdom, getting some epic level materials would be easy. Though it might seem a little like living off others, why not take advantage if it's available? With a clear plan and consideration in his heart, Lu Yuan slowly withdrew his consciousness. The purple gold data stream deep in his pupils quietly disappeared, becoming even deeper. The hovering car passed through the bustling streets of the northern city and finally drove into a top-class villa area, shaded by green trees and with strict security. The car smoothly stopped in front of a villa with a huge garden and training ground. Lu Yuan opened his eyes. Yun Shanxian, who was next to him, was sleeping soundly, with a bit of sparkling saliva at the corner of her mouth, clearly having a beautiful dream. He shook his head with a slight smile, not waking her up. Instead, he carefully pushed open the car door and got out first. As soon as he stood firm, the villa's large door was pushed open. Yun Jintian's tall and imposing figure appeared at the door. Chapter 6, The Yun Family. Yun Jintian stood with his hands behind his back, wearing only casual home clothes, but the aura of someone who had long been in a high position was as solid as a mountain, exuding authority without any anger. He looked at Lu Yuan, who had gotten out of the car, and a smile appeared on his usually serious face. "You kid, you really didn't disappoint me and your aunt. We've already watched the video of the summoning ceremony." Lu Yuan met Yun Jintian's gaze and showed respect to his elder. "Uncle Yun." Before his words could finish, a beautiful woman with lingering charm hurriedly walked out of the villa. It was Yun Shanxian's mother, Su Yueli. Her eyes were slightly red, and she immediately grabbed Lu Yuan's arm, giving him a detailed look from head to toe. "You kid! You've scared Auntie half to death." Su Yueli's voice carried a hint of blame, but it was more filled with pride and joy. "When that glowing butterfly appeared, your Uncle Yun and I nearly crushed the communicator." Yun Jintian, standing by, calmly added, "After that, she threw the communicator, saying she was going to the school to beat up that kid named Xinxingyu." "Nonsense." Su Yueli's face turned red as she playfully hit Yun Jintian. She then pulled Lu Yuan's arm. "Little Yuan, don't listen to him." "But well done. I've never liked that Xin kid. He always follows Jianxian around like a fly, so annoying." Seeing this scene, Lu Yuan completely relaxed. There was no scrutiny, no investigation, only the purest care and joy from family. "Alright, stop standing at the door." Yun Jintian waved his hand. "Come in and talk." "Wait," Su Yueli suddenly remembered something. "Where's Qianxian?" Lu Yuan turned around and saw that Yun Shanxian was still resting in the seat, sleeping soundly. Su Yueli immediately became both angry and amused. "This girl, she's so carefree. Little Yuan, don't worry about her. Let her sleep in the car, she'll catch a cold if she wakes up." While saying this, she had already turned around to get a blanket. Yun Jintian, with great interest, observed Lu Yuan. "Looks like today at school, you worked hard for this girl. Protecting her, cheering for you." He paused, and his tone shifted, his gaze becoming deeper. Yuan, what did you say about your beast-taming ability at school?" Lu Yuan's heart tightened, knowing the serious topic had arrived. He briefly recounted the explanation he gave to the principal about the mutation. Yun Jintian listened quietly, offering no comment. After Lu Yuan finished, he slowly nodded. "On-site awakening mutation? This explanation is enough to deal with those old scholars at the academy." Lu Yuan's heart skipped a beat. Then Yun Jintian continued, "The beast world is vast and boundless, miracles happen every day. Whether it's mutation or a fortunate encounter, it's your own opportunity." He stepped forward. The large hand that had once lifted him as a child now landed heavily on his shoulder, warm and strong. "Every strong person has their own secret. You don't need to explain anything to anyone, not even to us. You just need to remember one thing." Yun Jintian's gaze became extremely serious. "The road, you must walk it yourself. But home will always be here. The Yun family will always be your support." Boom! These words, like a warm current, instantly broke down the dam of being dependent on others in Lu Yuan's heart. For 18 years, he had enjoyed the Yun family's abundant material conditions, but he had never been able to shake off the subtle sense of alienation deep in his heart. He was an orphan entrusted to them, a guest of the Yun family. But only at this moment did he truly understand. In Yun Jintian and Su Yueli's hearts, he had never been an outsider. "Did you hear that, Xiao Yuan?" Su Yueli came back with a thin blanket, just in time to hear her husband's words. She smiled and gently rubbed Lu Yuan's hair, her movements full of affection. "From now on, if anyone asks about the origin of your beast, just call me Auntie. My rose firefox hasn't been out for a while." "Sounds good to me." Yun Jintian nodded. Lu Yuan looked at them, his eyes getting a little warm. 1,000 words stuck in his throat, but in the end, they only turned into a heavy nod. This heavy trust and protection, he would repay with his entire life. Alright, look at that girl, her mouth is about to flood the whole car." Su Yueli pointed at the car, breaking the somewhat sentimental atmosphere. Lu Yuan turned his head and couldn't help but smile in exasperation. He walked over, leaned down, and gently tapped Yun Shanxian's face. "Shanxian, wake up, we're home." Don't tease me." Yun Shanxian wrinkled her nose and muttered in her sleep, Yuan, don't steal." After she finished, she even smacked her lips. Lu Yuan. Yun Jintian and his wife outside laughed. This girl, I think she's hopeless. Yun Jintian shook his head, but the smile at the corner of his mouth couldn't be hidden. Lu Yuan helplessly stretched out his arms, carefully passed them under her knees and back, and lifted her up in a princess carry. The girl's body was light, with a unique fragrance, softly leaning against his chest. Perhaps she had found a more comfortable pillow, as she even adjusted her position, rubbing her little head against his chest, and fell deeper into sleep. Lu Yuan carried her and got out of the car. Su Yueli hurried forward, wrapping her daughter in the blanket, and while wrapping, she quietly complained to Lu Yuan, "It's all your Uncle Yun's fault, he raised her like a boy, she doesn't have any girlish traits at all. Who would want her in the future?" Lu Yuan looked down at the peacefully sleeping girl in his arms, but said nothing. Yun Jintian cleared his throat, hands behind his back, stepping towards the villa. His voice came from ahead, "By the way, Xiao Yuan. Your primordial light has unlimited potential, but to make it grow quickly, it will need massive resources. Don't worry about resources. I'll send you more money to buy advancement materials. 10 billion should be enough for a black iron rank beast." 10 billion? Even though Lu Yuan had a calm temperament, this number still stunned him for a moment. What, is that too little? Yun Jintian turned around, raised an eyebrow, then make it 20 billion. Shanxian's Dark Ranger training also costs that much. We can't play favorites. Lu Yuan opened his mouth, suddenly remembering the thoughts he had about living off others in the car. This soft rice was too hardcore. He held the culprit in his arms. The mysteries left by his parents, the secrets of the Beast Mastery Manual, the road to becoming a future powerhouse. "Thank you, Uncle Yun, thank you, Auntie." Lu Yuan's voice was soft, but incredibly serious. He held Yun Shanxian and followed Yun Jintian and his wife into the brightly lit villa. When the heavy doors slowly closed behind them, completely isolating them from the outside world, Lu Yuan had only one thought in his heart. He was home. Chapter 7, The Secret Realm Journey. 3 days later, at the special teleportation plaza on the east side of the academy. For this secret realm journey, the academy cleared the entire plaza, leaving only 3 people. They were the top 4 new students in the summoning ritual, aside from Xin Xingyu. Each of them came from an extraordinary family, their expressions proud. The beast following her side was far from ordinary. In the center of the square, a young girl dressed in a bright red outfit, with a high ponytail, was impatiently complaining to the person next to her. "Who exactly is Lu Yuan? He actually took Xin Xingyu's spot, and now we have to wait for him here?" The girl's name was Qinyu, and the beast she summoned was a flame sorceress with a 4-star potential, ranking second among the freshmen. Next to her, a boy with a deep voice chimed in, "Who cares about his background? I heard it's just a 1-star glowing butterfly mutation that beat Xin Xingyu. He's just lucky." He was Shirley, ranked third, with a 3-star potential earth bear, known for its defense. The other person didn't speak, but their expression clearly agreed with this viewpoint. In their eyes, Lu Yuan was nothing but a lucky fool, fundamentally different from them, the so-called geniuses who made it to the top with real potential. Just then, at the entrance of the square, 2 figures walked in side by side. A man and a woman, it was Lu Yuan and Yun Shanxian. Lu Yuan still wore his simple black casual clothes, hands in his pockets. Yun Shanxian, on the other hand, was like a happy little bird, chattering about something. When Yun Shanxian saw the unfriendly looks from the group in the square, her face turned serious, and she took the initiative to link arms with Lu Yuan, making a clear statement of ownership. "Oomph, finally here." Qinyu snorted, crossing her arms. Lu Yuan's gaze didn't even linger on her for more than half a second, he simply bypassed them and looked directly at the area in the center of the square, covered by a rune energy shield. There, the space was distorting like water waves, clearly the entrance to the secret realm. This complete disregard made Qinyu's face instantly darken. "Hey! Are you Lu Yuan?" She couldn't help but step forward, her voice raised a few notches. Lu Yuan finally turned his head. "Something wrong?" "My name is Qinyu." She puffed out her chest and said arrogantly. "My flame sorceress is also a high-level black iron. Now that we've entered the secret realm, I hope your little light doesn't just purify useless little dogs." Her words were filled with a strong scent of gunpowder. Before Lu Yuan could speak, Yun Shanxian, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, immediately went into a fury. "What did you say? Can you even speak properly?" She stood in front of Lu Yuan. "My Yuan's primordial light doesn't just purify little dogs. It can also purify you, a fire-breathing tigress." "You!" Qinyu's cheeks flushed red with anger, and the tiny flame sorceress beside her also lit up with a flare of flames. Yun Shanxian wasn't backing down at all. "What? You want to fight? Fine, let my Dark Ranger come out and play with your little fire person." Qinyu's fury instantly stalled on her face. Dark Ranger, 5-star potential. A crushing difference in potential, something no technique could overcome. Just as the tension in the air was about to snap, the director, Wang Jin, rushed over in a hurry. All right, everyone's classmates here, we're about to enter the secret realm together, so let's stick together. He tried to smooth things over, sweat beading on his forehead. These were all the academy's prized students, and he couldn't afford to offend any of them. He walked to the front of the group, cleared his throat, and began to explain the precautions. The Moonlight Forest is a very special beginner-level secret realm, with an overall environment leaning toward moonlight and shadow attributes. It's relatively safe during the day, but at night, the moonlight energy will peak, and many summoned beasts will become extremely aggressive. Your main objective is to collect moonlight stones. These energy crystals will greatly benefit your summoned beast's growth at your current stage. Besides that, there may be rare spiritual plants and herbs from outside the realm. Whether you can seize the opportunity depends on your own abilities. Remember, inside the secret realm, it's forbidden for students to act maliciously toward one another, but sparring is allowed. If you encounter a danger you can't handle, immediately crush the teleportation charm in your hand. They will send you out immediately. Wang Jin distributed several jade talismans emitting faint light to everyone. The teleportation portal will stabilize in 10 minutes. You can make your final preparations now. After speaking, Wang Jin stepped aside, leaving the time for these exceptional talents. Qin Yu glared fiercely at Yun Qianqian before turning to check her equipment. Shirley began feeding energy cubes to his earth bear. Yun Qianqian also took out a pile of bottles and jars from her space bracelet and eagerly handed them to Lu Yuan. Ah Yuan, this is a high-level healing spray, this is an antidote, this is a stamina recovery pill, and here, a concentrated nutrition bar, one can last 3 days without hunger. She stuffed the items into Lu Yuan's arms, still rummaging through her bag. Let me find more, I remember my dad gave me a few defensive scrolls. Lu Yuan looked at the supplies in his arms, almost forming a small mountain, feeling both amused and helpless. These items, any one of which would be expensive outside, were being handed to him as casually as candy beans by Yun Qianqian. That's enough, I have some here. Lu Yuan pressed her hand down as she continued rummaging. You have? Yun Qianqian blinked, looking suspicious. Lu Yuan smiled without explaining. The 20 billion Jin Tian gave him had already been partially used. Through the Yun family's channels, the equipment he bought was far more advanced than what Yun Qianqian had. However, he had placed everything in his own storage space. Even though he was living off a woman, a man couldn't rely on a girl for everything. Yun Qianqian saw that Lu Yuan wasn't joking, so she pouted, reluctantly taking back her things. But she still couldn't help but warn him, you have to stay close to me once you go in. Did you hear? If even a single hair is missing from you, I'll hold them accountable when I come out. As she spoke, she cast a fierce glare at the other three. Qin Yu and the others twitched their mouths, turning their heads away to avoid seeing anything. Lu Yuan rubbed her head, his gaze once again turning towards the increasingly stable spatial vortex. What surprised him was that the beast-taming pictorial had actually appeared. The beast-taming pictorial flipped to a page. Mystic Realm, Moonlight Forest. Attributes, Light, Dark, Wood. Core output, Moonstone, Rare, Shadow Grass, Rare, Starlight Wood, Epic, Extremely Low Probability in Core Area. Area Danger Assessment, Outer Region, Low, Middle Region, Medium, Core Region, High Risk. Pictorial tip, the Moonlight Lake at the core of the Mystic Realm is suspected to contain a high-purity light attribute energy source, which would greatly benefit primordial light. A high-purity light attribute energy source. Buzz. Inside, there was a completely different landscape, with towering ancient trees and moonlight flowing like water faintly visible. The portal is open. It will last for 7 days. Good luck. Wang Jin's voice echoed in everyone's ears. Let's go. Qin Yu was the first to respond, without hesitation, leading her flame witch to step through the light gate, disappearing in an instant. Shirley and the other person quickly followed, fearing that if they lagged behind, the opportunity would be snatched away by someone else. In the blink of an eye, only Lu Yuan and Yun Qianqian were left in the square. Let's go too. Lu Yuan said. MHM. Yun Qianqian nodded heavily, taking the initiative to hold Lu Yuan's hand. Ah Yuan, hold tight, we can't be separated. Lu Yuan gripped her hand in return. Side by side, they stepped into the teleportation portal. A slight feeling of weightlessness came, and the scenery in front of them rapidly changed. The next second, they felt their feet touch the ground, and the fresh scent of plants mixed with a hint of cold moonlight energy rushed at them. They had already entered a vast forest. The trees here were unusually tall. The massive treetop almost covered the entire sky, with only strands of silver moonlight spilling through the gaps in the branches, forming mottled light spots on the ground of the forest. The entire world was calm and beautiful, like a fairyland from a fairy tale. Wow, so beautiful. Yun Qianqian couldn't help but exclaim, curiously glancing around. Lu Yuan, however, immediately spread his spiritual energy. His brows slightly furrowed. What's wrong, Yuan? Yun Shanxian immediately noticed his unease. Others are not here, Lu Yuan said in a deep voice. This space seemed to have a random teleportation mechanism. The 5 of them had been teleported to different locations. Hearing this, Yun Shanxian, instead of feeling nervous, her eyes lit up. She shook their tightly held hands and said with a grin, "Isn't that better? No one will disturb us." Her tone was filled with the secret joy of a world for 2. However, as soon as she finished speaking, rustle, rustle. A faint sound of friction came from the bushes behind them. A creature, its body covered in dark green scales and a silver horn growing from its head, resembling a cheetah, silently stepped out from the shadows. Its eerie green vertical pupils locked onto Lu Yuan and Yun Shanxian, filled with cold killing intent. Lu Yuan looked at the beast, and the Beast Mastery guide suddenly flipped open to a page. Beast Mastery, Moonshadow Leopard. Potential, 2 stars. Rank, Black Iron Mid-Tier. Guide tip, extremely skilled in stealth and ambush, its horn can fire moonlight blades, a common predator on the outskirts of the Moonlight Forest. Yun Shanxian's smile instantly faded. "Humph, a blind creature, just right for warming up the Dark Ranger you gave me." She was about to summon her beast, but Lu Yuan raised his hand to stop her. "No need," Lu Yuan said calmly, looking at the Moonshadow Leopard that had already started to crouch, preparing to pounce. "This kind of thing doesn't need your ranger to come out." With a thought, a warm and sacred purple golden light silently appeared beside his shoulder. Yun Shanxian, who was about to summon her beast, paused. She turned her head, her water-like peach blossom eyes full of confusion and concern. Yuan? This Moonshadow Leopard should be at Black Iron Mid-Tier, and its speed is very fast." She knew that Lu Yuan's primordial light was strong, but it should also only be at the Black Iron Mid-Tier level. The reason he could instantly kill the Hellhound was because of the same level of strength and probably the advantage of attribute restraint. Although the Moonshadow Leopard in front of them was also of shadow attribute and incredibly fast, the primordial light should not be able to defeat it so easily. Lu Yuan did not explain further but gave her a reassuring look. That look seemed to carry magic. Yun Shanxian's words, which were on the tip of her tongue, somehow got swallowed back. She chose to trust him unconditionally. Roar! The Moonshadow Leopard clearly did not have much patience. It saw the flirting between Lu Yuan and Yun Shanxian as a disrespect to it, a top predator. It let out a low roar, its limbs suddenly exerting force, and its entire body instantly turned into a dark green afterimage. It pounced towards Lu Yuan's flank, sliding along the ground in a strange and tricky arc. Its figure flickered in and out of the mottled shadows of the forest, moving so fast that the human eye could barely catch it. "Be careful." Yun Shanxian's heart instantly leapt into her throat. Just as the Moonshadow Leopard's figure was about to leap out from behind a huge tree shadow, the holy light ball, called Primordial Light, beside Lu Yuan's shoulder, flickered slightly. Buzz. There was no earth-shattering noise. An invisible wave, centered around the primordial light, spread out like ripples. The holy light, being a presence, became a domain. In an instant, within a radius of 100 meters, all the shadows created by the tree canopy seemed to be instantly wiped away by an invisible giant hand. The mottled, dim corners. Illuminated, penetrated, and purified by a warm yet majestic violet gold light. The entire world shone as bright as day. The Moonshadow Leopard, poised to launch a deadly strike from the shadows, suddenly froze, stumbling out from its swift concealment, exposed in the unshielded light. The brutality and cunning in its eyes were instantly replaced by a primal terror and confusion. Where are the shadows? Its survival, its proud stealth abilities, were powerless in this sacred realm of light. It was like a stripped assassin, standing naked before its enemy, all advantages vanished. This Yun Shanxian exclaimed, covering her small mouth in surprise. She knew light restrained dark, but she had never imagined this restraint could be so tyrannical. This was no simple skill clash, it was a crushing of the laws themselves. Directly stripping away the opponent's survival environment. Roar! The Moonshadow Leopard fell into complete panic, abandoning the thought of close combat. It opened its mouth wide, the silver horn on its head shining brightly. A crescent-shaped silver energy blade, shrieking as it tore through the air, shot toward Lu Yuan's face. Moonlight Blade! The Moonshadow Leopard's strongest ranged attack. Facing this deadly strike capable of slicing through steel plates, his mind, through the soul contract, issued a second command to the primordial light. Judgment of Light. The silhouette formed of light in the primordial light shifted slightly, gathering into a long spear, and hurled it at the approaching Moonlight Blade. It lacked the grandeur of the Moonlight Blade and showed no energy fluctuation, simply floating toward it. Under Yun Shanxian's anxious gaze, the spear met the fierce Moonlight Blade in midair with a resounding clash. The intense explosion they had anticipated did not occur. Put! A sound like a bubble being popped. The Moonlight Blade rapidly dissolved the moment it touched the violet gold light. The spear, having purified the moonlight blade, showed no dullness in its glow, maintaining its speed, slicing through straight and instantly piercing the Moonshadow Leopard's forehead. Whoa! The Moonshadow Leopard's body convulsed violently for a moment, and its forward momentum came to an abrupt stop. The fear and rage in its eyes quickly faded. Then, its agile body began to disintegrate from within, turning into silver motes of light, drifting away with the wind. In just a few seconds, an elite predator of black iron rank was completely wiped out. Only a gently shimmering silver horn remained, alongside a fist-sized dark green crystal radiating weak energy fluctuations. The forest once again returned to silence. Yun Shanshan stared blankly at the scene before her, and after several seconds, she suddenly reacted. Wow! Ah, Yuan! You're so handsome! Her shout broke the silence. Yun Shanshan rushed over, tightly hugging Lu Yuan's arm, shaking it excitedly. Her beautiful peach blossom eyes were filled with admiration and pride. That light! It instantly erased all the shadows. And that little light spot, whoosh, and pft, that big bad guy was gone. She gestured animatedly, her excitement greater than if she had won a battle herself. Lu Yuan allowed her to cling to him, a hint of helplessness cracking a smile on his face. He stepped forward, bending down to pick up the horn and crystal on the ground. Horn of the Moonshadow Leopard, black iron contains pure moonlight energy, can provide a small amount of energy for light attribute Beastmasters, or serve as excellent material for making moonlight attribute staffs or equipment. The haul was quite decent. Poof. At that moment, a small muffled grunt sounded near Lu Yuan's ear. He turned his head, only to see Yun Shanshan puffing out her cheeks, looking at him somewhat unhappily. What's wrong? Lu Yuan asked. I promised to protect you. In the end, I didn't do anything, and the fight is over, the girl complained. You're making me, as your protector, lose face. Lu Yuan was amused by her pouty expression, reaching out to ruffle her hair. Okay, next time, I will definitely let you take the lead. That's more like it. Yun Shanshan finally nodded with satisfaction. Lu Yuan casually stored the spoils into his storage space, then looked up, gazing into the depths of the forest. According to the map's instructions, that Moonlight Lake should be in this direction. Let's go, the quality of the moonlight stones here is too low, there's no value in them, he said. Yun Shanshan froze for a moment. Huh? Aren't we collecting moonlight stones? Didn't Director Wang say they are very important? There are better things waiting for us. Lu Yuan's lips curled into a meaningful smile. He didn't explain too much, just grabbed Yun Shanshan's hand and walked deeper into the forest. Better things? What are they? Yun Shanshan asked curiously. Something that will make even your Dark Ranger envious. Really? The girl's eyes instantly lit up. Let's go, let's hurry. The girl, who just complained about not having the chance to play a role, had now completely thrown the thought of protecting Lu Yuan out of her mind. Her head was filled with treasures that would make her beloved beast envious, and her steps pulling Lu Yuan were much lighter. The two figures, moving one after the other, quickly disappeared into the tranquil forest covered by moonlight. Not long after they left, Qinyu, in her fire-red attire, accompanied by her flame sorceress, appeared in the clearing. She looked at the lingering, not yet dissipated purifying aura on the ground and the obvious energy remnants belonging to the Moonshadow Leopard, her beautiful brows tightly furrowed. Such a domineering energy aura, a battle just happened here. She squatted down, pinching a bit of soil, bringing it close to her nose to sniff. It's the Moonshadow Leopard, and the battle ended very quickly, almost in an instant. To be able to kill a black iron mid-tier creature in an instant, its strength must be at least high black iron, or even peak. Could it be Yun Shanshan's Dark Ranger made a move? Qinyu muttered to herself. She couldn't think of any other possibilities. In her view, Lu Yuan's light mass, which mutated from a glow butterfly, simply didn't have that kind of strength. Humph, relying on a woman. Qinyu stood up, her face full of disdain. Chapter 9, Yun Shanshan takes action. In the depths of the moonlight forest, the light grew dimmer. The towering ancient trees intertwined their branches and leaves. In the air, the concentration of energy had significantly increased. Ah Yuan, what exactly is that light mass of yours? Yun Shanshan, like a curious lark, followed closely behind Lu Yuan, already asking for the 10th time. The scene of killing the Moonshadow Leopard in an instant had shocked her far too much. She knew Lu Yuan's tamed beast was special, but she didn't expect it to be this outrageous. Lu Yuan was getting a bit overwhelmed by her questions, having to speak vaguely. It's a sort of domain suppression. Domain? So powerful? Does that mean whenever your light mass is present, all the bad guys who play with shadows will be defeated? Pretty much. Lu Yuan nodded. The purifying domain of divine light was indeed an absolute nemesis for all things dark, undead, cursed, and other negative attributes. Hee, that's great. Yun Shanshan gleefully hooked her arm around Lu Yuan's. Now that we make a team, one light and one dark, we're simply unbeatable. As she said this, she suddenly released her grip and ran ahead dramatically. Shoo! Don't make a sound, I will scout. It's agreed that the next battle is mine. Lu Yuan watched her pose as a professional scout and couldn't help but want to laugh, but still nodded in cooperation. Yun Shanxian crouched down, tiptoeing, carefully parting a cluster of ferns that were half her height. A what? A fluffy, three-tailed white fox was lying behind the ferns, fast asleep. He was startled by her, abruptly raising his head and looking at her with sleepy eyes. One person and one fox, their eyes met. The air froze for a second. Ah! There's an ambush! Yun Shanxian let out a cute scream, instinctively taking a step back and striking a battle pose. The little three-tailed white fox was frightened by her sudden move, shaking all over, its three tails puffed up, letting out a more rondeau, and then it turned and transformed into a white shadow, vanishing into the forest in a flash. Lu Yuan stepped forward and looked at Yun Shanxian, who still had a wary expression, and helplessly patted her head. That was just a low-level black iron beast, a three-tailed spirit fox, herbivorous, and its courage is smaller than a rabbit's. Yun Shanxian's pretty face instantly turned red, from the roots of her ears all the way down to her neck. Feeling a little embarrassed, she lowered her hands and muttered softly, I was strategically retreating to gather information on the enemy. Lu Yuan didn't expose her, he simply scanned the surroundings, his expression gradually becoming serious. Alright, enough playing. This time, something is really coming. As soon as the words fell. A whoa! Several fierce wolf howls rang out simultaneously from the shadows in all directions. 3 robust giant wolves, entirely black with glowing green eyes, silently emerged from the shadows of the trees, surrounding the two of them. Each step they took was on the shadows, as if they had blended into the darkness. Lu Yuan's beast tome automatically displayed information. Beast, Shadow Wolf. Potential, 2 stars. Rank, Black Iron Intermediate. Tome hint, social creatures skilled at collaborative hunting using shadows, claws have shadow energy that erodes the life force of prey. 3 Black Iron Intermediates. Yun Shanxian's expression also became serious, but there was more excitement shining in her eyes. Finally, she could show her skills. Ah Yuan, step back and watch me. The girl's voice was clear and confident as she took a step forward, standing in front of Lu Yuan. With a flick of her mind. Come forth, Dark Ranger. A tall figure made entirely of shadow energy slowly rose. It was a humanoid creature the same height as an adult, cloaked in a flowing robe woven from shadows. The face was unclear, only 2 crimson lights could be seen under the hood, like blood-colored stars in the night. In its hands, each wielding a black short blade formed from pure shadow energy, and a longbow was slung across its back. Beast, Dark Ranger. Potential, 5 stars. Rank, Black Iron High. Tome hint, Ultimate Shadow Assassin, a born king of the night. Go! With Yun Shanxian's command, the Dark Ranger's figure instantly blended into a patch of shadow on the ground, disappearing from sight. The lead wolf seemed to sense danger and howled a warning to the sky. But it was already too late. Whoosh! Behind one of the shadow wolves, the shadow suddenly writhed, and the Dark Ranger's figure appeared like a ghost. The dual blades in hand formed a blood-red cross, precisely slicing through the shadow wolf's neck. The massive wolf head soared into the sky. Not even a scream escaped, and the shadow wolf's body crashed to the ground. 1 strike, 1 kill. The Dark Ranger's figure vanished back into the shadows, as if it had never appeared. The remaining 2 shadow wolves immediately fell into a frenzy, howling madly around, trying to find the hidden enemy. But their pride in shadow stealth seemed incredibly clumsy before the Dark Ranger. Whoosh! Whoosh! The blood-red cold light kept flashing in the shadows. With each flash, another shadow wolf fell. The Dark Ranger's attacks had no extra movements, each strike precise and deadly. It was like a top artist using the enemy's lives to depict the art of death. In less than 30 seconds. The 3 Black Iron Intermediate Shadow Wolves. Total annihilation. The entire process flowed smoothly like clouds in water. The figure of the Dark Ranger reformed beside Yun Shanxian, kneeling on one knee, placing a hand on its chest, and giving an elegant bow to its master, before transforming into light spots and returning to the contract space. Done. Yun Shanxian clapped her hands proudly. How is it? My Dark Ranger, isn't he super cool? However, the praise she anticipated did not come immediately. Lu Yuan's gaze was fixed on the corpse of one of the shadow wolves, his brows raised slightly. He quickly stepped forward, squatting down, and from the heart of that wolf, he dug out a black crystal the size of a fingernail. Shadow Wolf King Crystal Core, bronze among 1,000 shadow wolves, a wolf king may be born. Its crystal core contains the purest source power of shadow, capable of enhancing the strength of shadow beasts or forging equipment. This was an unexpected delight. Yun Shanxian watched Lu Yuan focus intently on that broken stone, completely ignoring her, and her smile-seeking praise immediately dropped. She puffed up her cheeks like a little pufferfish, walked over, and lightly kicked Lu Yuan's leg with her toes. Hoof. Hmm. Lu Yuan looked up and saw her sulky expression. He realized he seemed to have overlooked this great contributor. Are these dead wolves really more impressive than my spectacular performance? The girl's voice carried a hint of grievance. Lu Yuan couldn't help but laugh at her appearance. He stood up and presented the crystal core to her, flattering her. I was just thinking about what trophy to use to reward our brave and fearless hero, Yun Shanshan. Ah? Yun Shanshan was stunned, staring at the crystal core radiating pure energy, her cheeks flushed again. This is for me? Of course, Lu Yuan stuffed the crystal core into her hand. Your Dark Ranger will surely appreciate this gift. Yun Shanshan's small hand clutching the warm crystal core made her earlier little feelings disappear instantly, replaced by complete sweetness. She happily tucked the crystal core away. Then she couldn't help but lean close to Lu Yuan and ask softly, so, my performance just now, was it really brave? Lu Yuan looked at her eyes lighting up again and nodded seriously. Yeah, very cool. Those two words made the girl smile brighter than the moonlight in the forest. Then let's go. To find the next treasure that this hero needs to save. Lu Yuan smiled and took her hand, continuing deeper into the forest. The two walked for about half an hour, and the scene ahead suddenly opened up. A huge lake appeared before them. The lake water was entirely silver, and above the lake's surface was a starry sky. The dense moonlight energy, almost liquid, enveloped the entire lake like a light veil, making everything here seem dreamlike. Moonlight Lake. They had finally reached the core area of this secret realm. Just as they stepped out of the forest, Lu Yuan saw, across the lake, Xinyu and Shirley's two groups, who had just arrived as well. Moreover, in the center of the lake, on an islet, there stood a small tree that was crystal clear and radiated silver light, stretching its branches and leaves under the nourishment of the moonlight. On that small tree hung two fist-sized fruits. Chapter 10, Starfruit. Starfruit, epic blooms in 100 years, fruits in 100 years, matures in 100 years. Consuming it can enhance the potential of beasts below the golden rank and is effective for beasts of any attribute. The small tree on the islet was just over a meter tall, yet it seemed to be the only one in this central lake. The two fruits hanging from the tree flowed with starlight. Epic grade treasure, Starfruit. A treasure that would make even platinum-ranked powerhouses fight fiercely, now displayed right before them. Starfruit. A cold laugh full of greed broke the dead silence. In Qinyu's eyes, at this moment, they were filled with burning desire. She licked her lips, her gaze sweeping over Lu Yuan and Yun Shanshan, as if she couldn't see the two of them. Yun Shanshan, Lu Yuan, consider yourselves lucky to witness such a treasure. She arrogantly raised her chin. Now, get lost. These two starry fruits, Shirley and I will take them. Shirley, standing beside her, said nothing, just stepped forward. His bear-like figure let out a low growl. You want them? Who do you think you are? Yun Shanshan exploded immediately, shielding Lu Yuan behind her. In the secret realm, whatever you grab is yours. We even found this first. Yun Shanshan, don't be shameless. Qinyu's face darkened. I know your Dark Ranger has 5-star potential, but right now, it's just a high-tier black iron. Shirley and I teaming up, do you really think you can gain an advantage? Moreover, Qinyu's gaze turned to Lu Yuan. You still have to carry such a dead weight. What else can that light of his do apart from shining? Say that again. Yun Shanshan's little face turned red with anger. But Lu Yuan gently pressed down on her shoulder. Yun Shanshan was stunned, turning to look at him. Lu Yuan's face showed no tension at all, he even smiled at Yun Shanshan, signaling her to calm down. This calm demeanor made Qinyu and Shirley feel inexplicably uneasy. What is he pretending for? Hey, Lu, hiding behind a woman isn't a skill. Shirley jeered. Why don't you come out yourself? Sure. Lu Yuan replied, stepping out from behind Yun Shanshan. Since you want it so badly, then go get it. What? Qinyu was stunned. Shirley furrowed his brows, not understanding what Lu Yuan was up to. What? Scared? Lu Yuan's tone was laced with provocation. An epic treasure is right in front of you, just within reach. You aren't afraid, are you? Nonsense. What do I have to be afraid of? Qinyu was infuriated by his attitude. She snorted coldly and ordered the flame witch beside her. Go! Bring me back the fruits from that tree. The petite flame witch's body surged with flames, transforming into a fire line, rushing straight towards the heart of the lake. However, just as it was about to touch the silver lake water. Sizzle! The lake surface seemed to come alive, as silver chains of energy shot out from the water, instantly binding the flame witch. Screech! The flame witch let out a piercing scream, its flames dimming and extinguishing the moment they touched the silver chains. How could this happen? Xin Yu's face changed drastically. She could feel her beast's energy being crazily drained by the lake water. Come back, she hastily commanded. But the silver chains were incredibly resilient. No matter how the flame witch struggled, they remained unmoving. Earth Bear, Rock Spike. Shirley quickly reacted and immediately commanded his beast to rescue. The Earth Bear stomped hard, sharp stone spikes shooting up from the land by the lake, crashing violently into the chains. However, these spikes could penetrate steel plates, yet upon hitting the chains, they turned into powder. Useless. Lu Yuan's voice sounded in Xin Yu and Shirley's ears at this moment. This Moonlight Lake is itself a natural energy force field. Any energy body that does not belong to the light attribute, once it approaches, will be treated as an invader and suppressed and devoured. The more fiercely you attack, the stronger its backlash will be. Lu Yuan's words were the answers provided by the Beast Guide. Xin Yu and Shirley's faces turned the color of ash. They finally realized they had been played by Lu Yuan from the start. You knew all along? Xin Yu pointed at Lu Yuan, trembling with anger. I warned you earlier, it was you who didn't listen. Lu Yuan shrugged, wearing an innocent expression. Pooh ha ha. Yun Chanqian couldn't hold back any longer. Laughter burst forth. Oh dear, some people are just so simple-minded and not very capable. My Yuan asked her to go get it, and she really went. Xin Yu was so angry she nearly spat out blood. Yuan, what should we do now? Yun Chanqian laughed enough and then leaned next to Lu Yuan. Although she was confident Lu Yuan must have a way, she still couldn't help but want to ask. Lu Yuan did not answer immediately but instead looked at the light of Primordial quietly hovering by his shoulder. With his will, he issued a command through the power of their contract. In the next second, the outline of the light of Primordial moved slightly. Buzz. A soft purple golden halo spread out from it. This halo created ripples on the Silver Lake waters. Soon after, the originally turbulent Moonlight Lake miraculously calmed down. The silver chains binding the flame witch instantly loosened, obediently retracting back into the water. Once the flame witch was saved, she immediately returned to Xin Yu's side, her flames having dimmed to nearly nothing. Before they could recover from their shock. On the calm lake surface, a silver bridge completely made of solidified moonlight extended straight from Lu Yuan's feet to the island in the lake's center. The entire process was filled with a sense of sacredness and harmonious beauty. How is this possible? Shirley stammered. Xin Yu also stood there in a daze. Her flame which was regarded as a sworn enemy. Yet Lu Yuan's light could make this lake submit and actively pave the way for him? What kind of beast control is this? Lu Yuan did not look at them again. He took the hand of Yun Chanqian, who looked at him with admiration, and stepped onto the Moonlight Bridge. The two walked side by side, as if on flat ground, step by step toward the epic treasure within reach. On the shore, Xin Yu and Shirley could only watch in stunned silence, lacking even the strength to feel jealous. In the face of overwhelming and incomprehensible power, any petty thought seemed pale and laughable. Lu Yuan walked to the star tree, reaching out to pluck 2 fruits. The fruits felt warm in his hand, with a vast energy swirling in his palm. He hesitated not at all and casually handed one of them to Yun Chanqian beside him. This is for me? Yun Chanqian was taken aback and instinctively waved her hand. No, you got it, I did nothing. Take it, your Dark Ranger will also need it after the advancement. She looked into Lu Yuan's eyes, and could no longer say anything to refuse, obediently taking the starfruit. Well, okay. The girl's voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz, her little face flushed. Thank you, Yuan. Silly. Lu Yuan ruffled her hair and put away the remaining fruit. He planned to give this one to the light of Primordial. After doing all this, the two turned around and walked back across the Moonlight Bridge. When they returned to the shore, the bridge quietly disappeared, and the Moonlight Lake returned to its original state, as if nothing had ever happened. Lu Yuan and Yun Chanqian couldn't even be bothered to glance at the two again and directly walked towards another direction in the forest. Yuan, where are we going now? To the bottom of the lake. Chapter 11, The Heart of the Moonlight Lake. To the bottom of the lake. Lu Yuan's voice wasn't loud but caught Yun Chanqian, who had just tucked away the starfruit, by surprise. To the bottom of the lake? Pointing at the shimmering lake in front of them, radiating a powerful energy suppression. How do we go? This lake water is so strange. Just now, Xin Yu's flame which almost got devoured. It won't harm us, Lu Yuan said as he pulled her to the lakeside. Retreating to the forest, Xin Yu and Shirley watched in disbelief as Lu Yuan and Yun Chanqian had taken the epic starfruit. Now they were about to explore the Moonlight Lake, which they couldn't even approach. This was no longer a matter of strength disparity. What kind of monster did he contract? Xin Yu's voice was dry. Shirley was silent for a long time. It seems we have messed with the wrong person. By the lake, Lu Yuan completely ignored the two people. He connected his thoughts once again with the primordial light by his side. This time, he issued a command. Buzz. The purple-golden light of the primordial light suddenly surged, and invisible but supreme pressure, like a king descending, instantly enveloped the entire Moonlight Lake. The lake water began to churn violently. But this churning was not chaotic, it was a kind of submission. In the astonished gaze of Yun Shanshan, the lake water before them seemed to be split open by an invisible sword. The silver lake water rose high on both sides, forming two towering walls of water several dozen meters high, as if bound by a mysterious force. Not a single drop fell. A path paved with colorful crystals from the lake bed appeared under their feet, leading deeper into the heart of the lake. The whole scene was like a miracle. Oh my god, Yun Shanshan felt that the shocks she experienced today were more than the total of the past 17 years. But Lu Yuan held her hand and walked down the newly opened path. Stay close to me. Oh. Only then did Yun Shanshan come to her senses. The two walked on the lake bed that had been divided, with slow-moving silver water walls on both sides. They could even clearly see various strange light elemental creatures swimming in the water, curiously examining these two visitors, but daring not to get close. The further they walked toward the heart of the lake, the denser the energy of the light elements became. After walking about 100 meters, Lu Yuan stopped. In front of them, at the center of the lake bed, a heart-shaped crystal, about the size of a house, was embedded in the earth veins. The crystal presented the purest glaze color throughout. With each slight pulse, the energy of the entire lake surged and fell with the tide. This was the high-purity light attribute energy source, the heart of the Moonlight Lake, as indicated by the Beastmaster pictorial. Wow, Yun Shanshan was once again in awe at the scene before her. Yuan, is this what you mean by something better? Lu Yuan nodded, releasing Yun Shanshan's hand. Wait for me here, don't come closer. After saying this, he walked alone toward the huge crystal heart. As he approached, the light emitted by the primordial light grew even more brilliant, gradually reaching a certain mysterious resonance with the pulse frequency of the lake crystal. Buzz. 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 When Lu Yuan's hand gently touched the surface of the crystal heart, an abrupt change occurred. The entire crystal heart shone brilliantly, and a thick pure light beam shot up into the sky, instantly enveloping Lu Yuan and the primordial light completely. Yuan. Yun Shanshan's heart instantly lifted, her face pale as blood drained away. Without thinking, she was about to summon the Dark Ranger to rush over. But a soft yet irresistible force firmly kept her outside the light beam. Inside the light beam, Lu Yuan's expression was calm. He could feel vast ocean-like energy wildly surging into the primordial light through his body as the medium. He was like a converter, a gateway of energy. Beastmaster, primordial light, is absorbing high-purity energy source heart of the Moonlight Lake. Absorption progress, 10%, 30%, 70%. Warning. Energy is too immense, the Beastmaster's body has reached its limit. Lu Yuan grunted, feeling as if his entire body was about to burst, with tiny droplets of blood even seeping out from his skin. Yet, his gaze remained resolute. He knew, this was both an opportunity and a test. He still had to go to Beiming Academy to find his parents, how could he be blocked by such a thing? Give me, absorb. He roared in his heart. The primordial light seemed to sense its master's will, letting out a clear and melodious cry. The speed of absorption suddenly accelerated. Absorption progress, 100%. Primordial light, tier promotion. Black iron high tier black iron peak. Breaking through the tier barrier. Breakthrough successful. Primordial light, tier promotion. Bronze low tier. Boom. A far more sacred aura erupted from the light beam. Lu Yuan also received the return favor of the beast evolution. The beam of light slowly dispersed. Lu Yuan's figure reappeared. And by his shoulder, the shape of the primordial light also underwent subtle changes. It was originally just a golden purple light orb. But at this moment, in the center of the orb, a vague human outline gradually formed, with a pair of wings made entirely of light particles extending behind it, slightly ethereal. Although still very young, that aura of holiness and majesty was now more than 10 times stronger than before. Beast, primordial light. Potential, for stars, each major advancement will drop 1 star, and further major advancements cannot be made after reaching 1 star. Level, bronze low class. Newly grasped skills, light wings, can fly at high speeds for a short time, holy light protection, grants a shield to friendly units that can absorb damage. Yuan. Are you okay? Yun Shanshan rushed over at the first moment, and seeing the blood on him, her eyes instantly turned red, her voice choked with tears. She fumbled through her space ring for a high-level healing spray and sprayed it vigorously on Lu Yuan. I'm fine. Lu Yuan held her hand. He transmitted a pure energy to her. This is Yun Shanshan was stunned. She could feel this energy flowing through her body, passing to the Dark Ranger in their contract space. The Dark Ranger's strength rapidly increased, even hinting at a breakthrough to the peak of the Black Iron grade. The energy of the heart of Moonlight Lake, sharing a bit with you. Lu Yuan smiled. Having absorbed such massive energy, the remaining power after the primordial light's advancement was no longer needed. He directly passed a part of it to Yun Shanshan to enhance her dark game strength. This is way too unfair. Yun Shanshan happily felt the Dark Ranger's enhancement. Other Beastmasters have their beasts rewarding them. How did it turn into the master crazily feeding the beasts here? And she could even feed others' beasts along the way? Let's go, there's no need to stay here any longer. Lu Yuan glanced at the heart of Moonlight Lake, which had dimmed greatly, changing from a glassy color to an ordinary crystal color, and turned with Yun Shanshan to leave. When they returned to the shore, the parted lake water crashed together with a loud splash, creating a shower of water. However, this lake had already lost its previous mysterious energy, turning into a weak lake water. The core power of this secret realm had been largely taken away by Lu Yuan. Yuan, where are we going now? Continue treasure hunting? Yun Shanshan's excitement had not yet faded. No. Lu Yuan shook his head, glancing at the teleportation jade talisman in his hand. It's time to leave. This trip to the secret realm had yielded results far beyond expectations. With the star fruit in hand, the primordial light had advanced to bronze, and he had also learned multiple clever uses of the Beastmaster's handbook. Staying longer wouldn't have much meaning. Oh, okay. Yun Shanshan nodded obediently. I'll follow your lead. Lu Yuan smiled, crushing the jade talisman in his hand. The figures of the two were instantly enveloped by a white light, disappearing from the spot. Chapter 12, Using the Starfruit. As the white light faded, the unique spatial distortion of the teleportation array gradually disappeared. The cool and humid air of Moonlight Forest was replaced by the dry wind of the Academy Plaza. The familiar hustle and bustle of the real world echoed in his ears again. We're back. Yun Shanshan blinked, looking at the familiar plaza. Lu Yuan's gaze quickly swept around. The plaza was empty. He leaned over and said in a voice only the two could hear by Yun Shanshan's ear, "Don't mention the starfruit to anyone. An innocent person has no guilt, but possessing treasures invites suspicion. Epic-grade materials are enough to make countless people envious." Yun Shanshan immediately understood. Her face was full of "I understand" expressions. What Yuan said was all correct. Just then, hurried footsteps came from the edge of the plaza. Lu Yuan, classmate Yun Shanshan. You guys came out so fast. Wang Jin rushed over. How is it? Are you injured? Was everything smooth in the secret realm? His gaze swept back and forth over the two. Director Wang, we are fine. Lu Yuan nodded calmly. This trip was very rewarding. Thank you for the opportunity given by the Academy. That's good, that's good. Wang Jin breathed a sigh of relief. You two are the future of our academy, you cannot have any accidents. He tentatively asked, so how about your harvest? How was the collection of moonlight stones? Yun Shanshan wanted to boast, but recalling Lu Yuan's advice, she just showed an expression of, do I even need to say? Lu Yuan smiled. We collected some moonlight stones and encountered some other opportunities. Overall, it was a worthwhile trip. Ha ha ha, good. As long as it was worthwhile. Wang Jin was relieved to hear this. If a boy with Lu Yuan's temperament said it was worthwhile, the harvest must be significant. He no longer asked about the harvest and swiftly changed the topic. Since you're back, go rest well. The secret realm journey consumes a lot of mental energy, and it takes time to digest and settle the gains. By the way, how do you feel about your beasts? His biggest concern was still the growth of these two Buddha's beasts. Yun Shanshan finally found a point to boast. My Dark Ranger feels like it's about to break through to the Black Iron Peak. Oh? So fast. Wang Jin's eyes lit up. He then turned his gaze to Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan didn't hide it. After all, one can't conceal the tier of one's beasts. My primordial light accidentally broke through to the bronze tier. Bronze tier? Has it only been a few days? From high black iron, crossing the peak, directly breaking through a major tier barrier to the low bronze? Even a 5-star potential beast, with abundant resources, wouldn't be able to reach this fast, right? Mutation. It must be a mutation. He can only use this reason to explain everything before him. Good. Wang Jin appeared very excited. The principal will definitely be very happy to hear this news. Buzz. At this moment, the teleportation array behind them lit up again. Two figures tumbled out of the light gate. It was Qinyu and Shirlei. At this moment, they no longer had a fraction of the arrogance and sharpness they had when they entered. Qinyu's face was pale, and her flame sorceress was even listless. Shirlei wasn't much better. He and his earth bear both looked downcast. As soon as the two of them came out, they saw Lu Yuan and Yun Qianqian chatting and laughing with Wang Jin. Their eyes met. They were in a sorry state, while the other two appeared spirited. They had little to show for their efforts, while the others were returning with full harvests. That feeling of being crushed so badly that they couldn't even feel jealousy surged into their hearts. Xinyu bit her lip, silently recalled her beast, and lowered her head to quickly leave the square from the other side. Shirley forced out a smile at Wang Jin and quickly left as well. Wang Jin watched their departing figures and slightly shook his head, knowing in his heart. It seemed that this secret realm journey's biggest winner was already without a doubt. Alright, you two should go back quickly. Next, you need to focus on preparing for the National Joint Enrollment Examination for Beast Academies in 2 months. That will be your real stage. Thank you, Director, we understand. Lu Yuan and Yun Qianqian bid farewell to Wang Jin and walked out of the square side by side. It was still that floating car from the Yun family. The car door closed, cutting off everything from the outside world. Pooh ha ha. Yun Qianqian could no longer hold back, laughing uncontrollably on the soft seat, her two fair little legs kicking wildly in the air. Ah Yuan, did you see Qin Yu's face just now? It was as black as a pot bottom. So refreshing. She was laughing so hard that tears were about to come out. Lu Yuan looked at her carefree appearance and couldn't help but shake his head with a smile. After Yun Qianqian laughed enough, she moved closer, sitting next to Lu Yuan like a little cat. Ah Yuan. Are we going to prepare for the exam next? Lu Yuan nodded. The National Beastmaster Academy Joint Entrance Exam is the first leap over the Dragon Gate for all Beastmasters. The exam is determined by points gained in both a points round and a duel round, which decides which higher education institution we can enter. His goal, from the beginning to the end, has only been one. Beiming Beastmaster Academy. There, perhaps, lies a clue left by his parents. Then we must both pass the exam together. Yun Qianqian clenched her fists. I want to be classmates with Yuan for a lifetime. Okay. Lu Yuan rubbed her head. He opened his hand, and the star fruit that belonged to him quietly lay in his palm. Yun Qianqian also took out her own from her space bracelet. Yuan, do we really have to use it now? Yun Qianqian felt a bit reluctant. This is an epic treasure, eating it just like that feels like such a waste. Treasures only become treasures when they are used. Lu Yuan said. If we keep it, it's just a fruit. Only by converting it into strength can we stand on a higher starting point 2 months later. As he spoke, he handed his star fruit to the Tai Chu Zhiguang by his side. The outline of the illusory wings just condensed out of Tai Chu Zhiguang emitted a wave of joy as it transformed into a beam of light, completely wrapping the star fruit. A surge of tremendous energy exploded instantly, and was entirely absorbed by Tai Chu Zhiguang. Beastmaster, Tai Chu Zhiguang. Potential, 5 stars. Rank, low bronze. Potential return from 4 stars back to 5 stars. Lu Yuan could clearly feel that the presence of Tai Chu Zhiguang had become much more solid, and those illusory wings had also become clearer. While Yun Qianqian watched the change of Tai Chu Zhiguang from the side. Yours can let the Dark Ranger advance to bronze when used, allowing you to make up for the 1-star potential lost by the Dark Ranger. Lu Yuan reminded. Oh, okay. Yun Qianqian responded, then took out the Shadow Wolf King crystal core and handed it to the Dark Ranger. Instantly, she could feel that her Dark Ranger had steadily entered the pinnacle of black iron after absorbing the Shadow Wolf King crystal core, just 1 step away from breaking through to bronze. That's great! The girl shouted excitedly. This way, I can protect you with more confidence. The hover car glided smoothly, the street scene outside rushing backward. He leaned back in his seat, slowly closing his eyes, his consciousness sinking into his mind. The Beastmaster pictorial floated quietly. The pages flipped to the one on Tai Chu Zhiguang, and its next evolution route was clearly presented before him. Evolution route, unique legend Tai Chu Zhiguang Radiant Holy Spirit. Evolution conditions. 1. Beastmaster rank reaches silver level. 2. Evolution material, Holy Crystal, Epic, ×1. 3. Evolution material, Angel Wing, Epic, ×1. From bronze to silver, a big leap in rank. And those 2 epic materials. Chapter 13, Choice. The hover car smoothly drove into the villa area and finally stopped in front of the Yun family's villa. The car door opened, and Yun Qianqian almost bounced out. The success of the Secret Realm journey and Qin Yu's defeated expression upon their return made her little face still flush with excitement. The living room was brightly lit, and Yun Jintian was sitting on the sofa, holding a steaming cup of tea, while Su Yueli was trimming a bouquet of flowers beside him. Seeing the two return, Su Yueli immediately put down her scissors and smiled as she approached. You're back? Come sit down, Mom has prepared a late-night snack for you. Thank you, Mom. Yun Qianqian cheered. She rushed over and hugged her mother's arm, chattering about their heroic feats in the secret realm. Of course, she cleverly omitted the starfruit and everything that happened at the bottom of Moonlight Lake, only picking some funny stories about fighting the shadow wolf to share. Yun Jintian listened, but his gaze fell on the calm Lu Yuan throughout. He put down his teacup, and a steady voice sounded, "Yuan. You speak." Yun Shanshan's recount came to an abrupt halt. She stuck out her tongue and obediently sat to the side. Lu Yuan did not hold back either. He revealed the key gains from the secret realm, including the starfruit and the heart of Moonlight Lake, to Yun Jintian. For this pair of elders who regarded him as family, he chose to offer them absolute trust. After hearing Lu Yuan's narrative, even Yun Jintian revealed a look of surprise on his face. Suyuli covered her mouth with her hand, her beautiful eyes filled with shock. Epic treasures of heaven and earth that could change the core energy source of a secret realm. Good kid. Yun Jintian began. Suyuli also came back to her senses, looking at Lu Yuan with both pride and fear. Next time, you must not take such risks. Just hearing about it is terrifying. Lu Yuan smiled, then immediately became serious, looking at Yun Jintian. Uncle Yun, there's one more thing I want to ask of you this time. Speak. Yun Jintian's tone was solemn. I need 2 materials. Lu Yuan paused and clearly stated, epic level holy crystal and epic level angel feather. At that moment, the air seemed to freeze. The living room was silent. Yun Shanshan's eyes widened, not understanding why Lu Yuan needed such legendary items. Yun Jintian's hand holding the teacup paused momentarily in the air. Then he took a sip of tea. 2 epic level materials. Each one was enough to make an ordinary epic tier beastmasters come to help. A recently awakened teenager, yet he straightforwardly asked for 2? He did not ask Lu Yuan what he wanted these items for. Because Yun Jintian knew that Lu Yuan had never troubled the Yun family since childhood, and since he asked this time, it must be really important. I understand. Yun Jintian slowly spoke, placing the teacup back on the table with a soft sound. Leave it to me. Without any hesitation and without a single question. Lu Yuan felt warmth in his heart. He knew he had placed his trust correctly. Thank you, Uncle Yun. Yun Jintian waved his hand, indicating that it was nothing. He changed the topic, but the curiosity in his eyes deepened. After your primordial light ascended from Iron Tier to Bronze Tier, how much mental power did it give you back? What level are you at as a Beastmaster now? Every increase in the power of the summoned beasts would provide feedback to their master. A major breakthrough in the Beast's tier would lead to a qualitative leap in the master's mental power. I've just stabilized at the low Bronze Tier. Lu Yuan answered truthfully. What? This time, the exclamation came from Suyuli. She could no longer maintain the poise of a noblewoman. Yun Jintian's pupils suddenly contracted. Low Bronze Tier. A week. From an ordinary person without even a summoned beast to a Bronze Tier Beastmaster in just 1 week. What does this mean? Even for Yun Shanshan, who summoned a 5-star potential beast on her first attempt, the fastest it took was a month. And this was under the circumstances of having extremely high potential beasts and an extraordinary talent. Lu Yuan had completely broken common sense. Yun Jintian forcefully suppressed the storm in his heart. He remained silent for a long time, and the entire atmosphere in the living room became heavy. Finally, he asked solemnly, Xiao Yuan, after a Beastmaster ascends to the Bronze Tier, a new contract position awakens, and they can contract a second beast. What are your plans for your second beast? Lu Yuan knew that this was the most crucial question of the night. Yun Jintian said, there are only 2 ways for today's Beastmasters to obtain beasts. First, like your primordial light, through summoning stones for the bloodline summon. Beasts summoned this way are bound to your soul, loyal and united in spirit, providing more feedback after leveling up. But the downside is extremely fatal, as it has too much uncertainty. You never know what kind of beast the summoning stone will present to you. Therefore, over 90% of Beastmasters. Everyone chooses the second way, to enter the wild or the secret realm, to personally capture and contract. Although this way requires later cultivation for the beast's loyalty and cooperation, and the feedback will be a bit less, you can clearly see its race, rank, and potential. The initiative is in your own hands. He looked at Lu Yuan. Most people would rather spend a huge price to contract a visible beast with 3-star potential than gamble on the highly uncertain summoning ritual. Xiao Yuan, you must choose your own path. In the living room, the other 3 people's eyes were focused on Lu Yuan. They all looked forward to Lu Yuan's answer. Yun Shanshan also nervously clenched her hands. She naturally hoped Lu Yuan would choose the more stable second way. I choose the first way. Lu Yuan's voice was not loud, but it clearly reached the ears of the 3. A Yuan. Yun Shanshan couldn't help but speak. Lu Yuan gave her a reassuring look and then continued to speak to Yun Jintian. I choose to use the summoning stone. With the beast illustration book, no beast can hide from him. Potential has never been a problem he needed to worry about. For him, the 100% loyalty of the summoning stone and soul binding, along with more feedback from the beasts, is the highest value. Yun Jintian stared at him, seemingly trying to find even a trace of hesitation on his face. But he failed. Lu Yuan's gaze was as firm as a rock. Good. Yun Jintian finally uttered one word. Since you have made your decision, we will fully support you. The epic materials you mentioned, I will look for them as soon as possible. As for the bronze-grade summoning stone, our Yun family just happens to have a top-quality one. You and Shanshan don't need to worry about anything these days, just practice at home, solidify your rank, and prepare for the national exam in 2 months. Lu Yuan opened his mouth, recalling his earlier thoughts about eating soft rice in the car. This soft rice is not only hardcore, but it will also fill you up. Thank you, Uncle Yun, thank you, Auntie. Chapter 14 Second Summoning. A few days later, in the private training ground behind the Yun family villa, on a morning. Whoosh! An arrow, composed of pure shadow energy, screeched through the air silently from a patch of tree shadows, aiming straight at the floating purple golden light mass in midair. Dark Ranger, good job. Shoot its wings. Yun Shanshan clenched her small fist, excitedly directing from the sidelines, her little face flushed with enthusiasm. However, before the arrow got close, a layer of soft holy light flowed over the surface of the primordial light. A semi-transparent golden shield appeared, firmly blocking the shadow arrow, only creating a slight ripple. Holy Light Guardian. Damn! Yun Shanshan pouted her cheeks and stomped her feet in frustration. Yuan, you are cheating. Your light ball is already bronze grade, and you activate a shield. On the other side of the field, Lu Yuan looked at all this with a smile. The illusory light wings behind the primordial light gently flapped, and the entire light mass instantly turned into a streak of flowing light. The primordial light traced an elegant arc in the air, swiftly dodging the Dark Ranger's consecutive attacks, while condensing small particles of holy light. Light wings, combined with holy radiance. The Dark Ranger's figure became sluggish in the purification domain of the primordial light, its proud stealth ability was significantly suppressed, forcing it to come out of the shadows and struggle to dodge. Wow! My Dark Ranger! Yuan, you are bullying me! Yun Shanshan shouted in surprise. Even though it was a friendly spar, seeing her own Dark Ranger being suppressed like this still made her heart ache. Although the Dark Ranger had 5-star potential, it was still stuck at the peak of Black Iron. Faced with the already promoted bronze grade and attribute-restrained primordial light, it truly felt restrained in the fight. Lu Yuan looked at her sulking appearance. Let the light of the beginning stop. You said yourself, you would help me test the practicality of my new skills. Yun Shanshan was suddenly at a loss for words. At that moment, footsteps came from not far away. Yun Jintian was standing at the edge of the training ground, he had appeared there without anyone noticing. He stood with his hands behind his back, quietly observing everything in the arena. Lu Yuan had such precise control over his summoned beasts and combat strategies. This kid not only amazed others with the speed of his beast's improvement, but also showed significant potential in tactical planning. Uncle Yun. With a thought, Lu Yuan summoned the light of the beginning back to his shoulder. Dad. Yun Shanshan also recalled her Dark Ranger and rushed joyfully towards him. Yun Jintian nodded at his daughter, but his gaze remained fixed on Lu Yuan. He walked over slowly, holding a box made of warm jade in his hand. I brought you what you wanted. The box opened, revealing a summoning stone with a body of jade green color, resting quietly within. Majestic and pure spatial energy wafted out from it. Yun Shanshan's smile faded, she walked to Lu Yuan's side, nervously tugging at his clothes. Yuan, have you really thought this through? Her voice was soft, laced with worry. What if the one summoned is just another useless 1-star beast? Actually, it's fine to contract in the wild, Dad can help you find the best. She knew Lu Yuan's determination, but as it neared, she couldn't help but worry. That unique uncertainty of summoning hung over all Beastmasters like the sword of Damocles. Lu Yuan turned his head, giving her a reassuring glance like before. Then he turned around and took the jade box from Yun Jintian's hands. Thank you, Uncle Yun. Yun Jintian looked at him, no longer offering advice, simply stepping back a few paces to leave the space to him. Let's begin. Lu Yuan took a deep breath, cradling the bronze summoning stone in his palm. He closed his eyes, his mental energy surged forth like a tide, flowing into the icy stone. Buzz. The summoning stone blazed with light, the blue radiance shot skyward, tearing open an unstable spatial rift in the air before Lu Yuan. Yun Shanshan held her breath nervously, her small hands clenched tightly together. Suyuli had also arrived at the edge of the field, equally serious as she looked on. The spatial rift kept expanding. Normally, roars of beasts or powerful energy fluctuations would erupt at this moment. But this time, there was utter silence in the formation. No sounds, no life essence whatsoever. Yun Shanshan's heart sank, Could it be a failure? Yun Jintian's brow furrowed tightly. He had never encountered such a situation. Just when everyone thought the summoning was about to fail, something was slowly spat out of the spatial rift. Its form surprised everyone present. It was simply because what came out was a mirror. A mirror about the size of a palm. What is this? Yun Qianqian spoke up. The summoning stone summoned a mirror? What was that? A beast? Or a weapon? Yun Jintian and Su Yuli were also stunned in place. They had traversed life, seen countless rare creatures, but had never heard of such a bizarre occurrence. Yun Jintian spoke, this mirror has the aura of a summoned beast, it should be a tool beast. Just as everyone was in shock. That floating bronze ancient mirror suddenly rippled on its surface. The next second, it moved without warning. It moved with incredible speed, so fast that even Yun Jintian couldn't react in time, appearing instantly before Lu Yuan. A Yuan, be careful! Yun Qianqian screamed. Lu Yuan's pupils contracted sharply, but his body couldn't react at all. The mirror had no intention of attacking, it only gently tapped at Lu Yuan's forehead. Buzz! The contract was formed. There was no resistance, no struggle, not even Lu Yuan's consent. It was this mirror that completed the contract. After doing all this, the bronze ancient mirror's light retracted, obediently floating down, hovering above Lu Yuan's palm. The mirror's surface gently swayed, as if it were coquettishly showing affection to its new master. Yun Jintian and his wife were completely speechless. Yun Qianqian even gaped, looking at Lu Yuan, then at the mirror, her mind a complete mess. A Yuan, can it fight? Is it just for looking at faces? Lu Yuan ignored the shock from the outside world. At the moment the contract was formed, the ancient illustrated guide in his mind automatically opened a new page. Familiar purple-gold data streams began to rapidly sketch across the pages. Chapter 15, The Mirror of the Face-Sneaking Demon. Beast, Mirror Spirit. Potential, 2 stars. Rank, Low Bronze. Race Skills. 1. Mirror Reflection, passive rebound of 10% physical damage, with a chance to completely reflect light-based skills. 2. Faint Reflection, can briefly record a black iron level skill, lasting 10 minutes, usable only once during the duration. Lu Yuan focused all his attention on the new page of the Beast Guide. 2 stars of potential, low bronze rank. The skills seemed ordinary, even somewhat useless. If any other beast tamer had seen this, they would probably feel their hopes shatter. A bronze-level summoning stone summoned such an ordinary beast, with only 2-star potential, destined to reach at most the silver rank. However, at the bottom of the guide, a familiar line of golden text appeared. It made Lu Yuan start to feel hopeful. Mirror Spirit Evolution Pathway, first evolution is cost-free. As expected. The Beast Guide never let him down. Soon, 3 completely different evolution paths clearly appeared on the page. Path 1, Ordinary Mirror Spirit Steel Mirror Beast, 2-star potential, Prism Guardian, 3-star potential. Characteristics, specializes in defense, but has a low potential ceiling. Note, an ordinary mirror is ultimately just a tool. Path 2, Epic Mirror Spirit Phantom Mirror Servant, 3-star potential, Thousand-Faced Mirror Demon, 4-star potential, Void Mirror Dragon, 5-star potential. Characteristics, can copy enemy forms and skills, with the final form possessing space travel abilities. Note, those who reflect all things will eventually become the master of all things. Path 3, Only Legend Mirror Spirit Face Sneaking Demon Mirror, 5-star potential, Sky Slaughtering Demon Mirror, 5-star potential, Mirror Realm Master, 5-star potential. Characteristics, reflects thousands of things, can reflect rule-level skills such as time stop, causal attacks. The ultimate form can create a mirror universe, partially rewriting reality. Note, when the mirror can reflect truth, it becomes the truth itself. Lu Yuan's gaze shifted between the second and third paths. The second path, those who reflect all things will eventually become the master of all things, made Lu Yuan's heart flutter. But the third path, the only legend. It could reflect rule-level skills, mirror thousands of things, and become the truth itself. Such an ability was beyond the understanding of ordinary beast tamers, reaching the very source laws of the world. Without hesitation, his mind moved, and he used the cost-free evolution opportunity on this path. Buzz! The ancient bronze mirror floating above Lu Yuan's palm emitted a long, resonating hum. The once simple and unadorned bronze mirror frame began to reshape. The mottled green copper faded, replaced by an obsidian hue, with countless intricate silver patterns emerging on its surface. The mirror's surface was no longer the usual bronze, but had turned into an unfathomable black, reflecting no one's shadow. A mysterious aura, as if capable of peering into the human heart, spread from the mirror. It was completely different from the mirror spirit that had seemed so ordinary before. Another mutation in evolution? By the training grounds, Yun Jintian, who had been silent all this time, finally could not remain calm. The summoned beast had mutated the moment the contract was formed. This kind of thing actually happened to Lu Yuan again. Previously, Lu Yuan said that his fluorescent butterfly evolved into the light of primordial. At that time, Yun Jintian thought it was just an excuse to fend off the school, but now he had no better explanation. Ah, Yuan, it. Yun Shanqian looked worriedly at the mirror emanating an ominous aura, instinctively moving closer to Lu Yuan. Su Yueli also nervously grasped her husband's arm. Lu Yuan did not respond, only gazing at the refreshed information in the Beastmaster handbook. Beastmaster, Mirror of Revelation. Potential, 5 stars. Rank, mid-bronze. Racial skills. 1. Mirror replica, choose an enemy or ally beast, perfectly replicate its form and skills, lasting for 10 minutes. Cannot replicate beasts of higher rank than the Mirror of Revelation. 2. Reversal light, absorb and double return an enemy beast skill. Current limit is 3 times a day. 3. Illusory mirror link, choose ally beast and establish a mirror link, lasting for 1 minute. During the link, all linked units' damage taken is reduced by 20%, and the remaining damage is evenly distributed. Currently can link up to 5 units. Mid-bronze. 5-star potential. 3 skills, each one is truly extraordinary. Especially the first skill mirror replica, this is simply a tactical divine skill. In team battles, it means that the side can instantly gain a powerful force. And the second skill is a terrifying single-target countermeasure. The third one is even the core of survival in team battles. The already evolved Mirror of Revelation obediently fell into his palm, its surface cold to the touch, with dark light flowing within the mirror. Evolution path, unique legend Mirror of Revelation, 5-star potential, deceiving sky demon mirror, 5-star potential. Evolution conditions. 1. Beastmaster rank reaches golden rank. 2. Evolution material, illusionary glass, epic, times 1. 3. Evolution material, synchronization crystal, epic, times 1. Another 2 epic level materials. Lu Yuan looked at the requirements on the handbook, not feeling pressured but rather seeing it as a matter of course. Such a powerful beast deserves such a price. Ah, Yuan, are you okay? This mirror. Yun Shanqian asked hurriedly as he came back to his senses. I'm fine. Lu Yuan put away the Mirror of Revelation. He looked at the 3 members of the Yun family. Yun Jintian took a deep breath. He did not ask Lu Yuan why this mirror had such an abnormal transformation, as it was Lu Yuan's own secret. As an elder, as a leader of a local force, he knew what to ask and what not to ask. He simply asked in a steady voice, how strong is it? This question was the most crucial. Mid-bronze. Lu Yuan answered calmly. Just summoned, and it's already mid-bronze? This has surpassed common sense. Yun Jintian's eyes twitched. He pressed further, what about the potential? This was his most concerned question. Mutation evolution often comes with a leap in potential. Lu Yuan looked at the eagerly waiting Yun Shanqian, smiled, and uttered 2 words. 5 stars. The training ground fell into silence. A pin drop could be heard. Yun Jintian and his wife clearly looked shocked. Another 5-star potential? And such a strange beast? What kind of monster is this kid? Wow wow. The silence was broken by a scream. Yun Shanqian jumped up directly, she hugged Lu Yuan's arm and shook it vigorously, her excitement and pride on her face even stronger than when she contracted a 5-star beast. 5 stars. Another 5 stars. Ah Yuan, you are amazing. I knew it. I knew my Ah Yuan was the best. The girl's eyes were filled with sparkling little stars. She sometimes looked at Lu Yuan, and other times seemed to see through the position where the magic mirror disappeared, murmuring. So great, now you have 2 5-star beasts. Let's see who dares to bully you in the future. Yun Jintian looked at his daughter's foolish expression of sharing in the glory. Looking at Lu Yuan, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. He had lived half his life, believing he had seen countless storms, but what happened to Lu Yuan today still stirred up waves in his calm heart. In just 1 week, he was promoted from an ordinary person to a bronze-level Beastmaster. During his first summon, he mutated the primordial light with 5-star potential. During his second summon, he again mutated a beast with 5-star potential. Chapter 16, Sacred Flame Fire Sparrow. In the blink of an eye, a month quietly passed. There was only 1 month left until the National Beastmaster Academy joint entrance exam. In the private training ground of the Yun family's villa, the atmosphere was solemn. A tall figure moved through the shadows, quick as a ghost, the double blades in its hand sliced through the air, making sharp, eerie wails. Before it, a bronze-level training dummy was immediately marked with numerous scratches. Buzz. The figure of the Dark Ranger condensed next to Yun Shanqian. The aura made of pure shadow energy was now several times denser than a month ago, and the crimson light under its hood was even deeper. The peak bottleneck of the black iron was finally broken through with the accumulation of massive resources. Great! Yun Shanxian felt the stronger power coming from her contract. Without any hesitation, she immediately took out the star fruit that Lu Yuan had given her from her spatial wristband. Eat it! The Dark Ranger knelt on one knee, respectfully accepting the radiant fruit and swallowed it whole. In an instant, a surging power of the stars erupted within it, and the potential that had fallen due to its breakthrough returned to what it once was. Beast, Dark Ranger. Potential, 5 stars. Rank, low bronze. Great! The potential is back. Yun Shanxian's peach blossom eyes were filled with joy. She turned her attention to Lu Yuan, her face full of determination. Yuan, I also want to use the summoning stone. This question, she even told her father. Lu Yuan looked at her sparkling eyes, as if he had already anticipated this answer. He just smiled. Yun Jintian and his wife walked over from a distance, clearly having heard their daughter's declaration. Su Yueli wore a worried expression, while Yun Jintian, after experiencing Lu Yuan's extraordinary summon, appeared much calmer. Shanxian, have you thought it through? This is not. I've thought it through. Yun Shanxian interrupted her mother, running over to link arms with her and shaking playfully. Dad, Mom, Yuan's luck is my luck. If he can summon a 5-star beast, then I can too. Hearing Yun Shanxian say this, Lu Yuan hurriedly thought, no, that luck isn't something to depend on. This completely unreasonable logic left Yun Jintian and his wife both speechless. But looking at their daughter's resolute expression, they ultimately chose to compromise. Yun Jintian sighed, a look of indulgence on his face. He turned around and took another jade box, its preciousness no less than the one he had given Lu Yuan before. Alright, a girl can't be kept forever. He handed the jade box to his daughter. Go ahead, no matter the outcome, you will always be your father's and mother's pride. Thank you, Dad. Yun Shanxian cheered, taking the jade box and walking to the center of the training ground. She imitated Lu Yuan's previous actions, took a deep breath, and held the bronze summoning stone in her palm, pouring her mental strength into it without reservation. Unlike the eerie silence during Lu Yuan's summon. This time, the summoning stone reacted violently the moment it touched Yun Shanxian's mental strength. Boom! The air was not torn apart, but directly ignited. A towering crimson beam of light shot up into the sky, and the rampant fire elemental energy rushed towards her, engulfing the entire training ground. The temperature of the entire space was rapidly rising. What an amazing energy wave! Yun Jintian's pupils contracted as he instinctively protected his wife behind him. This might was far more terrifying than an ordinary bronze-level beast. In the center of the swirling flame array, a cry echoed through the Yun family's training ground. Immediately, a giant bird, entirely engulfed in blazing red flames, soared out from the whirlpool of fire. Its wingspan exceeded 5 meters, and each feather gleamed bright red, flowing with a molten gold-like luster. Its magnificent tail feathers trailed a long fiery tail, appearing incredibly noble. Its appearance raised the temperature of the training ground by several degrees. The red giant bird circled once in midair before landing beside the girl in the arena. There was no oppression, no intimidation. It withdrew the overwhelming flames and gently rubbed its beak against the girl's cheek. At that moment, a contract was formed. While Yun Shanxian reached out to touch the giant bird's red feathers, her eyes filled with awe and affection. On the other side, Lu Yuan's Beast Guide flipped to a new page, golden data streams appearing rapidly. The Beast Guide had already given the answer. Beast, Holy Flame Fire Sparrow. Potential, 5 stars. Rank, Middle Copper. Another 5-star potential, and with an initial rank of Middle Copper. Yun Jintian and his wife watched everything, their daughter's talent and fortune equally beyond imagination. However, Lu Yuan's gaze fell on the bottom of the guide panel, where a line of special notes appeared. Special note, this beast has the Nirvana characteristic. When its potential drops below 2 stars due to external forces, it will automatically trigger Nirvana, evolving into the unique Beast Flame Radiance Vermilion Bird, restoring its potential back to 5 stars, and gaining a new form and skills. Lu Yuan looked at this line of notes, his heart was also very shocked. Nirvana, evolving into the Flame Radiance Vermilion Bird. This is no longer just a simple issue of potential. This means that Yun Shanxian's Holy Flame Fire Sparrow has a guaranteed mechanism. As long as it does not fall on the way, its future is destined to step into that king's rank that countless Beastmasters yearn for. If his Beast Guide is a cheat to defy fate, then Yun Shanxian herself is a favored child of the world. This luck is simply unreasonable. Yuan. You have to see. The girl's excited shout pulled Lu Yuan back from his shock into reality. Yun Shanxian was petting the Holy Flame Fire Sparrow, introducing her new partner to Lu Yuan. Its name is Holy Flame Fire Sparrow. It also has 5-star potential. And it starts as Middle Copper right when summoned. Just like your eye mirror. Lu Yuan looked at her cute expression, his shock turning into genuine smiles. This little girl probably didn't even know what sort of extraordinary being she had summoned. He also didn't mention the nirvana characteristic, just walked over, ruffled her hair, his eyes full of approval and tenderness. Very impressive. These simple 3 words made Yun Qianqian feel more satisfied than any fancy praise. She proudly lifted her small chin and affectionately hugged the neck of the holy flame fire sparrow. Then turning to Lu Yuan, her tone filled with endless hope and confidence. Now I also have 2 5-star beasts. A Yuan does too. We will definitely be able to get into the same academy. By then, I can protect you even better. Chapter 17, Top 100 Arena Tournament. A month passed quietly amidst day after day of training and adjustment. The morning sunlight shone through the villa's floor-to-ceiling windows. Qianqian, Mom will tell you one last time, today is the final part of the big exam, it's the arena match in real combat. You mustn't try to show off or act tough, understand? Su Yueli carefully adjusted Yun Qianqian's collar while repeatedly reminding her. And little Yuan, you are steady in nature, make sure to keep an eye on Qianqian, she becomes reckless when too excited. Yun Qianqian felt a bit helpless. Mom, you've been saying this all morning, my ears are almost getting calloused. Don't worry, I'll team up with a Yuan, and we'll be unbeatable. Lu Yuan stood aside, watching the interaction between the mother and daughter, a smile hanging on his lips. In the past month, such a warm scene had played out almost every day. Auntie, I will take good care of Qianqian, Lu Yuan spoke up. Little Yuan is so understanding, Su Yueli nodded in satisfaction. All right, Yueli, Yun Jintian, who had been silently sitting on the sofa watching the news, finally spoke. He stood up, his gaze softening as it landed on the 2 children. Let them go, the young eagle must leave the nest, giants cannot grow in a greenhouse. Today is their stage to showcase themselves to the entire Long Nation, we should believe in them. Su Yueli then stopped speaking, but the worry in her eyes did not lessen one bit. Yun Qianqian stuck out her tongue, grabbed Lu Yuan's hand, and ran out. Mom and Dad, we're going. Wait for our good news. Aya, child, slow down. Su Yueli's voice rang from behind. The hovering car took off, soon merging into the flow of traffic heading towards the city center's massive testing site. Yuan, do you think we can get first place today? Yun Qianqian asked, turning her head. In the past month, her and Lu Yuan's beast tamers had reached a solid mid-bronze level. Her Dark Ranger and Sacred Flame Firebird, under Lu Yuan's training with the Glimpse Mirror and Primordial Light, had become increasingly synchronized, far exceeding others of the same tier in strength. Just do your best, Lu Yuan replied. His gaze fell outside the window, where the Nest City Sports Arena was already in sight. The National Beast Tamer Academy Joint Admission Exam lasts for 3 days. The first 2 days were personal points matches, where all candidates were thrown into dozens of simulated secret realms to earn points by hunting monsters and collecting resources. And today was the final day, the most eye-catching day, the top 100 arena matches. The top 100 candidates would compete in the Nest City Sports Arena, which can hold 500,000 spectators, to decide the true rankings. The hovering car came to a stop, and the 2 got out, immediately feeling the rush of noise and heat enveloping them. A gigantic electronic screen hovered above the arena, cycling through highlights from the previous day's points competitions. But what grabbed attention was another screen displaying the real-time rolling points leaderboard. First place, Lu Yuan, points, 128,540. Second place, Yun Qianqian, points, 128,500. Third place, Ji Xian, points, 98,700. Fourth place, Zhao Hao, points, 95,400. Lu Yuan and Yun Qianqian's names hung high atop the leaderboard, leading with a gap of tens of thousands of points from the third place. The closely matched scores brightly proclaimed to everyone that these 2 were a team. Wow, Yuan, look, we are so amazing. Yun Qianqian pointed at the screen. The 2 walked side by side towards the dedicated athlete passage, drawing countless gazes along the way. Are they Lu Yuan and Yun Qianqian? This is too exaggerated, their combined score is even more than the sum of the 3rd to 5th places. I heard they entered the most dangerous secret realm, the Phantom Swamp, such scores are only natural. Not to mention, my friend said she saw Yun Qianqian's Firebird Beast take down a high-bronze swamp crocodile in one move. Along with Lu Yuan's light, a group of vengeful spirits evaporated on the spot. Monsters, truly 2 monsters. Amidst the discussions, an unpleasant voice abruptly cut in. Relying on a mutated beast and just got lucky. Lu Yuan and Yun Qianqian paused, turning to look at the source of the voice. Xinya stood not far away, her face a bit haggard, but the pride and resentment in her eyes remained undiminished. Beside her, Shirley kept his head down, his expression complex, as if he didn't dare to meet Lu Yuan's gaze. These 2 had actually squeezed into the top 100. Yun Qianqian immediately narrowed her brows and was about to speak. But Lu Yuan gently pulled her back, shaking his head. He couldn't even be bothered to give Qinyu a single glance. Pulling Yun Chanxian, he walked straight past her side. This disregard was more deadly than any mockery. You! Qin Yu shook with anger. She glared at Lu Yuan's back and said, Lu Yuan. Don't be pleased with yourself. In the points competition, you merely relied on your beast's advantage to get such scores. Today's arena competition is real combat. Then, I will let you know how weak that glowing thing of yours is in a real fight. Her words made the surrounding crowd quiet down a bit. However, Lu Yuan's steps did not pause. Instead, Yun Chanxian turned her head. A defeated opponent dares to speak of bravery? In the arena competition, I hope you don't run into us first, or you won't even have the chance to show your real combat. How pitiful that would be. After saying that, she made a face and then pulled Lu Yuan into the contestant lounge. Put. Among the crowd, someone couldn't hold back and laughed out loud. Inside the lounge, Yun Chanxian was still smug about her words just now. Yuan, wasn't I super cool just now? One sentence broke her defenses. Lu Yuan looked at her proud expression and shook his head helplessly, casually grabbing a bottle of water from the table and handing it to her. Save your strength, you will be the one fighting later. At that moment, the large screen in the lounge lit up, a voice echoed throughout the venue through the broadcast. Dear candidates and audience, welcome to the National Beast Trainer Academy Joint Enrollment Exam, the grand finale, the Top 100 Arena Competition. After 2 days of fierce competition, our 100 most outstanding geniuses have emerged. Now, I announce the rules for the final battle. This arena competition will use team survival mode. All candidates will be randomly divided into 20 teams, each with 5 members, thrown into our carefully crafted simulated urban battlefield. You can earn points by defeating beasts in the simulated city. The stronger the beast, the more points you earn, and you can also attack other teams. On the battlefield, you can freely attack any candidate not on your team. For every opponent you eliminate, you will gain 50% of their points, and the eliminated will also lose 50% of their points. Please do your utmost to defeat your opponents. Do not worry about getting hurt by beasts during this time. We fully guarantee that everything happening in the simulated city is virtual. Finally, rankings will be combined based on total team points and individual performance. The simulated city also has many scenes or treasures for you to discover. Observe carefully. Remember, this is a team battle. Trust or betrayal. Cooperation or plunder. Your choices will determine your future. Now, let's begin random groupings. On the big screen, 100 names and avatars began to scroll rapidly. Yun Chanxian nervously clutched Lu Yuan's shirt. Yuan, we must be on the same team. Lu Yuan's gaze also fell on the rapidly changing big screen. Gaze mirrors, mirrored synchronization and primordial lights, holy light protection. These two skills can play an unparalleled terrifying role in team battles. No matter who the teammate is, as long as he is there, the entire team's survival ability will be raised to an astonishing level. Finally, the names on the screen slowly came to a stop. Lu Yuan's eyes swept through quickly, and soon he found his name on the list of Team 7. Team 7. Members, Lu Yuan. Members, Yun Chanxian. Members, Wu Tian. Members, Shen Yi. Members, Wu Linchuan. Seeing his and Yun Chanxian's names right next to each other, Lu Yuan let out a breath of relief. Chapter 18, The Ruined City of Anan. Just as the names of Lu Yuan and Yun Chanxian fixed on Team 7. Several gazes in the lounge were also drawn over. A silver-haired young man, upon seeing the list, first froze, then his face was replaced by immense joy. He patted a calm companion beside him. Old Wu. We struck gold. We teamed up with God Lu. The young man called Old Wu tried hard to keep his composure, but the slight upturn of his lips betrayed him. Calm down, Shen Yid, watch your image, we are also top 100 contestants. Image my foot. That's Lu Yuan. The one at the top of the leaderboard. Shen Yid shouted excitedly, not hiding his excitement as he pulled his companion towards Lu Yuan's direction. The last member of the team, a sturdy young man, opened his eyes at that moment. His gaze lingered on the list on the screen and then on Lu Yuan for a moment, before he silently followed along. God Lu. Shen Yid stood in front of Lu Yuan, a giant at 1.8 meters, yet at this moment he looked like a fan meeting his idol. My name is Shen Yid, this is my brother Wu Tian, and that is Gu Linchuan. We are all from Team 7. As he spoke, he elbowed Wu Tian beside him. Wu Tian stepped forward, extending his hand to Lu Yuan and Yun Chanxian. His tone was very sincere. Classmate Lu Yuan, classmate Yun Chanxian, I've long admired your names. I'm Wu Tian, my beast is Musen Elf with peak black iron strength, good at summoning nature guardians and vine control. This is Gu Linchuan, his beast is Shenbing Tortoise Snake, also peak black iron strength, a standard heavy tank. That one is Shen Yid, his beast is Heaven Punishment Shadow Wolf King, skilled in stealth and assassination, also peak black iron strength. In just a few sentences, he clearly introduced the positioning and abilities of their 3 beasts. Finally, Wu Tian said, "From now on, God Lu, you will be the captain. In the upcoming battle, the three of us will fully obey your commands." Xinye thumped his chest proudly, saying, "Yes. God Lu, you tell us to go east, we won't go west. You tell me to hit a wall, I'll do it in any pose you want." Guo Linchuan also nodded slightly to Lu Yuan, "I'll follow your lead." The few of them showed no doubt or hesitation towards Lu Yuan, nor did they have any hint of competing for command. Their attitude was very serious. The gap in the leaderboard was the strongest proof of their strength. In the eyes of these proud youths who fought their way out of the simulated secret realm, strength was the only truth. And Lu Yuan was the synonym for truth. Yun Shanxian watched with a beaming smile from the side. "Don't worry. Following my family's Yuan, you will surely enjoy delicious food and take points until your hands are sore." She generously promised for Lu Yuan. Of course, of course." Xinye laughed while scratching his head. Lu Yuan looked at the three teammates in front of him, who were all different in character but shared absolute trust in their eyes. He wasn't a person who liked complicated socializing, this straightforward team suited him perfectly. Too polite. He nodded in response, "On the battlefield, just follow my commands, nothing more." As soon as he finished speaking, the entire lounge, along with the ground beneath their feet, began to shine with dazzling white light. Warning! The transfer will begin in 10 seconds. Please prepare, all candidates. Target battlefield, simulation urban number 7 Ruin City Anan. Wishing everyone a prosperous future. The imposing voice of the broadcast fell, and the white light surged into the sky, engulfing all 100 candidates. The dizzying sensation of distorted space flashed by. In the next moment, Lu Yuan's group of 5 appeared among a pile of ruins. A rusty smell lingered in the air, Gothic buildings had already collapsed halfway, and the cracked skyscrapers leaned, as if they would topple over at any moment. The ground beneath their feet was cracked asphalt, abandoned vehicles were everywhere, forming a steel graveyard. This place was the ruined city Anan. My god, this place is way too oppressive. Xinye glanced around, unable to help but click his tongue. Everyone be careful, places with complex terrain are the easiest to ambush. Wu Tian immediately reminded. Yun Shanxian also summoned the holy flame fire sparrow, the scarlet sacred flame lit up in the dim city. Like a warm campfire, it dispelled the coldness around. Everyone instinctively looked towards Lu Yuan, waiting for the captain's first command. Lu Yuan did not speak immediately. The ability of the Beastmaster's Pokédex had already activated, rapidly writing down the key strategic points of the whole city, possible resource refresh points, and subtle fluctuations of the surrounding energy fields. The golden light in his pupils flashed and disappeared. "Shinidi, let your judgment shadow wolf king come out." Shinidi nodded, and a pitch-black wolf, radiating the aura of a king, silently appeared. Buzz. In the mirror of observation, light flashed. In the next second, a clone of the judgment shadow wolf king appeared beside Lu Yuan. Mirror duplication. What is this? Wu Tian and Xinidi's eyes widened. A second judgment shadow wolf king at the pinnacle of black iron appeared out of nowhere? What kind of divine skill is this? Let it lead the way, your judgment shadow wolf king follows us. Lu Yuan commanded. Guo Linchuan, summon the Shinbing tortoise snake to lead the front, Shanxian and your fire sparrow handle the flanks, I will be in the center with Wu Tian and Xinidi maintain formation, move out. A series of commands were clear and decisive, without any hesitation. Yes. The four answered in unison, their voices no longer filled with doubt, only pure trust and excitement. With a captain like this, what was there to fear about losing? The team immediately sprang into action, moving at high speed through the ruins in what could be called a perfect tactical formation. Guo Linchuan's Shinbing tortoise snake was like a moving fortress, easily smashing through any debris in its way. Yun Shanxian's sacred flame fire sparrow acted like a street sweeper. Any dark corners that might hide enemies were precisely ignited by a small burst of flames, forcing the mutated creatures inside to flee, where they were silently harvested by Shinidi's Wolf King. The entire process flowed smoothly, with terrifying efficiency. Wu Tian and the others were deeply stunned. They were all top talents from their respective academies, believing they had good cooperation. But following Lu Yuan, they realized what true teamwork meant. Lu Yuan was like a precise command center, always issuing the correct orders at the most opportune moments. Soon, the grand yet dilapidated chanting cathedral was right before them. The Judgment Shadow Wolf King, copied by the Mirror of Observation, silently dissipated at the end of its scouting mission, having completed its task. Stop. Lu Yuan raised his hand again. Everyone halted, holding their breath and concentrating. Yuan, what's wrong? Yun Shanxian asked in a low voice. Lu Yuan's gaze fell upon the long dry fountain statue at the entrance of the cathedral. Chapter 19, specialized in dealing with all disobedience. It was a statue of an angel embracing a child, heavily weathered. It was covered with moss and cracks, looking ordinary, being the most common sight in this ruined city. Ambush? Where? Shani D immediately summoned his Judgment Shadow Wolf King to the front of the group. He scanned the surrounding high-rise ruins cautiously. Is it from those windows? Wu Tian frowned, having sensed no abnormal life aura. The fountain. Lu Yuan said. The other four turned their gazes toward the statue, staring for a long time but finding nothing. Captain, isn't this just a broken statue? Shani D scratched his head. He was not questioning, just genuinely perplexed. Guo Linchuan also showed a puzzled expression. His Xianbing tortoise snake's ability to perceive the earth's veins had not detected anything either. But Yun Shanxian spoke differently. A Yuan says whatever, be ready to act at any time. Lu Yuan did not explain. Under the analysis of the Beastmaster's Pokédex, the disguise of that statue was laid bare. Mimic Stone Statue Demon. Potential, 4 stars. Rank, mid-tier bronze. Racial skills, rock mimicry, petrifying beam, group taunt, confusion soundwave. Status, lurking, any attack from the core of the Mimic Stone Statue Demon will be greatly weakened. A perfect trap. Using a beast with strong defense and control as bait. Luring the enemy into an ambush, then having other teammates launch a lethal strike from the shadows. Unfortunately, they encountered Lu Yuan. Qian. Lu Yuan turned his head. Here. The girl immediately responded. Sacred Flame Fire Sparrow, use your strongest single target attack, hit the right eyeball of that statue angel. Wu Tian and Shini both stared in surprise. Hit the eyeball? Why not just smash the statue directly? But before they could think it through, Yun Shanxian was already in action. Received. Sacred Flame Fire Sparrow, give it a hard hit. Caw. The Sacred Flame Fire Sparrow let out a high-pitched cry, its wings flapping, soaring into the sky. The crimson sacred flames around it suddenly shrank, gathering entirely before its beak, forming a pure white fireball the size of a fist, shining like the sun. Sacred Flame Explosive Ball. The fireball shot towards the statue angel's right eye. Boom! A deafening explosion sounded. The imagined scene of stone debris flying did not occur. At the moment it was struck, the statue let out a wailing roar unlike any humans. Its entire body shook violently, the hard rock surface cracking inch by inch, revealing the gray-white muscle tissue beneath. From the hit eye socket, it was not stone powder that flowed out, but magma. Roar! The disguise of the mimic stone statue was instantly uncovered. It let out an angry roar, an invisible sound wave spreading out, trying to throw Lu Yuan and others into chaos. At the same time, from 5 ruins around the church, 5 figures suddenly sprang up. How is this possible? How did he discover it? The leading young man, with a gloomy expression, looked at his beast severely injured by a single hit, his face full of disbelief. He was Ji Xian, ranked 3rd on the leaderboard. His team had been lying in wait here for a long time. Using this strategy, they had already eliminated 2 teams, their points overflowing. He had planned to deal a heavy blow to Lu Yuan, the top ranked, but unexpectedly, his plan was exposed. Never mind. Everyone, attack together, take out that firebird. Ji Xian gave the attack order. 5 bronze-tier beasts of various attributes immediately launched their attacks. Energy beams, poisonous bone spikes, howling whirlwinds, all focused on the most conspicuous sacred flame fire sparrow in the sky. They knew very well that this extremely powerful flying beast needed to be dealt with first in a team fight. Facing this assault, Yun Shanxian wanted to let the sacred flame fire sparrow dodge. But Lu Yuan's calm voice echoed in every teammate's ear. Guo Linchuan, Xianbing Tortoise Snake, activate Xuanjia Guardian, block for it. Wu Tian, Vine Cage, block the left side wind blade praying mantis's movement. Shani, let your wolf go cut the right back shadow mouse. Qian, don't worry about defense, continue attacking the stone statue demon. Guo Linchuan didn't hesitate at all, making the Xianbing Tortoise Snake immediately activate Xuanjia Guardian, its huge body directly blocking in front of the sacred flame fire sparrow, a thick layer of ice blue armor instantly forming on it. At the same time, the phantom of the mysterious mirror flashed behind Lu Yuan. Mirror synchronization. An almost imperceptible illusory light chain instantly connected Taichu Light, Xianbing Tortoise Snake, Mushin Spirit, Tianfa Shadow Wolf King, and Sacred Flame Fire Sparrow together. Bang! 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 Countless attacks solidly struck against the shell of the Xianbing Tortoise Snake. A smile appeared on Ji Xian's face. Even if you are a heavy tank, taking 5 beasts' concentrated fire would definitely not feel good. However, as the dust settled, the Xianbing Tortoise Snake stood firmly in place, even that layer of ice armor showed no signs of cracking. What? Ji Xian's smile froze on his face. His teammates were all dumbfounded. This defense is just too insane, right? They didn't know the damage capable of heavily injuring a mid-level bronze beast. Under the effect of the Mirror of Phantom Harmony, the damage was evenly distributed across the 5 beasts of the Lu Yuan team. The damage was reduced, and when shared with the other beasts, it turned out to be pitifully small. At the moment of their astonishment, Wu Tian's beast, the forest spirit, and Shen Yi's wolf king had already accurately found their respective targets. Bastard! Don't panic! Steady yourselves and keep attacking! Ji Xian shouted. His other beast, a low-tier bronze hellhound, concentrated 3 energy balls of different attributes from its 3 heads, hurling them towards Guo Linchuan. A hint of indifference flashed in Lu Yuan's eyes. The mirror of peering appeared in front of him. In the mirror, ghostly light swirled, aimed at the 3 colored energy balls rushing toward them. Light of reversal. Buzz. The 3 energy balls were completely swallowed the moment they touched the mirror's surface. The next second, the mirror suddenly shone brightly. A pillar of energy, stronger than the 3 energy balls combined, fiercely shot out from the mirror. The target was that hellhound, which had not yet reacted. No! Ji Xian's pupils suddenly constricted. Boom! The light beam penetrated everything. The hellhound didn't even scream, its massive body was obliterated into countless light points under the impact of the double return energy, eliminated on the spot. The entire battlefield fell into a deep silence. Ji Xian's teammates stared at this scene in disbelief, even the courage to attack vanished. A rebound attack? And double the power? What the hell kind of skill is this? I surrender, a teammate declared directly. With one taking the lead, the rest lost their will to fight, choosing to withdraw one after another. In the blink of an eye, only Ji Xian remained on the field, along with a mimicry stone statue that was being crushed by the sacred flame fire sparrow, already on its last breath. He stared at Lu Yuan, his eyes filled with shock. Who exactly are you? Before Lu Yuan could speak, Shen Yi retrieved his wolf king, walked over to Lu Yuan, and flashed a grin, revealing white teeth. Blind to your own eyes, can't even recognize our deity Lu? He said proudly. Remember, we are Team 7, specializing in dealing with all kinds of defiance. Ji Xian, furious, spat out another mouthful of blood and chose to forfeit. With his team's forfeit, a large amount of points surged into each member's badge in Team 7. Lu Yuan withdrew the peering mirror, turning his gaze toward the grand yet dilapidated chanting cathedral. Alright, the warm-up is over. He spoke casually. In the cathedral, there is a great gift for our exam this time. Chapter 20, God's Perspective. Everyone's spirits tightened, immediately putting aside all their playful thoughts. Under Lu Yuan's lead, they pushed open the 2 heavy oak doors of the cathedral. Creak. The scene behind the door unveiled before their eyes. The interior of the cathedral was far more spacious than it appeared from the outside. The Gothic dome soared high, and sunlight streamed through the broken holes in the stained glass, casting beams of light. Intricate murals were carved on the stone pillars on both sides, most of which had already peeled off, making it hard to see clearly. Rows of benches were askew, the ground covered in a thick layer of dust. The air was filled with a scent of age and decay. It was eerily silent here. This doesn't feel like a place where there are living people, Shen Yi whispered. Don't get distracted, Lu Yuan's voice came. He didn't even glance at the dusty benches and the collapsed altar. His gaze swept across the entire hall, locking onto the wall at the innermost part of the cathedral. The other 4 immediately followed suit, automatically forming the perfect defensive formation. Guo Linchuan's Shenbing tortoise snake guarded their retreat route, the cathedral's entrance. Shen Yi and Wu Tian stood on the left and right, protecting the squad's 2 weakest flanks. Yun Chanxian closely followed behind Lu Yuan. Their trust, cemented after the dominating battle, had transformed into muscle memory. Lu Yuan stopped in front of the massive mural. Lu God, is there something wrong with this wall? Shen Yi curiously asked. He couldn't tell what secrets this broken wall held. Lu Yuan did not answer. He stretched out his hand, slowly searching on the cold, rough wall. His fingers pulled on the left hand of the most inconspicuous angel statue in one corner of the mural. Ka-cha! A crisp sound of a mechanism suddenly echoed in the church. The entire huge wall unexpectedly split open in the middle, slowly moving silently to both sides. A dark and deep passage was revealed. A metallic feel with a sense of technology appeared before them from the passage, forming a stark contrast with the ancient church. What the hell? This really works? Wu Tian and Guo Linchuan also looked astonished. Only Yun Xianxian still wore an expression of "My Yuan, is this amazing?" Lu Yuan ignored his teammates' shock. He was the first to step forward and walked into the dark passage. The passage was not long. At the end stood a heavy alloy door gleaming with metallic cold light. Right in the center of the door, there was an extremely complex energy groove, inside which seemed to have faint blue data streams slowly moving. Requires energy supply? Wu Tian's brows furrowed. This is troublesome. Such an energy supply needs at least 5 bronze-level beasts working together. Right now, we only have 3 bronze-level beasts, Lu Shen and Miss Yun Qianqian. Lu Yuan nodded. You are correct, it does require at least 5, but this does not mean we are without them. The light of primordial beginnings was summoned, and Yun Qianqian also called forth the Dark Ranger. The light of primordial beginnings, the mirror of insight, the Dark Ranger, and the holy flame fire sparrow, for bronze beasts appeared. They charged the energy groove, while Wu Tian and the others were not idle, summoning their beasts to release energy. But this was still not enough. The next moment, the mirror of insight, with its dark surface, flashed with the ability mirror replication. It copied the light of primordial beginnings. Although the light of primordial beginnings was only a low-level bronze, its energy was the most terrifying among the bronze beasts. Boom! The alloy door let out a muffled rumbling and slowly rose. Behind the door was a huge circular hall filled with a sense of futuristic technology. In the center of the hall, a massive cylindrical energy device was quietly floating. And beneath the device was a ring-shaped central control console, covered with countless flickering virtual buttons and holographic screens. Here was clearly the monitoring room of the entire ruined city Yan'an simulation battlefield. Wu Tian looked at the scene before him. He instantly understood what this place meant. Lu Yuan walked to the control console. He reached out his finger and seemingly casually clicked a few times on the main screen. Buzz! The cylindrical device in the center of the hall suddenly lit up. A huge 3-dimensional light curtain abruptly unfolded. It was indeed a real-time panoramic map of the entire ruined city Yan'an. Tall buildings, streets, ruins, churches, every corner of the city, every piece of rubble was displayed. At that moment on the map, there were 15 red dots of various sizes slowly moving. Each dot represented a competing team. Their real-time locations, movement directions, and even the number of surviving members could be clearly seen on the map. God's perspective, we have truly obtained God's perspective. Wu Tian muttered. This exam, from this moment on, is no longer just a survival match in the arena. Yun Qianqian even jumped up with a wow, wrapping her arms around Lu Yuan's neck. Ah Yuan, you are amazing. I knew it. I knew you were the best. Lu Yuan let the girl cling to him like a koala. His gaze explored the huge map. In front of this map, all strategies became jokes. All ambushes became foolish waits. All stealth became transparent performances. From now on, they are no longer the pieces on the chessboard. They are the chess players. Lu Yuan's gaze slowly swept over the map. Finally, it landed on the light point of a 5-person team that was cautiously moving the closest to them. Wu Tian. Here. Wu Tian immediately straightened up. Analyze this team's action route and predict where they will appear in 3 minutes at the intersection. Yes. Wu Tian immediately dove into the analysis, his fingers tapping on the virtual keyboard, leaving behind a shadow. Rows of data streams appeared before his eyes. Lu Yuan then looked at Xin Yi and Guo Linchuan. You two, get ready. Received. The two responded in unison, their eyes burning with fighting spirit, filled with a thirst for blood. Chapter 21 Next Target. Report, Captain. Wu Tian stood straight from the control panel. Team 13, fully staffed with 5 members, beast configuration includes 2 melee, 1 ranged, 1 support, and 1 reconnaissance, all at high black iron to peak black iron strength. Based on their movement trajectory and speed analysis from the past 15 minutes, they are searching towards the eastern commercial square along the main road. In 3 minutes, they will reach the intersection, which is a necessary path for them to enter the square. After he finished reporting, the feeling of strategizing and winning from miles away was truly exhilarating. Lu Yuan's gaze swept across the 3D map. His finger pointed at the location of the intersection, and the map instantly zoomed in, revealing clear details of surrounding buildings and road structures. In the southeast corner of the intersection was an abandoned department store, with an intact billboard on the rooftop. In the northwest corner was the entrance to a subway station, with the terrain sinking down. Directly to the north was a bank, with 2 stone lions at the entrance. Our ambush point will be here. Shun Yi. Here. Your heavenly punishment Shadow Wolf King, hide in the shadows of the department store and wait for my signal. Strike the enemy's support beast at the first opportunity. Guo Linchuan. The Shenbing turtle snake, hide under the slope of the subway station entrance and use frost breath to block their retreat, forcing them towards the bank. Wu Tian. Captain, please speak. Your Mushin spirit, let the vines entangle the 2 stone lions at the bank and create a trap. Once they get close, activate parasitic strangulation immediately. Qianqian. Got it. Yun Qianqian said without waiting for Lu Yuan to finish the battle plan. Fire Sparrow and I will be behind the billboard on the rooftop of the department store, gaining the high ground to give them a flame cleansing, right? Lu Yuan looked at her and nodded, as if to accept it. He finally looked at everyone. My primordial light will grant you holy light protection, and the mirror of insight will duplicate Guo Linchuan's Xianbing turtle snake to block the western side of the intersection as a second line of defense. The entire process requires ending the battle within 30 seconds. Yes. The three replied in unison. Their voices were filled with uncontainable excitement. This was no longer a fight, it was a dimensional strike utilizing information disparity. Xinyi could almost imagine the confused expressions of those 5 people humming a tune as they crashed into the trap. So exhilarating. Fighting alongside Lu Yuan was even more satisfying than placing first. Let's go. With Lu Yuan's command, the 5 quickly left the central control room. 3 minutes later. At the intersection in the abandoned city of Yan'an. Captain, why does this place feel eerie? Do we really have to go through here? A slender young man rubbed his arms. His reconnaissance beast, the wind-seeking mouse, was nervously spinning at his feet. The burly young man called Captain glared at him. What are you afraid of? Wealth and danger go hand in hand. Those freaks in the top 10 of the leaderboard must have all squeezed into the core area. Isn't it better for us to clear out the outer area and securely grab a top 30 rank? Exactly, away, you're just timid. The only female member of the team chuckled. They did not notice at all that cold eyes had already locked onto them from all around. On the rooftop of the department store, Yun Xianxian hid behind the huge billboard. She looked through the gaps in the billboard, watching the 5 unsuspecting individuals below, and made an okay gesture to Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan leaned against the support of the billboard, enjoying a play that had long been scripted. The target has entered the designated position. Guo Linchuan, act. Roar. A roar suddenly echoed from the entrance of the subway station. Before the team could react, they saw a vast icy blue breath instantly sweep across the street behind them. Crack, crack, crack. A heavy layer of ice spread at a visible speed, completely sealing off their escape route in the blink of an eye. Enemy attack. There's an ambush. The team leader reacted the fastest, immediately summoning his beast, fiery giant lizard, trying to melt the ice wall with flames. But at that moment, Lu Yuan's voice rang out again. Shan Yid. Coming right up. Xin Yid's heavenly punishment Shadow Wolf King sprang out like a flash of black lightning from the shadows of the first floor of the department store. Its target was the auxiliary beast, Moonlight Rabbit, within the enemy team that was chanting a healing spell. Not good. Protect Aya. The enemy's melee beast rushed to defend, but it was all too late. The Wolf King's speed was too fast, its claws glimmering with eerie light. A heavenly tribulation claw directly tore apart the faint protective shield the Moonlight Rabbit had hastily gathered, sending its tiny body flying away, instantly dissipating into light. 1 hit, 1 success. Bastard. The enemy leader's eyes were wide with fury. He directed the fiery giant lizard to abandon breaking the ice and charge towards the heavenly punishment Shadow Wolf King instead. Wu Tian. The team unconsciously moved closer to the bank, trying to use the stone lions as cover. They stepped into the final trap. Buzz. The vines wrapped around the 2 stone lions suddenly came to life, tying up their 2 melee beasts tightly. The spikes on the vines pierced into the beasts' bodies, wildly draining their stamina. Now, Xianxian. Leave it to me. Yun Xianxian shouted, leaping up from behind the billboard. Holy Flame Fire Sparrow. Meteor Fire Rain. Caw. A high-pitched cry echoed in the sky as the Holy Flame Fire Sparrow spread its wings, unleashing countless fist-sized white fireballs like a dense meteor shower, raining down on the trapped enemies below. Boom. 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 The explosions merged into one, flames consuming everything. The entire process, from the first icy breath to the final flicker of flames, lasted no more than 20 seconds. The 5 members of that team stood frozen in place, looking at the empty space around them, not even fully understanding how their beasts had vanished. The leader opened his mouth, his face filled with confusion and disbelief. What is this? Is it divine justice? Xin Yid whistled as he walked out of the department store, followed by his imposing Wolf King. Guo Linchuan and Wu Tian also appeared from their respective ambush points, forming a triangular surround around their foes. Guys, don't just stand there. Is it your dignity, or us helping you maintain dignity? Shen Yid grinned. The team leader looked at them, then raised his head to the figures overlooking them from above. We forfeit. A large amount of points surged into the badges, as Lu Yuan took Yun Xianxian down from the rooftop. Lu God, this is so cool. This is not fighting, it's harvesting vegetables. Xin Yid said excitedly. Wu Tian also came over, trying hard to appear calm, but his excited voice betrayed him. Perfect strategy, perfect execution, I would call this a textbook-style ambush. Guo Linchuan said nothing but walked behind Lu Yuan, showing his position through action. Yun Xianxian proudly hummed, hugging Lu Yuan's arm, rubbing her little head on his shoulder, as if to declare her territory. This is just the beginning. He turned around, looking towards the direction of the church. Let's go back, the next target. Chapter 22, Mirror Counterkill. Let's go back, the next target. Lu Yuan's voice issued a new command. Wu Tian, Shen Yi, and Guo Linchuan immediately turned around to follow. Returning to the main control room. On the huge 3D map, the light point representing Team 13 had completely disappeared, while the score for their Team 7 had surged upward significantly. So awesome. This battle is really cool. Shen Yi couldn't stop talking, still savoring the previous fight. Wu Tian appeared very calm. From a tactical perspective, this ambush can be called perfect. Luring the enemy, dividing, controlling, concentrating fire, clearing the field, every link connected seamlessly. Yun Qianqian hummed a little tune, asking Lu Yuan. Yuan, who are we fighting next? How about that one hiding in the sewer? It looks sneaky, definitely not a good person. Lu Yuan's gaze swept over the moving or stationary light points on the map, ignoring Yun Qianqian's suggestion. His finger eventually landed on a rapidly moving 5-member team on the eastern side of the map. There was the financial center of the wasteland city, full of tall buildings, wide streets, easy to attack but hard to defend. Team 4, Zhaohao, score 95400. Target, Team 4. Hearing the target, the others had no questions. Captain Wu Tian stepped forward. Zhaohao, the star student from the last session, repeating this year, has achieved the 4th place in the scoring competition with his strong strength. His beast is a mid-level bronze lava tyrant, a fire-type fierce beast with 4-star potential. According to the surveillance, his team configuration is also 3 attackers, 1 support, and 1 tank, pushing through from the west of the city with an extremely domineering style. Domineering? Then let them see what it means to be unreasonable, Lu Yuan said with a smile. He reached out his finger and drew an interception line on the map, ending at a huge multi-level parking structure. Wu Tian, calculate the time they need to reach here and the possible entrances they might choose. Shen Yi, Guo Linchuan, you two go to the 2nd underground level of the parking lot and set traps. Qianqian, you go to the top floor, prepare to clear the field. Yes. Got it. No problem. The 3 had no doubts and immediately took their orders and left. Yun Qianqian asked before leaving, Yuan, what about you? Lu Yuan looked at her and spoke of his plan. Me? I'm going to be the bait. 10 minutes later. Brother Hao, we will soon reach the central square, those cowards definitely won't expect us to take the main road, a young man with yellow hair said, following Zhao Hao. Zhao Hao, a tall man, snorted coldly, a bunch of insignificant bugs, do they deserve me to take a detour? Anyone who dares to block my path in the competition will be crushed directly. Beside him, a giant beast 6 meters tall, covered in dark red rock armor, continuously exhaling a sulfurous breath, let out a low, muffled roar. It was Zhao Hao's lava tyrant. At that moment, a figure appeared from around the street corner ahead, blocking their path. The person wore a black hoodie, hands in pockets, looking relaxed. As if he wasn't in a perilous exam situation, but just strolling on the road. Who are you? Get lost, the yellow-haired youth immediately shouted from behind Zhao Hao. Lu Yuan looked up and glanced at them, then made a move that left Zhao Hao's entire team stunned. He pulled out an apple from his pocket and started munching on it. The crisp crunch sounded particularly clear on the empty street. This was no longer a provocation. This was blatant disregard. Looking for death. Zhao Hao's face instantly darkened. He couldn't even be bothered to waste words, waving his hand directly. Lava tyrant, lava ray. Roar. The lava tyrant opened its massive jaws, and a dark red ray shot out, aiming straight at Lu Yuan. Zhao Hao's face already showed a victorious smile. He seemed to have seen the scene of this guy in front of him being directly vaporized and eliminated by the ray. However, just as the ray was about to hit, the space in front of Lu Yuan suddenly rippled. A mirror, showing a dark color, appeared. Quietly appeared. Light of rebellion. The hot lava rays, upon touching the mirror's surface, did not cause any explosion, but were completely swallowed. The whole process was silent. Zhao Hao's smile froze. His teammates all stared wide-eyed. In the next second, the dark mirror erupted with a dark red light, twice as strong as before. A thicker, more violent, and terrifying lava ray shot fiercely from the mirror, using the enemy's own method against them. And, doubling the return. No! Zhao Hao's pupils shrank violently. He wanted the lava tyrant to dodge, but the speed of the beam was simply too fast. Boom! The explosion echoed through the long street. The lava tyrant let out a painful howl, its rocky armor was instantly pierced by its own doubled power attack. The massive body crashed to the ground, though it wasn't eliminated on the spot, it was severely wounded. With one strike, it incapacitated the opponent's strongest beast. The entire fourth squad was petrified, their minds blank. Now, can we have a good talk? Lu Yuan tossed aside the fruit pit and clapped his hands. Behind him, in the mirror of the glimpse mirror, a flash of light appeared. A beast identical to the fallen lava tyrant stepped heavily out from the mirror world. Mirror cloning. 2 lava tyrants, one injured and one whole, one real and one fake, appeared in front of Zhao Hao. This time, not just Zhao Hao, even his teammates' psychological defenses completely crumbled. What is this thing? The young man with yellow hair sat down on the ground. Zhao Hao stared at Lu Yuan, his expression one of shock. He couldn't understand how there could be such unreasonable beasts in this world. Who exactly are you? He asked. Lu Yuan did not answer. Instead, from the distance of the multi-story parking lot, the voice of Xin Yi arrived. Listen up. We are Team 7. Specializing in treating all forms of non-compliance. Chapter 23, End of the Examination. Friend, do you yield? Zhao Hao's lips moved. A word of yield squeezed out from his mouth. He had never lost before, but he had never lost in such an unbelievable way. From the beginning of the battle to the end. Just one person, one strange mirror, had shattered his strongest beast and the fighting spirit of the whole team. This feeling made him very frustrated. We forfeit. When these 4 words left Zhao Hao's mouth, a massive amount of points surged like a flood into each member's badge of Team 7. Inside the multi-story parking lot, Xin Yi's figure finally appeared, leaning against a pillar, whistling at Zhao Hao and the others across the street. Goodbye, everyone. Zhao Hao's teammates looked at the boisterous Xin Yi, anger burning within but unable to speak. Lu Yuan retracted the glimpse mirror and the cloned lava tyrant. Let's go. Back in the main control room, the huge 3-dimensional map showed that the light representing the 4th squad had disappeared. And the points of Team 7 had risen once again. Next. Lu God, who do we fight next? How about those hiding in the underground warehouse of the shopping center? I see they haven't moved for half an hour, they must be growing mushrooms. Xin Yi pointed at a light spot on the map. From now on, the ruined city Yan'an had completely become the private hunting ground of Team 7. Lu God. Team 11, 3 people, their beast is at the peak strength of the Black Iron tier, now they are holed up in the middle section of the subway B7 line tunnel. They've set up many explosive traps, trying to defend. It's predicted they think the underground is the safest place. Wu Tian reported on the situation of Team 11. Let's go, move out. Lu Yuan's gaze swept across the map, and his finger gently tapped on the 2 exits of the tunnel. Xian, you and the Holy Flame Fire Sparrow go to the east exit, use Holy Flame Breath to seal it off, but don't burn inside, leave them a little hope. Okay. Yun Xian responded. Guo Linchuan, Xianbing Tortoise Snake goes to the west exit, use Absolute Zero to freeze. Xin Yi. Let your Wolf King guard behind the ice wall at the west gate, waiting for them to crash into it themselves. Received. Understood. Moments later, Team 11, who was feeling smug about their cleverness in the tunnel, suddenly sensed extreme energy fluctuations coming from both ends at once. On one side was a terrifying heat, painting the tunnel entrance bright red, warping the air. On the other side was a chilling cold, with the cracking sound of spreading ice. What the hell? What's happening? Have we been discovered? Quick! Run to the west. There's ice there, we can break it together. The 3 rushed towards the west gate, hurriedly forcing their beast companions to shatter the ice wall with all their strength. What they didn't expect was that the ice wall wasn't sturdy, it cracked open after just a few attacks, wasting their beast's energy for nothing. Just when they thought they had escaped and were about to breathe in the fresh air, 2 wolf-shaped beasts appeared to block their way. Report to the captain. Wu Tian reported again. Team 9, 4 members. 2 of their beasts are peak Black Iron rank, and 2 are high Black Iron rank. They are occupying the top of city's highest building, the Twin Towers A Tower. Both peak Black Iron rank beasts, the wind-chasing wolf and the ice-cold terror bird, launch indiscriminate strikes on any passing teams. Want to take aim? Lu Yuan spoke. He looked at Yun Xian. Do you want to fly? Yes. The girl's eyes lit up instantly. Buzz. The mirror of the Inquisitor appeared before Lu Yuan, and the sacred flame fire sparrow flashed within the mirror. The next second, a sacred flame fire sparrow appeared beneath Lu Yuan. Mirror replication. Wow. Ah Yuan, your beast is so powerful. Yun Xian exclaimed with envy. Let's go. Lu Yuan pulled Yun Xian, the 2 simultaneously summoning the primordial light and the sacred flame fire sparrow. 3 flying units shot up into the sky from the church. At the top of the Twin Towers, the 4 members of Team 9 were having a blast. Ha, eliminated another one. This guy had too few points. Captain is brilliant. This position is simply invincible. Just as they were feeling pleased, one member suddenly felt the sunlight above them being blocked. He subconsciously looked up. 3 figures were hovering above them, looking down from above. Something's above. Something's in the sky. The member quickly said. What welcomed them were the judgment of light from the primordial light and the flames from 2 sacred flame fire sparrows. Time flew by in one encirclement after another. In the main control room, Wu Tian was responsible for analysis, Lu Yuan for command, Xinyi for pre-battle shouting and post-battle taunting, Guo Linchuan for blocking routes and being the gatekeeper, and Yun Qianqian for looking beautiful. A perfect assembly line had formed. Other teams in the ruined city of Yan'an had completely gone crazy. They encountered an unprecedented horror event. Whether they hid deep underground or on the highest rooftops, whether they formed defensive formations or moved rapidly for guerrilla attacks. The eliminated teams discussed in the waiting area. Team 7 could always find them precisely, using a set of tactics they couldn't understand, evaporating them instantly. Is Team 7 a devil? We were found even hiding underground. Don't say it! When our team was eliminated, only one of them appeared, and 2 wolf-shaped beasts took us all down. I swear I saw Lu Yuan. He flew up into the sky on the shadow of a firebird. He's not human. Gradually, the red dots on the map became fewer and fewer. The remaining teams had completely given up on the idea of gaining points. Their only thought was to find a corner to hide, praying for the exam to end quickly, so that their points could be preserved. Finally, after Xinyi once again delightfully eliminated the last team brave enough to resist, a broadcast echoed throughout the ruined city. All candidates, please note, the time for the top 100 arena competition has ended. The exam is officially over. The transmission will open in 10 seconds, please all candidates get ready. In the main control room, the 5 looked at each other in confusion. Shinny D opened his mouth. The habitual Lucian is awesome hadn't been shouted when he heard the announcement. Wu Tian leaned against the console, his face filled with a proud smile. It's over, Yun Qianqian said softly. She released Lu Yuan's arm voluntarily, her voice laced with fatigue. Lu Yuan looked at the enormous 3-dimensional map, then at the girl beside him, and at the 3 teammates in front of him who had already regarded him as their faith. He reached out and ruffled Yun Qianqian's hair. Mum. One word, yet it was the most perfect summary of this day-long exam. A white light shone, engulfing the 5 of them. Chapter 24, I Speak for the Captain. As the white light faded, glaring lights and the roar of applause instantly engulfed the 5. From the dead silence of the abandoned city of Yan'an, to the Nest City sports arena that could hold 500,000 people. The huge contrast left Shinny D and the others momentarily dazed. They instinctively gathered together, centered around Lu Yuan. We made it out. Wu Tian's voice was dry. Ah, Yuan, we should have come in first, right? Yun Qianqian's voice carried exhaustion. Lu Yuan nodded and smoothed her bangs with his hand. At that moment, the lights in the entire sports arena abruptly dimmed. All beams of light converged on the massive electronic screen floating directly overhead. The host's voice echoed throughout the venue via the sound system. Ladies and gentlemen. All candidates. After a whole day of fierce fighting, the results of this year's National Beastmaster Academy Joint Admission Exam, the top 100 arena competition, are about to be announced. Which team will win the crown and become the strongest this time? Let us wait and see. The data on the screen began to refresh rapidly. In the front row of the audience, Yun Jintian and Su Yueli also focused on the screen. Even though Su Yueli was already an epic-level Beastmaster, the trembling tips of her fingers revealed her inner tension. In the contestant waiting area, the eliminated candidates wore various expressions. Zhao Hao's face was ashen. He no longer cared about his rank. He just wanted to know what height the man, who had completely defeated him with a single mirror, truly stood at. Ji Xian's eyes were filled with unwillingness as he stared at the screen. Finally, under the watchful eyes of thousands, the final scoreboard froze. Silence. A death-like silence. In the entire Nest City sports arena, the breathing of 500,000 people seemed to be drawn away at this moment. Everyone's eyes widened, looking in disbelief at the final rankings hanging high in the air. First place, Lu Yuan, score 785400, 7th team. Second place, Yun Qianqian, score 785000, 7th team. Third place, Wu Tian, score 512300, 7th team. Fourth place, Shinny D, score 512200, 7th team. Fifth place, Guo Linchuan, score 512100, 7th team. Sixth place, Ji Xian, score 115600, 3rd team. On the list, the names of the top 5 claimed everyone's attention in an almost savage manner. And the scores of the top 5 left the 6th place far behind. First place Lu Yuan, 780,000 points. This number was more than the total score of the 6th to the 20th places combined. More terrifying was that all 5 in the top positions were from the 7th team. They didn't just win. They devoured the entire competition. After a full 3 seconds of silence, it was completely ignited. The entire Nest City Sports Arena erupted with the cheers and discussions of 500,000 people, merging into a terrifying roar that almost toppled the dome of the arena. Oh my god. What did I just see? 780,000 points? Did they just sweep through the other 19 teams? Crazy. Absolutely crazy. What kind of demon team is the 7th team? They monopolized the entire abandoned city of Yan'an. Look, the scores of the top 5 are so high, while the 6th place drops off a cliff. This means they devoured every team they encountered. Who exactly is this 7th team? I've never heard of these characters before. The audience erupted, while the waiting area for the contestants fell silent. Zhao Hao looked at the number and suddenly smiled. The opponent was not fighting him, but simply clearing all the teams off a map. Ji Xian sat down on the ground, his eyes glazed over. Impossible, this can't be happening. Xin Yu murmured in disbelief as she stared at the familiar name at the top of the chart. Yet, at the storm's center, the 5 members of the 7th team were surprisingly calm. Wu Tian analyzed, according to the points, we have eliminated at least 15 teams, acquiring 50% of their total points, and adding the scores from hunting high-level beasts, this number falls within a reasonable range. Guo Linchuan silently gave Lu Yuan a thumbs up. Yin Shanshan jumped up joyfully, her whole body hanging off him, her little head rubbing against his chest. Ah, Yuan. We are first. We are really first. Damn. A shout finally broke the silence among the team. Shen Di first looked at the screen, then at Lu Yuan, and back at the screen, confirming several times. He jumped up suddenly, pointed at the screen, and with all his might shouted to the 500,000 audience, "Do you see that? That's my captain. Lucian is amazing." His roar, through the microphone on his chest, clearly spread to every corner of the stadium. The entire venue fell silent in an instant. Countless gazes focused on this young man with silver hair who stood out. Phew, damn. Wu Tian almost choked on his own saliva, unable to catch his breath. He hurriedly covered Shen Di's mouth. You crazy? Be low-key. Mind your image. Mind your big elephant. Am I not stating the truth? Shen Di retorted, holding his neck up. I'm the spokesperson for the captain. This sudden interaction made the entire audience burst into laughter. The oppressive feeling brought by the terrifying points was instantly lightened. In its place was a curiosity about this team. In the VIP section, several top recruiters from the Dragon Country's elite Beast Tamer Academy had lost their usual composure. Teacher Qin, do you have any information on this Lu Yuan from Longshao? Asked a man with a Mediterranean haircut. The person referred to as Teacher Qin, the head of Longshao Academy, glanced at the file in his hands and said, this Lu Yuan is the one who mutated with the glow butterfly just 2 months ago. The one beside him, Yun Shanshan, is the little princess from the Yun family. The little princess from the Yun family, the Mediterranean man's eyes narrowed. To make the little princess of the Yun family so convinced, and with points trailing just a little, this Lu Yuan is probably not just a powerful beast tamer. He paused, looking at the young boy below. Almost simultaneously, representatives from other academies and major factions present issued the same instruction. Investigate. Right now. I want all the information on Lu Yuan. And all the information on the members of the 7th team. The host's voice, slightly trembling from excitement, finally rang out again. Let's give a warm round of applause. Welcome to the final top 5 of this National Beast Tamer Academy joint recruitment examination. The champion team we rightfully deserve, 7th team, take the stage. The spotlight shone brightly down, enveloping Lu Yuan and his 4 teammates. Chapter 25, Contest for Dominance. With the host's passionate voice, several spotlights accurately locked onto the figures of the 7th team. Lu Yuan maintained his usual demeanor, while Yun Shanshan hugged his arm, her small face full of uncontainable joy. Wu Tian tried to remain calm, but his flushed ears betrayed him. Guo Linchuan remained silent, but his steps quickened. The only one with a different demeanor was Shen Di. He puffed out his chest and looked up at the 500,000 audience, his face saying, look, this is the territory my captain has fought for. Just as they stepped onto the award stage steps, the giant screen above suddenly switched images. The scene of the ruined and gloomy city of Yan'an appeared before everyone's eyes, accompanied by a background music filled with oppressive tension. Dear viewers, now, let us review the highlights of the champion team, Team 7, in this top 100 arena contest. The image froze on an ordinary fountain statue in front of the singing church. Lu Yuan gave the statue a casual glance before turning to Yun Shanshan to issue an order. Holy Flame Fire Sparrow, use your strongest single target attack, hit the right eyeball of that angel statue. Precise, decisive, without any hesitation. The next second, a pure white Holy Flame explosive bolt shot out, hitting exactly The disguise was instantly seen through, and the mimic stone gargoyle roared. What the hell? How did he find out? This observation, is he a monster? Gasps arose one after another from the audience. Immediately afterward, the 5 members of Team Jishan leaped from the ruins, and 5 summoned beasts launched a concentrated attack from all directions at the Holy Flame Fire Sparrow. That was a nearly certain death situation, causing many audience members to instinctively hold their breath. Yet, Lu Yuan on the screen didn't even raise an eyelid. Guo Linchuan, Ice Shield Turtle Snake, activate Mystical Armor Protection, hold the front. Wu Tian, use Vine Prison, block the left side Windblade Mantis's movements. Shani, let your wolf cut to the Dark Shadow Mouse on the right rear. Shanxian, don't mind defense, keep attacking the stone gargoyle. Instructions flowed from his lips, the strategy was clear. The looking mirror behind him flickered with a phantom light chain, connecting all summoned beasts. Boom! The concentrated attack was completely absorbed by the Ice Shield Turtle Snake. So that's how it is, everything was in his plan. In the player waiting area, Ji Xian watched everything on the screen. They were just beginning to understand the monster they were facing. The scene shifted, and Ji Xian's Hellhound launched an attack. 3 energy balls whistled away. Then, everyone witnessed the unforgettable moment. The looking mirror quietly appeared, its surface shimmering with ghostly light. Light of reversal. Energy was devoured, then, doubled in return. Boom! The Hellhound was blasted into countless light points by its own skill. In the entire stadium, the clamoring of 500,000 people fell into a true silence lasting 2 seconds. Deathly quiet. Rebound attack? And doubled? What the hell kind of skill is that? This mirror is way too overpowered. If the first image showcased Lu Yuan's command, then this one highlighted the unreasonable strength of his summoned beasts. The scene shifted again. This time, it was inside the church. The audience watched as Lu Yuan walked leisurely to a wall, pressing gently on an inconspicuous corner, and a secret passage to the control room opened with a response. The camera shifted to the monitoring control room of the ruined city. When the audience saw Lu Yuan standing in front of the huge 3D map, looking down at the entire city, casually marking the next prey on the map, everyone understood. They finally realized how that layered scoring was achieved. God's perspective, they have full vision of the entire city. So that's how it is. They control the whole situation. No wonder. The mystery was revealed, all previous doubts about Team 7's scores vanished in an instant. They weren't just lucky, they had God's perspective, playing a hunting game. The following scenes became a one-sided massacre. At the intersection, Team 13, humming a tune, crashed into the net, without even touching the enemy's shadow, all got sent off. In the subway tunnel, Team 11 thought they were clever, but ended up blocked by the dual forces of ice and fire at the exit, desperately charging towards the waiting Wolf King. At the top of the Twin Towers, Team 9 wanted to take the high ground to shoot targets, only to be ambushed by 3 flying units. The person and beast were slammed down from the rooftop. The whole scene was smooth and fluid, with a strong sense of rhythm, accompanied by passionate music. Rather than a highlight reel of battles, it was more like a piece of art. An art directed by Lu Yuan, named Dimensional Strike. When finally, Lu Yuan stood alone, gnawing on an apple, blocking Zhao Hao's lava tyrant in front of him, the atmosphere of the entire venue reached its peak. Light of rebelliousness. Mirror replication. When 2 lava tyrants appeared on the screen simultaneously, Zhao Hao covered his face with both hands. He finally understood that the other party was not provoking him. From the very beginning, they had not taken him seriously at all. Enough! Stop releasing them, a eliminated candidate shouted. This was by no means a highlight reel, it was clearly a public execution of the other 80 or so proud children of heaven by Team 7. In the VIP section, the atmosphere had become extremely tense. The heads of several major academies fixed their gaze on the screen. That boy named Lu Yuan, the white-haired elder from the Holy Light Beast Academy, said, his voice dry. That massive light is the purest light elemental energy I've ever seen. And that mirror he used at the end should be a tool beast, but the skills of rebounding and replicating are unheard of. I care more about him as a person than about beast-taming, a middle-aged man in a blue robe from the Qingfeng Beast Academy said solemnly. Look at his command, every decision he made and every tactic he employed is amazing. The entire ruined capital of Anan is his chessboard. Such talent is that of a born tactical master. The admissions officer from the Longshao Beast Academy, a woman with a hot figure and a capable demeanor, was present. She was Mentor Qin, and at this moment, her eyes sparkled with excitement. She did not participate in the discussion but directly took out a special communicator and dialed a number. Principal, it's me. Yes, I'm at the exam site. I discovered I found a piece of uncut jade that is enough to become the cornerstone of our Longshao's future. Yes, it's that top student named Lu Yuan. I hope you can grant me some authority, we need to bring this genius into our Longshao. As soon as she finished speaking, a blue-clothed woman, the admissions representative from the Binding Beast Academy, immediately protested. Hey, Mentor Chin, you're being unreasonable. There should always be a sense of order, we can't be too uncivilized. She spoke very assertively. This student Lu Yuan is also highly regarded by our Binding Beast Academy. Furthermore, as far as I know, the little princess of the Yun family, her parents both came from our Binding Academy. The little princess will definitely come to Binding. Wouldn't it be a wonderful thing for this young couple to be in the same academy? She directly brought up Yun Shanshan, and her meaning was quite clear. If they wanted to snatch Lu Yuan, they had to consider the Yun family and Yun Shanshan's stance. Sister Lioli, don't use the Yun family to pressure us. Mentor Chin refused to back down. Geniuses belong to the world, not for dating. Our Lanshao can provide him with the best resources, S-class secret realm privileges. What can you Binding offer? Take him to dig into the cracks you discovered? Our Binding's spatial rift plan needs a talent like Lu Yuan. Nonsense. He is clearly more suitable for our Holy Light's Saint Sun cultivation sequence. In an instant, the VIP section was in an uproar over a barely adult boy, completely losing their usual composure and dignity. And at that moment, on the Storm Center stage, the spotlight and thunderous applause completely engulfed the 5 people. Wu Tian and Guo Linchuan were still somewhat reserved, while Shen Yi was so excited his face turned red, continuously waving to the audience. Yun Shanshan's little head was tightly leaning on Lu Yuan's shoulder, feeling that familiar breath. Lu Yuan's gaze swept over the excited, adoring faces below the stage. Finally, it landed on the slightly reddened earlobe of the girl next to him. He reached out his hand, gently pinching her palm at an angle where no one could see. Don't be nervous, it's over. Chapter 26, Binding Beastmaster Academy. The spotlight dims, and the applause and noise fade away, yet they linger in the ears. The 5 people step down from the high platform, immediately guided by waiting staff through a special passage. They avoid countless media and representatives from various forces trying to rush forward. Lu Shun. Did you hear? 500,000. They are all shouting our names. Shen Yi exclaimed excitedly. They pass through the passage, and 2 familiar figures have long been waiting there. Yun Jintian, dressed in a sharp black suit, shows a face that is usually authoritative but now reveals warmth and pride. Next to him, Su Yueli, in a moonlight long dress, has her eyes and brows filled with joy. Dad. Mom. Yun Shanshan cheers. Letting go of Lu Yuan's arm, she leaps into Su Yueli's embrace. We got first place. Yes, our Shanshan is the best. Su Yueli smiles, gently stroking her daughter's hair. Yun Jintian's gaze rests on Lu Yuan. He observes the boy he has watched grow up, emotions complex in his eyes. There is gratitude, approval, and even a sigh he hadn't noticed himself. That once quiet boy, who was fostered in the Yun family and hid all his feelings, has unknowingly grown to a height that makes the entire dragon country take notice. Well done. Yun Jintian speaks succinctly, but it is the highest form of affirmation for him. Lu Yuan meets his gaze and greets the couple, Uncle Yun, Aunt Su. Let's go, you must be starving. Aunt Su has reserved the best private room for you, it's a celebration banquet. Su Yueli invites with a smile. At the top of the Nest City, in a private viewing room not open to the public. Outside the huge floor-to-ceiling windows is the dazzling night view of the entire city, with hover cars weaving through thousands of lights. Shen Yi and the other 3 wisely do not follow, knowing this is a moment for family. On the dining table, the dishes are colorful and aromatic, but no one has touched their chopsticks. Yun Shanshan enthusiastically describes how they hunted in the abandoned city of Anan, gesturing animatedly and making Su Yueli laugh continuously. Yun Jintian listens quietly, his gaze occasionally lingering on Lu Yuan. Finally, when Yun Shanshan dries up from talking and takes a big gulp of juice, Yun Jintian puts down his chopsticks. Now that the big exam is over, you 2 should consider your future academy. His voice instantly quiets the atmosphere in the room. This is the most important matter. I've thought about it for a long time. Yun Shanshan immediately replies. Looking at Lu Yuan, she adds, Yuan, let's go to Longxia Beastmaster Academy in Zhongcheng. I checked, the Longxia Academy has an S-class dragon nest secret realm behind it, with many powerful dragon-type beastmasters and rare materials. Plus, it's close to home, perfect for us. Her little plans are bubbling with excitement. Longxia Academy is top-notch, and being close to home is great, but most importantly, she can be with Lu Yuan. Su Yueli also nods with a smile. Longxia is indeed good. With your scores this time, you can apply to any academy, and surely the admission teachers will come to recruit you ahead of time, offering many conditions. The other 3 turn their eyes toward Lu Yuan when they see he hasn't spoken yet. Lu Yuan is silent for a moment. He sets down his utensils, lifts his head, his eyes filled with determination. First, he looks at Yun Shanshan, his eyes carrying a hint of apology, then turns to Yun Jintian and his wife. I'm going back to Binding Beastmaster Academy. For simple words are uttered from his mouth. The air in the room seems to freeze in that instant. Yun Shanshan's smile freezes. Yuan, what did you say? Beiming is so far and remote, why are we going there? What confused her even more was her parents' reaction. At the moment her words fell, she clearly saw her father, Yun Zhentian, freeze, his hand holding the teacup suspended in midair. But the gentle smile on Mother Su Yueli's face disappeared, replaced by a complicated emotion. The atmosphere was not right. Yun Zhentian's gaze became sharp, he stared at Lu Yuan. A thought surfaced in his mind. Did little Yuan find out something? Yuan, isn't it good to go to Longsha with me? Yun Shanshan tugged at Lu Yuan's sleeve, gently shaking it, with a hint of playful charm. It's so much fun there, we can explore together, become stronger together. Don't you love finding materials for your beasts the most? There must be lots in the S-rank secret realm. Lu Yuan looked at the girl's eyes filled with grievance and confusion, and his heart softened slightly. But he remained incredibly determined, pulling his sleeve out of her hand. I'm sorry, Shanshan. His voice was soft, carrying a tone of finality. I must go to Beiming Beast Academy. As soon as the words fell, Lu Yuan suddenly stood up, deeply bowing to Yun Zhentian and Su Yueli. Uncle Yun, Aunt Su. He raised his head, his pitch-black pupils reflecting the countless lights outside the window, which at this moment were deeper than the Starry River. Over the years, thank you for your nurturing kindness. But this time, I have a reason I must go. This bow, this reason, was like a key, completely opening the dusty door in Su Yueli's heart. Her eyes immediately turned red. Yes, how could she forget? That place was where they last received news from. This child, after all, still has to seek an answer. Su Yueli reached out, covering her mouth, tears swirling in her eyes, but she stubbornly wouldn't let them fall. She looked at Lu Yuan, her eyes filled with pain and reluctance. Ultimately, it transformed into support. Go. Her voice trembled. Little Yuan, go, seek the truth. She stood up, walked to Lu Yuan's side, gently adjusted his collar, just like every time before he went out. The Yun family will always be behind you. Yun Zhentian looked at his wife and Lu Yuan, the sharpness in his eyes fading, turning into a long sigh. He picked up the teacup and drank all the slightly cool tea in one gulp. Go ahead. Yun Shanshan stared blankly at all of this. Looking at her suddenly red-eyed mother, the serious-looking Lu Yuan, and her solemn father. She wasn't stupid, she understood in an instant. Going to Beiming was not because of whimsy. There was something Yuan must seek. Something important, enough for him to go against his own wishes, enough for his parents to show such expressions. What secret was that? Countless thoughts flashed through Yun Shanshan's mind, but in the end, they all transformed into an incredibly firm decision. She suddenly stood up, taking a few steps to Lu Yuan's side, regaining his hand. This time, she did not act cute nor ask questions. She simply looked at him, her peach blossom eyes filled with unprecedented seriousness. Then I'll go to Beiming with Yuan. Chapter 27, Shearing the Sheep. After dinner, on the way back from the top floor of Nest City to the Yun family villa, the atmosphere was completely different from before. Inside the hovering car, no one mentioned the heavy topic at the dinner table, an unspoken understanding flowed among the four. Yun Shanshan no longer chattered as usual but quietly leaned against Lu Yuan's side, lost in thought. Upon returning to the villa, they each went to their rooms. Lu Yuan's room was as tidy as ever. He locked the door, closed the curtains, and the entire space fell into a peaceful dimness. He sat cross-legged on the bed. That illusory ancient book appeared, its golden data flowing slowly on the cover. Master, Lu Yuan. Rank, mid-level bronze Beastmaster. Talent, Beast Mastery Illustrated, Unique. Contracted Beasts, 2. Beasts, Light of Primordial Beginning. Potential, 5 stars. Rank, low-level bronze. Racial skills. 1. Divine Light, existence is a domain that continuously purifies, dispels, and suppresses all negative and dark energies. It can also launch light particles for purification. Subservient of Light, summon 3 light spirits whose ranks are always 1 tier lower than the initial light to fight together. Judgment of Light, concentrate light energy into a 1-meter-long light spear and throw it, causing devastating light attribute damage, with absolute suppression against dark targets. Wings of Light, enables high-speed flight for a short time. Holy Light Guardian, applies a shield to allied units that can absorb damage. Evolution Condition, 1, Beast rank reaches Silver level. 2. Evolution Material, Holy Crystal, Epic, ×1. 3. Evolution Material, Angel Feather, Epic, ×1. Beast, Mirror of Gaze. Potential, 5 stars. Rank, Intermediate Bronze. Race Skill, 1, Mirror Replication, choose an enemy or allied beast and perfectly replicate its form and skills for 10 minutes. Cannot replicate beasts of higher rank than Mirror of Gaze. 2. Rebound Light, absorb and double return an enemy beast's skill. 3 times per day in current phase. 3. Illusion Mirror Link, choose an allied beast and establish a mirror link with it for 1 minute. During the link, all linked units will share the damage evenly. Can link up to 5 units at this stage. Evolution Condition. 1. Beast rank reaches gold level. 2. Evolution Material, Illusory Glaze, Epic, times 1. 3. Evolution Material, Tuning Crystal, Epic, times 1. Looking at his panel and the beast's panel, Lu Yuan focused his thoughts and closed the encyclopedia. Outside the window, the night was deep. He lay in bed and soon fell into a deep sleep. For him, this day was a huge drain on both his spirit and emotions. The next morning, when the first ray of sunlight shone through the curtains gap into the room, Lu Yuan had already finished washing up and walked into the living room. The smell of toast and milk wafted through the air. Click. The door of Yun Qianqian's bedroom was pushed open, and the girl, with messy hair and sleepy eyes, walked out in her cute pink pajamas. Rubbing her eyes, she saw Lu Yuan and mumbled vaguely, "Ah Yuan, good morning." "Morning." Lu Yuan replied, handing her a cup of warm milk. "Qianqian, hurry and wash up. We have very important guests coming to the house today, don't lose your manners." In the kitchen, Suyuli spoke gently. Yun Qianqian responded with an "oh," took the milk, sipped it, and then floated slowly into the washroom. Time quickly passed to 2 p.m. A long black hovercar stopped steadily at the door of the villa. Yun Jintian was the first to get out, followed by 5 men and women with various auras. These 5 were dressed in pure white robes, looking kind, others wore loose green gowns, exuding a scholarly vibe, and there was a stunning woman, seemingly searching for something. These 5 were the admission heads of the 5 top colleges of the Dragon Kingdom. Inside the spacious reception room of the villa, the atmosphere became very subtle. Just as Lu Yuan and Yun Qianqian were also preparing to enter the reception room, Suyuli pulled Lu Yuan and Yun Qianqian to the side, avoiding the 5 upright admission officers. "Wait a moment, they will extend admission offers to you." Suyuli's voice was very low, but her eyes sparkled with a sly light. "Although we have our own ideas, we must also put on a good show." She glanced at Lu Yuan and her daughter. Continuing, she said, "You can listen to the conditions they offer, and you can even make some of your own requests. These colleges are loaded with wealth, having accumulated resources over hundreds of years. They will offer anything to compete for talents like you." At this point, Suyuli's tone shifted, especially Beiming, although it has declined compared to the other colleges, its resources are well known for being abundant. Though it is the alma mater of your uncle Yun and me, not a single bit of wool should be spared. Yun Qianqian's eyes instantly lit up. "Mom! You are amazing." "I know. This is called strategic negotiation." She felt like she had learned another trick. Lu Yuan looked at the elegant and noble figure in front of him, who now resembled a fox plotting how to stockpile winter food for her cubs. He initially thought that only Uncle Yun Jintian was an old fox, but unexpectedly, Aunt Su was the one hiding the deepest. However, he liked it. The corner of Lu Yuan's mouth also curved up. He looked at the 5 admissions officials who were being entertained by Yun Jintian, seeming to sip tea but actually paying attention to this side. When resources come to your door, don't take them for granted. Especially for the Beiming Spirit Beast Academy, since he had to go, he naturally wanted to fight for the greatest benefit for himself. Su Yueli looked at the 2 children's instant comprehension expressions and nodded in satisfaction. "Go ahead, show your champion spirit." She entered the reception room ahead of them, walking towards Yun Jintian, her face once again displaying a gentle and dignified smile. As if the person who just encouraged the children to pull wool was not her at all. Lu Yuan and Yun Qianqian exchanged a glance, both seeing a hint of eagerness in each other's eyes. Chapter 28, Competing for Talents. Lu Yuan and Yun Qianqian had just arrived at the door of the reception room. Before they could enter, voices filled with emotion drifted out from inside. "Instructor Qin, you can't say that. A genius's choice is free, and although your Longshao Academy is close to the water, you can't monopolize it." "Exactly. Our Holy Light Academy's Sun training sequence is the most suitable for Lu Yuan." "Hee, everyone stop arguing. In my opinion, both students have their own considerations. Our Qingfeng Academy has always respected students' personal wishes." The voices coming through the crack in the door were back and forth, laced with subtle tensions. A war without gunpowder had already begun. Yun Qianqian quietly mouthed to Lu Yuan, so intense. A smile flashed in Lu Yuan's eyes as he leaned closer to Yun Qianqian, tickling her. "Later, you choose Longshao first." "Huh? Okay." Yun Qianqian was taken aback. "Just act according to my cues in the end," Lu Yuan said with a mischievous smile. Yun Qianqian immediately understood, nodding repeatedly, her eyes filled with anticipation for the upcoming performance. At that moment, Lu Yuan opened the door to the reception room. Swish! The room instantly fell silent. 5 scorching gazes simultaneously focused on the two at the door. Yun Jintian sat in the main seat, holding a teacup, looking calm, as if he were just a backdrop. Su Yueli threw an encouraging glance at the two children. Yun Qianqian instinctively shrank back behind Lu Yuan at the sight of this setting, perfectly playing the role of a somewhat shy girl. But Lu Yuan remained composed, completely unaffected by the pressure from those 5 gazes. He held Yun Qianqian's hand and walked to the last available seat, sitting down with unhurried movements. Silence. The admissions officials were all clever people, none of them wanting to speak first and reveal their cards. Ultimately, it was Instructor Qin from Longshao Academy, who had a curvy figure and a serious face, who could no longer hold back. She glanced at Yun Qianqian, then locked her gaze onto Lu Yuan. Qianqian, Lu Yuan, I won't beat around the bush. Instructor Qin said straightforwardly. Our Longshao Academy is located in the central city, which is the most prosperous area of Long Kingdom. Most importantly, our academy controls an S-level Dragon Nest secret realm. As long as you come, the secret realm will be open to you. Dragon-type spirit beasts, rare materials, everything you can imagine. With this statement, she directly threw out their trump card. The expressions of the other admissions officials slightly changed. Lu Yuan gave Yun Qianqian a look. Yun Qianqian immediately began her performance. She first brightened her eyes, then hesitantly bit her lip, glancing toward Lu Yuan for help, and then looking at her parents. She revealed an expression of conflict yet excitement. I think Longshao Academy really sounds great. She whispered, her voice filled with uncertainty. As soon as she spoke, Mentor Qin's smile instantly blossomed. She glanced proudly at the other 4 colleagues, her eyes seemed to say, did you see that? We got it. Classmate Qianqian truly has an eye for talent, she stood up. Classmate Lu Yuan, a genius like you should progress together with classmate Qianqian. Our Longshao will welcome both of you with the highest standard of respect. She almost believed that as long as she won over Yun Qianqian, this protective husband Lu Yuan wouldn't run away. However, Lu Yuan didn't even give her a glance, completely ignoring Mentor Qin's victorious stance. He turned his head, looking at the elegant admissions officer from the Qingfeng Beast Academy, dressed in a blue robe, exuding an air of scholarship. Excuse me, can Qingfeng Academy provide 2 pieces of epic-level materials? The Qingfeng mentor clearly did not expect Lu Yuan to ask him under the conditions set by Longshao. The admissions officer from Qingfeng Academy paused for a moment and quickly spoke up, classmate Lu Yuan, please go ahead. As long as our academy has it, we will do our best to satisfy you. Jianhuan Liuli, Tongdiao Shui Jing. Lu Yuan clearly stated the 2 names. As soon as he said this, the entire reception room fell silent for a moment. Epic-level materials. The admissions officer from Qingfeng Academy was contemplating whether his academy had these materials. The elder from the Holy Light Beast Academy, dressed in a pure white robe, suddenly spoke up with a flash of brilliance in his eyes. Classmate Lu Yuan. We can provide those 2 materials at Holy Light Academy. His voice was very decisive. In our academy's sanctuary treasury, we just happen to have these 2 items. As long as you are willing to join the Holy Light Beast Academy, they will be yours. Cutting off the supply, Mentor Qin's face turned completely dark. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan simply nodded in acknowledgement without giving a clear answer. I understand. He neither agreed nor refused, leaving the Holy Light Academy's offer hanging there. Like an auctioneer waiting for a higher price. The atmosphere became subtle once more. At this moment, all eyes focused on the last party, the representative of the Beiming Beast Academy, who had not said a word but simply sipped tea quietly throughout. She was a woman dressed in elegant blue, with a cool demeanor like the moon, and her beauty was breathtaking. She slowly set down her teacup, and the cup clinked crisply against the saucer. Young friend Lu Yuan. She finally spoke. You have heard their conditions but have yet to make a choice. I presume you are waiting for our Beiming to speak up. Her words exposed Lu Yuan's thoughts. She looked at Lu Yuan, a faint smile gracing her lips. Good, then I will discuss our Beiming sincerity. Firstly, the 2 epic-level materials you mentioned earlier, Jianhuan Liuli and Tongdiao Shuijing. We at Beiming can offer them to you. These words made the elder from Holy Light Academy and the scholar from Qingfeng Academy frown. Secondly, you want top-level secret realm resources. Our pride at Longshao Academy, the S-Class Dragon Nest secret realm, Beiming can also grant you access. What? Mentor Qin could no longer sit still, standing up abruptly. Lioli. What do you mean by this? The Dragon Nest secret realm has been managed by our Longshao since our academy's establishment. Why should you get in just because you say so? The woman in blue, named Lioli, paid no heed to Mentor Qin's outburst. She gently said, Sister Qin, there's no need to be so excited. Though the Dragon Nest is managed by Longshao, you haven't forgotten the 5 Academy Pact from 100 years ago, have you? Beiming has 3 slots available each year. Is it a problem for one slot to be shared with our talented individual? Mentor Qin was left speechless. Only then did Liuli continue to reveal her third condition. Thirdly, and most importantly, we can include you in the Space Rift Program member list. Space Rift Program? As soon as this name was mentioned, the expressions of the other admissions officers began to change strangely. Mentor Qin seemed to have caught a flaw and immediately countered, Liuli. You are harming the genius of our Dragon Kingdom. Who doesn't know that your Northming Space Rift plan is just a bottomless pit? High risk, zero return. What kind of heart do you have to send classmate Lu Yuan to such a place? Really? Liuli smiled faintly at the corners of her mouth. She looked around and scanned the faces of the other 4 admissions officers one by one. You only know one side, but not the other. Aren't you all curious why our Northming Academy, located in the remote northern border, never lacks in resource reserves compared to any of you? In fact, we often exceed your total? Her words awoke those in a dream. The faces of the admissions officers from the 4 major academies changed dramatically, as if they thought of something at the same time. Liuli no longer looked at them, her gaze finally returning to Lu Yuan. That's right, all our surplus resources come from there. Join Northming, join this plan, classmate Lu Yuan, the resources you will have in the future will be inexhaustible and endless. Chapter 29 Join Northming. Inexhaustible and endless. Liuli's voice stirred up ripples in the reception room. The 4 admissions officers from the top academies wore varied expressions on their faces. They knew about Northming's Space Rift plan, but had never thought that what was viewed by the outside world as high risk, zero return, was actually the real wealth code of Northming Academy. For a moment, one could hear a pin drop in the entire reception room. Mentor Qin clenched her fists tightly. The Dragon Nest Secret Realm was her biggest trump card, yet it was easily diffused by the opponent, even turned back against her. The elder from the Holy Light Academy stroked his beard, his face serious. All eyes gathered on Lu Yuan, waiting for his final decision. Lu Yuan met everyone's gaze, his expression showing no change. He simply looked calmly at the Moonlight woman from Northming Academy. I choose Northming. 5 words, decisive and straightforward. The dust settled. Mentor Qin's body swayed slightly, the last bit of color drained from her face, filled with unwillingness and disappointment. The elder from the Holy Light Academy let out a long sigh, slowly closing his eyes. They had lost in this battle for talent. Liuli from Northming Academy finally broke into a beautiful smile, like snow melting for the first time. To recruit a genius like Lu Yuan was of far greater significance to Northming than any resources. However, just as everyone thought this battle for talent had ended, Lu Yuan made an unexpected move. He turned his head to look at Yun Shanshan, who had been quiet beside him, and there was a rare softness in his eyes. I will go to Longshao to see you then. His voice was not loud, his tone very calm, as if he was talking about the most ordinary thing. But while speaking, he gave Yun Shanshan a look that only she could understand. Everyone in the reception room was startled. They then remembered that this pair, known as the perfect match, was actually about to go their separate ways? Mentor Qin quickly raised her head, a glimmer of hopeful fire reigniting in her dim eyes. Yun Shanshan blinked her beautiful peach blossom eyes, first revealing a hint of astonishment and grievance, her little lips pouting slightly as if accusing Lu Yuan of being heartless. But deep within her gaze, a glimmer of mischief flashed by. She understood. In the next second, the girl instantly switched her emotions. She suddenly turned her head to look at Mentor Liuli from Northming Academy, her big watery eyes filled with impulsiveness and sudden decision. Mentor Liuli. Her voice was tinged with urgency. If I also want to join Northming, can you give me a secret realm quota, and let me enjoy the same treatment as Yuan? At the end, her tone carried a hint of cautious probing, flawlessly portraying the image of a girl who temporarily changed her mind in pursuit of her beloved. Liuli clearly didn't expect happiness to come so suddenly, she was completely stunned. She originally thought that winning over Lu Yuan would be a huge victory. As for Yun Shanshan, she had already lost hope. But now, a buy one get one free? No, this was like double the jackpot hitting her in the face. Yes. Of course. Liuli almost instinctively blurted out, afraid that if she took too long to reply, this little princess would change her mind. Shanshan, as long as you come, everything that Lu Yuan has, you will have too. This wave is a huge profit. Receiving a positive response, Yun Shanshan immediately turned around and bowed apologetically to the petrified Mentor Qin from Longshao Academy. Mentor Qin, I'm sorry. I want to be at the same school as Yuan. She lowered her head, her voice full of guilt, making it hard for anyone to blame her. Mentor Qin stared blankly at the scene, watching how Yun Shanshan instantly switched loyalties for a word from Lu Yuan, and then glanced at the calm Lu Yuan the whole time. She finally understood. From the very beginning, she had been going in the wrong direction. It wasn't Lu Yuan who wanted to follow Yun Shanshan, but rather this little princess from the Yun family, who was determined to follow Lu Yuan wholeheartedly. She had exhausted herself trying to break through on Yun Shanshan, yet the true core was that boy. All her efforts had been spent in the wrong place. Realizing this, the feelings of reluctance and disappointment in Mentor Qin's heart dissipated, replaced by a strangely comical sense of relief. She let out a long sigh and waved her hand at the two, a complex and bitter smile appearing on her face. All right. I wish you both a bright future. After saying that, she stood up and slightly bowed to the couple at the main seat, Yun Jintian and his wife. I have some urgent matters, so I will take my leave now. As soon as she finished speaking, she turned around and left the reception room without looking back. The other 3 enrollment officers, seeing this, also understood that the situation was lost and stood up to take their leave. The spacious reception room quickly left only the Yun family and the satisfied Lioli. Outside the villa door. As soon as Mentor Qin stepped outside, the expression of being lost disappeared without a trace. She glanced around and quickly walked to the corner of the courtyard. There, Su Yueli was leisurely leaning against a pillar, wearing a sly smile. Qin Yan, you acted too well, Su Yueli teased. If I didn't know the inside story beforehand, even I would have been fooled by you. The Qin mentor, named Qin Yan, was no longer showing any signs of disappointment. She shot Su Yueli an eye roll. Let's not mention that, those 2 little ones are dead set on going to Beiming, and all I can do is help raise your son-in-law's value a bit. Indeed, that prior battle for people in the reception room was entirely a grand performance directed by Su Yueli and Qin Yan together. After learning of Lu Yuan and Shanshan's decision yesterday, Su Yueli immediately contacted her close friend to help perform this play. The purpose was to let Beiming Academy show the greatest sincerity, allowing the 2 kids to gain the greatest benefits. As for the reason. By the way, Yueli, Qin Yan suddenly thought of something, showing a worried expression on her face. Is it really good for us to team up to trick Lioli like this? What if she finds out and comes storming down from the northern border with a sword? It should be fine, right? Su Yueli's expression also became subtly awkward. Besides, if it weren't for that girl Lioli back then, little Yuan's mother wouldn't. Halfway through her sentence, both fell silent. Qin Yan, Su Yueli, the blue Lioli from Beiming, and Lu Yuan's mother once were the 4 brightest flowers of Beiming Academy and best friends. Help a close friend's child fight for the best future. Don't worry, Su Yueli patted Qin Yan's shoulder, a glint of mischief flashing in her eyes. Lioli is very clever. When she realizes it, she will know we are helping her keep a genius. She will be grateful to us before she even knows it. Can I take advantage of my close friend's son? No way. But what about my close friend? Of course, I can. I must take full advantage of her. Chapter 30, The Meeting Gift. Qin Yan said goodbye to Su Yueli, claiming she had a few good candidates to check if she could find some overlooked gems, then swiftly boarded the floating car. In the corner of the courtyard, only Su Yueli was left alone. She watched the floating car disappear into the sky, the sly smile she had while plotting with her friend slowly fading, transforming into thoughts and hopes for the future. In the meeting room, as several enrollment officers left, the previously tense atmosphere immediately relaxed. Yun Jintian glanced meaningfully at the satisfied Lan Lioli, then cast a glance at his 2 little ones, and stood up. You all chat, I need to handle some official business. He found an excuse and left space for them. In the spacious meeting room, it was just Lan Lioli and the 2 young ones left. Lan Lioli lifted her teacup and elegantly took a sip. Her cold gaze flickered between Lu Yuan and Yun Xian, a hint of a smile playing at the corner of her mouth. Welcome, both of you, to Beiming Beast Academy. Her voice was light and airy. Although Beiming is located in the northern border and seems a bit remote, it is precisely because of this that there are many opportunities and benefits that other places don't have. After speaking, her gaze turned to Yun Xian, who had been curiously staring at her since earlier, and she shifted the topic. Little girl, do you know who I am? Yun Xian carefully examined the Lan Lioli in front of her, shaking her head. She only knew the name of this mentor, but nothing else at all. Lan Lioli placed her teacup down, leaned slightly forward, and a smile appeared in her cold eyes. By the way, you should call me godmother. Ha? Yun Xian's face was filled with confusion and disbelief. Godmother? This information was too much for her little head, causing it to momentarily stall. At that moment, the door of the meeting room was gently pushed open. Su Yueli entered, holding a plate of sliced fruit, just in time to hear the latter half of Lan Lioli's sentence. Lioli, what nonsense are you talking about again? Su Yueli shot her a glare and placed the fruit platter on the table. But Lan Lioli merely chuckled lightly, looking at her old friend. Nonsense? Yuli, do you think I am a fool? She said leisurely. Did you think I couldn't tell that the scene just now was a play you and Qin Yan put on together? Su Yueli paused in handing fruit to her daughter, a flash of surprise crossing her face, but deep in her eyes, there was an understanding. If Qin Yan is really determined to snatch these two little ones, Lan Liuli's voice was not loud. Don't mention me, even if you brought our bindings principle from the northern border, she still wouldn't give face. You all are just overthinking it. She looked at Su Yueli, her eyes filled with helplessness. For Qianshan and Xiao Yuan, even if you do not perform this play, I will still offer the best treatment from binding. Am I the kind of person who mistreats my own children? Hearing this, Su Yueli completely lost her temper and could only smile helplessly. Indeed, nothing escapes this person's notice. She thought that even if Liuli could react, it would take a day or two, but she didn't expect her to be exposed right on the spot. Lan Liuli no longer paid attention to Su Yueli, her gaze returning to Lu Yuan. This time, the coldness on her face completely melted away, replaced by a mix of comfort and heartache. You must be Xiaoya's son, you look just like her, especially those eyes. She murmured softly, as if seeing another face through Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan's heart trembled slightly. Xiaoya. This was his first time hearing his mother's name from someone else's mouth. Lan Liuli quickly restrained her emotions, looking at Lu Yuan, her expression becoming serious. I know what you want to do in Biming. So, I have directly included you in the Space Rift plan list. She paused, her tone growing more serious. However, that place is too dangerous for you right now. So, until your strength reaches the golden rank, you can only enter some small space rifts that we have fully explored, for training and resource collection. When your strength is sufficient, I will personally report for you and apply for entry into deeper areas. Lu Yuan raised his head and met Lan Liuli's sincere gaze, nodding earnestly. Thank you, Mentor Liuli. This word of thanks came from the heart. It's my duty. Lan Liuli nodded slightly. Then she turned her gaze to Yin Shanshan, her expression instantly softening, as if looking at her own daughter. Little girl, it's your turn now. Tell me, what epic materials do you want? As long as we have it in the binding treasury, feel free to choose. This question seemed to be something Yin Shanshan had thought about for a long time. Without a moment's hesitation, she directly turned to Lu Yuan, her face filled with anticipation. Yuan, what materials do you still need? Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan was slightly taken aback. He looked at the girl's expression, which was filled with certainty. He knew that Yin Shanshan was using her own way to share this huge opportunity with him, adding bricks to his future path. Lu Yuan did not awkwardly refuse. He understood that for Yin Shanshan, being able to help him was her greatest joy. After pondering for a moment, he shook his head. It's not urgent now. Let's talk about it at school. All right. As Lan Liuli listened to the two children's conversation, her smile grew even brighter. Then it's settled. The two materials that Lu Yuan needs will be delivered directly to you after you get to school. You have 2 months of preparation time, and in 2 months, go directly to Biming Academy in the north. When she said this, it seemed she remembered something, and with a flip of her wrist, 2 shimmering black cards appeared in her hand. The cards were made of an unknown crystal, with intricate silver patterns imprinted on them, and in the center was the image of a broken mirror. By the way, Xiao Yuan, Shanshan, since it's our first official meeting, I can't come empty-handed. This is a gift for both of you. She handed the 2 cards to the 2 children. These are 2 invitation cards to a secret realm, called the Mirror Shadow Realm, which will open in a month. This secret realm is special, and its environment changes endlessly. Her gaze intentionally fell on Lu Yuan. I think this secret realm will be quite rewarding for your special summoned beast. Lu Yuan took the card, feeling a cool touch at his fingertips. Mirror Shadow Realm. It seemed that Mentor Liuli's gift struck right at the heart. Alright, Lan Liuli stood up, stretching lazily, revealing her perfect curves. Everything has been explained, and you 2 little ones can go play now. I have some private words to discuss with your Aunt Su. She was openly sending them away. Lu Yuan and Yin Shanshan exchanged a glance and got up to leave, leaving space for these 2 long-separated old friends. Chapter 31, Both Improve. A month passed in the blink of an eye. During this month, Lu Yuan and Yin Shanshan spent almost all their time in the spacious private training ground of the Yun family. It is worth mentioning that on the 3rd day after the big exam, Yun Jintian sent the 2 materials he had previously promised to Lu Yuan into his hands. One was a completely transparent crystal, seemingly with holy light flowing within, called Holy Crystal. The other was a pure white feather, emitting a soft glow, called Angel's Feather. At this point, the 2 core materials for the primordial light's evolution have all been gathered. Now everything is ready, only the primordial light itself needs to reach the required level. In the training field, the roaring sound of energy rises and falls. A pure white light sphere hovers in midair, it is the primordial light. Compared to a month ago, the brilliance it emanates is more solid, and its pressure even stronger. Behind it, 3 low-level bronze light spirits swirl and dance around. Opposite it, a swift black shadow darts through the training ground, a longbow formed from shadow energy in hand, frequently opening and closing, shooting out cunning arrows. It is Yun Chanshan's Dark Ranger. Whoosh! A shadow arrow shot through the air, aimed directly at the primordial light. Lu Yuan remained expressionless, his mind slightly moving. A light spirit in front of the primordial light instantly met it, its small body exploding with light, colliding with the shadow arrow and both vanishing. Chanshan, your Dark Ranger is fast, but the attack power still lacks a bit. Lu Yuan's voice calmly rang out. Humph. Don't get too proud, Yuan. Yun Chanshan huffed, her small face slightly reddening from concentration. My holy flame fire sparrow hasn't gone yet. As soon as her words fell, a clear bird cry resonated throughout the training ground. A bird on fire descended from the sky, flapping its wings, and a shower of dense, holy flame explosive orbs poured down onto the primordial light like raindrops. That scorching energy warped the air itself. Facing this overwhelming attack, the primordial light did not dodge or evade. Holy Light Guardian! A golden shield instantly expanded, enveloping both the primordial light and Lu Yuan within. Boom boom boom! The continuous explosion sounds echoed, engulfing the entire training ground in fire and holy light. But that golden shield remained firm, only rippling slightly. Alright, let's stop. Yun Chanshan stamped her foot, recalling her two beast companions. Yuan, your primordial light comes with 3 low-level bronze beast companions, how can I compete? She ran to Lu Yuan's side, looking up with a happy face and said, But Yuan, my holy flame fire sparrow is also very strong. It has now reached high-level bronze. As she spoke, she proudly puffed out her small chest. Due to the successive advancements of her holy flame fire sparrow and Dark Ranger, she herself also benefited, significantly boosting her spiritual power, successfully advancing from a mid-level bronze Beastmaster to a high-level bronze Beastmaster. Impressive. Lu Yuan looked at the girl's radiant appearance, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth, as he reached out to ruffle her small head. The results of a month of hard training were remarkable. The primordial light successfully advanced from low-level bronze to mid-level bronze. Yun Chanshan's 2 beast companions, the Dark Ranger, also smoothly advanced to mid-level bronze, and the Holy Flame Fire Sparrow even took the lead in breaking through to high-level bronze. The only one with slightly slower progress was the Shadow Mirror Demon. Its level seemed to increase much more difficultly than ordinary beast companions. Even with a massive investment of resources, it has only made a step forward on the path to mid-level bronze, still quite a distance from high-level bronze. Just as the two took a short break, Su Yueli walked over with 2 cups of chilled fruit juice. Look at you two, all sweaty, have some drinks first. She handed the juice to the two, her gaze carrying a gentle smile. Mom, what brings you here? Yun Chanshan received the juice and gulped down most of the cup. Just came to tell you, Su Yueli placed down the tray. The Mirror Shadow Secret Realm that Lioli gave you before is about to open. Upon hearing Mirror Shadow Secret Realm, both Lu Yuan and Yun Chanshan brightened up. Su Yueli sat down on a nearby rest chair and slowly spoke. This secret realm is very special. The space inside is divided into 3 layers, the outer layer, the middle layer, and the core layer. The interior space is filled with a special creature called Mirror Beast. Mirror Beasts? Yun Chanshan asked curiously. Yes, the Mirror Beasts. Su Yueli nodded. They have various forms, with no fixed appearance, very strange. They can turn into anything, a stone, a tree, or even your own contracted beasts. Lu Yuan's gaze slightly tightened. A creature that can imitate the form of contracted beasts made him immediately think of his Mirror of Insight. Perhaps, this secret realm can really enhance the power of the Mirror of Insight significantly. What countless Beastmasters crave the most from this Mirror Shadow realm is a special summoning stone. Su Yueli dropped a heavy piece of news. It is the same as an ordinary summoning stone, used to summon contracted beasts. But its uniqueness is that what it summons will only be the beasts from the Mirror Shadow realm, which are the Mirror Beasts. Because of this, countless people want to obtain this summoning stone, hoping to contract a mirror beast with endless potential. However, this summoning stone only appears with a very small probability in the core layer of the secret realm. To enter the core layer requires not only strength but also a bit of luck. At this point, Su Yueli's gaze fell on Lu Yuan and Yun Chanshan. You two little ones. I think most of your future contracted beasts will also need to be contracted through summoning stones. So, if you get the chance to enter the core layer, you must go searching. A powerful mirror beast is definitely a partner that any Beastmaster dreams of. Yun Chanshan's eyes instantly lit up, sparkling with eager excitement. Lu Yuan, however, was calmer. He sensed the seriousness in Su Yueli's words. Aunt Su, this secret realm, is it very dangerous? Su Yueli looked at him approvingly, her smile fading slightly, her tone becoming serious. Remember, the greatest danger in the secret realm does not come from the mimicking mirror beasts, but from the environment itself. The spatial laws of that secret realm are extremely chaotic, producing all kinds of illusions. Some illusions can even be indistinguishable from reality. With one small mistake, it could lead to irrevocable disaster, making it impossible to defend. Those with weak willpower, once deceived by illusions, could very likely become forever lost within, never to return. These words instantly turned the light atmosphere in the training ground heavy. Yun Shanshan also put away her excitement, her small face now serious. Seeing the serious expressions of the two children, Su Yueli nodded with satisfaction, then quickly returned to a gentle demeanor and stood up. Okay, there's no need to be too nervous, being prepared is always good. She walked to Lu Yuan and Yun Shanshan, gently patting their shoulders. When the secret realm officially opens, I will personally take you there. Chapter 32, Yunqiao Skyhawk. Soon, the day of the Mirror Shadow Realm's opening arrived. In the spacious open space in front of the Yun family villa, Su Yueli stood in the middle of the lawn, smiling gently at Lu Yuan and Yun Shanshan. Are you ready? We are about to set off. As soon as the words fell, her aura suddenly changed. A wild wind rose out of nowhere, fluttering the clothes of Lu Yuan and Yun Shanshan. With a piercing eagle cry, a massive bird appeared beside her. A giant hawk with a wingspan of over 10 meters appeared before the three. It was covered entirely in green feathers, with sparkles of electricity flickering along the edges, and its beak was made of obsidian. The powerful pressure made the air feel heavy. This was the first time Lu Yuan had seen Su Yueli's contracted beast up close. In fact, until now, Lu Yuan had only seen this Yunqiao Skyhawk and another one, the Rose Fox. At almost the same moment, his ethereal ancient book opened silently, golden data flowing, a new piece of information appearing. Contracted beast, Yunqiao Skyhawk. Potential, 1 star. Rank, Platinum Peak. Racial skill. 1. Skyfall dive, dive from the clouds at supersonic speed, dealing devastating wind and thunder mixed damage to enemies in a straight line. The storm calls, waving wings summons a thunderstorm realm with a diameter of 100 meters, lasting 30 seconds. Within the realm, allies' flying speed is greatly increased, while enemies suffer a precise lightning strike every 3 seconds. Lightning leap, transforms into lightning for a short distance teleport, leaving a decoy trap made of lightning in the original spot. Attackers of the trap will suffer intense lightning damage and fall into a paralyzed state for 1 second. Wind and Thunder's beak, the beak is entwined with high-density wind elements and lightning, launching an unstoppable piercing strike against the target. Skydiving Shadow Strike, instantly creates 3 lightning afterimages that dive and sync with the main body, each afterimage capable of dealing 30% of the main body's damage. Wind and Thunder Resonance, grants any ally beast Wind's Blessing or Thunder's Resonance. Thunder's Resonance, attacks come with an additional 10% splash lightning damage. Wind's Blessing, movement speed increases by 40%. Looking at the 1-star potential on the panel, Platinum Peak. If this Cloud Howling Sky Falcon had no fortuitous encounter, then this is its limit now. Only, it is unknown when this Cloud Howling Sky Falcon was contracted by Su Yueli. Little Wind. Yun Shanshan cheered, swiftly rushing towards the Cloud Howling Sky Falcon. That imposing Cloud Howling Sky Falcon, upon seeing the girl, instantly softened, its sharpness melting away, transforming into endless tenderness. It affectionately lowered its massive head, gently bumping Yun Shanshan's little face with its beak, emitting a series of low rumbles. Alright, Shanshan, stop messing around. Su Yueli smiled, waving her hand, come up. She, along with Lu Yuan and Yun Shanshan, gracefully leapt onto the broad back of the Cloud Howling Sky Falcon. Let's go. The Cloud Howling Sky Falcon flapped its wings, transforming into a blue flash, soaring into the sky, instantly disappearing into the clouds. On the falcon's back, an invisible barrier kept the violent airflow at bay. Yun Shanshan lay at the edge, her little face brushed by the mist. She turned to Lu Yuan. Yuan, isn't Little Wind amazing? It's the first beast summoned by my mom using a summoning stone when she was 18. This statement left Lu Yuan utterly shocked. The first beast must be summoned through a summoning stone, and its potential carries tremendous uncertainty. And Su Yuli's first beast is this Cloud Howling Sky Falcon. This means that the Cloud Howling Sky Falcon originally was a 5-star potential beast. Now, it has been cultivated by Su Yueli to reach its limits. Lu Yuan's gaze became complex. Since he can remember, he has lived with the Yun family, and due to his sensitive identity, he has always intentionally kept a distance from this family. He locked himself in a small world. He never actively inquired about Uncle Yun and Aunt Su's matters, to the point where he knew almost nothing about these 2 closest elders. He always felt like an outsider. So, from childhood to adulthood, he understood very little about Yun Jintian and Su Yuli's beasts. When he was a child, he only saw the 2 summoned beasts from afar, feeling only the immense pressure from those beasts. But he didn't intuitively experience it until now. With the Beast Illustrated Guide showing their panels, Lu Yuan finally understood the strength of Su Yueli and Yun Jintian. The speed of the Cloud Howling Sky Falcon was astonishing, and in just 3 short hours, the scenery below underwent a dramatic transformation. Lu Yuan looked down, and his gaze suddenly sharpened. On the ground appeared an extremely bizarre area. There, the space looked like a mirror shattered by immense force, exhibiting countless twisted, folded fragment-like images. Each piece reflected different strange scenes, intertwining and chaotic. A surge of spatial fluctuations emanated from within. The Mirror Shadow Secret Realm has arrived. Chapter 33, Encountering a Familiar Face. Before the three descended to the ground, a higher-pitched and more resonant screech echoed through the air. Roaring sound waves, towering airwaves. A golden giant rock with a wingspan of several dozen meters broke through the clouds, appearing in the sight of the three. The giant rock's feathers shone like gold, flowing with a metallic luster under the sunlight, extraordinary in spirit, and its momentum was not the slightest bit inferior to the cloud-soaring falcon under Suyuli's feet. Beastmaster, Celestial Golden Rock. Potential, 1 star. Rank, Platinum Peak. Racial skills. 1. Heavenly Sword Feather, launch a large number of metallic sword feathers, dealing area damage to enemies within a wide range. 2. Eternal Cycle, create a metal storm vortex with a diameter of 100 meters, continuously pulling all units within the range towards the center, causing small amounts of damage. 3. Thousand Feather Illusion, temporarily reorganize its feathers into 3 forms, choose 1. Blade Wing Form, significantly increases attack power but decreases defense. Shield Wing Form, significantly increases defense but decreases speed. Flowing Wing Form, significantly increases speed but decreases attack power. For 1000 Feather Light Prison, 12 golden light columns descend on the target area, forming a confinement field lasting 4 seconds. 5. Furious Wing Celestial Barrier, instantly spread a winged barrier 10 meters wide to block all flying projectiles. 6. Rift Dive, golden wings unfold and dive towards the target area, causing massive damage around the landing point. Yuli, your moves are fast enough, I thought I could beat you to it. A familiar female voice came from the back of the golden rock. Lu Yuan and Yun Xianxian looked in the direction of the voice, and saw a stylish and capable woman standing on the back of the golden rock. It was Qin Yan, who had accompanied Suyuli to elevate Lu Yuan and Yun Xianxian's worth earlier. Behind Qin Yan, there stood another figure. That person saw Lu Yuan and Yun Xianxian, and a look of surprise appeared on their face. On the gigantic golden rock, they waved towards them excitedly. It was their teammate from Team 7, Wu Tian. The cloud-soaring falcon under Suyuli let out a soft chirp and slowly landed on a clear ground in front of the entrance of the Mirror Shadow Secret Realm. Almost simultaneously, the giant golden rock also folded its wings and landed steadily. Sister Yen, what brings you here too? Suyuli jumped off the Qingluan, her face beaming with joy. You, as a mother, can personally run for your child, so as a teacher, I can't fall behind. Qin Yan leaped down from the back of the golden rock. She glanced at Lu Yuan and Yun Xianxian behind Suyuli. Her gaze lingered on Lu Yuan for 2 seconds longer, the admiration in her eyes was unmistakable. Wu Tian walked over quickly, first respectfully bowing to Suyuli, then turning towards Lu Yuan. Lord Lu, Yun Xianxian, I never expected to run into you here. Lu Yuan nodded, while Yun Xianxian curiously asked, Wu Tian, how did you end up with Mentor Qin? It's a long story. Wu Tian scratched his head, a hint of embarrassment on his face. After the final exam, Mentor Qin Yan specially recruited the 3 of us, and now Shen Di and Guolin Chuan and I are all students of Longshao Academy. He paused and added, moreover, the mentor has also taken me as a disciple. As he said this, admiration and gratitude shone in his eyes. He understood very well that being taken as a direct disciple by an epic-tier Beastmaster was a rare opportunity, granted by Lu Yuan. If it weren't for the shocking results he achieved alongside Lu Yuan in the arena competition, as a common genius, he would have never gained such importance even if he entered Longshao. That's wonderful. Congratulations. Yun Xianxian sincerely felt happy for him. And what about Shen Di and Guolin Chuan? How are they doing? Mentioning Shen Di, Wu Tian rubbed his forehead. Guolin Chuan is still the same, either cultivating or on his way to cultivate. As for Shen Di, he went to Longshao Academy a week ago. That guy shouted Lord Lu is awesome in front of all the teachers and students during a party, and now he is already a celebrity in Longshao Academy. Put. Yun Xianxian couldn't hold it back and laughed out loud. This was indeed something that Shen Yi could do. Lu Yuan also laughed. Wu Tian continued to explain, I just broke through to the bronze rank not long ago. My mentor said that there is a special summoning stone produced in this Mirror Shadow Secret Realm. I also plan to use the summoning stone to summon my next beast, so I came over to try my luck to see if I can get that special summoning stone. He looked at Lu Yuan, his eyes full of emotion. The gap between people can sometimes be greater than that between humans and dogs. He had just broken through to the bronze rank, preparing to summon his second beast, while Lu Yuan in front of him had already stirred the winds of the major exam a month ago with 2 bronze rank beasts. Alright, we have plenty of time to reminisce later. Qin Yan interrupted their conversation. She glanced at the shattered mirror, the ripples on the mirror's surface growing more intense. The secret realm is about to open completely, stop chatting. Su Yueli also spoke. Take out your invitation cards, stand in front of the mirror, and just walk in. Lu Yuan, Yun Shanshan, and Wu Tian, upon hearing this, said no more. They each took out their invitation cards from their storage spaces. The moment the cards touched the outside air, they ignited without wind, transforming into 3 beams of soft white light that enveloped the 3 of them. Go. Su Yueli's gaze was gentle. Be careful and support each other inside. Qin Yan reminded Wu Tian. The 3 exchanged glances, then stepped together towards the massive and broken ancient mirror. Chapter 34, The Illusion of All Beasts. As soon as they stepped in, the world spun around them. They found themselves in a maze made of countless mirrors. Up, down, left, right, all around, there were mirrors reflecting their images 100-fold. The air was filled with a spatial fluctuation, and with every breath, it felt as though they were inhaling tiny shards of glass, making them feel tense. This place is really creepy, Wu Tian steadied himself and looked at Lu Yuan. We should split up for better efficiency, and it will help each of us find opportunities. He had just been carried by Lu Yuan throughout the major exam and was now eager to prove his own abilities. Before Lu Yuan could respond, Yun Shanshan had already spoken up. No. My mom said we need to support each other in here. Wu Tian's face showed a hint of embarrassment, and he was about to explain that he could manage, when an unexpected event occurred. In one of the mirrors beside him, his own reflection suddenly twisted into an eerie smile. In the next second, a fierce giant crocodile leapt out of the mirror, its massive jaws almost snapping Wu Tian in half. The suddenness of the event changed Wu Tian's expression, but he reacted quickly, pushing off the ground and instantly retreating. Little Wing, Natural Power. Accompanied by his calm command, a flash of emerald green light appeared, and a small fairy around 10 centimeters tall emerged before him. The little fairy had a pair of agile wings on her back and her eyes sparkled with the light of life. It was Wu Tian's first beast, the forest spirit. She held a delicate staff in her right hand. Receiving the command, the forest spirit waved her staff, and dozens of vines burst from the ground, weaving into a large net to confront the giant crocodile. However, a shocking scene unfolded. The giant crocodile's body directly pierced through the cage made of vines, as if the tough vines were mere air. Its speed showed no sign of slowing, still charging straight at Wu Tian. Physical attacks are ineffective? Wu Tian's pupils suddenly shrank. Be careful. It's an illusion. Lu Yuan's voice came just in time. Almost simultaneously, all the mirrors around them began to ripple. Roar! 1, 2, 10 hundreds and thousands of giant beast phantoms charged out from the mirrors, roaring. There were lion kings that breathed flames, giant pythons that stirred up frost, and eagles that wielded thunder. The endless army of illusions flooded in, completely engulfing the 3. So annoying! Yun Shanshan exclaimed, and the Dark Ranger and the Holy Flame Fire Sparrow instantly appeared by her side. Shadow arrows and Holy Flame explosive bullets intertwined, forming a storm of energy that shot towards the illusions. But the result was the same as before, all energy attacks passed straight through the bodies of those illusions, causing no harm. Yet the attacks of the illusions were not false. Energy shocks and claw rips struck down, though they did not cause physical damage, they rained down upon the spirits of the 3. Yun Shanshan and Wu Tian felt their heads pounding, and each time they defended, it drained immense mental energy. Wu Tian's forest spirit continuously generated vine barriers, trying to block the steps of the illusions, but it was all in vain. Yun Shanshan's beasts unleashed their full firepower, but it went unnoticed. The girl's small face gradually turned pale. Ah Yuan, these things can't be killed, she shouted anxiously. Wu Tian's expression also turned grim, he clenched his teeth, filled with regret. He had just said he wanted to go solo, and in an instant found himself in dire straits, dragging his teammates down with him. But in the center of this chaotic storm, Lu Yuan appeared exceptionally calm. The endless illusions revealed a completely different scene in his eyes. In his view, the whole world was made up of countless lines. Those seemingly fierce illusions were merely shadows made up of strands of chaotic spatial energy. And the source of this energy all pointed in the same direction. Beast Guide analysis in progress. Detected high-intensity spatial energy aggregate. Illusion nexus locked, coordinates, 37 meters ahead, 3 meters above ground. Shanshan, have your Dark Ranger shoot with all its strength at the 13th mirror to your left. Wu Tian, have your beast attack the mirror directly above your head with vines. Lu Yuan's instructions were clear and calm, carrying an undeniable force. Out of absolute trust in Lu Yuan, Yun Shanshan and Wu Tian did not hesitate, immediately commanding their beasts to launch an attack. Whoosh! Bang! An arrow infused with the Dark Ranger's full power, and a vine spear condensed with nature's strength, accurately hit the position Lu Yuan mentioned. Crack! A crisp sound, like glass shattering, echoed out. The 2 mirrors that were hit shattered in response, but it was not the mirrors themselves that broke, it was the emptiness 3 meters in front of the mirror. A diamond-shaped transparent crystal revealed itself there, its surface covered in cracks. "Now, concentrate your fire," Lu Yuan shouted. The flames of the holy flame fire sparrow followed closely, exploding with a bang. Boom! The diamond-shaped crystal shattered completely under the violent attack, bursting into countless points of light. As the nexus shattered, the endless army of illusions around them vanished in an instant. The whole world returned to the initial form of countless mirrors. The crisis was lifted. Yun Shanxian let out a breath. Wu Tian quietly recalled his forest spirit, walked up to Lu Yuan, and an awkward expression appeared on his face. He scratched his head, feeling embarrassed, and said, "That Lu God, thank you for that." He finally understood that the gap between him and Lu Yuan was not merely about the strength of beasts, but also the calmness to perceive the essence in the face of crisis. Lu Yuan glanced at him, smiled, and said, "It's nothing." But Yun Shanxian leaned over, gently elbowing Wu Tian, teasing, "So, still thinking of going solo?" "No more splitting up, no more splitting up," Wu Tian waved his hands repeatedly. "Even if it kills me, I'm not splitting up, my life is entrusted to Lu God." His demeanor made Yun Shanxian chuckle, instantly lightening the previously tense atmosphere. However, just as the three were taking a short break, a mirror directly ahead suddenly melted without warning, like liquid mercury. A puddle of silver liquid flowed from the mirror onto the ground, and then, under the gaze of three people, it began to reorganize. The liquid quickly stretched, forming limbs and a torso, and its facial features gradually became clearer. In the end, it transformed into a person who looked exactly like Wu Tian. Whether in height, build, or appearance, it was an exact replica. A Wu Tian from the mirror. This Wu Tian had no expression on its face, and its eyes were hollow. It simply stared quietly at the real Wu Tian. Being watched by another self with such a gaze made Wu Tian feel a chill all over. "Is this the mirror beast that Mom talked about?" Yun Shanxian's voice carried a hint of surprise. Wu Tian took a deep breath, and his eyes became sharp again. He had lost face in front of the illusion earlier, now, a seemingly solid opponent had appeared. He had to regain his dignity here. He stepped forward, shielding Lu Yuan and Yun Shanxian behind him, and said in a deep voice, "This guy, leave it to me." As soon as he finished speaking, a flash of green light appeared beside him, and the cute Mushian spirit appeared again. At the moment the Mushian spirit appeared, the mirror beast Wu Tian also began to change. Its body leaked a part of silver liquid, then quickly reshaped. A few seconds later, a mirror beast Mushian spirit, identical to Wu Tian's Mushian spirit, appeared beside the mirror beast Wu Tian. Same form, same aura, without a single difference. Chapter 35, Mirror Beast. Wu Tian's expression was serious, the self and its own spirit opposite him gave him a strange feeling. Without the slightest hesitation, he took the initiative to attack. Little Wing used nature's power, vines, pierce. Wu Tian's Mushian spirit waved its staff, and dozens of sharp vines instantly emerged from the ground, piercing toward the opposite Mushian spirit. However, the Mushian spirit opposite made the exact same move, but a bit faster. More vines, thicker stems, coming at sharper angles first. Bang! 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 The crisp sound of shattering rang out continuously. Wu Tian's spirit's vines were easily shattered by the opponent's vines. And the mirror beast spirit's assault did not decrease, the remaining vines rushed in, closing in on Wu Tian. Wu Tian's face changed, he quickly dodged to the side, with several vines brushing past the corners of his clothes, leaving deep marks on the ground. What quick reflexes, what strong power! This is not simply a copy. Tisk, Wu Tian, your copy seems a bit better than you. Yun Shanxian observed closely from the side. Wu Tian's face burned, but he had no time to retort. He commanded again, Queen's Mandate. A flash of light appeared before the Mushian spirit, and a seed of nature fell, quickly transforming into a black iron peak nature guardian rushing toward the enemy. Almost at the same time, the mirror beast Wu Tian also gave the same command. An identical nature guardian was summoned, directly meeting Wu Tian's guardian. The two vine guardians tangled together, but the battle was clearly one-sided. The guardian summoned by the mirror beast clearly overpowered Wu Tian's guardian in both strength and resilience, tearing Wu Tian's guardian into shreds in just a few rounds. How could this happen? Wu Tian's heart sank. All of his skills, all of his tactics, the opponent could perfectly replicate. And they did it with better strength, speed, and timing. How could he fight? It felt like battling a version of himself that completely crushed him in attributes. Every step was predicted, every counterattack was crushed by a similar but stronger force. The rhythm of the battle was completely controlled by the opponent. Wu Tian and his Mushian spirit could only dodge in a panic, constantly trying to counterattack, but to no avail. A Yuan, Wu Tian. Yun Shanxian revealed her worry on her face. Lu Yuan said nothing. From the moment the battle began, he had stood quietly to the side, with a golden stream of data only he could see rushing wildly. In his eyes, that mirror beast Wu Tian and its spirit were not true living beings. They resembled a conglomerate made of countless precise silver threads, and each reorganization of these threads accurately simulated the energy fluctuations of Wu Tian and the Musen spirit. Beastmaster Encyclopedia Analysis in progress. Target, Mirror Beast, Bronze Mid-Level. Analysis, by absorbing spatial energy from the environment, rapidly analyzing the target creature's energy model and optimizing the simulation. Battle logic, centered on the optimal counter strategy, passively triggered. Weakness, lacks autonomous attack logic, unable to effectively predict and attack defensive targets. All its actions stem from countering the enemy's attack. So that's how it is. This thing, to put it simply, is a soulless combat machine that only reacts according to a fixed program. Put. Wu Tian was caught off guard. One of the vines he released was shattered and then cruelly whipped against his back, causing him to stumble forward and spit out a mouthful of blood. Wu Tian's Musen spirit autonomously reacted by using a vine gun to shoot at Mirror Beast Wu Tian. At the same time, the Mirror Beast Musen spirit also threw a giant vine spear, which not only broke the original spear aimed at Mirror Wu Tian, but continued to fly towards Wu Tian himself with undiminished power. Yun Shanxian exclaimed in surprise, instinctively wanting to summon her beast to come to the rescue. Wu Tian. Give up the attack. Full defense. Lu Yuan's voice reached Wu Tian's ears. Give up the attack? Full defense? What does that mean? Wu Tian's mind went blank, and he subconsciously gave his Musen spirit one last command. Little Wing. Nature's power. Wooden shield. The Musen spirit glowed green, pouring all its energy into defense. A thick, round wooden shield made of countless intertwined vines quickly formed in front of Wu Tian. That deadly vine spear also suddenly pierced through at this moment. Boom! With a loud sound, wood chips flew everywhere. The wooden shield Wu Tian had conjured was directly pierced, but the unmatched impact was also reduced by more than half. The tip of the vine spear finally stopped just in front of his forehead. Wu Tian's body went stiff, cold sweat instantly soaking his back. He survived. However, what shocked him even more was the scene that unfolded next. After missing the hit, that mirror beast and its spirit surprisingly just stood still, not moving at all. The silver light flowing on them began to become chaotic, and their forms flickered intermittently. They fell into a kind of logical confusion. Wu Tian took on a purely defensive stance, not launching any further attacks. And the core logic of the mirror beast was perfect counter. Without the attack as an input signal, its program crashed, unable to calculate what to do next. Now's the time. Lu Yuan's voice rang out again. Wu Tian suddenly came to his senses, looking at the enemy that had fallen into stagnation. He seized this opportunity. Little Wing, first form the wooden shield, then immediately use life drain near it. Drain it dry for me. The Musen spirit understood its master's intention and immediately used nature's power to gather one wooden shield after another. Not far away, the mirror beast clearly could not react to this action that posed no threat to them. The Musen spirit slowly approached, coming within range of the skill. Life drain launched with full force. 2 green lights appeared on the mirror beast's spirit and mirror Wu Tian, being absorbed into the Musen spirit's body. The original silver light quickly dimmed. When the mirror beast wanted to counterattack, it was already too late, and its energy-formed body began to collapse. Screech! A sound unlike anything a living creature could produce rang out. After the last bit of energy was drained from the mirror beast, it transformed into silver light points and disappeared, leaving only an item behind. The battle was over. Wu Tian gasped for breath, half kneeling on the ground. Yun Shanxian jogged over, looked at the disheveled Wu Tian, and said with a grin, "I told you, sometimes doing nothing is the most powerful." "Look, you didn't move, and it didn't move." Wu Tian forced a bitter smile and shook his head. He stood up, walked in front of Lu Yuan, and thanked him solemnly. "Lord Lu, I owe you again this time." His heart was filled with gratitude and shock. If it weren't for Lu Yuan, he might really have lost his life here today. Lu Yuan quickly helped him up, while Yun Shanxian picked up the item that had dropped earlier and came over. Shattered Mirror Fragment. Type, Special Material. Effect, a fragment containing pure mirror laws and spatial energy. Can be used for beast evolution or for forging equipment. Chapter 36, Heart Mirror River. Lu Yuan handed the fragment to Wu Tian. Wu Tian hurriedly refused, but Lu Yuan insisted that it was a reward for Wu Tian killing the beast, which made Wu Tian take the fragment. Lu Yuan looked towards the mirror maze ahead. "Let's go, this is just the outer layer." The three continued on their way. This time, Wu Tian learned his lesson, keeping a half step behind Lu Yuan and no longer mentioning splitting up. Yun Shanxian naturally walked on Lu Yuan's other side. After about 10 minutes of walking, the scene before them opened up suddenly. They walked out of the mirror maze and came to a vast desolate plain. The ground of the plain showed an eerie gray-white color, and the fluctuations of spatial energy were even more violent than before. Phew, we finally made it out. Wu Tian sighed, the feeling in the maze was too oppressive. Just as he wanted to take a step forward, a hand landed on his shoulder, firmly holding him in place. It was Lu Yuan. Don't move. Lu Yuan commanded without room for doubt. Wu Tian was taken aback, following Lu Yuan's gaze, looking ahead where there was nothing but emptiness. What's wrong? Lu Yuan did not answer, he looked at the information from the Beast Guide. This seemingly flat plane was actually covered in spatial rifts invisible to the naked eye. These rifts were like invisible traps, crisscrossing erratically, stepping on one would cause a person to be pulled in. Beast Guide analysis in progress. Area analysis, unstable spatial fault. Detected a large number of microspatial traps, touching them would result in random teleportation or being torn apart by spatial forces. Safe path planning in progress, planning complete. Stick close to me, step where I step, not a single mistake. Lu Yuan finally spoke. He stepped forward first. Then he moved left 3 steps, followed by a strange step back. The route was oddly inappropriate. Yun Chanqian and Wu Tian were both dumbfounded. Ah, Yuan, is this hopscotch? Although curious, she perfectly replicated every spot Lu Yuan stepped on. Wu Tian twitched his lips but still obediently followed behind. Thus, a very comical scene unfolded on the plain. 3 figures moved along a bizarre route, sometimes forward, sometimes backward, as if they were performing some mysterious ritual. Wu Tian was nervous with every step he took. Several times, he felt a force strong enough to rip steel flashing just an inch away from his foot. Only then did he realize Lu Yuan was not wandering about at random. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead. After an unknown amount of time, when Lu Yuan finally stopped the strange route. At that moment, Wu Tian's back was completely soaked with cold sweat. He looked at the seemingly calm plain behind him, filled with fear. Let's go, ahead is the road to the middle layer. Lu Yuan's voice pulled him back from his fear. The 3 crossed the plain and arrived at an even more peculiar place. A river about 100 meters wide lay before them. It was called a river because it was flowing slowly. But what flowed in the river was? It is not water, but a liquid mirror substance extremely similar in structure to the body of the previous mirror beast. The whole river is a huge, flowing mirror, reflecting the sky and the 3 people's images. The river's surface is calm and still, with not a sound of water to be heard. On the opposite bank of the river, the spatial fluctuations are noticeably more intense, and one can vaguely see bizarre scenes that should be the middle level of the secret realm. This mirror river is the only passage. I'll give it a try. Wu Tian volunteered. He picked up a stone the size of a fist and threw it with all his strength toward the opposite bank of the river. The stone arced through the air like a parabola. However, just as it reached about 10 meters above the mirror river, the stone was instantly distorted and vanished into thin air. There are spatial restrictions above, it can't be crossed. Wu Tian's expression was serious. He walked to the riverbank and commanded the nature spirit Nisan. Natural power. A vine burst from the ground, striking toward the river's surface like a spiritual snake. Slap. At the moment the vine touched the liquid mirror surface, a perfectly identical afterimage of the vine suddenly struck out from the mirror reflection and hit the vine, smashing it to pieces before disappearing. Physical attacks will be perfectly reflected. What about energy attacks? Wu Tian was not convinced and had Nisan condense a green energy ball to shoot at the river's surface. As a result, that energy ball silently merged into the mirror the moment it made contact, not even creating a ripple. Immune to energy damage. Wu Tian was at a loss for words, he looked at Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan had been quietly watching that strange mirror river the whole time, his gaze was fixed on his own reflection on the river surface. His Beastmaster compendium did not provide any method to crack it. But it did offer a strange annotation. Mirror river, the manifestation of rules, the boundary between reality and illusion. What you see is not what you obtain, what you believe is true. What you believe is true. Lu Yuan suddenly smiled. He seemed to understand. The light of primordial beginning. With his soft call, the pure white light ball hovered on his shoulder. Summon a servant of light. A light spirit, smaller than the light of primordial beginning, was summoned, curiously flying around Lu Yuan. Go, walk to the opposite bank, treat the river below as a continent. Lu Yuan issued an order that both Yun Chanqian and Wu Tian found puzzling. The newly born light spirit could not comprehend complex concepts like river, danger, or reflection. In its world, there was only the master's command. It received the instruction and flapped its tiny light wings, moving resolutely toward the river surface. Under the watch of Yun Chanqian and Wu Tian, the light spirit gently stepped on the flowing mirror. It was neither rebounded nor submerged. The light spirit stood steadily on the river surface, as if the strange liquid mirror below was nothing but a solid crystal ground. It tilted its little head, seemingly curious about the sensation underfoot, then hopped step by step toward the opposite bank. Its reflection on the surface bounced along with it, creating a harmonious yet strangely eerie scene. Until the figure of the light spirit completely disappeared on the opposite bank. "What's going on?" Wu Tian asked. "This river tests not strength, but heart," Lu Yuan explained. "If you believe it's a river, then it becomes an uncrossable chasm. If you believe it's a way through, then it becomes just an ordinary path." "The river of mind," Wu Tian murmured. This concept involving the level of rules was completely beyond his current understanding. "Close your eyes." Lu Yuan looked at Yun Chanxian and Wu Tian. "Empty your thoughts, do not think of it as a river beneath your feet, do not look at the reflection in the water, just consider yourself walking on ordinary flat ground. Follow my voice." Yun Chanxian, upon hearing this, without saying a word, she immediately closed her eyes, a smile of trust still lingering at the corner of her mouth. To her, Lu Yuan's words were the truth, and there was no need for doubt. Wu Tian appeared to struggle a bit, taking a deep breath. He tried hard to throw away all those images of physical rebound and energy immunity from his mind before slowly closing his eyes. "Let's go." Lu Yuan took Yun Chanxian's hand and stepped forward first. A strange sensation traveled up from the soles of his feet. He succeeded. Then, Yun Chanxian and Wu Tian followed him, stepping onto this idealistic river one step at a time. The surface of the river beneath their feet was as solid as rock. The three of them kept their eyes closed, guided by Lu Yuan, walking toward the more violent energy on the other shore. Chapter 37, Mirror Heart Lotus. As the solid ground beneath him was felt, Wu Tian's tense body suddenly relaxed. He opened his eyes wide, gasping for air. Before him was a bizarre and twisted forest. The trees here were ordinary trees, but made from countless prisms pieced together. The trunks and branches refracted colorful light, cutting and twisting the silhouettes of the three into strange shapes. The spatial energy in the air was even more violent. "This is the middle layer." Wu Tian glanced back at the quietly flowing mirror river. His admiration for Lu Yuan climbed to a new height, even Shen Yi couldn't compare to the respect he felt for Lu Yuan now. Lu Yuan was already far ahead of all of them. Yun Chanxian didn't seem to feel much. As soon as her feet touched the ground, she curiously looked around, reaching out to touch a prism tree's trunk. The icy touch made her retract her hand. Yuan, these trees are so strange, it feels like they are watching us." As soon as she finished speaking, countless mirrors on the prism tree she touched reflected Yun Chanxian's own face. Every face was identical, and oddly, even as Yun Chanxian moved away, the Yun Chanxian in those mirrors remained in the same position as before. Wu Tian immediately trembled, taking a half step back instinctively. "Don't be afraid." Lu Yuan's voice was calm as he held Yun Chanxian's hand, guiding her to move forward. "It's just residual images of energy, there's no threat." His Beastmaster illustrated handbook had already provided an analysis. This environment would unconsciously record and replay the emotions of creatures entering this place. It was like a video recorder. The three of them moved through this strange forest, and not far ahead, they heard violent energy roars and angry growls. "It's the sound of battle." Wu Tian perked up. The three exchanged glances, contained their breath, and quietly approached the direction of the sound. In a relatively open glade between the trees, they saw the two sides of the battle. One side was made up of 5 young Beastmasters wearing matching combat suits. Looking at the badges on their uniforms, they were students from the Holy Light Beast Academy, a top institution renowned alongside Longshao and Beiming. Through the Beastmaster illustrated handbook, they learned that their beasts were all at the silver tier. Their opponents, however, were a peculiar mirror beast. The mirror beast stood about 3 meters tall, its body a liquid silver with no fixed shape. At that moment, it had taken the form of a fierce giant clawed bear, and every swipe of its paw produced terrifying power, forcing the 5 students of the Divine Martial Academy to retreat step by step. "Zhao Koan. This won't work. Our attacks are useless against it and are only making it stronger," a female student shouted while dodging. The young man named Zhao Koan had a face so dark it seemed like it could drip water. His eyes were glued to a translucent lotus flower behind the mirror beast not far away. The lotus was entirely carved like a mirror, radiating pure spatial fluctuations. Mirror Heart Lotus. Wu Tian watched clearly from the shadows. It is a treasure that can help light-type or illusion-type beast tamers rapidly enhance. Give it everything we've got. I refuse to believe we can't wear it down. Zhao Koan couldn't hear the advice, a hint of malice flashing in his eyes. Beside him, a giant engulfed in dark red flames roared, pounding the ground with its fists. Dozens of massive lava fireballs shot skyward, crashing down toward the mirror beast. Roar! Facing such an attack, the mirror beast not only did not dodge, but let out an even more violent roar. Its body rapidly expanded, silver light swirling across its surface, and in an instant, it transformed into a larger, more ferocious giant. It too pounded the ground, and more, hotter lava fireballs howled out, colliding thunderously with Zhao Kuan's attack. Boom! 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 The violent explosions turned the entire clearing into a sea of fire, shockwaves making the surrounding prism trees buzz and vibrate. As the smoke cleared, Zhao Kuan's lava giant was pushed back repeatedly, the flames on its arms dimming slightly. However, the giant formed from the mirror beast remained unscathed, its momentum even greater than before. Beast Tamer Codex analysis in progress. Target, Guardian Mirror Beast. Trait, Mind's Mirror. Its form and strength completely depend on the challenger's heart. The stronger the killing intent, the more it becomes an indestructible beast of slaughter. The more hostility, the more it becomes an unbeatable creature of fury. Way to break, let go of hostility and killing intent. So that's how it is. Another test of mindset. Zhao Kuan and the others had been using the wrong method from the very beginning. Seeing that the five were about to collapse, Lu Yuan no longer hid, stepping out from behind the trees with Yun Shanxian and Wu Tian. Who are you? Zhao Kuan and the others immediately turned wary. When they saw the bronze tier aura on Lu Yuan and the others, Zhao Kuan's wariness instantly turned into open contempt. Where did these wandering soldiers come from? If you don't want to die, get lost. Hey, what kind of person are you? Yun Shanxian was immediately displeased. The road isn't yours, we can go wherever we want. Zhao Kuan scoffed and ignored them, thinking they were just opportunists trying to take advantage and not worth his time. He turned back to command his beasts, preparing to launch a new round of fierce attacks. Lu Yuan paid him no mind, walking straight toward the center of the battlefield. Yuan! Yun Shanxian and Wu Tian were both startled. Kid, you're looking for death. Zhao Kuan also noticed Lu Yuan's movement. The mirror beast was incredibly furious at the moment, a bronze-tier kid walking over was like sending himself to the slaughter. However, the next scene left everyone present wide-eyed. As Lu Yuan stepped closer, the once furious lava giant began to extinguish its flames at a speed visible to the naked eye, its massive body shrinking rapidly. When Lu Yuan stood 3 meters from it, it had already transformed back into that puddle of liquid silver mercury, quietly flowing on the ground, showing no aggression at all. The entire battlefield fell silent in an instant. How is this possible? A female student behind Zhao Kuan exclaimed in shock. Zhao Kuan's expression turned incredibly interesting. They had exerted every effort and revealed all their trump cards without moving even a hair of this fearsome beast, yet before this kid, it became as tame as a small cat? Lu Yuan ignored their astonished gazes. He simply gazed at the puddle of silver liquid on the ground, his thoughts stirring. A mirror quietly appeared beside him. As the glance mirror emerged, it emitted no aura. It simply floated silently, its surface facing the puddle of liquid below, radiating gentle waves. That was a form of communication, or rather, a resonance. The puddle of liquid on the ground began to ripple in response, as if acknowledging it. It had no hostility, no killing, only a kind of instinctive protection. And the mirror of observation conveyed to it, also had no killing intent, no hostility. Moments later, the pool of liquid actively split to the sides, opening a path to the central pond. It recognized Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan stepped forward, walked to the edge of the pond, reached out, and easily plucked the mirror heart lotus. After finishing all this, he turned around with Yun Shanxian and Wu Tian, and left. From beginning to end, he hadn't made a single move. Zhao Kuan couldn't understand where he had lost. On the other side. Yuan, you are amazing. That idiot fought for so long, but you just went over and had a chat, and got the item. From the moment he obtained the mirror heart lotus. The mirror of observation had been softly buzzing. Chapter 38, Mirror Image Storage. The three left the clearing and continued deeper into the prism forest. Lu Yuan handed the mirror heart lotus to the mirror of observation to absorb. Yuan, you were really cool just now. That guy named Zhao Kuan had a face as purple as an eggplant. Wu Tian, who was following behind, had completely entered sage mode at this point. Since entering the secret realm, he had experienced more shocks than he had in the past 18 years combined. Whether it was cracking the illusion array, crossing the wasteland, or the Mind Mirror River, or just now navigating through the Guardian Beast, every operation by Lu Yuan was reshaping his understanding. Lu God Wu Tian couldn't help but speak up. I feel like my knowledge of beast control is different from yours. In front of you, I feel like an FW. How could that be? Yun Shanxian turned back. You just encountered a teammate as powerful as Yuan for the first time. Wu Tian. This statement seemed impossible to refute. Lu Yuan couldn't help but laugh at their banter. At this moment, the mirror of observation also made some noise. It was the mirror heart lotus. It had been completely absorbed by the mirror of observation. Lu Yuan stopped and said to the two, let's take a break and adjust our state. Wu Tian was just needing time to digest his overturned worldview, and immediately nodded in agreement. Yin Shanshan had no objections either. She found a clean root of a prism tree to sit down on and kindly patted the spot next to Lu Yuan for him. After Lu Yuan sat down, that ancient book was silently floating, automatically turning to the page belonging to the mirror of observation. On the surface of the mirror, golden data streams began to slowly condense, eventually forming several lines of brand new text. Detected that the beast mirror of observation absorbed high-purity homogeneous energy. Skill mirror duplication undergoes mutation. Please choose mutation direction. Here it comes. Lu Yuan's spirits lifted. This was the chance brought by the mirror heart lotus. This time, the mirror of observation had truly mutated. He focused his mind and looked carefully. Direction 1, Deep Duplication. After copying the target, during the copying period, the mirror of observation also acquires one trait of the copied beast, with the duplication duration doubled. Direction 2, Mirror Image Storage. In addition to immediately copying a beast, can previously duplicate a friendly beast's image, with the copied image stored in the mirror space, ready to be released in battle. The image lasts for 3 minutes. Current storage capacity, 1. The two options represented two completely different enhancement paths. Lu Yuan's gaze moved back and forth between the two options. Deep duplication was undoubtedly extremely powerful. Copying an enemy also granted a passive trait for free. For example, copying a dark rock turtle known for its defense. During the copying period, the mirror of observation could also gain the defensive trait of the dark rock turtle. This undoubtedly gave the mirror of observation a leap in combat power. Moreover, the duration of the duplicated beast became 20 minutes. That was a very good mutation direction. And mirror image storage was a completely different approach. It allowed the prior duplication and storage of an image of a friendly beast. This means that Lu Yuan has two extra summoned beasts that can be called at any time during battle. Before a fight, he can store the Primordial Light, the Dark Ranger, or Yin Shanshan's Holy Flame Sparrow. During battle, he can summon 3 Primordial Lights simultaneously, with 3 times the Holy Radiance Purifying Field, and 9 Servants of Light working together. Or, when the team is in crisis, he can release stored healing beasts to instantly turn the tide with a recovery move. The only downside is that early replication takes some time to complete. Unlike the original mirror replication, which can copy immediately, this method cannot store enemies' beasts. But the flaw does not overshadow the advantage. What captivates Lu Yuan even more is the prompt indicating, current storage limit, 1. This suggests that with the improvement of the Mirror of Insight's power, the number of beasts that can be copied in advance can increase. Both mutations are beneficial, and Lu Yuan wants both, but he ultimately chooses path 2. I choose, direction 2, mirror storage. Mirror replication is undergoing mutation. Mutation complete. New skill mirror storage has been generated. Mirror storage, select one enemy or ally beast, perfectly replicate its form and skills, lasting 10 minutes. Cannot replicate beasts of a higher rank than the Mirror of Insight. Can replicate one beast in advance, storing that image in mirror space, which can be released at any time during battle, lasting 3 minutes. Current storage limit, 1. With the change of the mirror replication skill on the illustration. Behind the mirror of the Mirror of Insight, a phantom card slot mark condenses. This is the mirror space for storing images. Yuan, what's wrong? Are you daydreaming? Yun Shanshan's voice pulled Lu Yuan back from the mutation of the Mirror of Insight. He looked at Yun Shanshan's little face full of concern. It's nothing. He stood up and moved his body. Just thinking that we should be close to the core layer. After saying that, his gaze turned to Yun Shanshan, as if he suddenly thought of something. Shanshan, let your Holy Flame Sparrow come out for a moment. Oh, okay. Though Yin Shanshan was confused, she always unconditionally obeyed Lu Yuan's requests. With a clear chirp, the bird burning with holy flames appeared beside her. Lu Yuan said nothing, only subtly moved his thoughts. The Mirror of Insight silently aimed at the Holy Flame Sparrow. The next moment, a faint silver light shot out from the mirror, enveloping the Holy Flame Sparrow. The Holy Flame Sparrow felt no discomfort and looked curiously at the Mirror of Insight. The whole process lasted for 10 seconds, and the silver light retracted into the mirror. Everything was normal, as if nothing had happened. But only Lu Yuan knew that behind his Mirror of Insight, that mirror space had gained an extra image of the Holy Flame Sparrow. Yuan, what are you doing? Yun Shanshan blinked, her face full of question marks. Beside her, Wu Tian was also left bewildered. Lu Yuan's actions were always so incomprehensible. It's nothing, just a little experiment, Lu Yuan casually said while retracting the Mirror of Insight. He didn't explain much. Alright, we've rested enough, let's keep moving. Lu Yuan clapped his hands. I'm really looking forward to the special summoning stone of the core layer. The three set off again. This time, Lu Yuan's mood was lighter and more determined than before. Passing through this bizarre prism forest, they came to an open area ahead. A massive floating island group appeared before their eyes. Countless islands of various sizes floated in midair, connected by twisted light bridges. They emitted a denser spatial energy than anywhere before. There lies the last layer of the Mirror Shadow secret realm, the core layer. Chapter 39, Between the Gaps of the Heart. Reaching here, there is no more ground, only countless broken islands of various sizes, floating in the air. But to reach the final core layer, it is obvious that we must go through the connections between these islands. The twisted light bridges connect some islands, forming pathways. The dense and extreme spatial energy flows slowly through the air. Is this the core layer? Wu looked at the magnificent floating island cluster ahead, his voice filled with shock. Ansu said that to enter the core layer, not only strength is required but also luck. Lu Yuan's gaze swept over the light bridges connecting the islands. Now I roughly understand what she meant by luck. Luck? Yun Shanxian asked curiously, clearly not noticing anything special. What luck? Lu Yuan did not answer immediately but first stepped onto the nearest light bridge to them. The light bridge was incredibly solid beneath their feet. The three quickly arrived at the first floating island. The island was small, made completely of a gray-white crystal, empty of anything. On the other end of the island, three light bridges of different colors appeared, leading in three different directions, pointing to three other floating islands. 3 choices? Are we playing a lottery? Is this the time to test our luck? Yun Shanxian mumbled. Wu Tian's expression was serious, he could not sense the conditions of the islands connected by these three light bridges. Is this the luck of the so-called core layer? Beast-taming illustrated analysis in progress. Area law analysis, spatial beacon resonance. Analysis result, the light bridges here are not randomly generated but resonate with the potential of the beast tamer stepping onto the island. The higher the potential star level of the tamed beast, the easier the path to the core area. Potential assessment in progress, the team holds 4 5-star potential beasts, Light of Primordial, Mirror of Vision, Sacred Flame Fire Sparrow, Dark Ranger, and 1 4-star potential beast, Forest Spirit. So that's how it is. The so-called luck was determined from the very beginning. This secret realm is fundamentally a trial ground prepared for the true pride of heaven. The more high potential beasts the team has, the more they can move towards the core layer. In other words, now, even if Lu Yuan and the others walked randomly, the light bridges could still take them into the core area. Let's take the left one. Lu Yuan casually chose. He took Yun Shanxian's hand and stepped onto the bridge that emitted a faint golden light. Wu Tian followed without hesitation. By now, he had long given up thinking, following Lu Yuan's steps was the best solution. Just as they set foot on the second island, a distant roar mixed with anger came. Damn it! How can there be so many mirror beasts after this light bridge? The three turned to look, only to see Zhao Kuan and his teammates from the Holy Light Academy fighting against a group of mirror beasts on a floating island. That island was clearly a trap, the light bridge they chose led them there. Zhao Kuan also saw Lu Yuan and the others, who were safe and ready to step onto a new light bridge, his face instantly turned extremely grim. Why them? Why could these three unknown people have a smooth journey while they, the elites from top academies, struggled and repeatedly fell into traps? Zhao Kuan, we can't hold on much longer. The mirror beasts on this island never stop coming. A female student beside him cried out anxiously. It must be them. They certainly used some despicable means to figure out the right path. Zhao Kuan glared at Lu Yuan and his team, blaming all his failures on others. Look at that eggplant, it seems even more purple. Yun Shanxian whispered to Lu Yuan as she took a glance. Lu Yuan smiled but did not respond. At this moment, he didn't even need the help of the beast taming illustrated to perfectly avoid all the traps and dead ends. Along the way, they had encountered some wandering mirror beasts, but they were merely minor enemies easily defeated by Yun Shanxian's explosive projectiles from the Sacred Flame Fire Sparrow. Wu Tian followed behind, completely numb. He watched Lu Yuan make choices every time, seeing them safely reach the next stop each time. Looking back at the distant floating islands, those teams surrounded by mirror beasts, only feelings of emotion remained in his heart. He finally understood that Lu Yuan was not just lucky. Lu Yuan himself was the very embodiment of luck. But this path was just Lu Yuan wandering aimlessly. Unaware of how many floating islands they had crossed, when they stepped onto another island, the scene before them suddenly opened up. Ahead, there were no other floating islands or light bridges. This was an immensely large central island, like a floating continent, quietly spanning across the void. And at the very center of the continent, a gigantic space crack was slowly rotating. With every turn of that crack, the entire space trembled, exhaling terrifying space energy. Through the distorted crack, deep within it, several diamond-shaped crystals emitting colorful halos were quietly floating. The special summoning stone of the Mirror Shadow secret realm. Finally found it. Yun Shanxian's eyes instantly lit up. Wu Tian's heart surged as well, his breath becoming a bit hurried. However, Lu Yuan's brow furrowed because he saw the content of the Beast Control Compendium. Final trial, the gap of the heart. Analysis, this places the intersection of spirit and space, the manifestation of rules. To gain its gift, one must endure its test. Test content, confronting the deepest fears within oneself. Reward, those who pass the test can receive one or multiple mirror source stones based on their performance. Warning, those with weak will may suffer severe damage to their mental sea, risking permanent loss in the illusion of inner demons. Lu Yuan withdrew his gaze, his expression returning to calm. He turned around to look at the excited Yun Qianqian and Wu Tian. It's not that simple to get those stones, he spoke slowly. That crack is a trial. It will force us to confront what we fear most inside ourselves, the so-called inner demons. This is very dangerous, one might be lost in the illusion forever. It's not yet opened, now is the time to retreat. All the gains along the way have not been in vain, so do you want to back out? Chapter 40, Inner Demons. Lu Yuan's words instantly drained the excitement from Yun Qianqian and Wu Tian's faces. Inner demons can always reflect one's greatest fears. Wherever Yuan is, I will be there, Yun Qianqian was the first to break the silence. She stepped forward, her chin slightly raised, eyes showing no signs of retreat. Aren't they just inner demons? I want to see what can make me, Yun Qianqian, someone who's never been afraid of heaven or earth, back down. The girl's words struck the ground like thunder. Wu Tian took a deep breath, glancing at the slowly rotating space crack, his gaze more resolute than ever. I came here to become stronger. Now that we've come so far, how can we leave, he said firmly. Moreover, if we can't even face our own hearts, what future is there to talk about? Coming from a common background, he knew better than anyone that opportunity often comes with risk. Backing down means forever staying in place. Lu Yuan looked at the two beside him, their minds were made up. He stopped trying to persuade them, some paths are meant to be walked alone. Since you've decided, then let's go. The three of them walked side by side toward the gap of the heart that pierced through heaven and earth. The closer they got, the more terrifying the force pulling at their souls became. When their toes touched the edge of the crack, the moment of twisted light. The entire world collapsed with a roar. Wu Tian found himself standing in a giant banquet hall. Beside the banquet hall was a banner celebrating Wu Tian's successful promotion to diamond-level Beastmaster. He wore a luxurious outfit, with a badge symbolizing a diamond-tier Beastmaster on his chest. Countless guests moved back and forth, smiling at him, showering him with flattering words. Lord Wu Tian, young and accomplished, truly is the light of our North City Donghai. Yes, I heard that Lord Wu Tian's beast is about to break through to the epic level. He succeeded, he really became a renowned Beastmaster. But in Wu Tian's heart, there was not a trace of joy, instead, he was shrouded in a deep unease. Dad! Mom! He pushed through the crowd and rushed into the backstage of the banquet hall. There were no guests, only two familiar figures. His parents, dressed in coarse clothes, stood nervously in the backstage, completely out of place in the magnificent banquet hall. The wrinkles on their faces seemed deeper than in his memory. Xiao Tian, you are here. His mother smiled with relief when she saw him. Why are you still wearing this? Wu Tian frowned tightly, he had clearly sent home an unimaginable amount of money. We are not used to those fine materials. His father said awkwardly. At that moment, the sky suddenly changed. Several black shadows entered from outside, bringing undisguised killing intent, sealing off the entire banquet hall. The leader in black clothes, wearing a hideous mask, spoke in a hoarse voice, Wu Tian, you killed our young master, today, your parents' lives will pay the price. Enemies. Wu Tian's pupils shrank suddenly, and he instantly summoned his beast. But he was terrified to find that his beast, which should have been at the diamond level, was now incredibly weak, barely able to stand. No. He watched helplessly as those black-clothed men raised their knives and walked toward his terrified parents. He desperately wanted to rush over, but his body felt as if it were filled with lead, unable to move. He could only emit a desperate scream, watching the knife fall before him. Watching his parents' eyes filled with fear, he helplessly witnessed their deaths before him. It was he who brought disaster. It was he who, in achieving fame as a renowned Beastmaster, brought catastrophe upon this family. Yun Qianqian found herself dressed in a magnificent gown, standing in the highest honor hall of Beiming Beastmaster Academy. Above her, the Starry River flowed. In the center of the hall, a familiar figure was receiving the worship of thousands. It was Lu Yuan. He wore a black robe engraved with divine patterns, his dark eyes deep as a chasm, surrounded by a terrifying pressure that made one dare not look directly. At this moment, he seemed to have become a god. A Yuan. Yun Qianqian lifted her skirt, her face glowing with a brilliant smile, and ran through the crowd toward her light. However, just as she was about to reach him, Lu Yuan slightly turned away, his indifferent gaze sweeping over. In that gaze, there was no affection, no warmth, only a distant coldness, an impatience that kept others at bay. Miss Yun, please keep your distance. His voice, like a knife tempered in ice, pierced into Yun Shanxian's heart. Yun Shanxian's smile froze on her face. She stared blankly at him. Yuan, what's wrong? Don't you recognize me? Are we very familiar? Lu Yuan's lips curled into a mocking arc. The face she once cherished now showed her the most painful expression. At this moment, a woman in a pure white dress, with a noble aura, walked slowly to Lu Yuan's side and affectionately linked her arm with his. Yuan, who is this? The woman's voice was pleasant, but her gaze toward Yun Shanxian held a superior condescension. Just an insignificant person. After saying this, Lu Yuan withdrew his gaze and no longer looked at her, linking arms with that unfamiliar woman and walking toward the supreme divine seat amidst the cheers of the crowd. Yun Shanxian felt as if the entire world had turned black and white. Yun Shanxian stood still, watching the figure that once promised to protect her forever grow further away. She felt her heart as if it had been dug out, empty, leaving only the cold wind passing through. Before Lu Yuan lay a gray and desolate wasteland. The dense entangled spatial energy twisted everything here into grotesque shapes. He knew where this place was. The last place his parents sent a message during the rift plan of the North Mystic Beast Academy. He had searched for 10 years. From a waste material ridiculed by others, he walked step by step to today, standing before this rift. All his efforts, all his struggles, were for this moment. He believed that they were still alive. They must be at the other end of the rift, waiting for him to search. His beast-tamer handbook analyzed the spatial laws here, plotting the safest path for him. He stepped forward, inching closer to the deepest part of the rift. There was no other side of the world, no imagined reunion. Only a small grave, built of dry bones. At the top of the grave lay 2 skeletons, already dried up and still. They nestled tightly together, as if in their final stance, resisting the world's coldness. One of the slightly smaller skeletons clutched a pendant tightly in its skeletal fingers. The pendant bore the character for elegance. Lu Yuan knew these were his parents. He just stood quietly, staring at the 2 skeletons, staring at the pendant. Before him, the all-powerful Beast-Tamer handbook displayed the words he least wanted to see. Detected residual life aura identical to the host. Life signs analysis, has perished. Estimated time of death, 10 years ago. 10 years ago. On the day he awakened to become a Beastmaster, the day he joyfully thought he could finally search for his parents. His parents had already died in this place. All the hope, all the obsession, all the beliefs that supported him until today, collapsed in that moment. Chapter 41, Overcoming Inner Demons. Wu Tian knelt in a pool of blood, even his breath filled with pain. The terrified eyes of his parents before death were like 2 daggers, stabbing into his heart. It was him, all because of him. If he hadn't become a Beastmaster, if he hadn't desired to stand out, they wouldn't have died. No, it's not like this. Wu Tian murmured, his consciousness drowning in regret and guilt. Just as he was about to be completely consumed by despair, a thought appeared in his chaotic mind. No. What was wrong? If he truly was a diamond-tier powerhouse, how could he not even withstand such a ragtag group? If his beasts were really that powerful, how could he be so weak that he couldn't even stand? This illusion had many flaws. It magnified the deepest fears within him. Fear that his success would bring disaster to his family. Yet it poorly wove an unexplainable story. I pursue power, not for wealth and fame, but to be strong enough to protect those I want to protect. Wu Tian roared, struggling to rise from the ground. I won't abandon the path of progress just because I fear the unknown risks. If there are truly enemies, I will become stronger than them, strong enough to crush any threat. His voice, from trembling at first, grew increasingly firm. As his voice fell, the magnificent banquet hall around him, those guests, those grotesque enemies, along with his parents' remains, began to wither away like dust in the wind, transforming into countless light particles. The entire world shattered before his eyes. Are we familiar? That cold voice was more piercing than the cold wind of the north. Yun Shanxian stood dazed, looking at that familiar back. She felt her world had lost all its color, leaving only endless gray. The Lu Yuan who would ruffle her hair, helpless yet indulgent, calling her Qianxian, was gone. The Lu Yuan who would silently clean up all her messes after she got into trouble was gone. The Lu Yuan who stood firm when no one believed in him was gone. The most real version of A Yuan in front of her disappeared. The man in front of her seemed like a god sitting high above. Her heart ached so much. Tears unwittingly swirled in her eyes, making her vision blurry. Yuan, let's go. The strange woman softly spoke to Lu Yuan with the stance of a victor. He didn't look back at Yun Shanxian even once. No. That's not right. Just as Lu Yuan was about to step onto the godly throne, Yun Shanxian fiercely wiped her tears. In her eyes, flames reignited, not sadness, but anger. You are not him. The girl's voice rang loudly, echoing throughout the Hall of Honor. All eyes were fixed on her. The Lu Yuan who was about to ascend to the throne finally halted his steps. He turned back, eyebrows slightly furrowed. "Stop right there." Yun Qianqian was like an angry cat. "You imposter! Cheater! Thief!" As she scolded, she took steps towards him. "My Yuan would never look at me with that kind of gaze. Even if he becomes a god, the king of heaven, he is still my Yuan. He would find me noisy, he would say I'm foolish, but he would never tell me we're not familiar." And Yun Qianqian reached him, extending her hand, her finger nearly poking his nose. "My Yuan definitely wouldn't like someone who looks frail and gasps for breath after just a few steps. He likes someone like me." The more she spoke, the more confident she became, the more justified her arguments felt. Each word she said came from her deepest heart, from her absolute trust in Lu Yuan. This illusion before her might be able to imitate Lu Yuan's strength, imitate his appearance, but it could never mimic his unique tenderness just for her. "You fake, turn back to what you are," Yun Qianqian shouted with a delicate voice. As her words fell, that high and mighty god along with the woman beside him, and the entire magnificent hall, shattered before her like a mirage. Ruin, bones. Estimated time to extinction, 10 years ago. The cold golden words on the Beastmaster's handbook. The book that had once given him countless hopes now filled him with profound despair. 10 years. It turned out, the belief he had held for 10 years was just a joke. It turned out, all his efforts and struggles lost their meaning from the very start. It turned out, by the time he finally had the right to search for them, they had already died here. A wave of unprecedented emptiness and darkness spread from the deepest part of his heart. He stood quietly in front of that small grave mound, motionless, as if he had erected a tombstone in front of it. Time lost its meaning here. Not knowing how long had passed, perhaps a moment, or perhaps eternity. Lu Yuan bent down, extending his trembling hand to touch the pendant. His parents had held each other until their last breath. They must be very cold. In this place where the sun never shines, eroded day and night by spatial turbulence. His fingertips paused just before touching the bones. He suddenly laughed. The laughter was soft, filled with sorrow and self-mockery. "Fake. All of this is fake." He raised his head, and in his black eyes, there were no tears, only calmness. This illusion had captured his deepest obsession and given him the most desperate answer. It wanted to see him break, wanted to see him fall. Lu Yuan slowly straightened up. He no longer tried to break the illusion, nor did he look for a so-called flaw. He turned around, facing away from the grave that could crush his spirit, walking step by step back in the direction he came. Even if it was true? Even if they really were gone. So what? Should his journey stop here? In his mind, the primal light and the mirror of probing faces appeared. They were still waiting for him. At the gate of the Yun family's villa, Yun Jintian and Suyuli stood. "They say, the Yun family is your home." In his mind, the image of Yun Qianqian's little face, always shining with a bright smile, resurfaced. She said, he would eat soft rice for a lifetime. Lu Yuan's steps became more and more steady. Behind him, the ruins, the grave, and the two withered bones began to twist violently, collapsing, as if wanting to pull him back. But he did not look back. Searching for his parents had once been his driving force. But from now on, he would live for the present and fight for the future. Lu Yuan shouted. "If this is the truth, then I will verify it myself. If this is fate, then I will completely overturn it." When he took his last step out of the ruins, the darkness retreated, and light returned to his world. At the core level, in front of the space rift, Wu Tian was the first to open his eyes, gasping for breath, fear lingering in his eyes, but more than that was an unprecedented determination. Almost at the same time, Yun Qianqian also woke up. She was stunned for a moment, then suddenly pounced to Lu Yuan's side, examining him from head to toe. "Ah Yuan, are you okay? Did you see a very annoying fake pretending to be you? He even said he didn't know me. It drove me crazy." At that moment, Lu Yuan's tightly closed eyes slowly opened. In his black eyes, it seemed like he had experienced a reincarnation. He looked at Yun Qianqian, who wore an anxious expression, and paused in silence for a moment. Then, he reached out and gently rubbed her head. "How could I not know you?" His voice was soft. Yun Qianqian instantly felt reassured, with a sweet dimple back on her face. It was her Yuan, he had returned. At the moment when the three fully awakened from the trial of the heart demon, the huge space rift ahead began to spin faster. Immediately after, several streaks of light shot out from the depths of the rift, hovering in front of the three. There were a total of 4. 2 of them slowly floated towards Wu Tian and Yun Qianqian. The remaining 2 hovered in front of Lu Yuan. The mirror source stone, the gift of the trial, had arrived as promised. Chapter 42, Parting. Lu Yuan reached out to grab the two hovering in front of him. On the other side, Jun Qianqian and Wu Tian also stored their own. Wu Tian looked at the crystal stone in his hand, feeling both the excitement of obtaining a treasure and the lingering fear from the recent heart demon trial. He knew very well that if it weren't for Lu Yuan, he probably wouldn't have reached the core level, let alone passed this last trial. As they stored the mirror source stones, the surrounding space began to fluctuate violently. "Get ready, we are leaving," Lu Yuan said solemnly. As soon as his voice fell, a force enveloped the three. When their vision became clear again, they had returned to the entrance of the mirror shadow secret realm. Not far away, Su Yuli and Qin Yan were standing side by side, seemingly chatting about something. "Do you think they can get that legendary special summon stone inside?" Qin Yan asked, curiosity in her tone. Su Yuli gently shook her head, looking towards the twisted space. That special summon stone was actually obtained by a renowned Beastmaster when he was young by chance. Since then, no one has been able to bring out a second one from this secret realm. That senior became famous after advancing to the king level, giving the stone some notoriety. She paused, but the difficulty is self-evident. The mirror shadow secret realm is mysterious and unpredictable. Every time it opens, the scenes inside are restructured. Forget about entering the core level, even escaping from the middle level is not easy. I only hope they can come out safely, and if they gain something, it would be a great blessing. Qin Yan nodded in agreement upon hearing this. At that moment, ripples spread across the space in front of the three, a flash of white light passed, and Lu Yuan, Jun Qianqian, and Wu Tian's figures appeared. "Mom!" Before Su Yuli and Qin Yan could react, Yun Qianqian pounced into Su Yuli's arms. "Lift the diamond crystal in hand. We got it. This is the special summon stone from the mirror shadow realm, called the mirror source stone." The girl's clear voice reached the ears of the two elders. Su Yuli and Qin Yan's eyes were both fixed on the shimmering crystal. They had just been discussing the difficulty of obtaining this thing, and the next moment, it appeared right before their eyes. Qin Yan quickly stepped forward and took the mirror source stone from Wu Tian's hands, carefully examining it for a moment. After briefly reporting the general situation in the realm, Qin Yan patted Wu Tian's shoulder. "Let's go, it's time to digest our gains from this trip." After a short reunion and pleasantries, Qin Yan prepared to say goodbye with Wu Tian. "Yueli, since they have come out, I will take Wu Tian back first. There is still a lot of work waiting for me at the academy." Qin Yan walked to Wu Tian's side, her expression returning to its usual competence. "All right, be careful on the way." Su Yueli nodded. Wu Tian walked up to Lu Yuan and looked at him. "Master Lu, thank you very much for this trip to the secret realm," he said earnestly. "But I won't always follow behind you. In a year's time, at the High Beast Tamer competition, I will stand on the arena and challenge you openly." "I am waiting," Lu Yuan replied. Wu Tian smiled, a smile full of fighting spirit. He no longer said much, turned, and followed Qin Yan, leaping onto the back of the sky-sailing golden rock. The golden rock spread its wings, creating a gust of wind, accompanied by a loud cry, turning into a golden light, disappearing into the horizon. "Let's go home too." Su Yueli withdrew her gaze. On the way back, Yun Qianqian shook off the tension from the secret realm and turned back into that talkative little girl. She hugged Su Yueli's arm, animatedly recounting her experiences in the mirror shadow realm. Su Yueli listened quietly, her expressions changing from initial surprise to later seriousness, and finally to a helpless smile. What was most infuriating was that last heart demon test. Yun Qianqian got excited, her little face puffed up. "Mom, you don't even know, there was actually a fake Lu Yuan in that illusion. Dressed so decently. And he actually dared to say he didn't know me." Yun Qianqian said angrily, mimicking the tone of that Lu Yuan in the illusion, clearing her throat. "Miss Yun, please keep your dignity." It drove me crazy. At that moment, I just wanted the Dark Ranger to shoot an arrow through his head. "Put." Su Yueli couldn't hold back and laughed out loud. And he had a woman beside him. She looked so delicate, that type of white lotus who would be out of breath after walking 2 steps. Yun Qianqian became angrier as she spoke, waving her little fists. How could my Lu Yuan possibly like that type? She put her hands on her hips and confidently concluded, so I could tell right away, he must be a fake. The girl's appearance made Su Yueli laugh. She reached out and pinched her daughter's puffy cheeks, her eyes filled with tenderness. After laughing, Su Yueli's gaze fell on the always silent Lu Yuan. She did not ask Lu Yuan what his heart demon was. As a powerful epic-level warrior, she knew better than anyone that the stronger and more resolute a person is, the more terrifying the challenges they face from their heart demons. Yun Qianqian was able to easily break through the illusion, on one hand, due to her pure thoughts, and on the other hand, her unwavering trust in Lu Yuan had become her sharpest weapon. However, Lu Yuan was different, seeking his parents had become his obsession. Su Yueli merely sighed lightly, walked to Lu Yuan's side, and patted him. It's all in the past now. Lu Yuan lifted his head and met Su Yueli's gentle eyes, and he nodded. After returning to the Yun family's villa and having dinner, he went back to his room. He took out all the shards of the mirror he obtained in the secret realm. Most of these shards were obtained by defeating the mirror beasts in the outer maze in the middle layer prism forest, varying in size, and there are dozens of pieces. Each piece can bring a significant enhancement to the Mirror of Insight. The Mirror of Insight floated beside him, its surface radiating waves of desire. Go ahead, how much you can absorb depends on yourself. With the master's permission, the Mirror of Insight was no longer polite. A silver light shot out from the mirror, lifting the shards of mirror fragments from the ground one by one. As the fragments touched the silver light, they instantly transformed into pure energy streams that were absorbed. As more and more fragments were absorbed, the aura that was originally at the bronze intermediate level started to rise, quickly hitting a bottleneck. Suddenly, the Mirror of Insight unleashed a brilliant light, and a power much stronger than before exploded forth. Bronze advanced. It was achieved. Almost at the same moment the Mirror of Insight advanced. A nurturing force flowed into Lu Yuan's body. Boom! The bronze intermediate bottleneck that had troubled him for a long time was easily shattered under this powerful nurturing force. Bronze advanced Beastmaster. He glanced at the Mirror of Insight hovering before him, its aura now stable. This trip to the secret realm brought immense gains. Not only did he obtain the Source Stone of the Mirror, but he also caused an evolution in the skills of the Mirror of Insight, which now had both advanced. Chapter 43, Journey to Beiming. 3 weeks passed quietly day by day. Finally, it was the day to report to Beiming Beastmaster Academy. This time, Su Yueli personally took the two to go. But unlike the last trip to the Mirror Shadow Secret Realm, the three did not directly ride the cloud-howling Sky Falcon. Instead, they arrived at the transportation station in North City. The design of the platform was filled with a postmodern sense of technology. A luxurious carriage pulled by a silvery white electric charger with hooves entwined with faint arcs of electricity was already waiting there. The electric charger was incredibly majestic, breathing out faint arcs of electricity with each breath. This is the thunder train that runs between major core cities and the north. Su Yueli explained to the two juniors, it is much more stable and comfortable than flying beasts. The three of them boarded the carriage, and the interior space was far more spacious than it looked, with soft sofas and exquisite snacks, almost indistinguishable from the reception hall of the Yun family. With a clear and melodious neigh, the electric charger took off, transforming into a silver flash, and the carriage instantly vanished from the platform. The scenery outside flew past rapidly, from the bustling urban jungle to vast plains, then to rolling mountains. In just 3 hours, the view outside the train window underwent earth-shattering changes. The air was less hot and more refreshing. They had already left the North City area and officially stepped into the north. It was not the icy, desolate land that Lu Yuan had imagined, but a vast and magnificent primitive landscape that met his eyes. The special train stopped at a terminal surrounded by massive mountains. Su Yueli led Lu Yuan and Yun Shanshan out of the station, arriving at an open space. Let's wait here for a moment. Su Yueli looked up at the sky. Yun Shanshan felt a bit confused. Mom, aren't we going directly to Beiming? Su Yueli smiled but did not reply. Soon, a clear and melodious neighing sound came from deep within the clouds. Lu Yuan and Yun Shanshan looked up at the same time and saw a pure white heavenly horse, radiating a golden glow, gracefully descending from the sky with its enormous wings. The figure of the heavenly horse was sacred and noble. A woman dressed in elegant blue jumped lightly down from the horse. It was Lan Liuli, the enrollment mentor of Beiming Academy. Mentor Liuli. Yun Shanshan waved her hand in delight. Lan Liuli nodded at her, then turned her gaze to Su Yueli, her lips curling into a slight smile. You've come? I didn't expect you to send these two little ones to Beiming. I thought you wouldn't step into the north again. Lan Liuli said. Su Yueli simply responded. My blazing sun steed cannot accommodate all four of us. Lan Liuli patted the divine steed beside her. Let your beast come out. Su Yueli glanced at her with annoyance. We're guests who came from far away. You, the local landlord, don't offer a ride, and now you expect me to do the hard work myself? Although she complained like this, she still summoned her beast. With a sharp eagle cry, the cloud-howling Sky Falcon, with a wingspan of over 10 meters, appeared once again. Seeing Su Yuli's sense of entitlement, Lan Liuli straightforwardly pointed out, oh, playing the distant guest now? Have you forgotten, you're also from Beiming? My esteemed honorary mentor of Beiming? She intentionally elongated the last few words, her tone full of mockery. Upon hearing this, Yun Xian, who was about to jump on the falcon's back, froze in mid-action, turning around with her beautiful peach blossom eyes wide open. Mom? Lu Yuan also froze, looking at Su Yueli, his eyes filled with unprecedented shock. Honorary mentor? Aunt Su is actually the honorary mentor of Beiming Academy? This identity, let alone him, probably even Yun Xianxian, her own daughter, was hearing for the first time. Since he could remember, Su Yuli had always played the gentle and loving mother role at home. Faced with the shocked gazes of her daughter and Lu Yuan, Su Yuli's expression flickered unnaturally, then she shot a fierce glare at Lan Luli, seemingly blaming her for being talkative. That's just old news from over a decade ago. She explained vaguely, her gaze unintentionally drifting into the distance. I'm not familiar with the current Bei Ming. Seeing this, Lan Luli no longer teased, immediately calling out, alright, let's not just stand here. Let's hurry up and go. The four of them climbed onto the wide back of the cloud-howling sky falcon in sequence. Yun Xianshan leaned close to Su Yuli, wanting to ask more, but was silenced by her mother's sharp glance. She could only pout resentfully, suppressing her overflowing curiosity for the time being. Let's go. With a command from Su Yuli, the cloud-howling sky falcon flapped its wings fiercely, turning into a blue flash and soaring into the sky, heading towards the misty mountains in the distance. There lies one of the top beast fostering academies in the Dragon Kingdom, Beiming Beast Academy. The cloud-howling sky falcon flew steadily through the clouds for nearly an hour. In Lu Yuan's line of sight, a giant archway appeared. It stood 100 meters high, straddling between two snowy peaks. The pillars were carved with reliefs of ancient ice dragons battling giant sea monsters, with each scale and tentacle visible, exuding immense pressure. And at the top of the archway, a massive ice crystal sphere, over 10 meters in diameter, floated. Su Yuli's gaze also landed on the archway. Casually leaning against the falcon's back, her expression became somewhat absent, as if she had seen through that door into the distant past. Lan Luli walked over to her side, following her line of sight, her voice filled with emotion. Even after you've been gone for more than a decade, Beiming is still the same, nothing has changed. Su Yuli remained silent, not responding. The cloud-howling sky falcon showed no signs of slowing down and flew straight towards the giant archway. Just as they were about to pass through the archway, Lu Yuan felt an invisible force sweep past him. The illusory beast handbook opened silently. Detecting high-intensity rule barrier, Beiming barrier. Energy source, eternal frozen core above the abyssal gate. Effect, automatically identifies and blocks all organisms not recorded with a Beiming identity beacon. Energy reaction is extremely high, conventional means cannot break through. So that's how it is. Lu Yuan understood that earlier force was the defensive barrier of Beiming Academy. Wow, what a strange feeling. Yun Xianxian exclaimed. She touched her arm. I feel like I've passed through a layer of cool water membrane. Lan Liuli smiled and explained, this is the Beiming barrier, the first line of defense of the academy. It will screen everyone coming in and out. Those without access will have their locations continuously exposed and their powers suppressed. If their location hasn't disappeared in 5 minutes, the Beiming security team will take action. She glanced at the still silent Su Yuli and changed the subject. But, who told you that your mom is Su Yuli? The Beiming barrier also records her information, so it didn't stop you. But you two little ones haven't officially enrolled yet, and without your beacons being recorded, you can only sense the existence of the barrier. So troublesome? Yun Xianxian immediately pouted. Can't they just turn off this barrier for new students? Lan Liuli spread her hands. There's no way, Yueli, don't daze, take these two little ones to the ice mirror, get their enrollment procedures done, and obtain their identity beacons. It will be more convenient for them to come and go in the future. Su Yueli gently nodded, guiding the Yun Xiantian falcon towards a direction deep in the mountains. Chapter 44, Villa on the Mountainside. Yun Xiantian falcon flew through countless buildings and finally landed in front of a grand hall entirely carved from ice crystals. There were no guards at the entrance, only two ice phoenix sculptures radiating cold air. This is the Ice Mirror Hall, where all new student information is recorded. Lan Liuli said, leading the way into the hall. The hall inside was spacious, and in the center, there floated a round ancient mirror over 5 meters in diameter, framed with ice crystals. The mirror's surface was a deep blue. This is the Ice Mirror, one of the landmark buildings of Beiming Academy. Lan Liuli introduced to the two. Just put your hands on it, it will automatically read your mental waves and beast holding information, generating your identity wristbands. Yun Xianxian curiously stepped up first, gently placing her small hand on the mirror's surface. The center of the ice mirror's deep blue surface lit up with a golden light, and countless data streams flashed rapidly across the mirror. Yun Xianxian felt a force surrounding her, as if it could see her clearly, but it didn't feel intrusive. After a moment, the light on the mirror faded, and a faintly glowing blue wristband slowly floated out from the mirror, hovering in front of Yun Xianxian. Yun Xianxian took the wristband. It felt icy to the touch and automatically shrank to a suitable size when she put it on her wrist, perfectly fitting her skin. The surface of the wristband was smooth as water, featuring only a small Beiming Academy emblem. It's your turn, Yuan. Lu Yuan nodded and walked forward, placing his palm on the mirror's surface. Unlike Yun Xianxian's gentle reaction, as soon as Lu Yuan's hand touched the ice mirror, the entire mirror shook violently. The deep blue of the mirror seemed to ripple as if a stone had been thrown into it. Lan Liuli's expression changed slightly, and even Su Yueli, who had appeared distracted, turned her gaze over. The reaction of the ice mirror was too intense. It indicated that the mental power of the tested individual far exceeded the norm. The data streams on the mirror surged wildly, moving several times faster than before, and eventually, a similarly styled blue wristband emerged from the mirror. Lu Yuan took the wristband and put it on. The entire process was very calm, as if the earlier disturbance had nothing to do with him. Lan Liuli looked at Lu Yuan, her shock deepening. Then she explained, "This wristband is your identity proof at Beiming. It has many functions, such as Academy notifications will be released through it. It also has built-in maps of the Academy and an internal forum, which you can explore slowly." "A forum?" Yun Shanxian's eyes instantly brightened as she began fiddling with the wristband. "Can we see the gossip in the Academy?" Lan Liuli smiled, "Close enough. But I suggest you better take a look at the freshman handbook first." "Okay, the paperwork is done, I will take you to your living place." Su Yueli drove the Yun Xiaotian falcon to rise into the sky again, while Lan Liuli guided the direction beside her. "Is North Ming Academy really that good? They even arranged the living quarters?" Yun Shanxian sat on the back of the falcon. Looking at the buildings rushing by below, her face was full of anticipation for the upcoming academy life. Soon, the Yun Xiaotian falcon flew towards a mountain peak deep within the academy. The peak wasn't the highest, but the scenery was extremely beautiful. Halfway up, clouds surrounded the area, and a clear waterfall fell from the top of the mountain, shimmering in the sunlight. In a gentle area halfway up the mountain, a 3-story villa with an independent courtyard quietly sat there, perfectly blending with the surrounding natural scenery. The Yun Xiaotian falcon slowly descended to the open space in front of the villa. "Wow!" Yun Shanxian jumped down from the falcon and, looking at the beautiful villa in front of her, her eyes turned starry. "Mom! Mentor Lan Liuli! North Ming Academy is too amazing. Freshmen get to live in a villa directly upon enrollment? This treatment is just too cool." Lan Liuli couldn't help but laugh at her expression. Then she explained, "How is that possible? Even if North Ming is generous, they can't possibly give every freshman a villa. This villa was a reward for your mother when she was at North Ming Academy." Yun Shanxian's face froze in surprise, and she slowly turned to look at her mother. "A reward?" Lan Liuli continued, "Yes, it was a long time ago. I didn't expect she would let you stay here. It really brings back memories. There used to be a room in here that was mine." Su Yueli felt a little uncomfortable with their back and forth, and raised her hand wanting to give Lan Liuli a light smack, but the latter cleverly dodged with a laugh. "Alright, I've delivered you all here, and my task is completed." Lan Liuli waved goodbye to Lu Yuan and Yun Shanxian. "You will be contacted about your freshman registration time through your wristbands tomorrow. I will leave now." After saying that, she summoned the blazing sun Pegasus again and vanished in a flash of golden light. Only Su Yueli and the 3 others were left, and the atmosphere became somewhat subtle. However, Su Yueli seemed unbothered, as she first pushed open the villa's courtyard door and walked inside. "What are you still standing there for? Come in and choose your rooms." The interior decoration of the villa matched its exterior, simple yet warm, with all kinds of furniture readily available, and it was spotless, clearly maintained regularly. Yun Shanxian immediately dashed up to the second floor. "I want that room facing south, where the sunlight is best." Lu Yuan chose a room next door to her. As the two settled their luggage and came out of their rooms, they saw Su Yueli rolling up her sleeves, making the bed in a guest room on the first floor. "Mom, what are you doing?" Yun Shanxian peeked in, confused. "We aren't inviting guests to stay." Lu Yuan stood beside her, watching Su Yueli's busy figure. Su Yueli smoothed out the comforter, patting the wrinkles before turning to look at the 2 little ones. In an utterly ordinary tone, she said, "Who said this was prepared for guests? I will be living in North Ming too, so of course, I will stay with you." "Ah?" Yun Shanxian couldn't process this information in an instant. Su Yueli walked in front of her and pinched her cheek. "What do you mean, ah? Do you think I would feel at ease letting you 2 little ones stay here alone? What if someone bullies you? What if you get into trouble? And besides, there's a surprise coming for you both." She was scolding them with her mouth, but her gaze inadvertently swept over Lu Yuan, revealing a hidden worry. The heart demon trial of the Mirror Shadow secret realm still made it impossible for her to feel completely at ease. That child Lu Yuan had a deep obsession in his heart. She didn't watch personally, always feeling uneasy. Yun Shanxian came to her senses, and a radiant smile instantly blossomed on her face. She pounced into Su Yueli's arms, rubbing against her like a spoiled kitten. "That's fantastic. I thought it would be a long time before I could see Mom again." Chapter 45, The North Void Double Rankings. After settling everything, Su Yueli did not let the 2 little ones stay in the villa for too long. "Let's go, since we are in Beiming, we must see the most famous landmark here." She led the two of them, expertly navigating through several paths paved with ice crystals, arriving at a very spacious central plaza. The plaza was livelier than any place they had seen before, filled with energetic young students, grouped in threes and fives. And everyone's gaze was intentionally or unintentionally drawn to the end of the plaza. There, two entirely different landmark buildings stood tall. On the left was a huge circular wheel, over 12 meters in diameter, completely black. On the wheel, 100 silver names were arranged, slowly rotating. On the right stood an 18-meter-tall monument, made of unknown icy crystal, with golden letters appearing on its surface, clearly arranged in 97 names from bottom to top. At the top of the monument, 3 frost giant swords hung in the air, their tips pointing downward, with the names of the top 3 carved on their blades. Wow, how magnificent! Yun Shanshan looked up at the two buildings, her little mouth slightly open. Many newcomers in the plaza were just like her, their faces filled with shock and curiosity. This is a symbol of honor at Beiming Academy. Su Yueli's voice rang out beside them, filled with nostalgia. She pointed at the two monuments to explain, this is the most famous place at Beiming Academy, the North Void Double Rankings. The wheel on the left is named the Cold Abyss Ranking, while the monument on the right is the Skyfrost Ranking. This honor board was established by the Academy to encourage students. As long as you can make it onto the board, you can earn a substantial amount of points every week. Points are a hard currency in the Academy that can be exchanged for training resources, rare materials, and even for purchasing qualifications to enter secret realms. Yun Shanshan's eyes lit up immediately. There's such a good thing? How can we get on the rankings? Climb up. Su Yueli's answer was simple and direct. Every ranked student must accept at least one challenge each week from students below them, the loser falls, and the winner rises. She paused, turning her gaze to the Cold Abyss wheel on the left. The Cold Abyss ranking is only for first-year and second-year students, making it a benefit for newcomers, with relatively less competition. The Skyfrost ranking, however, is open to all students in the Academy. Su Yueli's gaze eventually fell on Lu Yuan, her expression growing serious. Lu Yuan, you must get on the Skyfrost ranking as soon as possible. As far as I know, most students who want to participate in the Academy's Space Rift exploration plan will first prove their strength on the Skyfrost ranking. Although you have secured a spot, there is still competition within the plan. You must show a sufficiently outstanding performance to accelerate your chance of entering the core exploration team. Space Rift Plan. His always calm eyes finally began to ripple. His gaze crossed the crowd, looking at the Skyfrost ranking, which represented the highest honor of Beiming. The information of the top 3 of the Academy was clearly written on the 3 frost giant swords. Skyfrost ranking first, Su Yan, 4th year, low-level platinum Beastmaster. Skyfrost ranking second, Qi Shi, 3rd year, mid-level platinum Beastmaster. Skyfrost ranking 3rd, Qi Feng, 4th year, low-level platinum Beastmaster. Skyfrost ranking 99th, Cheng Guannan, 3rd year, high-level gold Beastmaster. Skyfrost ranking 100, Zhang Xuelan, 3rd year, high-level gold Beastmaster. Every name was followed by their rank as a Beastmaster. The names corresponding to the 3 frost giant swords all achieved the platinum level. The second place actually has a higher rank than the first place? Yun Shanshan discovered a blind spot, with a puzzled expression. The rankings of the Tian Shuang list do not look at the level of beast tamers, but at the wins and losses on the arena, Su Yueli explained. That Qi Shi often conquers various secret realms, and it is said she has also joined the Space Rift project, now focusing all her attention on secret realms and plans, so she does not care too much about the ranking of the Tian Shuang list. And that Su Yan, although only a low-level platinum, contracted a 4-star potential frost giant dragon in the Dragon Nest secret realm when he was at the silver level, and after careful training, he continuously challenged the top 3 students on the Tian Shuang list when it rose to platinum, taking first place. Lu Yuan's gaze moved to the side to the Han Yuan list. Han Yuan list first, Situ Nong Yue, 2nd year, peak silver beast tamer. Han Yuan list second, Shui Jiufeng, 2nd year, peak silver beast tamer. Han Yuan list third, Nan Changning, 2nd year, peak silver beast tamer. Han Yuan list 99th, Yu Ziyuan, 2nd year, high-level silver beast tamer. Han Yuan list 100, Lin Mu, 2nd year, high-level silver beast tamer. The first on the Han Yuan list is already at peak silver. Lu Yuan silently estimated his own strength. Right now, his Taichu light is at mid-bronze, and the face-checking magic mirror is at high bronze. Facing silver level, he does not lack the strength to fight, but to climb onto this list is by no means easy. A Yuan, look. Yun Shanshan tugged at his sleeve, pointing at the end of that Han Yuan list. The 100th place, high-level silver. If we work hard, maybe we can push him down soon. The girl's face was full of eagerness, as if the names on that list were already in her grasp. Lu Yuan looked at her carefree expression, and the heavy feeling in his heart dissipated a bit. He did not speak, just shifted his gaze from the very bottom of the Tian Shuang list, moving inch by inch upwards, scanning those unfamiliar names, and finally stopping at the top. Su Yan. This name, he remembered it down. Chapter 46, Provocation. Su Yueli retracted her gaze, looking at the two little ones' completely different expressions. Mom, did you also appear on this Tian Xuan list when you were in Beiming back then? Yun Shanshan curiously asked, clinging to Su Yueli's arm. What rank? Did you ever reach the top? Once this question was raised, many eavesdropping students around cast curious glances. After all, Su Yueli's temperament and strength were apparent. At first glance, she was not an ordinary person. A beast tamer so powerful, bringing two freshmen to see the list itself was enough to spark imaginations. Su Yueli gently tapped her daughter's head. Little children, why ask so many questions? She avoided answering and turned, leading the two away from the plaza. Let's go, I'll take you to see other places. She must have been up there. Not just once. Yun Shanshan, not annoyed by the tap, became even more excited, quietly analyzing with Lu Yuan as she followed behind. Look at my mom's expression, she definitely has a story, but is embarrassed to say it now. The three left the noisy plaza, continuing deep into the academy along the main road. On both sides of the road were buildings of various styles. Some were huge battle arenas with semi-open domes, from which roars of beasts and booming energies could often be heard. Others were ancient towers with long lines at the entrance, seemingly places to take on academy tasks. Almost all public facilities at Beiming Academy are tied to points, Su Yueli explained as she walked. Battle arenas, simulated training rooms, and high-level reading areas of the library. To use them, you must spend points. And the fastest way to earn points, besides being on the list, is to complete tasks published by the academy or exchange rare materials. She pointed to a vast area ahead. There, dozens of battle platforms of varying sizes floated in mid-air. Many students were commanding their beasts to fight against each other on them. The scene was extremely lively. There is the floating battle platform, the academy's most basic public battlefield, and also the most direct place to settle personal grudges. As long as both sides agree, they can go up and fight at any time. Of course, the loser needs to pay points to the winner, and the amount will be decided at that moment. At that moment, on a nearby battle platform, a fight had just ended. A robust steel quill porcupine let out a howl as it was slapped away by a gigantic wolf covered in frost, crashing heavily to the ground below and losing the ability to fight. Thank you, Junior. The owner of the frost giant wolf, a proud-faced youth, called back his beast and bowed slightly to the pale-faced student below, but there was no trace of apology in his tone. Senior Chang is truly a master on the ice frost ranking, we students are indeed far behind. A few students below immediately stepped forward to flatter him. The youth referred to as Senior Chang was indeed Cheng Guannan, ranked 99th on the ice frost ranking. He enjoyed this feeling of being idolized, casually scanning the surroundings until he caught sight of Su Yueli and her group, momentarily pausing. At this moment, Yun Shanshan said, if I defeat someone on the Cold Abyss ranking here, will their ranking become mine? Su Yueli nodded. Cheng Guannan just happened to overhear Yun Shanshan's words. His gaze lingered on Su Yueli for a moment, then shifted to Lu Yuan and Yun Shanshan beside her. When he saw the brand new identity wristbands on them, disdain immediately flashed in his eyes. Another two freshmen who just entered school dare to run over here to watch the fun? Cheng Guannan's voice was not loud, but just enough for those nearby to hear clearly. Really know nothing of the world. Do you think getting into Beiming means everything is fine? This is not a place for sheltered flowers like you. The few followers beside him immediately laughed. Exactly, every year there are these clueless youngsters who think they're the chosen ones, only to be crushed beyond recognition in the first month. What Senior Chang said is right, better to memorize the rules of the Cold Abyss ranking first. The sarcastic comments made Yun Shanshan's brows furrow instantly. Just as she was about to argue back, Lu Yuan reached out to stop her. Seeing that Lu Yuan and Yun Shanshan were intimidated and did not dare to approach, Cheng Guannan's smug expression grew even stronger. He redirected his gaze to Su Yueli, opening his mouth self-importantly, this lady must be a guardian accompanying the juniors to check in, right? While Beiming Academy is free, I still suggest you discipline them a bit, lest they offend someone they shouldn't on their first day, that wouldn't be good. This statement carried a threatening tone. Su Yueli's expression instantly turned cold. It had been years since she had seen such an ignorant young man. Oh? Su Yueli took a step forward, and epic-level expert's terrifying pressure surged like an invisible giant wave towards Cheng Guannan. For example, are you talking about offending you? Boom, Cheng Guannan felt as though his mental sea had been heavily struck, his brain suddenly went blank, and his legs went weak, almost dropping to the ground. The frost-hardened demon wolf, which had just been so majestic, let out a mournful cry, its fur standing on end, trembling with its tail tucked between its legs. The faces of the few followers nearby turned ashen, and they retreated repeatedly. The entire floating battle platform area fell silent in an instant. Everyone stared in shock at this extraordinary woman, never expecting she would take action without warning. Who are you? Cheng Guannan struggled to support his body, his voice trembling. I am their guardian, Su Yueli replied calmly. My people are not for you to teach a lesson. Just as the atmosphere became tense, a clear female voice rang out from not far away. Hey, what's going on? Yuli, you just returned on your first day and you're already frightening the top experts of our academy's frost list into tears? The crowd turned to see Lan Luli walking over with a light and lively step. She wore a teasing smile on her face, as if she was completely unaware of the tense atmosphere around. Changguan Nan saw Lan Luli as if he had found a savior, hurriedly bowing and greeting Mentor Lan Luli. Alright, I see what's going on. I can't even provoke this lady. Lan Luli waved her hand, her gaze sweeping over Changguan Nan. Ranked 99th on the frost list, is that so impressive? Instead of bullying new students here, you should think about how to keep your position. Changguan Nan's face alternated between green and pale, but not a word of rebuttal dared to escape his lips. He could only leave in a sorry state, dragging his sidekick along. An uproar was thus quieted. I told you to be more low-key. Lan Luli walked to Su Yuli's side, nudged her with her elbow, and whispered with a laugh. It's only been half a day and it's just like before. Do you want to go through the list from end to end like you did over a decade ago? Unfortunately, you can't make a move now. Su Yuli shot her a glare. He bumped into me himself. Mom, did you really go through the list over a decade ago? Yun Qianqian's eyes brightened. No, Su Yuli denied firmly, pulling her daughter along as they walked away. Luli, didn't you have something to do? Why are you back again? I finished my task, just passing by to see you guys. Lan Luli followed up, addressing Lu Yuan and Yun Qianqian. Tomorrow afternoon, there will be an opening ceremony at the Central Hall. Don't be late. She paused, then added, by the way, there will be a freshman challenge tournament after the ceremony, serving as an appetizer for you little ones. The top 10 get some impressive points as a reward. I heard there's something special for the first place. Chapter 47, Mysterious Mentor. Back at the villa, Yun Qianqian dove headfirst into the soft sofa. Immediately, she fiddled with the identity bracelet on her wrist. Ah Yuan, look. This Beaming Forum is so much fun. Her little hand slid across the smooth surface of the bracelet, and a virtual screen projected into the air, filled with dense posts. The hottest title was bolded and highlighted in red. Breaking news. Changguan Nan, the 99th on the frost list, is suspected to have been scared down by a mysterious woman with one move on the floating battle platform. This news spreads too fast. Yun Qianqian clicked on the post. It vividly described the scene of the afternoon, but the protagonist Su Yuli was characterized as a stunning and immensely powerful mysterious woman, and replies had already surpassed 1,000. Wow, is this real? An epic powerhouse? That guy Changguan Nan hit a wall. I was on site. That aura was definitely epic. My bronze-level windbird got scared right there, and it's still sulking in the beast space. Please, big shot, send me a photo. I want to know this goddess, my divine. Yun Qianqian read with great interest, stealing a glance at Lu Yuan, who was busy checking the bracelet's features, then mischievously typed Lu Yuan into the search box. However, the result was empty. Tisk, that's boring, she pouted, then stubbornly typed Su Yuli. This time, the forum lagged for a full 3 seconds before popping up a message. According to Academy regulations, this entry is classified as high-level encrypted information. You do not have sufficient permissions to view it. Yun Qianqian's jaw nearly dropped. Her mother was actually a restricted entry on the Beaming Academy forum? How impressive must that be? Recalling Su Yuli's unnatural expression in the afternoon and Mentor Lan Luli's teasing tone, her curiosity instantly magnified. Lu Yuan seemed oblivious to all of this, his mind focused entirely on something else. The next morning. When Lu Yuan and Yun Qianqian finished their morning routine. When they walked out of the room, they found that the entire villa was quiet, with no sign of Su Yueli. On the dining table, there was warm breakfast left and a note. I have something to deal with, you two report on your own. Su Yueli. Where did Mom go? Yun Qianqian said, biting her sandwich with a puzzled look. Just then, both of their wristbands vibrated slightly at the same time. Notice, new students Lu Yuan and Yun Qianqian, please report to training ground number 3 by 9 a.m. Your guiding mentor will be waiting there. Guiding mentor? Yun Qianqian's eyes brightened. Do we get a mentor so soon? Lu Yuan nodded. He had briefly browsed the content of the new student handbook on the wristband yesterday. The teaching model of Beaming Academy was indeed different from other academies. From the moment new students enrolled, a mentor would be assigned by the academy. They would then be guided in teams, with the mentor fully responsible for both daily training and external missions. This elite teaching model was highly efficient, but also placed high demands on the mentors. But who would be their mentor? Following the map on their wristbands, the two passed through several buildings with diverse scenery and quickly found training ground number 3 located on the west side of the academy. This was a huge outdoor area, with the ground covered in special energy-absorbing material. It was empty except for a familiar figure standing in the center, hands behind their back. A simple blue robe, a cool aura. Mentor Lan Lioli. Yun Shanshan exclaimed in surprise. Could it be, you are our mentor? This was such a pleasant surprise. Mentor Lan Lioli was an epic-level powerhouse, having her as a guide felt like winning the lottery. Lan Lioli turned around and saw the astonished expressions on their faces and smiled. I am not your mentor. I'm currently swamped with the college Beastmaster competition and have no time to guide you two little ones. Yun Shanshan's joyful expression instantly fell. It's not you. I came here to fulfill my promise. As Lan Lioli spoke, she flipped her wrist, and two items radiating powerful energy fluctuations appeared in her hands. One was the size of a fist, glowing with colorful light, seemingly sealing innumerable illusions within a crystal stone. The other was a diamond-shaped transparent crystal, where countless fine golden patterns could be seen slowly swirling inside. It was the Qianhuan Lioli and Tansua crystal. Take this. Lan Lioli handed the two epic-level materials to Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan reached out to take them, and the moment his fingertips touched the materials, he felt the terrifying energy contained within. He didn't make any extra polite remarks and put the items away. Thank you. You're welcome. And Shanshan, think about what you want and tell me, Lan Lioli smiled. Alright, the items are delivered, and I should get going. Your mentor, should be arriving soon. She cast a meaningful glance at the entrance of the training ground, her lips curling into a playful smile. Then she didn't linger, leaping onto the radiant Sunfire Pegasus that appeared out of nowhere, vanishing like a streak of golden light. In the empty training ground, only Lu Yuan and Yun Shanshan remained. So mysterious, Yun Shanshan murmured. Yuan, who do you think our mentor will be? If even Mentor Lan Lioli showed that expression, they can't be an ordinary person, right? Lu Yuan didn't answer, his gaze was also fixed on the entrance of the training ground, but he had a faint guess in his heart. A guess that even he thought was a bit absurd, yet somehow very reasonable. As time passed second by second. Finally, a figure appeared at the entrance of the training ground. The person wore a sharp martial artist outfit, tall and with steady steps, approaching them step by step. The distance was still far. Unable to see the face. But as the figure came closer, Yun Shanshan's curiosity was gradually replaced by shock. She instinctively rubbed her eyes, thinking she hadn't fully woken up. When the person was less than 20 meters away from them, Yun Shanshan had her mouth wide open in amazement, her pretty little face filled with disbelief, unable to say a word. Lu Yuan had already had a premonition in his heart, but when he truly saw the person, his pupils involuntarily shrank sharply. The person took off the sunshade hood on her head, revealing a face they were all too familiar with. She casually tied her long hair back, losing some of her usual gentleness and gaining a more impressive and striking brilliance. She looked at the two wide-eyed kids, the corners of her mouth slightly lifted, revealing a hint of a mischievous smile. What, are you surprised to see me? Su Yueli's voice was as gentle as ever, but her words were like a heavy bomb, exploding in the minds of the two. From today on, I am your guiding mentor. Did you like the surprise I mentioned yesterday? Chapter 48, New Student Challenge. The training ground was silent, only the sound of the wind howling through. Yun Shanshan's beautiful peach blossom eyes widened round. She glanced at Su Yueli in front of her, then instinctively turned to look at Lu Yuan. As if confirming whether she and Lu Yuan had fallen into some collective illusion. After Lu Yuan's pupils sharply contracted, they instead returned to calm. All the clues in his heart finally connected into a complete line at that moment. Mom? Yun Shanshan finally found her voice. You, how did you become our mentor? Aren't you? She stumbled, her mind in a tangle, finally managing to squeeze out a sentence. Didn't you say you were at home taking care of kids, almost out of touch with society? Lu Yuan nearly couldn't hold back a laugh. He glanced at Yun Shanshan, thinking that this girl's way of thinking was truly different from others. Su Yueli was clearly also amused by her daughter's unique thought process. She walked in front of Yun Shanshan and flicked her finger on her forehead. She raised an eyebrow, her tone filled with an obvious dominance. If it weren't for you two little ones insisting on coming to Beiming, I wouldn't give a care about the academy's nonsense. This statement was packed with information, causing Yun Shanshan's mind to crash completely. Aunt Su. Lu Yuan's voice broke the silence, he had fully accepted the fact. So, you're becoming our mentor, is it the academy's arrangement, or? It's my own arrangement. Su Yueli's gaze turned towards Lu Yuan, her eyes showing unhidden appreciation. I used a little honorary mentor privilege to take you two from Lan Lioli. Otherwise, you would be taken care of by that Lan Lioli girl. I can't even imagine what kind of shape you would be in under her guidance. She paused, her tone becoming serious. Alright, since I am your mentor now, you will have to follow my rules from today on. First, forget about my previous identity. In the academy, you can call me Mentor Su, or just Mentor. Outside the academy or back at the villa, I am still your elder. Second, and most importantly. Her gaze became sharp. This is Beiming Beastmaster Academy, not your backyard at the Yun family in Beicheng where you can frolic freely. Here, talent and background are the least valuable things because everyone who can come in is a genius. Here, the only hard currency is your fists and your achievements. Su Yueli pointed towards the distant, floating battle stage. In Beiming, resources will not come to you on their own, you need to fight for them yourselves. Challenge the rankings, complete high difficulty tasks, survive in the secret realms. Every drop of sweat you spill here. Every drop of blood will be transformed into real points and resources, making you stronger. On the contrary, if you choose comfort, you will soon be trampled underfoot by those behind you, with no chance to struggle. This is the survival rule of Beiming Academy, simple yet cruel. Yun Shanshan listened, stunned, her innocent and lively expression fading significantly. Although she loved to play and cause trouble, she was, after all, the eldest daughter of the Yun family, and fighting spirit flowed in her veins. Su Yueli's words awakened the battle intent inside her. A Yuan. Yun Shanshan looked at Lu Yuan, her eyes sparkling. It seems more interesting than I imagined. Lu Yuan nodded, he liked these rules. Simple and direct, all conspiracies and tricks would be exposed in the face of absolute strength. So? Su Yueli looked at their reactions, her lips curling into a satisfied arc. Your first battle in Beiming is about to begin. She took out a brand new document from her beast-taming space and handed it to Lu Yuan. After the opening ceremony this afternoon, it will be the Freshman Challenge. This is your first opportunity to showcase yourselves in front of all the teachers and students of the academy after entering Beiming, as well as the best chance to obtain your first batch of starting funds, that is, points. Lu Yuan took the document, his gaze quickly scanning over it. The Freshman Challenge was simple, it was a random draw, one-on-one knockout matches. The winner would advance, while the loser would be eliminated. For others, this challenge might just be an opening competition, but for you, it is the first task I've set for you. Su Yueli's voice rang out again. Yun Shanshan, your goal is the top 10. With your strength, as long as you avoid making basic mistakes and remain steady, entering the top 10 will not be difficult. As for you, Lu Yuan. Su Yueli's gaze was firmly locked onto him. I want you to take first place. Yun Shanshan looked at Lu Yuan, her eyes filled with trust. In her heart, her Yuan was meant to be first. I understand. Lu Yuan nodded. Alright, I've said what I need to say. Su Yueli clapped her hands. Now, there are less than 6 hours until the competition starts. You can go back, whether to relax and rest or to practice with your beasts, it's up to you to decide. Remember, I only care about the results. With that, she turned and left the training ground, leaving time and space for these two freshmen who were about to face their first battle. A Yuan. As soon as Su Yueli left, Yun Shanshan immediately moved closer, waving her little fists, her face full of excitement. First place. We must get first place. Lu Yuan responded, his mind already racing with thoughts. The mirror storage of the spying magic mirror was his absolute trump card. Chapter 49, The Betting Table. In the afternoon, Beiming Academy, Central Auditorium. A giant auditorium capable of holding tens of thousands of people. When Lu Yuan and Yun Shanshan arrived, it was already bustling with voices and fully packed. Thousands of the best young beast tamers from all over the Dragon Kingdom gathered here, each face filled with undeniable excitement, curiosity, and pride. The air was filled with youthful vitality and the energy fluctuations that various beasts inadvertently leaked out. Wow, there are so many people. Yun Shanshan tugged at Lu Yuan's shirt, weaving through the rows of seats in search of an empty spot. After a while, they finally sat down in a position toward the middle. A Yuan, look at the forum. Yun Shanshan brought the holographic screen projected by her wristband close to Lu Yuan. Someone has opened a betting table for the Freshman Challenge. Betting on who will take first place. On the screen, a highly popular post title stood out prominently. Exclusive betting table. The first on the Han Yuan list, Situnong Yue is the bookie, predicting this year's Freshman Challenge top 10, guess right to win big. Below the post, the most favored competitors for the championship were all renowned geniuses or direct descendants from the major beast family clans before even enrolling. Lu Yuan. Located in the North City, the National Beastmaster Academy's joint recruitment exam ranked first, but it was not on the list. These people really have no vision, Yun Shanshan pouted, scrolling through the list with some dissatisfaction. The first place must be yours. She was about to use her account to bet on Lu Yuan's points, but she found that there was no option for Lu Yuan in the betting interface. At that moment, a discussion sounded from beside her. I think the first place this year must belong to young Master Feng from North City, Bayan. I heard his Storm Griffin was about to break through to Silver Tier before the entrance exam. That's right, young Master Feng is the most outstanding genius Beastmaster of the Bei and Feng family in this generation. We're not even in the same league. A few students, clearly lackeys, were crowding around a young man dressed in extravagant clothes, fawning over him. This young man, whom they called young Master Feng Xiao, was enjoying the flattery with a proud look on his face. He casually scanned the hall with his eyes, and when he saw Yun Qianqian, his eyes lit up. What a beautiful girl. Feng Xiao adjusted his collar and walked over. Hello, student, my name is Feng Xiao. You seem unfamiliar. Is this your first time in Beiming? If you run into any trouble in the future, you can mention my name. Yun Qianqian didn't even look at him. Her mind was entirely focused on how to place a bet on Lu Yuan. She simply muttered, "Oh." Feng Xiao's smile froze on his face. It was the first time he had been ignored by a girl like this. His gaze landed on Lu Yuan, who was sitting next to Yun Qianqian. When he saw Lu Yuan's plain casual clothes and his overly calm face, his admiration immediately turned into disdain. So she already has someone. What a shame, but the man with her looks like an ordinary person with no background. Ha! Feng Xiao sneered lightly, his voice not loud. Student, when making friends, you should be careful. Beiming Academy is deep, and some people may look reliable, but they might get eliminated in the first round. Don't let them drag you down. His words were clearly aimed at Lu Yuan. The surrounding discussions quieted down, and many people turned to look, their faces showing expressions of amusement. Yun Qianqian finally looked up, her peach blossom eyes slightly squinting, revealing a dangerous glint. She was about to lash out, but Lu Yuan stopped her hand. Lu Yuan didn't even bother to look at Feng Xiao. He simply focused on Yun Qianqian's hand-ring's light screen and calmly spoke, "Help me create a new betting market." Yun Qianqian was stunned for a moment. Huh? Just bet on me to take first place. The betting will close once the first round ends, Lu Yuan said. Use all the points in my hand ring as the starting capital. His identity hand ring only had 10,000 new student points. Put. Feng Xiao burst out laughing. 1 to 100 odds? Betting everything? Is this guy crazy, or just incredibly stupid? The people around also laughed uproariously. Ah, Yuan, that's awesome. Yun Qianqian was so excited her face turned red. She didn't care about the gazes from those around her at all. She immediately began to operate on the hand ring, and a more explosive betting market quickly appeared on the Academy forum. Betting on the newcomer king. Mysterious newcomer Lu Yuan taking bets, 1 to 100 odds, betting on himself to take first. Is he a madman or a genius? This incredibly audacious betting market immediately set the forum on fire. Holy shit! Where did this badass come from? 1 to 100 odds? Does he think he's the illegitimate son of an epic tier master? This is hilarious. Is this guy here to donate points? I'm betting 100 points, and he'll be eliminated in the first round. Bet placed. Thanks to this unknown student for the warmth. Feng Xiao watched the rapidly increasing betting amounts on the light screen, and the mockery on his face grew even stronger. He turned around and returned to his seat, instructing his lackeys, "Go, bet all our points on him losing. And find out who this Lu Yuan is." For all this, Lu Yuan seemed completely unaware. He leaned back in his chair, closed his eyes. Yun Qianqian, on the other hand, looked at the betting market with a face full of excitement. As if countless points were flying towards them. At that moment, the lights on the podium suddenly brightened. An old man with a stern face walked onto the stage. He said not a word of nonsense and went straight to the point. I am the Vice Dean, Lei Cheng. Welcome to Beiming Beast-Taming Academy. Here, I will only tell you 3 things. First, forget your past. Your talents, family background, and honors mean nothing here. Second, remember your goal. Become stronger, at all costs become stronger. Resources are there, use your fists and wisdom to seize them. Third. Lei Cheng's gaze swept across the audience. The freshman challenge competition begins now. Chapter 50, Cloud Sky Arena. The moment Vice Dean Lei Cheng's voice fell, all the freshmen felt their feet empty, their bodies wrapped in a force. The sensation of weightlessness lasted only a brief moment. When Lu Yuan landed again, he was already standing on a round stone platform floating above the sea of clouds. Looking around, hundreds and thousands of identical stone platforms were spread across this vast sea of clouds. Above all the stone platforms, a giant screen was slowly lighting up. The figure of Yun Qianqian appeared on another stone platform not far away. A grand voice echoed in all the freshmen's minds at once. Freshman Challenge Competition, Round 1, start. Rules, random draw, one-on-one elimination match. Winners advance, losers are eliminated. So this is the arena competition. On the light screen high above, the names of countless freshmen began to roll by like a waterfall, eventually pairing off into a dense combat list. Almost instantly, the entire internal forum of Binding Academy exploded. Damn, the arena competition. This is going to be fun, we can see the strength of those popular geniuses directly. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Find Feng Xiao's battle platform, I want to watch live. Where is that fool named Lu Yuan? Whoever finds him, livestream how he gets taken out in one move, I'm betting on him losing. Feng Xiao's several followers quickly locked onto the arena number where Lu Yuan was, posting the coordinates in the forum, attracting countless onlookers. With a flash of light, Lu Yuan's opponent appeared at the other end of the platform. It was a tall young man who was taken aback when he saw Lu Yuan, and then his face lit up with wild joy. Ha ha! My luck is just too good. I actually matched up with that fool who opened the betting. The young man laughed loudly and summoned his beast. It was a pangolin over 4 meters long, its body covered in rocky armor, exuding the aura of a peak bronze tier beast, just one step away from silver tier. Kid, let me introduce myself, I'm Wang Hao. The young man looked proud. You're the fool who opened the betting, right? If I had known it was you, I would have bet more points. Lu Yuan calmly looked at him. Seeking death. Wang Hao's face darkened when he realized he was being ignored. Rock armor pangolin, stone throw, knock him off. The rock armor pangolin roared in a massive stone ball, with the momentum to crush everything, rolled quickly towards Lu Yuan. This was enough to cripple an ordinary bronze tier Beastmaster. Just as the stone ball was about to hit Lu Yuan, he finally moved. An ancient magical mirror, roughly his height, silently appeared in front of him. Gazing mirror. A mirror? Are you scared, silly? Wang Hao sneered. The next second, his smile froze on his face. The rolling stone ball, at the moment it hit the mirror surface, directly vanished into the mirror and disappeared. The entire arena fell into an eerie silence. How is this possible? Wang Hao's eyes widened like copper bells. Lu Yuan remained expressionless, just calmly uttering 3 words. Return to you. Buzz. The light of the gaze mirror surged brilliantly, creating a stone ball shadow that was faster and more powerful than before. Shot out fiercely from the mirror. Light of rebellion. Wang Hao didn't have time to react at all, that double reflected attack had already slammed solidly onto the rock-armored burrowing beast. Boom! With a loud noise, the rock-armored burrowing beast flew backward, crashing heavily into the sea of clouds outside the arena, and was instantly teleported out of the competition. One hit, instant kill. Even Wang Hao and Lu Yuan didn't summon their second beast. Inside and outside the arena, there was complete silence. Those who waited to see Lu Yuan's joke were all petrified. Feng Xiao's smile also froze, he stared at that slow mirror, his eyes filled with disbelief. What skill was that? Absorb and then return? On the other side, on the arena where Yin Qianqian was, the battle had long ended. She was excitedly watching Lu Yuan's name light up with the glow of advancement on the screen. I knew it. In an office at the academy. Lan Liuli held a cup of hot tea, watching Lu Yuan's calm victory on the screen, unable to help but chuckle. Yuli, your little guy is hiding deep enough, this talent doesn't look like his father who only knows how to study. Su Yuli, sitting across from her, merely cast her a faint glance upon hearing this. This is just the beginning. Her tone was calm, but the upturned corners of her mouth revealed her current mood. On the forum, after a brief silence, it erupted completely. Wow! What did I just see? Instant kill. That guy named Lu Yuan defeated Wang Hao. What the heck was that mirror? Could actually reflect skills? What rare beast is this? Damn it, my points, they won't be lost, right? Don't rush upstairs, this is still the preliminary round, that guy still has a long way to go to take first place. Yeah, I just saw 2 competitors, one is Dongfang Shua who placed first in Nancheng competition, and the little princess of the Yun family, Yin Qianqian, their strength is above Lu Yuan. The excitement of the betting continued to rise. Although no one still believed Lu Yuan could take first, opinions about him had already changed. The first round of elimination went very quickly, with thousands of new students cut down to half in just half an hour. Soon, the names on the screen began rolling again, the second round match started. Lu Yuan's opponent was a peak bronze stage Beastmaster. This time, he didn't give Lu Yuan any chance to underestimate him, summoning 2 peak bronze stage beasts at the start, one on the left and one on the right, forming a pincer attack. But unfortunately, both of the opponent's beasts were of the shadow attribute. Now that mirror shouldn't be of any use, right? That kind of skill should have usage limits. Feng Zhao's face looked much better. In his view, Lu Yuan's trump cards had been exposed, and facing the attack of 2 peak bronze beasts, defeat was certain. However, Lu Yuan this time did not even summon the glimpse mirror. Golden light blossomed behind him. The light of primordial beginning. What beast is that? Such a strong light aura. At the moment the light of primordial beginning appeared, the holy radiance domain enveloped the entire arena. The aura of the opponent's two beasts was being suppressed and weakened at a visibly fast rate. Judgment of light. Lu Yuan's voice rang out above the arena. The light of primordial beginning condensed a spear of judgment completely formed from energy, exuding a destructive aura toward darkness. Whoosh! The light spear sliced through the sky, instantly piercing one of the beast's chests. Before that new student could react, the wings of light behind the light of primordial beginning flapped, flying at high speed while once again condensing another light spear, throwing it at the other beast. The entire process flowed like water, fast to the extreme. In less than 10 seconds, the two dark attribute peak bronze beasts turned into light spots, dissipating above the arena. That new student, still in a daze and confusion as he was teleported out of the arena, won again. And in an even more crushing and shocking way than before. If the first time was using a trick, this time, it was purely a crushing force. Feng Zhao's face darkened completely. The forum had already gone wild. The name, Lu Yuan, surged to the top 3 on trending searches with an extreme rise. All in. I'm all in, betting all my points on Lu Yuan to be first. When is the market closing? So cool. What kind of beast is that? Why can't I find it? From now on, I'm a diehard fan of brother Lu Yuan. In an instant, the public opinion had completely reversed. Lu Yuan's strength had surpassed all the new students' understanding. In the following rounds, any opponent matched with Lu Yuan almost immediately chose to surrender without hesitation. Are you kidding? 2 peak copper level beasts were taken down in 2 shots, wouldn't they be looking for punishment? Lu Yuan smoothly made his way into the top 32. The next match was for the 32 to the 16. This time, the names displayed on the screen brought the atmosphere in the arena to its peak. Lu Yuan vs Feng Zhao. Chapter 51, The Light of Rebellion. When those two names appeared side by side on the screen, the entire Yunhai arena, along with the Academy Forum, began to buzz. Whoa! Here it comes. It's happening. Young Master Feng is fighting against that better Lu Yuan. This is going to be a great show. Ha, justice has descended. Young Master Feng, give him a good beating. I've bet all my fortune on you. Go, Lu Yuan. My points depend on you. On the forum, countless comments and posts instantly flooded the screen, reaching an unprecedented peak of heat. On the arena, with a flash of light, Feng Zhao's figure appeared. He adjusted his gorgeous battle attire, his gaze landing on Lu Yuan. I really didn't expect your luck to be so bad, to run into me so soon. I only need one beast to deal with you. Feng Zhao's voice carried a lofty tone. Kneel now, and you might save some face. Otherwise, later on, I'm afraid my beast won't hold back and you'll lose all your dignity in front of the whole school. At this moment, countless projection screens were focused on this place, thousands of gazes converged here. This was his stage under everyone's spotlight. Lu Yuan raised his head and glanced at him. He said nothing, only beckoned Feng Zhao with a finger. A single gesture instantly ignited Feng Zhao's fury. You don't know what death is. Feng Zhao shouted angrily. Caw! A sharp, piercing cry echoed through the sky. A giant beast with a wingspan of over 7 meters, covered in green feathers, with a lion's head and an eagle's body, appeared, circling above Feng Zhao's head. A fierce wind arose with each flap of its wings, swirling around the arena, making it hard for people to keep their eyes open. The 3-star potential Storm Griffin. A peak copper level, a powerful beast that was just a step away from the silver rank. It's young Master Fang's Storm Griffin. This aura is too strong. It's over, Lu Yuan is doomed. His Light Series beast may counter the Dark Series, but against the Storm Griffin, he has no attribute advantage at all. Did you see that? This is the real genius. Feng Zhao's followers loudly praised in the viewing area. Feng Zhao reveled in this attention, he pointed a finger at Lu Yuan as if declaring his death sentence. Storm Griffin, tear it apart. Use Wind Blade. The Storm Griffin roared, suddenly flapping its wings, and dozens of crescent-shaped blue wind blades instantly formed. The wind blades intertwined to form an impenetrable net, descending from the sky, sealing off all Lu Yuan's escape routes. Each wind blade could easily slice through steel plates. At the moment everyone thought Lu Yuan would be eliminated by this move, he finally moved. He didn't summon the Light Series beast, but instead conjured that mirror once again in front of him. The Glimpse Mirror. This mirror again? Does he think it can block the wind blades? Feng Zhao scoffed. However, the next second, his smile completely froze on his face. As the countless wind blades made contact with the mirror, they made no sound of collision at all. Swallowed into the mirror bizarrely. Feng Zhao's expression went from mockery to astonishment, then to disbelief. No. It's impossible, he yelled, is this trickery again? Does this skill have no limits? Lu Yuan raised his head, looking at the flustered Feng Xiao, and uttered 3 words. Return it to you. Buzz. On the surface of the mirror of gaze, silver light surged. In the next moment, a green wind blade, twice as dense, twice as fast, and twice as powerful as before, shot out from the mirror, rolling back. Reverse light. Feng Zhao's pupils shrank violently, and the blood drained from his face in an instant. Get away, he screamed at the top of his lungs. The storm griffin sensed the deadly threat, letting out a terrified wail as it desperately flapped its wings, trying to gain altitude. But it was too late. The attack it had unleashed, after being doubled in return, exceeded its limits of reaction in speed and power. Poof 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 poof. The dense wind blades instantly enveloped the massive body of the storm griffin. Green feathers mixed with blood. The storm griffin couldn't even let out a complete cry of anguish before being torn into countless glowing points by its own strongest attack, dissipating amidst the cloud sea arena. One hit, instant kill. Using its own skill. On the arena, Lu Yuan retracted the mirror of gaze. Outside the arena, all the spectators in front of the projection, whether they were newcomers or old hands, were all dumbfounded, their minds blank. Feng Xiao stood dazed in place, looking at the empty sky. Lost? He, the pride of the Northern Feng family, just lost like this. Wow! After a brief silence, the outside of the Cloud Sea arena erupted completely. What? What just happened? Am I seeing things? The Storm Griffin was killed by its own wind blade? It's that mirror again. That mirror can actually rebound physical attacks. What level of skill is this? By the way, isn't Feng Xiao a peak bronze Beastmaster? He should still have another beast, why didn't he release it? You don't know this, but Feng Xiao's other beast is the Hellhound, a typical dark-type beast that cannot unleash even half of its power against Lu Yuan's light beast. I see, Lu Yuan's beast is truly strange. Who says it isn't? Aren't there no limits to the skill? Didn't he use it once before? A storm erupted on the forum. In the office. Lan Liuli looked at Feng Zhao's figure on the light screen and ultimately couldn't help but laugh out loud. Yueli, your guy, is too ruthless. She laughed until her flowers shook. Killing people while crushing their hearts, that Feng family kid is probably going to be left with a psychological shadow. Su Yueli raised her teacup and took a gentle sip, her eyes filled with satisfaction and appreciation. He brought this upon himself, so it can't be blamed on Lu Yuan. Having finished her own match, Yun Shanshan watched the battle on Lu Yuan's side. I knew it. My Lu Yuan is the strongest. Well done. At this moment, Lu Yuan, as the center of public opinion, was directly teleported back to the resting area after the referee announced his victory, waiting for the other contestants to finish their matches. Chapter 52, Top 8. 10 minutes passed, and the other matches also ended. 16-8 match, the pairing begins. The names on the light screen began to scroll rapidly again. Yun Shanshan instantly became nervous, her little hand unconsciously grabbed Lu Yuan's clothing corner, murmuring, "Don't encounter Lu Yuan, don't encounter Lu Yuan." The light fixed in place. Lu Yuan versus Lu Yan. Yun Shanshan versus Zhang Meng. Yun Shanshan let out a sigh of relief, great. Lu Yuan, see you in the top 8. In the 16-8 matches, the pace significantly slowed, with only 4 rounds held at a time. Yun Shanshan's match was placed in the first round. Lu Yuan, watch me. The girl waved at Lu Yuan, turning back with high spirits as she walked up to the arena. Her opponent, Zhang Meng, was a stout young man, and his main battle beast was a peak bronze thick earth rhino. Famous for its incredible defense. Yun, please teach me. Zhang Meng, honest and kind, politely bowed. Come on. Yun Shanshan was filled with fighting spirit. The moment the battle began, the thick earth rhinoceros glowed with a yellow light, as a layer of rock armor quickly covered its entire body. But Yun Shanshan didn't even glance at the rhinoceros, her target from the very beginning was the Beastmaster himself. Dark Ranger. A black figure appeared next to her out of nowhere, holding a dagger, with a dangerous red light flickering in its eyes. Shadow Strike. With a command from Yun Shanshan, the Dark Ranger's figure instantly became blurry, darting past the thick earth rhinoceros and lunging straight at Zhang Meng. Zhang Meng's expression changed, he hurriedly commanded a defense, but the Dark Ranger was too fast. Shadow Arrow. Heart-piercing barrage. Whoosh. 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 3 arrows wrapped in dark energy formed a triangle, sealing off all of Zhang Meng's escape routes. Zhang Meng had no choice but to summon his second beast, an ironback giant ape, to block in front of him. However, just as he thought he had blocked the attack, a fiery red figure appeared at his flank. It was Yun Shanshan's second beast, the sacred flame fire sparrow. Blazing dive. Scorching flames erupted violently, and Zhang Meng was instantly engulfed, directly teleported out of the arena. The entire process was smooth and decisive. Wow! So cool! That girl is amazing too. A melee-type Beastmaster. Love it, love it! Yun Shanxian recalled her beast and proudly gestured a victory sign towards Lu Yuan. Soon, it was Lu Yuan's turn to take the stage. His opponent, Lu Yuan, was a man holding a half-staff. But after witnessing Lu Yuan's quick elimination of Fengxiao, his face was filled with apprehension. The match begins. Lu Yuan quickly summoned his two beasts. One was a water curtain turtle, and the other was a vine armor grass demon. One specialized in energy defense, and the other excelled in physical defense. The two beasts firmly protected him, forming a nearly impenetrable shell. Clearly, he had prepared thoroughly for Lu Yuan's strange mirror and didn't want to attack recklessly. He wants to wait it out, someone in the observation area analyzed. As long as he defends against the mirror's rebound, dragging it out until Lu Yuan exhausts his mental energy, he will have a chance to win. Everyone thought Lu Yuan would summon the mirror of observation again. However, this time, golden light burst forth behind Lu Yuan. The light of primordial beginning descended once more. Another light-type beast. What does he want to do? A strong attack? With Lu Yuan's dual wall flow defense, even a silver-tier Beastmaster would find it hard to break through. Just when everyone was puzzled, Lu Yuan's voice sounded. Servants of light. Behind the light of primordial beginning, the light gathered, and three figures holding light blades and light shields, made entirely of light particles, appeared out of thin air. Each servant of light emitted the aura of low-tier bronze. Is this a summoning skill? Lu Yuan's pupils contracted. Before she could react, the three servants of light charged at her shell formation from three directions. One servant of light raised its shield, charging fiercely into the water screen held up by the water curtain turtle. Another swung its light blade, slicing through the vines woven by the vine armor grass demon. The last one nimbly circled behind, constantly using light particles to disturb Lu Yuan's command. The scene became somewhat comical. Lu Yuan's defensive system was designed to counter the rebounding light of the mirror of observation and the light of primordial beginning's judgment. Originally in his mind, without energy attacks, the mirror did not exist, and releasing energy arrows would be very costly. When Lu Yuan's beasts run out of energy to attack, he was still very confident in his beast's defensive strength. However, he didn't expect that Lu Yuan's beasts also had summoning skills. Though the attack power of the three servants of light was not strong, they were incredibly resilient and worked well together, like three of the most annoying flies, constantly consuming the defensive energy of his beast. He did not dare to recklessly use offensive means to avoid being hurt in return. The water curtain was hit, creating endless ripples, and the vines were cut but quickly regrew. Lu Yuan's forehead began to sweat. Is this even possible? Too shameless. How can we fight like this? In the observation area, everyone was dumbfounded. They had imagined that Lu Yuan would use destructive attacks to forcefully break through defenses, but never thought he would use such a shameless method to gradually wear down his opponent's beast's energy. 10 minutes later. I concede. Lu Yuan actively raised his hand. His two beasts had already exhausted more than half of their energy, while that Lu Yuan's primordial light and the strange mirror had yet to make a move. Lu Yuan retracted the primordial light. Thus, the top 8 of the newcomer challenge was officially born. Lu Yuan's and Yun Shanxian's names were prominently on the list. And Lu Yuan had transformed from a fool who opened a betting market into the strongest dark horse among this year's newcomers. Chapter 53, Sea of People Tactics, the champion is born. After the top 8 matches ended, there was a brief break, and above the ocean of clouds, the light curtain began to roll again. When the two familiar names finally fixed, the entire forum of Binding Academy soared to a new peak. Lu Yuan versus Yun Shanxian. Here it comes. Finally. This year's strongest dark horse battles the strongest beautiful girl. This is going to be exciting. One mysterious and unpredictable, the other strategically sharp, this is definitely a prelude to the finals. I bet on Yun Shanxian to win. Her Dark Ranger is too fast, that Lu Yuan's mirror may not react in time. Nonsense. Divine Lu's light-type beast completely counters Yun Shanxian's Dark Ranger, this round is secure. Countless discussion posts instantly flooded the screen, fans supporting both sides argued fiercely. Everyone was looking forward to an exciting dark horse battle. On the stage, the light flickered as the two stood facing each other. Yuan, do your best. Yun Shanxian smiled sweetly at Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan nodded, already prepared to give it his all. A grand voice announced the start of the match. Just as everyone held their breath, waiting for the beasts to be summoned, Yun Shanxian raised her little hand, her voice echoing throughout the venue. I concede. Outside the Yunhai arena, and even on the forum, it fell into silence. Ha? You concede? What the heck? I even took my pants off for this. The audience erupted instantly, countless people felt they had been played. With a flash of light, the two were transported back to the resting area. Qianqian, you. Lu Yuan was confused. Yun Qianqian leaned closer to him. My task is to get into the top 10, and now I've made it to the top 8, I've exceeded my goal. I don't want to exhaust your energy before the finals. The girl's eyes sparkled brightly. Lu Yuan said nothing more, only reached out, habitually ruffling her hair. However, the direction of the forum, after a brief shock, began to develop in a strange direction. No way? Did they just concede like that? Their relationship is not ordinary. I found out. They are from the Yun family in Beichang, and they grew up together. TSK, I thought that Lu Yuan made it on his own strength, but it turns out he was relying on his childhood sweetheart to take it easy. What strongest dark horse? I see it more like the prince of soft rice, even the match relies on a woman. Harsh comments began to appear and quickly gained a lot of likes. Those who were cut by Lu Yuan's betting market seemed to have found an outlet to vent and began to widely promote the Lu Yuan eats soft rice narrative. Lu Yuan remained indifferent to all of this. In the subsequent semifinals, he displayed an almost crushing style, once again using the primordial light a few times for Judgment of Light, cleanly and neatly sending his opponent off the stage, strongly advancing to the finals. Such indisputable strength made the voices of the soft rice theory much quieter. But many still stubbornly believed that if it weren't for Yun Qianqian holding back, he wouldn't have made it to the end. On the other side, advancing to the finals was a young man named Dongfang Shua. The Freshman Challenge Competition, the final showdown. Lu Yuan and Dongfang Shua stood on the final arena. Dongfang Shua, dressed in all white, handsome and calm, did not greet Lu Yuan with hostility like his previous opponents, but instead clasped his fists in a friendly manner. Brother Lu, I have long admired your name. Unlike them, I have known you for a long time, the first in the National Beastmaster Academy joint entrance exam in North City. I watched every one of your matches, they were spectacular. You're too kind. Lu Yuan nodded in response. Let me introduce myself. I am Dongfang Shua, a silver low-level Beastmaster, and the first in the National Beastmaster Academy joint entrance exam in South City. To be honest, to fight against a strong person like Brother Lu in the finals is a dream come true for me. Dongfang Shua said. However, I know Brother Lu has only contracted 2 beast friends so far. I have 3, but to keep it fair, I will only use 2 in this match. I hope this will be a regret-free duel. As soon as these words were spoken, the audience and forums immediately filled with admiration for Dongfang Shua. Well done, Junior Dongfang. This is the true demeanor of a strong person. So graceful. This is the model for us North Ming students. Feng Xiao watched the scene in the audience area, his face dark like iron, feeling that every word from Dongfang Shua was like a slap in his face. Lu Yuan, however, smiled at Dongfang Shua's words. He looked into the sincere eyes of the opponent and shook his head. No need, just come at me. He paused and added in a joking tone, next, I might have a few more people on my side. Dongfang Shua was taken aback and didn't quite understand what Lu Yuan meant, thinking he was just being polite. The match began. Lu Yuan showed no hesitation and was the first to summon. Golden light burst forth, the primordial light arrived at the arena. Servants of Light. With Lu Yuan's command, behind the primordial light, 3 bronze low-level light spirits, each holding light blades and light shields, appeared out of thin air. Seeing this, Dongfang Shua summoned his own beast friend, a silver low-level hurricane mantis. He looked at the 3 light spirits and reminded, Brother Lu, 3 bronze low-level spirits might not play a significant role in a match of this level. The corners of Lu Yuan's mouth curled up. Who said, only 3? Before his words finished, the mirror of reflection quietly appeared beside the primordial light. The mirror of reflection. Following that, a flash of light from the mirror, and 1 beast friend identical to the primordial light walked out from the mirror. This was the mirror image storage, a pre-recorded replica of the primordial light. Before anyone could react, the mirror of reflection shone brightly again, targeting the original primordial light on the stage. Instant copy. A 3rd primordial light appeared. 3 5-star potential, mid-level bronze primordial lights floated side by side in the air, their holy light almost dyeing the entire arena golden. Dongfang Shua's smile froze on his face. However, this was just the beginning. Lu Yuan's calm voice rang out again. Servants of Light. The remaining 2 primordial lights simultaneously cast their summoning skills. Buzz. 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 3 groups, a total of 9 light spirits appeared behind the 3 primordial lights. In an instant, the entire arena became a dazzling array of colors, shimmering gold light everywhere. 12 units made up a legion of light. 3 mid-level bronze primordial lights. 9 bronze low-level light spirits. Plus 1 mirror of reflection that no one had fully seen through till now. On the opposite side, Dongfang Shua stood alone beside his hurricane mantis, completely stunned. He opened his mouth, looking at Lu Yuan's formidable beast friend Legion, then at the mantis beside him, not knowing what to say. Now he finally understood what Lu Yuan meant by might have a few more people. A few more people? On the forum? He has gone completely insane. What did I just see? 3 light attribute beasts? 9 light spirits? Is this a number a person can summon? Cheating. This is definitely cheating. Where's the judge? Where is the judge? Is it a new guy from upstairs? Never seen the Mirror of God, Lu? This is just standard procedure, everyone sit down. I take back what I said earlier, Dongfang, run. What the heck is happening here? Dongfang Shua wanted to cry but had no tears. Give up? This is the finals, all the teachers and students are watching, can he run? Can he give up? If he gives up, how will he survive in Beiming in the future? I will fight you. Dongfang Shua grit his teeth and summoned his other 2 beasts as well. A bronze peak iron cannon bear, and a silver low-level nether spider. The moment the sinister nether spider appeared, it let out a piercing sound. The triple effect of holy radiance stacked together, purifying, dispelling, and suppressing darkness energy. Forget about fighting, even the breath of the nether spider was suppressed, not even as strong as 3 low-level light spirits. It trembled all over, its 8 legs weak, it just wanted to immediately dive back into the beast space. Go. Lu Yuan only said one word. In the next second, the light army moved. 9 light spirits rushed forward like a tide, 3 primal lights behind them condensed 3 judging lights, locking onto Dongfang Shua's 3 beasts. The scene turned into a massive brawl. No matter how fast the hurricane mantis was, it couldn't outrun the countless light particles and the encirclement of 6 light spirits. The iron cannon bear's defense was strong, yet it couldn't withstand the relentless pounding from another 3 light spirits. As for that poor nether spider, it didn't even have the chance to move before a beam of judgment light pinned it to the arena, turning it into countless light spots. The whole battle lasted less than 2 minutes. When Dongfang Shua and his beasts were teleported out of the arena, his face wore an expression of who am I? Where am I? What just happened? The Freshman Challenge, the champion was born. Chapter 54, The Source Rift. As Dongfang Shua's figure disappeared, the light army on the Cloud Sea arena slowly dissipated. Lu Yuan stood in the center of the arena as if the previous brawl had nothing to do with him. A grand voice echoed through the sky, announcing the final result. Freshman Challenge, Champion Lu Yuan. In the next second, all the freshmen still on the Cloud Sea arena were teleported back to their seats in the central hall. The champion is really that Lu Yuan. My gosh, what on earth was that light army at the end? How can one person summon so many beasts? All my points gone, sob, my points. God Lu. From today on, you are my idol. Teach me how to have more against less. Countless gazes focused on Lu Yuan all at once. Bathed in these gazes, Lu Yuan's expression remained unchanged, he simply sat quietly back next to Yun Shanxian. Ah Yuan, you are so cool. Yun Shanxian's little face flushed with excitement. Lu Yuan's wristband sent a notification. Market settlement notification, congratulations on winning the Freshman Challenge Champion market, your bet of 10,000 points has been settled at a 1:100 odds, totaling 1 million points. Ah Yuan. We struck gold. Yun Shanxian rushed to Lu Yuan's side, excitedly holding up her wristband, the long string of zeros made her little face bloom like a flower. Lu Yuan turned his initial bet of 10,000 freshman points into 100 times, becoming 1 million. On the podium, Vice Dean Lei Qing reappeared. His usually stern face also rarely revealed a wave of emotion, his gaze lingered on Lu Yuan for a full 3 seconds. The Freshman Challenge ends successfully. Lei Qing's voice echoed throughout the entire hall. The list of the top 10 has been posted on the college forum. The corresponding points reward will be issued to your identity wristbands after the meeting. As for the champion of this challenge. He paused for a moment, and everyone held their breath. Lu Yuan, step forward. Lu Yuan stood up under the gazes of thousands, slowly walking up to the podium. Lei Qing had no extra words, with a flick of his wrist, a badge appeared in his hand. This is the reward for the champion. Lei Qing handed the badge to Lu Yuan. With this badge, you will gain a chance to enter the Source Initial Rift. The specific details will be notified to you via your wristband. Source Initial Rift? Lu Yuan took the badge, feeling its coldness in his hand. The freshman conference ends here. Disband. After finishing, Lei Qing turned and left directly. Students began to rise one after another, leaving the auditorium in small groups, filled with shock and conversation. Lu Yuan and Yun Shanxian were also preparing to leave when a figure blocked their way. It was Dongfang Shua. He had changed out of his messy clothes, restoring a handsome and steady appearance, but his eyes still showed the days of being knocked out. "Brother Lu." Dongfang Shua said to Lu Yuan, respectfully cupping his fists, with no trace of defeat on his face, instead filled with the excitement of a worthy opponent. "In today's battle, I sincerely acknowledge your skill. Your tactics opened my eyes. It was just luck." Lu Yuan replied politely. "No, it was not luck." Dongfang Shu shook his head, looking at him with intense eyes. "I look forward to our next duel on the cold abyss ranking, but..." After saying that, he no longer lingered, smiled freely, and turned to leave. "This guy is quite interesting," Yun Chanqian said, watching Dongfang Shua's back. Lu Yuan smiled but did not answer. At that moment, his identity wristband vibrated twice in succession. Lu Yuan raised his wrist, and a light curtain projected out. The first message was a notification from the Academy, detailing information about the source initial rift, including the location and some precautions. The second message was a brief note from Su Yueli. "Come to my office, bring Chanqian." It was accompanied by a location coordinate. "It's a message from Mom." Yun Chanqian also received the same information. She leaned closer to take a look at Lu Yuan's screen and then cheerfully pulled him. "Let's go, Mom must be going to praise us." The two quickly found Su Yueli's location based on the coordinates. Pushing open the door, Lan Liuli was sitting on the sofa with her legs crossed. Seeing the two enter, she immediately whistled. "Oh, our big champion has arrived. Let me see what good thing the freshman first prize brings." Su Yueli was standing in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window and turned around with a satisfied smile at the sound. "Well done." She first affirmed the performance of the two. "Especially you, Lu Yuan, your final response was brilliant." Yun Chanqian, on the side, sought praise. "Mom, I completed my task beyond expectations." You did great too." Su Yueli smiled and patted her daughter's head. "But, don't think you can relax. This new student challenge is just an appetizer at most." She pulled out a document and projected it into the air. According to the Academy's latest notice, in 1 month, there will be a collective trial for all first-year freshmen. The location is in a newly discovered subspace secret realm. Though it's called a trial, it is more of an opportunity. In there, you will not only gain a lot of practical combat experience but also have the chance to obtain rare materials and massive points. Lu Yuan and Yun Chanqian exchanged glances, each seeing the fighting spirit in the other's eyes. Comfort is never what they pursue. "So, for this month, you cannot be slack in the slightest," Su Yueli cautioned. "By the way, Lu Yuan." Suddenly, Lan Liuli spoke, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. "Show me the specific information about your first prize." Lu Yuan nodded. She shared the notice sent by the Academy with her. Lan Liuli glanced at it briefly, and her expression changed from curiosity to surprise and finally to unhidden envy. "Oh my, the Academy is so generous this time," she couldn't help but exclaim. "What's wrong, Aunt Liuli? Is this crack really impressive?" Yun Chanqian asked in confusion. "Not so much impressive, just a bit special." Lan Liuli's tone shifted. Beiming Academy now completely controls dozens of space cracks, but this source initial crack is the most special one. She explained, it opens once a year, and the internal rules are quite strange. It seems a person can only enter once in their lifetime. But regardless of what level of Beastmaster enters, they can gain benefits inside. There are only 50 spots for this crack each year. Lan Liuli held up 5 fingers. Out of the 50 spots, 30 are in the hands of the Academy's higher-ups to reward students. The remaining 20 will be sold in the points mall. She paused and threw out a piece of information. "Do you know how many points this spot sells for?" Before Lu Yuan and Yun Chanqian could answer, she revealed the answer. 500,000. Exactly 500,000 points. 500,000? Yun Chanqian's eyes widened in shock. Lan Liuli looked at Lu Yuan. "You kid, winning this newcomer competition saves you a whole year's struggle for others in the Academy." At this moment, the atmosphere among the few became a bit subtle because of Lan Liuli's words. 500,000 points? Yun Chanqian instinctively glanced at the points just credited to her wristband. 1 million points sounds like a lot, but spending half on one spot? Her little brain began to spin rapidly. With quick fingers, Yun Chanqian navigated her identity wristband and opened the Academy's points mall directly. "Chanqian, you." Lu Yuan was about to ask what she was doing. Yun Chanqian had already found the item priced at 500,000, source initial crack admission qualification. Stock, 14. Without hesitation, she clicked on it. Purchase successful. You have consumed 500,000 points, successfully purchased source initial crack admission qualification X1. Your exclusive badge will be delivered by the Academy Swift Bird within 1 hour. Please pay attention to receive it. A series of notifications popped up, and the 1 million points on her wristband instantly shrank to half. After doing all this, Yun Shanshan raised her head and held her wristband screen in front of Su Yuli. Mom! I also bought it. Now I can go with Yuan. Lan Liuli watched in astonishment, almost spitting out the tea she had just sipped. You little girl. Wasteful. You're really a little spendthrift. Just like your mom. She pointed at Yun Shanshan with a heartbroken expression. Yun Shanshan stuck out her tongue and hid behind Su Yuli. Su Yuli looked at her daughter's decisive action and didn't blame her. Instead, admiration showed in her eyes. She reached out and pulled Yun Shanshan from behind, gently fixing her hair. Well done. Su Yuli's voice was calm. Points sitting there are just a string of numbers. Only by spending them and turning them into real power can they truly belong to you. She glanced at Lu Yuan and then at her daughter, her gaze softened a lot. You've seen the survival rules of Beastmaster Academy today. To go further, you must seize every opportunity to become stronger. In this aspect, you both have done well. These words not only acknowledged Yun Shanshan but also praised Lu Yuan. Yun Shanshan, receiving the praise, beamed with an even brighter smile and made a face at Lan Liuli triumphantly. Lan Liuli rolled her eyes at her. Alright, you have a mom like Yuli, you're something else. The atmosphere in the office became relaxed and joyful because of this little episode. Alright, you two are tired today, go back and rest. Su Yuli said. Regarding the training plan, I will send it to you later. As for the source initial rift, since you both have spots, decide for yourselves when to go. Mom, we're going tomorrow. Yun Shanshan immediately replied. Back at the mountainside villa. As soon as Yun Shanshan entered, she kicked off her shoes, jumped onto the sofa, rolled twice, and then lay down contentedly. Everything that happened today was very exciting for her. This was the first battle far away from the North City Yun family. Lu Yuan walked to the window, looking down at the badge in his hand. Source initial rift. He murmured the name softly. At that moment, a clear chirping of birds came from outside the window. A swift bird, with feathers of metallic blue color and an elegant body, flapped its wings, hovering outside the villa's balcony. In its claws, it held a small metal box with the emblem of the Beastmaster Academy. Wow! My badge has arrived. Yun Shanshan's eyes lit up as she hurried to open the balcony window. The swift bird confirmed her identity and released its claws, placing the metal box on the table of the balcony, then chirped at the two before flying away. Curious, Yun Shanshan opened the box, and inside lay a badge identical to the one in Lu Yuan's hand. She picked up the badge and ran to Lu Yuan, placing the two badges side by side. Yuan, look, ours are matching sets. Lu Yuan looked at her silly grin and shook his head helplessly. The next day, early morning. Following the Academy map's guidance, Lu Yuan and Yun Shanshan arrived at an independent valley located on the far east side of Beastmaster Academy. The entrance was heavily guarded, with 2 rows of expressionless Academy guards in uniform combat clothing standing watch. Their accompanying beast companions were all beyond platinum rank, exuding a powerful aura that warned others to keep their distance. In the center of the valley was not a natural wonder but a massive circular building made of silvery white material, filled with futuristic technology. In the center of the building, a twisted and unstable spatial rift, which seemed capable of swallowing light itself, was slowly rotating. This was the entrance to the source initial rift. Students, please show your admission badges and identity wristbands. A middle-aged man walked up. Lu Yuan and Yun Shanshan complied. The man scanned the badge and wristband with a special device, confirming them before stepping aside to let them through. The internal space of the source initial rift is independent, and once inside, you will be randomly teleported to different areas. This is the rule, and also an opportunity. Good luck. He routinely briefed them. Yuan, I'll wait for you outside when I come out. Yun Shanshan waved her small fist at Lu Yuan, her face full of expectation. Be careful. Lu Yuan nodded. The two stepped forward, entering the deep and twisted spatial rift. A wave of weightlessness hit them, far stronger than the sensation when they were teleported during the newcomer challenge. Chapter 56, 9 Transformations Refining Spirit Technique. When he regained consciousness, he found himself in a strange environment. On the other side, Yun Shanshan's experience was similar. When she dizzily opened her eyes, she discovered she was standing in an endless sea of 7-colored flowers. The air was filled with an intoxicating fragrance, and countless dazzling star-like flowers swirled around, looking like a dream. Wow! Yun Shanshan couldn't help but exclaim. 50,000 points for a ticket to this dreamlike paradise? Just as she prepared to take out her identity wristband to snap a few photos as mementos. A voice, ethereal and indistinct in gender, resonated in this space. A good seedling, with a pure heart, truly interesting. Who's speaking? Yun Shanshan glanced around warily, having summoned her Dark Ranger and Holy Flame Bird companions, ready for battle at any moment. The voice did not answer, and in the middle of the sea of flowers, a soft white light suddenly appeared. As the light faded, a small bottle, the size of a palm and transparent like crystal, and a summoning stone with an ancient design, carved with flames and a goddess totem, quietly hovered in front of her. Is this, for me? Yun Shanshan blinked. Is this what they call fate? It feels like opening a blind box. She cautiously reached out her hand and held both items in her grasp. The small bottle felt warm in her hand, and it seemed to contain some kind of elixir, while the summoning stone emitted a scorching and sacred aura, causing her holy flame fire sparrow to chirp excitedly. Thank you? Yun Shanshan shouted towards the sky. No matter who the other party is, one should never refuse free gifts. Just as she stored the two items in her storage space, without even having the chance to study them closely or take another look at the sea of flowers, the ground beneath her feet lit up again with the light of teleportation. Gee? Is this it? Yun Shanshan barely had time to utter a surprised shout before her entire being vanished from the spot. 500,000 points traded for a 10-second tour of another world, plus 2 unknown gifts. In stark contrast to Yun Shanshan's dreamlike scene. When Lu Yuan opened his eyes, he saw a pure white expanse. Endless white. The ground beneath his feet was white, extending endlessly to the horizon. Above him was white, with no clouds, no sun, and no reference points. This place was empty, quiet enough to hear his own heartbeat. As Lu Yuan furrowed his brow and surveyed this strange space, a voice devoid of emotion rang out. Welcome to Trial Ground Zero. Detecting that the trial taker is entering for the first time, mental strength, high bronze rank. From now on, for every major rank the trial taker advances, they will gain the qualification to challenge Trial Ground Zero. Please complete your first trial. If successful, you will receive the Trial Ground Zero token, which will allow you to freely enter this place and undertake subsequent trials. Bronze rank trial task issued, cultivate the first turn of 9-turn spirit refining method illuminating the heart and seeing the nature. Task requirement, successfully visualize the heart lantern and transform its color from the initial light yellow to bright red. The moment the voice fell, a flood of immense information surged into Lu Yuan's mind. It was an incredibly mysterious method of mental power cultivation called 9-turn spirit refining method. Lu Yuan endured the throbbing pain in his head, quickly digesting this information. Unlike Beastmasters who passively enhance their mental power through nurturing beasts, this 9-turn spirit refining method was actually a secret method that allowed for active cultivation, tempering, and strengthening of one's spiritual essence. This was simply a treasure that overturned the existing Beastmaster system. Lu Yuan's shock was immense. He immediately sat cross-legged and began to try according to the first turn's principle, illuminating the heart and seeing the nature. He closed his eyes, cleared his mind, and attempted to visualize that so-called heart lantern in his mental world. However, it was easier said than done. His mind was filled with distractions. One moment it was the evolutionary path of the Mirror of Insight, the next moment it was the sacred realm of primal light, and it even included the special training plan entrusted by Su Yueli, not to mention the smiling face of Yun Shanshan kept appearing. The more he tried to concentrate, the more chaotic his thoughts became. Feeling as if several hours had passed, let alone the heart lantern, he couldn't even see a single flame. Huff. Lu Yuan opened his eyes, letting out a sigh with a hint of impatience in his brow. He was eager to seize this opportunity, desperate to grow stronger. This impatient mindset had become the biggest obstacle. He stood up and slowly paced in this pure white world. In a place where there was nothing, one could instead see one's own heart most clearly. The survival rules of Beiming Academy. Su Yueli's teachings, scenes from the new student challenge, everything flashed through his mind. Finally, his gaze returned to calm. Haste makes waste. Lu Yuan sat down again. This time, he did not deliberately pursue anything, even letting go of the obsession with becoming stronger. He just sat quietly, feeling his breath, feeling the absolute tranquility of this pure white world. He emptied himself. Not knowing how long it had been, perhaps a moment, or perhaps an eternity. Deep within his spiritual sea, a faint yellow flame, weak enough to extinguish at any moment, quietly ignited. The heart lamp. Lu Yuan focused his mind but immediately suppressed his excitement, maintaining that state of calmness, quietly watching that flame. It no longer flickered, becoming stable. Time lost its meaning here. Lu Yuan was completely immersed in this mysterious state. He could clearly see that faint yellow heart lamp. Under the nurturing of his spiritual power, its light was gradually becoming brighter and fuller. The faint yellow gradually turned into a dazzling golden yellow. The golden light lasted for a long time before beginning to shift towards orange. When the light of the heart lamp fully transformed into a warm orange hue, Lu Yuan felt that his spiritual sea had expanded a circle. He did not stop. The orange light continued to evolve. A trace of red began to appear at the top of the flame. The red increased, gradually swallowing and tinting the orange. Finally, at a certain moment, the entire heart lamp completely burned into a crimson color. The crimson light illuminated Lu Yuan's entire spiritual sea, giving rise to an unprecedented clarity and power. It succeeded. At that moment, the grand mechanical voice echoed again. The trial task, clear mind and true nature, completed. Congratulations, trial taker, you have officially obtained the complete transmission of the 9 transformations of spirit refinement. The reward 0 trial field token has been issued. With the voice, the complete follow-up teachings of the 9 transformations of spirit refinement transformed into a purple golden data stream, deeply imprinting in Lu Yuan's soul. A pitch-black token, feeling cold to the touch, with an ancient 0 character engraved on the front, also quietly appeared before him. Lu Yuan slowly opened his eyes, grasping the token. Chapter 57, The Spoils of War. The 9 transformations of spirit refinement was no longer a fragment but a complete inheritance. First transformation, clear mind and true nature. Second transformation, thoughts become threads. Third transformation, heart lake reflects the moon. Fourth transformation, divine thought transforms objects. Fifth transformation, soul fire tempering the body. Sixth transformation, 1,000 thoughts become one heart. Seventh transformation, spirit travels beyond the void. Eighth transformation, one thought is eternal. Ninth transformation, refining the spirit into a realm. Lu Yuan closed his eyes. The 9 transformations of spirit refinement was overturning all his understanding of this world over the past 18 years. It turned out that spiritual power could be actively cultivated. This conclusion was enough to stir huge waves in the entire beast tamer world. Since ancient times, the increase of a beast tamer's spiritual power had only one path, the beast's reciprocation. The higher the beast's rank, the stronger the energy of the reciprocation, and the beast tamer's spiritual power would also rise. The stronger the spiritual power, the higher the level of the beast tamer, allowing the opening of new contract slots to summon the next beast, forming a cycle. Because of this, the potential star rank of a beast almost determines a beast tamer's upper limit from the very beginning. If the initial summoned beast had a 1-star potential and couldn't advance to a higher level, its owner would forever be stuck at the lowest level, indistinguishable from an ordinary person. High potential beasts are the treasures all beast tamers dream of. But now, the 9 transformations of spirit refinement in Lu Yuan's hands was about to completely sever this ironclad rule. It meant that beast tamers would no longer rely entirely on their beasts but could instead rely on their own cultivation to strengthen their spiritual source. This meant that even if the initial beast's potential was not high, as long as one could successfully cultivate this technique, the opportunity to break free from shackles and open a new contract position is there. He glanced at the token in his hand, and the token sent a message that for the next trial, he needed to reach the rank of silver-level Beastmaster to unlock it. In this empty place, he felt as if a very long time had passed, so long that he almost forgot the passage of time. Since the task was complete, it was time to leave. With a thought, he chose to leave the 0 trial ground. The pure white world before him instantly collapsed into endless darkness. In the next second, the familiar sensation of space twisting returned to him. When Lu Yuan's feet landed on solid ground again, he had returned outside that silver-white circular building filled with a sense of futuristic technology. The valley's wind carried a hint of chill, whipping his clothing around. "Ah, Yuan." A familiar voice came. Yun Shanxian stood not far away, and upon seeing Lu Yuan, she immediately jogged over. "You came out too. I thought you would take a long time, but you were only a couple of minutes later than me." "A couple of minutes?" Lu Yuan's steps paused slightly. In that pure white world, from visualizing the heart lamp to finally completing the first turn of entry, he felt that at least dozens of hours had passed, if not longer. But here with Yun Shanxian, it was just a short 2 or 3 minutes? Was it because the flow of time in the 0 trial ground was different from the outside world? Or was it because while practicing the 9 turns refining God technique, he was so immersed that he lost track of time? Lu Yuan leaned more towards the former. "The place gave me some things, so I stayed a while," Lu Yuan explained. "Let's go back." "MMHM." Yun Shanxian replied. "Let's go back and show Mom what I got. I don't even know what these 2 things are." The two left the heavily guarded valley, heading towards the hillside villa. Upon reaching the hillside villa and opening the door, Su Yueli was indeed already sitting on the sofa in the living room, holding a cup of hot tea, her posture elegant. Lan Liuli was also there, but she was slumped on another sofa, lazily scrolling through the holographic screen on her wrist while stuffing snacks into her mouth. Seeing the two return, Su Yueli put down her teacup, her gaze sweeping over them, finally landing on Lu Yuan with a slight surprise in her eyes. "This kid seems to be a bit different somehow." "Back already?" Su Yueli asked with concern. Lan Liuli also became interested, sitting up from the sofa and curiously leaning over. "Quickly, show me. I've heard that things that come out of the origin rift are all kinds and can be anything, from rare materials of the silver level to summoning stones. It all depends on personal luck." "Mom! Aunt Lioli! Look at this." Before Lu Yuan could speak, Yun Qianqian couldn't wait to show off. She took out 2 items from her storage space. One was a palm-sized crystal vial, inside which something seemed to be moving. The other was a summoning stone, small and uniquely shaped, depicting flames and humanoid creatures. Ta-da! Yun Qianqian placed the 2 trophies on the coffee table. These are what the rift gave me, but I don't know what they are. Su Yueli's gaze fell on the 2 items, revealing a thoughtful expression in her eyes. She sensed that both items held impressive energy fluctuations, but she couldn't tell their exact origins. This energy in this vial is very pure, it seems to be some kind of essence. I've never seen the carvings on this summoning stone before. Su Yueli examined them and did not immediately reach a conclusion. Lan Liuli also leaned closer, intrigued. You really have good luck, these 2 items don't look ordinary at all. However, just as the 2 of them were examining the items, Lu Yuan on the side fell into a state of stillness. The moment Yun Qianqian took out those 2 items, the Beastmaster encyclopedia in his mind opened by itself. A golden data stream, visible only to him, constructed 2 attribute panels above the 2 items. Lu Yuan's gaze swept across the words on the panels, and for the first time, his calm eyes uncontrollably shrank suddenly. Lu Yuan thought his self-control was incredibly strong and that he remained unflustered in any situation. But at this moment, his breath seemed to pause. He looked at that crystal vial and then at that summoning stone. Images of 2 lines of text appeared in his mind, each word striking down on his nerves like a heavy hammer. Chapter 58, The Holy Maiden of Radiance. On the tea table, the ancient summoning stone and the transparent crystal vial lay quietly. In Su Yueli and Lan Liuli's eyes, they were extraordinary treasures. But in Lu Yuan's view, 2 purple gold panels only visible to him were suspended above. Extraordinary item, Beastmaster Lingdan. Effect, a heavenly treasure containing the power of spatial origin. After consumption by a Beastmaster, it can permanently open an additional contract slot in the contract sea. Note, this item is unique, each Beastmaster can only use it once in their life. Extraordinary item, Holy Maiden of Radiance Summoning Stone. Effect, after use, it can summon in contract with the Holy Maiden of Radiance. Beast, Holy Maiden of Radiance. Potential, 5 stars. Rank? Special reminder, this beast's potential will permanently remain at 5 stars and will not decrease through any form of advancement. When the Holy Maiden of Radiance reaches the king rank, it will automatically evolve into the Goddess of Sunlight. Lu Yuan's breath momentarily froze. The 9-turn refining god technique had already overturned his understanding of the Beastmaster system. But these 2 items before him, especially the pill called Beastmaster Lingdan, were simply challenging the foundational rules of this world. 1 realm, 1 contract slot. This was the unchanging iron law of the Beast realm, the cornerstone of all Beastmasters' power systems. Now, this cornerstone was easily pried loose by a small pill. As for the summoning stone, with its permanent 5-star potential and automatic evolution to the king level, this was not just a simple opportunity, it directly delivered a future top Beastmaster right into Yun Qianqian's hands. He even felt that these 2 rewards were more outrageous than obtaining the 9-turn refining god technique. This vial, with its flowing light and pure energy wave, your luck is truly, Lan Liuli exclaimed in wonder, reaching out to take the crystal vial. Qianqian. Lu Yuan's voice suddenly sounded, interrupting Lan Liuli's movement. His voice was urgent. All eyes in the living room focused on him. Lu Yuan's gaze fell on Yun Qianqian, his expression unusually serious. Take what's in this vial and eat it. Ha? Yun Qianqian was taken aback for a moment. Lan Liuli also paused, perplexed. Kid, you don't even know what this is, and you want her to eat it? What if it's a laxative? Su Yueli said nothing, she just quietly watched Lu Yuan. She didn't stop Yun Qianqian's action because she knew Lu Yuan wouldn't harm her. Oh, okay. Yun Qianqian did not hesitate. She picked up the crystal vial, removed the cork, and poured the radiant pill into her mouth, swallowing it down without even tasting it. The entire process felt as if Lu Yuan simply had her drink a glass of plain water. After completing everything, she looked up at Lu Yuan, her eyes sparkling. Yuan, I'm done eating. Seeing this scene, Lan Liuli opened her mouth but could only shake her head helplessly. What a little fool, she's been sold and still helps count the money. The pill melted in her mouth, transforming into a warm and strange energy that instantly surged into Yun Qianqian's limbs and bones, eventually converging into her spirit sea. Yun Qianqian suddenly felt a jolt in her Beastmaster space. It was as if torn open by an invisible force. Beside the 2 contract positions that originally belonged to the bronze stage, a third one, brand new and radiating a spatial aura, was opened up. This is... Yun Qianqian's eyes widened instantly, feeling the incredibly clear 3rd contract position, her face filled with disbelief. It was only then that Lu Yuan slowly spoke to clarify for everyone. That thing is called the Beastmaster Spirit Pill. Its effect is to give the user an extra Beastmaster contract position. What? You said what? Lan Liuli suddenly jumped up from the sofa, her snack dropping to the ground with a thump, but she was completely unaware. She stared wide-eyed at Lu Yuan, as if trying to confirm whether he was joking. An extra contract position? Kid, do you know what you're saying? Su Yueli, holding her teacup, also froze in midair. Even though she was an epic-level Beastmaster, calm as a mountain, at this moment hearing these words, she couldn't help but show a look of shock on her face. This was beyond reasoning. Yun Shanxian stood there dazed. She was first shocked by the effect of the pill, but the next second, a thought crossed her mind. She understood instantly. She understood why Lu Yuan wanted her to eat it first before explaining the effect. If she had known about the earth-shattering effect of this pill in advance, what would she have done? The answer was singular. She would have thought of every possible way to shove it into Lu Yuan's mouth without hesitation. And Lu Yuan had anticipated this, which was why he used this method to eliminate any possibility of her hesitating. A warm current surged from the deepest part of her heart, causing her eyes to slightly redden. This guy, always like this. You. Yun Shanxian looked at Lu Yuan, her lips moving, wanting to say something. Lu Yuan seemed to know what she was thinking and didn't give her a chance to feel moved any longer. His gaze shifted to the ancient summoning stone on the coffee table. Don't just stand there, there's also this. He pointed to the summoning stone. Take it, go to the open space outside, and use it to contract. This time, Yun Shanxian didn't hesitate at all. She forcefully sniffed, suppressing her feelings of gratitude, and nodded. She grabbed the summoning stone that radiated a scorching aura and turned to run towards the grassy lawn outside the villa. Su Yueli and Lan Liuli exchanged glances, and from each other's eyes, they saw the lingering shock, and immediately followed her out. On the open space outside the villa, Yun Shanxian stood in the center of the lawn, cradling the Sunshine Saintess summoning stone in her hands. She injected her mental power into it. Buzz! The summoning stone suddenly erupted with dazzling golden red light, shooting upward. The energy of the entire space began to fluctuate violently, countless light elements and fire elements surged in. That aura was sacred, blazing, and full of life, as if a miniature sun was about to be born here. What incredible energy fluctuations! Lan Liuli looked up at the strange phenomenon in the sky. What kind of monster will be summoned? Su Yueli said nothing, but her beautiful eyes were filled with shock and anticipation. A graceful human silhouette slowly coalesced in the center of the light. Barefoot, wearing a golden gown woven from light, her brilliant golden hair fell down. Her features were so exquisite that she seemed not of this world. Her eyes were tightly closed, her expression peaceful, and a small sun mark on her forehead radiated a soft halo. She floated quietly in midair, seemingly without any movement, yet exuding a sacred aura that made one unable to help but want to worship. With her appearance, the Beastmaster handbook in front of Lu Yuan once again displayed a panel. Beastmaster, Sunshine Saintess. Potential, 5 stars. Rank, low-level silver. Racial skills. 1. Sacred light radiance, condenses a miniature sun, dealing light attribute damage to enemies over a wide area. Heaven's light punishment, gathering light energy, converging light points at the fingertips, then launching a holy beam, causing high single-target damage. Fiery sun ring, unfolding a flame halo centered around oneself, dealing continuous fire damage to surrounding enemies every second. Radiant leap, jumping to a certain area, bursting with holy flames upon landing, causing damage. Searing sun shackles, summoning 3 chains of fire to bind an enemy for 2 seconds, during which the target receives fire damage every second. Holy flame baptism, after use, significantly enhancing the attributes of the radiant holy maiden. Silver low tier. Once summoned, it has the strength of a silver tier. In midair, the figure slowly opened her eyes. Those were pure eyes void of any impurities. Her gaze went beyond Su Yueli and Lan Liuli, and landed on Yun Shanxian below. Immediately after, she transformed into a streak of light and actively entered the center of Yun Shanxian's brows. The contract is established. Chapter 59, Secret Alliance. The moment the contract was established, Yun Shanxian felt a surge of power flowing back through the contract. Her spiritual sea surged, crossing the bronze peak and stepping into the silver low tier in one leap. This is too. Yun Shanxian was so shocked that she stumbled over her words, turning her head to share this joy with the others. However, the next words from Lu Yuan left the 3 women, including the epic tier Su Yueli and Lan Liuli, completely frozen in place. Shanxian, your beast, the radiant holy maiden, its potential will permanently remain at 5 stars. The air seemed to freeze at that moment. The astonishment and relief on Su Yueli and Lan Liuli's faces were instantly replaced by the emotion of shock. Wait! Lan Liuli was the first to react, as if she had heard something impossible, her voice changing pitch. Lu Yuan, what did you just say? The wind was too loud, I didn't hear clearly, can you say it again? Permanently remaining at 5 stars? What does that mean? It is common knowledge that a beast's potential drops a star with each major advancement. Countless Beastmasters have stagnated because their beast's potential is only 1 star. Thus, there are very few king-tier Beastmasters in this world, and none who have surpassed the king. Because they could never contract a beast with more than 2 stars potential at the epic tier. But now, Lu Yuan said the potential of the Radiant Holy Maiden is permanently fixed at 5 stars. What does this mean? This means Yun Qianqian's future endpoint will no longer be king. With enough time and resources, she will step into the unknown realm without any bottlenecks, becoming the first being in the blue star in thousands of years to surpass the king tier. Su Yueli's breath momentarily halted. She slowly turned her head to look at Lu Yuan. She understood better than anyone what kind of crazy jealousy this would attract once it leaked. Liuli, Su Yueli's voice was heavy, today's matter, heaven knows, earth knows, I know. From now on, about the potential of the Radiant Holy Maiden, let it rot in our stomachs. Lan Liuli discarded her usual nonchalant demeanor, her pretty face showing an unprecedented seriousness. She nodded heavily, I understand. After that, 2 pairs of different yet similarly inquiring and curious gazes landed on Lu Yuan. That unspoken question was louder than any words. Why do you know something even we don't? Lu Yuan met their gazes calmly. He had long anticipated this result and was already prepared with an explanation. Let's talk inside. In the living room of the mountain villa. Yun Qianqian was still immersed in the huge impact of the information, looking at her newly born beast and then at Lu Yuan, her little head in a mess. Su Yueli and Lan Liuli sat on the sofa, one on each side, watching Lu Yuan, waiting for his explanation. This time, the opportunity one got from the origin rift. It is a cultivation method. Lu Yuan did not beat around the bush, directly throwing out his answer. Cultivation method? Lan Liuli raised her eyebrows, clearly not satisfied with this answer. How could a cultivation method possibly know these secrets? Lu Yuan continued, it is called 9 turns refining spirit technique, and it has 2 functions. The first, and most critical, is that it allows me to actively cultivate my mental power. Before his words were finished, Lan Liuli jumped up from the sofa again. Cultivating mental power? Not relying on beast taming to improve? Are you saying you can raise your Beastmaster rank by yourself? Su Yueli's pupils suddenly shrank as well. The impact of this news was no less than that of permanent 5-star potential. It was also shaking the entire system of power in the Beastmaster world. Lu Yuan nodded, confirming her guess, then added, this technique is very special, directly imprinted in my soul, and I cannot replicate it yet. Lan Liuli opened her mouth, unable to say anything for a long time, and finally could only sit back on the sofa, murmuring, crazy, this world is truly crazy. And its second function, Lu Yuan's gaze swept over the crystal bottle on the coffee table. It comes with a vast amount of detailed information about various beasts, wonders, and secret realms. The information about the beast spirit elixir and the Shihui Saintess summoning stone is among them. He spread his hands and summarized in a teasing tone, so, in a certain sense, I am now a walking encyclopedia of rare beasts. This explanation was reasonable, showcasing the technique's astonishing nature while perfectly explaining why Lu Yuan could recognize the beast spirit elixir at a glance and why he knew about the Shihui Saintess's extraordinary potential. Su Yueli looked at Lu Yuan deeply. The shock in her heart could no longer be described in words. This child she had watched grow up had, in a short time, grown to a level that even she needed to guess. After a long silence, Su Yueli spoke again, her tone 100 times more serious than when she had ordered Lan Liuli. Xiao Yuan's matter, Liuli, you must also keep it a secret. And Qianqian, everything that happened today must not be told to anyone other than us. She deliberately emphasized her tone, not even your elder Yun Jintian. Yun Jintian, the father of Yun Qianqian, the head of the Yun family. That even he must be kept in the dark shows how much Su Yueli valued this matter. I understand, Mom. Yun Qianqian nodded vigorously. Don't worry, Yueli, my lips are sealed. Lan Liuli also patted her chest to assure. In the future, Su Yueli looked at Lu Yuan and Yun Qianqian. If anyone asks about your gains in the Source Initial Rift, just say you got a golden-ranked Flame Sun Crystal and a golden-ranked Stellar Grass. These 2 items are valuable and enough to match your performance without causing unnecessary trouble. Lu Yuan and Yun Qianqian nodded simultaneously. Thus, a secret alliance of 4 quietly formed. Chapter 60, The Cave of 10,000 Snakes. The day after the 2 went to the Source Initial Rift, Su Yueli did not immediately give them special training tasks as she had said before. In her words, it was, you just got a chance, you should digest it yourself first. So, the 2 rarely got a day of free activity. Yun Qianqian successfully advanced to the silver rank, and the 4th contract slot in her beast space was like a candy, tempting her. But she chose to immediately use the mirror source stone she had previously obtained in the mirror shadow secret realm. Yuan, you are still at the bronze rank, I can't leave you behind. The girl declared, hands on her hips. I want to wait for you. When you also reach the silver rank, we will contract new beast partners together. Not contracting a fourth beast also hides the situation of having one extra contract slot. He didn't say much. Just nodded. Right now, the most important thing is to turn points into real fighting power. Besides the points system, the online platform Beastmasters Academy's Points Mall is also a famous landmark of Beastmasters Academy. The Points Mall is one of the liveliest places in the entire academy. When Lu Yuan and Yun Shanshan walked into the mall side by side, they immediately attracted quite a few gazes. Look! It's Lu Yuan and Yun Shanshan. The champions of the freshman challenge, they are here to buy things. I heard Lu Yuan opened a betting pool and made a fortune. Lu Yuan ignored these discussions, taking Yun Shanshan directly to the materials resource area. Yuan, pick whatever you like. I'll pay today. She waved her hand boldly. Lu Yuan smiled but didn't respond, his gaze had already begun to scan the shelves. In his view, next to every material, the Beastmaster's handbook automatically displayed detailed introductions, 100 times more thorough than the mall's official labels, even listing many hidden effects unknown to most. This one, light prism crystal, 10,000 points each, I'll take 10. Lu Yuan pointed at a row of stones emitting a faint light element. The sales assistant was taken aback for a moment but still politely reminded, "Student, the light prism crystal is only a silver-grade material, mainly used for lighting and simple energy conduction. Are you sure you want so many?" "Sure." According to the analysis in the Beastmaster's handbook, this kind of crystal contains a minuscule amount of light dust, the best material for enhancing strength with the primordial light. And that, abandoned shadow ore, 50,000 points for a pile. Lu Yuan pointed again to a corner with a heap of dark, coal-like stuff. This time, not just the sales assistant but even Yun Shanshan was stunned. Yuan, the mall indicates this stuff is used for escaping and concealing presence. It's not necessary. The handbook showed that this so-called ore was actually a byproduct of void sand after contamination. Although most of the spatial energy had already dissipated, it was practically a custom-made supplement for the scrying mirror. Next, Lu Yuan entered a crazy shopping mode. Spirit Flower Stamen, silver-grade material, contains pure soul energy, priced at 80,000 points. Can be used to enhance Dark Rangers. Purifying Fire Glass, silver-grade material, can purify energy in flames, priced at 100,000 points. Greatly enhances the Holy Flame Fire Sparrow. Moonlight Holy Water, silver-grade material, a gentle healing treasure, priced at 120,000 points. The Dawn Saint can use this to enhance strength. At first, Yun Shanshan excitedly followed behind, shouting bye. But as she watched her points balance on the wristband plummet visibly, the smile on her face gradually froze. Lu Yuan's points went from 1 million to 800,000, then to 500,000. When Lu Yuan finally chose a material worth 200,000 points, called Star Iron Mother, Yun Shanshan could no longer hold back. She grabbed Lu Yuan's sleeve and said pitifully in a small voice, "Yuan, my heart is bleeding." Lu Yuan looked at her greedy little face and found it amusing, showing her the balance of just over 100,000 points left on his wristband. Seeing this, Yun Shanshan instantly regained her balance. "Alright, let's be broke together." She sighed and then perked up again, "It's fine. Once we spend it all, we'll earn it back." The two returned with their arms full, almost spending all the points earned from the challenge in bets. For the next month, the two entered a life of seclusion and intense training. Su Yueli also planned special training content for them. A vast amount of resources poured in, and the effect was immediate. A month later, the primordial light and scrying mirror both reached the peak of the bronze stage. Meanwhile, Lu Yuan himself was also under the dual effect of cultivating the 9 turns refining divine art and the feedback from beast mastery, successfully breaking through to the peak of the bronze level. But at the moment of the breakthrough, he keenly sensed something was off. The total amount of mental power required for his promotion seemed to be much greater than that of an ordinary beastmaster, almost 3 times that of the same level. Is it because of the 9 transformations refining God technique? This thought flashed by, and Lu Yuan did not delve deeper. The more stable the foundation, the further the path can be walked in the future. This is a good thing. Yun Shanshan's progress on her side was even more astonishing. With the help of the Spirit Flower Blossom, her Dark Ranger also advanced to the peak of the bronze level. The one that improved the most was the Holy Flame Fire Sparrow. Ever since it formed a contract with the Radiant Holy Maiden, it seemed to have opened up its meridians. With the enhancement from the pure fire glass and other resources, its rank soared, jumping from high bronze to low silver. As for the Radiant Holy Maiden, this daughter of destiny, starting at low silver, steadily increased her power under the nurturing of the Moonlight Holy Water, moving from low to mid silver. At this moment, Yun Shanshan, holding 2 silver-level beast companions, was much stronger than during the new student challenge. Time flew by, and a month of hard training passed in an instant. One morning, all the identity bracelets of the first-year students vibrated simultaneously. A notification from the school came through. Attention all first-year students, the collective trial will officially begin in 1 hour. Please gather immediately at the Central Auditorium. The trial location: the Inner Space Secret Realm Cave of 10,000 Snakes. Special reminder, there is a risk of death in this trial. P.S. Thank you to the viewers who have made it this far. All questions will be seen and promptly corrected. Finally, I hope the viewers will frequently urge for updates, as this is really important for the author. Thank you, dear viewers. There will be another update today. Chapter 61, Rich Rewards. In the Central Auditorium, unlike the fresh curiosity during the welcome ceremony, the air now lacked that sense of novelty. Every new student's face was filled with expectation and nervousness. The appearance of Lu Yuan and Yun Shanxian instantly attracted everyone's attention. It's Lu Yuan. The one beside him is Yun Shanxian, right? In just a month, it feels like her aura is at the silver level? What? Is that true? Dashing from the peak of bronze to silver in a month? Must have taken drugs. Not far away, Feng Shao stood with a few lackeys. Upon seeing Lu Yuan, his face instantly darkened, and he turned his head away. What Dongfang Shua said in the finals made him unable to lift his head in the academy this past month, leading him to hate Lu Yuan as well. In another corner, Dongfang Shu also saw Lu Yuan. He was still in his white attire, his temperament increasingly calm. He cupped his hands toward Lu Yuan from a distance. Lu Yuan returned the gesture. Silence. A commanding voice rang out as Vice Principal Lei Qing appeared on the podium. I believe you have already received the notification. This collective trial will take place in the Inner Space Secret Realm, Cave of 10,000 Snakes. The Cave of 10,000 Snakes is a newly discovered secret realm by the Academy just a few months ago. The environment inside is complex, filled with various snake-type Beastmaster. From the black iron level Stinger Viper to the silver level three-headed red flame snake, everything is present. According to energy detection, there may even be gold level snake-type Beastmasters deep within the secret realm. This trial has two objectives. Lei Qing raised one finger. First, survive. Your identity bracelets will record your life signs, and once you encounter lethal danger, the Academy will attempt to rescue you. Remember, it is an attempt. Those two words made many students' faces turn pale. Second, hunt. For every snake-type Beastmaster you hunt, your bracelet will automatically record points. After the trial ends, the top 100 students in points will receive additional rewards. The top 10 will receive extra point rewards. Of course, all of this is just an appetizer. A massive light screen unfolded behind him. A giant egg, completely pitch black and surrounded by mist, appeared above. This is the egg of the abyssal python that is about to hatch. According to analysis, it has a potential of at least 4 stars, and may even reach 5 stars, an extremely powerful dark-type beast. The crowd was in an uproar. 5-star potential. These 4 words were enough to drive any Beastmaster crazy. Of course, even if you obtain this thing, you can't make a contract with it, so your task is to find it and bring it out. The first team or individual to successfully bring the abyssal python egg out of the secret realm will not only receive a massive amount of points but also gain the qualification to select a secret realm trial under 1 million points in the points system. Now, you have 3 minutes. You can freely form teams or choose to quit. After saying this, Lei Qing silently watched below. Yun Shanxian immediately hugged Lu Yuan's arm. Because almost the moment Lei Qing finished speaking, countless gazes turned towards Lu Yuan. As this year's champion among the new students, his strength was unquestionable. Brother Lu. We are. Lu God, take us with you. Many people surged over, wanting to join Lu Yuan's team. Lu Yuan simply shook his head calmly, without saying a word. Yun Shanxian, like a small beast guarding its food, protected him behind her and blocked all invitations. The 3 minutes quickly passed, and no one chose to quit. Very good. Lei Qing nodded. Since there are no cowards, then prepare to set off. At the back of the hall, a massive spatial door slowly opened, releasing a damp and stinky air. Ah Yuan, we can fight side by side again this time. Yun Shanxian's small face was full of excitement. Lu Yuan nodded. Just as he was about to step into the spatial door, the Beastmaster guide in his mind quietly turned to a new page, and a line of golden text appeared. Secret Realm Analysis, 10,000 Snake Cave. Main Species, Snake-type Beasts. Environmental Features, damp, full of miasma, rich in snake saliva grass. Snake saliva grass, a low-tier spiritual plant of black iron, it has a weak attraction effect on snakes, but the juice from its crushed roots can neutralize over 90% of the nerve toxins of bronze-tier snake-type beasts. Hand in hand, the two stepped into the darkness together. After a feeling of spinning, a mixed wave of hot and damp air, filled with rotten earth, hit their faces. Lu Yuan and Yun Shanxian found themselves in a dim, primitive jungle. The surroundings were terrifyingly quiet, only the low sounds of unknown insects breaking the silence. This place feels so oppressive. Yun Shanxian wrinkled her little nose. Before she could finish her sentence, a sudden change occurred. Hiss! From the grass and trees around them, 7 or 8 green shadows, like arrows shot from a bow, pounced at them from all directions. Beast, green scale strangle python. Potential, 1 star. Rank, low tier bronze. Guide hint, extremely adept at hiding in the environment, usually act in groups. It was the mid-tier bronze green scale strangle python. Their bodies perfectly blended with the surroundings, and only at the moment of attack did they reveal their forms. Be careful. Yun Xianxian reacted quickly. Let me handle it. Accompanied by a delicate shout, a fiery red figure burst out from her contract position. Holy Flame Fire Sparrow. Compared to a month ago, the Holy Flame Fire Sparrow was now much larger, its originally bright red feathers now adorned with a layer of splendid and holy golden color. Holy Flame Impact. The Holy Flame Fire Sparrow let out a clear cry and spat out a torrent of golden flames. Sizzle. The few green scale strangle pythons charging at the front didn't even have time to cry out before instantly turning to charcoal in the flames. Seeing this, the remaining strangling pythons showed fear in their eyes and immediately tried to escape. But it was too late. A dark figure appeared behind them. Dark Ranger. Heart-piercing shot. Whoosh. 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 3 arrows wrapped in dark energy precisely pierced through their heads, nailing them firmly to the tree trunk. The entire battle process. The clouds flowed smoothly, clean and neat, not exceeding 10 seconds. Done. Yun Xianxian clapped her hands. At that moment, a rustling sound came from the nearby grass. 3 students, who looked a bit embarrassed, emerged from within. They had been attracted by the fighting sounds nearby, hoping to find an opportunity, but they just witnessed the swift kill. The 3 looked at the few charred snake corpses on the ground, then at the golden fire sparrow above Yun Xianxian's head. Is that Yun Xianxian? How did her fire sparrow turn golden? One move took down 7 or 8 bronze intermediate constrictor pythons? What a joke! Damn, weren't we told she's just a vase relying on Lu Yuan? This strength is even stronger than mine. Lu Yuan walked to a snake corpse, crouched down, and the beast-taming manual automatically appeared. Green scale constrictor gallbladder, bronze provides energy to poison attribute beasts. Can also be applied to clothing to effectively repel snake-type beasts of the same rank and below. Yun Xianxian suddenly said, a Yuan's points increased by 800, this time, we can harvest a big pile of points. Lu Yuan nodded, these dropped items should also be exchangeable for points. Saying this, he stored the gallbladders in his storage space. Then the two continued to move forward. Chapter 62, Remnants of Shed Skin. As the two progressed deeper, a scream entered their ears. Someone's in trouble. Yun Xianxian stopped. As expected. Lu Yuan's reaction was calm. Yun Xianxian looked at Lu Yuan, a Yuan, should we go check it out? What if it's a powerful creature? Just the two of us. She did not finish her words, but her meaning was clear, they were only 2 people, and in such an unknown environment, it was better to avoid trouble. Lu Yuan did not answer immediately, he just looked in the direction of the scream. After a moment, he finally spoke, let's go check it out. Why? Perhaps it can save us some time finding our way. Lu Yuan said something that puzzled Yun Xianxian and then started walking in that direction. Though she was confused, Yun Xianxian followed without hesitation. The two applied snake gallbladder essence, and along the way, the low-level snake-type beasts lurking in the grass and branches retreated as if encountering a natural enemy. In just a few minutes, they passed through a dense thicket. In a small clearing, 7 or 8 students were huddled together back-to-back, forming a crude defense formation, struggling to fend off surrounding attacks. At their feet lay a classmate, frothing at the mouth and convulsing, clearly poisoned. And their enemies were a dozen poisonous snakes covered in black scales, with hard, iron-like crests on their heads. Beast, Black Scale Iron Crest Snake. Potential, 2 stars. Rank, High Bronze. Manual tip, the Black Scale Iron Crest Snake has extremely strong defense, acts in groups, and is highly poisonous. Lu Yuan's gaze swept across, and the information from the beast-taming manual flashed by. And in the middle, pale-faced and desperately commanding his beasts to defend, was a familiar face, Feng Xiao. At that moment, there was no trace of the arrogance he had before. His Purgatory Inferno Hound was covered in black corrosive marks, and the other Storm Griffin was tightly entangled by several iron crest snakes, unable to become free. Seeing this scene, Yun Xianxian's eyes instantly lit up, she pulled Lu Yuan's sleeve and whispered gleefully, a Yuan, look. It's that annoying guy. Feng Xiao also noticed the two walking out from the woods, and when he recognized Lu Yuan and Yun Xianxian, his expression was amazing to the extreme. First was a flash of hope, thinking he saw his saviors, but that hope was instantly replaced by deep humiliation. Seeking help from them? The thought barely surfaced before being snuffed out. Oh, isn't this Feng Xiao? Yun Shanshan's voice rang through the forest. What happened to make you look so disheveled? Why are there so many of you, yet you can't even handle a few little snakes? Her words pierced like needles, accurately stabbing at Feng Xiao and his few lackeys' hearts. Feng Xiao's face instantly turned a deep shade of purple. He roared, "We don't need your fake kindness. We can handle this ourselves." Oh really? Yun Shanshan raised an eyebrow, pointing at the classmate on the ground who was nearly out of breath. He doesn't look like he can handle this on his own. You. Feng Xiao trembled with anger. At that moment, an iron crown snake took advantage of Feng Xiao's distraction, opened its large blood-filled mouth, and spat out a stream of dark green venom aimed straight at his face. Feng Xiao's pupils constricted suddenly. He had no time to react. His companions were all too preoccupied, and it looked like he was about to meet the same fate as the classmate on the ground. Mirror of Insight. A calm voice rang out. A mirror appeared silently in front of Feng Xiao, blocking the deadly venom. The dark green venom hit the mirror's surface, not splattering but instead being completely absorbed. In the next second, the mirror shone. Reverse light. A stream of venom shot out from the mirror, instantly hitting the ambushing iron crown snake at a faster speed. Hiss. Amid the piercing scream, the third-tier iron crown snake was quickly corroded by its own doubled poison. This action caused everyone and every snake in the scene to momentarily freeze. However, this was just the beginning. Light of Primordial. Lu Yuan's voice resonated again. A sacred light burst forth, 3 lights of primordial floating in the air. Behind them, 9 third-tier light spirits wielding light blades and shields appeared. Holy radiance. The triple fields instantly overlapped. The black-scale iron crown snakes, being beasts with dark attributes, felt their momentum instantly diminish upon coming into contact with this sacred light. Go. Lu Yuan only said one word. The 9 light spirits transformed into 9 streams of light and charged into the snake group. A one-sided slaughter began. Thanks to the enhancement of the light of primordial, these light spirits' strength rose to the 3rd tier. Though they were the same tier as these iron crown snakes, under the ebb and flow of holy radiance, the light spirits held absolute dominance over the iron crown snakes. Light blades slashed down, breaking snake scales, light shields slammed, shattering snake bones. Feng Xiao and his companions had already stopped moving. The snakes they had struggled to deal with were no match in front of the man they had once ridiculed. The entire battle lasted less than 30 seconds. When the last iron crown snake was pinned to the ground by the light of judgment, Lu Yuan recalled his beasts, and then the light army slowly dissipated into the air. The empty ground was left with a dozen snake corpses and a group of stunned students. Lu Yuan ignored them, walking straight to an unremarkable patch of green grass. It was the snake slime grass he had just discovered with his booklet. He had someone dig up the root, crushed it in his hand, and squeezed out the pungent juice. Pour this down his throat. The person shivered, quickly prying open his comrade's mouth and pouring the juice in. In just a moment, the convulsing body of the poisoned student calmed down, and the dark bruises on his face visibly faded. After doing all this, Lu Yuan turned around, as if nothing had happened, and prepared to leave. Feng Zhao's face shifted from green to white. Thanking Lu Yuan? That was harder than killing him. In the end, he just clenched his fists tightly, not saying a word. Lu? Lord Lu, someone in the team called out. Thank you. Thank you so much. You killed those iron crown snakes, all these spoils are yours. Lu Yuan turned back and collected everything. These items were worth some points. After gathering the drops from the iron crown snakes, Lu Yuan arrived at the center of the lair protected by the iron crown snakes. There, the prompt from the beast control booklet made him discover something even more interesting. He walked over, picking up a piece of black remnants from a pile of snake eggs and shattered stones. Strange object, fragment of the abyssal python's young shed skin. Effect: holding this object allows one to roughly sense the location of its main body or other shed skin fragments within a 100-mile radius. Ah, Yuan. Got it. Yun Shanshan bounced along after him. That guy didn't even say thank you, really lacks grace. But seeing him wanting to act yet being afraid, wanting to curse but unable to speak, is more satisfying than beating him up. Lu Yuan chuckled and put the shed skin fragment away. Let's go. He rubbed Yun Shanshan's head. We have important things to do. Chapter 63, The Radiant Saintess Shows Her Power. Let's go, we have important things to do. As Lu Yuan's words fell, Yun Shanshan immediately understood. Feng Xiao watched the backs of the two leaving. A complex emotion filled with survival after a disaster, jealousy, resentment, and powerlessness emerged. In the end, he only lowered his head in despair. The gap was too great. Deep in the forest, Lu Yuan and Yun Shanshan moved forward. With the protection of snake gallbladder toxin, they felt like they were just taking a walk. Ah, Yuan, is that piece of shed skin really useful? Yun Shanshan curiously looked at the black shed skin fragment in his hand. Lu Yuan weighed the fragment in his hand. The Beastmaster's illustrated guide had already created a simple map, with a weak light point flickering in one direction on the map. Of course, otherwise why do you think I saved that annoying guy? Ah. Yun Shanxian froze for a moment, so it's for this. I thought you were just being kind-hearted. Lu Yuan smiled faintly and remained silent. Being a good person? Sure. But the premise is that being a good person must have a return. The two followed the guidance of the shed skin fragment, heading deeper into the secret realm. Along the way, they saw more and more traces of battles, broken vines, cracked ground, and some abandoned low-level materials. Occasionally, they could see some student teams, most of whom looked hurried and alert. It seems there's a fight ahead. Yun Shanxian suddenly stopped, her ears moving. Not far ahead was an open swamp, the air filled with a strong wet and fishy smell. At that moment, a team of 5 was tangled with a giant swamp python of massive size. That giant python was as thick as a bucket, covered in muddy yellow scales, a true silver low-tier beast. The team of 5 worked well together, their strength being impressive, with a tall young man leading them. His beast, the lava crocodile, was also a silver low-tier, currently engaged in a fierce battle with the swamp giant python, clearly a standout among the new students. It's the War Frenzy team, led by Luo Chen. Yun Shanxian whispered in Lu Yuan's ear. This guy is pretty famous among the freshmen, said to be quite overbearing. However, Lu Yuan's gaze bypassed the intense battlefield and landed on a larger shed skin fragment behind the swamp python. They had reached their destination. Roar! Accompanied by a roar, the lava crocodile seized a flaw of the swamp giant python, opening its massive jaws and biting down on the python's 7-inch mark. The scorching lava energy erupted, instantly burning the scales there to a charred black. The swamp giant python let out a painful scream, its massive body crashing to the ground, completely losing its life. Well done, boss. Haha, another silver tier material in the bag. Members of the War Frenzy team erupted in cheers. Leading Luochen panted heavily, a proud expression of victory on his face. He walked over to the python's corpse, ready to collect the magic core, but the corner of his eye caught sight of Lu Yuan and Yun Shanxian walking out of the forest. His movements paused, frowning slightly. Oh, isn't this the top freshman Lu Yuan? What, wanting to share the spoils? A tall, skinny young man beside Luochen spoke with a mocking tone, recognizing Lu Yuan. But his tone was full of provocation. Lu Yuan said, I just came to take that black skin, I don't want to fight. Luochen straightened up, sizing up Lu Yuan, then glanced at the charming Yun Shanxian beside him, revealing a disdainful smile. Lu Yuan, I know you. The champion of the freshman challenge, you have some skills. His tone was serious. However, I advise you not to meddle. This place was discovered by our battle-mad team first, so everything here naturally belongs to us. If you have any sense, you should leave quickly. His words served as the final ultimatum. Upon hearing this, Yun Shanxian's small face instantly fell. She stepped forward. Who do you think you are? Whoever gets something in the secret realm owns it, why do you say it's yours? How can you be so shameless? Little girl, you talk big. Another team member sneered. This is not a game, I suggest you go home and drink milk, or you might end up crying. You! Yun Shanxian's face flushed red with anger. Qianqian! Lu Yuan's voice rang out just in time. Yun Shanxian immediately turned her head to see Lu Yuan giving her a slight nod. She instantly understood Lu Yuan's meaning, and her anger dissipated, replaced by a cunning smile. She took 2 steps forward, looking at Luochen and the others, her charming eyes brimming with excitement. Since you say that, how about a bet? Oh? Luochen became interested, bet on what? Let's bet. Yun Shanxian extended a delicate finger, pointing at them. The 5 of you, can you withstand one move from my beast? If you can, we'll turn and leave without taking a second glance, and we'll give you all the materials we've collected so far. If you can't, then the corpse of the giant python and that piece of broken skin will belong to us. Once she said this, the 5 members of the battle-mad team were first stunned, then burst into loud laughter. Ha 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 ha. Did I hear you right? You want to challenge all 5 of us alone? Little girl, are you scared stupid? Do you know what level our boss's lava giant crocodile is? Fine, this is what you asked for. Boss, play with her. Luochen laughed as well, thinking this was the funniest joke he had ever heard. He looked at Lu Yuan, his eyes filled with sarcasm, as if to say, is this your teammate? A little girl who doesn't know her place? He crossed his arms, looking forward to the spectacle. Okay, I accept. You can strike first, so we don't seem to be bullying you. You said it, no backing out. Yun Shanxian received a positive response, and her smile became even brighter. She took a deep breath, and her aura suddenly changed. Under the mocking gazes of Luochen and the others, a dazzling golden light suddenly shone beside her. Buzz! A sacred, fiery breath swept across the entire swamp. In the radiance, a graceful human figure slowly solidified. She was barefoot, clad in a gauzy dress woven from radiant light, her brilliant golden hair cascading like a waterfall, and the sun mark on her forehead radiated a gentle halo. The radiant maiden had descended. As soon as she appeared, she quietly hovered in front of Yun Qianqian, her pure golden eyes coldly sweeping over the 5 people opposite her. That gaze was like a deity looking down on mere ants. What kind of beast is this? The smiles on the faces of the battle-mad team instantly froze. They could clearly feel the terrifying pressure emanating from that figure, far surpassing their lava giant crocodile. That pressure even made their souls tremble. This was not just an oppression of levels. Luo Chen's face changed. Prepare for battle, he shouted harshly, already sweating coldly on his forehead. However, it was too late. Yun Qianqian looked at their ghostly expressions, and a proud arc formed at the corner of her mouth as her clear voice resonated, "Radiant Maiden. Holy light shines." The Saintess of Dawn slowly raised her hand. In an instant, a miniature golden sun gathered in her palm, and then it exploded with a roar. The dazzling golden light engulfed the entire battlefield. This was not just light, it was a torrent of divine energy containing the power of purification and judgment. Luo Chen and the others felt their vision turn completely white, unable to see anything, hear anything, their minds blank. The lava giant crocodile and several other earth and water-type beasts were directly pressed to the ground by the light, letting out wails of agony. The light came quickly and left just as fast. When everything returned to calm, the 5 members of the Battle Frenzy team lay scattered on the ground, their beasts severely injured, with no fighting power left. From start to finish, it was just one move. The arena fell into dead silence. Yun Qianqian clapped her hands and said with a smile, "Hey, a bet was promised, now it should be fulfilled." Luo Chen's lips trembled as he looked at the girl before him and the godlike beast behind her. Lu Yuan walked over to the black rock and picked up the larger piece of shedding. With the 2 pieces in hand, the information stream of the beast guide instantly refreshed. 2 pieces of young shedding of the abyss magic python have been gathered, information integration is in progress. Position accuracy improves. Final target locked, a cave in the deepest part of the 10,000 snake cave, 3 kilometers ahead. Found it. Well done. Yun Qianqian, receiving praise, instantly had her eyes crescent-shaped. Chapter 64, The 9 Nether Serpent. After a while, a giant black cliff appeared before them. At the bottom of the cliff, a massive cave was continuously exhaling dark mist and steam. This was the deepest part of the 10,000 snake cave. However, someone had already arrived ahead of them. On the dry clearing in front of the cave entrance stood 4 people. Each of them had a calm and refined aura, clearly an elite team. The leader, dressed in white, was Dongfang Shuo. He seemed to have sensed the arrival of Lu Yuan and the other 2, turning around with a calm gaze directed at them. There was no hostility, nor surprise. "Brother Lu, you've also arrived," Dongfang Shuo greeted. "MHM." Lu Yuan nodded as a gesture of courtesy. Yun Qianqian immediately became alert, whispering to Lu Yuan, Yuan, his team seems pretty strong too, are they here to steal the eggs?" Dongfang Shuo noticed her actions but paid no mind. His gaze shifted back to Lu Yuan, calmly stating, "It seems both you and I have stumbled upon this place. However, this cave entrance seems a bit strange." As soon as he finished speaking, as if to confirm his words. With a loud splash, a huge water sound shattered the silence of the place. The pitch-black water surface at the cave entrance suddenly exploded. A massive and suffocating figure slowly rose from the water. It was a giant snake covered in dark golden scales, several times larger than the swamp giant python they encountered earlier. But the most terrifying part was its head. It actually had 9 snake heads, all 9 heads locked onto everyone present. A pressure far beyond silver rank surged forth. Species, 9 Nether Serpent. Rank, low gold. Potential, 3 stars. Weakness analysis, among the 9 heads, only the central head is the physical core, while the other 8 heads are condensed from energy and toxins, possessing strong regeneration ability. Breaking the central head can cause confusion and weakness for a short time. In Lu Yuan's eyes, the information stream of the beast guide flashed rapidly. Gold rank. One person shouted. These 3 words made everyone's expression change, except for Lu Yuan's. Even Dongfang Shuo's face grew extremely serious at this moment. "A gold rank beast, the academy has gone too far this time," one female team member beside him said. Yun Qianqian gasped in astonishment, her mouth slightly agape. "Our attacks. Maybe even its scales can't be broken?" Hiss. The 9 heads of the 9 Nether Serpent let out a simultaneous hiss, the sound waves causing the surface of the marsh to shake violently. It seemed utterly enraged by these ants trespassing into its territory. In this tense moment, Lu Yuan made his move. He walked calmly forward a few steps, facing the suffocating pressure, standing between the two teams. This action drew all eyes to him. Brother Dongfang. Lu Yuan did not turn around, his voice clear, reaching back. This thing, none of us can swallow. Dongfang Shua's pupils slightly constricted. He did not expect Lu Yuan to be so calm and collected under the pressure of the golden stage. He took a deep breath and said solemnly, "What insight does Brother Lu have?" Alliance. Lu Yuan uttered 2 words. "We combine our forces to break through its defenses and enter the cave. Once inside, we'll rely on our own skills to compete for the serpent's eggs. How about it?" This proposal caused a brief stir in Dongfang Shua's team. Join forces with them? Who knows if they will stab us in the back? Yun Shanshan grew anxious, quickly walking to Lu Yuan's side, tugging at his sleeve with urgency, whispering, "Ah Yuan. We can't trust them. What if they run when we attack? Or turn against us?" Though her words were quiet, everyone present were beast tamers, their hearing sharp beyond compare. Dongfang Shua ignored his team members' discussions and disregarded Yun Shanshan's caution. He simply looked at Lu Yuan's back and suddenly said, "I trust Brother Lu's character, let's ally." Lu Yuan turned around and faced him directly. "I know its weakness." This one sentence made Dongfang Shua's eyes sharpen instantly. Lu Yuan did not keep them in suspense, continuing, "This 9 nether serpent, of its 9 heads, only the central one is its vital point. The other 8 are just energy forms. If shattered they can instantly regenerate, it's pointless. We just need to create an opportunity, concentrate our strongest powers, and strike its main head. As long as we can heavily wound it, its defenses will collapse in a short time, and we will have a chance to rush in." They all saw the power of this giant snake but completely failed to perceive its vital weakness. And in just a brief moment, Lu Yuan pinpointed the 9 nether serpent's weakness. He did not doubt the source of Lu Yuan's information because, in such a situation, no one would joke about such a matter. He was a decisive man and instantly made his judgment. He turned to his team members, "Did you all hear that? Prepare for battle. Target, the central main head." "Yes, Captain." The 3 team members immediately cast aside all distractions. Seeing this, although Yun Shanshan still had her doubts, since Lu Yuan had made his decision, she chose to believe unconditionally. Thus, a powerful temporary alliance, composed of the top 2 forces among the new students, was officially formed. A subtle smile appeared at the corner of Lu Yuan's mouth. He looked at the 9 nether serpent, which was already impatiently swinging its 9 heads, about to launch an attack, and spoke. "Shanshan, have your holy maiden of radiance prepare, and follow my command." Chapter 65, Execution. Roar. Before the 2 teams could communicate more tactics, the 9 nether serpent completely lost patience. The 9 fierce serpent heads opened their bloody maws simultaneously, not spraying venom, but unleashing an invisible sonic roar. Hum. The invisible sonic roar spread toward everyone's location. Not good. It's a mental shock. Defend. Dongfang Shua was the first to react, shouting sharply. The female team member beside him stepped forward immediately, and in front of her, a giant turtle formed entirely of rock appeared, shielding everyone behind it. Beast, Xian Rock Giant Turtle. Rank, Silver Low Stage. Boom. The invisible sonic wave smashed against the shell of the Xian Rock Giant Turtle. That shell, said to be able to withstand the full force attack of a Silver High Stage Beast Tamer. Under this strike, web-like cracks emerged. The Xian Rock Guardian let out a painful wail, its breath instantly withering away. The terror of the Golden Tier Beastmaster was fully revealed. The faces of the other members of Dongfang Shua's team turned incredibly grim in an instant. How can we fight like this? Someone already felt like retreating. Don't panic. Lu Yuan's voice rang out at that moment. Before he finished speaking, 3 brilliant rays of light suddenly burst forth beside him. 3 beams of primordial light floated side by side in the air, their holy glow instantly spreading, enveloping the entire battlefield. Then, the light gathered, and 9 high-ranking bronze light spirits, wielding light blades and light shields, formed up. The Legion of Light has returned. The effects of the triple holy radiance domain stacked together, instantly dispersing that remaining sonic wave attack. Brother Dongfang, I'll handle its mental attack. Lu Yuan's voice came again, you all focus on attacking to create opportunities. Dongfang Shua glanced at Lu Yuan's back. He no longer hesitated and shouted, listen to Brother Lu. Attack the side head of the serpent with all your might. Put pressure on the central main head. Yes. With the assistance of the Legion of Light, Dongfang Shua's team regained confidence. Hurricane Mantis, Wind Blade Dance. Earth-shattering Armadillo, Earth Spike Assault. In an instant, several powerful skill lights soared over the Xian Rock Guardian, launching towards the 8 energy serpent heads of the 9 nether serpent. Hiss. The nine-nether serpent was thoroughly enraged, its 8 energy serpent heads agilely swaying, spewing venom, shadow energy balls, and corrosive beams, violently colliding with Dongfang Shua's team's attacks. Boom! 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 The sound of explosions was incessant, and the swamp area in front of the cave entrance instantly turned into a zone rampant with energy. Dongfang Shua's team was indeed elite, their cooperation incredibly tacit. With the Legion of Light relieving the mental pressure, their attacks were precise and fierce, successfully binding several of the 9 nether serpents' energy heads tightly in a short time. But just as Lu Yuan said, those serpent heads, even if shredded by wind blades or pierced by earth spikes, would reassemble from the black mist within a few breaths, as if endless. We can't keep going like this. The consumption is too great. A teammate beside Dongfang Shua said, his Beastmaster already struggling. Not yet, Lu Yuan's gaze remained locked on the battlefield. Primordial light, light judgment. The 3 beams of primordial light floating in midair simultaneously condensed into 100-meter light spears. Buzz! 3 fully concentrated judgment light spears shot towards 3 different angles of the central main head of the 9 nether serpent. This action stunned everyone for a moment. Using a peak bronze skill to attack a golden tier core, and attacking from different angles? The central main head of the 9 nether serpent clearly thought the same. Its huge pupils even showed disdain. It merely tilted its head slightly, allowing those 3 seemingly harmless light spears to come. However, just as the light spears were about to hit, Lu Yuan's voice echoed softly. Explode! Boom! 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 The 3 light spears did not seek to penetrate, but at the moment of contacting the scales of the 9 nether serpent, they erupted explosively. The violent energy of light elements exploded open in an instant. The explosion's power failed to scratch the scales of the 9 nether serpent. But that blinding light and fierce energy impact successfully caused its central main head to experience a moment's blindness and rigidity lasting a full second. 1 second. That fleeting moment of distraction was already a fatal flaw. Qian Qian. Now is the time. Yun Qian's eyes had lost the usual playful glimmer, replaced by unprecedented focus and combat intent. The moment Lu Yuan shouted, she had already moved. I've waited a long time. A Yuan. The girl's clear voice carried excitement. The holy figure that had been quietly floating in front of her slowly opened its eyes. The Radiant Saintess. Radiant Saintess, Celestial Light Punishment. With Yun Qian's command, the Radiant Saintess slowly raised her fair palm, with her palm facing the central head of the 9 nether serpent that was frozen in place. Golden light points gathered in her palm. In the next second, the light points transformed into a slender golden beam, which suddenly shot out. Before anyone could react, the beam accurately struck the third eye of the central head of the 9 nether serpent. The shock on Dongfang Shua and his team's faces, and the confusion in the 9 nether serpent's pupils, all froze in that moment. Crack! A light crackling sound reached everyone's ears. Under the terrified gazes of the crowd, the central head of the 9 nether serpent began to shatter like a spider web from its third eye. Hiss! It let out its last confused and baffled hiss. Boom! The enormous serpent head exploded with a loud crash. As the main head perished, the other 8 energy heads let out a roar of unwillingness before vanishing into the air. The massive body lost all signs of life and fell heavily back into the water, creating towering waves. Gold rank low level, 9 nether serpent. Fallen. The entire scene fell into a deep silence. Dongfang Shua and his team stared blankly at the Radiant Saintess, who slowly withdrew her hand, her expression indifferent. 1 strike to kill a low-level gold beast. What kind of beast is this? Why are the beasts of the 2 people in front always so mysterious? Their brains had completely malfunctioned. After a long time, Dongfang Shua struggled to swallow his saliva and looked at Lu Yuan. Brother Lu, Miss Yun, I am in complete awe. Lu Yuan withdrew his beast. He patted Yun Qian's head, who scurried to him seeking praise, then turned to Dongfang Shua. Stop dawdling. He pointed to the now unobstructed, pitch-black abyss of the cave. The entrance is open. Chapter 66, Choice. He held Yun Qian's hand and led the way into the cave. Dongfang Shua followed closely behind. The 2 temporary teams, one in front and one behind, officially stepped into the core area of this secret realm. As soon as they entered the cave, the light instantly dimmed, and oppressive dark energy surged in. The cave walls were not ordinary rocks, but a type of crystal similar to obsidian, incredibly smooth, with flashes of ghostly blue light often appearing deep within the crystal. The ground was no longer muddy marsh, but solid rock, covered with a layer of water vapor, making it extremely slippery. Everyone be careful, the concentration of dark energy here is very high, which may affect the status of the beasts, Dongfang Shua whispered to his team. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw Lu Yuan, who was walking in front, suddenly stop. Dongfang Shua and the others immediately became alert, thinking they had encountered some danger. But they saw Lu Yuan merely walk up to the smooth cave wall, extending his finger to gently knock on it. Qianqian, step back a bit. Yun Qianqian obediently took a few steps back. Lu Yuan's fingers shaped like a sword lightly dragged across the cave wall. Swoosh. With a soft sound, the rocky wall was effortlessly carved open like tofu. In the astonished gaze of Dongfang Shua's team, Lu Yuan reached inside and pulled out a fist-sized, completely black crystal. Strange object, Abyss Star Core, Fragment. Effect, contains a trace of the original power of the Abyss and Star Power, can be used to strengthen Dark-type or Space-type beasts, or to forge high-level beast equipment. The information from the Beast Guide flashed and was gone. This is the Abyss Star Core, one team member behind Dongfang Shua exclaimed. This is a gold rank material, how could it be here? And how did you know it was hidden in the wall? Lu Yuan tossed the Abyss Star Core to Yun Qianqian. Just lucky, he replied casually with 3 words. Lucky? Dongfang Shua's mouth twitched. If this is called luck, then why did they toil so hard, risking their lives to fight monsters just to drop some bronze and silver materials? What is it? Yun Qianqian joyfully stored the Abyss Star into her storage ring. She did not forget to make a face at the people behind her, as if her little expression said, "Are you envious? This is all mine." The team continued to move forward. After this episode, the members of Dongfang Shua's team quietly changed their gaze towards Lu Yuan from confusion to learning. They no longer tried to understand Lu Yuan's behavior but silently followed behind, maintaining a subtle distance. After walking for about 10 minutes, the front suddenly opened up. A huge underground space appeared before everyone. In the center of the space was an unfathomable underground lake, the water dark and calm without a ripple. On the opposite shore of the lake, a small altar could be faintly seen. At the center of the altar, a completely black, gigantic egg wrapped in ominous mist was quietly floating there, emitting energy fluctuations. The abyssal python egg. Found it. Everyone's breath quickened involuntarily. However, a natural barrier separated them from their goal. This enormous underground lake divided the area in 2. On the left and right sides of the lake, there were bridges made of black energy connecting to the opposite shore. The left bridge was wide and flat, the energy solidified, looking extremely stable. The right bridge, however, was exceptionally narrow, the energy flickering and dim, as if it could break apart at any moment. An obvious choice presented itself. We go left. Dongfang Shua made a judgment almost without hesitation. His teammates nodded in agreement, any normal person would choose the safer-looking path. But just as they were about to set off, Lu Yuan, taking Yun Qianqian along, walked straight towards the seemingly unstable right bridge. Lu brother. Dongfang Shua couldn't help but remind, that bridge is too dangerous. Lu Yuan stopped, turned back to look at him, and a faint smile crossed his lips. Maybe. After saying this, he ignored him, took Yun Qianqian's hand, and stepped onto the illusory narrow bridge. The bridge surface shook gently, releasing strands of dark energy, as if it would collapse at any second. But Yun Qianqian showed no fear, instead, she excitedly shook Lu Yuan's arm and said, Yuan, this is fun, like walking on a tightrope. Hold steady. Lu Yuan's voice carried a hint of helplessness. Dongfang Shua stood in place, frowning tightly, his gaze fixed on Lu Yuan's back. He couldn't understand. Lu Yuan was definitely not a reckless person, his previous actions proved that he was someone with terrifying meticulous thoughts. Why would he choose a path that looked like a dead end? An absurd thought uncontrollably sprang from the depths of Dongfang Shua's mind. Could it be that the seemingly safest broad path was actually the real trap? And this perilous narrow bridge was the only way to survival? Captain, let's go. If we delay any longer, that kid will get the egg, a teammate urged anxiously from behind. Dongfang Shua's heart sank into struggle. Should he trust his judgment and common sense, or choose to believe that mysterious man? This was a gamble. If they lost, it might be the end of everything. He looked at Lu Yuan and Yun Qianqian on the swaying narrow bridge, seemingly dangerous yet steadily walking towards the opposite shore, his eyes shifting unpredictably. In the end, it seemed like he made a certain decision and bit his teeth fiercely. Chapter 67, The Bridge of Heart Refinement. Wei. He bit his teeth hard, go right. What? Captain, think again. The faces of the teammates behind him changed instantly. This was no longer an adventure, this was courting death. Dongfang Shua did not explain, I'll say it again, go right. This is an order. Anyone who doesn't want to follow can withdraw now. The teammates looked at each other, seeing struggle and confusion in each other's eyes. But in the end, trust in the captain still outweighed the fear of the unknown. They gritted their teeth and nodded. We follow the captain. At that moment, another hurried set of footsteps echoed from the entrance of the cave. Another 5-person squad rushed in, and when they saw the scene before them, they were first stunned, then filled with wild joy. The abyssal serpent's egg. Look! Lu Yuan and Dongfang Shua are over there. The captain of this squad immediately saw two bridges, and two teams standing on the narrow bridge on the right side. He was puzzled at first, then broke out into an open burst of laughter. Ha, I didn't mistake it, right? Lu Yuan and Dongfang Shua must have been scared stupid. They're walking on that broken bridge, instead of the wide, safe path. Probably frightened, their brains aren't clear. Well, they did help us clear the giant snake, or we wouldn't even be able to get in, his teammate agreed. The captain waved his hand dismissively, forget about those two fools. We take the left path. Brothers, the greatest opportunity is right in front of us, let's go. With that, the five of them rushed towards the wide, flat energy bridge without hesitation. The members of Dongfang Shua's team saw this scene. Lu Yuan didn't even look back, as if watching a drama whose outcome was already decided. The five people had just stepped onto the center of the bridge when a sudden change occurred. Boom! A dull and thunderous sound echoed, and the energy bridge, which looked incredibly solid, instantly snapped in the middle without any warning. Countless shards of black energy scattered in all directions. Ah! Help! The shrill cries lasted less than 2 seconds before abruptly cutting off. The five members, along with their beasts, fell straight down into the pitch-black, silent lake below, like dumplings dropping into a pot. Gurgle, gurgle. Bubbles rose from the surface of the lake, then the water returned to perfect stillness. As if those 5 vibrant lives had never existed. In an instant, a bone-chilling cold rushed from the soles of Dongfang Shua and his team's feet, all the way to the top of their heads. Their faces turned pale as they looked at the now calm lake, then glanced at the narrow bridge beneath their feet, still standing but wobbling dangerously. The immense fear of surviving a catastrophe, combined with their lack of confidence in Lu Yuan's judgment, left their minds completely blank. Ah Yuan, they're so tragic. Yun Shennan stuck out her tongue, but there was no sympathy in her voice. Lu Yuan patted her hand, his gaze fixed on the narrow bridge beneath them. According to the Beastmaster's guide, the bridge to the left was called the Trap Bridge, which would collapse once it bore any energy. But the bridge beneath their feet was named the Heart-Refining Bridge, and it tested not strength, but the Beastmaster's mental power. It required at least a silver-ranked Beastmaster to pass. Although Lu Yuan was only a peak bronze Beastmaster, his mental power, thanks to his training in the Nine-Turn Spirit Refining technique, far exceeded that of others at the same level by 3 times. For him, walking across was like a stroll on flat ground. He walked comfortably, and Yun Shennan did the same. She had already broken through to silver rank and, due to the feedback from Shihui the Saintess breakthrough into silver mid-tier, had firmly rooted herself in the silver rank. She even had the leisure to hop along, startling Dongfang Shua's team behind her. Grandmother, please behave yourself. Dongfang Shua's teammates were nearly in tears. They weren't as relaxed. Although all of them were silver-ranked Beastmasters, they had only just broken through. With every step, they felt a heavy weight bearing down on them, and various illusions and mental demons kept flashing in their minds. The weakest female teammate's eyes were already dazed, her body swaying. Dongfang Shua barked sharply, steady your minds. Don't be deceived by illusions. By the time they, exhausted and stumbling, finally reached solid ground on the opposite side, they were all nearly collapsed, panting heavily. And Lu Yuan and Yun Shanshan had long been waiting for them like they were on an outing, standing not far away. Hey, why are you guys so slow? Yun Shanshan said. Dongfang Shua. His teammates. How can the gap between people be so big? The crowd had no time to rest, their eyes were drawn to a small altar not far ahead. The altar was built from unknown black bones, filled with an eerie and ominous atmosphere. And in the center of the altar, a giant egg the size of a human head, surrounded by deep abyss mist, was quietly floating. Waves of pure and powerful dark energy radiated from the egg, as if tempting all living beings. The egg of the abyssal serpent. The ultimate goal was right before them. The earlier brief alliance quietly shattered at this moment. The atmosphere in the air instantly shifted from the heaviness of survival to a tension that was about to explode. Dongfang Shua took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the fatigue in his body, and stood upright. His teammates also summoned their beasts, adopting battle stances, their eyes vigilantly fixed on Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan seemed oblivious to the tense atmosphere, he simply turned around, calmly looking at Dongfang Shua with a smile on his face. Brother Dongfang, the entrance is open, and the 9-nether serpent has been removed. Next, as we agreed, it will be each relying on their own abilities. Chapter 68, The True Talents. Brother Dongfang, the entrance is open, and the 9-nether serpent has been removed. Next, as we agreed, it will be each relying on their own abilities. Lu Yuan's voice was very light. Dongfang Shua's teammates immediately positioned their beasts in front of them, their eyes locked onto Lu Yuan and Yun Shanshan. A great battle was about to break out. Dongfang Shua did not move. He just stood there, looking at Lu Yuan with a complex expression. That overly calm face, those eyes that seemed to see through everything. Scenes flashed uncontrollably in his mind. 3 judgments of light, seemingly powerless disturbances, had created a fatal flaw for the golden tier beasts. That divine-like dawn holy maiden, with a single gesture, caused the golden tier 9 nether serpent to fall. And the 2 bridges, just a glance to make a choice. These images poured over him like a bucket of cold water, extinguishing the burning fighting spirit in his heart. Captain! Let's make a move, one teammate whispered nearby. We are 4 silver tier, along with our beasts, he only has 2 people. We have a chance? Dongfang Shua suddenly interrupted the teammate. His voice was very calm. Of course we do. That teammate instinctively replied, but once the words left his mouth, he felt his confidence falter. Dongfang Shua smiled, a trace of self-mockery in that smile. He turned to face his teammates, who were filled with fighting spirit but clearly weak in resolve, and slowly asked, whose beast can withstand a strike from Miss Yun's humanoid beast? No one answered. The scene of a one-hit kill on a golden tier beast had already left deep scars on their souls. Or, does anyone have confidence that they can reach that egg while being attacked by 3 primal lights and 9 light spirits? Dongfang Shua asked again. The room fell into a dead silence. Yeah, how can they fight? Their greatest reliance was their numerical advantage. Dongfang Shua took a deep breath, then slowly exhaled, as if wanting to expel all his unwillingness and struggles from his body. His tense shoulders relaxed. In the incredulous gazes of his teammates, he bowed his fists toward Lu Yuan, taking a very low stance. Brother Lu, there's no need. This abyssal serpent egg, we will not take. As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of the teammates behind him changed instantly. Captain! We haven't even fought yet. That's a 5-star potential beast. Are we just giving up? Giving up? Dongfang Shua turned back to look at his teammates, his eyes unusually serious. This is not giving up, it is seeing the reality clearly. You want to fight? Fine, let me ask you, how will you fight? He pointed at the smiling Yun Shanshan, and then at the indifferent Lu Yuan. Do you want to be purified by that golden light, or do you want to feel the taste of being beaten by a dozen Beastmasters? We have come this far relying on strength and judgment, not on foolish hot-bloodedness. His words completely silenced the team members. They turned red in the face, their lips moved, but not a word came out. Indeed, from beginning to end, all their actions had been within Lu Yuan's expectations. This person was not only unfathomably strong, but his intelligence was also extraordinarily exceptional. It was indeed foolish to be enemies with someone like him. Yun Shanshan mumbled softly, but her voice was just loud enough for the people opposite to hear clearly. Consider them to be sensible, otherwise my holy maiden of radiance just warmed up and is worried about not having a place to stretch her muscles. Dongfang Shua's mouth twitched. He faced Lu Yuan again, his tone already sincere. Brother Lu, we admit defeat, we are convinced. Lu Yuan looked at him and suddenly smiled. Brother Dongfang is a smart man. He did not say more, holding Yun Shanshan's hand, and walked straight towards the white bone altar. Dongfang Shua and the others stood there silently, watching. They felt no unwillingness, only an inner sense of powerlessness. The moment Lu Yuan stepped on the altar, the egg of the abyss magic python, suspended in midair, trembled violently. Buzz! A thick, rich abyssal black mist erupted from the eggshell, turning into an invisible giant mouth, viciously biting towards Lu Yuan's head. Inside that black mist were filled with furious, chaotic, and fallen negative spiritual energy, enough to make any silver-tier Beastmaster lose their sanity and become an idiot in an instant. Be careful! Dongfang Shua instinctively shouted. However, Lu Yuan didn't even raise an eyelid. Just as the black mist was about to touch him, a flame ignited in his eyes. The surging black mist seemed to encounter the most terrifying nemesis in the world, instantly dissolving as if it had never appeared. The 9 turns refining spirit method in Lu Yuan's body operated on its own. This level of spiritual impact couldn't even make a ripple in him. Dongfang Shua and the team behind him had already become completely numb. The whole process was light and calm. Done! Yun Shanshan cheered, bouncing over to Lu Yuan's side. Lu Yuan stored the egg into his storage space, then turned around to look at Dongfang Shua and the other 3 still stunned in place. Brother Dongfang, since you are here, I can't let you leave empty-handed. His gaze fell on an inconspicuous corner of the stone wall on the opposite bank of the underground lake. Under the bridge head of that broken bridge, at the junction of water and rock, there are a few blackwater Xian snake herbs. Although they are just silver-tier materials, they should be useful for your beasts. After saying this, he no longer lingered, pulling Yun Shanshan and walking toward the cave's exit. Until their figures completely disappeared into the darkness, Dongfang Shua slowly came back to his senses. Captain, what does he mean by that? A female team member asked in confusion. Is he pitying us? Dongfang Shua was silent for a moment before shaking his head. No, he is not pitying us, he is warning us. He is using this method to tell us, we are simply not on the same level as him. He can easily discover opportunities that we didn't even notice, and he can easily decide our lives and deaths. What he gave us is like an adult casually tossing a few candies to a child, completely meaningless. The others were shaken at his words. They looked toward the direction Lu Yuan left. In this trial, we lost without grievance. Dongfang Shua sighed, then gathered himself again, but we did not leave empty-handed. At least, we witnessed what a true talent is. Remember his name, Lu Yuan. From today onward, he is our goal to chase. Let's go, get the black water Xian snake grass. This opportunity belongs to us, we will take it ourselves. Chapter 69, The End of the Secret Realm. At the moment Lu Yuan informed Dongfang Shua about the location of the black water Xian snake grass. As soon as Dongfang Shua left, a cold, emotionless mechanical voice echoed in the minds of all survivors. Warning, abyssal demon python egg has been obtained. The secret realm 10,000 snake cave will close in 1 hour, and all challengers will be forcibly teleported. This voice shattered the silence in front of the altar. Dongfang Shua and his teammates looked at Lu Yuan's back. There was no longer a desire to fight in their eyes, only pure admiration remained. They witnessed a miracle with their own eyes and fully realized the gap between themselves and a true prodigy. Lu Yuan did not turn back, he merely held Yun Shanxian's hand and disappeared into the darkness of the path they came from. An hour flew by in the blink of an eye. When the final second of the countdown ended, an irresistible force instantly engulfed everyone. The feeling of dizziness hit once more. The next second, when Lu Yuan and Yun Shanxian landed again, before them was no longer the dark, damp cave, but the central hall of Binding Academy. All first-year students had been teleported back, and the entire hall was in disarray. Some were excitedly bragging about their achievements, some were recounting dangers they encountered with fear, and others looked dejected, clearly with very little to show for themselves. But all the noise gradually quieted down when they saw the 2 massive light screens in the center of the hall. The left screen displayed a real-time rolling leaderboard. That bright red and glaring list captured everyone's attention. First place, Lu Yuan. Score, 101,215. Second place, Yun Shanxian. Score, 99,995. Third place, Dongfang Shua. Score, 34,259. After a brief moment of silence, an uproar erupted from the crowd like crashing mountains and roaring seas. Over 100,000? Am I seeing this right? Lu Yuan's score exceeded 100,000? How is that possible? I fought hard and only killed a dozen black iron snakes, and my score barely passed 1,000. Did he wipe out the 10,000 snake cave? Yun Shanxian is also incredible, almost at 100,000. Dongfang Shua is also fierce, with over 30,000 points, which is dozens of times more than ours, but compared to those two, it's hard to say. In a corner not far away, Feng Shao looked at the leaderboard, and the few lackeys beside him didn't even dare to breathe. The total score of their entire team was even less than a fifth of Lu Yuan's. This gap was no longer something that effort could make up for. On the other side, Dongfang Shua and his team members, just teleported back, exchanged smiles after seeing the leaderboard. Losing to someone like this was not unjust. If the left leaderboard brought a shock in terms of numbers, then the right screen, showing the footage, brought an even greater impact. It was a video of the battle where Lu Yuan and Dongfang Shua's 2 teams fought together against the Golden Tier 9 Ghost Python. The footage began with the 9 Ghost Python breaking through the water, and the terrifying pressure of the Golden Tier swept through the entire scene. What the heck? What is that? A snake with 9 heads? Golden Tier. It's definitely the pressure of the Golden Tier. Are you kidding me? How can there be such monsters in a new student trial secret realm? When everyone saw a teammate of Dongfang Shua's beast being struck by a sound wave, causing its shell to crack, a collective gasp filled the air. However, the scene shifted. 3 dazzling beams of light erupted, and 9 light spirits arrayed out, instantly filling the battlefield with holy light, forcefully countering the pressure of the Golden Tier. That's Lu Yuan's beast. He summoned 9 light spirits again. No. Look. Those 9 light spirits all have the aura of high bronze. They're different from last time. The next scene made everyone's hearts leap to their throats. 3 beams of light shot toward 3 different directions in a teasing manner. What is he doing? Is he just scratching the Golden Tier boss? Someone instinctively mocked. But in the next second, the light gun exploded. The dazzling light and energy shock successfully froze the main head of the 9 Nether Dark Serpent. It was in this second. A figure appeared in front of Yun Shanxian. The Holy Maiden of Dawn. She slowly raised her hand, and a slender golden beam precisely struck the center of the 9 Nether Dark Serpent's main head. Crackle. The scene was deliberately slowed down, and everyone clearly saw that Golden Tier snake head explode. One strike, a one-shot kill. The entire hall was silent as a grave. Everyone stared dumbly at the replaying scene, their minds blank. Shock was no longer enough to describe their feelings at this moment. What kind of beast is this, that it can one-shot a golden tier beast? This must be Yun Qianqian's beast, we didn't see it in the new student arena before. It seems she has contracted a new beast. Isn't this beast of Yun Qianqian too outrageous? It just wiped out a golden tier beast like that? It's not only because of Yun Qianqian's beast's strong attack, but also because Lu Yuan's energy spear stunned the 9 nether dark serpent's main head, leaving it unable to defend. A perfect cooperation. Lu Yuan seemed oblivious to the surrounding gazes, his eyes swept through the crowd and suddenly paused in a corner. There stood a few students with pale faces and dazed eyes. They were the ones who mocked them for taking the wrong path and then rushed onto the bridge of luring, falling into the dark lake without hesitation. They were still alive? Confusion flashed in Lu Yuan's eyes. Silence. At that moment, a voice resonated throughout the hall. Vice President Lei Qing appeared on the podium. His sharp gaze swept across the entire venue, and all the students instinctively straightened their backs. It seems you all have experienced the cruelty of the secret realm. Lei Qing's voice was powerful, some returned victorious, while others were miserable. Some have even died once in the secret realm. His words left most of the students present in shock. And those revived students, like the 5 who fell into the lake, trembled violently, their eyes revealing fear. Our Academy's trial secret realms have the highest level of safety protocols, Lei Qing explained. When your life signs drop to a critical point, the wristband will automatically trigger a teleportation, forcibly sending you to the medical cabin for recovery. You won't actually die, but you will experience the fear and despair of that dying moment 100%. This is the first lesson the Academy teaches you, and it's the most important lesson. Never underestimate any secret realm, always maintain a sense of reverence for the unknown. In this trial, some performed excellently while others revealed fatal weaknesses. I hope this experience will make you more cautious and live longer when you step into truly unexplored secret realms in the future. His gaze swept across the crowd, finally landing on Lu Yuan and Yun Qianqian. Lu Yuan, Yun Qianqian. Lei Qing's voice clearly reached everyone's ears. Come to the stage. At a crucial moment, he provided indispensable assistance for the final victory. Lei Qing looked towards the direction of Dongfang Shua's team. The Academy never spares rewards for smart people. The Academic Committee has decided that the points earned by Dongfang Shua's team during this trial will be doubled. As the words fell, Dongfang Shua's identity bracelet shook slightly. He lowered his head to look, and the more than 34,000 points he had initially obtained instantly turned into over 68,000. The 3 team members behind him were first stunned, then joy flooded their faces. They thought the harvest in this secret realm was over, but they never expected such a pleasant surprise. Thank you, Vice Dean. Dongfang Shua bowed towards the podium. The students below erupted in a wave of envious chatter. However, this was just an appetizer. Lei Qing's gaze returned to Lu Yuan and Yun Qianqian. As for Lu Yuan and Yun Qianqian, his voice suddenly rose. You two, as the only team in this trial that completed the final goal and brought back the egg of the abyssal python, have exceeded the category of excellent in your performance. You not only showcased overwhelming strength that crushes your peers but also proved to everyone that in the world of beast tamers, wisdom and courage are far more important than mere rank. Therefore, the Academy will grant you rewards. Lei Qing paused. He raised 3 fingers. Your final points will triple. Triple? Did I hear that wrong? Lu Yuan's 100,000 points tripled means 300,000? Yun Qianqian is about the same, almost 300,000. Oh my god, I'm so envious. First place, Lu Yuan. Points, 303645. Second place, Yun Qianqian. Points, 299835. Yun Qianqian looked at the surging points on her bracelet, her eyes turned into slits with joy. She leaned close to Lu Yuan's ear and whispered excitedly, Yuan, Yuan. This is great. I can buy so many resources to feed my fire sparrow and Saint Lady. However, Lei Qing clearly did not intend to end there. He looked at the students below and spoke again. In addition, considering that you successfully killed the golden-ranked beast 9 nether serpent and eliminated hidden dangers from the secret realm for the Academy has decided to grant each of you, Lu Yuan and Yun Qianqian, an additional 200,000 points. And along with this reward, you can choose any secret realm worth under 1 million points for a trial, once in the Academy's points redemption system. A secret realm worth 1 million points. In it, the opportunities and dangers contained cannot be compared with a new secret realm like the Cave of 10,000 Snakes. This time, a clear smile finally appeared on Lu Yuan's face. Points are important, but this opportunity is truly priceless. His beast tamer collection was already eager and restless. After a while, the crowd below erupted in louder amazement than any previous occasion. I'm numb, someone hit me, tell me this isn't a dream? In half a year, no, maybe just 3 months, the gap between us and him will be pulled to a point where we will never be able to catch up. This is the real genius, we are just the ones running alongside. Jealousy was completely gone at that moment. When the gap becomes so great, all that remains is looking up. Dongfang Shua stood among the crowd, watching the perfect pair on stage, and let out a long breath. His teammates beside him also wore faces of relief. They lost, and they lost willingly. Silence. Lei Qing's voice rang out again, forcefully suppressing all the commotion. The rewards have been distributed. The summary conference for this trial ends here. Disband. After saying that, he turned and left the podium. As soon as Lei Qing left, the order in the entire auditorium instantly collapsed. Countless students surged towards the podium. God Lu. Please take me with you. Will there be trial team-ups in the future? God Yun. What kind of beast is that humanoid you have? Junior Lu, here's my contact information. However, before they rushed over, a petite figure blocked Lu Yuan in front. Yun Shanxian had her hands on her hips, puffing out her cheeks, like a protective female beast, her peach blossom eyes widened. What are you doing? Stay away from my Yuan. He's tired and needs to go back to rest. The aura belonging to a silver intermediate Beastmaster radiated from her without any disguise. Coupled with the psychological shadow brought by the golden-ranked Shihui Saint Lady, it truly caused that group of crazy students to stop in their tracks. Lu Yuan smiled helplessly, rubbed her head, and, holding on to this husband-protecting maniac, calmly walked down the podium and left the auditorium under everyone's gaze. Only when their backs disappeared completely did the atmosphere in the auditorium ignite once more. Tonight, it was destined to be a sleepless night for countless new students at Beiming Beastmaster Academy. And the name Lu Yuan would, on this night, become an unattainable monument in the hearts of this generation of newcomers. Chapter 71, Valley of Falling Stars. When Lu Yuan and Yun Shanxian returned to the villa halfway up the mountain, Lan Liuli was sprawled on the sofa. While stuffing potato chips into her mouth, she said, "My gosh, I just watched the live replay on the Academy forum. Are you two going to the freshman trials or demolishing buildings?" Su Yueli was holding a cup of tea, a faint smile on her face. "You're back, are you tired?" "Not tired, not tired." Yun Shanxian plopped down next to Su Yueli, affectionately linking her arm. "Mom, Aunt Liuli, look. We got rich." She projected a glowing screen, and a striking number appeared. Yun Shanxian, 539,835 points. 530,000, not bad, really not bad. Lan Liuli rubbed her eyes and let out a cry of despair. "I led the team on tasks for a week, and after costs, I only earned this much. You two just strolled around the secret realm and became rich." She looked heartbroken, pointing at Lu Yuan. "Kid, honestly tell me how many points do you have now?" Before Lu Yuan could speak, Yun Shanxian chimed in like a protective hen, "That's my Yuan earning points on his own. You can be jealous." "I am jealous." Lan Liuli replied with righteousness. Then she changed to a flattering smile, leaning close to Yun Shanxian. "Good Shanxian, my goddaughter, see how nice I am to you, look at these points." "No way." Yun Shanxian firmly refused. Yuan's points are to buy resources for his beast, and my points are to buy resources for mine." Lan Liuli rolled her eyes, clearly exasperated, while Su Yueli smiled helplessly, gently patting her daughter's hand. Lu Yuan was already used to this daily banter. He looked at Su Yueli and calmly said, "Aunt Su, points are secondary, Vice Dean Lei Qing also rewarded us with a chance to enter the secret realm worth less than 1,000,000 points." Once these words were spoken, the originally relaxed and cheerful atmosphere in the living room shifted instantly. Lan Liuli was no longer joking, she straightened her body. "A secret realm worth 1,000,000 points? The Academy really invested heavily this time." Su Yueli put down her teacup. "This is the biggest gain from this trip." Her gaze swept over Lu Yuan and Yun Shanxian. The higher the value of the Academy's point secret realms, the more complete the rules inside, and the higher the energy levels. For you, this is both a tremendous opportunity and a deadly test. She raised her hand and waved in the air, and a light screen unfolded, listing dozens of secret realm details. There are many secret realms worth less than 1,000,000 points, each with different focuses. Some primarily refine battle skills, while others abound with rare minerals. Su Yueli's finger glided over the light screen, finally stopping at one of the options. The screen magnified, and lines of information clearly appeared. Secret realm name, Valley of Falling Stars. Value, 950,000 points. Secret realm description, in ancient times. A shard of star containing both the light and fire elemental powers fell here, forming this unique valley. Inside the valley, the light element and fire element are extremely rich and active, shrouded under the blazing starlight all year round. Main products, various rare materials of light and fire attributes, star source shards, with an extremely low probability of giving birth to light spirits and fire spirits, and other elemental life. Danger rating, extremely high. The energy inside the valley is violent, presenting a huge test to the mental strength of Beastmasters. At the same time, many powerful elemental creatures reside here, with the lowest rank being high silver. It is recommended that low-ranking golden Beastmasters enter. Falling Star Valley? Yun Shanshan spoke out, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. That's right. Su Yueli nodded. This secret realm is the most suitable place for both of you at this stage, as far as I can think. Her gaze first turned to Lu Yuan. Your primordial light is pure light attribute. Then, she looked at Yun Shanshan. Your holy flame fire sparrow and dawn glory saintess are both favored by fire and light attributes. Especially the dawn glory saintess, who possesses a divine quality. The resources here could not be more suitable for you. Lan Liuli added from the side, I have heard of this place too. It is called a paradise for fire and light beast masters, but also a hell. The paradise because the resources are so abundant that digging up a piece of soil might yield bronze-level materials. As for the hell. She smacked her lips. Even the lowest level monsters are high silver, which means that if you encounter a small monster inside, it might be even trickier than the ordinary head of the 9 dark serpent in the abyss of 10,000 snakes. After hearing their introduction, Yun Shanshan was not scared. Instead, she became even more excited. Light spirits, fire spirits. That sounds amazing. Yuan, let's go to this place, okay? She turned to Lu Yuan, her eyes full of anticipation. For her, it didn't matter where to go, what mattered was who she would go with. Lu Yuan's gaze was constantly focused on the description of various rare materials of light and fire attributes, star source shards. His primordial light was itself the king of light elements. Its light servant, though low in rank, is essentially the purest light elemental life form. Entering Falling Star Valley for the primordial light was no less than a dragon returning to the sea. As for Yun Shanshan's holy flame fire sparrow, under the influence of the dawn glory saintess, its bloodline was already beginning to transform towards a more sacred direction. The violent fire elements of Falling Star Valley were the best catalyst for its breakthrough. As for the dawn glory saintess, Lu Yuan even had a premonition that this place seemed to be tailor-made for her. Ansu, Lu Yuan raised his head, let's choose Falling Star Valley. Su Yueli looked into his eyes, slowly nodded, a look of relief appearing on her face. She knew that this child would never choose comfort. Okay. Su Yueli put away the light screen. Since it is decided, go make some preparations. You both need to quickly raise the ranks of your beasts. Now, it is still too dangerous for you to enter Falling Star Valley. Got it, Mom. Yun Shanshan cheerfully answered, grabbing Lu Yuan's hand and rushing outside. Yuan, let's hurry to the Points Mall to buy resources to raise our beasts' ranks. Watching the two children rush away, Lan Liuli leaned on the sofa, lazily sighing, how nice it is to be young. Back in our day, before entering such secret realms, who didn't have to burn incense and cleanse themselves, fasting for 3 days, afraid of dying inside. Su Yueli lifted her teacup, took a gentle sip, and gazed outside the window. Times, after all, are different. She spoke softly. Their era has already arrived. Chapter 72, Advancing to Silver. The North Sea Academy's Points Mall was still bustling with voices. But at this moment, the sales staff in the materials and resources area and the surrounding students all looked at each other with strange eyes. Watching Lu Yuan and Yun Shanshan crazily shopping. That charred coronation stone, 50,000 points apiece, I want it. Lu Yuan pointed at a piece of pitch-black stone. The salesperson reminded him, student, this thing is a product of failure in extracting coronation essence. The energy structure has completely collapsed and holds no value, are you sure? Sure. In Lu Yuan's Beast Control Encyclopedia, the introduction of this useless stone contains a trace of the true solar fire remnants, can be used to enhance fire and light dual attribute beasts. This thing was simply tailor-made for the Saintess of Radiance and the Saint Flame Fire Sparrow. And that pile of condensed shadow swamp, I want one. Shattered Light Guide Core, wrap that up too. Yun Shanshan followed behind, ready to pay the bill for Lu Yuan. But when she saw that the things Lu Yuan was picking were getting more and more outrageous, and her wristband's points that had just soared to over 500,000 were rapidly dropping at an unbelievable speed, her little face fell. Yuan. She tugged at Lu Yuan's clothes. My heart, it's bleeding, these things look so useless. Lu Yuan smiled and stuffed a material called Thunder Kiss Grass that he just bought into her hand. The encyclopedia showed it was an excellent material for enhancing Dark Rangers. Trust me. Yun Shanshan looked into his eyes, and her inner conflict vanished in an instant. She nodded heavily, gripped the grass in her hand, her little face became resolute again, okay. I trust you. If worst comes to worst, we can farm other secret realms again. The students around them stumbled, almost losing their balance upon hearing this. When the two spent nearly 1,000,000 points, they returned to the villa halfway up the mountain with a bundle of materials that others viewed as trash. You're back. Su Yueli's gaze swept over the two, it seems you have gained a lot. Lan Liuli crossed her legs, tossing over a dragon-shaped badge. Here, it's settled with Longxia Academy. In 3 months, the Dragon Nest Secret Realm will be open to you. Little one, I sacrificed my charm and bargained with Qinyan's godmother for this. Feel touched? Lu Yuan took the badge. Thank you, Aunt Liuli. Just saying thank you won't do. Lan Liuli winked at him. Next time when there's an opening, remember to leave an internal spot for Aunt. Lu Yuan made an okay gesture. Alright, that's enough small talk. From today until you set off for Falling Star Valley, you'll undergo a month of special training. She raised her hand and waved. A light curtain unfolded in the center of the living room, densely listing the training plan, precise to every hour. The purpose of this month is very simple, to ensure all your beasts are promoted to the silver tier. The following month was a mixture of pain and joy for Lu Yuan and Yun Qianqian. Su Yueli's training plan was nothing short of devilish. In the early morning, it was basic physical and mental training. Lu Yuan practiced the 9 turns refining God technique. Yun Qianqian practiced the bonding of beasts. In the morning, it was theory and resource absorption. Lu Yuan processed those trash resources under the guidance of the Beast Control Encyclopedia. The afternoons were the most brutal practical combat exercises. On the battlefield. Qianqian, your Dark Ranger's piercing heartshot rhythm is off. Your goal is to suppress, not to kill. Create an opportunity for the Saint Flame Fire Sparrow's blazing heavenly fall. Su Yueli's voice rang out from the sidelines. As soon as she finished speaking, 3 shadow arrows had already sealed off all escape routes for the Primordial Light. Primordial Light, Light Wings. Face viewing demon mirror, synchronize with the illusion mirror. Lu Yuan calmly commanded. The Primordial Light's wings behind it flared, rising at an angle, narrowly avoiding the arrows. At the same time, an illusory chain connected it to the face viewing demon mirror below. Too late. Yun Qianqian exclaimed, Shadow Strike. The Dark Ranger's figure instantly vanished from its spot, and in the next second, appeared behind the Primordial Light. The dagger gleamed coldly, stabbing straight for its vital point. However, at the very moment the dagger was about to hit, the shadow of the Primordial Light shattered like bubbles. The Dark Ranger missed a strike, stunned for a moment. It was this fleeting flaw. Rebellious light. Lu Yuan's voice sounded. On the ground, the mirror of inspection, which had been ignored, suddenly glowed brightly. The energy of the Dark Ranger's shadow strike, just unleashed, was completely absorbed by it and reversed out with double intensity. A ray of black light shot out from the mirror, arriving first and slamming hard into the Dark Ranger. Bang! The Dark Ranger let out a muffled groan, forcibly removed from his stealth state. Well done. Yun Qianqian was not surprised but delighted, her fighting spirit high. But it's not over yet. Sacred Flame Fire Sparrow, Blazing Heaven's Fall. In the sky, the Sacred Flame Fire Sparrow, already poised for action, let out a loud phoenix cry. With a flap of its wings, a giant illusion of the Sacred Flame detached, trailing a long burning path like a falling meteor, smashing toward Lu Yuan's beast. The horrific heat twisted the air of the entire battlefield. Facing this ultimate skill of the silver rank, Lu Yuan's gaze remained calm. Primordial Light, Servant of Light. Mirror of Inspection, Image Storage Release. Buzz. 3 peak bronze rank light spirits instantly appeared on the battlefield, meeting the falling firebird. And beside Lu Yuan, the mirror of inspection flashed, another identical primordial light appeared out of thin air. 2 primordial lights, 6 light spirits. The Light Legion doubled in scale. Boom! A violent explosion erupted in the center of the battlefield. As the smoke cleared, the scene left Lan Liuli gasping in awe. The battlefield had turned into a scorched earth. And Lu Yuan and Yun Qianqian's beasts were both at their limits, gasping for breath. A draw. 2 peak bronze beasts had firmly withstood a fierce attack from 1 peak bronze and 1 low silver. Such grueling training, day after day. Tons of resources, devilish training, and an increasingly tacit understanding. Finally, 2 days before Su Yueli planned to enter the secret realm. After training, in Lu Yuan's room, 2 powerful energy waves erupted almost simultaneously. The primordial light suspended in mid-air and the mirror of inspection beside it both emitted strong fluctuations. Silver rank. It succeeded. Almost at the same time, Lu Yuan felt 2 streams of mental power flowing back through the contract, surging into his consciousness. The barrier of peak bronze rank shattered under this massive energy wash. Lu Yuan suddenly opened his eyes, Beastmaster rank, low silver. Chapter 73, Primordial Light Advancement. Silver rank Beastmaster. Just as he savored this new realm, a soft knock echoed on the door. Knock, knock. Yuan, are you alright? We just felt a huge energy fluctuation. It was Yun Qianqian's voice. Lu Yuan got up to open the door, and standing outside were Yun Qianqian and Su Yueli. Yun Qianqian's small face was slightly flushed from running. Su Yueli stood beside her, her gaze warm and inquisitive. I'm fine, the primordial light and the mirror of inspection have both broken through, Lu Yuan explained. Really? Yun Xianxian jumped up in delight. Her joy came from the heart, even happier than her own breakthrough. My Dark Ranger also successfully broke through to silver rank 2 days ago, Yun Xianxian spoke with hope for the future. Now we have an even greater chance in the Falling Star Valley. Let's clear out all the good stuff inside. Su Yueli watched the two children filled with spirit, a smile spreading across her face. She could feel Lu Yuan's aura had already stabilized at low silver, his foundation solid, with no hint of instability. Since you've broken through, take time to consolidate. The day after tomorrow, I will take you to the entrance of the secret realm, Su Yueli reminded before turning to leave. Yuan, you should rest quickly. Tomorrow we'll contract new beasts. Yun Xianxian spoke and then followed her mother's footsteps out. The door closed again, leaving Lu Yuan alone in the room. He let out a long breath. Finally, he had reached the silver tier. From being laughed at for summoning the glowing butterfly to now becoming the top newcomer at Beiming Academy, it had only been a few short months. With a thought, the Beastmaster's pictorial floated up before him, opening to the page belonging to the primordial light. The attributes before evolution were clearly listed. Beast, primordial light. Potential, for stars, each major advancement will drop 1 star, 1 star cannot evolve further. Tier, low silver. Racial skills. 1. Divine radiance, existence is the domain, continuously purifying, dispelling, and suppressing all negative and dark energy. It can also shoot light particles for purification. 2. Light servants, summons 3 light spirits who are always 1 tier lower than the primordial light to fight together. 3. Judgment of light, condenses light energy into a 1 meter long light spear to throw, causing devastating light attribute damage, with absolute suppression effect on dark targets. 4. Wings of light, enables high-speed flight for a short period. 5. Sacred Guardian, applies a shield to friendly units that can absorb damage. Lu Yuan's gaze fell directly on the evolution route at the bottom. Evolution route, unique legend primordial light radiant holy spirit, 5 stars potential. Evolution conditions. 1. Beast tier reaches silver level. 2. Evolution material, holy crystal, epic, ×1. 3. Evolution material, angel feather, epic, ×1. All 3 conditions were completely met. This is the moment. Lu Yuan opened his storage space and took out the 2 epic materials sent by Yun Jintian. One was a completely transparent holy crystal, with what seemed like billions of light points swirling inside. The other was a pure white angel feather, radiating a soft and sacred halo. As soon as the 2 epic materials appeared, the entire room was filled with rich light elements. On the page of the Beastmaster's pictorial, the evolution option to the radiant holy spirit showed the words can evolve. Without any hesitation. Evolve. With Lu Yuan confirming his thoughts, the Beastmaster's pictorial emitted a gentle purple gold light, enveloping the primordial light, holy crystal, and angel feather suspended in the air. Unlike the previous evolution, this time, the light did not flash and vanish. The holy crystal and angel feather slowly melted under the illumination of the purple gold light. One was the towering sacred original power, the other was the pure and light feathering power. The 2 energies eventually flowed slowly into the core of the light sphere. The light sphere of the primordial light began to violently contract and expand, like a heart nurturing a new life. Lu Yuan could clearly feel that the life level of the primordial light was undergoing a leap. This evolution lasted a full 10 minutes. When the last trace of liquid light energy was completely absorbed, the light group finally stabilized. Boom! A wave of far stronger feedback power flowed into Lu Yuan's body along with the contract power. This power washed through his recently stabilized silver tier foundation, making his spirit power surge again, but he was still a bit away from breaking through to the mid-silver tier. Lu Yuan didn't care, his entire mind was focused on the final result of the evolution before him. The light faded away. The original light sphere had disappeared. In its place was a small sprite figure, half a meter in size, floating in the air. Unlike the primordial light, this little sprite held a staff in its hand, and behind it, a pair of gorgeous wings made of light energy was slowly unfurling. This was the radiant Holy Spirit. The Beastmaster's pictorial automatically turned to a new page, presenting the brand new panel of the radiant Holy Spirit before him. Beast, Radiant Holy Spirit. Potential, 5 stars. Tier, mid-silver. Racial skills. 1. Holy Radiance Domain, existence is the domain. Continuously purify, disperse, and suppress all negative and dark energy. It can also emit light particles for cleansing. You can actively release radiant shockwave, causing light attribute damage in the affected area. Holy Spirit Servants, summon 3 light spirits whose rank is always 1 tier lower than yours to fight alongside you. When a light spirit dies, it will self-destruct, dealing light attribute damage in a small area. End of the world holy spear, gather light energy to maximize it into a 100-meter light spear for throwing, causing devastating light attribute damage and exerting absolute suppression effect on dark targets. After hitting the target, the light spear splits into 2 smaller light spears to attack other nearby targets. Spirit Radiance Wings allows for high-speed flight for a short time. During flight, it leaves a trail of light, and ally units passing through gain a 10% increase in movement speed. Divine Protection grants a shield to friendly units that can absorb damage. When the shield is broken, it releases a wave of light that pushes back surrounding enemies. Radiant New Star, leap into the air, gather light energy, and then strike the ground hard, causing a large-scale light attribute explosion that deals damage. Holy Spirit Care applies protection to all friendly units, making them immune to mental attacks, lasting 8 seconds. Not only did the rank directly leap from low-tier silver to mid-tier, but the potential also returned to 5 stars. The original 5 skills have also been comprehensively enhanced, awakening 2 brand new skills. Radiant New Star, a powerful area attack skill, compensates for its previous shortcoming in group damage output. And Holy Spirit Care stun Lu Yuan even more. Immunity to mental attacks. In the perilous secret realms, many high-tier Beastmasters' physical attacks are not scary, the most deadly are often those undefendable mental shocks. This skill is undoubtedly a trump card. Lu Yuan's gaze moved down, landing on the new evolution conditions. Evolution Route, Unique Legend Radiant Holy Spirit Eternal Light Envoy, 5-star potential. Evolution Conditions. 1. Beastmaster rank reaches Platinum tier. 2. Evolution Material, Divine Crystal, King, ×1. 3. Evolution Material, Star Core, Epic, ×1. King level materials. I didn't expect that the 3rd evolution would require King tier materials already. For this, Lu Yuan was also relieved. After all, every evolution brings unparalleled enhancements to the beast, so needing King tier materials was also expected. Chapter 74, Talent. The spirit power of a silver tier Beastmaster is like a lake that has been widened. His mind sank into the sea of consciousness. According to common logic, after a Beastmaster advances to a higher tier, a new contract spot will open up in the Sea of Consciousness. Indeed, near the center of the Sea of Consciousness, next to the contract spots representing the Radiant Holy Spirit and the Gaze Mirror, a new contract spot has appeared. However, Lu Yuan's attention was instantly captivated by another extraordinary change. Not far from the newly formed contract spot, a ball of chaotic golden light was slowly condensing and taking shape. What is this? Lu Yuan's pupils contracted. He immediately thought of a term that exists only among top Beastmasters, talent. Beastmaster talent is ethereal and unpredictable, it may appear during any advancement or may never be touched throughout one's life. But without a doubt, every Beastmaster who awakens a talent is destined to become a standout among the waves of the era. Talents vary greatly. A weak talent may simply amplify the Beastmaster's own power or speed, while a powerful talent can even open an independent beast space or twist the rules of reality. Lu Yuan held his breath, focusing all his mind on the ever-changing golden light. The light eventually converged. Talent Seal. A talent name appeared, accompanied by detailed information, floating in Lu Yuan's mind. Talent Seal. Effect 1, Beast Seal. Use on any of your beasts to double all attributes for 10 minutes and instantly restore all injuries. Energy and negative states. No side effects, and after the effect ends, one will not fall into a weak state. Effect 2. Not unlocked yet. Effect 3. Not unlocked yet. One brand can automatically condense daily, with unlimited storage. The brand can only affect one's own contracted beast. Note, currently awakened 10,000 beast seal, 2 more seals are not yet awakened. When the 3 seals combine, they may give birth to a whole new change. The first thought about the brand is that the effect of this talent is somewhat like a super enhanced recovery skill. But the second thought is, this is not a recovery skill at all. Imagine, in a fierce battle, when the glorious Holy Spirit is exhausted, the energy is depleted, and the body is injured. Just when the opponent is about to show a victorious smile, one only needs to release a brand dot. In the next second, a fully energized, attribute-enhanced glorious Holy Spirit will return to the battlefield in a form that surpasses its peak. This is enough to completely collapse the mentality of any opponent. Not to mention, it can also affect the Mirror of Insight, and even apply to the images stored in the Mirror of Insight. The tactical combinations here are simply endless. Ha! Lu Yuan took a long breath, forcibly suppressing the turmoil in his heart. The arrival of this talent is incredibly timely. The Fallen Star Valley they are about to go to has a danger rating of extremely high, with the lowest level creatures being high-ranking silver. Even if they have made all possible preparations, it is no different from dancing on the tip of a knife. And the existence of the brand talent undoubtedly adds significant protection to this secret realm journey. His thoughts returned to the newborn contract position. High-ranking silver, 3 contracted beasts. It's time to add a new member to his contracted beasts. The next morning, the sun was just right. At the private training ground of the villa halfway up the mountain, Su Yuli and Lan Luli both focused their gaze on the two young people in the field. Ready? Su Yuli's tone was gentle. Ready. Yun Chen jumped out first. She took out a peculiar summoning stone from her storage space. The Mirror Source Stone. This is her harvest from the Mirror Shadow Secret Realm. Yun Xian took a deep breath and slowly infused her spiritual power into it. Buzz. The Mirror Source Stone emitted a soft sound, and countless mirror pieces on its surface began to spin rapidly, refracting thousands of rays of light. Then, in front of the stone, a rift in space quietly opened. A completely black, elegantly shaped cat walked out from the rift. It looked no different from an ordinary black cat, but its eyes seemed to be starry skies. Its face had white patterns, outlining a delicate and mysterious mask. The cat scanned its surroundings, finally resting its gaze on Yun Xian, gently tilting its head. Yun Xian's eyes instantly sparkled like stars. So cute! She couldn't wait to reach out her hand. The contract was already formed as the black cat appeared. Contracted Beast, Void Mask Cat. Potential, 5 stars. Tier, low-ranking Silver. Attribute, Void. Racial skills. 1. Void Walk, passive, can briefly enter the void dimension, ignoring most physical and energy attacks, and is immune to all locks. 2. Mask Mimicry, can simulate and perfectly replicate the breath and energy fluctuations of any creature no higher than its 2 major tiers, will not be detected by any probing skills. Note, this is only mimicry and does not possess the skills of the mimicked creature. 3. The Dimensional Claw, infuses the claws with a layer of dimensional cutting energy, attacks can ignore part of the target's defenses and have a certain chance to deal continuous damage from spatial tearing. For Absolute Silence, creates a spherical silence field with a 10-meter radius, all sounds, energy fluctuations, and mental probing within the field will be completely blocked, and beings outside the field cannot perceive any situation inside. Lu Yuan's Beast Encyclopedia also simultaneously revealed the panel of this cat. Void attribute, and it has 5-star potential. Lu Yuan no longer had any words to say. This cat skill set was simply born for assassination and infiltration. Passive immunity lock-on, active breath simulation, and the ability to create an absolute silent domain, combined with a Dark Ranger. Great! Another partner with 5-star potential. Yun Xian jumped up in joy and rushed to hug the cat. TSK Tisk. Lan Liuli straightened her body inside, another 5-star. Your Yun family's luck is truly unreasonable. Su Yueli merely smiled, not surprised by this at all. The 5-star potential beast summoned by Yun Xian had long since developed antibodies for Su Yueli. Her gaze was more focused on Lu Yuan, filled with expectation. Xianxian's summon was a delightful surprise. But Lu Yuan's summon was truly unpredictable. Ah Yuan, it's your turn. Yun Xian retracted her hand and waved at Lu Yuan. You will definitely summon a beast more powerful than my kitty. Lu Yuan nodded and stepped forward. He looked at the Mirror Source Stone in his hand, and a rare wave of emotion stirred in his heart. Even though he had the Beastograph as his ultimate trump card, every time he initiated a summon, that unease from the unknown would quietly emerge. He remembered the timid glow butterfly on the high platform. At the training grounds, the simple mirror spirit. He did not want to experience such a beginning for the 3rd time. Setting aside all distractions, Lu Yuan injected his mental energy into the Mirror Source Stone. Then, a crack sound echoed. The space in front of Lu Yuan, like a piece of glass, unexpectedly showed a dark crack. Within that crack, there was no light, only an extreme darkness. A far more bizarre aura than when the Void Mask Cat appeared seeped out from within. On the sidelines, Lan Liuli's laziness disappeared without a trace, her expression becoming serious. Su Yueli also withdrew her gentle smile, her delicate brows furrowing with surprise. She could not analyze the composition of this aura at all. Yun Xian instinctively tightened her hold on her Void Mask Cat, whose fur stood on end, emitting a low growl of menace. Under everyone's gaze, a thing slowly squeezed out from that pure darkness. That thing had no fixed form. It was like a living shadow, a pool of flowing ink. It continuously squirmed and changed. What is this? Yun Xian asked. Lan Liuli uncertainly replied, failed energy distortion from the summon? However, Lu Yuan's expression, which had initially been serious, slowly transformed into one of ecstatic joy. Because in his vision, that illusory ancient book had already opened on its own. Rows of golden text appeared vividly before his eyes. Chapter 75, Void Spectre. Name, Void Spectre. Rank, Mid-Tier Bronze. Potential, 5-star. Racial skills. 1. Void Body, immune to most physical damage, the Void Spectre can transform into any form. 2. Spatial Channel, can select a position within 1 kilometer as an anchor point, and then open a spatial channel to that anchor point. Currently allows up to 2 anchor points, cannot be used to cross spaces for now. 3. Dimensional blade, compresses spatial power to form an invisible blade that ignores most defenses. 4. Void map, generates a map with a radius of 5 kilometers centered on the Void Spectre, showing visible creatures and resources. 5. Phantom body, the Void Spectre can change into any shape. Evolution direction, the Void Spectre will always remain as the Void Spectre, with no evolution direction, but can absorb spatial treasures to increase its potential. The Void Spectre will develop skills based on the absorbed treasures. Lu Yuan's breath momentarily halted. His heart uncontrollably raced. A surge of immense joy broke through his usual calm. He was an emperor of luck. This time, he was truly an emperor of luck. Immunity to physical damage, attacks that ignore defenses, a built-in radar map, and a growth method that could be described as a glitch. This was not a beast, it was clearly a walking cheat code. Yuan? Yun Shanshan looked at Lu Yuan's face, which was filled with unprecedented, almost ecstatic expression, and walked over with concern. Are you alright? This thing, it didn't harm you, did it? On the sidelines, Lan Liuli had a heavy expression, her focus fixed on the writhing mass of living shadow, and she said in a deep voice, "Kid, if things go wrong, immediately break the contract." This kind of energy distortion created by a summoning failure is extremely unstable and can easily backfire on the Beastmaster. Su Yueli remained silent, but she was ready to intervene at any moment. They all thought Lu Yuan was scared silly by the unknown monster he had summoned. Lu Yuan took a deep breath, forcing down the surging emotions, and the joy on his face retracted. "Aunt Su, Aunt Liuli, Shanshan, don't worry." He turned around to look at the massive living shadow, his gaze filled with unprecedented satisfaction and admiration. "It's not a distortion, it's my new partner." As his words fell, the writhing shadow seemed to understand, instantly stopping its transformation. It floated to Lu Yuan's feet, like a docile puppy, affectionately rubbing against his pant leg. "Partner?" Lan Liuli asked curiously. "This thing? It doesn't even have a fixed shape or a sound, how can you call it a beast?" Yun Shanshan also curiously crouched down, extending her finger and cautiously poking the shadow. Her finger passed through without resistance, as if she was poking just a mass of air. "It's called the Void Illusion," Lu Yuan explained. "Space attribute, very rare. Its ability is quite special, adept at hiding and moving." He only revealed the most basic information, of course, he wouldn't easily show his trump card abilities like physical immunity and built-in map. Void Illusion, Su Yueli softly repeated the name, gazing at the shadow, her eyes still filled with doubt. "I have never seen any record of such a beast in any classics. Lu Yuan, your luck is indeed extraordinary." Lan Liuli came closer, walking around the shadow twice, marveling, "Space attribute. 5-star potential. Has Xiaoya slept with the goddess of luck? This luck is just too unreasonable." She felt her worldview shaken to pieces by these two little creatures today. First, Yun Shanshan casually summoned a 5-star potential Void Mask Cat, and now Lu Yuan had come up with an unheard-of Void Illusion. How could she, a Beastmaster who had worked hard to reach the epic level, feel about this? Hearing Lan Liuli's words, Yun Shanshan was filled with pride. She was not surprised at all by what Lu Yuan had summoned. Watching the three women's different reactions, Lu Yuan simply smiled. With a thought, the shadow named Void Illusion began to change. It slowly elongated from a puddle of flowing ink, transforming, and eventually, it turned into a jet-black energy gun, identical to the Judgment of Light in his hand, quietly hovering beside him. This was the ability of the illusionary body. This move made Lan Liuli's eyelids twitch again. Alright, no more showing off. If you keep showing off, my heart can't take it." She waved her hand, slumping back into her chair with a hopeless expression. "You young people play by yourselves, I need to calm down." Su Yueli smiled gently, watching the two spirited children in the field, along with their uniquely powerful three partners, with full satisfaction in her eyes. "Since you've all contracted new partners, then we need to quickly get them acquainted." Her voice regained the authority of a teacher. "Don't waste time, the battle begins now." "Okay," Yun Shanshan said with high spirits. In an instant, the atmosphere in the training field changed. Lu Yuan and Yun Shanshan exchanged glances, seeing eagerness in each other's eyes. Glorious Holy Spirit, Mirror of Insight, Void Mirage. Dark Ranger, Holy Flame Fire Sparrow, Void Facade Cat, Dawn Radiance Holy Maiden. Both summoned all their beasts at the same time. In an instant, 7 powerful beasts stood on either side of the small training ground. The beast pictorial appeared displaying the panels of the 7 beasts. Beast, Glorious Holy Spirit. Potential, 5 stars. Rank, mid-level silver. Race skills. 1. Holy Light Domain, existence is the domain, continuously purifying, dispelling, and suppressing all negative and dark energies. It can also shoot light particles for purification. Can actively release glorious shockwave to deal light attribute damage in range. 2. Holy Spirit Attendants, summon 3 light spirits, always one rank lower than itself, to fight together. When the light spirits die, they will explode and cause small area light attribute damage. 3. End of the World Holy Spear, maximizing light energy to throw a 100-meter light spear, causing devastating light attribute damage, with absolute suppression effect on dark targets. The light spear splits into 2 small light spears to attack nearby other targets after hitting. 4. Spirit Light Wings, can fly at high speed for a short time. During flight, leaves a light trail, granting allies 10% movement speed increase when they pass through it. 5. Divine Protection, grants an absorbing shield to allies. When the shield is broken, it releases a light wave to repel surrounding enemies. 6. A glorious new star, jumps into the air, concentrates light energy, and strikes the ground, triggering a large area light attribute explosion causing damage. 7. Holy Spirit Blessing, grants all allied units a blessing, immune to mental attacks, lasts 8 seconds. Beast, Mirror of Insight. Potential, 4 stars. Rank, low-level silver. Race skills. 1. Mirror image storage, in addition to timely copying a beast, can pre-duplicate a friendly beast and store that image in the mirror space, releasing it anytime in battle, lasting 3 minutes. Currently storable amount, 2. 2. Counter light, absorb and double return one enemy beast's energy or flying skill. Once every 9 minutes. 3. Mirage synchronization, choose a friendly beast to establish a mirror link, lasting 1 minute. During the link, all linked units will share damage evenly. Currently up to 6 units can be linked. For a prism death ray, the mirror's surface gathers image energy, refracting a super high-density beam of light, causing penetrating damage to a single target. At the same time, the 4 beasts of Yun Qianqian also radiated powerful strength. Beast, Dark Ranger. Potential, 4 stars. Rank, low-level silver. Race skills. 1. Shadow Arrow, after charging for 1 second, shoots an arrow infused with shadow power, dealing damage to the first target hit, with an additional shadow corrosion effect. 2. Penetrating Triple Shot, quickly shoots 3 penetrating arrows. If the target is under shadow corrosion, the last arrow deals significant damage. 3. Shadow Strike, teleports behind the target and delivers a deadly stab with a dagger. 4. Night Stealth, enters a 3-second invisibility state, increasing movement speed by 30%. Beast, Holy Flame Fire Sparrow. Potential, 4 stars. Rank, low-level silver. Race skills. 1. Meteor Fire Rain, summons several fireballs, randomly bombarding the target area, causing massive fire damage. 2. Holy Flame Explosive Ball, fires a chargeable fireball, dealing fire damage to the target. Damage is linked to charge time. 3. Scorching Dive, dives at high speed toward the target area, dealing fire damage to enemies in the path, causing area knockback upon landing. 4. Flame Wing Guard, gains 3 seconds of damage reduction. 5. Radiant Skyfall, compresses flames all over the body into wings, releasing a phantom of a Holy Flame Fire Sparrow, which moves quickly and leaves a trail of burning flames, finally smashing down on the target, causing huge damage. Beast, Dawn Radiance Holy Maiden. Potential, 5 stars. Rank, silver mid-tier. Racial skills. 1. Holy Light Radiance, condense a miniature sun, dealing light attribute damage to enemies across a broad area. 2. Skylight Punishment, gather light energy, concentrating light points at the fingertips, then launch a divine beam, dealing high damage to a single target. 3. Ring of Scorching Sun, unfold a flame ring centered around oneself, continuously inflicting fire damage to surrounding enemies every second. 4. Dawn Leap, teleport to an area, bursting forth holy flames upon landing to cause damage. 5. Chains of the Blazing Sun, summon 3 chains of fire to bind an enemy for 2 seconds, during which the target takes fire damage every second. 6. Baptism of Holy Flame, after use, significantly enhance the attributes of the Dawn Holy Maiden. Beast, Void Mask Cat. Potential, 5 stars. Rank, silver low tier. Racial skills. 1. Void Walking, passive can briefly dive into the void dimension, ignoring most physical and energy attacks, becoming immune to all targeting. 2. Mask Mimicry, can perfectly replicate the breath and energy fluctuations of any being no higher than 2 major ranks above its own, undetected by any detection skill. Note, this is only mimicry, lacking the skills of the mimicked being. 3. Dimensional Claw, attach a layer of dimensional slashing energy to the claws, allowing attacks to ignore part of the target's defense, with a certain chance of inflicting lasting damage by spatial tearing. For absolute silence, create a spherical silence field with a 10-meter radius, completely shielding all sounds, energy fluctuations, and mental probing. Those outside the field cannot perceive anything within it. Chapter 76, Battle against Yun Qian Duo. Just as the two were about to start their training match, Su Yueli approached them. In this training session, Qian Duo shall not use her beasts. All other beasts, go all out. Got it, Mom. Yun Qian Duo replied, her face not showing discontent, but instead igniting a greater fighting spirit. The battle command needed no words. Almost as soon as both sides' beasts appeared, Yun Qian Duo was the first to launch an attack. Masked cat, go. The void masked cat flickered, leaving an afterimage in its place, while its true body seamlessly merged into the air, not even leaking a hint of energy fluctuation. Stealth and assassination were the specialties of the void attribute beasts. At the same time, the Dark Ranger drew back the longbow, an arrow imbued with shadow power knocked on the string, its tip locking onto Lu Yuan's radiant spirit. Clearly, Yun Qian's strategy was clear, using the stealth of the void masked cat as a feint to force Lu Yuan to split his attention, then launching a surprise attack with the Dark Ranger. Facing this assassin tactic, Lu Yuan's reaction was unexpected. He did not look at the disappearing void masked cat but simply gave an order. Radiant spirit, spirit servants. Peering face mirror, synchronize with the illusion mirror. Buzz. The radiant spirit was surrounded by flickering light as three light elves, holding light spears and reaching the peak of bronze, appeared in a triangular formation to protect the radiant spirit at the center. Next, an illusory chain shot out from the peering face mirror's surface, accurately linking the radiant spirit, the three light elves, and the peering face mirror itself. Damage shared, all linked. You wanna hard withstand it with damage sharing? Blue Lioli raised an eyebrow on the sidelines. This kid dares to be so bold against Qianhua's three beasts? Su Yueli's gaze fell on the shadow at Lu Yuan's feet. Seeing this, Yun Qianhua's mouth curved into a sly smile. Ah, Yuan, too careless. Dark Ranger, heart-piercing shot. Whoosh. The shadow arrow, charged for a long time, left the string. However, just as the arrow was about to hit the defense formed by the light elves, the arrow suddenly disappeared into thin air. In the next moment, a pitch-black rift appeared behind the radiant spirit, and that vanished shadow arrow shot out abruptly. It was the void masked cat. It used void walking to briefly teleport the shadow arrow behind the radiant spirit. But Lu Yuan's face remained calm, without a ripple. At the moment the shadow arrow was about to attack the radiant spirit. The shadow at his feet stirred. The shadow wriggled slightly. Dimension Blade. The ferocious shadow arrow vanished silently the moment it touched the Dimension Blade. What? Yun Qian's eyes widened suddenly. Her lethal combo was just broken like that? It's my turn. Lu Yuan's voice echoed. Glorious Holy Spirit, glorious new star. The commanded glorious Holy Spirit flapped its wings and turned into a streak of light, leaping into the air. It raised the staff in its hand, quickly condensing a dazzling orb of light at its tip. Not good. Sacred Flame Firebird, Flame Wing Guardian. Yun Qian hurriedly commanded. The Sacred Flame Firebird immediately spread its wings, enveloped by a layer of crimson flame shield along with the nearby Dark Ranger. Boom! The glorious Holy Spirit slammed the sun it held into the ground. The blinding white light engulfed the entire area, and the violent light attribute shockwave spread out in a circular pattern. Yun Qian's void masked cat relied on its passive void walk and slipped into the void dimension at the moment of the explosion, narrowly avoiding the strike. But the Sacred Flame Firebird and Dark Ranger were not so lucky. The Flame Wing Guardian's shield shattered within seconds under the impact of the light wave. With one strike, both of Yun Qian's main beasts were injured. So strong. Yun Qian bit her lip, not discouraged at all. Instead, her fighting spirit surged even more. Not done yet. Sacred Flame Firebird, Blazing Skyfall. Even injured, the Sacred Flame Firebird carried out the command. It let out a cry of the phoenix, compressing all its flames into its wings, and a much larger Firebird phantom burst forth, dragging a trail of flames, locking onto Lu Yuan's glorious Holy Spirit and diving down fiercely. Mirror of the eyeball, mirror image storage, reversed light. Lu Yuan's command was calm and swift. The mirror of the eyeball flashed, and a mirror image identical to the glorious Holy Spirit materialized out of nowhere, summoning three light spirits as well. In an instant, Lu Yuan's combat power on the field doubled. 2 glorious Holy Spirits, 6 light spirits. Meanwhile, the mirror of the eyeball suddenly aimed at the falling Firebird. Boom! The world-destroying energy of blazing skyfall was even sucked away by the mirror, and then transformed into a red beam of light with double the intensity, shooting back towards Yun Qian's position. Yun Qian's expression changed. But losing part of its energy, blazing skyfall's power decreased significantly and was easily blocked by the Divine Grace Guardian released by 2 glorious Holy Spirits working together. The situation on the field became clear in an instant. On Yun Qian's side, the Sacred Flame Firebird and Dark Ranger were injured, leaving only one void masked cat in good condition. And on Lu Yuan's side, except for the mirror of the eyeball consuming energy for 2 skills, the glorious Holy Spirits and their mirror army were virtually unscathed. The victory and defeat were already decided. No more, no more. Yun Qian stomped her foot in annoyance and actively recalled all her beasts. Ah Yuan, you're playing dirty. Your mirror is too unfair. Lu Yuan also recalled his beasts, and the shadow transformed from the void charm returned quietly to his feet. He smiled and walked up to Yun Qian, habitually ruffling her hair. You haven't used the Dawn Glory Saintess yet. Humph. Yun Shanxian lifted her chin. Of course. If my Dawn Glory Saintess came out, you'd already be lying on the ground. I'm just giving you face. Beside them, Lu Yuan commented, alright, stop showing off. Overall, it was a good fight. Shanxian's beasts coordinated well, and her tactics were decisive. As for that kid Lu Yuan, he's still as dirty as ever, with strategies that link perfectly, making it hard to defend against him. Especially that shadow, it hid really deep. Su Yueli's face was full of satisfaction. You all have grown so fast. Go now, rest well. Tomorrow, we will set off for the Falling Star Valley. Yay! Yun Shanxian immediately forgot about her earlier defeat. A cheer echoed, with eyes filled with longing for Stardust Valley. Hey Yuan, let's empty Stardust Valley too. Chapter 77, On the Way to Stardust Valley. After the battle, Lu Yuan stood still, his mind still immersed in the fight just fought. Not because of victory, but because his beasts displayed spirit in that moment. The radiant Holy Spirit's radiant new star indeed obeyed his command. But in that instant of release, Lu Yuan keenly felt that the radiant Holy Spirit slowed the timing of the attack by a few seconds. It was these few seconds that maximized the damage. That was not Lu Yuan's judgment, but the radiant Holy Spirit's own judgment. And there was also the Void Shadow. When that shadow arrow came from behind, Lu Yuan's thought was to have the Void Shadow intercept it. But before the order was fully given, the Void Shadow's dimensional blade had already been unleashed. That feeling was wonderful, not like a command and execution between master and servant. It felt more like a tacit understanding of mutual thoughts. It was as if the Void Shadow had anticipated his thoughts in advance and made the perfect response. The independent awareness of the beasts. Lu Yuan's eyes flashed with enlightenment. This is not a secret in the realm of Beastmasters. When the bond between Beastmaster and Beast reaches a certain level, when the Beast's own intelligence grows to a certain stage, they are no longer just tools that execute orders, but partners who think, judge, and autonomously choose the best tactics. Generally speaking, this is a skill that many gold and even platinum rank Beastmasters need to focus on developing. Yet his radiant Holy Spirit and Void Shadow, having just stepped into silver rank, had already shown such potential. Thinking of this, Lu Yuan's lips involuntarily curved into a smile. Hey! Why are you still smiling? Yun Shanxian saw that Lu Yuan was ignoring her and still smiling, and rushed over a few steps. Hey Yuan, you've gotten bad. Using your broken mirror to bully my Fire Sparrow and Rogue, and now you still dare to laugh. Lu Yuan came to his senses and looked at her, unable to help but laugh, reaching out to pinch her cheek. I'm just thinking, my beasts seem a bit smarter than a certain little fool's beasts. You're the fool. Yun Shanxian swatted his hand away. My Saintess and little cat haven't even shown their strength yet. If my Radiant Saintess used Holy Flame Baptism, your Holy Spirit and mirror would have been shattered long ago. I'm just giving you face, oomph. She lifted her delicate chin, like a proud little peacock, but the slightly reddened ears still revealed a bit of her small pride. Alright, stop flirting, it's making my teeth ache. Beside them, Lan Liuli waved her hand. By the way, you two, during this demolition-style training, shouldn't you also consider my endurance? And the cost of restoring this place, Yuli, you have to pay for that yourself. Su Yuli elegantly took a sip from her teacup, her gaze turning between the two kids, her eyes filled with unending smiles and contentment. This is a necessary investment in their growth. She set down the teacup. Now, go tidy up, the real test in Stardust Valley is coming next. Hey Yuan, we're going tomorrow. Let's empty all the resources inside and change them for lots of points. Seeing the adorable look of money-crazed excitement on the girl, Lu Yuan helplessly shook his head, but the affection in his eyes deepened. He could feel that after a month of working together and fighting side by side, the bond between him and Yun Shanxian had, like the beasts, become even more tacit and more in sync. The next day, dawn broke slightly. When the first ray of morning light came through the floor-to-ceiling window and illuminated the villa's living room, Lu Yuan and Yun Shanxian were already prepared. Both of them had changed into action-ready combat suits, Yun Shanxian in a fiery red outfit, full of energy. Lu Yuan still wore a simple black outfit. They appeared even taller. On their faces, the youthful innocence had faded, replaced by a calmness forged through trial. Su Yueli and Lan Liuli were already waiting in the living room. Are you all ready? Su Yueli's gaze swept over the two. Lu Yuan nodded his head. Ready. Yun Shanxian replied cheerfully. Mom, let's go. My holy flame fire sparrow can't wait to feast on the fiery banquet. Lan Liuli yawned lazily, digging out 2 badges from her storage ring and tossing them to them. Here, this is the Academy's specially made rescue badge. If you encounter a life-threatening situation that you can't handle, crush it. The Academy's rescue team will arrive at the fastest speed. However, using this thing is not cheap, points will be deducted directly from your accounts. Only use it as a last resort, don't be foolish. Lu Yuan and Yun Qianqian took the badges and tucked them away. Alright, it's getting late. Su Yueli stood up, her gentle and homely aura quietly receding, replaced by a powerful presence belonging to an epic-level Beastmaster. She walked to the vast lawn in front of the villa and waved her hand. Caw! A cry of an eagle. It was the Platinum Peak, the cloud-howling sky falcon. Yun Qianqian cheered and dashingly rushed forward. Lu Yuan stood still, quietly watching this scene. This was his second time riding the cloud-howling sky falcon to a dense area. The last time was when he was heading to the Mirror Shadow Secret Realm. Back then, he was just a bronze-level Beastmaster, filled with shock and awe at this Platinum Peak giant beast, along with a sense of alienation from being in the Yun family. But now, he was a silver-level Beastmaster with 3 endlessly promising companions. He was no longer the boy needing protection. Come on up. Su Yueli's voice came. She took the two and lightly leaped onto the broad back of the cloud-howling sky falcon. Let's go, destination, Starfall Valley. The cloud-howling sky falcon flapped its wings and turned into a blue streak, disappearing into the clouds, rushing toward the distant horizon. On the falcon's back, an invisible wind element shield protected them from the fierce winds at high altitude. Yun Qianqian lay at the edge, excitedly watching the mountains and rivers racing below, turning back to shout at Lu Yuan. Ah Yuan, look! We are flying so fast. Lu Yuan walked to her side, standing shoulder to shoulder, his gaze towards the increasingly distant North Underworld Beastmaster Academy. Chapter 78, Guardian of the Molten Fire. Lu Yuan's mind sank into a sea of consciousness, feeling the marked talent, which had now condensed into 3. Then, through his contract, he connected with the inconspicuous shadow at his feet. It seems to like high places. Lu Yuan whispered. Really? Yun Qianqian curiously leaned over, reaching out to poke the shadow but missed. She didn't mind, instead cheerfully lay back at the edge and began to plan enthusiastically. When we get to the Starfall Valley, I will let my Holy Flame Fire Sparrow and Radiant Saintess clear the way in front. Your Radiant Saint Spirit can handle healing and protection. The Dark Ranger and Masked Cat will be on guard and ambush. As for your shadow, she pondered for a long time but still couldn't find the right word. Let it handle collecting things. We'll clear out every valuable material in the valley. Seeing her adorable, greedy look, Lu Yuan couldn't help but smile. He didn't tell her that the Void Phantom's greatest ability might not be combat but rather its living map with a radius of 5 kilometers. Collecting things? No, what they were doing was precise treasure hunting. The cloud-howling sky falcon was astonishingly fast, and in just a few hours, the scenery below changed. The forests and rivers vanished, replaced by an immense crimson wasteland. The sky exhibited an eerie purplish-red hue. In the air, countless tiny glowing points began to float, carrying a searing warmth. We've arrived. Su Yueli's voice rang in the ears of the two. She didn't know when she had already stood up, her gaze heavy as she looked down. The cloud-screaming skyhawk began to slowly lower in height. Lu Yuan looked down, his eyes suddenly focused. On the ground was an extremely spectacular and bizarre sight. The earth was torn apart by huge fissures, crisscrossing each other. The entire valley was shrouded in a faint layer of flames, making the space appear somewhat twisted. This was the Valley of Fallen Stars. The cloud-screaming skyhawk landed steadily on a relatively flat black rock. The next road, you have to rely on yourselves. Su Yuli jumped down from the hawk's back, her gaze sweeping over the two children. Remember, safety first. If you encounter danger that you cannot solve, crush the badge immediately. Got it, Mom. Yun Qianqian nodded. Thank you, Aunt Su. Lu Yuan also expressed his gratitude seriously. Su Yuli took one last look at them, her eyes filled with worry, but more was trust and expectation. She jumped back onto the hawk's back. The cloud-screaming skyhawk let out a sharp eagle cry, its wings fluttered, turning into a blue flash, disappearing in an instant into the purplish-red sky. Until that blue shadow completely vanished, Yun Qianqian withdrew her gaze, taking a deep breath. Yuan. Our adventure officially begins. As soon as her words fell. Boom! From a nearby fissure, a violent tremor suddenly erupted. Immediately after, a giant creature made of magma and charred rock slowly crawled out from the fissure. It stood over 5 meters tall, without facial features, and at the core of its body was embedded a fist-sized crystal that emitted an orange-red glow. That pure and brutal fire elemental aura, silver high rank. Name, Guardian of Molten Fire. Rank, silver high rank. Potential, 2 stars. Skills, lava heavy fist, flame jet, rock armor. Weakness, energy core, fierce high-intensity water and ice attacks, weak defense at the joints. Almost at the same time the beast profile appeared, the Guardian of Molten Fire noticed them, its 2 giant arms made of magma hammered down on the ground, producing a roar as it took heavy steps towards the two. Just in time. Yun Qianqian was delighted rather than frightened, filled with fighting spirit. Perfect to test my new partner. Faceless cat, go. The void faceless cat beside her shimmered and instantly merged into the shadows, disappearing without a trace. Dark Ranger, suppress it. The Dark Ranger drew a long bow, shooting arrows imbued with shadow power like raindrops, accurately hitting the Guardian of Molten Fire's body. However, those arrows only sparked a shower of flames on its body, hardly causing any effective damage. The rock armor of the Guardian of Molten Fire was simply too hard. Useless. Physical attacks are very ineffective against it. Lu Yuan's voice sounded. He did not summon the Radiant Holy Spirit and the Eye of the Mirror. Void Phantom, Dimensional Blade. The shadow released an invisible slash. As the Guardian of Molten Fire was charging, its massive body suddenly stalled. Then, in Yun Xian's gaze, it suddenly broke its two legs made of hard rock at the ankles. The cut was as smooth as a mirror. Boom! The Guardian of Molten Fire, having lost its legs, crashed heavily to the ground, creating a large pit. Before it could struggle to get up, a deadly shadow appeared hauntingly behind its fallen body. It was the void faceless cat. Its bright eyes shone astonishingly under the dim light, and the dimensional claws, imbued with spatial energy, fiercely clawed towards the energy core of the Guardian of Molten Fire. A soft sound. That hard energy core was easily pierced under the dimensional claws. The massive body of the Guardian of Molten Fire violently shook, the magma that formed its body rapidly cooled, turning back into ordinary black rocks. The battle was over. From the appearance of the Guardian of Molten Fire to its transformation into a pile of rubble, the whole process. Yun Xian opened her small mouth, and for a long time, she couldn't come back to her senses. She looked at her elegant illusionary cat licking its paw, then at the shadow at Lu Yuan's feet that had returned to its original state, her beautiful eyes filled with disbelief. Ah Yuan, your shadow is too amazing, right? Just now, she didn't even see the attack clearly. Lu Yuan smiled, not explaining. He walked to the pile of rubble and picked up the already dull core from inside. Name, Heart of Molten Fire. Quality, Silver level. Effect, contains pure fire elemental energy, can be used for forging equipment, or directly absorbed by fire attribute beasts, with a chance to enhance their resistance to flames. Wow! It's the Heart of Molten Fire. Yun Xian immediately forgot her shock, her eyes sparkling as she approached. We can sell this in the Academy's Point Mall for lots of points. We're going to get rich. Lu Yuan handed the Heart of Molten Fire to her, but his gaze was directed deep into the valley. In his mind, a three-dimensional map centered on him with a radius of 5 kilometers was clearly presented. On the map, light spots representing living beings were densely packed. The vast majority were red spots representing hostility, and among them, a few light spots were even brighter than the Heart of Molten Fire they just saw. There were also several golden light spots representing resources flickering with enticing light on the map. Chapter 79, Crisis. He pointed to a crack on the left front. Over there, I feel something. You feel? Yun Xian stored the Heart of Molten Fire in her storage space. All right. If you say there is, then there must be. The two of them followed Lu Yuan, walking in the direction he indicated. The terrain of Starfall Valley was extremely complex, with hot air occasionally spewing from the ground fissures. The air was filled with the smell of sulfur, making it feel a bit hot even to breathe. It's so hot here, Yun Xian tugged at her collar, her face flushed from the heat. And there are rocks everywhere, it's not pretty at all. There will be something beautiful soon. Lu Yuan did not stop his footsteps. As they rounded a huge black spire, the scene ahead suddenly opened up. It was a small basin, and in the center of the basin, there grew a patch of glowing plants. They had no leaves, only crystal-like branches, and at the tips of the branches hung fruit that looked like burning coal. Rich fire elemental energy radiated from those fruits. Name, Flame Crystal Fruit. Quality, Silver level. Effect, high purity fire elemental crystal, after being consumed by fire attribute beasts, can slightly increase their rank. Wow! Yun Xian's eyes instantly lit up. Ah Yuan, look! It's flame crystal fruit. So many. My sacred flame fire sparrow can have a feast now. Lu Yuan looked at her greedy, money-hungry expression and shook his head with a hint of amusement. Don't rush, his gaze swept over the fruit forest, his eyes slightly narrowing. Where there are good things, there are usually guardians. Before he finished speaking, a dense buzzing sound suddenly erupted from all directions. From the shadows of the flame crystal fruit forest, countless fist-sized, entirely red, grasshopper-like creatures flew out. Their wings vibrated rapidly, producing a piercing buzz, and the stingers on their tails burned with orange flames. Name, Starfire Grasshopper. Rank, Peak Bronze. Potential, 2 stars. Skill, Fire Spike Tail, Suicide Charge. Weakness, Fierce Area Water and Ice Attacks, Life Force Fragile. Group trait, they swarm together, fearless of death, led by a Starfire Grasshopper Queen. The clan does not retreat as long as the queen is alive. Their number was at least 1,000. The overwhelming starfire grasshoppers formed a crimson insect cloud, surrounding the two of them. The pressure from thousands of beasts combined was enough to make any silver-tier Beastmaster's scalp tingle. So many, hum. A group of little bugs, watch me burn you all. Holy Flame Fire Sparrow. The Holy Flame Fire Sparrow let out a clear phoenix cry, flying out from the contract space, with flames roaring around its body. Don't act yet. Lu Yuan reached out to stop her. His gaze calmly swept over the cloud of insects, and on the map presented by the Void Shadow, a red dot shining several times brighter than ordinary starfire locusts was hiding behind a rock deep in the fruit forest. Found it. Xian Shan, let your masked cat sneak into the deepest part of the fruit forest, where their leader is. Lu Yuan said. Yun Xian immediately understood Lu Yuan's intention. Masked cat, go grab their leader. The void masked cat elegantly meowed and, with a flash of its figure, quietly blended into the air. Almost at the same time, the insect cloud launched an attack. Buzz! Thousands of starfire locusts flapped their wings at once, and the fiery tail needles shot out like a torrential rain, forming a tightly woven net of flames. Shining Holy Spirit, Divine Blessing Protect. Gaze Mirror, Illusory Mirror Synchronization. Lu Yuan's commands were calm and quick. The Shining Holy Spirit flew into the air, and a huge golden light shield instantly unfolded, enveloping the three of them and the beast. Immediately afterward, several illusory chains shot out from the gaze mirror, linking Lu Yuan, Yun Xian, the Shining Holy Spirit, the Holy Flame Fire Sparrow, and the mirror itself together. Clink clink clank. Countless fiery tail needles hit the golden light shield, producing a dense crisp sound. The light shield shook violently, and every hit's damage was evenly distributed across all linked units thanks to mirror synchronization, leaving only a slight vibration after the attack. Wow! Yuan, your mirror is amazing. Yun Xian felt the damage on her body was almost negligible, like being gently pushed. Prepare to counterattack. Lu Yuan did not pay attention to her amazement, his focus was highly concentrated. Holy Flame Fire Sparrow, Meteor Fire Rain. Sure thing. Fire Sparrow, let them see who the Master of Fire is. The Holy Flame Fire Sparrow received the command, flapping its wings, countless fireballs condensed in front of it, and smashed down towards the insect cloud. Boom boom boom. The explosion sounded continuously, and large groups of starfire locusts turned to char in the flames, falling from the sky. However, the number of insects was simply too many, and the gap was quickly filled by their companions from behind, continuing their attack. At this moment, a piercing shriek suddenly came from the deepest part of the fruit forest. The void masked cat emerged from the shadow of a rock, grasping a starfire locust that was 2 sizes bigger than its kind, its abdomen swollen. Well done, masked cat. Yun Xian shouted excitedly. Shining Holy Spirit, Ultimate Holy Spear. Lu Yuan seized the opportunity. The Shining Holy Spirit raised its staff, and a holy spear formed from compressed light energy appeared beside it, thrown out like a golden streak of light, accurately hitting the locust controlled by the masked cat. Boom! The locust didn't even have time to struggle before it was completely obliterated in the holy light. After hitting its target, the holy spear instantly split into 2 small light spears, shooting into the densest part of the insect swarm, clearing 2 more large areas. As soon as the locust queen died, the originally frenzied starfire locust swarm fell into chaos, flying erratically in the air, no longer posing a threat. Dark Ranger, harvest them! Yun Xian immediately ordered. The figure of the Dark Ranger appeared beside her, drawing a long bow, shooting shadow arrows accurately, each arrow taking a starfire locust's life. The battle had already turned into a one-sided massacre. A few minutes later, the last starfire locust in the sky was also shot down. Yun Xian proudly put her hands on her hips, like a little general who had won a battle. Done. Lu Yuan smiled. Quickly collect these flame crystal fruits, these things are great for feeding your fire sparrow or exchanging for points. Yun Xian, hearing this, hurriedly took action, not only storing them in her storage space but also continuously feeding the holy flame fire sparrow. The fire sparrow chirped happily, gobbling them one by one, enjoying itself immensely. Just as the two were clearing the spoils, Lu Yuan's expression suddenly changed drastically. On the void map provided by the Void Shadow, a red dot with brightness far surpassing all previous creatures was rushing towards their location at an incredible speed. Golden level peak. Xian, run. Lu Yuan's voice was filled with urgency. Something big is coming. Chapter 80, Starhound. Run. Yun Xian had just stuffed the last flame crystal fruit into her storage ring when she heard Lu Yuan's voice, her smile instantly frozen. What's wrong, Yuan? No time to explain, run. Lu Yuan grabbed her wrist and turned to sprint in the opposite direction of that red golden dot. Golden level peak. That was not something the silver high-level melting fire guard could compare to. Though Yun Xian didn't understand, her trust in Lu Yuan made her not ask another word, and she immediately followed his pace, while her mind moved. Holy Lady of Radiance. A beam of holy light flashed, and the Holy Lady of Radiance appeared beside her. The lady waved her hand, enveloping both of them in a circle of soft radiance. Leap of radiance! Yun Shanshan shouted, and the light under their feet flickered, propelling their bodies forward several dozen meters in an instant, their speed surging suddenly. However, this did not make them feel safe at all. Boom, boom, boom. The ground shook, and the roaring sound behind them grew closer and louder. A terrifying pressure swept over from behind. Yun Shanshan's little face turned pale. She didn't even need to look back to feel that suffocating power. The Holy Lady of Radiance beside her, a Beastmaster with 5-star potential, had now assumed an unprecedented defensive posture. Yuan, what exactly is the big thing you spoke of? Her voice trembled slightly with anxiety. Lu Yuan did not look back, his voice came from ahead. It's something we absolutely cannot defeat. On his void map, that red golden dot was madly closing in at an unreasonable speed. The opponent wasn't even moving in a straight line, but was constantly leaping through the complex terrain, each flicker covering hundreds of meters. Spatial ability. This realization sent Lu Yuan's heart sinking to the bottom. No, it's too fast. We can't escape. Yun Shanshan glanced back and only saw a golden streak flash by the distant rocks. The next second, the distance between them was drastically shortened. Prepare for battle. Lu Yuan suddenly stopped. He knew that simply running was pointless. The two were forced to a cliff's edge. Behind them was a chasm filled with rolling magma, and they had no way to retreat. Holy Light Spirit, Mirror of Insight. Dark Ranger, Holy Flame Fire Sparrow. They both summoned all their beast companions simultaneously. In an instant, 7 powerful beasts firmly protected them, the tension in the atmosphere reaching its peak. Yun Shanshan's 4 beast companions, including the recently contracted void-faced cat, all fluffed up, growling lowly, fixated on the direction of that golden streak. Lu Yuan's Holy Light Spirit radiated brightly. 3 Holy Spirit attendants wielded light spears, their expression serious. The mirror-like light of the Mirror of Insight shimmered, ready to unleash its powers at any moment. Finally, that golden streak of light stopped about 100 meters away from them. The light dissipated, revealing its true form. It was a giant dog the size of a warhorse. Its entire body was covered with golden fur, shimmering with points of light under the purplish-red sky. Strong limbs, powerful and full of explosive muscle lines. In the center of its forehead, a diamond-shaped blue crystal was embedded, as if a third eye. It simply stood there quietly. That imposing pressure made Lu Yuan and Yun Shanshan feel a difficulty in breathing. Name, Star Hound. Rank, Golden Peak. Potential, 5 stars. Skills, Starlight Shatter Claw, Star Realm Shuttling, Star Roaring. The information given by the Beast-Taming Illustrated was simple to the point of despair. Golden Peak? Yun Shanshan's lips felt a bit dry. This was completely different from the 9 nether dark serpent they had encountered before. However, contrary to their expectations, the Starhound did not immediately attack. Its eyes, containing the ocean of stars, simply glanced at them, then looked away, finally fixating on the sacred flame fire sparrow beside Yun Shanshan. No, more accurately, it was staring at the sacred flame fire sparrow which had just swallowed several fire crystal fruits and was currently burping. Roar! The Starhound let out a low growl from its throat, and its eyes surprisingly showed anger and urgency. It moved. Without any earth-shattering momentum, its figure blurred in place, and the next moment, it appeared in front of the sacred flame fire sparrow. It was too fast. So fast that even Lu Yuan's dynamic vision could hardly capture it. Fire Sparrow, be careful! Yun Shanshan shouted. Flame Wing Guardian! The sacred flame fire sparrow immediately reacted, a scarlet flame shield instantly enveloping its whole body. However, facing the attack from the Golden Peak, all of this was in vain. The Starhound casually lifted its front paw, starlight flashing at its claw tip. Crack! The Flame Wing Guardian's shield shattered in response. That fierce claw continued unrelentingly, striking down on the sacred flame fire sparrow. Bang! The sacred flame fire sparrow let out a mournful cry, its body was knocked away, crashing into the rock wall behind, and its breath instantly weakened. One hit. With just one hit, the mid-level silver sacred flame fire sparrow lost its fighting ability. Fire Sparrow. Yun Shanshan's eyes turned red with pain. She wanted to rush over but was pulled back by Lu Yuan. Don't go over. Lu Yuan's voice was disturbingly calm. He stared intensely at the Starhound, his right hand quietly tightening. Mark was ready. This was his only trump card. Using Mark on the Radiant Sacred Spirit might just barely delay time through the massive attribute enhancement. After the Starhound struck, it did not continue the attack. It turned to look at the sacred flame fire sparrow again, or rather, at the lingering aura of the fire crystal fruit on it, letting out a low growl that seemed agitated, as if urging something. Its behavior was filled with discord. It possessed the power of thunder but did not seek to finish off its prey. What exactly did it want? Just as Lu Yuan was about to use mark regardless of the consequences, the beast taming illustrated in his field of vision suddenly changed again. A line of golden text slowly appeared below the panel of the Star Hound. Status: Star Energy Corruption, Severe, Energy Core is being polluted by foreign energy, life force is continuously draining, urgently needs high purity of purifying force or life energy for balance. Chapter 81 Cooperation. Star Energy Corruption? Needs purifying force? He looked at the Star Hound with changing eyes. Anger, anxiety, aggressiveness, everything stemmed from the immense pain within its body. Its attack on the sacred flame fire sparrow might have just been because it had consumed the fire crystal fruit with fire element energy, and this energy could have intensified the conflict inside its own energy. This was not a hunt, but a cry for help. Xianxian, don't act. Lu Yuan held down Yun Xianxian, who was about to let the Dark Ranger attack. But a Yuan, it hurt my fire sparrow. Yun Xianxian's eyes were red, both angry and anxious. It didn't do it on purpose. Lu Yuan stared into the eyes of the hound. It is sick. Sick? Yun Xianxian was stunned. She completely could not understand Lu Yuan's words. A Beastmaster of the Golden Tier would get sick? And sick to the point of causing trouble for us two Silver Tier Masters? Lu Yuan did not explain much, time did not allow it. He made a decision that Yun Xianxian and all the beasts on the field could not comprehend. Radiant Holy Spirit, stand beside it and use the Holy Radiance domain to the fullest. As soon as this command came out, not only Yun Xianxian, but even the Radiant Holy Spirit hesitated for a moment. It could clearly feel the terrifying pressure coming from the giant dog opposite it. Ah Yuan, you're crazy. Yun Xianxian shouted. Attacking it now, it will kill us. Trust me. Lu Yuan's voice carried an undeniable authority. Do not attack, release the gentlest purifying energy. In the end, the Radiant Holy Spirit chose to trust its master. Buzz. The light surrounding it was no longer the dignified golden color but transformed into a warm, milky white. A gentle wave of light spread towards the Starry Hound, like ripples. Seeing this scene, the body of the Starry Hound instantly tensed, its golden fur bristled erect, and it growled threateningly. Clearly, it was ready to strike again. It thought this was a provocation. But just as the milky white light touched its body, which was about to lunge, suddenly stiffened. Roar! A muffled, painful yet soothing moan escaped from its throat. The blue crystal on its forehead flickered momentarily. The nearly uncontrollable power of the stars around it miraculously calmed down a bit. It worked! Lu Yuan was pleasantly surprised, his guess was correct. Yun Xianxian was also stunned, incredulously watching the unfolding scene. The golden tier giant dog that had just been ferocious, nearly slamming her fiery sparrow to death, had now quieted down. It even took a few steps forward towards the Radiant Holy Spirit, allowing the gentle purifying light to envelop its body. What on earth is going on? Yun Xianxian felt her brain was not functioning properly. The energy inside it has been polluted, the purifying power of the Radiant Holy Spirit can alleviate its pain. Lu Yuan explained. After enjoying a moment of purification, the Starry Hound seemed to finally confirm that they meant no harm. It looked at Lu Yuan, then at the Radiant Holy Spirit behind him, and the brutality in its starry eyes softened. Suddenly, it opened its mouth. Be careful! Yun Xianxian instinctively exclaimed. But the Starry Hound did not unleash an energy beam, instead, it puffed and spat out a stone. It was a fist-sized, entirely black crystal that shimmered with tiny stars. As soon as it hit the ground, the surrounding earth emitted a hissing corrosive sound, and an ominous dark aura spread from it. However, the Beastmaster's panel made Lu Yuan's breath stop for a moment. Name, Polluted Star Core. Quality, Epic Level, Damaged. Effect, currently corroded by high concentrations of demonic energy and cannot be used directly, needs thorough purification. This was exactly the target of his journey. After the Starry Hound did this action, it lifted its paw and pointed towards a pitch-black hole deep in the valley. Then it pointed to the Radiant Holy Spirit behind Lu Yuan, and finally nudged the shattered piece on the ground with its nose. Its meaning could not be clearer. A transaction. Help me deal with the trouble in that hole, and this piece is yours. An opportunity lay before Lu Yuan. But at the same time, it was also a deadly trap. What could be in that cave to torment a golden tier beast with 5-star potential like this? Ah Yuan, let's leave quickly. Yun Xianxian tugged at Lu Yuan's sleeve and said softly. This thing is too sinister, let's grab the fragment and run. Is that okay? In her eyes, knowing when to stop is the wisest choice. There's no escape. Lu Yuan shook his head, his gaze unusually serious. He looked at the void map, where a huge black dot represented the cave. But that's not the point. The point is, during the short minutes they faced the Starhound, 7 or 8 new red light spots had quietly appeared around the map. Each light spot shone as brightly as the magma guardian they had encountered before. They were closing in on them from all directions. They were surrounded. If we don't agree to its deal, we might not leave this valley today. Lu Yuan said slowly. This star hound is the ruler of this area. If they agree to its deal, they might get temporary shelter. If they refuse, they would face a golden tier sick dog and a pack of silver tier monsters attracted by the smell of blood. Yun Shanxian followed his gaze and saw the approaching figures in the distance. What should we do? Lu Yuan turned his head, looking at Yun Shanxian with unprecedented seriousness. Shanxian, I want to take a gamble. Gamble? If we win, our strength will take a qualitative leap. If we lose, Lu Yuan paused, tightening his right hand, feeling the presence of the mark. We can still run away. He had the mark talent in the Void Shadow Passage, he was confident saying this. Yun Shanxian looked into Lu Yuan's determined eyes, knowing he had made his decision. She no longer hesitated and nodded vigorously. Okay. I'll gamble with you. If it goes wrong, we can just have Mom come rescue us. Anyway, we haven't used the rescue badge yet. Lu Yuan smiled, ruffled her hair, and then turned back, solemnly nodding at the Starhound. We accept your deal. The Starhound seemed to understand his words, letting out a roar from its throat, like a form of acknowledgement. It turned around and stepped towards the dark cave. Lu Yuan and Yun Shanxian immediately followed. However, just as they moved, an abnormal change occurred on Lu Yuan's void map. Centered on the dark cave, an invisible wave of energy suddenly spread out. Then, the 7 or 8 red light spots that had been encircling them instantaneously changed direction, charging towards Lu Yuan and Yun Shanxian at a faster speed as if they had received a command. And the Starhound at the front glanced back at them, quickly entering the cave, not waiting for the two. Chapter 82, The Contaminated Star Core. It's tricking us. Yun Shanxian instinctively took a step back. As soon as the Starhound disappeared into the cave, the monsters rushed in madly. It looked like a carefully laid trap. Using the two of them as bait to hold off these monsters. Ah Yuan, we were deceived. Yun Shanxian's voice was filled with anger. She was prepared to summon the Radiant Holy Maiden and fight to the death. No. Lu Yuan's voice rang out at that moment. His eyes were fixed on the void map in his mind. On the map, those 7 or 8 red spots representing silver tier monsters were clearly aimed. They weren't encircling, they were rushing in. Like a group of courtiers commanded to protect their king, they were racing forward without hesitation. And the one commanding them was not the Starhound. It was whatever was in the cave. It's not playing us. Lu Yuan's voice was quick. It's racing against time. Racing against time? Yun Shanxian couldn't understand at that moment. It entered first to hold back the real enemy. And these monsters are the enemy's reinforcements. Lu Yuan explained rapidly. The terms of our deal have changed. Changed to what? From now on, it's about surviving until these silver tier beasts are torn apart by the Starhound. In the midst of speaking, the nearest monster was already almost in front of them. It was a gigantic beast resembling a scorpion, made entirely of black stone, with 2 enormous pincers gleaming coldly, and a poisonous stinger at its tail that burned with ghostly green soul fire. Name, Ghost Scorpion. Rank, Silver High Tier. Potential, 3 stars. Not just one. There were also the lava surge guards, as well as several monstrous creatures that Lu Yuan had never seen before, radiating the same overwhelming aura. 7. A full 7 silver high-tier monsters. And now, their target was the cave right in front of Lu Yuan and the others. My fire sparrow will use the blaze heaven fall. Let's focus fire and take one down in an instant. Yun Shanxian instinctively prepared to execute the command. No, wait. Lu Yuan's gaze suddenly shifted from the rushing monsters to the void-masked cat beside Yun Shanxian. A thought formed in his mind. In the current scene, they couldn't fight nor run. But what if we aren't even here? Shanxian, do you trust me? Lu Yuan suddenly turned to look at her. Of course I trust you. Yun Shanxian replied without hesitation. Good. Lu Yuan took a deep breath, and a command came from his mouth. Shanxian, have your masked cat use absolute silence on the empty ground beneath us. Ha! Yun Shanxian was stunned, confused but immediately complied. The elegant black cat flickered, and an invisible wave spread from it, instantly enveloping a 2-meter radius. In this domain, all sound, light, energy fluctuations, even the flow of air seemed to be erased, plunging into absolute silence. Mirror of the Mask, retract. Radiant Holy Spirit, retract. Dark Ranger, Fire Sparrow, Holy Maiden, all retract. Lu Yuan and Yun Shanxian simultaneously recalled all their summoned beasts. For a moment, only the two of them and the Void Mask Cat that released the Silence Domain remained on the field. Void Phantom, turn into shadows, covering us and the Masked Cat. Lu Yuan used the power of the contract to give the final command to the shadow at their feet. The The shadow spread silently, completely engulfing their figures, perfectly merging with the shadow of a rock on the ground. After completing all of this, Lu Yuan pulled Yun Qianqian down, crouching, and they held their breath completely. Boom! 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 Almost right after they had hidden, the ground shook violently. The ghost scorpion was the first to rush to the spot they had just stood, pausing for a moment, its soul fire compound eyes scanning the surroundings, seemingly puzzled by the sudden disappearance of a presence. But it didn't linger for long. A more urgent call came from the cave. It let out a roar, ignoring this small anomaly, and dashed toward the cave entrance. Following closely was the second, the third. Lava surge guards, stone-skinned giant rhino, decaying demon flower. One after another, silver high-tier monsters roared past from both sides of the shadow where they hid. The raging energy whipped up powerful winds, causing Lu Yuan and Yun Qianqian's battlesuits to rustle. Yun Qianqian's eyes widened, her small hands tightly covering her mouth, fearing even the slightest sound. She could even smell the sulfur coming from the lava surge guard. Her heart felt like it was about to leap out of her throat. This thrill of brushing against death was more heart-stopping than any fierce battle. Finally, when the last monster's figure disappeared at the cave entrance, the surroundings fell silent again. The domain of absolute silence quietly dissipated. Huff! Huff! Yun Qianqian could no longer contain herself. She sat down on the ground, gasping for air, her forehead covered in fine cold sweat. We survived. Lu Yuan also let out a long breath, his tense body slowly relaxing. Had just one link in the plan gone wrong? They are now just a corpse. Ah Yuan, Yun Qianqian looked up, her gaze at Lu Yuan like she was looking at a monster. What on earth is wrong with your brain? She could not imagine that in such a critical moment, Lu Yuan could come up with such a way to break the deadlock. I just happened to think of the beast skill from our new contract. Lu Yuan smiled and pulled her up from the ground. His gaze turned towards the cave, where the sound of intense energy collisions was echoing. The real adventure is only just beginning. That starlight hunting dog, it's buying time for us. It's fighting whatever is inside the cave, and those monsters are reinforcements for that thing. Our deal has been in effect since it stepped into the cave. Yun Qianqian instantly understood Lu Yuan's meaning, her small face tightened up again as she nodded vigorously. I understand. Let's go in and help it now. Let's go, stay close to me. Lu Yuan opened his eyes, grabbed Yun Qianqian, and stepped into the cave. The air in the cave was hotter than outside and filled with a nauseating stench. The walls were covered with dark red, bizarre patterns, like pulsing veins. This place feels so disgusting. Yun Qianqian summoned the Saint of Dawn, and the gentle holy light enveloped the two, dispelling the surrounding darkness. The deeper they went, the louder the sounds of battle became. Finally, after rounding the last bend, the scene before them became clear. It was an immense underground cave. In the center of the cave, the golden starlight hunting dog was covered in blood. Its golden fur was riddled with burn marks and deep wounds that exposed bone, and the blue crystal on its forehead was dimming as it gasped heavily. Surrounding it lay the bodies of high-level silver monsters, scattered everywhere. This was a brutal fight for survival. The starlight hunting dog had single-handedly killed 7 high-level silver monsters. But it seemed to be reaching its limits. Roar! The starlight hunting dog noticed their arrival. Its starry eyes swept across Lu Yuan and Yun Qianqian. With a powerful swipe, it sent a monster's body flying away. The starlight hunting dog kicked the fallen scorpion tail of the ghost scorpion to Lu Yuan's feet. Yun Qianqian looked at the scorpion tail and said to Lu Yuan, "This scorpion tail is worth a lot of points, is it just giving it to us?" Lu Yuan ignored Yun Qianqian's words, his eyes fixed on the center of the battlefield. There, a giant black crystal over 3 meters in diameter was embedded deep within the cave's rock wall. Rich abyssal magic energy was continuously spilling out from that crystal. The magic energy formed chains of darkness, connecting not only to the surrounding monsters but even partially to the crystal core above the starlight hunting dog's head. This was the root of all the calamities. In Lu Yuan's vision, an ancient book had already appeared automatically. Name: Contaminated Starlight Core. Status: currently resisting the remaining pure starlight essence inside, continuously summoning and controlling surrounding creatures as guards. Weakness: afraid of high intensity, high purity purification power. Chapter 83, Defense of the Cave Entrance. Qianqian, guard the cave entrance. Lu Yuan's voice was extremely calm. Ha? Oh. Yun Qianqian immediately set aside her greedy thoughts and nodded. Lu Yuan's command was quickly transmitted to his summoned creatures through the contract link. Gaze reflecting mirror, image storage, instant duplication of the radiant saint. Buzz. The mirror of the gaze reflecting mirror erupted with an unprecedented brilliant light. The 2 mirrored images stored in the mirror's space and the instant duplication ability were used at the same time. The light flickered. 1, 2, 3. 3 mirror images exactly like the Radiant Saint suddenly appeared in the cave. Adding the main body, a total of 4 radiant spirits. 4. Yun Xianxian stared at the scene before her. Yuan, when can your mirror copy another one? Don't get distracted. Lu Yuan did not explain. Radiant Light Spirit Domain, Purify. The 4 radiant spirits simultaneously raised their staffs, and the Radiant Light Spirit Domain instantly expanded to the maximum, overlapping and merging into one. In an instant, the entire underground cave was enveloped in soft and sacred white light. ZZ. The thick abyssal demonic energy sizzled under the holy light, making a piercing melting sound, quickly dispersing. The black chains connecting to the Starry Hound snapped in response. Roar! The Starry Hound let out a roar mixed with pain. It could feel the alien energy that had tormented it for so long was being quickly dispersed, and its exhausted strength was rapidly recovering. It glanced back at Lu Yuan, who stood beside the starry core. Then, it suddenly turned, transforming its body into a golden flash, charging toward the entrance of the cave. There, new monsters had already surged in. Big Dog, I'm here to help you. Yun Xianxian shouted, filled with fighting spirit, waving her hand. Dark Ranger, Holy Flame Fire Sparrow, Void Masked Cat, let's go. A defensive battle at the cave entrance began. With some restored strength, the Starry Hound revealed the true terror of a golden tier Beastmaster. Its sharp claws danced, shining with starlight, easily tearing through the defenses of silver tier monsters. Yun Xianxian's Beastmasters perfectly played their roles in support and control. Big Dog, to the left. Dark Ranger, shoot through the heart, hit its joints. Fire Sparrow, use Holy Flame Explosive Bomb to suppress the one behind. Masked Cat, look for a chance to sneak attack. The girl's clear commands echoed throughout the battlefield. The Starry Hound seemed to understand her words, with each cooperation flawless. Golden streaks and shadowy arrows intertwined, sacred flames and deadly claw strikes danced together. For a moment, they really managed to hold back the monsters that surged like a tide at the entrance. Behind them, the purification ritual was also progressing vigorously. The 4 radiant spirits floated around the huge crystal, continuously releasing purifying power. The polluted starry core, whose surface was black, was visibly peeling away, revealing a core that sparkled like stars beneath. Everything seemed to be developing in a good direction. However, the monsters outside appeared endless. For every one that fell, 2 more surged up. There was no fear in their eyes, only madness controlled by demonic energy. Gradually, Yun Xianxian and the Starry Hound's defenses began to be compressed. The Starry Hound was once again inflicted with new wounds, and the Holy Flame Fire Sparrow had dimmed somewhat due to the immense energy consumption. Yuan. There are more and more monsters. Yun Xianxian's voice, filled with urgency, called out. Lu Yuan did not answer, fine beads of sweat had formed on his forehead. Worse still, was the time. The reflection of the face scrying mirror could only last for 3 minutes. At that moment, a sudden change occurred. In the center of the battlefield, the figures of 2 mirrored radiant spirits suddenly began to flicker, becoming illusory. 3 minutes were up. Swish. 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 2 beams of light flashed, and at the same time, the images of the 2 radiant spirits transformed into light spots, dissipating into the air. The massive radiant light spirit domain that enveloped the entire cave instantly shrank by half, the light diminishing sharply. The starry core, which was about to be completely purified, saw the black demonic energy on its surface suddenly surge back, once again covering the star source that had just become visible. Purification, a failure. Roar. The Starry Hound at the entrance let out a reluctant roar. It could feel the damned eroding power returning. Yuan. The mirror can't hold up anymore. We're barely holding on. Yun Xianxian's scream came through. Her Holy Flame Fire Sparrow, in the moment when the purifying power weakened, was fiercely struck away by a heavy fist of a fire giant. Lu Yuan suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze swept across the precarious cave entrance, and then glanced at the star core once again shrouded in darkness. Just a little bit more. Without any hesitation, Lu Yuan sank all his spirit into his sea of consciousness. There, a mark quietly floated. This was his greatest trump card and his hope to turn everything around. He looked at the lonely shining Holy Spirit, floating in front of the crystal, still striving to release the light of purification. Talent, mark. Activate. Chapter 84, Purification completed. In Lu Yuan's sea of consciousness, the beast mark gathered and emerged. Following the contract, it entered the body of the shining Holy Spirit. Buzz. Golden mysterious patterns emerged from the connection of its contract with Lu Yuan, quickly spreading throughout its body. In an instant, the power exhausted by the shining Holy Spirit reappeared, its strength even surpassing before. That brilliance almost turned into substance. This is... At the entrance of the cave, Yun Xianxian, who was struggling, was stunned by this sudden change. She could feel that Lu Yuan's holy spirit was wildly increasing in power at an unimaginable speed. Silver intermediate, silver high, silver peak. In just a few breaths, it climbed to the shackles of the silver tier. Shining impact. A majestic voice, unlike anything a mortal being could produce, echoed throughout the cave. That was the voice of the shining Holy Spirit. Boom! A thick golden beam of light descended from the sky. The beam struck upon the polluted star core. There were no piercing sounds of dissolution, no violent energy clash. The dense abyssal demonic energy was completely erased the moment it touched the golden beam, leaving not a trace behind. Crack! Crack! Huge black crystal appeared with spiderweb-like cracks. Finally, with a crisp cracking sound, the entire black shell shattered and turned into powder. A fist-sized, radiant pure crystal core quietly floated in midair. Purification complete. Roar! Almost at the same time the star core was purified, the starhound fighting at the cave entrance suddenly let out a roar that shook the cave. The star energy erosion that troubled it for countless years vanished in that moment. A terrifying pressure, belonging to the golden peak or even subtly surpassing that level, swept over the whole place. The diamond-shaped blue crystal in its forehead burst forth with unprecedented brilliant light. Its golden fur moved as if without wind, shining with a star-like brilliance, and all its wounds healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. At this moment, it was the true king of this fallen star valley. Those monsters controlled by demonic energy felt this pressure and suddenly stopped their attacks, their eyes flashing with struggle and fear. But it was already too late. The starhound moved. Its figure transformed into a golden stream of light that could not be captured by sight, flashing through the crowd of monsters. No unnecessary movements. Just one claw. The tough-skinned molten guardian had its huge body neatly torn in half. The scorching lava couldn't even spurt out before being frozen and shattered by the ultimate star power. Another claw. The obsidian shell of the black stone warframe, which it was proud of, was smashed into a pile of debris as if it were made of paper, along with its body. That was not a battle, but a one-sided massacre. Where the golden stream of light passed, starlight shattered, and flesh and blood splattered everywhere. Yun Shanshan stood in a daze, her dark ranger and holy flame fire sparrow beside her had long since stopped attacking. Just a few seconds later, the entrance of the cave fell back into silence. There were no living beings standing, only the remains of monsters scattered all around. Who? Lu Yuan let out a long breath, his legs went weak, and he collapsed directly onto the ground. On the other side, Yun Shanshan also plopped down with a thud, patting her small chest as she breathed heavily, her face pale. The intense mental strain felt more exhausting than the physical fatigue. I survived. She murmured to herself. At that moment, the golden starry hound walked gracefully and powerfully in front of them. Its eyes, filled with the sea of stars, glanced at Lu Yuan, revealing gratitude, scrutiny, and recognition. It lowered its head, opened its mouth, and gently placed the contaminated star core in front of Lu Yuan. This was their initial deal. After doing all this, it did not leave. Instead, it turned and walked towards the messy battlefield. With a flick of its sharp claws and a sparkle of starlight, moments later, all the bodies of the slain monsters, with their intact materials and crystals, were wrapped in energy and piled up in front of Yun Shanshan. Fiery heart, phantom scorpion tail, obsidian armor plate, decayed magic flower pollen. Various silver-grade materials quickly formed a small mountain. Yun Shanshan blinked, then blinked again. The girl, who had been exhausted from her miraculous survival just a second ago, suddenly erupted with a dazzling light in her eyes, brighter than the pile of crystals. We struck it rich. She sprang from the ground like a fish leaping, showing no signs of weakness, and threw herself onto the pile of materials, hugging a fist-sized fiery heart, laughing without a care for her appearance. A Yuan, look. We've hit the jackpot. We can exchange for so many points when we go back. Seeing her adorable, money-crazy expression, Lu Yuan couldn't help but smile. He struggled to stand up and stowed away the contaminated star core. Then he placed the purified star core in front of the starry hound, which swallowed it without hesitation. After doing all this, Lu Yuan walked up to the small mountain and, together with Yun Shanshan, who wore a silly grin, stashed all the loot into their storage gear. Alright, we should go now. Lu Yuan clapped his hands. This harvest had far exceeded his expectations. The starry hound watched them, not hindering them, and quietly followed behind, seeing them to the cave entrance. Big dog, goodbye. Thank you for your gift. Yun Shanshan waved at it reluctantly. Lu Yuan also nodded at it, a farewell gesture. The two turned around, ready to continue exploring the Starfall Valley, filled with dangers and opportunities. However, just as they stepped out of the cave, they heard a rush of wind behind them. They turned back to see the magnificent starry hound had appeared at the cave entrance without them noticing. In their astonished gaze, this powerful beast at the peak of gold slowly lowered its noble head to the ground. Its meaning was crystal clear. Come up, I will take you. Chapter 85, Searching for Treasure Everywhere. Yun Shanshan looked at the giant dog with stars shimmering in front of her, then glanced at its head that was lowered to the ground, her peach blossom eyes wide in astonishment. A Yuan, is it asking us to get on? He did not refuse. The reason was simple: if the Starry Hound truly wanted to harm them, it could have attacked them when they were exhausted in the cave. Moreover, the information in his Beast Mastery handbook had quietly changed regarding it. Name, Starry Hound. Tier, Low Tier Platinum. Potential, 4 stars. Platinum Tier. This was a completely new level of life. It seemed the Starry Hound had gained a significant improvement after absorbing the purified star core. Lu Yuan understood very well that even if he used the imprint again now, there was no way he could match a platinum tier beast. Instead of guessing in vain, it's better to see what it really wants to do. Let's go. Lu Yuan tugged at the still-dazed Yun Shanshan and stepped forward first, walking to the side of the star hunting hound. Yun Shanshan responded with an "oh," instinctively following him. Lu Yuan leaped onto the hound's back. The golden fur of the star hunting hound felt peculiar, soft and smooth, as if it contained the power of the stars, radiating a gentle warmth that eased his tense nerves. Get on. He reached out his hand to Yun Shanshan. Yun Shanshan looked at his outstretched hand, her little face flushed, and without hesitation, she grabbed Lu Yuan's hand for support, lightly jumping up to sit behind him, wrapping her arms around his waist. Hold on tight, let's go. Lu Yuan reminded her. The star hunting hound seemed to understand his words, letting out a deep growl from its throat, and in the next moment, its strong limbs surged with power. There was no violent bumping or fierce wind hitting their faces. Its figure blurred in place, and the surrounding red wasteland quickly transformed into flowing, colorful lines. Star Realm Shuttle. It was similar to the sunshine leap of the Sunlight Saintess. Wow! Yun Shanshan couldn't help but exclaim. She saw the gorges and strange rocks on both sides morphing into retreating shadows, as if they were traveling through a tunnel paved with starlight. This feeling was both novel and thrilling. Ah Yuan, it's so amazing. It's faster than my mom's cloud-howling sky falcon. The girl's excited voice rang in his ears. It's also at the platinum level. Lu Yuan leaned against the warm hound's back and rarely felt relaxed. He had to admit, having a platinum-level bodyguard and mount in this perilous falling star valley provided an overwhelming sense of security. As Lu Yuan closed his eyes to rest, the star hunting hound gradually slowed down, finally stopping in front of a pile of rubble. Did we arrive? Yun Shanshan curiously peeked her head out. Before Lu Yuan could answer, a commotion suddenly erupted from the pile of rubble. Massive stones were thrust aside, and a huge creature covered with heavy stone armor, resembling a pangolin, emerged from the ground. Its crimson eyes stared fiercely at the two, emitting a threatening low growl, and a breath of platinum peak essence erupted. Name, Earthcracking Burrowing Beast. Rank, Platinum Peak. Yun Shanshan's heart instantly raced, and she instinctively wanted to summon her beast. However, the star hunting hound merely lazily lifted its eyelids and glanced at the earthcracking burrowing beast. A pressure emanating from the top of the life hierarchy was quietly released. Growl. In the previous second, the fierce earth-cracking burrowing beast appeared intimidating, but in the next second, its massive body suddenly stiffened, and that violent aura vanished without a trace. Fear, almost human-like, flashed in its crimson eyes as its entire body prostrated on the ground, trembling uncontrollably, not even daring to take a breath. The star-hunting hound impatiently snorted. The earth-cracking burrowing beast, as if granted a reprieve, hurriedly dug into the ground and vanished without a trace. Yun Shanshan. She opened her mouth in surprise, unable to say anything for a long time. That was it? Lu Yuan chuckled, jumping down from the hound's back and walking to the spot where the earth-cracking burrowing beast had just been. Beneath the turned soil, a plant, completely crystal clear and radiating a soft earth-yellow glow, was growing quietly. Name, Thick Earth Spirit Mushroom. Quality, Silver level. Effect, can greatly enhance the defense of Earth attribute beasts, or serve as a core material for forging defensive equipment. Wow! It's a Thick Earth Spirit Mushroom. Yun Shanshan instantly forgot the previous incident, her eyes shining as she rushed over, carefully digging it out and precious storing it into her storage ring. Ah Yuan. This is much faster than searching for it ourselves. Lu Yuan fully agreed. With the star hunting hound as a local guide, the efficiency was more than 10 times faster. The void map could help him discover treasures, but could not directly ignore the guardian like the starhound. The following journey turned into a crazy shopping spree. The starhound clearly knew this area well, it led the two, accurately finding hidden treasures one after another. In a valley burning with ground fire, they discovered a large chunk of scarlet flame essence gold exposed above the ground. A group of fiery lizard guardians, upon sensing the presence of the starhound, didn't even dare to show their heads. In a swamp shrouded in poisonous fog, they harvested dozens of precious corruption flowers. A few short-sighted silver high-level corrupt giant pythons attempted to ambush, but were swatted into the marsh by the Starhound, leaving no body behind, only a still intact poisonous crystal core, which the Starhound wrapped in energy and tossed in front of Yun Shanxian. Yun Shanxian was already completely numb. From her initial surprise scream to later excitement cheers, and now, it felt almost normal. She sat cross-legged on the hound's back like a little landlord collecting rent, skillfully directing the Starhound. "Big dog, under that rock on the left, yes, that one, I feel something." The Starhound gave her a helpless glance, went over as instructed, and indeed turned up a piece of starfall iron the size of a human head. Yun Shanxian's storage space was already packed full of various sparkling materials. "A1, my wristband can barely hold anything more," the girl complained sweetly and distressed, hugging a huge pile of loot. "Next time I come to the secret realm, I need to bring a bigger storage item. Big dog, you are really amazing." She patted the Starhound's neck, which merely wagged its tail comfortably, seeming to enjoy the title. Looking at her greedy expression, Lu Yuan couldn't help but smile. The rewards of this adventure had far exceeded his expectations. These resources would allow both him and Yun Shanxian's beast mastery to rise to a new level in a short time. Chapter 86, Bone Throat Digger Dragon. "A1, my wristband can barely hold anything more." Yun Shanxian sat cross-legged on the wide back of the Starhound, sweetly and distressfully complaining. She was hugging a large pile of material she had just scavenged from the nest of a Silver Peak corrupt giant python. The Starhound seemed to enjoy being called Big Dog, comfortably wagging its tail as it continued to move deeper into the valley. Under its guidance, the two swept away all the treasures in the surrounding area of the Starfall Valley. Lu Yuan looked at Yun Shanxian's cute money-hungry appearance and couldn't help but smile. The gains from this Starfall Valley adventure had far exceeded his imagination. At that moment, the Starhound's speed gradually slowed down, finally stopping in front of a collapsed ancient altar. The altar was made of unknown black rocks, covered with ancient runes that were already weathered and blurry, emanating a chill. In the center of the altar, a peculiar plant resembling a dragon's horn, entirely bone-white, was emitting a faint white glow. Name: Platinum Dragon Horn Mushroom. Quality: Golden Level. Effect: contains thin dragon blood and earth essence, can significantly strengthen the beast's physique and power. A golden level treasure. Lu Yuan and Yun Shanxian's breaths became slightly rapid. The Starhound gently set the two down from its back, then stepped forward, heading straight for the golden dragon horn mushroom. To it, dealing with the guardian and delivering the treasure to these two little ones was already a well-practiced routine. However, just as its paw stepped onto the black altar, an unexpected change occurred. Buzz! The ancient runes on the entire altar suddenly lit up. A series of golden chains suddenly floated up from the ground, wrapping around the limbs and body of the celestial hound. Howl! The celestial hound let out a puzzled roar, its platinum-level power not creating a single ripple against these golden chains. Before the stunned gazes of Lu Yuan and Yun Shanxian, the celestial hound's massive body, comparable to a warhorse, swiftly shrank at a visible rate. As the golden light dissipated, on the altar, a small dog, only slightly larger than the void-masked cat, completely golden and looking somewhat fierce yet adorable, was sitting there with a bewildered expression, shaking its head as if it hadn't realized what happened. Big dog? Yun Shanxian widened her peach blossom eyes and tentatively called out. The golden puppy lifted its head, bared its teeth at her, and made a sound from its throat, but the sound had no intimidation at all, instead, it resembled a pout. However, Lu Yuan's expression turned extremely serious at this moment. On his beast-taming illustrated guide, the panel of the celestial hound had undergone a drastic change. Name: Celestial Hound. Rank: Silver Intermediate, Sealed. Status: Ancient Seal, Bloodline Restrained, needs to sign a soul contract with the Beast Tamer, can gradually unlock the seal along with the Beast Tamer's increasing strength. It has been sealed. Lu Yuan conveyed the information from the guide to the still confused puppy. Its strength has dropped to Silver Intermediate, and it needs to sign a contract to recover. The celestial hound froze. In its starry eyes, confusion was first replaced by anger, then transformed into a deep sense of helplessness and frustration. It just wanted to repay a favor and take these two interesting humans on a treasure hunt. How did it end up like this? However, this land clearly had no intention of giving them time to think or communicate. Boom! The entire ground shook violently, the land behind the altar suddenly bulging upwards, and then it exploded. A terrifying giant beast, over 30 meters long and composed entirely of eerie white bones, burst out from the ground. Its head resembled that of a malevolent dragon, with an exceptionally large jawbone. Name: Bone Throat Earth Dragon. Rank: Gold High Tier. Potential: 3 stars. Skills: Bone Breath, Death Crush, Earth Burrow. If the celestial hound were at its peak, such a monster might not withstand even one of its claws. But now. Roar! The bone-throat earth dragon clearly noticed the intruders. 2 bluish soul flames ignited in its hollow eye sockets, locking onto the weak aura of the golden puppy and the 2 humans beside it. To it, these were just a few bugs that could be crushed with ease. The celestial hound unleashed an angry roar at the giant dragon, trying to condense the power of the stars once more, but all it received in return was an empty feeling inside. Run! Lu Yuan decisively grabbed Yun Shanshan and turned to flee. Yun Shanshan reacted quickly, bending down to scoop up the dazed golden puppy and the golden dragon horngrass into her arms as she ran out. Hold on tight. Boom! Just as they left the altar, a breath of bones and corrosive energy struck fiercely at the spot they had just occupied. This breath corroded the hard black rocks, creating a sizzling large pit. The three, not looking back, began to sprint madly in the direction they came from. The bone-throat earth dragon let out an enraged roar, its massive body chasing relentlessly behind them. This way. Lu Yuan's void map had already locked onto a narrow rock fissure nearby. He pulled Yun Shanshan and suddenly dove to the side, both quickly scrambling into the fissure that was only wide enough for one person. Boom! The giant claws of the bone-throat earth dragon followed closely behind. The claws slammed sharply against the rock wall outside the fissure. The gravel splashed, and the entire cave shook violently, as if it could collapse at any moment. Due to its enormous size, it could not enter this crack at all, only able to roar and crash angrily outside, venting its fury. Inside the cave, Yun Shanshan held the equally frightened golden puppy in her arms, gasping for breath, her small face pale. That was so close. Lu Yuan leaned against the cold rock wall, his face even worse than hers. On his empty map, a huge red dot representing the bone-throat burrowing dragon blocked the cave entrance. But this was not the worst part. The worst part was that around the map, 7 or 8 red dots, not inferior in brightness to high-level silver, were attracted by the commotion in the area, closing in on them from all directions towards the crack they were in. With a golden dragon blocking the front and countless high-level silver pursuers behind, they had already fallen into a desperate situation. Lu Yuan took a deep breath and looked at the frightened Yun Shanshan beside him. Shanshan. His voice was calm, but full of reluctance. Crush the rescue badge. Crush the rescue badge. Yun Shanshan was stunned for a moment. The rescue badge was the Academy's last guarantee and a symbol of admitting one's helplessness. With her pride, she wouldn't want to use it until the very last moment. But she just looked into Lu Yuan's eyes, where that always calm gaze showed no hesitation at this moment. She understood. This adventure in the Falling Star Valley had already far exceeded expectations. Whether it was the experience in Falling Star Valley or the mountain of precious materials, they were more than enough for them to digest for a long time. There was no need to bet their lives here again. Yun Shanshan no longer hesitated, took out the delicate badge from her storage ring, and squeezed it hard. Crack! With a soft sound, the badge turned into little specks of light, merging into the air, disappearing without a trace. After doing all this, the two of them and the dog remained silent, quietly waiting. The bone-throat burrowing dragon outside seemed to sense something, and its attacks became even more frenzied, shaking the entire crack violently. Time passed minute by minute. The attacks outside were more intense and urgent. Just as Yun Shanshan's heart was about to leap to her throat, the air in front of them suddenly rippled. Then, a space door radiating soft white light quietly tore through the air, opening out of nowhere. A lazy figure stepped out from the door while yawning. Lan Liuli was dressed in loose home clothes, wearing fuzzy slippers, looking as if she hadn't fully woken up, a stark contrast to the chaotic scene outside. At her feet was a small beast, completely snow-white, about the size of a palm, looking like both a cat and a fox, curiously surveying the surroundings. TSK, I really didn't expect you two little ones to be so willing to use it. Lan Liuli stretched, her gaze sweeping over the somewhat dusty two and the golden puppy in Yun Shanshan's arms, with a smirk of mockery at the corners of her mouth. Let's go, my little bai is charging by the second, remember to reimburse me the points when we get back. Lu Yuan's gaze lingered on the beast named Little Bai for a moment. Just as the beast's profile was about to appear in his beast care catalog, Lan Liuli had already stepped through the space door, pulling the white little beast back into the contract space. He suppressed his curiosity, walked up to the still dazed golden puppy, crouched down to meet its gaze. Outside is our world, if you come with us, you may never return. If you stay here, waiting for the seal to be lifted, you will still be the king of this valley. Lu Yuan's voice was very calm. Do you want to come with us? The star hunting dog, no, it should be called the golden puppy, fell silent. In those eyes holding the vastness of the star sea, a flicker of struggle passed through. Leaving this land where it was born and raised, going to a completely unfamiliar world, becoming a weak human's beast or being tamed. For a former platinum ruler, this was hard to accept. But it looked again at Lu Yuan, this human saved it from endless pain. It glanced once more at Yun Shanshan, who did not choose to abandon it during its weakest moment, but instead fled together with it. The roar outside grew closer, as if urging it to make a decision. In the end, it seemed to have made up its mind, and in Yun Shanshan's surprised gaze, it leaped. It landed steadily in her arms, then found a comfortable position, burying its head inside. The choice had been made. Let's go, Lu Yuan smiled, holding Yin Chanqian's hand and stepping through the spatial door without looking back. Crossing through a thin curtain of water, the scene in front opened up suddenly. The familiar living room, warm lighting, with a faint fragrance of tea floating in the air. Su Yueli was sitting elegantly on the sofa, as if she had been waiting there for a long time. Upon seeing the two appear safe and sound, there was no sign of surprise in her gentle eyes. Once all three and the beast passed through, Lan Liuli snapped her fingers, and the spatial door behind them quietly closed, disappearing without a trace. You've worn my little buyout. Lan Liuli flopped onto the sofa, sinking into it and weakly waving her hand. Little Lu Yuan, little Qianqian, the bill for this rescue service will be sent directly to your academy account, remember to check it. Lu Yuan and Yun Qianqian exchanged a glance, both seeing the helplessness in each other's eyes. Aunt Yueli. Mom. The two greeted obediently. Su Yueli put down her teacup, looking at them gently. Tell me all about this experience. Lu Yuan briefly recounted their encounter in the Falling Star Valley. When they heard about being surrounded by 7 high-tier silver monsters and how they turned danger into safety in such an unbelievable way, even Su Yueli and Lan Liuli showed surprise in their eyes. And when Yun Qianqian proudly dumped the spoils from her storage ring onto the carpet, the atmosphere in the entire living room changed. Clatter, clatter. Molten heart, ghost scorpion tail, crimson flame gold, poisonous flower, thick earthlingji, various sparkling silver-grade materials, with some golden-grade materials among them. These materials piled together formed a small mound in an instant. The rich energy fluctuations mixed together made the air in the entire villa feel dense. My goodness. 1 second, Lan Liuli was flopped on the sofa playing dead, and the next second, she sat up like a carp leaping out of water, her beautiful eyes wide open, glued to that pile of materials, almost drooling. Did you turn over the Falling Star Valley? Yin Qianqian proudly put her hands on her hips, lifting her snowy white chin, all thanks to the big dog. She patted the golden puppy that was pretending to be asleep in her arms. Su Yueli's gaze also fell on the small dog. She could sense that this little beast contained an extremely pure and powerful strength, but this strength seemed to be restrained by some stronger rule. This little guy, is it the Starhound you mentioned? Su Yueli's tone was filled with curiosity. Yes. Yun Qianqian proudly held the puppy up in front of Su Yueli. Mom, Aunt Liuli, you absolutely won't guess what tier it originally was. Lan Liuli leaned over, examining it closely, pouting. Its aura is only mid-silver, but its potential is good, looks like a 4-star. Wait, was it originally a golden tier? In her view, being sealed from golden tier to silver tier was already quite unbelievable. Lu Yuan looked at them and uttered 2 words. Platinum. Chapter 88, The Choice of the Starhound. Platinum. When these 2 words were spoken by Lu Yuan, the air in the living room, which had been warmed by the pile of materials, seemed to be instantly sucked dry, frozen into ice. Just a second ago, the blue blaze, with its eyes shining like a treasure-hunting groundhog, pounced on the pile of materials, and its mocking smile completely froze, as if someone had pressed the pause button on it. Su Yueli's movement also showed a barely perceptible pause in mid-air. For the first time, her gentle eyes truly focused on the golden little beast in Yun Qianqian's arms, a flicker of surprise flashing in her gaze. In the living room, only Yun Qianqian, holding the little dog, proudly raised her chin. The golden puppy in her arms seemed to sense that the atmosphere was off and impatiently wagged its tail. Platinum, platinum? Blue Blaze's voice was dry. Little Lu Yuan, you weren't knocked silly by that giant bone dragon, were you? This little thing is platinum? She almost floated to Yun Qianqian's front, cautiously extending her finger, wanting to poke the little dog, yet afraid of being bitten, her finger stretched and retracted in mid-air, looking quite comical. It was sealed by an ancient altar. Lu Yuan simply recounted the information given by the Beastmaster manual. Its bloodline and rank are both sealed, and it currently has only the strength of an intermediate silver level. To lift the seal, it must sign a contract with a Beastmaster, and then its strength will gradually unlock as the Beastmaster's rank increases. This statement plunged the 2 epic tier warriors present into silence. A beast with a potential of 4 stars, that could peak at the platinum level, could be recultivated from the silver level due to the seal. What does this mean? It means that on this beast's path of growth, there are almost no bottlenecks. As long as its Beastmaster can continue to break through, it can restore itself to its former height and then surpass its peak. This is no longer just a fortune, it is a divine gift that could drive any Beastmaster mad. Interesting. Su Yueli stood up, leisurely walking in front of Yun Qianqian. Although the pressure characteristic of an epic tier warrior wasn't released, the invisible aura made the surrounding air grow heavy. She gazed at the golden puppy with great interest. The Starhound seemed to sense the danger, it no longer feigned sleep, and its golden fur stood up slightly. It growled softly in its throat, baring its not yet fully grown baby teeth towards Su Yueli, trying to warn this human who made it feel extremely uneasy. Yun Qianqian hurriedly patted its head to soothe it. Good dog, this is my mom, not a bad person. Su Yueli's lips curled into a shallow smile. She did not retreat due to the Starhound's threat, rather, she reached out her hand, seemingly wanting to pet its head. Just as her fingertips were about to touch the golden fur in an instant, the Starhound suddenly opened its mouth, ready to bite. At that very moment, the air in the entire living room suddenly became heavy. No strong winds, no energy fluctuations, not even a sound. But Lu Yuan and Yun Shanxian simultaneously felt a shiver from the depths of their souls. It was as if an invisible giant hand had clutched the heart of the entire space. It was pure, originating from rank suppression. The pressure of the epic tear. Just a second ago still fierce and fierce, the Starhound's body suddenly froze, and the starry-eyed pupils were instantly filled with endless fear. It seemed to see a starry sea that could not be crossed, while it was just a tiny speck of dust within it. Don't mention its current self, even its peak self could only run in the face of this momentum. Woo! A cry laced with sorrowful cries, that pride belonging to Platinum was crushed under absolute power. Its whole body softened, the head whoosh buried deeply in Yun Shanxian's soft embrace, the small body trembling. That look, how timid it was, how wronged it seemed. Su Yueli was satisfied to retract her aura, the heavy pressure in the living room disappearing like smoke. She amusingly looked at the platinum tier puppy acting dead in her daughter's arms and shook her head. So, what do you plan to do? Su Yueli's gaze turned to Lu Yuan. You two, neither of you have any spare contract slots now. Who will contract this little guy? This was a very realistic question. Lu Yuan looked at the little dog with a tiny golden tail tip peeking out from Yun Shanxian's embrace. Let's wait until we both advance to the golden tier and have new contract slots, Lu Yuan said. By then, we'll see which one it chooses. This was undoubtedly the fairest and most secure way to handle it. However, just as his voice fell, the starry hunting dog that had been burrowing its head suddenly moved. It lifted its head from Yun Shanxian's arms, first glancing warily at the smiling Su Yueli, then turning its head, using its star-like eyes to gaze intently at Lu Yuan. Just as everyone thought the starry hunting dog had made its choice. It then stuck out its pink tongue and gently licked the back of Yun Shanxian's hand, finding a more comfortable position to rest its head on her arm, closing its eyes, looking like it had made a determined choice. The choice was already obvious. Yun Shanxian's heart was instantly melted. She hugged the little dog, her eyes bright and curved. Yuan, look, the big dog chose me. Lu Yuan chuckled silently and nodded. In that case, let's temporarily leave this little guy in Shanxian's care, Su Yueli decided firmly, her gaze sweeping over the pile of shimmering materials. As for these things, you can handle them yourselves. Both of you did well this time, so I'll give you 2 days off to rest and digest your gains. Yay! Long live Mom! Yun Shanxian cheered. Thank you, Aunt Yueli. Lu Yuan also let out a sigh of relief. This adventure in the Falling Star Valley had indeed strained his nerves too tightly. Wait. Lan Liuli finally came back to her senses from the impact of the platinum tier puppy. She rubbed her hands and maliciously approached the pile of materials. Little Chanshan, you see, Aunt Liuli dispatched my little by, crossing space to fetch you back. This consumes quite a lot. About the bill. While saying this, she secretly used her toes to tug a large molten heart towards her. Yun Shanxian immediately opened her arms to protect her treasure mountain, like a protective little dragon. Aunt Liuli. Mom said these belong to us. We will pay for the rescue points. Oh, talking about points is so emotionally damaging, Lan Liuli exclaimed, feigning heartache. Look at this piece of crimson flame gold, such good quality, just consider it a snack for little Bai. No way. Watching the two nearly quarrel over some materials, Lu Yuan shook his head helplessly, yet his eyes carried a smile. The peace after surviving, and the daily noise with partners. This feeling is truly wonderful. Chapter 89, Exchange Points. In the living room of the villa halfway up the mountain, the atmosphere was once quite strange. Lan Liuli and Yun Shanxian, one scheming to seize and the other swearing to defend, battled over the ownership of that pile of materials. In the end, it was Su Yueli's light cough that brought this farce to an end, with Lan Liuli regretfully retracting her foot reaching for the crimson flame gold. Lu Yuan cleverly slipped a molten heart and some blazing crystal fruits to Lan Liuli. This made Lan Liuli's mood instantly lift, and she shaped her lips at Lu Yuan, saying, "Little Lu Yuan, well done. Alright, you two little ones, go organize the things." Su Yueli helplessly shook her head, clearly having seen the actions of the two. Relax well these 2 days, don't always keep a tight string. Hooray! Thank you, Mom. Yun Shanxian cheered and immediately pulled Lu Yuan, rushing toward her room, tightly hugging the golden puppy. In Yun Shanxian's room, the carpet was quickly drowned in materials sparkling with various mysterious colors. Yuan, look at this, the flower core of rotting demon flower, so beautiful. Yun Shanxian pinched a flower emitting a faint purple glow, looking enchanted, completely ignoring the not-so-pleasant word in its name. And this obsidian armor plate, so black and shiny, can it be made into a mirror? Lu Yuan looked at her greedy look that seemed eager to roll in the pile of materials, shaking his head with a smile. He did not pay attention to the girl's fanciful thoughts but sat cross-legged, categorizing the materials one by one. His movements were not fast but very organized. Every time he picked up a material, the information from the Beastmaster handbook flowed automatically through his mind. Heart of Molten Fire, silver-level material, containing pure fire energy, can be used for skill enhancement of the Holy Flame Fire Sparrow. Thick Earth Ganoderma, silver-level material, can greatly enhance the defense and strength of Earth attribute beasts. Meteor Iron, silver-level material, can be directly absorbed by the Void Shade, enhancing the sharpness of the Dimension Blade. Most materials had great benefits for their current phase of beast mastering. Yun Shanxian quickly put away her playful thoughts and independently sat opposite Lu Yuan, earnestly helping to organize. The golden puppy seemed to have finally recovered from Su Yueli's epic-level pressure. It cautiously stretched out its head, curiously surveying the toys scattered everywhere, and finally found a low-level energy crystal to chew on with its still-developing baby teeth. The two spent more than an hour before finishing sorting this treasure mountain. These are useless to us for now, or their value exceeds their practical use. Lu Yuan pushed a small pile of materials to the center, trade them for points, much more cost-effective. Yun Shanxian looked at that pile of eliminated materials, and even though it only accounted for 1/6 of the total, the number still made her heart race. She nodded vigorously, her small face full of excitement. Okay. Let's go now. I want to empty the rewards list of the Points Mall. Binding Academy, Points Mall. This place was always the liveliest in the entire academy, bustling with people, students coming and going with expressions of either anticipation or pain in their hearts. When Lu Yuan and Yun Shanxian walked into the exchange shop side by side, they did not attract much attention. The one in charge of the exchange was a seemingly lazy senior, who lazily lifted his eyelids and asked in a programmed way, "What do you two juniors want to exchange?" Yun Shanxian cleared her throat and proudly waved her hand. Clatter. A few fist-sized hearts of molten fire, still radiating residual heat, were piled onto the exchange counter, their dark red glow instantly attracting the attention of several surrounding students. Ha! Is that the heart of molten fire dropped by the Molten Fire Guardian? Pretty good quality, at least silver mid-tier. The lazy senior's gaze became a bit more serious, reaching out to get the specialized instrument. However, this was just the beginning. Lu Yuan walked up expressionlessly and poured out the items from his storage ring. Clatter, clatter, clatter. If what Yun Shanxian took out was merely an appetizer, then what Lu Yuan poured out was a feast of great luxury. The ghostly green ghost scorpion tail, a stack of obsidian armor plates, the metallic gleam of crimson gold, and dozens of well-preserved rotting flowers. Various silver-level materials of different attributes and forms instantly piled up on the wide exchange counter, even causing a few pieces to roll onto the ground. The entire exchange area fell into a dead silence. Everyone's eyes were firmly fixed on the small mountain made of materials. The rich energy fluctuations in the air made every Beastmaster present feel a dry throat. The lazy senior dropped the instrument in his hand with a pop on the ground. My eyes must not be blurry, right? A passing student rubbed his eyes vigorously, his voice trembling. That is the tail needle of a phantom scorpion. A high-level silver material. The last time I encountered one during a mission, it almost wiped us out. And that pile of crimson flame gold. My god, how much is that? Enough to forge a top-tier silver armor set, right? Who are these two people? Did they rob some dangerous secret realm? The crowd erupted into chaos. More and more students were drawn to the commotion here, surrounding the small exchange area tightly. Countless shocked, envious, and jealous gazes focused on Lu Yuan and Yun Shanxian. Those who reacted quickly had already quietly turned on the recording function of their bracelets, capturing this spectacular moment and uploading it to the college's internal forum with a sensational title. Breaking news! 2 new students clean out the points exchange, suspected to have emptied the Falling Star Valley. The commotion in the exchange area soon alerted the person in charge of the shop. A seemingly capable middle-aged mentor rushed over, and when he saw the scene at the exchange platform, he couldn't help but gasp. He took a deep glance at the calm-faced Lu Yuan and the proudly smiling Yun Shanxian, and immediately called in several professional appraisers and several large precision instruments. Counting began. The entire process lasted nearly half an hour. Each material was appraised, evaluated, and then transformed into a string of numbers projected onto the light screen above the exchange area. The surrounding onlookers were utterly stunned. They watched the 2 soaring score numbers on the light screen, feeling like their worldview was being repeatedly ground into the ground. Final count completed. When the middle-aged mentor announced the results, his voice was filled with shock. Student Yun Shanxian, total exchange, 231,400 points. Student Lu Yuan, total exchange, 215,000 points. Boom! The crowd completely boiled over. Over 400,000 points. What does this mean? Many students earned about 100,000 points through a full year's hard work doing tasks and exploring secret realms. Yet now, these two had exchanged in one go what others achieved in an entire year. Yun Shanxian looked at the string of shining numbers on her bracelet, her peach blossom eyes happily narrowing into crescent moons as if she could see countless rare evolution materials beckoning to her. Lu Yuan remained calm. While that amount of points was impressive, he knew very well that the things he hadn't taken out of his storage space in the stellar source core, purified by the Holy Spirit, were the real, priceless gains from this adventure. Under the countless gazes that regarded them like monsters, the two put away their bracelets and turned to leave. As they passed, the crowd automatically parted to create a path. Ah Yuan, Yun Shanxian leaned closer to Lu Yuan and whispered excitedly. Are we now the rich people of Beiming Academy? Lu Yuan looked at her cute little money-grabber expression and slightly raised the corners of his mouth. Maybe. But money is just to become stronger. Chapter 90, The Price Tag of Blue Glass. This time, the two did not rush into the points mall to splurge like they did when they first received their points. The treasures they acquired from Falling Star Valley were enough for their current beast companions to digest and absorb for a long time. Lu Yuan understood better than anyone the saying that one cannot chew more than they can swallow. The urgent matter is something else. Let's go find Aunt Lan, Lu Yuan said. Huh? Why? Yun Shanxian was still immersed in the joy of becoming a little rich woman, feeling a bit confused upon hearing this. To pay back the debt, Lu Yuan replied succinctly. Only then did Yun Shanxian remember they owed her a huge favor. The two inquired with Su Yueli about the location of Lan Lioli. The answer was a bit unexpected, the central battle training field. When they arrived, they saw a completely unfamiliar Lan Lioli. Inside the exclusive training ground covered by a high-intensity barrier, there was no longer the lazy homebody in fluffy slippers slumped on the sofa yawning. In her place was a demon instructor dressed in blue tight gear, with a cold expression and eyes sharp as blades. Number 3, you released Stormhawk 4 Wind Blade Dance 0.3 seconds too late. On the battlefield, that 0.3 seconds is enough for the enemy to snap your neck. Additional penalty of 50 combo moves. Number 5. Does your rock turtle only know how to retract its shell? Defense is not about being a target. Use Rock Eruption to interrupt the opponent's attack rhythm. Where's your brain? The icy commands echoed without any emotion in the training ground. Inside, several students dressed in elite uniforms of Beiming Academy were commanding their spirit beasts in intense confrontation as if facing a formidable enemy. Every face was marked with exhaustion, but their eyes filled with ultimate awe. Lu Yuan and Yun Shanxian stood outside the field, staring at this scene and exchanging glances. Yun Shanxian stared, her mouth slightly open, unable to close it for quite a while. Is this still the Aunt Lan who would snatch snacks from her and act like a spoiled child for materials? At that moment, Lan Lioli seemed to sense their arrival, her gaze sweeping over. Almost instantly, the layer of frost on her face, keeping people at a distance, melted like spring snow, replaced by the familiar smile they knew, a mix of laziness and teasing. She shouted to the field, everyone take a 10-minute break, then strolled leisurely over. Oh, two little rich folks, what brings you here to inspect my work? Yun Shanxian couldn't help but curiously ask, Aunt Lan, what are you doing? Preparing a few guys for this year's college spirit beast competition, Lan Lioli said, stretching lazily as she casually explained. Lu Yuan suddenly recalled that when they first enrolled, Lan Lioli had mentioned she was one of the main organizers for this competition. Ah, what a pity, Lan Lioli said as she looked them up and down, pretending to sigh in regret. If you two weren't still at the silver rank, I would definitely have dragged you in as muscle. But this year, it's too late, with only 5 months left, I'm afraid you'd miss it. What sounded like regret was actually an extremely high acknowledgement. Lu Yuan did not bite back and directly stated their purpose, Aunt Lan, we are here to pay the points for the rescue badge. Oh? Lan Lioli's eyes lit up. Immediately, she put on a "we are family, talking about money would hurt feelings" expression, but her words were completely different. Since you are so sincere, I can't refuse, she smiled, holding up 2 fingers. Considering Yueli's face, I'll give you a discount, 10,000 points each, and this will be settled. 10,000? Yun Shanxian's eyes widened instantly, her voice shot up an octave. 10,000 each? Aunt Lan, why don't you just go rob a bank? She felt her heart bleeding, that was 200,000 points. How many good things could they buy in the points shop? However, Lu Yuan beside her didn't even frown. He simply nodded calmly, raised his hand to the wristband, and operated it decisively. Beep. With a soft sound, 100,000 points were transferred out. Yun Shanxian watched Lu Yuan's actions, and the words that followed got stuck in her throat. She pouted, angry and frustrated, although her heart ached, she reluctantly raised her hand ring and transferred 100,000 points. Watching a large sum of money instantly disappear from her account, the girl's expression was like someone had snatched away her beloved candy. Lan Liuli looked at the 200,000 points that had suddenly appeared in her account, satisfied, with her eyes curved in a happy smile. She patted the shoulders of both of them, saying, not bad, there's potential. Alright, go play. I have to continue training that group of little brats. After saying this, she turned and walked back to the training ground, her smile instantly vanishing as she transformed back into that cold, ruthless devil instructor. Returning to the villa on the hillside, Yun Shanshan plopped down on the sofa, hugging a cushion, her mouth still mumbling non-stop. It's so unfair. Aunt Lan is so unfair. That was 200,000 points. Just a move of her finger to open a door, how easy is that to earn? Lu Yuan watched her adorable mourning for the points and couldn't help but laugh. He poured himself a glass of water and said slowly, Shanshan, go into the points mall system, search for rescue badge, and then check how much Aunt Lan's rescue is priced. Ha! Yun Shanshan was momentarily stunned, although she didn't understand, she still followed his advice and operated it on her hand ring. Soon, a line of golden, specially marked product information appeared on the screen. Special service product, directed space rescue. Service provider, Mentor Lan Liuli. Service description, no matter where you are, limited to this dimension, Mentor Lan Liuli will personally open a space channel for you, ensuring a 100% success rate for rescue. Price, 500,000 points/time. Stock, none. Note, this service is a non-public product, only available for listing by Mentor Lan Liuli with her permission. Yun Shanshan stared at the long string of zeros on the screen, counting carefully 3 times. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000. 500,000. She couldn't help but swallow, her throat feeling a bit dry. The entire living room was so quiet you could hear a pin drop, only the sound of the girl's slightly hurried breathing could be heard. Finally, she understood. No wonder when they came out from the space door yesterday, her mom was just leisurely sitting on the sofa drinking tea, with no worries at all. Because to her mom, as long as Lan Liuli made a move, it meant absolute safety. That was a rescue worth 500,000 points, or even beyond points, swapping an available number for a 100% successful rescue. Thinking about it this way, the two of them only spent 200,000 points, which was a huge profit. Yun Shanshan's expression changed from pain to shock, then to relief, and finally turned into understanding. Hugging the cushion, she murmured softly, it doesn't seem so unfair after all. Chapter 91, Challenge the Cold Abyss Ranking. After the storm, the villa on the hillside had rarely regained its former tranquility. Yun Shanshan, like a lazy kitten, curled up on the soft sofa, her legs crossed, hugging a silk cushion, engrossed in fiddling with the light screen projected by her hand ring. The expenditure of 200,000 points did not diminish her joy of becoming a little rich woman. At this moment, she was enthusiastically browsing the Academy forum, checking out various interesting news and gossip that had happened during the days they were away. Oh? Dongfang Shuo is quite fast, huh? A trending post caught her attention. The title of the post was very eye-catching. New King Ascendant? New student Dongfang Shuo strongly challenges, achieving 8th position on the Cold Abyss ranking. Opening the post, a clipped battle video instantly started playing. In the video, Dongfang Shuo maintained his calm and composed demeanor, commanding his Hurricane Mantis, Underworld Spider, and Cannon Bear, defeating 3 elderly students guarding the ranking with a crushing might. The seamless cooperation between his beasts was, and his precise grasp of the fighter jet made the comment section below the video erupt. Wow! Dongfang Shuo is so amazing. The speed of that mantis's attack is simply invisible. This is the pride of our new students this year. In my opinion, if not for bad luck, the first place in the freshman competition is definitely his. The comment above is right. Although Lu Yuan performed well in the secret realm, who knows if he was just clinging to Yun Shanshan. True personal strength still needs to be seen in the arena. Exactly, look at him since school started, apart from the freshman competition, when has he actively ranked? Probably scared, after all, luck cannot always be on your side. Yun Shanshan originally watched with great interest, but when she saw the following few comments, her beautiful peach blossom eyes instantly narrowed. What is clinging to a strong back? What is being scared? The girl's cheeks puffed up angrily, her fair fingers tapping loudly on the light screen, and she immediately started a confrontation in the comment section with a user called Truth Only Exists Within Cannon Range. Shanshan doesn't want to talk to you, you know nothing. My Yuan is the strongest. You don't even know what his beast is. Truth only exists within cannon range, strongest? The strongest can only hide behind a woman? If he has the ability, let him challenge the Han Yuan list, don't just talk without practice. Shanshan doesn't want to talk to you, just you wait. Yun Shanshan angrily shut off the light screen. Yun Shanshan looked at Lu Yuan, who was checking the data beside her, and said indignantly, Yuan. We should also challenge that Han Yuan list. Look at them, they have belittled us. Just a few days of absence, and these people have forgotten who left them in fear. Lu Yuan slowly opened his eyes, looking at the angry expression of the girl, feeling somewhat amused. He reached out, habitually ruffling her hair, and said in a calm tone, "What are you comparing with them? In terms of strength, even I may not be your match among the same rank. You are already very strong. What you need to do is surpass your past self, not live in the evaluations of others." His words carried a convincing peace, and the anger in Yun Shanxian's heart instantly dissipated by more than half. But she still murmured a bit unconvinced, but they say that about you, and I just feel unhappy. Just then, a gentle voice came from beside them. Shanxian is right this time. Little Yuan, you really should participate in the ranking challenge. Su Yueli came out of the kitchen holding 2 cups of frozen fruit tea, placing them on the coffee table in front of the two. She looked at Lu Yuan, her gaze gentle yet serious. Did you forget what I said to you before? Lu Yuan's eyes shifted slightly, recalling what Su Yueli had said when he first arrived at Beiming in front of the Beiming double rankings. Although the Han Yuan list's fame and value are far inferior to the Tian Shuang list, Su Yueli spoke slowly. It is still one of the most watched stages in the academy. Challenging is not just for those score rewards, more importantly, you need an opportunity to prove your strength to the entire academy and even higher levels. Your performance in the freshman secret realm was remarkable, but that was a closed trial. Aside from a few, no one knows what you all went through. The ranking challenge is different. Every battle will be witnessed by countless eyes. Higher visibility and stronger display of strength will make the academy's higher-ups invest more attention and resources in your future Space Rift plan. You must let them see that you have value far exceeding that of your peers. Su Yueli's words were like a key, unlocking the last doubt in Lu Yuan's heart. Everything he did ultimately aimed at becoming stronger and searching for his parents. And the Space Rift plan is undoubtedly the most crucial step for him at this stage. Su Yueli's words made him fully understand the necessity of gaining fame. He nodded, looking at Su Yueli, his eyes no longer showing any hesitation. I understand, Aunt Yueli. He picked up the fruit tea, drank it in one go, and then said, tomorrow, I will go. Yay! Yun Shanxian immediately cheered, her earlier worries about points vanished in an instant. She quickly opened the holographic screen on her bracelet again, finding the post from before. Under the comment "Truth only lies within cannon range," she declared her victory. Shanxian doesn't want to deal with you, open your eyes and see clearly. My Ai Yuan is going to challenge tomorrow. If you can, don't run. Chapter 92 Analysis. Going tomorrow. Yun Shanxian's words were powerful, as if she had already seen Lu Yuan rising to the top of the Cold Abyss ranking, trampling all doubters beneath his feet. Her small face was filled with excitement, and her peach blossom eyes sparkled as a bold idea suddenly popped into her mind. Ai Yuan. She grabbed Lu Yuan's arm, her eyes shining as if she had discovered a new continent. Let's make another betting market. Let's earn big from them. She still vividly remembered their previous success in the freshman competition's betting market. Lu Yuan was not surprised at her words. Given Yun Shanxian's character, it would have been strange for her to miss such an opportunity to earn points. He thought for a moment and said, sure. In Beiming Academy, starting a betting market wasn't something done on a whim. The academy system would assess the market's reasonableness, and the most important rule was that the outcome must have enough uncertainty. For example, having Dongfang Shua, ranked 80, challenge the first-ranked Situ Longyue would obviously not work, as it would be a guaranteed loss. Because this is not a competition, but a one-sided scoring gift. On the contrary, if the strengths of both challengers were close, or there were enough variables to overturn common understanding, then the betting market would have its value. Lu Yuan's gaze fell on his bracelet, his fingertips lightly tapping. He suddenly remembered the lazy yet sharp face of Lan Lioli. Exactly, I owe Aunt Lan a favor from last time. This time when I open a market, I should give her a heads up. Yun Shanxian immediately leaned closer and whispered, so what are we betting this time? Directly challenging the first place? No, Lu Yuan shook his head, a meaningful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Let's bet on whether I can successfully challenge the 51st place in the Cold Abyss ranking. 51st place. This rank is neither high nor low, but full of subtle challenges. For a new student who had just started school for a few months, this was an almost audacious goal. But for Lu Yuan, who had created countless miracles, it seemed not so unreachable. The uncertainty was maximized. Yun Shanxian immediately understood Lu Yuan's intention, clapping her hands excitedly, great. Let's do it. The girl's movements were extremely quick, and with a few clicks, she created a new betting market on the Academy forum. The title was as arrogant as ever, instantly attracting the attention of all students online. Madman or Immortal? Freshman Lu Yuan opens a market again, challenging the 51st place in the Cold Abyss ranking with a weakness against strength. Once the market was out, the Academy forum, which had been quiet for a few days, erupted again. Am I seeing things? 51st place? Who is this new student Lu Yuan? So brave? Brother upstairs, are you a mountain dweller? You don't even know Lu Yuan? The double champion of freshman competition and freshman secret realm. I know him. His strength is indeed strong, but this is too unbelievable. The senior at 51st place in the Cold Abyss ranking, I remember he is at the Silver Peak and has an extremely complete beast control lineup. Is he really going to fight against him? Exactly, the current 81st place is Dongfang Shua. I see Lu Yuan's strength, at best, is about equal to Dongfang Shua. Challenging the 51st place. Purely a flight of fancy. I really don't know how this betting was opened. Since it has been opened, Lu, will not hold back. I will bet on his loss. Let's start with 20,000 points. The forum buzzed with chatter, but over 90% of people believed that Lu Yuan's actions were merely a way to attract attention, that he was going crazy for points. At that moment, a post was pushed to the top, attempting to clear Lu Yuan's name. The poster was a member of the Dongfang Shua team, who shared a portion of the video showing everyone working together to fight the Golden Stage 9 Serpent of Hell deep in the 10,000 Snake Cave. In the video, Lu Yuan's Legion of Light withstood the mental shock from the Golden Stage, creating a crucial environment for the team's output. Everyone see clearly. Junior Lu Yuan is strong enough to face the Golden Stage Beast. What is mere 50 on the Cold Abyss rankings? The posting of this video caused a brief shift in the forum's tone. What the hell? Is this real? They really fought against a Golden Stage Beast? I thought it was just exaggerated promotion from the Academy. No wonder the Academy gave them so many rewards, they really killed the Golden Stage boss. However, before everyone could fully digest this information, a technical analysis post fell like a bucket of cold water on everyone's heads. The poster's ID was the same as the one who had confronted Yun Shanshan earlier. Truth is only within canon range. I have watched this video 3 times, and I advise everyone to stay calm, don't be misled by appearances. If you look closely, in that battle, Lu Yuan's beast played only a supportive and restraining role from start to finish. He did withstand the mental shock, that is impressive. But who did the real fatal strike? Who killed the 9 Serpent Master with a second attack? Beneath the post, a high-definition screenshot was attached. In the screenshot, the figure of the Holy Virgin of Radiance was sacred and noble, her slender fingers unleashing a devastating holy beam that pierced precisely through the 9 Serpent's brow. Did you see clearly? The one who truly possessed the ability to execute a lethal attack against the Golden Stage is Yun Shanshan's humanoid beast. To put it plainly, Lu Yuan is just a strong support. Let him go to the arena and face a peer at the peak of silver. Can his light sprites break defense? This argument precisely struck at everyone's doubts. Yes, no matter how strong the support, it is ultimately support. In arena battles, it's all about raw personal strength. In an instant, those who had just been hesitating quickly turned to the other side. Truth brother is right. I almost got fooled. Damn, so he was just relying on the back of the cloud god. I wondered where he got his confidence. So this bet is basically a gift. Bet on the loss. Must bet on the loss. The amount of bets began to rise at a terrifying speed. The points pool betting on Lu Yuan's loss increased by more than 1 million in just 10 minutes. Watching the overwhelming betting situation on the light screen, Yun Shanshan's little face turned red with anger, rolling back and forth on the sofa with a pillow. I'm so mad. I'm so mad. How dare they say that about you? Yuan, tomorrow you must beat that 50th place until his mother doesn't recognize him. Lu Yuan looked at the girl standing up for him, a fleeting smile flickering in his eyes. He picked up the fruit tea on the coffee table, scanned the forum filled with doubts and mockery, and his eyes were calm as water. Don't be anxious, isn't this better? He spoke slowly, with a reassuring certainty. Let them bet more. Chapter 93, Battle. The next day, at the floating battle area of Beiming Academy. A giant floating battle platform numbered A07 was surrounded by a sea of spectators. All seats were filled even before the scheduled time. The air was filled with excitement and restlessness. Almost everyone's wristband display showed the explosive betting page. On the VIP viewing platform, Feng Xiao crossed his legs, and at this moment, he no longer underestimated Lu Yuan. A support player dares to be so arrogant in opening the match. Today, let him know what a true arena battle is, said a younger brother beside Feng Xiao, wearing a mocking smile. Feng Xiao smacked the younger brother on the head. So noisy, how can you possibly compete with Lu Yuan? If you don't have the ability, just shut up and watch obediently. Not far away, in another area, Dongfang Shua sat alone, focused and serious. He ignored the noise around him, his sharp eyes fixed on the empty battle stage. He came for only one purpose, to personally witness the limit of the combat power of that man, who created miracles in the secret realm. In the crowd, Cheng Guannan could even be seen. He both hoped Lu Yuan would make a fool of himself, to avenge the humiliation from being pressured by Su Yueli last time, and yet deep down, there was a faint fear. Why hasn't Yuan arrived yet? Yun Shanshan sat in the best viewing box, her short legs swinging anxiously beneath her seat. What's the hurry? Su Yueli beside her leisurely sipped her tea. A good show is not afraid of being late. At that moment, at the entrance of the battle stage, a figure walked out slowly and steadily. Lu Yuan was still dressed in simple casual clothes, facing thousands of gazes. He stood in the center of the battle stage, and his wristbands suddenly vibrated lightly. It was a message from Lon Lioli. Little guy, I have bet all of the 40,000 points I earned from you last time, plus my salary this month, totaling 400,000 points, all on you to win. If you dare to let me down, just wait to spend the rest of your life in my training ground. The corner of Lu Yuan's eye twitched imperceptibly. At the same time, on the huge screen above the battle stage, the countdown for the betting closed. Betting has closed. Final betting situation. Challenger Lu Yuan failure, 4.73 million points. Challenger Lu Yuan success, 720,000 points. The stark contrast in numbers instantly ignited the crowd's laughter and whistles. Ha ha ha. Almost a sevenfold gap. Is there even a need to fight? Who bet that 720,000? Are they out of their mind? Yun Shanshan looked at the score and felt very happy. Of that 720,000 points, 400,000 were from Lon Lioli, and each of them had bet 100,000 alongside Lu Yuan, with the remaining 120,000 coming from a few who chose to believe in Lu Yuan after witnessing the new student match and the secret realm turmoil. Amidst the tumult of the crowd, at the other end of the battle stage, Lu Yuan's opponent also made his entrance. The newcomer was tall and steady, wearing the elite student uniform of a senior student, and he was Feng Xiao, ranked 50 on the Han Yuan list. Feng Zhao's eyes scanned Lu Yuan, and he cupped his hands, saying, "Please give me your guidance." "Please," Lu Yuan returned the gesture. As soon as the words fell, Feng Zhao's aura suddenly changed. 3 beams of light burst forth in front of him, 3 powerful spirit beasts protecting him in a triangular formation. "It's Senior Feng Zhao's Iron Triad formation," someone shouted from the audience. There was a flame-arm battle ape with arms blazing with raging fire and bulging muscles, a silver peak rank, main attacker. A crystal armored tortoise made entirely of pure crystal, with a shell as thick as a mountain, a silver peak rank, main defender. And a phantom sound siren that appeared ethereal, emitting invisible sound waves that unsettled the mind, a high-level silver rank, main controller. With both offense and defense, plus mental interference, this was a flawless arena battle lineup. It's over, this lineup is perfect against that mirror. Lu Yuan's mirror absolutely has no chance to rebound. Just wait to see him get blasted away by the flame-arm battle ape. Facing Feng Zhao's seemingly unbreakable lineup, Lu Yuan remained unfazed. He raised his hand, and 3 distinctly different summoning circles lit up in front of him. Buzz, a mirror quietly appeared, exactly the familiar gazing mirror. As expected, it's this mirror, flashy and extravagant. Someone disdainfully curled their lips. Soon after, the second magic array burst with brilliant light. In the golden radiance, a little fairy with small wings and a staff appeared. What's going on? How is it different from the previous light attribute familiar? Perhaps it's a change brought by advancement. The people on stage murmured about Lu Yuan's different manifestation of the primordial light. The main assault unit is ready. Feng Zhao's expression was calm, clearly having thoroughly studied the capabilities of the radiant Holy Spirit. However, when the third magic array lit up. What's happening? Lu Yuan also advanced and even contracted a new familiar. A shadow, unable to be captured by the naked eye in definite form, slowly rose from the magic array. It had no fixed shape, sometimes transforming into a wisp of smoke, sometimes condensing into a sharp blade, with the surrounding space exhibiting extremely subtle distortions due to its presence. Void Phantom. In that moment, the entire battle platform area fell silent. Dongfang Shuo's calm eyes suddenly contracted. Although the Void Phantom was only at the mid-silver level, the spatial resonance it caused upon appearing could not be concealed. What the hell is that thing? He actually has a third familiar? And it looks like it's from the space system? The forum's earlier bold claim that Lu Yuan was a strong support because truth is only within cannon range now left the speaker feeling a burning embarrassment on their face. Feng Zhao's expression also became serious for the first time. All his tactical deployments were centered around the mirror of peeping and the primordial light. This suddenly emerged third familiar completely disrupted his rhythm. The match has begun. The referee's voice broke the eerie silence. Siren of illusions, sound of magic piercing the ears. Fierce arm battle ape, charge. Feng Zhao decisively struck first. The piercing sound waves transformed into invisible stabs, heading straight for Lu Yuan's mental sea. At the same time, the fierce arm battle ape roared, with its flaming iron fist charging towards the radiant Holy Spirit. His intent was clear: first disrupt Lu Yuan's commands with a mental attack, then let the main assault take out the opponent's core attack familiar. However, just as that mental impact was about to touch Lu Yuan, The radiant Holy Spirit gently flapped its wings behind. Holy Spirit's protection. A soft golden halo instantly enveloped Lu Yuan and all his familiars. The Siren of Illusion's magic sound attack vanished into nothingness. What? Feng Xiao was startled. In that fleeting moment of distraction, Lu Yuan moved. His voice was calm and clear as it rang out. Void Phantom. The instant his voice fell, the Void Phantom that had been swirling around Lu Yuan suddenly disappeared. Meanwhile, behind the rapidly charging Fierce Arm Battle Ape, a ripple of space appeared, revealing the figure of the Void Phantom. Dimensional Blade. An invisible, supremely compressed spatial blade silently sliced toward the unguarded back of the Fierce Arm Battle Ape. Chapter 94, Lu Yuan wins. Sizzle. A barely noticeable soft sound, like fabric being torn. Under the gaze of tens of thousands, that invisible dimensional blade accurately pierced into the broad back of the Fierce Arm Battle Ape. No blood splattered, only a delicate circle of spatial ripples, like a stone thrown into a lake, rippling outward. Roar. The Fierce Arm Battle Ape let out a roar of agony and astonishment, its charge coming to a sudden halt. Its massive body trembled violently as the hair and muscle at its back were visibly erased by an invisible force, leaving behind a ghastly hollow. A destructive force of space was rampaging within it. How could this be? Feng Zhao's pupils contracted sharply, his mind shaking. His Fierce Arm Battle Ape was at the peak of silver level, with muscles and bones tempered to perfection, its defense comparable to that of defensive familiars at the same level. Lu Yuan's strange beast, merely a mid-tier white shadow, in one strike, actually broke the defense and heavily injured. What kind of skill is that? The whole place fell silent. Everyone was stunned. The audience, who were loudly mocking just a second ago, now looked like ducks with their necks squeezed, unable to make a sound. On the observation platform, Feng Xiao held his drink in mid-air, forgetting to put it down. Dongfang Shua's eyes burst with unprecedented brilliance. He understood, it was not an energy attack, nor a physical attack, it was the application of the very rules of space, ignoring defenses. Well done. In the VIP box, Yun Xianxian's little face flushed red. Su Yuli also curled her lips into a smile. On the battlefield, changes occurred in an instant. Feng Xiao was, after all, a hardened veteran of the Han Yuan rankings. After a brief shock, he quickly made the right response. Crystal Armored Tortoise, Guardian Wall. Siren, Mental Whale, lock onto that shadow. The heavy crystal armored tortoise stepped forward, blocking in front of the injured flame arm battle monkey, its brilliant crystal shells glowing intensely, forming a semi-transparent energy barrier. At the same time, the siren's sharp scream rang out again. This time, her attack was no longer a widespread magic sound piercing the ears, but concentrated into a visible sound wave spike aimed directly at the hovering void shadow. However, Lu Yuan was faster than him. At the exact moment Feng Xiao issued the command, his voice rang out again. Magic Mirror, Reversal. The spying magic mirror, which had been hovering next to Lu Yuan as if just an ornament, suddenly lit up on its surface. Buzz. That concentrated mental whale formed from the siren's mental power, just as it was about to hit the void shadow, seemed to be drawn by an invisible vortex, its direction skewed, and it shot directly into the spying magic mirror. The mirror's surface rippled like water, then returned to calm. Absorbed? Not good. Feng Zhao's heart sank, a strong sense of unease surged up. He hadn't even had time to think when the spying magic mirror flashed, reflecting a more powerful purple light. Light of reversal. A solid purple sound wave spike shot out from the mirror at a speed far exceeding the previous one. Its target was not the tough crystal armor tortoise, nor the injured flame arm battle monkey, but the only control core in the lineup, the siren. This series of attack and defense transitions happened so fast it was dazzling. From the Void Shadow's ambush, to Feng Zhao's counter-command, to Lu Yuan's later reaction, utilizing the spying magic mirror to counterattack, the whole process took just 3 seconds. But these 3 seconds were enough to determine the outcome of a battle. No, Feng Zhao's face turned pale for the first time. As a mental beast, the siren was incredibly fragile. How could it withstand its own doubled powerful force blow? Puff! The purple sound wave spike pierced through the siren's illusory body. There was no scream, the siren's figure twisted violently for a moment, then shattered into sparks of light, dissipating into the air, forcibly returned to the contract space. Instant kill. Feng Zhao's iron triangle formation instantly crumbled at one corner. The whole place again fell into eerie silence. If the first attack by the Void Shadow was shocking, then this one was a complete overturn. This works, a student shouted, breaking the silence. Using the opponent's skill, God Lu has once again showcased his signature ability. It's over, my points. What about that Emperor of Truth? Hurry and come out to take a beating. A boy wearing glasses dropped his drink cup on the ground with a bang, the cold liquid splashing over his pants, yet he felt nothing, just staring intently at the overly calm young man on stage, eyes filled with disbelief. The battle was not yet over. But everyone knew it was already finished. Having lost the control core and with the main attacker severely injured, Fengxiao's lineup was already on the verge of collapse. Lu Yuan didn't even allow the Void Phantom to intervene. He raised his eyes and looked at Fengxiao across from him, his voice still calm. Do you want to continue? Fengxiao's lips moved, his face full of bitterness. Continue? What could he continue with? Use the shell of the crystal armor tortoise to charge? He glanced at the feeble flame arm battle ape before him, then looked behind Lu Yuan, at the radiant Saint Spirit, who had not made a move the entire time. He knew that the opponent hadn't even used their true trump card. He lost, completely, and with full understanding of his defeat. Fengxiao took a deep breath and solemnly cupped his fists toward Lu Yuan. I admit defeat. The three words echoed clearly in the large battle hall. The referee was momentarily stunned, then raised the flag high. In this match, the challenger, Lu Yuan, wins. Boom. After a brief silence, the entire venue was completely submerged by a wave of cheers. Countless gazes were focused on the tall figure at the center of the arena. And on that enormous light screen, the result of the betting was quickly updated. Challenger Lu Yuan succeeded. The victory pool of 720,000 points began to flash wildly, ready to embrace the incoming influx of 4,730,000 points from the other side. At this moment, countless people went bankrupt. In the VIP box, Yun Qianqian jumped up excitedly from her seat, hugging Su Yueli's arm, laughing and shouting. Mom! We won! We are getting rich again! Su Yueli smiled gently, patting her daughter's back, her gaze fixed on Lu Yuan in the arena, filled with satisfaction and pride. At the same time, in the training ground, Lan Liuli looked at the huge amount of points that had just been credited to her wristband, smiling widely and stretching lazily. Finally, it wasn't in vain to suffer for this little guy. Chapter 95, Yun Qianqian takes the stage. In the audience, Fengxiao's expression was grim, but actually he made a profit this round, having bet 10,000 points on Lu Yuan to win. What frustrated him was how the gap between himself and Lu Yuan was growing larger. Not far away, Dongfang Shuo slowly stood up, not looking at the despondent gamblers, his gaze firmly locked on Lu Yuan, his eyes burning with an unprecedented desire to fight. And in a nondescript corner, a bespectacled student quietly deleted all his analytical posts and buried his head deeply into his arms, wishing he could find a crack in the ground to hide in. Lu Yuan was indifferent to everything around him. He calmly withdrew his three beasts, nodded slightly to Fengxiao as a gesture of respect, and then turned, walking down the stage under the watchful eyes of many complex gazes. He arrived at the VIP box, where Yun Qianqian hugged his arm tightly, her little face flushed with excitement. Yuan! You're so cool! We are getting rich again! Lu Yuan looked at her sparkling peach blossom eyes, a smile appearing in his eyes, and habitually ruffled her hair. On the stage, the referee had just announced Lu Yuan's victory, and the large light screen displayed the updated rankings of the Cold Abyss list. Cold Abyss list, rank 50, Lu Yuan. Cold Abyss list, rank 51, Fengxiao. Fengxiao looked at his dropped rank, his face full of bitterness. He lost fairly, the opponent's tactics and beast combinations were far superior to his own. He took a deep breath, prepared to accept this result, and left the arena in dejection. However, just as he turned around, a ding sound rang out from his wrist-mounted student wristband. Fengxiao instinctively raised his hand. A challenge application was clearly projected before his eyes. Beiming Academy student Yun Qianqian challenges you for a ranking on the Cold Abyss list. Will you accept? Fengxiao was completely stunned. Yun Qianqian? This name, he was certainly not unfamiliar with. Lu Yuan's childhood friend, another winner from the new secret realm, that violent little loli who instantaneously killed the golden tier 9 nether serpent master in the video. She has come to challenge me? The whole venue, which had just calmed down, erupted again into a stormy wave due to this sudden scene. Did I see this wrong? Another challenge? And it's from Senior Fengxiao who just dropped to the 51st place? It's Yun Qianqian. That companion of Lu Yuan. Holy cow! Are these two in cahoots? Are they treating Senior Fengxiao as a stepping stone for the Cold Abyss rankings? This is too unfair. After finishing with one, another comes up, it's a wheel battle. In the audience, everyone went wild. They had just witnessed a battle that overturned their understanding, and some people still couldn't recover from the pain of seeing 4.73 million points vanish, when they were immediately fed another explosive revelation. Under the gaze of the entire audience, the door to the VIP box was pushed open. Yun Qianqian released Lu Yuan's arm, puffed out her little chest, and with a light step, walked up to the battle stage under the watchful eyes of thousands. She stood firmly opposite Fengxiao, sunlight pouring over her, looking as delicate as a doll, her peach blossom eyes smiling with crescent-shaped arcs, her voice crisp and pleasant. Hello, Senior Fengxiao, please be kind to me. Fengxiao looked at the girl before him, whose smile was bright and harmless, and then glanced at Lu Yuan, who appeared calm below the stage. A surge of uncontrollable anger shot straight up from his heart. Fengxiao, had been a veteran on the Cold Abyss rankings for more than a year. In the academy, he was also a notable figure. Today, he accepted being defeated by this monster Lu Yuan using unimaginable tactics. He admitted it. He was outmatched, lacking insight. But what was going on now? Having just defeated a man, a woman immediately came up to finish him off? What do you think I am? A boss guarding a newbie village? After defeating me, can you both go home together and become famous? This is intolerable. A mix of sorrow and humiliation reddened Fengxiao's face. He felt like a joke today, a fool being used as a stepping stone by two freshmen to rise to greatness. Good, very good. Fengxiao squeezed these two words out from between clenched teeth, his fists tightening, flames of rage igniting in his eyes. I accept your challenge. He couldn't believe it. He could not defeat the tactically complex and bizarre monster Lu Yuan, but could he not defeat a seemingly delicate little girl? Even if her humanoid beast had high attack power, could she kill him instantly? As long as he could withstand the first wave, once his iron triangle formation stabilized, he still had a fighting chance. He had to defend his final dignity as an upperclassman. Boom! Before Fengxiao, 3 summoning arrays lit up again. Their aura was still weak, but the fierce, bloodthirsty war ape, the dim shield turtle with slightly dull light on its shell, and the phantom siren, just recovered from forced banishment and still somewhat ethereal, reappeared on the battle stage. Although their condition was poor, the intimidating aura of a peak silver-level powerhouse still couldn't be underestimated. Come on! Fengxiao roared, pointing directly at Yun Qianqian. Let me see just how arrogant you freshmen really are. Yun Qianqian looked at his furious state, and rather than feeling scared, her dimples deepened with a smile. She tilted her head playfully and blinked. Senior, you better hold your ground. At the moment her words fell, the sweet smile on the girl's face suddenly vanished, replaced by a sharp and cold battle intent. 4 distinctly different arrays unfolded behind her at the same time. A dark, profound shadow array, a fiery, bright flame array, a holy and vast light array, and an array originating from the same source as Lu Yuan's Void Phantom. Yet completely different, filled with cunning and a quiet atmosphere, the Void Magic Circle. Shwa! A dark ranger cloaked in black, holding a shadow longbow, with a nimble figure, silently appeared, a cold arrow already knocked on the string. Geo! A clear chirp of a bird, the holy flame fire sparrow spread its magnificent fiery wings, swirling upwards, the scorching breath caused the surrounding air to start to distort. Buzz. Radiant light, the figure of the Dawn Holy Maiden slowly materialized, the holy pressure overwhelming, her golden eyes coldly gazing at the summoned beasts of Fengxiao opposite her. Finally, a palm-sized black cat, wearing a comical white mask, its form constantly shifting between solidity and intangibility, lightly landed on Yun Qianqian's shoulder. It was the void-masked cat. It lazily yawned, yet its cat eyes sparkled with a teasing light. 4 summoned beasts. Among them, 2 are the high-potential 5-star Dawn Holy Maiden and the void-masked cat. When Yun Qianqian's entire lineup was displayed before the world, the whole venue fell into a complete silence once again. Fengxiao's face, full of anger, instantly froze, replaced by endless shock. What did he see? 2 5-star potential summoned beasts at a glance, and the remaining 2 also had high potential. What kind of monster is this? A monster that was even more unreasonable than Lu Yuan. Chapter 96, Another Victory. Is this a new student? Fengxiao felt his worldview, today, was being ground down to the ground by Lu Yuan and Yun Qianqian, his heels rubbing fiercely. The tiny bit of anger he had to defend his dignity was now drenched with icy dread from head to toe. How do we fight this? Damn, 4 summoned beasts. Isn't Yun Qianqian a new student? How does she have 4 contract slots? Is she already at the gold level? Don't care if she is gold level or not, the key now is those 2 5-star potential ones. That humanoid summoned beast, isn't it the one from the video that one-shot the gold level boss? It's over. Did Fengxiao Senior leave without checking the almanac today? This is poking the nest of geniuses. The audience's gaze toward Fengxiao was filled with sympathy and pity. This is no longer bullying. This is a public execution. The match starts. The referee instinctively took 2 steps back, fearing being caught up in the upcoming battle. Let's go for it. Fengxiao felt a burst of recklessness surge up. Lose the person but not the formation. Illusory siren, spirit shriek. Fiery arm battle ape, charge at them. He issued commands almost identical to those in the previous match, which was his most familiar and stable opening. The sharp sound wave transformed again into deadly spikes, attempting to disrupt the opponent. The masked void-masked cat on her shoulder lazily lifted a paw and gently pressed down. Absolute silence. Buzz. An invisible spherical domain, with a radius of 10 meters, instantaneously unfolded centered on Yun Qianqian. That spiritual shriek, which could give silver-level summoners a splitting headache, vanished without a trace the moment it entered the domain. Within the domain, all was silent. Outside the domain, the audience was left speechless. Feng Zhao's eyes were about to pop out. His control had failed again? This was the second time today. At this moment of days, Yun Shanxian's attack arrived. The girl still wore a sweet smile, but her words carried a domineering force. Dark Ranger, shoot him. The Dark Ranger's figure instantly became blurry, merging into the shadows. Shadow arrow. Shoo. An arrow imbued with the ultimate shadow power quietly shot forth, arriving ahead of its target, accurately striking the charging fiery arm battle ape. The already wounded fiery arm battle ape, its injury inflicted by a dimensional blade, was instantly corroded by the black energy, emitting a zzz sound. Roaring in pain, its speed sharply decreased. Fire Sparrow. Holy Maiden. Give him a big one. Yun Shanxian waved her small hand. Cheap. The Holy Flame Firebird let out a high-pitched cry, and with a flap of its wings, soared into the clouds. Its entire body of flames crazily compressed, forming an even larger and hotter phantom of holy flame on its wings. Blazing heavens fall. At the same time, the radiant Holy Maiden moved. A miniature sun slowly rose in her palm. Holy light shines. In the next moment, the sky was completely torn into two different lights. One half was pure white, bright and holy, and the other half was a blazing domineering crimson gold. A fiery bird phantom, burning with holy flames, trailed a long fiery path, descending from the sky like a shooting star. A condensed miniature sun, radiating the power of annihilation, slowly pressed down towards Feng Zhao's position. In the arena, only the symphony of light and fire remained. No! Xian Gui. Guardian Wall. The crystal-shelled Xian Gui poured all its energy into its shell, and the crystal barrier rose again. This was its strongest defense as a peak silver-tiered defensive beast. Then, under the gaze of tens of thousands. Boom! The fiery bird phantom smashed into the barrier. The barrier violently shook, countless cracks instantly spreading out. Immediately after, that miniature sun fell. There was no earth-shattering explosion. Only an extreme, all-consuming white light that swallowed all sound and color. The proud guardian wall of the crystal-shelled Xian Gui was, with just a pop, instantly evaporated before that sun. The light drowned everything. The entire audience in the arena could not help but close their eyes. When the light faded, everyone eagerly opened their eyes, looking toward the battle stage. On the battle stage, there was a scene of devastation. The hard alloy floor had melted into a huge pit, with edges still retaining sacred glimmers. Feng Zhao's three beasts lay at the bottom of the pit, charred black and emitting smoke, completely losing their combat ability. The whole place was silent as a grave. If Lu Yuan's victory was a scalpel's precision and lethality, shocking and astonishing, then Yun Shanxian's victory was like Mount Tai pressing down, crushing and domineering, leaving people feeling powerless and speechless. The referee looked at everything happening in the arena and, with a dry voice, announced. In this match, the challenger, Yun Shanxian, wins. Wow! The crowd finally snapped out of their petrified state, erupting into a wave of noise more chaotic than ever before. Oh my god, is this over? Violence, total violence. This is not a battle, this is a one-sided massacre. I finally understand that betting odds were never about whether Lu Yuan would win. They were about this couple of monsters teaming up to tell us all, don't mess with us, or you'll end up like Senior Feng Zhao. Whoa, my credits, I'll never gamble again, I want to go home and find my mom. In the audience, a little brother beside Feng Zhao sat down on the ground, trembling like a leaf. He looked at the girl on stage, who was smiling brightly as if she had just done something trivial, his eyes no longer filled with jealousy and resentment, only endless fear remained. Dongfang Shua silently sat down, picked up a cup of water that had long cooled down and drank it in one gulp. His previously burning fighting spirit now added a sense of heaviness and confusion. He realized that his proud strength and talent seemed a bit lacking before this unreasonable pair of couples. On the battle stage, the fighting spirit on Yun Shanxian's face instantly dissipated, returning to that vibrant sweet girl. She bounced over to Lu Yuan, lifted her small face, her pair of peach blossom eyes sparkling. A Yuan, am I amazing? Yeah, amazing. Lu Yuan smiled, reaching out to brush off the dust from her hair tips. The two turned side by side and walked out of the arena. As they passed, the crowd automatically parted away, all gazes filled with awe. In the chaotic crowd, a student wearing glasses suddenly rolled his eyes, foamed at the mouth, and fell straight down. People nearby hurriedly supported him, and they saw that his wristband was still lit up with the Academy Forum page, and that ID was blatantly truth is only within cannon range. Chapter 97, Illusion Tower. The forum of Beiming Academy had gone completely mad. All the topics in the forum were about the duo challenging the Han Yuan ranking. The shocking will battle from before had still not calmed down. The previous discussions about whether Lu Yuan was a powerful assistant or if he just clung to someone's coattails had long disappeared without a trace. What replaced it was a more terrifying ultimate topic that sent shivers down the spines of all the students of Beiming Beastmaster Academy. Century Grand Vote, Lu Yuan vs Yun Qianqian, who is the true new big devil? Pro side, Lu Yuan. Reason, tactical genius, 3 Beastmasters working together seamlessly. The reverse light of the Mirror of Revelation is simply a nightmare for all spell-type Beastmasters, and the Void Shadow is incredibly elusive, killing silently. He wins, and you don't even know how you lost. Con side, Yun Qianqian. Reason, unreasonable violent aesthetics. For Beastmasters, 2 with 5-star potential, the radiant light of the Holy Maiden is akin to a map bomb. She wins, and you'll just hate yourself for not growing 2 more legs to run away. The comments section below the post had built up thousands of layers, and the fierce battle was comparable to a small-scale discussion of a secret realm. I choose Yun Qianqian. The despair of being crushed by Lu Yuan's intelligence is more tormenting than being killed in one blow. Is the person above a masochist? I choose Yun Qianqian. At least dying is quick. If Lu Yuan's void shadow is on me, I might have to sleep with one eye open at night. You are all wrong. The true devil is the 2 of them combined. One forces you into a desperate situation with tactics, and the other gives you a gorgeous surprise when you are at your most hopeless. Senior Feng Xiao is the best example. Once this comment was posted, the comments below were instantly filled with formations of "in memory of Senior Feng Xiao." It is said that Senior Feng Xiao locked himself in his room for 3 days after returning that day. And that Glass's brother with the ID truth is only within canon range woke up in the infirmary after lying there for a whole day and night, and the first thing he did upon waking was change his ID to "I was wrong, Sister Qianqian, I won't dare again." This incident made the names Lu Yuan and Yun Qianqian completely become a ubiquitous legend in the hearts of all students at Beiming Academy. The 2 at the center of the storm, however, were enjoying rare leisure time at a villa halfway up the mountain. 2 days of vacation flew by. Early that day, Su Yueli called the 2 who were outside the villa, directing the Holy Spirit of Radiance and the Holy Maiden of Dawn to compete in light pollution. Let's go, it's time for the next stage of training. Upon hearing this, Yun Qianqian's small face instantly filled with excitement. Yay! Are we going to the battlefield? Ah Yan, this time I will make the Holy Maiden of Dawn give it all she's got. Lu Yuan glanced at her but said nothing. You often practice against each other, which certainly increases practical experience. Su Yueli shook her head, interrupting her daughter's fantasies. But you both know each other's beast skills and tactical weaknesses very well, so now it's not very useful to train again. Su Yueli drove a low-profile floating car, carrying the 2 directly toward the central area of the academy. Finally, the floating car stopped in front of a huge tower made entirely of unknown blue crystals, reaching straight into the clouds. The tower's structure was ancient, without any unnecessary decorations. This is the Illusion Tower, Su Yueli's voice echoed in the ears of the 2. One of the landmark buildings of Beiming Academy, and a testing ground for countless talents. Inside is the training ground for you in the coming days. She led the 2 into the tower, where many students were already in the magnificent hall, their faces filled with excitement. The Illusion Tower has a total of 7 floors. Black iron, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, epic, 7 levels of difficulty correspond. For every successful challenge, you can receive a reward once a day. Su Yueli slowly introduced. It is said that the Illusion Tower has a legendary 8th level, but since the establishment of Beiming Academy, no one has ever succeeded in challenging it. She paused and looked at the curious Lu Yuan and Yun Qianqian, smiling as she spoke about today's task. Your goal today is very simple, clear the 1st level. The 1st level? Yun Qianqian was stunned for a moment, her pretty peach blossom eyes widening, thinking she had heard wrong. Black iron difficulty? Mom, you must be joking. I could pass this level even with my eyes closed. Not to mention asking the Holy Maiden Shihue to act, even her lowest-ranked Dark Ranger could easily walk through the black iron level alone. Su Yueli looked at her confident expression and revealed a meaningful smile. I hope so. She did not explain much, only led the 2 to the center of the hall. There, 7 huge virtual screens were floating side by side, each framed in a color corresponding to a rank. At this moment, almost everyone's gaze was focused on the black frame screen. Illusion Tower Black Iron Realm Daily Ranking. 1st place, Zhang Luotian, waves cleared, 12. 2nd place, Zhang Haoyu, waves cleared, 11. 3rd place, Uxian, waves cleared, 9. Yun Qianqian's relaxed expression stiffened slightly upon seeing the words waves cleared. Isn't defeating a boss enough to clear the level? The challenge of the Illusion Tower is to face wave after wave of illusionary monsters until you are defeated or choose to withdraw, Lu Yuan quietly explained beside her, his gaze sweeping across the leaderboard as the Beast Tamer's handbook silently analyzed the tower's energy composition. Su Yueli gave Lu Yuan an approving glance, then said to both of them, now do you understand? Your task today is not just to pass the black iron level but also to leave your names on this leaderboard. She extended her finger and gently tapped on the screen. Oh, one more thing. The beasts in the illusion tower are incredibly diverse, many of which are species you've never heard of or seen before in the outside world. Don't use conventional thinking to deal with them. Now, go. Su Yueli patted both of their shoulders, wearing an encouraging smile. Ah Yuan, let's see who can clear more waves. Yun Shanshan's competitive spirit was instantly ignited, pulling Lu Yuan as they eagerly walked towards the entrance of the Black Iron difficulty challenge. 12 waves. This number did not seem out of reach for someone with their strength. However, Su Yueli's words of "I hope so" and "incredibly diverse beasts" cast a faint ripple in Lu Yuan's heart. Things might not be that simple. The two walked side by side through the black light door. The scene before them shifted like the turning of the stars. Chapter 98, Accumulated Battles. After passing through the light door, the space changed. Lu Yuan found himself in the center of a huge circular arena. Surrounded by stone stands, it was empty, yet he could almost hear the screams and battles from ancient times. The air was filled with a murderous aura and a faint taste of energy particles. Everything here was an illusion constructed from energy. Standing in the center of the arena, Lu Yuan had not yet taken a closer look when a heavy stone door right in front of him suddenly rose up. Awu! A low growl echoed as a black shadow leaped out from the darkness behind the door, moving as fast as lightning. It was a black wolf, twice the size of an ordinary wild wolf, its fur like solidified shadows, and its eerie green eyes locked onto Lu Yuan, filled with a thirst for blood. Before Lu Yuan, the Beast Tamer Handbooks panel automatically appeared. Name: Shadow Wolf, Illusionary Creature. Rank: Peak Black Iron. Potential: 2 stars. Skills: Shadow Claw, Swift Shadow Strike. Description: a basic magic creature formed from the energy of the illusion tower, skilled in speed and ambush. Black Iron Peak. Lu Yuan understood in his heart. He was even too lazy to summon other beasts, just a thought flickered in his mind. A golden glow lit up beside him, the figure of the radiant spirit emerged, its light wings gently flapping, and the divine aura instantly dispelled the coldness of the arena. Facing the rushing shadow wolf, the radiant spirit didn't even spare it a glance, and its surrounding light slightly surged. Holy Glimmer Domain. A visible radiant shockwave, centered on it, spread like ripples. That fierce shadow wolf, upon contact with the shockwave, seemed to slam into an invisible wall, letting out a short, sorrowful cry, and its body was blasted away by the light energy, crashing heavily on the sand several meters away, twitching twice before lying still. One-hit kill. However, Lu Yuan's brow unconsciously twitched. Something was wrong. The defeated shadow wolf did not dissolve into light dots as expected, but rather lay there like a true corpse, quietly still. Just as he pondered, 2 stone doors rose again on both sides of the arena. This time, 2 completely different illusion creatures appeared, one covered in rocky armor, rock beetle, and another that could spit weak venom, green swamp frog. The Beast Tamer's encyclopedia quickly provided information, still at the Black Iron rank. The radiant spirit casually shot out 2 purification light particles, accurately hitting the targets. The 2 magical creatures couldn't even get close to Lu Yuan's side before they followed the shadow wolf's fate, collapsing on the ground, no longer moving. As before, the bodies still did not disappear. Lu Yuan's gaze swept over the 3 motionless corpses on the ground, but before he could form any extra guesses. Rumble. The third wave came. 4 stone doors opened simultaneously, and 4 Black Iron rank illusion creatures rushed out with howls. This time, Lu Yuan didn't let the radiant spirit directly take action. Spirit Servants. The radiant spirit received the command, the light behind it condensing, 3 spirit servants holding light spears appearing out of nowhere. Silver low rank. As the radiant spirit advanced to silver mid rank, the spirit servants summoned also rose in level. The 3 silver low rank spirit servants faced the 4 black iron peak creatures, and it was a complete one-sided slaughter. With the light spears swinging, the 4 creatures fell without any suspense, joining the ranks of the motionless on the ground. In the 4th wave, 8 stone doors opened, 8 creatures. Lu Yuan had already grasped the pattern. He waved his hand to let the 3 spirit servants turn into light dots and disperse, still only letting the radiant spirit act, unleashing a larger area radiant shockwave, cleaning the field efficiently. Sure enough. When the 5th wave arrived, all around the arena, a total of 16 stone doors rose up simultaneously. 16 differently shaped black iron rank magical creatures rushed out from the darkness, howling as they surrounded Lu Yuan from all sides. However, the real change had just begun. At the moment those 16 new creatures rushed out, the bodies of the previous defeated ones, lying still, a total of 15 creatures, suddenly began to tremble violently. Their wounds, representing death, rapidly healed under a strange energy, and their dull eyes regained a bloody gleam. In the next second, all the corpses sprang up from the ground, restored to their peak power. 15 resurrected creatures, combined with 16 new creatures. A total of 31 black iron rank illusion creatures formed a sea of darkness, completely engulfing Lu Yuan in the center, sealing off all his escape routes. So it's like this. Lu Yuan looked at this spectacular scene, and instead of panic, his face revealed understanding. Cumulative battle. This is the true mechanism of the illusion tower. It tests not only the hard strength of beast tamers but also their ability to sustain combat and handle complex situations. No wonder the highest on the leaderboard only reached 12 waves. As one progresses, the number of enemies faced will grow exponentially, until challengers are completely overwhelmed. Facing this beast tide, which could shatter the hopes of any bronze-level beast tamer and even weaker silver-level ones, Lu Yuan simply raised his hand calmly. Buzz. A magic mirror quietly appeared beside him. Gazing mirror. The moment the mirror appeared, its surface flashed with light, aimed at the nearby radiant spirit. Mirror image storage. An exact mirror image of the radiant spirit stepped out of the mirror, also sporting radiant wings and holding a staff, exuding the same sacred and majestic aura. Two radiant spirits stood side by side, as if to purify everything in this arena. Spirit servants. Lu Yuan issued the command. Two voices sounded simultaneously. Behind the two radiant spirits, brilliant light erupted, and a total of 6 spirit servants wielding light spears appeared in perfect formation. 8 silver tier units of light faced off against 31 peak black iron tier miscellaneous troops. The situation reversed in an instant. This was no longer a battle but a purification. Under the cleansing waves of radiant energy and the charge of the 6 spirit servants, the seemingly turbulent beast tide melted away like ice in the scorching sun, swiftly crushed. Wails rose and fell, but soon fell silent. This time, when the last illusionary beast fell, all the bodies on the arena finally did not linger and transformed into countless specks of light, dissipating into the air. The entire arena returned to its initial emptiness and tranquility. Immediately after, an emotionless voice echoed over the entire arena. Congratulations, challenger, successfully passed the 5th wave of the Black Iron Realm. Do you wish to continue the challenge? Chapter 99, The Holy Spear Breaking the Formation. Above the arena, the emotionless voice appeared, and Lu Yuan showed no hesitation. Continue. Almost as soon as his words fell, the stone gate for the 6th wave opened in response. This time, 2 black iron level beasts emerged from the darkness. One was a mighty axe minotaur wielding a giant stone axe, its whole body bulging with muscle and archetypal attack type. The other was a shield lizard holding a massive tower shield, cowering behind a pure defensive type. The minotaur let out a roar, charging forward with heavy footsteps. And the shield lizard skillfully positioned itself at its side, using the tower shield to block attacks from the direction of the radiant spirit, a simple yet effective offensive and defensive coordination. Lu Yuan realized that starting from this wave, the beasts of the illusion tower were no longer mindless rabble, they began to understand cooperation. Unfortunately, in the face of absolute tier suppression, this level of cooperation was as fragile as a joke. This time, the radiant spirits did not wait for Lu Yuan's command and used their radiant wings, instantly soaring above the tower shield's cover. 2 delicate purifying light particles drew elegant arcs, one hitting the minotaur's unguarded nape precisely. Moo! The minotaur's charge came to an abrupt halt, its massive body crashing to the ground. With its target now exposed, the shield lizard was directly pierced by the following light particle, nailing it and itself down into the sandy ground. Clean and neat. In the 7th wave, 4 beasts appeared, 2 attacking and 2 defending, with a more compact formation. In the 8th wave, 8 beasts appeared. When Lu Yuan saw the configuration of these 8 beasts, his calm eyes finally stirred slightly. Among the 8 beasts, only one was the main attacker, a frenzied boar, 2 were the solid rock barriers responsible for defense, and the remaining 5 were all a slime-type creature known as healing springs. A typical attrition tactic, rogue yet effective. The radiant shockwave of the Holy Spirit swept across, the furious warpig was instantly wounded, but before it could let out a howl, 5 beams of emerald green light simultaneously struck it, and its wounds healed at a visible speed. Lu Yuan's brows furrowed slightly. The light particles of the Holy Spirit could severely injure the magic creatures when striking the solid rock barriers, but they could not achieve an instant kill. If this continued, before he could wear down this group of rogues, the Holy Spirit would exhaust its energy first. He couldn't adopt a low consumption tactic to save energy, as that would fall into the opponent's rhythm, leading to greater consumption. Lu Yuan's eyes sharpened, no longer hesitating. He had to end everything with the fastest speed before the 10th wave of resurrection came. Holy Spirit. His voice was calm and determined. End of days, Holy Spear. The moment the command was given, the light around the Holy Spirit suddenly retracted, no longer emitting a wide-ranging shockwave, but instead compressed all energy to the extreme. A golden Holy Spear, wrapped in the aura of destruction, formed behind it. On the spear, light patterns flowed, and the power emitted made the entire arena tremble slightly. Go! Whoosh! The spear shot out, like divine punishment descending from the heavens, trailing a brilliant golden tail, aiming directly at the core of the enemy formation. The two rock barriers immediately crossed to block, trying to withstand this earth-shattering strike. However, just as the spear was about to touch them, the tip of the spear flashed, splitting into two smaller light spears. They swirled around the barriers at an odd angle, accurately penetrating the two healing springs behind them that were healing. Meanwhile, the main spear, with unmatched momentum, violently pierced through the defenses of the two rock barriers, nailing them along with the oblivious furious warpig behind them to the ground, instantly evaporating without leaving a corpse. One spear, 5 kills. The remaining 3 healing springs were easily dealt with by the purifying light particles that followed. Ninth wave, 16 magic creatures. Lu Yuan repeated his tactics, launching 3 more End of Days Holy Spears, quickly and cleanly clearing the field. Finally, the 10th wave. Boom, boom, boom. Around the arena, all 32 stone doors simultaneously rose. At the same time, all the magic creatures defeated by Lu Yuan, their bodies trembled, and under the influence of eerie energy, they stood up again. The 2 from the 6th wave, 4 from the 7th wave, 8 from the 8th wave, and 16 from the 9th wave. A total of 30 revived magic creatures, plus 32 newly born magic creatures, 62 black iron rank illusion creatures formed an impenetrable killing formation, roaring towards Lu Yuan from all directions. Their formation was far more coordinated than any previous wave, with offense, defense, control, and healing all present. Confronting this beast tide that could make any silver-tier Beastmaster's scalp tingle, Lu Yuan's lips, however, curved into a smile. Still using the human wave tactic? How unoriginal. He murmured to himself, as if asking himself, or perhaps mocking the rules of this illusion tower. Then let's see who has more. Buzz. The observing mirror floating by his side shone brightly. 1, 2, 3. 3 identical images of the Holy Spirit walked out of the mirror simultaneously. One was an immediate copy just created, while the other 2 were backup cards stored in the mirror's space ahead of time. Along with the main body, 4 majestic Holy Spirits floated side by side in midair, their 6 wings spread wide, shining with brilliance. The entire arena was completely illuminated by the sacred light. Holy Spirit attendants. Lu Yuan's voice seemed to carry a quadruple echo, resonating above the arena. Behind the 4 Holy Spirits, the light surged. 3, 6, 9, 12. 12 attendants wielding light spears. Clad in silver armor, the Holy Spirit attendants appeared in perfect unison, forming a brilliant silver army, standing solemnly behind the 4 sacred spirits. 16 silver tier light units faced off against 62 black iron tier troops. The so-called killing formation, the so-called beast tide, at this moment, became a joke. Lu Yuan issued his command once again. No holding back, End of Days Holy Spear. The 4 shining Holy Spirits raised their hands in perfect harmony. 4 End of Days Holy Spears converged above their heads. That scene resembled a judgment day. The battle ended quickly, or rather, it wasn't a battle at all. As the last monster unwillingly transformed into light, Lu Yuan could clearly feel a trace of fatigue from the shining Holy Spirits. The 2 storage slots of the Mirror of Face Truth were already empty, and the energy of the shining Holy Spirit body had consumed nearly 2/3 due to the continuous release of the End of Days Holy Spear. At that moment, a vast, ethereal voice rang out again. Congratulations, Challenger, you have successfully passed the 10th wave of the Black Iron Realm. Would you like to continue the challenge? Chapter 100, Clearing the Black Iron Mirror. In the arena, that vast voice echoed once more, and Lu Yuan showed no hesitation. Continue. As soon as the words fell, the stone gate of the 11th wave opened with a sound. This time, there was no stampede of beast tides, nor tightly organized teams of monsters. What wriggled out from the stone gate was a huge, horrifying flesh lump. It was a bizarre grayish-white, covered in abscesses, resembling a deformed heart. Lu Yuan's Beastmaster illustrated panel instantly appeared. Name, Virtual Collective, Illusory Creature. Tier, Black Iron Peak. Potential, 2 stars. Skills. 1. Differentiation, if not killed, it will produce 1 equal tier virtual beast every 10 seconds, up to a maximum of 15. 2. Death Rattle, when killed, it will instantly create 10 equal tier virtual beasts. Description, the virtual beasts created through the above 2 methods will not disappear before the end of this round of challenge. Lu Yuan's brows finally furrowed for the first time. This skill was simply an inescapable trap. Either watch it continuously create soldiers, falling into a passive situation, eventually overwhelmed by endless virtual beasts. Or swiftly deal with it, triggering its death rattle, and instantly facing an assault from 10 Black Iron Peak beasts. Either choice was troublesome. No wonder Zhan Luotian had only reached the 12th wave. Lu Yuan quickly made a decision. His least favorite thing was being passive. Shining Holy Spirit, End of Days Holy Spear. He chose the latter. The shining Holy Spirit received the command, its radiance instantly retracting, with no more leaks of light. 100-meter holy spear, condensed to perfection, exuded a breath of destruction, gathered above its head, and swiftly pierced through the writhing flesh lump. There was no explosion, no wails. The virtual collective burst open like a popped abscess with a pop, turning into 10 pools of grayish-white fluid, quickly forming 10 distinct virtual beasts on the ground. Lu Yuan let out a light sigh. As expected. He didn't let the shining Holy Spirit act again, just waved his hand. The 6 already on standby Holy Spirit attendants charged in like tigers into a flock of sheep, cleanly taking care of the 10 newly formed virtual beasts that hadn't yet had a chance to cause chaos. In the 12th wave, 2 stone gates opened, and 2 giant virtual collectives wriggled out. In the 13th wave, there were 4. In the 14th wave, 6. 6? Lu Yuan looked at the 6 giant flesh lumps on the field, a trace of surprise flashing in his eyes. He had expected 8 but realized that the growth logic of this illusory tower was not simply doubling. But this did not improve the situation. To conserve energy as much as possible before the resurrection tide of the 15th wave arrived, Lu Yuan had to make a swift resolution. Again, he unleashed 6 end of days holy spears. When the last virtual entity was killed, and the 10 virtual beasts summoned by their death cries were also painstakingly cleared by the spirit servants, the radiant spirit let out a faint mournful sound, its glow fading to the darkest point, slowly returning to Lu Yuan's side. Its energy was completely exhausted. Booming. The 15th wave has come. This time, there were 8 virtual entities. Moreover, all the previously killed virtual beasts in the arena revived at once. 10 from the 11th wave, 20 from the 12th wave, 40 from the 13th wave, 60 from the 14th wave. In total, 130 revived virtual beasts, plus the 8 newly born virtual entities from the 15th wave. If choosing to trigger their death cries, there would at least be 210 virtual beasts, and if the former one split, it would be 250. Watching the densely packed virtual beasts filling the entire arena, completely surrounding Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan looked at this spectacular scene, his gaze calm, only sighing silently in his heart. Do I still have to use this? He raised his hand, bringing his index and middle fingers together, and at his fingertips, 2 deep purple gold lights began to slowly gather, a power unique to him. 2 mysterious beast seals, resembling runes, took shape at his fingertips. Go! He flicked his fingers, and the 2 beast seals transformed into 2 streams of light, accurately embedding themselves into the radiant spirit in the mirror of facade. Buzz. Almost instantly, the already dim radiant spirit exploded with brilliant light once again, its wings unfurling in the back, its aura restoring to its peak, even surpassing it. Meanwhile, the mirror of facade next to it, with its ancient surface, had 2 previously used storage marks glowing anew. Lu Yuan's face turned slightly pale for a moment. This was his trump card as a master, using his own essence to nourish the beasts. He would not use it lightly unless absolutely necessary. But now, it was time. Come forth. He raised his hand, and a third completely different summoning array lit up. A massive shadow, unable to be captured in a specific form, quietly emerged. It was the Void Phantom. Mirror, mirror image. The mirror of facade sparkled, and a perfectly identical mirror image of the radiant spirit walked out. Spirit servants. Behind the 2 radiant spirits, a bright light erupted, and 6 spirit servants appeared in perfect unison. Void Phantom, find their command core. Lu Yuan's voice sounded clearly amidst the tumultuous beast tide. In the next moment, the gray ocean made up of 130 monsters moved, and the unclean entities also began to split. At this moment, Lu Yuan's legion also moved. The 2 radiant spirits, like 2 brilliant suns, floated in midair, alternating between releasing the end gun and radiant shockwaves for a large-scale cleanup. The 6 spirit servants, under Lu Yuan's guidance, formed the sharpest blade, accurately piercing through the heart of the beast tide again and again, killing those special individuals hiding among the beasts who were responsible for command and coordination one by one. The mirror of facade hovered beside Lu Yuan, its surface swirling with purple light, ready at any time to use reversal light to return any missed ranged attacks double. This was an unprecedented, grueling battle. But the scale of victory had been firmly in his hands since the moment Lu Yuan utilized his talent. When the last virtual beast was unwillingly pierced by the holy gun and scattered into light points, the entire arena finally returned to its initial tranquility. That vast voice, carrying a subtle wave, rang out again. Congratulations, Challenger, you have successfully cleared the Illusion Tower Black Iron Realm. Clear reward, 30,000 Academy points, or, choose 2 silver-grade materials. I choose points, Lu Yuan said without hesitation. As his words fell, the scene before him twisted, and in the next second, he was back in the Grand Hall of the Illusion Tower. Not far away, Yun Shanxian and Su Yueli were standing there, smiling at him. As soon as Yun Shanxian saw him, her face was filled with the expression of "Look how amazing I am." Lu Yuan smiled, did not speak, only raised his head, looking at the huge light screen in the center of the hall that represented the Black Iron Realm. The ranking list on the light screen had already been refreshed. Illusion Tower Black Iron Realm Daily Ranking. First place, Yun Qianqian, waves cleared, 15, clearance time, 6 minutes 14 seconds. Second place, Lu Yuan, waves cleared, 15, clearance time, 9 minutes 52 seconds. Third place, Zhan Luotian, waves cleared, 12. In the case of the same number of waves cleared, the one with shorter time ranks higher. Chapter 101, Just Good Luck. Lu Yuan looked at the ranking list on the light screen, his gaze moving back and forth between Yun Qianqian and his own name. 15 waves. The same clearance record, but her name is listed before his. This means she used less time. Surprise appeared in Lu Yuan's eyes. He knew very well how terrifying the gray ocean of monsters was in the 15th wave. He had used his talent Imprint to forcibly restore the state of the radiant Holy Spirit in the scrying mirror, clearing the level under full pressure. But how did Yun Qianqian do it? Even faster than him? How was it? Yun Qianqian seemed to see through his thoughts, with her hands behind her back, stepping lightly in front of him, raising her exquisite little face that read "Praise me," her eyes sparkling with mischievous light. Aren't you surprised that I actually beat you? Lu Yuan looked at her proud little demeanor, his confusion did not lessen, and he honestly nodded. I knew it. Yun Qianqian's smile became even sweeter, she cleared her throat and began to narrate her glorious achievements. The first 8 waves were so boring, all were just little minions of the Black Iron level, I let the Dark Ranger handle them himself, not even a warm-up. The 9th and 10th waves were somewhat interesting, those monsters started playing formations. I let the Facade Cat help the Dark Ranger, using absolute silence, to block those annoying mental attacks. Then the Dark Ranger used Night Stalker to go in and first take down the healing and supporting virtual beasts, the rest were pretty easy to deal with. But after finishing the 10th wave, the Dark Ranger was quite exhausted. Lu Yuan listened quietly, her tactical thinking was clear and straightforward, perfectly countering the disruptive monsters using the Void Facade Cat's domain, with the Dark Ranger reaping the rewards, it was indeed the most efficient solution. Then came the 11th wave, that disgusting big tumor. Yun Qianqian wrinkled her little nose in disgust at this point. At that time, I didn't know that thing would explode even after dying, so I let the Fire Sparrow take it out with a flame dive. As a result, bang, it blew up 10 little monsters, scaring me. And then? Lu Yuan asked. And then? Yun Qianqian puffed her little chest out with a look of as it should be. Then I let the Holy Maiden come out, a skylight punishment, swish, 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 those 10 little monsters all turned into light spots. Lu Yuan understood, the single target burst of the radiant Holy Maiden was equally terrifying. For the 12th wave, I didn't let the Fire Sparrow kill directly, but it actually split into about 10 virtual beasts. Later I learned my lesson, Yun Qianqian continued. When that big tumor appeared again, I didn't give it a chance to split at all, directly letting the radiant Holy Maiden take action, coming out and taking it down instantly. As for the pile of little monsters it spawned after dying, I let the Dark Ranger, Facade Cat, and Fire Sparrow clean them up easily. Hearing this, Lu Yuan roughly understood. Yun Qianqian's lineup had a powerful firepower cover that he did not possess. And the last wave? Lu Yuan asked the most critical question. How did you handle those nearly 200 revived virtual beasts? Oh, that one. Yun Qianqian tilted her head, speaking lightly. They like to stand together and play the crowd tactic, right? Crowded together, just looking at them makes my scalp tingle. I let the Saintess fly up to the sky, and then gave them a holy light shines. The girl said this, stretching out her fair little hand, her 5 fingers spread wide, then suddenly clenched, making an explosion shape with her mouth, while mimicking the sound, boom, and in an instant, the whole world was clean. I checked the time, exactly 10 seconds. Lu Yuan completely understood. Dimensional strike. This is pure dimensional strike. The holy light shines of the Radiant Saintess is, in the true sense, a map-wide skill. Facing a group of Black Iron tier monsters much lower in rank than herself, its destructive power is devastating. The so-called advantage in numbers is, in front of that miniature sun, a complete joke. Her tactic is simple and blunt, but it is the most effective. Just as Lu Yuan was lost in thought, Suyueli, who had been silently smiling beside him, spoke up. Qianqian can pass, I'm not surprised at all. Her voice was gentle. Her Radiant Saintess was born to be a nemesis in such grand scenes, and the opponent is a Black Iron tier beast far below her rank. After saying that, her gaze turned to Lu Yuan, her eyes filled with appreciation and curiosity. But Xiao Yuan, you being able to pass just like her really surprises me. Yun Qianqian also looked at Lu Yuan curiously. Yeah, Yuan, how did you get through the last wave? Your radiant spirit is powerful, but it seems you don't have a skill to clear the entire field at once, right? Su Yueli smiled and took over the conversation, clearly having a deeper understanding of Lu Yuan's beast lineup. Not just lacking, it's simply countered. Your radiant spirit skills lean toward precise strikes and auxiliary purification. Although the end of days holy gun is powerful, it is ultimately a single-target explosion, consuming enormous resources when facing a beast tide. The Void Shadow is considered a top assassin, but in such a pure positional battle, its role will be infinitely compressed except for ambushing a few so-called key members. Su Yueli's gaze fell on Lu Yuan beside her, as if she could see that invisible magic mirror. As for your most mysterious voyeur magic mirror, its light of rebellion is a godly skill, but in this Black Iron realm, even if a group of Black Iron tier monsters release their skills and it rebounds double, how powerful can it be? There's hardly a high-value target worth it to rebound. Her words thoroughly analyzed the predicament Lu Yuan faced in the illusion tower. Yun Shanshan was stunned, only realizing that the difficulty Lu Yuan faced was on a completely different level from hers. She could win by relying on the absolute suppression of her beast skills. But what did Lu Yuan rely on to win? Su Yueli looked at Lu Yuan, her eyes filled with unmistakable admiration. Using such a beast lineup that is almost countered by the scene, relying solely on strategy and calculation, breaking through 15 waves. Xiao Yuan, you've done very well, truly remarkable. This heartfelt compliment was more rewarding to Lu Yuan than any prize. He smiled, not explaining that he had used the trump card of the origin mark, just gently rubbing the head of Yun Shanshan beside him. Just lucky. Chapter 102, Self-Awareness. The atmosphere on the way back was much more relaxed than when they came. Yun Shanshan shook off the tension from the illusion tower and returned to her clingy self. She chattered excitedly with Su Yueli, boasting about how she cleared the entire field in 10 seconds, and when she got excited, she danced and gestured, as if wanting to recreate the spectacular scene of Holy Light Shines right on the spot. But Lu Yuan was continuously replaying every battle in the illusion tower in his mind. When the three returned to the villa halfway up the mountain, it was surprisingly already evening, and Lan Liuli was nowhere to be seen. It should be noted that since Su Yueli returned to Beiming, Lan Liuli had settled into the villa halfway up the mountain. Every day at this time, Lan Liuli lay on the sofa, munching on snacks and watching the gossip on her wristband, waiting for the three to return. Su Yueli led the two into the living room. Under the soft light, her powerful aura as a mentor from Beiming Academy had long faded, turning back into that gentle parent. So, tell me, what did you gain from today's battle in the illusion tower? Su Yueli's gaze swept over the two children. I saw many beasts I had never encountered before, Lu Yuan spoke first, organizing his words. Although their ranks were very low, the tactics they used together were ever-changing. Especially from the 6th wave onwards, their coordination became more and more seamless. For me, the growth in practical experience was far better than practicing with Shanshan. He said this from the heart. When training with Yun Shanshan, the only thing he had to guard against was the unreasonable map barrage from the Saintess Shihui and the bizarre abilities of the void-masked cat that appeared and disappeared unpredictably. And in the illusion tower, he faced real enemies, forming cooperatively effective battle formations that tested completely different abilities. Me too. Yun Shanshan beside him nodded vigorously, her small face full of agreement. Su Yueli was amused by her daughter's straightforward words, and she looked at Lu Yuan, asking, "Is there anything else?" Anything else? Lu Yuan carefully recalled everything, from the shadow wolves of the first wave, to the unruly consumption tactics of the 8th wave, and then to the last, chilling gray ocean. He replayed his tactical responses, energy consumption, and card usage, but ultimately shook his head. Nothing more. Su Yueli's gaze didn't leave him but turned to Yun Shanshan beside her, her voice carrying a hint of guidance. Shanshan, think a bit more carefully. For example, when dealing with the 9th and 10th waves of those monster formations, did you notice anything different about your Dark Ranger and the Void-Masked Cat? Different? Yun Shanshan tilted her head, her peach blossom eyes blinking, lost in memories. At that time, she only felt that the number of monsters was increasing and it was annoying, so she let the Dark Ranger and the Masked Cat deal with them. Her command was really simple: the Masked Cat assists the Dark Ranger in killing the virtual beast. But now, reminded by her mother, the battle scene suddenly flashed in her mind. The timing of the Void-Masked Cat's ability Absolute Silence was just perfect, not a second too early or too late, perfectly covering all of the enemy's mental attacks, minimizing energy consumption. And the Dark Ranger, after stealth, didn't choose to attack the defense unit from behind, but immediately used Shadow Arrow to accurately hit the auxiliary monster hiding behind the formation, interrupting its healing chant. Then he immediately used Heart-Piercing Shot in combination with Shadow Strike to quickly finish off the other fragile targets. The whole process flowed like water, efficiently like a precise killing machine. Oh yeah. Yun Shanshan suddenly clapped her hands, her small face full of realization. I didn't even have the Dark Ranger go after that healing virtual beast. It went by itself. And the Masked Cat, I just told it to activate the field, but it controlled the size just right, with no waste at all. The more she spoke, the brighter her eyes became. Hearing this, Lu Yuan's heart suddenly trembled. His own memories also rippled open in an instant. That was a month ago, during his first training session with Yun Shanshan. The brilliant nova released by the Radiant Saint Spirit after a slight delay maximized damage. The Void Phantom, acting before he issued the command, unleashed a dimensional blade, intercepting the flanking shadow arrow. At that moment, his beasts had developed their own consciousness. That kind of mutual understanding and connection. The so-called spiritual self-awareness is not just a fleeting moment. In today's high-pressure battle at the Illusion Tower, his summoned beasts also made the optimal choices. The Radiant Holy Spirit, when facing the 8th wave of exhaustion attack, did not randomly attack with the 2 small light spears split from the end of Day's Holy Lance, but accurately bypassed the front row barriers to prioritize killing the auxiliary virtual beasts behind. The reflection storage of the Mirror of Reflection copied the Radiant Holy Spirit, and when the original Radiant Holy Spirit used its skills, it intertwined perfectly, achieving a seamless connection. These details were overlooked by him in the tense battle situation at the time. He thought they were all part of his tactical planning, a subconscious instruction of his own. But now looking back, that was not his judgment at all. Rather, it was the judgment of his summoned beasts, their own judgment. Su Yueli had been quietly observing Lu Yuan's expression and saw the shock and understanding flashing in his eyes. She knew that this clever child had figured out the crucial point. She smiled with relief, her voice still gentle but with seriousness. That's right, it's the self-awareness of the summoned beasts. The Illusion Tower's true purpose is not merely to provide a simulated battlefield for you to familiarize yourselves with various monsters. Its greatest value lies in continuously pressing and triggering your summoned beast's instinct for autonomous combat through waves of high-pressure battles. Generally speaking, this is a skill that summoned beast masters at the golden or even platinum level need to begin focusing on developing. Because only at that stage can the intelligence of the summoned beasts and the bond with their masters be strong enough to support complex independent thinking. Su Yueli looked at the 2 children before her, her eyes openly filled with pride. But you are different. The summoned beasts of both of you, whether in potential or spirituality, far exceed those of the same level. They are like uncarved raw gemstones, and the Illusion Tower is the carving knife that can polish them into sharp and dazzling treasures. Lu Yuan and Yun Qianqian listened quietly, their hearts shaken. They had always thought they were merely playing a challenging dungeon game. Yet they did not expect that behind it lay such profound meaning. So, I will set a new training goal for you. Su Yueli stood up, her gaze sweeping over the 2, the aura of an epic-level powerhouse emanating once again. Within 1 week, you must clear the black iron level of the Illusion Tower at least 3 times. Each time you clear it, you must try different combinations of summoned beasts and different tactics in response. Your goal is no longer to pursue the speed of clearing, but to feel the guidance in battle, to amplify that self-awareness of your summoned beasts. Until one day, you no longer need to issue tedious commands, just a thought, a glance, and your partners will be able to respond perfectly. On that day, you will truly transform from a summoned Beastmaster into a Lord of Beasts. Chapter 103, The Changes of the Secret Realm. Su Yueli's words about Lord of Beasts stirred waves of emotion in Lu Yuan and Yun Qianqian's hearts. This was not just a change of title but a leap in realm. From the commanding master to the empathic lord, a single word difference can lead to vastly different paths. Yun Qianqian rested her chin on her hand, reflecting on the extraordinary tacit understanding between the Dark Ranger and the Void-masked cat during the battle, her little face showing a thoughtful expression for the first time. It turned out that her powerful partners were not just obedient tools, but comrades with independent thoughts. Lu Yuan thought even deeper. His Summoned Beast Handbook could plan evolutionary routes and pinpoint weaknesses, but it could not replace the growth and spirituality of the summoned beasts themselves. The Radiant Holy Spirit, the Mirror of Reflection, the Void Phantom, each of them was a unique life. What we need to do is not to bind them with orders, but to become the pillar that allows them to shine brightly. The living room fell silent for a moment, as the 2 young people digested what they had learned today. At that moment, the villa's door was pushed open from the outside. A figure walked in, bringing with it a cool breeze from outside. Oh my gosh, I'm so exhausted. Lan Lioli limply threw herself onto the sofa, sinking deep into it. At this moment, she looked just like her usual lazy homebody self, but the lingering seriousness in her brows did not escape Su Yueli's notice. Aunt Lioli, didn't you buy any snacks today? Yun Qianqian curiously leaned over and poked Lan Lioli's arm. Not in the mood. Lan Lioli waved her hand, sitting up a little from the sofa, her gaze sweeping over Lu Yuan and Yun Qianqian. You 2 little ones are here, just right. She looked at them, her expression becoming much more serious. Do you remember the 2 Dragon Nest Secret Realm badges I gave you before we went to the Falling Star Valley? Lu Yuan nodded. Yun Qianqian's eyes brightened even more. I remember. You said they would open in 3 months. I heard people say there are all kinds of dragon-type beastmasters inside, is it true? It is true. Lan Lioli's response, however, lacked much excitement, and it has opened early. She looked at the 2 of them and said, it was supposed to open in 2 months, but today we received news from Longshao Academy that this year's Dragon Nest Secret Realm has encountered some strange situation. Su Yueli set down her teacup, the bottom of the cup clinking against the table softly. She looked at her best friend, her eyes calm. What situation? The energy tide is unusually active, more than 3 times higher than the records of previous years. Lan Liuli rubbed her forehead, as if recalling something troublesome. I went to handle this today. The high-level officials of the academy collaborated with Longshao Academy, using a secret treasure for remote exploration, and found that the space in the depths of the secret realm is extremely unstable. She paused, dropping a heavy bombshell. There are rumors that a king-level beast may awaken in this year's dragon nest. King-level. A king, that is in existence standing at the peak of all beasts, a terrifying name that can overturn a giant city with its own power. We, the silver-tier beastmasters, probably aren't even as insignificant as ants in front of such existence. Yun Shanxian's expression of excitement faded instantly, replaced by seriousness and worry. She glanced at Lu Yuan beside her instinctively and quietly moved closer to him. Su Yueli's expression also became completely serious. She asked in a deep voice, "Is the news true?" "We can't be 100% sure." Lan Liuli shook her head. The exploration treasure was overloaded and destroyed the moment it came into contact with that aura, but the fleeting pressure was definitely above the epic level. So, the high-level officials of the 2 academies jointly decided to move up the opening of the Dragon Nest secret realm to 1 week from now. Moving it up? Why? Yun Shanxian asked in confusion. Given such a great danger, shouldn't it be sealed off? It can't be sealed. Lan Liuli sighed wryly. The abnormal energy tide has already made the entrance to the secret realm extremely unstable, which may go out of control at any moment. Instead of waiting for it to erupt completely and create uncontrollable spatial rifts, it's better to take the initiative to guide it, opening it early to allow the qualified young generation to enter and explore. 1. It can relieve the internal pressure. 2. This is also a rare opportunity. Opportunities coexist with risks. Su Yueli took over the conversation. The awakening of king-level beasts will surely trigger the source power of the entire secret realm. Many long-dormant treasures of heaven and earth may appear because of this. For dragon-type beastmasters, every breath of air there could be as valuable as a magical elixir. So, your journey to the dragon's nest has been moved up. Lan Liuli's gaze finally settled on Lu Yuan and Yun Shanxian. In 1 week, you will set off. Of course, given the danger this time, you have the right to choose to give up. The living room fell into silence again. Give up? This word almost didn't exist in Lu Yuan's dictionary. Danger? The Mirror Shadow Secret Realm, the Cave of 10,000 Snakes, the Valley of Falling Stars, none of them are safe. As the freshman ceremony of Beiming Academy said, opportunity is born from danger. He could fight his way out relying on his plans and hidden cards, and facing this unknown dragon's nest, he might not be without the strength to battle. A king-level beastmaster is indeed terrifying, but the entire secret realm is vast. It's not so easy to run into one head-on. Taking a step back, even if he really encounters one, there is Lan Liuli around. If they can't win, running away is always possible. And behind the risk is the once-in-a-lifetime opportunity that Su Yueli spoke of. His shadow mirror needs higher-level energy skills to reflect. His void phantom needs rarer spatial treasures to give birth to new skills. His radiant Holy Spirit also requires massive resources to reach the golden rank. All of this cannot be easily exchanged for points alone. I'll go. Lu Yuan spoke, unusually firm. Almost the moment his words fell, Yun Shanxian beside him immediately followed without hesitation. Then I will go too. Her small face was filled with the unwavering determination of "where you go, I follow," as if the place Lu Yuan was going was not a perilous secret realm but a newly opened amusement park on the outskirts. Watching the 2 children make their choice without hesitation, Su Yueli and Lan Liuli exchanged glances, seeing in each other's eyes a mix of helplessness and worry, as well as more satisfaction and pride. This was what they had hoped for, the kind of spirit young people of this era should possess. All right. Su Yueli stood up, the powerful confidence of an epic-tier powerhouse returning to her. Since you have made your decision, then for this week, do not go to the Illusion Tower. Her gaze swept over the 2, her tone leaving no room for doubt. Starting tomorrow, Lan Liuli and I will conduct special training for you. Chapter 104, Joint Special Training. The morning sun shone on the lawn of the villa halfway up the mountain. Su Yueli stood with her hands behind her back, her posture straight, the morning breeze tousling her hair. Beside her, Lan Liuli was sporting dark circles under her eyes, one hand holding a thermos and the other yawning continuously, exuding an aura of "I want to sleep." I say, Yueli, is it really necessary to get up this early? The sun hasn't even fully risen yet, my beauty sleep. Su Yueli ignored her friend's complaints, her gaze landing on Lu Yuan and Yun Shanxian. Are you ready? Ready. Yun Shanxian energetically waved her small fist, transforming last night's shock into burning fighting spirit. Lu Yuan nodded, his eyes bright, already adjusted to the best state. Su Yueli's gaze slowly moved to the center of the lawn, where a tender green leaf had just fallen from a tree, drifting gently down. Today's special training goal is very simple. Her voice was cool. You two will work together to take that leaf from me and Lioli. Yun Shanshan blinked, looking at the easily obtainable leaf, then at her mother and Lan Lioli, her face filled with questions. Steal something from them? What a joke, both of them are true epic-level Beastmasters. Su Yueli clearly saw their doubts. You don't need to worry, Lioli and I will not attack, nor will we defend, we will only prevent your tactics from being used, making it harder for you to get the leaf. Then she paused and said, but you cannot speak, you cannot give any verbal commands. Cannot speak? Lu Yuan and Yun Shanshan exchanged glances, seeing seriousness in each other's eyes. At the moment her voice fell, Lan Lioli's originally lazy gaze suddenly became sharp, and the chill belonging to teacher Lan quickly spread. She casually placed the thermos aside, moved her wrist, and a dangerous smile curled at the corner of her mouth. Do you understand, little guys? In other words, what comes next is a pure battle between masters. That little girl is finally going to be in my hands. Although I can't attack, it's enough for you to drink a pot of it. You are so young and not cute at all, just like your mom. The battle was about to explode. Yun Shanshan was the first to move. She gave Lu Yuan a look, her right hand quietly forming a fist. This was the tacit understanding they had long formed, she would take the lead in attack, applying pressure head-on. Buzz! The figure of the Dawn Holy Maiden descended magnificently, sacred light intertwined with blazing flames, unleashing the pressure of 5-star potential without reservation. Without any hesitation, a miniature sun began to gather, the terrifying energy fluctuations causing the air around to start to distort. Holy light illuminates. She wanted to use the strongest area attack to force back Su Yueli and Lan Lioli, creating an opportunity for Lu Yuan. Almost at the same time, Lu Yuan's thoughts raced. Like a phantom in the void, he merged into the shadows, silently making his way toward that leaf. One bright, one dark, one attacking and one stealing, this was their most familiar cooperation. However, they were facing two true epic-ranked strong beings. Just as the sun above the Dawn Holy Maiden was about to take shape, a shadow of deep blue, faster than the phantom in the void, burst out from behind Lan Lioli like a ghostly lightning bolt. It was a cheetah covered in icy crystalline scales, its posture graceful and agile. Name, Winter Phantom Cheetah. Rank, Low Epic. Potential, 2 stars. The moment the Winter Phantom Cheetah appeared, the temperature of the entire lawn abruptly dropped, a thin layer of frost spreading rapidly from its center. It didn't even glance at the imposing Dawn Holy Maiden, it simply raised its paw gracefully and gently tapped the ground. Crack! A deep blue ice wall sprang up from the ground, precisely blocking the way between the Dawn Holy Maiden and Su Yueli. Immediately afterward, an extreme cold current turned into an invisible shackles, enveloping the Dawn Holy Maiden in an instant. Absolute zero. The miniature sun gathering above the Dawn Holy Maiden flickered violently, being forcibly suppressed by this cold, its charging process interrupted. Yun Shanshan's face turned pale, she could clearly feel the sense of stagnation coming from the Dawn Holy Maiden. On the other side, Lu Yuan's situation was equally grim. Just as the phantom in the void was about to touch the leaf, Su Yueli moved. She simply raised her hand lightly, a vine exuding a gentle life aura sprouted from the ground beneath her feet. Name, World Tree. Rank, Mid-Epic. Potential, 2 stars. That seemingly delicate sprout, at the moment of appearance, began to flourish in the wind, countless green branches spreading out, instantly turning the entire lawn into a realm of life. The phantom's stealth was laid bare in the presence of this all-pervading life aura. A vine that seemed soft gently coiled, taking the target leaf back to Su Yueli's fingertips. She held the leaf, glanced at the astonished faces of Lu Yuan and Yun Shanshan, then released her fingers, letting the leaf drift away with the wind. Too slow. Lan Lioli yawned, recalling her winter phantom cheetah, and the sense of pressure dissipated accordingly. Your cooperation is full of flaws, naive and childish ideas. Hurry up and end this. I want to go back to sleep. Mom! You guys are cheating. Yun Shanshan finally couldn't hold back, stomping her feet in anger. Using an epic-ranked beast to bully people. This is simply unfair. When did I ever say that you had to win? Su Yueli walked over to her daughter, gently fixing her hair that had been blown messy by the wind. The sound pointed directly to the core. I just asked you to get the leaves. And your first reaction was to fight. Her gaze turned to Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan, you let the Void Phantom sneak and steal. Xian Shen, you let the Radiant Saintess charge with a strong attack. You were not wrong in your thoughts, but you were only thinking for yourselves. Where are your beasts? Su Yueli's voice was not loud, but it struck the hearts of both like a heavy hammer. While the Radiant Saintess was charging, what was your Dark Ranger doing? What was your Holy Flame Firebird doing? While the Void Phantom was sneaking, what were the Glorious Sacred Spirit and the Mirror of Observation doing? They were waiting. Waiting for your next command. But the beasts of me and Lioli, at the moment we conceived an idea, had already completed the cooperation. Lu Yuan shivered. He suddenly recalled the scene just now. At the moment he ordered the Void Phantom to sneak, he indeed felt the intention from the glorious sacred spirit, protection. It wanted to grant the Void Phantom divine blessing of protection to prevent it from being spotted and suffering a fatal attack. He also felt the intention of the Mirror of Observation, Link. It wanted to establish illusory mirror synchronization with the Radiant Saintess, to share the potential damage she might suffer while charging. But he overlooked it. He was too focused on his own plan, too confident in his judgment of the situation, so much so that he subconsciously suppressed the independent thoughts of his beasts. He regarded them as pawns executing commands, rather than partners fighting alongside him. On the other side, Yun Shanshan was also in a daze. She recalled that when she commanded the Radiant Saintess to launch a strong attack, the Void Fake Cat actually sent a warning intention. It sensed the dangerous aura from Lan Liuli and wanted to use absolute silence to interfere with the opponent, buying time for the Radiant Saintess. But her mind was filled with a holy light explosion will blow them all away, completely ignoring it. The so-called master is not about devising the perfect strategy. Su Yueli looked at the two children lost in thought, a comforting smile on her face. It is about learning to listen to feelings and trust your beasts. Merge your will with the will of all your partners into one. You are no longer in a relationship of giving commands and receiving commands, you are a whole. Your thoughts are their thoughts. Their intuition is also your intuition. She raised her hand again, and from a distance, another leaf fell gently. Now, let's do it again. Lu Yuan took a deep breath. This time, he no longer looked at the leaf but closed his eyes. He emptied his brain of all preset strategies, no longer thinking about step 1, step 2, but completely immersed his spirit, linking with the three beasts beside him. He felt the pure light of the glorious sacred spirit, the calm of the Mirror of Observation, and the deep shadow of the Void Phantom. Yun Shanshan followed suit. She tugged at Lu Yuan's clothes, closed her eyes like him, and tried hard to feel the emotions of her four partners. The wind blew over the lawn again. Su Yueli and Lan Liuli exchanged glances, both seeing smiles in each other's eyes. The real special training had just begun. Chapter 105, It's Us. Lu Yuan and Yun Shanshan stood side by side, both with their eyes closed. Not far away, Su Yueli flicked her fingers, and another tender green leaf spun gently, floating down to lie in the center of the lawn. Lu Yuan sank his spirit into a void, no longer constructing any tactical framework. He was like a beginner, awkwardly trying to listen. He heard. The will of the glorious sacred spirit was a vast, warm sea of light, pure and inclusive, carrying an innate desire to protect. It was like a tireless sun, wanting to shower its light and heat upon everything it guarded. The will of the Mirror of Observation was deep and tranquil. It had no aggressiveness, nor a defensive desire. It is just waiting. Waiting for an opportunity that can turn the tide. The will of the Void Spectre is the purest and most dangerous. It is a blade hidden in a sheath, a wisp of nothingness merged in the shadows. In its world, there are no detours, only targets and a path to deliver a lethal blow. Three entirely different wills weave together in his spiritual world. In the past, he was like a commander, giving orders to them one by one, allowing them to act at the nodes he had planned. Now, what he must do is to twist these three wills into one rope. On the other side, Yun Shanshan is also trying hard. Unlike Lu Yuan, she does not analyze her feelings in detail, she cannot learn it, nor does she want to. Her approach is more direct. She imagines herself as a huge sponge, fully opening her heart to her four partners. Thus, she felt it. The Dark Ranger brought a cold and focused presence, lurking in the dark like a hunter, patiently waiting for the right moment. The Holy Flame Fire Sparrow was a blazing fire, filled with a thirst for battle and a desire to show off. The will of the Sunlit Saintess is the most complex, containing both sacred authority and an infinite fondness and protection for her. Meanwhile, the will of the Void Masked Cat contained mischievous playfulness and a hint of eagerness to show you a good deal. Poof! A light laugh broke the silence. Lan Liuli leaned against a tree, rubbed her sleepy eyes, and looked at the two motionless children on the field, along with their equally still beasts, and could not help but yawn. I say, Yuli, are they planning to wait with this leaf until the end of time? If they don't make a move, I will wake from my nap. So Yuli did not respond, just quietly watched. At this moment, there was finally a change in the field. Yun Shanshan was the first to move. Almost at the same time, her four beasts moved together. The Holy Flame Fire Sparrow flapped its wings, diving fiercely straight towards the leaf, its momentum so grand it seemed ready to ignite the entire lawn. And under the cover of its massive form, the Dark Ranger blended seamlessly into the shadows, activating Shadow Stride, also aiming for that leaf. Both bright and dark, a dual advance. At the same time, the Sunlit Saintess raised her hand, and a solar restraint generated out of thin air, but the target was not Su Yuli or Lan Liuli, rather the ground beneath their feet, intending to lock their movement with fiery chains. The strangest was the Void Masked Cat. It activated absolute silence, but not a vast domain, instead a micro-domain merely covering itself in the Dark Ranger, perfectly shielding their breath and energy fluctuations. For beasts, 4 actions, almost completed in the same instant. This cooperation was at least 10 times more exquisite than the last time. However, Lan Liuli nearly lazily raised her eyelids. Nice idea, but unfortunately, they are still acting independently. As soon as her words fell, the winter spectre leopard that had been lying at her feet moved. It did not go to resist the grand holy flame fire sparrow, nor did it care about the feudal solar restraint. Its figure instantly vanished from the spot. The next second, a burst of icy blue mist exploded in the path the Dark Ranger was stealthily taking. Winter's mist. In the mist, the Dark Ranger's figure was forced to reveal itself, covered in a thin layer of frost, speed drastically reduced. Its perfect stealth assassination was easily resolved just like that. Immediately after, the winter spectre leopard appeared in the diving path of the holy flame fire sparrow. It did not resist head-on, but simply extended its paw and lightly swiped in the air. A mirror formed of ice crystals appeared out of thin air. The holy flame fire sparrow crashed into the mirror. Its violent flames were all reflected back, exploding upon itself, letting out a wronged cry, landing in a disheveled heap to the side. As for that burning sun shackles, beneath Suyueli's feet, the tender sprouts of the world tree merely trembled slightly, and a mighty breath of life spread out, instantly purifying the fiery chains to nothingness. The second attempt still ended in failure. Wu Yunshanxian opened her eyes with a bit of disappointment, looking at her few spirit beasts, who were also rather downcast, her little mouth pouting. She felt she had tried very hard to communicate with them. Why was it still not working? This was not Yunshanxian's fault, it was just that the opponent was too powerful. Don't worry. Lu Yuan's voice rang beside her. He opened his eyes, his deep gaze not filled with frustration, but instead shining with a strange light. I think I understand a bit. He looked at Suyueli and calmingly spoke. Let's try again. Suyueli smiled and nodded, and another leaf fell. This time, Lu Yuan did not close his eyes again. He simply stood quietly, completely releasing his spirit, no longer trying to guide or integrate. He was no longer the commanding officer issuing orders. He transformed his will into the leaf itself. Get it? This pure thought became the only coordinate in his spiritual world. In an instant, 3 wills found a common direction. On the surface of the mirror of glimpse, a nearly imperceptible ripple spread out. It did not replicate any spirit beasts, nor did it prepare to rebound any skills. Illusion mirror synchronization. But its linkage target was not any allied unit. It was that leaf quietly lying on the grass. This was an astonishing operation, even contradicting the description of the skill. But at that moment, as Lu Yuan completely released control and allowed the mirror of glimpse to act freely, it succeeded. It linked a trace of its origin with that leaf. At the same time, the void phantom moved. It did not stealth, nor did it use the dimension blade. It simply transformed into the most inconspicuous shadow and quietly moved in a direction completely opposite to the leaf. Its target was the thermos cup placed under the tree by Lan Liuli. The radiant sacred spirit also moved. It did not release any offensive skills, its light wings gently flapped, sprinkling soft golden light particles. These light particles fell on the grass, causing no harm, only making the grass grow a little greener. Holy Radiant's sacred domain quietly unfolded. These 3 actions seemed completely unrelated, even somewhat baffling. Yun Shanxian watched, confused, but seeing Lu Yuan's focused gaze, for some reason, her inner irritation also calmed down. She mimicked Lu Yuan's demeanor, no longer thinking about any complicated combinations, just in her heart shouting to her companions. We help him. With this thought rising, her 4 spirit beasts also moved in a completely new way. The Dark Ranger drew back its longbow, a shadow arrow quietly shot out, but the target was not a person, but a bird's nest on a tree not far behind Suyueli. The holy flame fire sparrow soared into the air, but instead of diving, it circled at high altitude, its wings flapping, creating a faint spiral airflow, slowly pressing down towards the center of the lawn. The Dawn Sacred Maiden pressed her hands together, and a gentle blazing sun ring spread out centered on her, without any searing harm, only warm light, like a true sun, drawing everyone's gaze. And the void-masked cat, it simply yawned lazily and used masked mimicry. It simulated the breath of the winter phantom leopard of Lan Liuli. In an instant, there appeared 2 identical spirit beasts on the field. One bore an epic level pressure while the other was platinum level pressure. Though it was only a mimicry, it was enough to cause a momentary delay in judgment. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. Then, all the changes exploded simultaneously. Chirp! A startled bird's cry rang out as the Shadow Ranger's arrow precisely disturbed the nest, and a frightened forest bird flapped its wings, flying out and successfully catching Suyuli's attention. Lan Luli furrowed her brow sharply, sensing the presence of 2 winter phantoms leopards. What made her even angrier was seeing a shadow sneaking towards her precious thermos. You dare! Without a second thought, Lan Luli understood the winter phantom leopard, and a blade of ice shot out. Now is the time. In Lu Yuan's eyes, sparks of brilliance erupted. He didn't look at the leaf at all, but instead at the direction of the Void Phantom. That thermos was merely a distraction from the beginning. The actual target of the Void Phantom was to use the attack from the Winter Phantom Leopard to create a spatial ripple. Spatial passage. A tiny anchor point instantly formed beside the ice blade of the Winter Phantom Leopard. Another anchor point quietly opened above that leaf under the pressure of the swirling air. A hand, covered in radiance, reached out from that small spatial passage, precisely pinching the leaf. It was the Holy Spirit attendant of the Radiant Holy Spirit. It had been hidden in the radiance of the Radiant Holy Spirit the whole time, never revealing itself. By the time Su Yuli and Lan Luli reacted, that hand had already retracted back into the spatial passage, which then closed. Lu Yuan opened his hand, and a tender green leaf lay quietly in his palm. The whole process was smooth as flowing water, seamless. On the lawn, there was a dead silence. Lan Luli looked at her undamaged thermos, then at the leaf in Lu Yuan's palm, her face showing a dazed expression. Yun Qian's mouth dropped open wide. She completely didn't understand what had just happened, but she knew Lu Yuan had one, in a way she couldn't comprehend. This is the true master. Su Yuli looked at Lu Yuan, her eyes filled with shock and approval. She recalled the World Tree, and a genuine smile appeared on her face. Using the reflection mirror to link and lock the leaf, sharing coordinates. Using the Radiant Holy Spirit's domain as cover to hide the Holy Spirit attendant. Then using the Void Phantom as bait to lure Luli's beast to attack, utilizing the spatial ripple created by its attack to open a teleportation passage across distances. With each sentence she spoke, Yun Qian's eyes widened more. Is this really a tactic a person can come up with? But Lu Yuan shook his head. It's not just me. It's us. Chapter 106, Warm-up finished. Lan Luli's expression was a spectacle to behold. She first blinked in disbelief, then quickly walked to the tree, grabbing her thermos and inspecting it closely. Confirming that the body of the cup was as smooth as ever, without a single scratch, she finally sighed in relief and then looked up, speaking in a dangerous tone. You little rascal, you've got guts. She ground her molars. Using my globally limited Sung Hai Yuming as bait, what if it gets scratched? I can't afford to pay you back, even if I sold you. Before Lu Yuan could respond, Yun Qian exclaimed, wow. She looked at the leaf in Lu Yuan's palm, suddenly rushing in front of him, grabbing his arm and shaking it vigorously. How did you do that? How on earth did you do that? The girl's eyes were full of disbelief. Just now, it's as if everyone turned into just you. No, it's like you turned into all of them. Quickly teach me. Lu Yuan was a bit dizzy from her shaking and could only speak the truth. I didn't think, I just felt. Felt? Yun Qian stopped moving, tilting her head. This answer clearly made her even more confused. Felt what? Felt the wind, felt the grass, or felt that broken leaf? It's about feeling them. Lu Yuan's gaze gently swept over the three beasts beside him. The radiance surrounding the Radiant Holy Spirit seemed to warm a bit more. The mirror of the face-revealing magic mirror reflected his figure, while the shadowy specter quietly merged into his shadow, bringing a faint and tender intimacy. At this moment, he seemed to have no barrier between himself and them. All right, Qian. Su Yuli's voice sounded at the right moment as she walked to her daughter's side and gently rubbed her head, her eyes filled with an unwavering smile and joy. You didn't understand, and that's normal. Because what Lu Yuan just did has already touched the threshold of the Master Realm. Her praise was evident. I asked you to listen, but you achieved resonance. You are no longer the commander giving orders, but have transformed your will into the only coordinate for all the beast's actions. So, the Radiant Holy Spirit thought of hiding the servant in the field, the face-revealing magic mirror thought of linking to a leaf, and the shadowy specter thought of moving the most precious thing of Lioli. As she spoke the last words, she couldn't help but glance at the blue Lioli, who was holding onto her thermos cup without letting go. The blue Lioli gave a soft hum, as if to agree. Then what about me? What about me? Yun Qian pointed at herself, not convinced. I feel like I also worked hard to communicate with them. Why didn't it work? Who said you didn't? Su Yuli countered with a smile. She looked at Yun Qian, her gaze becoming serious. Lu Yuan's tactics are exquisite, each link is essential. But have you ever thought, without your beasts creating chaos in the front line, would he have the chance to execute this assassination? Your Holy Flame Fire Sparrow attracted the first wave of attention from the Winter Shadow Leopard. Your Dawn Radiant Maiden drew the World Tree's attention with her halo. Your Dark Ranger, with a seemingly useless arrow, startled the forest birds, buying the most crucial time for Lu Yuan. And your Masked Cat. Su Yuli paused, her tone filled with amazement. It simulated the aura of the Winter Shadow Leopard. It seemed like just a little trick, but it pressured Lioli psychologically. It made her subconsciously think there was a second enemy appearing, leading her to make the most direct judgment, protect her thermos cup. Yun Qian was stunned. She had never thought that her seemingly failed actions had served such a purpose. Lu Yuan's beasts had become his eyes, his hands, and his sharp blade. Su Yueli's voice was gentle, providing the final summary for this special training. And Xian, your beasts have become his shield, his disguise, his comrades. You both executed the tactics and supported the environment. This is also a form of top-tier cooperation, a silent understanding that needs no words. Both of you did exceptionally well today. These words instantly soothed the tiny disappointment in Yun Xianxian's heart. Her little face beamed with a bright smile again, casting a glance at Lu Yuan that conveyed, "See, I'm great too." Lu Yuan returned the smile, understanding it in his heart. Su Yueli was right. If it weren't for Yun Xianxian's seemingly chaotic harassment in the front, completely diverting Su Yueli and Blue Liuli's attention, his precise plan would have had no room to unfold. They were a whole. Alright, today's warm-up ends here. Su Yueli clapped her hands, announcing the end of the special training. Blue Liuli perked up immediately, yawning as she walked toward the villa. Finally done, I can go back to sleep. Who said it's over? Su Yueli shot her a glance. What I said was the warm-up is over. Blue Liuli's footsteps froze in place. Su Yueli ignored her friend's lifeless expression, looking at the two children in front of her, her expression growing serious again. Today, you only opened a door and glimpsed the scenery behind it. But merely seeing is far from enough. From now on, before setting off to the Dragon Nest Secret Realm, during the remaining 6 days, you will be here. Train hard for real. Her aura quietly changed, the pressure belonging to an epic-level mentor made the air around them feel heavy. You will no longer have any rules to restrict you, and your goal will no longer be to simply get a leaf. What you need to do is endure longer under the attacks from me and Luli. From 1 second to 2 seconds, then to 10 seconds. Even if Luli's rescue is very reliable, you must be alive before she arrives. Su Yuli's gaze held an unprecedented seriousness. Remember, the Dragon's Nest Secret Realm is a king-level secret realm. If you die, you cannot be revived. It won't give you a second chance. In this week, you need to forget all your pride and achievements. Now, you are just two Beastmasters who need to do everything they can to survive. Chapter 107, Lan Luli takes action. As Su Yuli's words fell, the air on the lawn seemed to freeze. All-out attack? Lu Yuan and Yun Xianxian's minds buzzed at the same time. A silver-level individual, enduring the full-on attack from an epic level? This is no longer training, this is one-sided slaughter. Don't mention holding out for 10 minutes, they might not even last a second before being crushed to pieces along with their beasts. Yun Xianxian instinctively clutched Lu Yuan's clothing, her little face pale. She was not afraid of fighting, she even longed for challenges, but she was not foolish. The gap between epic and silver was an insurmountable chasm, like the difference between mortals and gods. Lu Yuan's pupils suddenly contracted. He immediately ran countless simulations in his mind, and the result was the same, instant kill. No matter what tactics he employed, no matter how flawlessly his beast worked together, in the face of absolute power, all skills seemed weak and powerless. Su Yuli took in their reactions, she was not surprised, only watching them calmly. Mom! Yun Xianxian's voice trembled. We will die. I never asked you to win. Su Yuli's voice was gentle. I also didn't plan to kill you. She paused, her gaze sweeping over the 7 beasts around them that also sensed the immense pressure. In the Dragon's Nest Secret Realm, if you really encounter a hostile king-level beast, it doesn't even need to attack. Just the pressure it exudes when awakening is enough to cause your minds to collapse in an instant, leaving you no chance to summon your beasts. Su Yuli's words made Lu Yuan and Yun Xianxian understand immediately. The purpose of this training was not to win but to adapt. To adapt to that sense of despairing pressure, to learn to maintain a clear mind under such a huge gap in power, to gather every bit of strength they could to fight for that slim chance of survival. What you need to do is not to think about how to counterattack, but to think about how to survive. Su Yuli walked slowly, her epic-level aura receding like the tide, returning to that gentle parental demeanor. In the face of Lu Li's attacks, every one of your thoughts, every collaboration, may determine whether you last one more second or get knocked out instantly. Your beasts will sense the deadly threat before you do. Their instincts, their intuition, will be your only lifeline. Trust them, guide them, merging your 7 together with you 2, 9 independent wills into one. Only then will you have a chance to find a sliver of survival in that true dead end. Lu Yuan's tightly clenched fist slowly relaxed. He understood. In these 6 days, what they had to confront was not Su Yuli and Lan Luli but their own weakness and limits. Yun Xianxian also took a deep breath, determination reigniting on her pale face. She glanced at Lu Yuan beside her and then at her tense yet unwavering partners. He nodded vigorously. Seeing the rekindled light in the eyes of the 2 children, Su Yueli revealed a satisfied smile. She turned her head and looked at the blue glass who was almost merging with the tree below. Liuli, you go first. Ha? Blue Liuli seemed to have just woken from a dream, her face full of disbelief. No way, Yueli. You just said to go all out. If I accidentally don't hold back and end up hurting your daughter and your future son-in-law, don't come crying to me. She complained with her mouth, but her body honestly stood up straight. That lazy posture disappeared in an instant, replaced by a cold and dangerous aura. Don't worry, use 30% power first, let them feel it, Su Yueli said. 30%? Blue Lily raised an eyebrow, a playful smile appearing at the corner of her mouth. Fine. But you promised, you'll cover the medical expenses. As her words fell, the winter shadow leopard that had been lying beside her slowly stood up. It merely glanced toward Lu Yuan and Yun Shanshan with its ice blue eyes. Buzz. An extreme chill instantly enveloped the entire lawn. This was not a physical drop in temperature, but a freezing sensation that came from the depths of the soul. It was as if an invisible giant hand was clutching their hearts, slowing their blood flow and halting their thoughts. All the beast companions of Lu Yuan and Yun Shanshan let out painful cries almost simultaneously. The radiance surrounding the radiant Holy Spirit was suppressed to the extreme, and the flames on the Holy Flame Fire Sparrow flickered precariously. The shadow of the Void Phantom began to lose stability. This was the pressure released by an epic tier beast, nearly a release of its might. Hold on. A thought flashed through Lu Yuan and Yun Shanshan's minds at the same time. They didn't even have time to communicate, relying entirely on the tacit understanding they had just established in the morning to release their will unreservedly, connecting tightly with their beast companions. The mirror light of the peeping mirror flickered, and mirrored synchronization was activated in an instant. This time, they forcibly linked all 9 units on the field, except for the enemies, together. Invisibly, chains connected Lu Yuan, Yun Shanshan, and their 7 beast companions as a whole. The pressure that could fate a silver-tier Beastmaster was now evenly distributed across the 9 units. The pressure dropped sharply. Almost at the same time, Yun Shanshan's beast also moved. Protect! The Holy Maiden of Radiance held back the trembling of her soul, raising both hands high. A circle of gentle sunfire rings suddenly expanded. The warm light clashed with the extreme chill, making a sizzling sound. Although the ring was on the verge of shattering the moment it made contact, it successfully bought everyone a moment of breathing space. Well done! Blue Lioli's voice rang out, filled with approval. To withstand 3 seconds under my little leopard's winter gaze and respond effectively, you have exceeded 99% of silver-tier practitioners. She shifted her tone, the smile at the corner of her mouth becoming dangerous. However, the warm-up is over. With that, she lightly snapped her fingers. The winter shadow leopard moved. Its movement was not fast, just elegantly raised its front paw and gently stepped down onto the ground. Crack! A faint crisp sound echoed. In the next second, centered on the spot where the winter shadow leopard landed, a deep blue frost spread rapidly across the ground at an almost untraceable speed. Wherever the frost passed, the grass instantly turned into ice sculptures, and the earth was completely frozen. Frosted heaven's silence. Quick! Too fast. Lu Yuan's pupils shrank to the size of pinpoints. He could barely think and could only instinctively send a thought to the Void Phantom. Go! The Void Phantom instantly understood. The power of space surged, and the spatial passage opened. However, just as the black passage was about to take shape, on the spreading deep blue frost, mysterious ice crystal runes emerged, completely locking the surrounding space. The spatial passage failed to open. In the face of absolute level suppression, any spatial technique is just a child's play. Blue Lioli's voice echoed in the ears of the two. As the deadly frost was about to touch the Holy Flame Fire Sparrow charging at the front, Yun Shanshan's eyes filled with tears and anxiety. At this critical moment, the Dark Ranger, who had been silent, made a move. It received no orders, but acted on the instinct of a hunter to make its own judgment. And Shadow Arrow quietly shot out. Its target was not the unstoppable frost, nor the tall winter shadow leopard, but the thermos cup, Sanghai Yuming, that Blue Lioli had just casually placed at her feet. Chapter 108, Insight. That arrow coated with shadow power seemed so small under the epic level pressure capable of freezing souls. It silently flew toward the most incongruous presence on the battlefield, Blue Lioli's thermos cup. In Lu Yuan's pupils reflected the trajectory of that arrow. His mind went blank. In all his deductions, there had never been such an absurd option. Yun Shanshan was even more frightened, holding her breath, her face instantly drained of color. She stared wide-eyed as her Dark Ranger shot an arrow, targeting not the enemy, but Aunt Lily's lifeline. It's over. This was the thought that arose simultaneously in their minds. However, the expected scene of the arrow being crushed by frost and them being blown away by the backlash did not occur. Just before the arrow was about to touch the Sanghai Yuming thermos cup, all expressions on Blue Lioli's lazy face instantly froze. My cup! A sharp scream, completely uncharacteristic of the Blue Mentor, pierced the quiet of the lawn. Blue Lioli turned into a blur, faster than her winter shadow leopard. She even gave up maintaining the posture of an epic-level powerhouse, rolling like a lazy donkey, and pounced under the tree, using her body to protect the precious thermos cup tightly in her arms. As her emotions surged, the winter shadow leopard also paused to observe its master's condition. And that frost sky stillness, which had spread to the holy flame fire sparrow's feet, suddenly came to a stop. The deadly crisis was resolved in a way that no one expected. On the lawn, a strange silence descended. Lu Yuan and Yun Shanxian, along with their 7 spirit beasts who had just escaped the gates of hell, stood frozen in place, not moving. The pressure disappeared. The breath of death retreated. They survived. Had about 5 seconds passed? Yun Shanxian watched Blue Lioli, still clutching the thermos cup, nervously wiping its surface repeatedly with her sleeve, while glancing at the Dark Ranger, who had sheathed its longbow and quietly retreated into the shadows, her eyes filled with big question marks. Is that it? Put. An uncontrollable light laugh came from the side. It was Su Yueli. She looked at her best friend, who seemed to have lost the world and then regained it, her always gentle and dignified face unable to hide a smile. Blue Lioli heard the laughter and froze for a moment. She slowly raised her head, her ice-blue eyes now devoid of any killing intent, only filled with endless resentment and embarrassment. She glared fiercely at Su Yueli, then pointed her finger directly at the culprit. Yun. Chen. Qian, she pronounced each word with gritted teeth. You've grown bold. You encouraged your spirit beast to attack a mentor's personal belongings. Do you know, this cup was personally crafted by the chief instrument master Oyezi from the Dragon Kingdom 3 years ago, with only 3 available globally. If you get hurt, if you get sold, there's no way to make it right. Yun Shanxian shivered at her shout and instinctively hid behind Lu Yuan, softly defending herself. No, it wasn't me that made it shoot, it shot by itself. She paused halfway through and suddenly realized. That's right. It was the Dark Ranger's own judgment. While everyone else was paralyzed in fear from the epic-level pressure and that unbeatable skill, it was this usually silent and obedient hunter who found the only, and the most incredible, breakthrough point. It didn't attack the Winter Phantom Panther, nor did it go after Lan Lioli herself. It targeted Lan Lioli's weakness. Yun Shanxian's eyes instantly brightened, she was no longer afraid. She suddenly poked her head out from behind Lu Yuan, hugging the Dark Ranger's arm tightly, her little face filled with pride. Little Black. You are so awesome. Lu Yuan looked at this dramatic scene unfolding before him, feeling a shock that was no less than Yun Shanxian's. He slowly exhaled a breath of murky air, his tense body finally relaxed. Just moments ago, he had truly felt death. Although he knew Lan Lioli wouldn't really attack, the feeling of death was very real. But after that, he felt something that surpassed tactics and cooperation. It was insight. The Dark Ranger had seen through Lan Lioli's obsession. It hadn't even discussed with anyone. In that critical moment, it found the optimal solution. Lioli, it's okay now. Su Yueli finally stopped laughing, she walked over to Lan Lioli and patted her shoulder. The kids did great. You didn't lose unfairly. I lost? Lan Lioli flared up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Where did I lose? That was a strategic withdrawal. Yes, strategic withdrawal. I was afraid of freezing them to death. Yes, you didn't lose, Su Yueli responded, following her train of thought, but the smile in her eyes grew even brighter. She turned to look at the still shocked Lu Yuan and Yun Shanxian, her voice brimming with approval. You see, this is what I mean, believe in your partners. In the face of absolute power disparity, any direct resistance is meaningless. The Phantom Mirror Synergy and Sunshine Ring, although they bought you precious 3 seconds, would ultimately be crushed. The Void Shadow's spatial passage being sealed also proves that under level suppression, conventional escape methods are futile. However, beast-taming battles are never just a clash of skills and energy. Su Yueli's gaze fell on the Dark Ranger beside Yun Shanxian. An epic-level beast-tamer is certainly powerful, but as long as they are human, there will be weaknesses, obsessions, and emotional fluctuations. Once your beasts are in sync with your hearts, their awareness will encompass not only the enemy's energy level but also the enemy's heart. The Dark Ranger's arrow didn't attack Lan Lioli's body, but her heart. It leveraged the greatest advantage with the minimal cost, shattering the epic-level powerhouse's momentum. Su Yueli's words struck Lu Yuan like lightning. He always thought that being a master meant getting his beast to cooperate more closely, executing more complex commands. It wasn't until today that he understood that a true master is one who, after becoming a whole, gives rise to the intuition to perceive everything. Alright, today's special training is over, Su Yueli announced. Lan Lioli felt as if a huge burden lifted, clutching her precious cup and swiftly running back to the villa, her voice echoing from afar, I don't care. After such a shock today, I want to file for work injury. Dinner has to have 10 more dishes. On the lawn, only Su Yueli and the 2 young people remained. Yun Shanxian was still immersed in the immense joy of her beast forcing back the enemy, rubbing against the Dark Ranger's arm. The latter still wore a cool demeanor. But the slightly trembling ears still betrayed a hint of pride within. Lu Yuan then walked over to the mirror of glimpses and the shadows of emptiness, gently stroking them. He could feel that after the near-death trial just now, the connection between him and them seemed to become more solid and inseparable. How do you feel? Su Yueli walked up to him and asked gently. Lu Yuan lifted his head, looking at this mentor, and replied seriously, "It feels like we have just begun." Su Yueli smiled with relief. "That's right, you have just begun. Remember how you feel today. In the next 5 days, what you are about to face is not just Liuli's thermos." Her smile carried a meaning that made both Lu Yuan and Yun Qianqian feel their scalps tingle. "Tomorrow, I will let you see just how big my world tree really is." Chapter 109, If You Can't Win, Join In. The next morning, the same lawn, but the atmosphere was completely different. Yun Qianqian stood beside Lu Yuan, her small face tense, her eyes filled with vigilance. She would occasionally glance at Su Yueli not far away, as if the other party was not her biological mother, but some kind of monster. Lan Liuli, however, was uncharacteristically without her thermos and instead had brought a lounge chair, leisurely lying at the edge of the villa's terrace, holding a plate of cut fruit. She wore sunglasses, looking like she was ready to watch a good show, which was completely at odds with the atmosphere on the lawn. "I say, Yueli, take it easy," Lan Liuli tossed a grape into her mouth and mumbled. "This lawn is your home, and it got slightly damaged by my frost yesterday. If it's uprooted by your tree today, I won't cover the renovation costs." Su Yueli ignored her teasing. "Yesterday, you learned how to find your enemy's weakness." Her voice was calm, but it instantly tensed Lu Yuan and Yun Qianqian's nerves. "But what if your enemy has no weakness?" Before her words fell, she gently raised her hand. A vibrant green sprout broke through the soil under her feet once again. However, this time, it did not stop growing. The sprout grew wildly, and in the blink of an eye, it transformed into a vine as thick as a wrist. The lush lawn was instantly swallowed, replaced by a vast green forest. Countless vines intertwined, forming walls upon walls. Lu Yuan and Yun Qianqian were trapped in the center of this suddenly appeared forest. They could feel that every vine and every leaf in this forest was connected to Su Yueli's breath. They were not lifeless objects, they were extensions of the world tree, embodiments of Su Yueli's will. This forest was an epic tier domain. Today's goal is very simple. Su Yueli's voice floated in from outside the forest. "In this living realm, survive for 1 minute. Now, the timer starts." "Hold on." Lu Yuan and Yun Qianqian barely had time to exchange glances before the tacit understanding forged from their near-death experience the day before kicked in. The mirror of glimpses activated phantom resonance immediately, and 9 units of will linked into a whole. "Burn!" Yun Qianqian exclaimed. The holy flame fire sparrow let out a cry, flames bursting forth, turning into a wall of fire, attempting to burn a path through the sea of vines. The radiant saintess's ring of the blazing sun also unfolded, the sacred flame spreading outwards. However, it was useless. The flames had just ignited one vine when hundreds of new vines immediately grew around it, carrying the essence of life, like a green tide, instantly extinguishing the flames. The halo of the radiant saintess only created ripples in the face of this endless vitality before being completely assimilated. "How are we supposed to fight like this?" Yun Qianqian cried out in frustration. "There are vines everywhere. I burn one and 100 grow back. This is faster than my hair grows." Lu Yuan's heart sank as well. Dimensional blade. The shadow of the void phantom merged into the darkness, a sharp blade slashed out, precisely cutting through several approaching vines. Yet at the cut, a green light flashed, and new tender buds began to grow at an even faster pace. The void body, immune to physical damage, lost its meaning in this forest. The vines were not merely physical attacks, what they wrapped around was not power, but life energy. Their purpose was not destruction, but assimilation. Once ensnared, the void phantom would likely be overwhelmed and burst by this overwhelming life force. Facing them head-on held no chance of victory. 30 seconds left. Su Yuli's voice was devoid of emotion. The assault of the vines became increasingly dense, continuously compressing their living space. Yun Qianqian's Dark Ranger and the Void Facade Cat were exhausted, constantly using attacks in fields to slow the encirclement of the vines, yet the effect was minimal. The Holy Spirit's Grace of Protection light shield began to flicker violently under the continuous pressure of the vines, about to shatter at any moment. At this rate, they wouldn't last 10 seconds, let alone 30. Resistance was wrong. To resist life would mean to be drowned by even greater life. Su Yuli's goal was not to have them defeat it, but to. Lu Yuan suddenly said, "Give up resistance." This thought left Yun Qianqian and her 4 summoned beasts stunned. But out of absolute trust in Lu Yuan, Yun Qianqian shouted to her summoned beasts, "Listen to him." In an instant, all attacks stopped. The Holy Spirit dispersed its light shield, the Holy Flame Firebird retracted its flames, the Dark Ranger lowered its longbow and dagger, and the Holy Daughter of Dawn extinguished her halo. They stood quietly, allowing the overwhelming green vines to engulf them. On the terrace, Lan Liuli took off her sunglasses. "Little one, you understand quickly?" In Su Yuli's eyes, a flash of approval passed. The vines surged like a tide, ready to completely engulf everyone. The Void Phantom's body transformed into a pure void, it did not flee but instead welcomed the coming vines. In the instant of contact, it was not assimilated but, like water merging into the sea, melted into the shadow gaps between the vines and disappeared completely. On the mirror surface of the edge mirror, a ghostly light flashed. It did not copy any summoned beasts, nor did it link to any targets. It simply aligned its mirror surface to a massive leaf beneath it. As the mirror light flowed, its breath became identical to that of the leaf. The Holy Spirit withdrew all its brilliance, gently folding its light wings around itself like a cocoon. It no longer released any offensive or defensive energy but began actively absorbing the surrounding overwhelming life energy. Within the originally pure power of light, there was now a flavor of life. Yun Shanxian stared in amazement, and her companions responded in kind. The Holy Daughter of Dawn no longer released searing holy flames but instead radiated a soft and warm glow, illuminating the surrounding vines. Under the glow, the vines not only refrained from attacking her but also unfurled their leaves. The Holy Flame Firebird took on a peaceful stance, landing on a thick vine, smoothing its feathers as if it were just a harmless bird. The Dark Ranger and the Void Facade Cat found the edge mirror, hiding on either side of the massive leaf, concealing their energy to the utmost. For a moment, this forest, once filled with killing intent, transformed into a tranquil scene. The vines continued to grow and writhe but seemed to ignore the outsiders, merely expanding their territory according to instinct. 10 seconds left. Su Yuli's voice rang out again, this time with an unmistakable hint of laughter. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Time is up. As the words fell, the forest quickly shrank, all the vines and leaves turning into green light spots, ultimately merging at Su Yuli's feet, transforming back into that small tender sprout. Warm sunlight poured down again, the lawn remained the same lawn, as if nothing had ever happened. Lu Yuan and Yun Shanxian, along with their 7 summoned beasts, stood safely in place. They succeeded. On the terrace, Lan Liuli put her sunglasses back on, lay down on the chair, but quietly mumbled. 2 little monsters. Su Yuli walked in front of the 2. If you can't win, join. You are understanding faster than I imagined. She looked at the 2 children, her eyes full of pride. Life is both creation and destruction. In the Dragon Nest secret realm, the most dangerous are often not those roaring giant dragons, but those ancient lives that have been silent for thousands of years, already merging with the entire secret realm. Today, you learned how not to be rejected by life. Tomorrow. Her smile carried an unsettling undertone. Tomorrow, you will learn how to find that one glimmer of life in this vast existence. Chapter 110, Seeking a Glimmer of Life. On the 3rd day, in the morning. On the lawn, Lu Yuan and Yun Shanxian were ready to participate in today's trial. Yun Shanxian's little face, that if you can't beat them, join them realization from yesterday had completely faded. She secretly glanced at Lan Liuli on the terrace not far away, leisurely tossing cherries into her mouth, then looked at her calm mother in front of her, quietly swallowing a gulp. Lan Liuli had totally given up today. Not only did she change into a more comfortable beach chair, but the small table beside her was also filled with various snacks and chilled drinks, looking like she was on vacation. I said, Yueli, she chewed on a cherry. What trick are we playing today? Just so you know, if you touch my thermos again, I will really take action. Su Yueli paid no attention to her words and focused her gaze on the 2 children. Yesterday, you learned how to integrate into the environment, not to be rejected. Her voice remained gentle. So today, what you need to learn is to find that singular glimmer of life within existence. No sooner had she spoken, the sapling of the world tree beneath her feet surged once more. The vibrant sprouts quickly spread, transforming the entire lawn into a peculiar swamp. Above the swamp, a layer of light green mist floated, emitting a rich smell of decay. Countless strange plants stretched out from the muddy depths. This is the decaying swamp, Su Yueli's voice came from outside the swamp. The mist in this swamp will continuously absorb the strength of you and your summoned beasts. The longer you stay, the weaker you will become, until your consciousness fades, sinking completely into the swamp, becoming its nourishment. Your goal is to find the unique seed of life within this swamp before you completely lose your consciousness. It is your only antidote. Now, begin. The moment her words fell, the invisible absorbing force enveloped them. Lu Yuan could clearly feel his physical strength being drawn away with each breath. Yun Shanxian swayed her body slightly. Ranger! Fire Phoenix, she hurriedly commanded. The shadowy ranger blended into the darkness, stealthily scouting in one direction. The Holy Flame Phoenix took to the sky, trying to disperse the strange mist with its intense heat. However, as the flames ignited, the mist in the swamp surged wildly towards the Holy Flame Phoenix. The flames on the Holy Flame Phoenix quickly dimmed, it let out a mournful cry, its power being drained at an accelerated rate. Come back. Startled, Yun Qianqian quickly called it back. Any violent energy fluctuation would accelerate the loss of life force. On the other side, Lu Yuan's void shadow tried to open a spatial passage, but as before, the space within this realm was completely locked by the World Tree's power. Unable to match strength, unable to force a passage, and even unable to easily use energy. How can we find it? Yun Qianqian was very anxious. This place is so big, we don't even know what the seed of life looks like. Isn't this like finding a needle in a haystack? On the terrace, Lan Liuli's voice floated over, Little Qianqian, do you want to surrender? If you surrender now, Auntie's ice-cold watermelon juice will be half yours. No surrender. Yun Qianqian puffed out her cheeks and stubbornly shouted back. Lu Yuan did not speak, his brain was working rapidly. Conventional reconnaissance methods had already failed, and all he could see were twisted plants and thick mist. In this environment, the reconnaissance range and efficiency of the Dark Ranger were greatly reduced. The only solution was to. He closed his eyes, fully linking his spirit with the Void Shadow. Void Map, a map centered around him, with a radius of 5 kilometers, instantly unfolded in his mind. However, the map no longer displayed clear living beings and resource light points. What met his eyes was a chaotic sea of green. The entire swamp, in the presentation of the Void Map, was like a massive source of life energy. That seed of life, even with its unique energy fluctuations, was completely submerged by this sea of green. Sweat beads began to form on Lu Yuan's forehead. Maintaining the Void Map already consumed energy, and in this swamp that continuously drained energy, the consumption doubled. No, he couldn't continue to scan aimlessly. He remembered Su Yueli's words, turn your will into the only coordinate for all beast actions. He no longer tried to see the map, but instead injected a thought into the Void Map. Search for life. Not searching for the seed of life, not searching for the energy source, but searching for the breath of life that was opposite to this decaying swamp. His will began to frantically filter and sift through that chaotic green sea in his mind. At the same time, Yun Qianqian also found her own task. She looked at Lu Yuan, whose eyes were tightly shut, and his face was growing paler, and immediately realized what he was doing. Holy Maiden! Protect us! The Holy Maiden of Dawn clasped her hands together, and a sacred and gentle light radiated from her. Holy light protection! Outside the light shield, the green mist surged violently, constantly eroding the energy of the shield. Inside the light shield, that draining force was greatly weakened. The body of the Holy Maiden began to tremble slightly, clearly bearing immense pressure. Masked Cat! Yun Qianqian looked at another of her companions. The Void Masked Cat understood, and a miniature absolute silence domain unfolded, shielding the energy fluctuations generated by the Holy Maiden during the release of the shield, preventing a more violent reaction from the swamp. One focusing on reconnaissance, one focusing on defense and endurance. The two young people, along with 7 beasts, formed a small fortress in this deadly swamp. Time passed second by second. Yun Qianqian's face grew worse, she could feel the fatigue from the Holy Maiden, and the light shield was starting to flicker. Ah Yuan, hurry up. She urged softly. If we can't find it soon, we'll become fertilizer for the flowers. At this moment, Lu Yuan suddenly opened his eyes wide. His eyes were filled with bloodshot veins. I found it. He didn't waste any words and pointed in the direction ahead to the left. That way, 300 meters. Yun Qianqian perked up, and all the beasts were energized once again. Charge! The Holy Maiden of Dawn forced the last of her strength and pushed the light shield powerfully forward. The Dark Ranger and the Void Masked Cat worked together, using daggers and dimensional claws to swiftly cut through the strange plants blocking their path. The Holy Flame Fire Sparrows endured their discomfort, spewing fire to clear a way. 300 meters, at this moment, felt like a chasm. With each step forward, the swamp's pull increased bit by bit. When they finally reached the location Lu Yuan had pointed to, the light shield of the Saintess of Dawn shattered with a crack. Once again, everyone was exposed to the dense fog. Before them stood a gigantic man-eating flower, its bud tightly closed, exuding a more intense decayed stench than the surroundings. Is it in there? Yun Qianqian asked, as this thing looked like the boss of this swamp. Trust me. Lu Yuan's voice was firm. His mirroring magic lens shone with light in a flash. Reversal light. What it targeted was not the man-eating flower, but Yun Qianqian's Holy Flame Fire Sparrow. The Holy Flame Fire Sparrow understood, gathering all its internal firepower into a fireball, which it spat towards the mirroring magic lens. Buzz! The mirror absorbed the fireball, and then, a stout flame beam, now twice as thick, shot out sharply, precisely striking the bud of the man-eating flower. The man-eating flower let out a roar, and the enormous bud blossomed in the flames. At the very center of the bud, a completely emerald green seed was quietly floating. All the decayed breath around it was swept away in an instant as it bloomed. A pure and grand vitality spread out like a tide. The crowd was engulfed by this life force, and the strength that had been drained from their bodies instantly returned. The corruption swamp that enveloped the entire lawn rapidly receded under this aura, turning into specks of green light that shrank back to Su Yueli's feet. Lu Yuan extended his hand, and the seed of life landed in his palm. On the terrace, Lan Liuli removed her sunglasses, forgetting to eat the cherries in her hand. She gazed at the seed, her eyes flashing with envy. Incredible! Su Yueli walked up to the two. The end of decay is new life. The most dangerous places often hide the greatest opportunities. She looked at the seed in Lu Yuan's palm. This is your reward, a seed of life that the world tree produces only when it advances. If your beast swallows it, it can greatly enhance the beast's strength, and even give your beast a chance to comprehend skills related to life. Yun Shanshan's eyes instantly sparkled as she snatched the seed, looking left and right, nearly drooling. Mom! You're so amazing! Lan Liuli came over to look at the seed of life in Yun Shanshan's hands, and enviously said, Yueli, you are too generous. Su Yueli smiled and shook her head, her gaze finally landing on Lu Yuan. Tomorrow is the last special training. Chapter 111, Death. The fourth day was also the last day of special training. The sun still shone, the lawn remained the same, but the atmosphere was completely different. On the terrace, Lan Liuli's outfit today was truly luxurious. Beach lounge chair, sunshade, a small ice bucket filled with juice, a three-tier snack stand on the table, and with sunglasses on, she showed no interest in anyone. She looked like she was on vacation. Yueli, are we playing for real today? She propped her legs up, shaking the ice in her cup, her voice lazy yet filled with the excitement of watching a spectacle. Just to make it clear, I'm only responsible for fighting. If I accidentally break your precious daughter or future son-in-law, the psychological counseling fee is on you. Su Yueli ignored her friend's teasing, her gaze fixed on Lu Yuan and Yun Shanshan. After 3 days of tempering, the two children's eyes had settled a lot, no longer carrying the sharpness they had at first. In the last 3 days, you learned to find weaknesses, blend into your surroundings, and seek opportunities in dire straits. Su Yueli said. But all of that was under the premise of having a solution. Today's special training has no targets, no rules, even devoid of any means of survival. She turned and walked toward another side of the villa. Come with me. Lu Yuan and Yun Shanshan exchanged glances and silently followed. They were brought to the underground of the villa, where there was no luxurious decoration, only rooms filled with a metallic feel. In the center of the room lay several silver metallic pods quietly. This is the deep-sea consciousness simulation field. Su Yueli pointed at the metal pod. Lie down inside, your consciousness will be projected into a completely realistic mental battlefield. In there, you will feel everything: pain, exhaustion, even death. But your body will be safe. Remember, Su Yueli finally reminded them. There is only one thing you have to do. Survive from my and Lu Li's hands. In an instant of awareness returning, Lu Yuan found himself standing in a gray wasteland. Yun Shanshan was right beside him, also seriously surveying the surroundings. 100 meters in front of them, the figures of Su Yueli and Lan Liuli appeared. They didn't say anything, just stood quietly. But that aura was more terrifying than any of the previous days. That was the pressure truly belonging to epic tier powerhouses. Prepare. Yun Shanshan hadn't even finished saying the word. Lan Liuli moved. She merely lifted her eyelid. The shadow of the winter phantom leopard appeared behind her. Lu Yuan didn't even have time to form any thoughts. Then, his consciousness, along with his body and his beast, was frozen and shattered together. Ha! Lu Yuan suddenly sat up from the metal pod, gasping for breath, his heart pounding, soaked in cold sweat. Beside him, Yun Shanshan also woke up at the same time, her face pale, the fear in her eyes still not gone. Just now her voice trembled. We died. Lu Yuan stated for her. Su Yueli and Lan Liuli stood outside the pod, their expressions calm. How do you feel? Lan Liuli took off her sunglasses, the corner of her mouth curling into a teasing smile. The power of the epic tier is not bad, right? Not even holding on for a second. Let's go again. Yun Shanshan gritted her teeth and stubbornly lay back down. She didn't believe it. On their second entry, they learned their lesson. At the moment Su Yueli and Lan Liuli appeared, the mirror synchronization of the viewing mirror and the holy light protection of the radiant holy maiden were both activated simultaneously. However, this time, Su Yueli moved. She summoned the world tree, then simply lifted her hand and clenched it at them. Crack! The light barrier opened by the radiant holy maiden, along with the connection established by the viewing mirror, was crushed by countless vines that coiled around it. The defense instantly collapsed. Immediately after, an irresistible torrent of life completely submerged them. Second death. In the third attempt, they tried to escape through the space passage of the Void Phantom. As soon as the passage opened, a paw covered in ice crystals reached out from the other end, and with a light squeeze, the space crumbled. Third death. In the fourth attempt, they aimed directly at Lan Lioli. A dark ranger shot towards her. Lan Lioli herself stood in place the whole time, watching them with great interest. Fourth death. Fifth. Sixth. 10th. They tried every tactic they could think of, utilizing all their trump cards. Sneak attacks, strong assaults, feints, blending into the environment. Each time, they were wiped out in a more decisive and despairing manner. The opponent didn't even need to use their full strength, sometimes it was just a glance, sometimes just a thought, and everything they built as defense and tactics became a joke. That wasn't a battle, it was a god casually crushing two ants that tried to provoke them. Lu Yuan's forehead bulged with veins, his brain was running wildly, but all calculations and deductions ultimately pointed to the same result: unsolvable. His calmness, his calculations, were utterly crushed before absolute power. After an unknown number of deaths, when the two awoke again from the metal pod, Yun Shanxian could no longer hold on. She didn't lie back down again like before with defiance but just sat quietly, her body trembling incessantly. "What's wrong, little Qianqian?" Lan Lioli's teasing voice came. "Giving up already? What about your fighting spirit?" Yun Shanxian didn't respond. "Woo-woo." The suppressed sobs finally came from the girl's mouth. She wasn't wailing, but that kind of desperate attempt to hold back. But no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't stop the endless sobbing filled with grievance and fear. Tears streamed down her pale little face like beads that had broken loose from a string. "We can't win." She choked out, saying it in broken pieces. "We simply can't win. Why did it have to be like this?" Her pride, her confidence, all the halos of being a favored child of heaven, were completely shattered before this repeated cold death. The mocking smile on Lan Lioli's face disappeared. Su Yueli stepped forward, completely opening the metal pod lid, then she bent down and gently embraced her daughter, who was crying and shivering. Without the pressure of an epic-ranked mentor, she was just a mother who was heartbroken for her daughter. "Silly child." She softly patted Yun Shanxian's back, her voice gentle. "When did I ever let you win?" Yun Shanxian cried even harder in her embrace. From the national competition to the Mirror Shadow Secret Realm, then to the freshman ceremony of Beiming Academy, and then to the Serpent's Cavern, the Meteor Valley. Su Yueli's voice clearly reached Lu Yuan in Yun Shanxian's ears. "You have had it too easy all the way. You defeated all your enemies, gained all the opportunities, and you even began to believe that you were the protagonist destined by fate, that no matter what dangers you faced, you would always turn peril into safety." Lu Yuan's body trembled. But in this world, there are no eternal protagonists. Su Yueli's gaze passed through her daughter's shoulder and landed on Lu Yuan. Every victory you had before, while it involved your strength and wisdom, was more about luck. You were lucky that the enemies you faced were all within your capabilities. You were lucky to always find a solution at the most crucial moment. But the Dragon Nest Secret Realm is different. Su Yueli's voice became incredibly serious. "There sleeps a true king. It will not give you the chance to try and make mistakes, nor will it show mercy just because you are geniuses. In there, one wrong judgment, one tiny mistake, or even just a bit of bad luck, will lead to a result that is not waking up from the simulation pod, but eternal death. I made you experience all this not to crush your confidence." She lightly patted her daughter's back, as if comforting a wrong child. "I want you to know what failure tastes like, what death feels like. I want you to temporarily put away that pride belonging to victors. When you step onto that unknown land, you must carry a respect for power and humility towards life. Only by having faced death can you better understand how to live." The crying gradually ceased. Yun Shanxian lifted her rain-soaked pear blossom face, her red eyes still glistening with tears, but now filled with clarity. Lu Yuan also slowly exhaled, his tightly clenched fists finally loosening. That heart, which had become somewhat restless from repeated victories, after undergoing this baptism of death, had calmed down like never before. He looked at Su Yueli, looked at Yun Shanxian, who was gradually calming in her arms, and spoke seriously. "We understand." Chapter 112, Rebuilt Courage. Su Yueli gently patted her daughter's back, looked up, her gaze filled with relief. She didn't say more profound principles, only softly said, "All right, get up. There's a feast outside with your favorite food." A voice from Lan Lioli came. She didn't know when she had left the basement and returned to her exclusive lounging chair. "That's takeout I ordered. I didn't even catch up on any new anime episodes to be your practice partner." This remark instantly diffused the tension in the room. Yun Shanxian lifted her head from her mother's embrace, sniffing. Su Yueli helped her stand up from the simulation pod and gave Lu Yuan a gentle look. "Go take a shower, change your clothes. Let's go out to eat." When the two of them tidied up and returned to the living room of the villa, a rich aroma of food rushed towards them. A lavish spread filled the entire dining table, while Lan Lioli was stuffing a piece of fried chicken into her mouth, mumbling as she directed the housework robot to set the bowls and chopsticks. Seeing them come out, Lan Lioli spat out the chicken bone, wiped her hands, and her lazy demeanor returned again. However, when her gaze swept over the two, especially noticing Yun Shanshan's slightly red and swollen eyes, the teasing look on her face faded a little. She fished out 2 items from her storage ring and casually tossed them over. Here, take these. Lu Yuan and Yun Shanshan instinctively caught them. They were 2 badges. The design of the badges was similar to those from their last trip to the Falling Star Valley, but the sensation in hand was completely different. The last badges felt smooth like jade, while this time, they held a burning warmth. On the surface of the badges flowed a golden halo, proving the energy contained within. The Beastmaster's pictorial had already displayed the information about these badges. Name: Heart of the Sea of Realms, Imitation. Type: Spatial Beacon. Introduction: Created from the origin scales of the epic grade beast Sea of Realms White Whale combined with various spatial treasures, it contains the original will of the Sea of Realms White Whale. The holder can gain the protection of the Sea of Realms White Whale, immune to all spatial blockades below the king level. When crushed, it can instantly construct an ultra-long-distance spatial passage. This thing is way more expensive than last time. It's made from a piece of the origin scale of my spatial beast, Sea of Realms White Whale. Right now, there are just these 2 in the entire Dragon Country, not even in Blue Star. Lan Lioli picked up another piece of fried chicken, sounding like she was complaining, yet also bragging. After using it, I'll be heartbroken for several months. Yun Shanshan held the badge, her head down, not saying a word. Lu Yuan looked at the badge in his hand, feeling the spatial mark attached to it. But listen carefully. Suddenly, Lan Lioli put down the fried chicken and sat up straight. She wiped the lazy expression off her face, and her ice blue eyes showed seriousness. If it really comes to that step, throw away all tactics, all dignity, all unwillingness. Don't think about anything, just crush it. Her voice was not loud, but it clearly reached the ears of the two, each word carrying undeniable weight. I will use everything to pull you out. Yun Shanshan suddenly looked up, her eyes watering again. She looked at Lan Lioli's serious face, her lips moved, wanting to say something but choked by the lump in her throat, she could only nod vigorously. Thank you, Auntie Lan. Lu Yuan solemnly tucked the badge away. Alright, that's enough mushy stuff. Lan Lioli, unable to stand the atmosphere, immediately revealed her lazy expression and waved her hand. Hurry up and eat, then go to sleep after dinner. Train by yourself tomorrow, don't delay my beauty sleep. The dinner was exceptionally quiet. Gone were the previous cheerful laughs. Yun Shanshan simply picked at her rice, while Su Yueli occasionally served her more dishes. Lan Lioli, on the other hand, transformed her appetite into consumption, single-handedly finishing half the table of food, all the while muttering things like not enough for mental damages. Lu Yuan also ate little, most of his mind was immersed in connecting with his beasts. Shining Holy Spirit, viewing Mirror Demon, Void Shadow, they too had experienced those cold moments of death. At this moment, they did not convey any negative emotions, instead, there was an unprecedented tranquility. It was a purity of trust born from experiencing despair together. They were no longer just obedient partners. In those moments of erasure, their wills had long since merged completely with Lu Yuan's will. After dinner, the two returned to their rooms. Lu Yuan sat cross-legged on the bed, summoning all three of his beasts. He reached out his hand, gently stroking the radiant wings of the Holy Spirit, feeling the coldness of the mirror of facade, letting the void phantom transform into a wisp of black shadow, wrapping around his fingertips. They are all still here. That's enough. The night grew deeper. Yun Shanshan tossed and turned, unable to sleep. As soon as she closed her eyes, there was that gray wasteland, that irresistible chill and flow of life. She quietly got up, opened the door, and found the door opposite had also opened a crack. Lu Yuan was standing on the balcony, gazing into the distance. Yun Shanshan walked over and stood shoulder to shoulder with him. Ah Yuan, are you still afraid? She asked softly. Afraid? Lu Yuan's answer was very straightforward, with no pretense. Having experienced that kind of hopeless despair, if he said he was no longer afraid, it wasn't courage, it was foolishness. Yun Shanshan was taken aback for a moment, then smiled in relief. I'm afraid too. She leaned against the railing, looking at the moon in the sky. So afraid that I could die. I used to think that as long as we worked together, there was no obstacle we couldn't overcome. Now I realize that we are still far from even having the qualification to stand before the obstacle. But we still have to go. Lu Yuan turned his head to look at her. Yun Shanshan nodded vigorously. Because we have died once, so this time, we have to find a way to live well. The two exchanged a smile, all fears, grievances, and unwillingness vanished in that smile. They were shattered, but they were also reshaped. With reverence for power and humility towards life. Chapter 113, Ode to Life. On the first day after the intensive training. When Lu Yuan opened his eyes, he could clearly feel the will of the three beasts tightly connected with him, knowing each other without words. In the living room, Yun Shanshan was sitting cross-legged on the carpet, resting her chin in her hands, staring at the green seed of life in front of her. The seed floated quietly in mid-air, emitting a refreshing aura of life. The four beasts beside her also looked on eagerly, especially the Holy Flame Fire Sparrow and the Holy Maiden of Dawn, both filled with longing for this pure energy. Ah Yuan, Yun Shanshan heard footsteps and waved her hand without turning around. Come quick, we are splitting the loot. She said splitting the loot, but her eyes were glancing at Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan sat down beside her, his gaze falling on the seed of life. The panel of the Beast Handbook had quietly appeared before his eyes. Name, Seed of Life of the World Tree. Rank, Epic. Effect, contains the purest source of life power, can greatly enhance the potential and rank of life type, light type, and plant type beasts, with a very low probability of allowing them to comprehend new racial skills. The seed of life cannot be forcibly divided, doing so will lead to the dissipation of life energy. It is recommended to be absorbed completely by a single beast. Best fit analysis in progress. Analysis complete. First choice, Radiant Holy Spirit, light type origin, extremely high life affinity, can enhance the Holy Spirit servant after absorption, maximizing overall enhancement. Second choice, Holy Maiden of Dawn, same source of light flame, can make up for life deficiencies, strengthens endurance and recovery ability. Last choice, Void Phantom, attribute conflict, absorption process has huge risks, may lead to energy annihilation, and could produce void life or other unknown mutations. How about we give it to my Dark Ranger? Yun Shanshan suddenly suggested. It performed wonderfully yesterday. One shot drove the enemy back, wasn't it cool? She spoke of giving it to the Dark Ranger, but anyone could see that the girl wanted to give this benefit to Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan smiled and did not answer directly, instead, he looked at the Radiant Holy Spirit. I plan to give the Seed of Life to the Radiant Holy Spirit. Lu Yuan said, the Radiant Holy Spirit's Divine Grace Guardian and Holy Radiance Domain are the foundation for all of our tactics. Strengthening it will allow our entire team's survival ability to achieve a qualitative leap. He paused and added, in the Dragon's Nest secret realm. Surviving is more important than anything else. Yun Shanshan nodded her head. Good. Her small face was full of agreement. Let's give the Radiant Spirit. Make it super powerful, and no one will dare to bully us again. Having made the decision, Lu Yuan no longer hesitated. With a thought, the Radiant Spirit appeared behind him, its light wings gently flapping. The Seed of Life seemed to be guided, drifting towards the Radiant Spirit. The Radiant Spirit reached out its hands, gently embracing the seed. The emerald green seed transformed into streams of soft green light the moment it touched its body, merging into it. The body of the Radiant Spirit began to emit intense light. That light was no longer pure gold, instead, it was mixed with vibrant green specks within the golden glow. Its aura rapidly soared, quickly breaking through the barrier of mid-silver rank and firmly stepping into high silver rank. Ding! Your beast Radiant Spirit has absorbed Seed of Life, and its rank has risen to peak silver. Comprehended a new racial skill, Life's Praise. Life's Praise, a passive skill. The existence of the Radiant Spirit continuously restores the vitality of friendly units within the domain. It can be actively activated, consuming a large amount of energy, to instantly restore massive life to a designated friendly unit and remove all negative states. Joy flashed in Lu Yuan's eyes. This was practically a divine skill tailored for the team. Lu Yuan told Yun Shanshan about the new skill the Radiant Spirit had comprehended. Yun Shanshan's small mouth opened wide, she could feel that she and the beasts were just standing nearby, illuminated by that gold and green light, their mental and physical exhaustion slowly recovering. This is too unfair, she exclaimed with envy. Lan Lioli walked down yawning, a toothpick in her mouth. What are you making noise about? It's early in the morning, can't anyone sleep? She glanced at the Radiant Spirit, whose aura had surged, and raised an eyebrow. Oh, upgraded. Not bad. Looks like my medical fees weren't wasted. Su Yueli also came out, a gentle smile on her face. Get ready, we'll be leaving the day after tomorrow. 2 days later, the time for parting finally arrived. At the entrance of the villa, Su Yueli adjusted Yun Shanshan's collar. Once you go over there, don't be willful, discuss everything with Xiao Yuan. Got it, Mom. Yun Shanshan hugged her mother's arm. Little brat. Lan Lioli leaned against the doorframe and said to Lu Yuan. I spent a lot on those 2 badges. If you lose them or die without a chance to use them, I'll haunt you as a ghost. Don't worry, Auntie Lan. Lu Yuan solemnly nodded. All right, let's be ready to leave. Lan Lioli waved her hand impatiently. Seeing her best friend's contradictory expression, Su Yueli shook her head helplessly. She looked at Lu Yuan one last time, her gaze serious. Xiao Yuan, be careful, protect yourself and Shanshan. I will, Auntie Su. Chapter 114, Dragon Nest Secret Realm. Half a day later, at Dragonshao Beast Academy. When Lu Yuan and Yun Chanxian followed Lan Lioli to the entrance of Dragonshao Beast Academy. The academy's gate was a giant stone sculpture towering 100 meters high. It was a coiling Chinese dragon, with its head held high, overlooking all visitors. Every dragon scale was carved vividly, as if it would come to life and soar into the sky at any moment. Under the gaze of this dragon statue, anyone with ill intentions would have nowhere to hide. Lu Yuan gazed up at the solemn and majestic dragon sculpture, and his heart couldn't help but tremble slightly. This was Dragonshao Beast Academy. Beiming Academy was located in a remote area, embodying the cold and aloof spirit of a reclusive swordsman. But in front of him, Dragonshao was like an emperor commanding the world from the center. In some sense, it was even stronger than Beiming Beast Academy. I hate to admit it, but right now Dragonshao is indeed a bit stronger than us Beiming. Lan Lioli's voice sounded beside him. She put her hands in her pockets and looked up at the dragon. But who knows what will happen in the future. She suddenly turned her head, her ice blue eyes sweeping over Lu Yuan and Yun Shanshan. After all, now that we have you two little guys. Back then, the four of us were no less eye-catching than you guys now. Who knows, we might make Beiming great once again. The four of us? Yun Shanshan blinked curiously, wanting to ask more. Caw! A loud and bright cry came from high above, interrupting her words. The sound waves rolled like waves, the air rushing fiercely. A golden giant bird with a wingspan of several dozen meters broke through the clouds, casting a giant shadow. The giant bird's feathers shone like gold, majestic and extraordinary. It was Qin Yan's sky-patrolling Golden Pang. On the back of the Golden Pang stood a tall, fiery red figure steadily, who was none other than Mentor Qin Yan from Longshao Academy. She immediately spotted Lan Lioli standing at the door, her beautiful brows furrowing right away, giving her a big eye roll without any disguise. That look seemed to say, "Why are you here too?" Lan Lioli seemed not to see it, even waving at her, then tilting her chin towards the two little guys behind her. "Let's go, hitch a ride." As soon as she finished speaking, she lightly stepped on the ground with her toes, and her whole body landed on the wide back of the sky-patrolling Golden Pang, finding a comfortable spot and sitting down. The entire process was smooth and fluid, as if the Golden Pang were her summoned beast. Qin Yan on the back of the Golden Pang clearly twitched the corner of her mouth. "Let's go up too," Lu Yuan said, pulling the still-dazed Yun Chanxian. The two of them imitated Lan Lioli, jumping onto the Pang's back. The sky-patrolling Golden Pang clearly recognized its owner's rogue friend, making no movements, and flew high into the air at Qin Yan's command. The fierce wind howled in their ears, and the huge dragon sculpture and the academy gate rapidly shrank in their view. Looking down from above, the entire scene of Longshao Academy came into view. "Yuli is truly at ease, just letting you take them over alone," Qin Yan said at the front of the Pang. "So what? My strength is not weak. I may not be your match in a fight, but who can escape better than me?" Lan Lioli laid back on the Pang's back, pulling out a bag of chips from her storage ring, tearing open the package and munching as she spoke. Qin Yan turned around and glared at her. Her gaze then fell on Lu Yuan and Yun Shanshan, the mentor's scrutiny returning, especially when she saw the calm and reserved aura of the two. A hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. It seemed Yuli had given them special training. "Are you ready?" Qin Yan asked. "Yeah." Lu Yuan and Yun Shanshan replied in unison. Upon hearing this, Qin Yan said nothing more. Finally, the sky-patrolling Golden Pang stopped in front of the highest peak. The peak looked like it had been split open from the middle, revealing a crack. At the entrance of the crack, the space twisted. There lay the entrance to the Dragon Nest Secret Realm. The sky-patrolling Golden Pang hovered steadily before the crack. Deep within the crack, dark red lightning flickered out of nowhere. In Lu Yuan's summoned beast space, the emotional response from Void Shadow became increasingly restless. Its perception of spatial fluctuations far exceeded that of other summoned beasts. To it, the scene before it was no different from a raging sea. Yun Shanshan instinctively leaned closer to Lu Yuan, her small hand unconsciously grabbing his sleeve. On her small face, which had been tempered during training, tension was now unavoidable. This was not a simulation arena, the pressure before them was completely real. "Humph, coward." An unpleasant voice came from below. The sky-patrolling Golden Pang slowly descended onto a vast platform that had been cleared, where 7 or 8 young people were already standing. They all wore uniforms from Longshao Academy, Holy Light Academy, and Qingfeng Academy, with calm breathing and sharp eyes, clearly elites among elites. The one who spoke was the leading young man, handsome in appearance but carried a lingering arrogance between his brows. Beside him was a beast, close to 3 meters tall, a sub-dragon type Magma Earth Dragon. Name, Magma Armored Earth Dragon. Rank, High Silver. Potential, 4 stars. Lu Yuan's Beastmaster handbook automatically appeared, but he only glanced at it before turning his focus back to the space rift. Qin Yan's beautiful brows furrowed, she leaped down from the pang and her voice turned a little colder. Long Chen, mind your words, and take care of your beast. The young man called Long Chen was very respectful to Qin Yan. Teacher Qin, I mean no offense. This time, the Dragon Nest secret realm is in turmoil, and other academies send only top-level 2 Beastmasters, but these 2 from Beiming Academy are a bit. His gaze intentionally swept over Lu Yuan and Yun Shanshan, and that sense of superiority from the first academy of Longxiao was unreserved. The people from Beiming Academy do not need you to worry. Lan Liuli yawned and leisurely slid down from the Peng's back. She dug in her ears, looking like she hadn't woken up yet, but already emanated the pressure of an epic-tier Beastmaster. Little Lizard looks quite spirited, just a bit stinky. Yuli always says I have a sharp tongue, and today I've finally seen what it means when a person and their beast share the same bad smell. You. Feeling a powerful pressure, Long Chen couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. He never expected that this person who looked about the same age as Teacher Qin was also an epic-level Beastmaster. Lioli, that's enough, just a lesson will do. Qin Yan said helplessly to Lan Lioli. Upon hearing Qin Yan, Lan Lioli finally withdrew the pressure she released. The magma earth dragon beside Long Chen whimpered and lay back down, while he turned pale, not daring to say more. Lan Lioli, however, acted as if nothing had happened, stretched, walked to the edge of the rift, leaned in to look inside, then retreated back with a face full of disdain. TSK, this rotten place still smells so bad. I say, Qin Yan, can't you guys at Longxiao spend some money to install an air purifier at the entrance? Every time I come, it makes me go home needing 3 more facial masks. A vein twitched on Qin Yan's forehead, deciding not to respond to her friend who was being unreasonable. She turned to everyone, her expression returning to seriousness. Listen up. The rules of the Dragon Nest secret realm are simple, or rather, there are no rules. Your goal is to search for treasures inside, as the secret realm will automatically eliminate those who do not belong after 10 days. And the last point, which is the most important, Qin Yan's gaze swept over each person. Do not provoke any golden tier or higher dragons. This is not a warning, it is a command. If you encounter them, put away all pride and fighting spirit, and run as far as you can. Otherwise, no one can retrieve your bodies. After saying that, she raised her wrist to check the time. The energy tide at the entrance will soon enter a stable period, lasting for 10 minutes. Now, prepare to enter. Long Chen snorted coldly, adjusted his combat uniform, and, taking his team, was the first to approach the twisted rift. As he passed by Lu Yuan, he deliberately paused, lowering his voice just loud enough for 2 of them to hear. Don't die on the first day, or Beiming Academy will lose face. Lu Yuan ignored him, his entire focus concentrated on the rapidly refreshing data stream appearing in his Beastmaster handbook. Warning, periodic pulsations detected in the spatial structure, current space is extremely unstable. Analyzing strong correlation found between spatial pulsations and dark red lightning. Suggestion, enter at the peak moment of lightning outbreak, utilizing the power of the spatial tide to shift the teleportation point to a relatively safe area. There is only a fleeting opportunity. Qian. Lu Yuan suddenly spoke. Yun Shanshan immediately looked at him. Stay close to me, his voice was soft but exceptionally steady. When I call to leave, don't hesitate. Yun Shanshan did not ask why, she just nodded vigorously. After that hellish special training, her trust in Lu Yuan was almost instinctive. Long Chen and his small team had already disappeared into the crevice. Other students from the academy also entered one after another. Soon, only Lu Yuan and Yun Shanshan remained on the platform, along with the watching Lan Lioli and the serious Qin Yan in the distance. What's wrong? Are you scared? Lan Lioli's lazy voice floated over. It's not too late to regret now. Come back with me, I'll treat you to milk tea. Lu Yuan's gaze was fixed tightly on the depths of the chasm. Dark red lightning flickered at a specific frequency. Once, twice. Now. At the moment when the third flash of lightning brightened to its peak, almost illuminating the entire chasm in blood red. Go! Lu Yuan shouted softly, grabbing Yun Shanshan's hand, and stepped into the distorted light curtain. Chapter 115, Silent Trap. The dizziness from the spatial shift lasted only a moment. In the next second, an ancient aura rushed toward them. Lu Yuan and Yun Shanshan stumbled a step, steadying themselves. They were standing on an enormous dark golden skeletal structure. This skeleton resembled a small mountain ridge, stretching far into the distance, ultimately disappearing into the gray mist. The sky was dark red, with no sun, only strips of scarlet rifts hanging in the heavens. Are we on a dragon's bone? Yun Qianshan asked. The bone beneath their feet exuded a faint pressure, making her instinctively uneasy just by standing there. I don't know. Lu Yuan's answer was calm, but his heartbeat was also quickening. He closed his eyes and sank his consciousness into the Beastmaster space, completely synchronizing with the perception of the void shadow. Void map, activate. Buzz. A map unfolded in his mind. Countless light spots twinkled on the map like stars in the sky. Golden light spots representing golden grade materials were found everywhere here. Within 5 kilometers, there were even many luminous bodies emitting platinum luster. Yuan, what should we do now? Yun Shanshan looked at Lu Yuan with his tightly closed eyes, knowing he was using that mysterious ability. Lu Yuan did not answer immediately, his will was rapidly sifting through the vast map. He recalled Su Yueli's words and understood to carry respect and humility. Those most dazzling platinum light spots were not even worth a glance from him. He knew clearly that behind those lights dwelled terrifying beings they could not contend with. His gaze finally locked onto an unremarkable corner about 500 meters below their current location on the Dragon's Bone. There, in a small area, glimmered a weak white light spot. Name, Dragon's Breath Herb. Rank, Silver Grade. Effect, a peculiar plant that only grows in lands constantly eroded by dragon breath. It does not possess strong energy itself, but applying its juice can perfectly simulate the breath of a young dragon, effectively avoiding hostility from most dragon-type beasts. Note, ineffective against giants of golden rank and above, but can greatly reduce the probability of being discovered by them. This is it. In this dragon territory, nothing is more important than disguise. Let's go, we'll head down. Lu Yuan opened his eyes and pointed towards that area. Our first objective is not to treasure hunt, it's to survive. Yun Shanshan nodded, the results of the special training shining through at this moment. The two carefully slid down from the enormous dragon bone, landing on a patch of dark red soil. The ground was soft, like soil formed by the decay of countless beings' flesh and blood. 500 meters wasn't far, but they walked exceptionally cautiously. Yun Shanshan's void mask cat had already activated absolute silence, compressing their breath fluctuations to the lowest possible level. Lu Yuan's void phantom merged into the shadows, exploring ahead and providing early warnings of all possible dangers. Soon, they saw the patch of dragon's breath grass shimmering with faint white light. They grew at the edge of a sunken basin, with only a few dozen plants. However, just as they prepared to approach and pick them, the void phantom suddenly emitted a strong warning. Lu Yuan stopped abruptly, grabbing Yun Shanshan beside him. What's wrong? Yun Shanshan asked nervously. Look at the mist in the basin. Lu Yuan pointed below. In that sunken basin, a thin layer of mist swirled. If not observed closely, it would be impossible to notice. The analysis from the Beast Control Handbook instantly appeared. Name, Dragon's Breath of Sleep. Effect, a mist formed by the unconscious psychic energy and secret realm energy released while a giant dragon sleeps. It does not possess physical lethality. But any creature entering it will fall into a deep sleep. Unless a giant dragon awakens and summons the sleeper, their soul will eventually dissipate, and their body will become nourishment for this land. Breaking method requires a psychic shock of the same origin or instant creation of an absolute no-thought environment. A layer of cold sweat broke out on Lu Yuan's back. This thing is scarier than any powerful beast. Silent and deadly, once stepped into, there's no chance to struggle, and one will die completely in a peaceful dream. What an insidious trap. Lu Yuan told Yun Shanshan about Dragon's Breath of Sleep. Yun Shanshan also understood, her small face paling. No wonder this dragon's breath grass grows here untouched, this is truly a natural dead end. Shanshan, get your phantom cat ready. Lu Yuan said. Yun Shanshan nodded immediately and gave orders to her void phantom cat. Now! Lu Yuan shouted softly. The void phantom cat's eyes flashed with light, and the realm of absolute silence instantly expanded, fiercely enveloping the area where the dragon's breath grass grew. At the moment the silent realm unfolded, that strange dragon's breath of sleep, as if encountering an arch-nemesis, was violently pushed aside, creating a vacuum zone of 10 meters in diameter. The opportunity lasted but a moment. Lu Yuan and Yun Shanshan's figures sprang up simultaneously, rushing into the basin at their fastest speed, swiftly uprooting the dozen or so dragon's breath grasses and quickly storing them in their storage space. Just as they exited the basin, the effect of absolute silence ended, and that transparent mist quietly closed in again as if nothing had happened. Phew, that was close. Yun Shanshan patted her chest, still trembling with fear. Lu Yuan also breathed a sigh of relief, applying the juice of the dragon's breath grass onto himself, wrapping them in a breath belonging to the young dragon. A sense of security immediately increased significantly. Chapter 116, Dragon's Blood Amber. With the disguise of dragon's breath grass juice, the two felt much more at ease during their journey. The unique scent of the young dragon acted like an amulet, isolating them from the perilous land. Yuan, where should we go next? Yun Shanshan whispered. She had completely entered the treasure-hunting adventure mode. Lu Yuan remained silent, his consciousness immersed in the void map in his mind. On the map, countless points of light flickered, among which one area emitted a soft yellow glow, brighter than the white light of the dragon's breath grass but not as glaring as the platinum glow. Name: Dragon's Blood Amber. Grade: High Gold. Effect: a strange crystal formed from ancient dragon blood that dripped, refined through millennia of sedimentation and the essence of the earth's fire. It contains pure fire elements and the essence of dragon blood, which can be used to refine the bodies of Beastmasters, greatly enhancing the strength of fire attribute and dragon attribute beasts. Surrounding environment analysis: this area is inhabited by a plant-like creature called Dragon's Heartvine, coexisting with Dragon's Blood Amber. The Dragon's Heartvine is extremely sensitive to energy fluctuations, and any forcible attempt to seize it will trigger its relentless attack. The root of the Dragon Heartvine is connected to the earth, drawing energy from the earth's veins. One can try to calm it with pure life energy, putting it into a temporary satiated sleep state. Surviving is more important than anything else. But the purpose of surviving is to become stronger. Lu Yuan opened his eyes, his heart set with a decision. We are going to get something that will greatly benefit your sacred flame fire sparrow. He pointed in a direction, his tone steady. However, this time we need to change our approach. The two walked one behind the other, weaving between giant bones and twisted stone forests. The sight of this secret realm was far more magnificent than they had imagined. A bipedal dragon with a wingspan over 10 meters swept past them from hundreds of meters high, casting a shadow below. Its crimson pupils scanned below, seeming to notice something, but ultimately it only let out an impatient growl before flapping its wings and flying far away. It smelled the scent of a young dragon but found nothing worth its attention. Yun Shanshan let out a long sigh only after the bipedal dragon disappeared from sight. That was close. It really seemed to think we were little dragons. Lu Yuan nodded, feeling even more grateful to Su Yueli in his heart. If it weren't for that hellish training, they might have already paid a painful price for pride or recklessness at this moment. About half an hour later, they arrived at their destination. It was a sunken circular valley, in the center of which was a giant vine plant, coiling and twisting, like a huge heart, pulsing rhythmically. With each pulse, dark red lines lit up on the surface of the vine, responding to the breathing of the earth's veins. In the center of the vine, a fist-sized, orange-red amber was wrapped by countless tiny vines, emitting an alluring glow. That was Dragon's Blood Amber. So beautiful. Yun Shanshan's eyes lit up, but she quickly sensed something was off. Yuan, this vine seems to be alive. It's called Dragon Heartvine, the guardian of Dragon's Blood Amber. Lu Yuan explained. We can't just take it by force, otherwise, the commotion will attract all the big guys around. Yun Shanshan tilted her head, a bit confused. Not take by force? How then? Should we negotiate with it and ask it to give it to us? Lu Yuan looked at her and suddenly smiled. Sort of. Ha? Yun Shanshan was completely stunned. Lu Yuan did not explain further but looked at the radiant spirit beside them. Shanshan, do you remember what Ansu taught us? He said softly. If you can't beat it, join it. Sometimes, the most powerful weapon is not destruction, but creation. Yun Shanshan pondered. Radiant Spirit, I'm counting on you. The Radiant Spirit nodded, slowly flying a short distance in front of the Dragon Heartvine. Life's praise. Green light shone on the Dragon Heartvine. The once vigilant giant vine suddenly stopped its movement. The dark red lines lit up at a slower and gentler pace. It greedily absorbed the life energy emitted by the Radiant Spirit, falling into an unprecedented comfort and satisfaction. Now! Lu Yuan called softly. The shadow of the void had already blended into the shadows beneath the Dragon Heartvine at the moment the Radiant Spirit acted. It transformed into the purest void, ignoring the physical structure of the vines, quietly penetrating in, precisely arriving next to the Dragon's Blood Amber. The shadow gently nudged, and the amber, loosened from the vine's grasp, fell down. The shadow of the void caught the amber and slipped back out from the shadows, returning to Lu Yuan's side. The entire process was smooth and silent. It was only when Lu Yuan handed the Dragon's Blood Amber to Yun Shanshan that the Radiant Spirit slowly withdrew its light. The giant Dragon Heartvine. After losing the shine of its radiance, it seemed to shrink slightly with some reluctance, but there were no signs of furious anger. It merely resumed its previous vigilant posture, continuing to guard that already empty heart. Did we succeed? Yun Shanshan held the amber, feeling like she was dreaming. Yes, we succeeded. Lu Yuan's lips also curled into a smile. This was the true cooperation, bringing each beast's ability to the fullest, using the smallest cost to pry open the greatest benefit. Yun Shanshan excitedly handed the amber to the sacred flame fire sparrow, which let out a joyful chirp and swallowed the amber in one bite. Its aura began to rise steadily. Chapter 117 Treasure Hunting in the Secret Realm. The sacred flame fire sparrow let out a chirp. A white-silver high-level aura was released. Yin Shanshan jumped up and rubbed her face against the neck of the sacred flame fire sparrow. The sacred flame fire sparrow affectionately rubbed its head against her, perfectly controlling the temperature on its wings. On Lu Yuan's Beastmaster encyclopedia, the panel of the sacred flame fire sparrow had completely refreshed. Name: Sacred Flame Fire Sparrow. Tier: White Silver High Level. Potential: 4 stars. He watched the sacred flame fire sparrow's upgrade with great satisfaction in his heart. Alright, don't just keep being happy. Lu Yuan patted Yun Shanshan's head. It's our turn now. Yun Shanshan immediately understood, her little face filled with anticipation. Ah Yuan, who are we finding good things for this time? The magic mirror, or the phantom? Lu Yuan's gaze fell on the magic mirror that was quietly floating by his side. He once again calmed his mind, connecting his will with the void map. This time, he filtered out all the glowing energy orbs radiating immense energy, instead searching for those energy fluctuations that were contained and even bizarre. Soon, a strange location caught his attention. That place seemed like a constantly changing kaleidoscope. Name: Wancher Illusion Crystal. Tier: Golden Peak. Effect: in the Dragon Nest Secret Realm, countless spiritual fragments from fallen giant dragons accumulated over a millennium under special magnetic fields to form this crystal. It itself is not offensive, but can reflect and distort everything. Finding the treasure compatible with the magic mirror, Lu Yuan did not hesitate. Let's go, we are heading to a place. Lu Yuan opened his eyes, his gaze filled with excitement. Under Lu Yuan's lead, they passed through a petrified forest and arrived at a mountain fissure. As soon as they stepped inside, it felt as if they had entered another world. This was a massive underground cave, its walls embedded with countless gigantic crystal clusters. These crystals were not transparent but displayed a bizarre gray-white color. Ah Yuan, it's so quiet here. Yin Shanshan said, her voice creating countless echoes in the cave, sounding extremely strange. It's not just quiet. Lu Yuan's expression became very serious. Shanshan, keep your mind steady, no matter what you see or hear, tell yourself that it's fake. As soon as he finished speaking, the space in front of them suddenly warped. A phantom of a golden giant dragon, 100 meters long, silently emerged, its lava-like giant eyes fixed on the two tiny intruders. Roar! A roar that made no sound yet slammed hard into their minds. Yin Shanshan let out a muffled grunt, her face instantly turning pale, her body swaying dangerously as she nearly fell. Lu Yuan's face looked bad as well, but his heart, baptized countless times by death, displayed remarkable resilience at this moment. He gritted his teeth, forcing himself to endure the soul-tearing pain, his gaze glued to the giant dragon phantom. It's an illusion, it is a fragment of the spirit. He bit down hard, speaking slowly to himself. This was what Su Yueli had taught them: in the face of absolute disadvantage, one must first recognize reality. The giant dragon before them was merely an echo of a fallen strong warrior, lacking true physical attacking capability. But its mental impact was deadly. As they delved deeper, the dragon soul phantoms around them multiplied. There were frost giants breathing icy frost, storm dragons entwined with thunder, and skeletal dragons exuding a deathly aura. Hundreds and thousands of giant dragon phantoms circled around them, roaring. Invisible roars constantly struck against their mental defenses. Yin Shanshan was barely holding on, completely relying on the protection of the radiant holy maiden and the silent realm of the void-masked cat to avoid collapsing. Ah Yuan. I can hardly hold on. Lu Yuan knew he could not wait any longer. Finally, at the deepest part of the cave, he saw the wondrous illusion crystal floating in mid-air, emanating a kaleidoscopic glow. It was right there, seeming within reach, yet also distant as if in another world. Because surrounding it was the largest and densest dragon soul. A pitch-black dragon, entirely made of pure shadows. To charge in would mean certain death. To resist would hold no chance of victory. Lu Yuan's mind flashed with Su Yueli's words. If you can't win, then join. His gaze fell upon the Mirror of Veils. A mad idea formed in his mind. He issued a command that Yun Shanshan could not comprehend. Mirror, link me to that black dragon. The Mirror of Veils trembled violently, as it clearly sensed the mental power contained within that dragon soul. But it still followed its master's command. Mirror synchronization. Two links shot towards the phantom of the black dragon and Lu Yuan. At the moment the connection was established, Lu Yuan felt as if his head was going to explode. A chaotic and brutal ancient will surged into his mental world through the link. Puff! Lu Yuan spat out a mouthful of blood, kneeling on one knee on the ground. Ah Yuan! Yun Shanshan gasped in surprise. However, a strange scene occurred. The black dragon phantom, which was about to launch a fatal strike, suddenly froze. In its eyes, a glimmer of rationality belonging to Lu Yuan flashed. At the same time, the other dragon soul phantoms in the cave also halted their assaults. They looked blankly at their strongest kindred, not understanding why it did not attack. Now! Mirage! Lu Yuan roared. Through the dazed Dragon Soul crowd, the Void Mirage swept in, carried that wondrous illusion crystal back to Lu Yuan's side. Lu Yuan grabbed the crystal, severed the link with the Black Dragon, and dragged Yun Qianqian to run wildly towards the cave's exit. Until the warm sunshine once again bathed them, they collapsed on the ground, gasping heavily. We succeeded again. Yun Qianqian looked at Lu Yuan's pale face, her eyes filled with lingering fear. Lu Yuan leaned against the stone, revealing a bitter smile. This adventure was more dangerous than any before. Just as he prepared to hand the wondrous illusion crystal to the Mirror of Veils for absorption, his void map stirred with new activity. The source of the commotion was in a nearby valley. Someone is fighting. Lu Yuan immediately became alert. He and Yun Qianqian quietly crawled to a ridge, looking down into the valley. In the valley, Long Chen and his team were being chased mercilessly by a high-level golden magma tyrannosaurus. The magma-armored dragon was covered in scars. Several team members' beasts had already lost their combat ability. Captain! No way! This beast can fly, we can't escape! A team member shouted in despair. Long Chen's face turned ashen. He hadn't expected that his simple hunt for a silver high-level subdragon to seize treasure would kick a hornet's nest, drawing out its silver peak father. He looked at the magma tyrannosaurus that was recklessly breathing dragon breath in the sky, his eyes filled with regret and unwillingness. On the ridge, Yun Qianqian whispered, Yuan, should we? No. Lu Yuan decisively shook his head, yet his gaze passed over the chaotic battle and fell upon the steep cliff of the magma tyrannosaurus's lair. There, an inconspicuous, entirely crimson little grass is gently swaying in the heat waves of dragon breath. The panel of the Beastmaster's Codex quietly appears. Name, Dragon Blood Tempering Grass. Rank, Low Golden Tier. Effect, a miraculous object that can only grow by constantly absorbing dragon breath near the nest of a golden tier fire dragon. It can greatly enhance the physical body of Beastmasters and increase fire resistance. Lu Yuan looks at the Dragon Shen team below, used as bait, drawing all the attention of the lava tyrannosaurus. He also glances at the treasure that's within reach. Their lives or deaths have nothing to do with me. Chapter 118, The Endless Forest. Their lives or deaths have nothing to do with us. Lu Yuan's voice is very soft, instantly dousing the flicker of mercy rising in Yun Qianqian's heart. Yes, Mother said, in the Dragon Nest secret realm, one wrong judgment, one tiny mistake, or even just a bit of bad luck can lead to death. Dragon Shen's arrogance is his biggest bad luck. Void Shadow, go. Lu Yuan gives the command. In the valley, dragon roars and shouts intertwine. With every breath of the lava tyrannosaurus, it feels like a small meteor shower, smashing deep black craters into the earth. Dragon Shen's lava-armored earth dragon is already covered in wounds, barely holding on out of instinct, while the several teammates behind it have used all their beasts to shield themselves, forming a shaky line of defense. No one notices that beneath the cliff of the furious giant dragon's nest, a shadow blends seamlessly with the rock's shadow, silently slipping through. The Void Shadow ignores the splashing debris, its void body immunity shielding it from the chaotic aftermath. Like a top-level assassin, it quietly arrives beside the dragon blood tempering grass swaying in the dragon breath. The dimensional blade slices through, accurately severing the grass's roots. In the next second, the Void Shadow lifts this miraculous object, once again merging into the shadows, retracing its path. The battle in the valley remains fierce. The lava tyrannosaurus seems to sense the treasure's disappearance. It opens its massive mouth, a fireball of molten rock, far larger than before, rapidly condenses. Captain! The teammates cry out in desperation. A flash of pain and determination crosses Dragon Shen's face. He suddenly pulls out a badge similar to the one given by Blue Glass before and crushes it. Buzz. A strong spatial wave instantly wraps around Dragon Shen and his teammates. The massive fireball of the lava tyrannosaurus explodes, barely grazing the distorted spatial edge, causing half the cliff to collapse. And Dragon Shen and his group have already vanished without a trace. On the ridge, Lu Yuan withdraws his gaze and stores the dragon blood tempering grass handed over by the Void Shadow into the storage space. We should leave too. He pulls up Yun Qianqian and turns to leave. Yun Qianqian looks back at the ruined valley, the last ripples in her heart completely settling. The two find a more secluded cave. It had once been the lair of some small dragon beast but is now long abandoned. The void faceless cat sets up the absolute silence field at the cave entrance, cutting off all their presence. Only then does Lu Yuan hand the multicolored cosmic illusion crystal over to the peeping mirror. Absorb it. The mirror of the peeping mirror emits a faint glow of desire. It slowly moves closer, and its surface presses against the illusion crystal. The illusion crystal instantly transforms into a stream of light, surging into the mirror's surface. Buzz. The peeping mirror begins to tremble, and countless shattered images flash rapidly across the mirror's surface. Dragons roar, mountains crumble, stars fall. These are the spiritual fragments of the Dragon Nest secret realm, imprinted within the illusion crystal. Lu Yuan does not speak to disturb, only quietly waiting. Beside him, Yun Shanxian takes out the dragon blood tempering grass and hands it to her Dark Ranger. This miraculous object is most suitable for enhancing the physical body of assassin-type beasts, enhancing its survival and explosive ability in extreme environments. After an unknown period, the vibrations of the mirror of the viewing face finally began to slowly calm down. Its mirror body became deeper, as if it could swallow all light. Ding! Your beast mirror of the viewing face has absorbed vast illusion crystal, and its strength has risen to silver intermediate. The racial skill mirror image storage has mutated and evolved into vast forest of illusions. Vast forest of illusions can timely replicate one beast. Its strength must not exceed the mirror of the viewing face by 2 minor ranks. In addition to the timely replicated beast, it can also pre-copy the complete mirror image of an ally beast. Can be released at any time in battle. The mirror lasts for 5 minutes, current storage capacity 2. Furthermore, it can additionally store an illusion of a defeated enemy, with the illusion possessing 100% of the original strength, lasting 1 minute. A shining light of surprise erupted in Lu Yuan's eyes. This skill is too strong. This is not just a simple increase in quantity and time. Storing the illusion of enemies means he has a powerful trump card that can catch them off guard. At this moment, a sudden strange fluctuation came from Lu Yuan's void map. It was neither a powerful energy source nor a rare material light spot. Instead, it was a blank space. On a map filled with various colored light spots, there appeared a pure nothingness with a radius of about 100 meters. As if the space there had been erased by something. Let's go, we should take a look. Lu Yuan's curiosity was completely piqued. The two set off again, using the guidance of the void map to avoid all dangerous areas, arriving in a tranquil valley deep within. In the valley, the chirping of birds and the fragrance of flowers filled the air, with lush green grass, starkly contrasting with the barren and bloody land of the dragon's nest outside. At the very center of the valley, there was a spring. The spring water was crystal clear, bubbling outward, and showed no signs of anything unusual. But the more ordinary it seemed in this dragon nest secret realm, the more out of place it felt. Lu Yuan stepped forward, and the panel of the beast handbook suddenly unfolded before his eyes, the golden text rapidly coalescing. Name, Spring of the Newly Born Dragon Breath. Rank, King Level, Residual. Effect, the source dragon energy dissipated by a King-level giant dragon during its first evolution, evolved through ages of sedimentation. The spring water contains the purest life and dragon source, capable of cleansing impurities in a beast's bloodline and enhancing its affinity and absorption efficiency to dragon energy. Extremely beneficial for sub-dragon types and beasts with dragon blood, with a very low probability of ancestral revival in their bloodline. Note, the energy of this spring has nearly depleted, capable of providing baptism for only 2 beasts. King level, Lu Yuan's heart suddenly contracted. He instinctively looked at the final note, his pupils instantly freezing. And it could provide baptism for 2 beasts. Chapter 119, Dark Dragon Scion. He forcibly suppressed the wild beating of his heart and shared the information of the beast handbook panel with Yun Shanxian. King. King level? Yun Shanxian's peach blossom eyes instantly widened. She instinctively covered her little mouth, fearing that her exclamation might shatter this blessed tranquility. That is a king-level opportunity. It is a legend that countless Beastmasters can only dream of in their lifetime. A Yuan. We hit the jackpot. We are rich. She excitedly grabbed Lu Yuan's arm, her little face flushed with excitement. Lu Yuan did not respond to her excitement, his gaze was frighteningly calm. He remembered Su Yueli's words. The most dangerous places often hide the greatest opportunities. Conversely, the greatest opportunities are often accompanied by the deadliest traps. Don't rush. Lu Yuan's voice was steady, extinguishing the fiery passion in Yun Shanxian's heart. He did not approach the spring but took a step back, summoning the void shadow. Shadow, go take a look. The void shadow transformed into a wisp of black shadow, not rushing directly towards the spring, but integrating into the shadows of the valley, probing towards the spring water from various angles. Time passed by second by second. In the valley, apart from the sound of the wind brushing over the grass and the gurgling flow of the spring water, there was no other unusual sound. The perception returned by the void shadow was also one of peace. No energy traps, no hidden guardian beasts, and not a hint of murderous intent. It was like a corner forgotten by the world, quietly waiting for the arrival of a destined person. Lu Yuan still felt uneasy. He took out a rock, collected from a previous battle, that was tainted with the breath of the lava tyrant from his storage space and threw it hard into the spring water. Splash! The rock fell into the spring without causing any ripples of energy. Instead, at the bottom of the clear spring, the rock was washed by the spring water, and the brutal fire aura on it visibly dissipated at an incredible speed. Really, there are no traps. Lu Yuan gradually relaxed. He let out a long breath, turned his head, and saw Yun Qianqian looking at him with a sparkling gaze. Ah Yuan, use both chances for yourself. Yun Qianqian said without any hesitation. Your viewing mirror just evolved, its foundation is unstable, and it's good to use this to solidify it. Also, the bright spirit, if it gets stronger, will be safer. She counted on her fingers, wearing a serious expression of I'm doing this for our good. A warmth filled Lu Yuan's heart, but he shook his head. No. He looked at Yun Qianqian and seriously explained, the bright spirit just absorbed the seed of life, its energy is still settling. If it accepts this king-level source wash, it may harm its foundation. As for the void shadow. Lu Yuan paused, its attributes conflict with the life dragon energy in this spring water. Forcing it to absorb may yield unpredictable results, we cannot take this risk. He set his gaze on the viewing mirror. The core of the mirror's ability is all things, which is change and replication. It is the most adaptable and most suitable to accept this transformative baptism. After saying this, he looked at Yun Qianqian. The other slot is for you. Yun Qianqian wanted to say something, but Lu Yuan's gaze stopped her. She knew that once Lu Yuan made a decision, it would not change. She pouted and finally nodded vigorously. Okay. Then I won't be polite. She looked at her beast, the bright holy maiden, the holy flame fire sparrow had just absorbed dragon blood amber, while the void facade cat was also purely of the void type. Her gaze finally landed on the dark ranger, who had always silently followed her, the most silent one of all her beasts. It was the lowest in potential and rank among all her summoned beasts. But every battle, it rushed to the front, using its not-so-strong body to shoot the most crucial arrows for her. Dark Ranger, it's your turn to get stronger. With the decision made, the two no longer hesitated. The viewing mirror and the Dark Ranger, under Lu Yuan's and Yun Qianqian's signal, stepped step by step into the spring water. The spring water covered their bodies. Golden dragon energy rose from the bottom of the spring and entered their bodies. The mirror's surface became deeper, as one giant dragon after another reflected on the dark mirror. But the changes in the Dark Ranger were even more intense. The surface of its body was rapidly forming dense, almost tangible shadow dragon scales. Ding! Your summoned beast viewing mirror has completed the dragon breath baptism, rank has risen to silver high tier. Gained a new racial skill, Dragon Might Metamorphosis. Bloodline Reflection. Dragon Might Metamorphosis, the viewing mirror can perfectly simulate and release the pressure of a golden tier giant dragon. The strength of the giant dragon increases as the strength of the viewing mirror increases, causing a strong mental shock and fear effect on all creatures lower than golden tier. Bloodline Reflection can reflect the bloodline information of the target, with a chance to replicate its bloodline talent among the beasts replicated by all things. Can reflect the bloodline talent onto allied summoned beasts, lasting 3 minutes. The bloodline talent can store 3 at once. Can be enhanced. The power of the Mirror of Insight has not only improved again, but it has also grasped 2 new skills. Both skills are more powerful than the last. The former has taken the copying function of the Mirror of Insight to a new level and greatly enhanced its own flaw of having no attack power. The latter made Lu Yuan's breath come to a halt. Copying the bloodline talent. This is no longer a simple skill copy. Imagine if the void faceless cat had a bloodline talent that restores energy, what a scene that would be, an unlimited realm of silence. This talent has allowed Lu Yuan and Yun Qianqian's contracted beasts to appear in countless combinations. And there are words indicating potential for enhancement behind it. Powerful, incredibly powerful. Just as Lu Yuan was imagining the future of the Mirror of Insight. On the other side, Yun Qianqian had already called out in surprise. A Yuan. Look. The Ranger is. Lu Yuan looked up, and the panel of the Beast Encyclopedia had already undergone earth-shattering changes on the Dark Ranger. Name, Dark Dragonborn. Potential, 5 stars. Level, mid-tier silver. Attributes, Shadow/Dragon. Racial skills. Shadow Arrow evolved into Dragon Tooth Arrow, fires an arrow with Dragon Might, dealing penetrating damage to the target and adding both Dragon Might Shock and Shadow Corrosion effects. Heart-piercing Barrage evolved into Dragon Tooth Barrage, quickly fires 3 arrows. If the target is in the Shadow Corrosion state, the last arrow transforms into Dragon Tooth Explosion, causing a ranged Shadow Dragon's Breath Explosion. Shadow Strike evolved into Dragonborn's Claw, teleports behind the target and delivers a fatal strike with Dragon Claw Shadows, ignoring 90% of the target's defense. Night Stalker evolved into Dragon Scale Facade, enters invisibility, with Dragon Scale Phantoms appearing on the body surface, capable of blocking 1 fatal damage. Dark Dragon Soul, New Insight, passive effect, the Dark Dragonborn's body is covered with a layer of Shadow Dragon Scales, greatly enhancing defense and resistance. Can be actively activated, briefly merging the Dark Dragonborn with the phantom of an ancient dragon soul, temporarily increasing the level and significantly enhancing all attributes, with attacks carrying annihilating dragon soul power. Mutation. A positive mutation. Yun Shanshan, with a face full of excitement, looked at the completed evolution of the Dark Dragonborn, laughing and jumping. Lu Yuan also revealed a sincere smile. However, at this moment, a strange change occurred. As the last trace of dragon energy in the spring water was completely absorbed, the clear spring suddenly dried up rapidly. As the water receded, the bottom of the spring was revealed. At the very center of the spring bottom, a palm-sized dragon scale lay quietly there. The panel of the Beast Encyclopedia was flashing wildly in front of Lu Yuan. Detecting unknown king-level item. Matching with information database. Chapter 120, The Battle for the King's Heir. Name, Scale of the Winter Queen. Level, King level, sign. Effect, contains the original aura and will imprint of the King level Frost Sacred Dragon. Not a treasure. Imprint information, seek my scattered scales in this world. After 10 days, the one with the most scales may come to me with the dragon scale and inherit my heir. Remarks, this scale is of the ice type, which causes violent conflict with the original fire energy of this secret realm, being one of the roots of energy chaos in the Dragon Nest secret realm. Each dragon scale within 100 miles will produce a weak resonance. Golden text appeared on the Beast Encyclopedia. These words made Lu Yuan involuntarily shocked. It wasn't because of the 3 words king level, but because of the explosive amount of information in the imprint message. Seek my scattered scales in this world. The one with the most scales may inherit my heir. So that's how it is. Lu Yuan understood instantly. All the rumors of secret realm upheaval and energy chaos were mere illusions. This was not a disaster at all, but a selection. A grand trial set personally by a king-level sacred dragon. Its purpose was not to bring destruction but to find the best master for its heirs. What Lu Yuan couldn't understand was why this Frost Holy Dragon would allow a Beastmaster to become its offspring's master. According to the pride of the Dragon Clan, such a situation was simply impossible. Ah, Yuan. Look quickly. What kind of treasure is this? Yun Shanshan's exclamation pulled Lu Yuan back from his confusion into reality. She was squatting at the bottom of the spring, carefully holding a dragon scale that radiated a chilling aura. This seems to be a king-level material. We just encountered a king-level opportunity and now we have a king-level material. Our luck in this Dragon Nest secret realm journey is simply unbeatable. Lu Yuan took a deep breath and shared the information from the Beastmaster illustrated book with Yun Shanshan. The smile on Yun Shanshan's face gradually froze. She confirmed that imprint information several times. In her eyes, first was confusion, then disbelief, and finally ambition filled her gaze. The offspring of a king-level dragon? Her voice trembled, not from fear, but from extreme excitement. What did that mean? It meant that once they successfully contracted with this offspring, they could directly own a beast with at least king-level potential. This was the ultimate opportunity that could change the fate of a Beastmaster, or even a family. We were all wrong before. Lu Yuan's voice was unusually calm, and his mind was racing. From the moment we stepped in here, the game has already begun. Long Chen and other academy people might still be in the dark, thinking this is just a secret realm energy rampage. But soon, when they also find a dragon scale, they will uncover the truth. Lu Yuan's gaze swept over the dragon scale in his hand. This thing will guide us to find the next one. At the same time, it will also guide others to find us. Yun Shanshan instantly understood Lu Yuan's meaning. The excitement on her face faded, replaced with a solemn expression. So, from now on, all Beastmasters entering the Dragon Nest secret realm who find dragon scales are our enemies? They are competitors. Lu Yuan corrected her. There are no rules in this game, the only rule is to collect more dragon scales than anyone else within 10 days. At that moment, the dragon scale in Lu Yuan's hand suddenly vibrated. A sliver of cold air pointed towards a certain direction in the valley. The location of the next dragon scale. Let's go. Lu Yuan showed no hesitation. The two immediately set off, concealing their presence, heading towards the direction indicated by the dragon scale. Their mindset had already changed. They were no longer treasure-seeking adventurers but hunters vying for the Dragon Prince. After passing through a strange forest of mushrooms, they arrived at the edge of a cliff. 100 meters below the cliff, a cave shrouded in vines was radiating the same cold aura as the dragon scale in their hands. However, just as they were ready to act, Lu Yuan's pupils suddenly constricted. He grabbed Yun Shanshan, and they immediately concealed themselves behind a giant rock. On the other side of the cliff, 3 figures silently emerged. At the front was a handsome young man. He wore the battle uniform of the Holy Light Academy, accompanied by a fully white, elegantly shaped Aurora Fox. Name, Aurora Fox. Rank, Silver High Tier. Potential, 3 stars. The young man's gaze also locked onto that cave. In his hand, he held a dragon scale that exuded a chilling aura. Captain Xiao Ran, looks like we're lucky, we found the second one so quickly, said one of the members behind him, unable to hide their excitement. The young man called Xiao Ran, however, showed no joy at all. He simply raised his hand, making a gesture for silence. His eyes slowly scanned the surroundings, ultimately resting on the direction where Lu Yuan and Yun Shanxian were hiding. Come out, since we are all participants in the game, there's no need to hide. Xiao Ran's voice interrupted their thoughts of staying hidden. Lu Yuan couldn't help but feel surprised. He could know Xiao Ran's arrival in advance, all because of the map of the Void Phantom. And they were discovered like this. The opponent's perception ability far exceeded his imagination. Lu Yuan and Yun Shanxian walked out from behind the giant rock, and Xiao Ran exchanged glances with them. People on both sides looked at each other. There was no hostility, no killing intent, only a mutual examination between hunter and prey. Xiao Ran's gaze swept over the two of them, and when he saw the identical dragon scale in Lu Yuan's hand, his eyes lit up with understanding. From Beastming Academy? He asked. Yes. Lu Yuan replied tersely. Good. Xiao Ran nodded, a smile gracing his lips, not a sneer, but a kind of appreciation between equals. It seems that we are not the only ones who found the key. He did not say another word and had no intention of making a move. He simply turned around and said to his team, let's go, to the next place. As if he had voluntarily given up the dragon scale in that cave. Captain? His team member looked confused. Competing with clever people for things is a waste of time. Xiao Ran's voice came. This game is not about who has the harder fist but about who can find more scales. This hunting ground is still very vast. As his words fell, the figures of the three quickly disappeared into the distant dense forest. Yun Shanxian finally relaxed and quietly asked, Yuan, are they just leaving like this? He didn't leave. Lu Yuan looked in the direction Xiao Ran had departed, his eyes unusually serious. He is telling us that the game has officially begun. This man named Xiao Ran was 100 times more difficult to deal with than Long Chen, who had a simple mind. He was calm, rational, and immediately understood the essence of this trial. By giving up the struggle in front of him, he aimed to save time and energy to find more dragon scales that had not yet been discovered. We also need to hurry. Lu Yuan no longer hesitated and quickly led Yun Shanxian into the cave to take the second dragon scale. When the two dragon scales were placed together, the resonance became even stronger, pointing to several directions further away. An invisible hunting net was slowly spreading, centered around them. And they were both hunters and could at any moment become someone else's prey. Chapter 121, The Qingling Realm. Xiao Ran's departure did not relieve the atmosphere in the slightest. In this hunting game called Dragon Air Competition, everyone had shown their fangs. Yuan, what do we do now? Yun Shanxian held the two cold dragon scales, the chill from the king-level holy dragon bringing her unprecedented pressure. He is right. Lu Yuan's gaze shifted between the two dragon scales. This game is not about who has the harder fist but about who can find more scales. His voice was terrifyingly calm. The resonance of two dragon scales is much stronger than that of one, and the direction is clearer. Lu Yuan closed his eyes and plunged his consciousness into the void map. On the map, the originally vague sensing points became clear. We'll choose the nearest one. Lu Yuan opened his eyes and immediately made a decision. Time was the most precious resource now. The two suppressed their breath and traveled through the Dragon Nest secret realm. With the experiences of the previous two times, they had a deeper understanding of the dangers in this secret realm, taking every step carefully. About an hour later, they arrived in front of a swamp. The resonance of the dragon scales was pointing to a lone island in the center of the swamp. However, just as they were about to act, Lu Yuan's footsteps suddenly stopped. His gaze fell on the other side of the swamp. There, another team was also watching that lone island. It was a small team of 3 people. The young man at the forefront had a strange pale blue skin, ears sharper than usual, and mysterious purple totems painted on his face. Beside him stood a man and a woman. Also have similar characteristics. Their combat uniforms are neither the Crimson Dragon patterns of Longshao Academy nor the Holy White Brilliance of Sacred Light Academy, or rather, what they wear is not the uniform of Dragon Country Beastmaster Academy. It is a strange armor made of beast skin and dark green metal, filled with a primitive and wild beauty. At their feet, 3 strange beast companions lay, resembling cheetahs but with blue arcs of electricity dancing across their fur. Lu Yuan's Beastmaster Encyclopedia automatically appeared. Name, Stormhound. Grade, Silver High Rank. Potential, 3 stars. Remarks, a unique species from the Qingling Realm. Qingling Realm? Lu Yuan's heart surged with waves of shock. Yuan, who are they? Yun Shanxian also noticed the group and lowered her voice to ask. They are not from our dragon country, not even from our blue star. Lu Yuan answered, a detail he had previously overlooked now magnifying endlessly in his mind. The Winter Queen. A king-level holy dragon, its power, could it really be limited to a small blue star? No. It has the ability to open its trials to a broader world. The so-called secret realm energy disturbance may not be due to a conflict between the ice dragon scales and the dragon nest secret realm at all, but because this king-level giant dragon forcibly tore open the space barrier, temporarily linking the dragon nest secret realm to other worlds. For example, this Qingling realm. At that moment, Lu Yuan finally understood the true scale of this game. This is not an internal competition belonging to blue star geniuses. This is a king's trial sweeping across many races of the beast realm. Just as Lu Yuan was deep in thought, a young man with green skin across the swamp seemed to have sensed their presence. His gaze instantly shot over. In those eyes, there was no surprise, only a calm and indifferent examination as one would regard prey. He had clearly noticed the dragon scales in Lu Yuan in Yun Qianqian's hands. Roar! One of the stormhounds beside him let out a low roar, its entire body crackling with electricity, filled with provocation. Yun Qianqian instinctively clenched her fist, the dark dragon descendant beside her also showing a dangerous glint in his eyes. A great battle seemed to be on the verge of breaking out. However, the green-skinned youth merely raised his hand, stopping his beast. He said nothing, only locked eyes with Lu Yuan for a deep moment. That look seemed to say, "I have temporarily noted your lives." Then, without hesitation, he turned around, taking his team swiftly in another direction, leaving. They also gave up on the dragon scale within easy reach. They left too? Yun Qianqian found it hard to believe. He, like Xiaoran, is a smart person. Lu Yuan's expression was more serious than ever. These competitors from the beast realm are far calmer and more decisive than he had imagined. They all understand that meaningless slaughter in the early stages of the game will only benefit others. But they are different from Xiaoran. Lu Yuan gazed in the direction the group had vanished. Xiaoran's eyes express admiration, it's like competing against a worthy opponent. But that person's gaze is? Lu Yuan paused and said. It is the gaze of one regarding prey. Yun Qianqian's heart sank suddenly. She understood. In Xiaoran's eyes, they are competitors. But in that green-skinned youth's eyes, they, and the dragon scales in their hands, are already his possessions. A Yuan, this game is much more terrifying than we imagined. Yes, the nature of the game has changed because of the people from the beast realm. Lu Yuan withdrew his gaze and, with Yun Qianqian, quickly sank into the swamp to retrieve the third dragon scale from the solitary island. With 3 dragon scales in hand, the resonance guidance grew stronger, urging them to head to the next location of the dragon scales. Lu Yuan looked up at the dark red sky. He knew that there are outsiders like that green-skinned youth. There is definitely more than one team. Arrogant people like Long Chen, wise ones like Xiaoran, and these visitors from other worlds who see them as prey. All the players have entered the arena. Lu Yuan couldn't help but shake his head, if only everyone were as simple-minded as Long Chen. But more people, or rather, geniuses, are like Xiaoran, who know when to advance and retreat, calculating gains and losses. This dragon nest secret realm is already riddled with dangers, and now so many visitors from the myriad beasts realm have appeared. Qian. We need to change our strategy. A playful curve suddenly appeared at the corner of Lu Yuan's mouth. Since everyone wants to be hunters, we will be the meddlesome fishermen. Chapter 122, Sabotage. Meddlesome fisherman? She held 3 cold dragon scales in her palm, momentarily unable to keep up with Lu Yuan's train of thought. Yes. Lu Yuan's gaze fell on the light spots on the void map that represented different competitors. They were cautious of each other but were all moving in the same direction. Now everyone knows that the key to this game is the dragon scales. So, whether it's Xiaoran or that guy from the Qingling realm, they are all avoiding meaningless fights in the early stages, wanting to grab those dragon scales unnoticed as quickly as possible. It's like a race, no matter how fast we run, there will always be someone who runs faster than us. Lu Yuan paused for a moment. But what if a barrier suddenly appears on the racetrack? What if the person in the lead suddenly starts fighting among themselves? Yun Qianqian's eyes instantly lit up. She understood. You want them to fight each other? No. Lu Yuan shook his head, correcting her. It's not to make them fight each other, it's to give them a reason to fight each other. And we are the ones providing that reason. His gaze fell on the peeping mirror. This was his true trump card. Half an hour later, in a canyon filled with gigantic purple crystals. Lu Yuan and Yun Qianqian hid behind a crystal, silently observing below. On their void map, 2 teams were approaching a cave in the center of the canyon from different directions. There was also a dragon scale there. One of the teams was the trio from the Qingling realm they had encountered earlier. The other was a group of creatures Lu Yuan had never seen before. They stood over 3 meters tall, with a sturdy, rock-like gray-brown skin, full of explosive power. They were the savage giants from the Manstone realm. Accompanying them was a beast the size of a small mountain, the Earth Tyrant. Name, Earth Tyrant. Rank, Silver Peak. Potential, 3 stars. Note, a unique race from Manstone Star, embodying the pinnacle of strength and defense, but with a simple mind, easily enraged. The target is chosen. Lu Yuan's gaze swept across the two groups. One was calm and cunning, the other simple-minded. A perfect combination. Xian, have your masked cat come over. Lu Yuan said softly. Yun Xian immediately understood, and with a thought, the void-masked cat appeared beside Lu Yuan. Magic mirror. Lu Yuan looked at the peeping mirror. Duplicate it. The mirror surface of the peeping mirror glowed, and an image exactly like the void-masked cat was replicated. This was the most basic duplication of all things in harmony. Then, let the mirrored void-masked cat use its ability again. Lu Yuan's instruction momentarily stunned Yun Xian. Under her watchful eyes, the void-masked cat mirror image transformed in size. Masked mimicry. In the next second, the cat's image blurred and perfectly morphed into the form of a storm-hunting dog. Whether in appearance or in the violent aura mixed with wind and thunder radiating from it, it was indistinguishable from the one below in the canyon. Oh my god. Yun Xian was filled with disbelief. What a doll operation. Go. A cold smile appeared at the corner of Lu Yuan's mouth. Send the reason to them. The Stormhound, disguised by the void mask cat mirror, flashed and turned into a blue lightning bolt, rushing directly into the cave at the center of the canyon. Almost at the same time, the barbarian giant clan and the team from the Qingling realm arrived at the cave entrance. Roar! A roar unique to the barbarian giants echoed through the canyon. The leading barbarian giant was about to step into the cave when he saw a blue shadow dart past him, gripping a dragon scale that radiated a chill. The unique aura of the Stormhound was crystal clear. The barbarian giant froze. His simple thought process instantly completed the logical loop. People from the Qingling realm stole my dragon scale. Scum! The barbarian giant leader let out a furious roar, abruptly turning his head, his large copper bell-like eyes locking onto the 3 members of the Qingling realm who had just arrived and were still confused about the situation. You seek death. The leading youth from the Qingling realm furrowed his brows instantly. He looked at the creature with the dragon scale, fleeing toward them, and then saw the true one at his feet, immediately understanding everything. It's a trap. We've been set up. He shouted sharply. But it was already too late. Earth Tyrant! Crush them for me. The fury of the barbarian giant leader had ignited completely. In the canyon, a melee erupted instantly. Behind the crystal, Yun Xian watched the chaotic battle below, her small face filled with excitement. She looked at Lu Yuan beside her, her gaze as if she were looking at a monster. With just a few clever combinations of beast-taming abilities, he had provoked a conflict between the clam and the snipe without any casualties. Below in the canyon, the roar of energy. Each stomp of the Earth Tyrant made the giant crystal rock they were hiding behind hum. Blue lightning clashed with yellow shockwaves. Yun Xian watched the scene of several beasts attacking each other on both sides below and couldn't help but exclaim. Ah Yuan, you are simply a devil. She turned her head to look at the focused Lu Yuan beside her. I just gave them an irresistible reason, he said calmly. You see, anger is the easiest emotion to manipulate in this world. The battle below unfolded exactly as Lu Yuan had anticipated. The barbarian giants, using the absolute power of the Earth Tyrant, forcefully tore apart the electrical net formed by the Stormhounds. But the youth from the Qingling realm was not to be underestimated. After paying the price of 2 heavily injured Stormhounds, he left a deep wound on the leading barbarian giant. In the end, the youth from the Qingling realm glanced at the already furious barbarian giant and chose to retreat. He knew that continuing to fight would only result in both sides being hurt. Roar! The leading barbarian giant let out an unwilling roar. If it weren't for the innate defense of the barbarian giant clan, that attack would have seriously injured any other race. Breathing heavily, he slumped down onto the ground. Let's go. Lu Yuan said softly. The two silently left the crystal and the mirrored masked cat placed the 4th dragon scale in Lu Yuan's hand. Chapter 123, The Fisherman Benefits. In the canyon, the reluctant roar of the barbarian giant leader still echoed. Lu Yuan and Yun Xian had long disappeared. Ah Yuan, that was amazing. Yun Xian said excitedly as she followed behind Lu Yuan. She had witnessed the entire process firsthand. From the mirror of the mask copying the void mask cat, then having the mirrored cat use mask mimicry to become the Stormhound, and finally snatching the dragon scale right under the nose of the barbarian giant, placing the blame firmly on the Qingling realm's people. The whole plan not only cost nothing but was tightly interconnected, taking advantage of the barbarian giant's simple thinking and the relationships among all competitors. One stone, two birds. No, this is simply killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Not only did we obtain the dragon scale, but we also eliminated 2 potential powerful opponents, further stirring up the waters. Lu Yuan carefully stored the 4th dragon scale, and for once, a smile appeared on his face. Humph, as expected of my Yuan. So clever. She took a couple of quick steps. So what's next, shall we continue to be fishermen? Of course, there are still plenty of fish in this river. In the following days, the Dragon Nest Secret Realm turned into a huge stage, and Lu Yuan was the sole director. The location of the 5th dragon scale was a lava cave, occupied by a team of Beastmasters from Flame Demon Star. Lu Yuan chose not to charge in. Instead, he led Yun Shanxian around to the other side of the cave, where it was a land of frost. He instructed the Mirror of Insight to replicate Yun Shanxian's holy flame fire sparrows, blazing skyfall, and threw it deep into the frostland. That violent fire energy instantly ignited the fury of the owner of the frostland. When a golden intermediate frost subdragon roared and charged toward the lava cave, a chaotic battle between ice and fire became inevitable. Meanwhile, Lu Yuan and Yun Shanxian took advantage of the intense clash to activate the spatial passage of the Void Shadow, appearing directly inside the lava cave to grab the dragon scale, and conveniently packing some high-quality fire materials. The competition for the 6th dragon scale was even simpler. 2 strong teams arrived almost simultaneously at the battlefield ruins where the dragon scale was located. One side was the captain of the Holy Light Academy, Xiaoran, whom they had encountered before. The other side was a group of machinist clan members whose bodies seemed forged from metal. Both sides remained extremely calm, confronting each other outside the ruins, neither choosing to enter first. They were both waiting for the other to make a move or waiting for an opportunity to break the deadlock. Then, the opportunity came. The Mirror of Insight's new skill, Dragon Might Mimicry, proved incredibly effective at that moment. A wave of terrifying pressure belonging to a golden-tier giant dragon erupted unexpectedly from deep within the ruins. That pressure was so real, so powerful. Whether it was the calm Xiaoran or the emotionless machinist clan, their faces changed dramatically under this pressure. Golden-tier giant dragon. Xiaoran made a swift decision, almost without hesitation, turning around to retreat with his team. The machinist clan also quickly calculated the power disparity between the 2 sides and chose to avoid confrontation as well. Both teams left quickly. After they departed, Lu Yuan and Yun Shanxian emerged from their hiding place behind the bones and leisurely entered the ruins, easily taking the dragon scale. Yuan, that move of yours is too clever, Yun Shanxian said, chuckling as she watched Xiaoran and the others leaving. I feel like Xiaoran will return and draw a big skull on the map of this area. If a problem can be solved with brains, then avoid using force, Lu Yuan shrugged. See, now there's no one fighting us. Thus, relying on a series of endless tactics, Lu Yuan's fishing venture progressed exceptionally smoothly. The 7th scale, the 8th scale. One after another, the dragon scales were collected by him in various unimaginable ways. He floated like a ghost, wandering in every corner of the Dragon Nest Secret Realm, never clashing head-on with anyone, but always appearing at the most critical moment to stir up trouble, and then drifting away with his spoils. Dark Heart Abyss, Director Lu, Old Six in the Shadows. Yun Shanxian privately gave Lu Yuan countless nicknames. Every time she saw those powerful races from the Beast Realm being played around by Lu Yuan, she couldn't help but laugh until she fell over. Yun Shanxian's gaze toward Lu Yuan grew brighter. This was her Yuan, strategizing from afar, decisive in victory. He was still himself, not dulled by the previous training, retaining his unique pride. When the 9th dragon scale was in hand, they were hiding inside the hollow skull of a giant beast. The process of obtaining this dragon scale was slightly bumpy. They encountered a very perceptive race, and the stealth of the Void Shadow was almost discovered. Fortunately, Lu Yuan reacted quickly and used the illusion of an enemy stored in myriad forms in all things, a lava Tyrannosaurus, to attract their attention, allowing them to pass through the danger. It's 9 now. Yun Shanxian lined up the 9 dragon scales on the ground. She rubbed her hands together excitedly. Yuan, we must be in first place now, right? 9 scales. Lu Yuan looked at her and smiled but said nothing. He closed his eyes and sank his consciousness back into the void map. Buzz. On the map, the dot representing their location was emitting a bright white halo. However, when Lu Yuan's gaze swept across the entire map, the smile on his lips froze. In other areas of the map, several dots were also flashing. Among them, 2 dots had brightness comparable to theirs, clearly having also collected 8 or 9 dragon scales. Furthermore, 3 dots had a brightness that clearly surpassed theirs. That meant the number of dragon scales in their hands had already exceeded 2 digits. What's wrong? Yun Shanxian noticed the change in Lu Yuan's expression, and her smile faded. Lu Yuan opened his eyes, with an unprecedented seriousness on his face. He told Yun Shanxian the news from the void map. Yun Shanxian's pupils instantly constricted. How could this be? She found it hard to believe. We worked so hard as fishermen, and there are still people faster than us? They are not fishermen. Lu Yuan's voice was heavy. They are sharks. Yun Chanxian instantly understood. While they were using tricks to cheat dragon scales from other teams, some people had chosen the most direct and bloody way from the very start, hunting. With absolute strength, they treated all the competitors holding dragon scales as prey. Lu Yuan told Yun Chanxian there was a dot on the map. That dot could no longer be described as bright. It was like a small sun. There were at least 15 dragon scales there. What a terrifying number. This meant that a team or an individual, powerful to the extreme, had swept away all competitors in their area with overwhelming force. The first half of the game is won by those who run fast. Lu Yuan's gaze fixed on that dot. Now, the game has entered the second half. All the little fish have been eaten, and the sharks on the track are starting to attract each other, preparing for the final slaughter. Yun Chanxian looked at him, her shock turning into fighting spirit. She nodded vigorously. So what should we do now? Avoid them? Avoid? Lu Yuan laughed. Of course not, there are still big gains to be had. How could we just run into the prey now? He stood up and brushed the dust off his clothes. Big gains? Yun Chanxian was somewhat confused. On my void map, there has always been a special place. Lu Yuan explained, there is a low-tier platinum dragon beast, the Shadow Bone Dragon. Platinum tier. These three words struck Yun Chanxian's heart like a thunderbolt, stirring up layers of waves. They had been cautious and careful all the way. The strongest dragon beast they had encountered was only a high-tier golden lava tyrannosaurus, and they dared to pull it out only by using the dragon rice squad as bait. Now, Lu Yuan actually wanted to provoke a terrifying existence at the platinum tier. Yuan, are you crazy? We can't defeat a platinum tier. Yun Chanxian instinctively grabbed the corner of his clothes. No. Lu Yuan shook his head. It is precisely because it is a platinum tier that it becomes the safest place. Lu Yuan's reasoning was exceptionally clear. Smart people like Xiao Ran would actively avoid areas with immeasurable risks. And those reckless sharks tend to hunt small fish that possess dragon scales, because the reward is more direct and the risk is lower. Therefore, the treasure guarded by the Shadow Bone Dragon remains untouched to this day. And based on the strength of the dragon scale resonance, that treasure has at least 8 dragon scales. 8 scales. Yun Chanxian gasped in shock. If they could obtain these 8 dragon scales, their total would reach 17. That would instantly surpass the vast majority of competitors and truly place them at the forefront of this hunting game. But, platinum tier. Yun Chanxian was still a bit hesitant. Chanxian, do you forget what Ansu said? Lu Yuan looked at her, his gaze serious. If we can't win, we join. If we can't snatch, we outsmart. This time, we won't be fishermen, we will be thieves. An hour later, the two stood before a massive abyss. This place seemed like a junkyard of the entire Dragon Nest secret realm, as countless gigantic beast bones extended from the cliffs on either side of the abyss, forming a forest of white bones. Here was the lair of the Shadow Bone Dragon, the Bone Abyss. What a suffocating feeling. Just standing at the edge, Yun Chanxian felt a wave of death energy rising from the ground, making her feel uneasy all over. Lu Yuan remained silent, his consciousness had already sunk into the beast control manual, where a detailed battle plan was rapidly taking shape. Name, Shadow Bone Dragon. Tier, Low Platinum. Attributes, Undead/Dragon. Weakness analysis, as an undead, it loathes pure life and flame energy. As a giant dragon, it has a strong territorial awareness and will relentlessly attack any living creature above the gold tier that enters its territory. Countering suggestion, utilize its strong exclusivity to lure it out of its lair. The plan is simple. A flash of light from the mirror of insight revealed the phantom of a massive dragon, its body engulfed in fiery lava flames, flickering across the surface of the mirror. It was the low gold tier Hurricane Storm Dragon. This was the dragon beast Lu Yuan had killed and stolen scales from when the Hurricane Storm Dragon and a small team had both suffered severe losses. In a moment, I will let the mirror release this illusion at the entrance of the abyss. Lu Yuan's eyes sparkled with calculation. A low gold tier giant dragon appears at the doorstep of a platinum tier undead dragon's lair. What do you think will happen? Yun Chanxian's eyes instantly lit up. The Shadow Bone Dragon will definitely be furious and rush out to tear it apart. Exactly. Lu Yuan snapped his fingers. This is our opportunity. It will rush out to pursue the illusion, and we will go in to take the dragon scales. Chanxian, this infiltration will rely on you. Lu Yuan's gaze turned to the dark dragon descendant and the void-masked cat behind Yun Chanxian. The masked cat's absolute silence will block the breath, and the dark dragon descendant has dual attributes of shadow and dragon, providing natural resistance to this environment. As he spoke, Lu Yuan looked at the mirror of insight and issued the second command. Bloodline reflection. He directly reflected a previously stored bloodline talent onto the dark dragon descendant. Bone affinity, temporary, allows you to walk on the bones of undead creatures without making any sound and without disturbing any sleeping souls. Wow! Yun Shanxian looked at the unique aura that appeared on her dark dragon descendant, her eyes filled with stars. Ah Yuan, you've truly brought these skills to life. Are you ready? Lu Yuan ignored her flattery. Yun Shanxian also put away her smile and nodded. Ready whenever. Good. Lu Yuan took a deep breath, brilliance flashing in his eyes. Operation begins. With his command, the mirror of insight suddenly turned toward the bone abyss, and the phantom of the hurricane storm dragon roared as it rushed out. Roar! The dragon's might belonged to the gold tier, mixed with wind elements, and displayed boldly at the entrance of the abyss. Countless sleeping low-tier undead were awakened, letting out silent howls. The next second, a pressure far more terrifying than a hurricane tornado surged from the bottom of the abyss. Roar! A dragon's roar echoed through the sky. A giant dragon, over several dozen meters long, made of ominous white bones, with two groups of deep blue flames burning in its eye sockets, burst from the abyss. The Shadow Bone Dragon. It saw the hurricane tornado dragon flaunting itself at its doorstep, and the blue soul flame suddenly surged. It opened its huge mouth, and a blue breath of death slammed onto the illusion of the hurricane tornado dragon. The hurricane tornado dragon quickly flew away. The Shadow Bone Dragon could sense that breath was fleeing far away. It let out a furious roar, its giant bony wings flapping, transforming into a white flash, chasing after the direction where the illusion ran away. Now's the time. Lu Yuan whispered. Go! Yun Shanxian did not hesitate at all, letting the void mask cat, which had activated the absolute silence, and the dark dragonborn, who was granted bone affinity, leap into the abyss. Lu Yuan's void shadow followed closely behind, merging into the shadow of the dragonborn. Under the abyss was another world. Countless tiny bones covered the ground, and the dark dragonborn stepped on them without making a sound. On the walls hung dried corpses, their empty eye sockets staring at the intruders. Soon, the dark dragonborn reached the bottom of the abyss. Here was a cave, and at the center of the cave was a huge throne built from countless bones. On that throne, 8 dragon scales, emitting a chilling aura, sparkled brilliantly. Found it! Yun Shanxian happily received the message from the dragonborn. Shadow, act. Lu Yuan's command was sent to the void shadow. The void shadow instantly appeared in front of the throne, extending its illusory claws towards one of the dragon scales. However, just as its claws were about to touch the dragon scale, a change suddenly occurred. Buzz! The entire bone throne suddenly lit up with dark purple magical patterns. The 8 dragon scales erupted with intense cold air, forming a massive frost cage, enveloping the entire throne. A strong sealing force erupted with a loud crash. Not good. It's a trap. At the same time, outside the abyss, the Shadow Bone Dragon, chasing after the illusion, suddenly froze in its movement. Its blue soul fire flickered, and it turned back sharply, looking toward its lair. It felt that the seal that had trapped it for nearly 1,000 years had been touched. Roar! It abandoned the damn storm provoker, flapped its bony wings fiercely, its speed several times faster than before, rushing madly back to the bone abyss. Yun Shanxian watched that terrifying presence getting closer. Ah Yuan! It's coming back! We've been discovered! Chapter 125, Captive Dragon. Boom! The wave of death blew Lu Yuan and Yun Shanxian's clothes fluttering. That white flash, which was chasing the illusion, turned back. The Shadow Bone Dragon had returned. Yun Shanxian instinctively summoned the Radiant Saintess and the Sacred Flame Fire Sparrow, positioning herself and Lu Yuan behind them, ready for a fight to the death. But Lu Yuan remained unusually calm. His gaze fixed on that increasingly close white figure. Trapped seals will trapped for nearly 1,000 years. One keyword after another connected in his mind, forming a plan in an instant. Roar! A roar full of endless death exploded. The Shadow Bone Dragon's massive skeletal body hovered in front of the two. 2 groups of blue soul flames flickered as the bone dragon stared at these 2 tiny beings. Just that pressure alone made Yun Shanxian's summoned creatures feel uneasy, and the light shield created by the Radiant Saintess rippled. Yun Shanxian's face turned pale, biting her lip tightly. However, just as the Shadow Bone Dragon opened its massive mouth, about to unleash a thick breath of death, Lu Yuan stepped forward. I can set you free. Time stood still at this moment. The Shadow Bone Dragon's breath, about to burst forth, was stuck hard in its throat. The soul fire in its eye sockets flickered violently. Freedom? This word held immense temptation for an existence sealed for nearly 1,000 years. It did not believe. But it could not suppress that yearning. Ah Yuan, you. Yun Shanxian was also stunned, she never expected Lu Yuan to say such things. Lu Yuan spread his palm. Buzz. 9 dragon scales emitting a chilling aura appeared in his palm, resonating with each other. The trial of the Queen of Winter, I am a participant. Lu Yuan's voice remained steady. And you are just a jailer used by her to guard the trial's objects. This seal has confined you for nearly 1,000 years, its power is of the same origin as you, yet it continues to wear down your will. You want to break free from it, right? The soul fire in the shadow bone dragon's eyes began to flicker violently. It could feel that the dragon scales in this human's hand, the scales on the throne, and the seal that trapped it all originated from the same being. This human knows its secret. Roar. The shadow bone dragon let out a roar, inviting the two. Lu Yuan put away the dragon scales, took Yun Shanshan, who was still a bit dazed, and walked toward the abyss. The shadow bone dragon hesitated for a moment but ultimately retracted its pressure, its enormous body sinking, following behind them. It chose to take a chance. Beneath the abyss, the air was thick with death. Countless tiny bones covered the ground. So disgusting. Yun Shanshan looked at the dried corpses, her little face paled, her stomach churning violently. Lu Yuan tightened his grip on her hand, the warm touch reassured her a little. Soon, they reached the bottom of the abyss. The void masks and the dark dragon descendants were wandering outside the bone throne, while Lu Yuan's void shadow was trapped firmly within an ice cage formed from the power of 8 dragon scales, unable to move. As expected. Lu Yuan looked at the flickering dark purple magic patterns on the throne. This is a two-way seal. He turned to the shadow bone dragon behind him. It seals both the dragon scales and you. To retrieve the dragon scales, the seal must be broken. And by breaking the seal, you can gain your freedom. The Queen of Winter's purpose may not be to let you simply guard, but to give the testers an extra trial. The shadow bone dragon's soul fire flickered more violently. It had been trapped here, its mind had long been confused by 1,000 years of wear, leaving only the instinct to guard this place. But Lu Yuan's words made it vaguely understand the meaning of its existence. Now, I will begin. Lu Yuan said no more, he stepped forward and placed the 9 dragon scales, one by one, outside the ice cage. Buzz. The moment the 9th dragon scale fell, 17 dragon scales resonated with an unprecedented intensity. A force of ice source far greater than before erupted with a thunderous roar. The magic patterns on the bone throne began to flicker violently under the impact of this source power. Now is the time. Magic mirror. Lu Yuan shouted softly. The piercing face magic mirror had long been ready, a flicker of light burst forth. Light of reversal. A pitch-black beam slammed onto the flickering magic patterns. Crackle. A crisp shattering sound echoed throughout the cave. The dark purple magic patterns broke apart inch by inch. The ice cage enveloping the throne dissipated with a loud crash. The void shadow trapped within instantly broke free and returned to Lu Yuan's side. Roar. A dragon's roar exploded from the mouth of the shadow bone dragon. The invisible shackles binding it shattered completely at this moment. The shadow bone dragon soared above the bone abyss. Lu Yuan and Yun Shanshan watched the scene without interruption. After a long time, the shadow bone dragon slowly calmed down and returned to the bottom of the abyss. The shadow bone dragon simply extended its bone wings. The 8 dragon scales on the throne were pushed in front of Lu Yuan. Then, it lowered its body, signaling the two to stand on its back. Is it going to take us out? Yun Shanshan couldn't quite believe it. This is its gratitude. Lu Yuan smiled, grabbed Yun Shanshan, and jumped onto the broad back of the shadow bone dragon. Boom! The shadow bone dragon flapped its wings, transforming into a beam of white light, carrying the two out of the deep abyss that had imprisoned it for 1,000 years. Lu Yuan stored the 8 dragon scales, adding them to the previous 9, making a total of 17. This number was enough for them to look down on most competitors. However, just as he was planning the next move, his void map suddenly vibrated. He closed his eyes, immersing his consciousness into the map. On the map, the glowing point representing them was brighter than ever. But in all directions of the map, several equally dazzling orbs, after a brief pause, changed direction and sped towards their location. Chapter 126, The Shark Center. Each glowing point represented a bloodthirsty shark. And they were the most eye-catching bait. There's no escaping. Lu Yuan's voice was calm as he lifted his head to look at the shadow bone dragon. I want to ask you for help once more. The soul fire of the shadow bone dragon flickered, looking at the human who had just aided it. Lu Yuan didn't hide his intentions, he opened his palm, and 17 dragon scales swirled in his hand. They are here to grab this. They are also here to grab you, Lu Yuan added. A recently freed platinum-level dragon beast, still not at its peak strength, is a more valuable prey than dragon scales to those real sharks. Your dragon bones and soul fire are priceless treasures. The soul fire in the shadow bone dragon's eyes surged instantly. It understood. It thought it was the hunter, but in the eyes of those stronger beings, it was also prey. Helping me is helping yourself. Lu Yuan put away the dragon scales. We will be the most eye-catching bait, while you will be the hidden hunter. Roar! The shadow bone dragon let out a roar, this time expressing not anger, but a battle cry of agreement. Its massive bony wings flapped, and its huge body blended into the high clouds, perfectly concealing all its presence. At the edge of the abyss, only Lu Yuan and Yun Shanxian remained. Lu Yuan pulled Yun Shanxian and sat on the ground, as if waiting for something. He no longer suppressed the resonance of those 17 dragon scales, allowing that cold aura to spread in all directions. Yuan, do you really want to do this? Yun Shanxian looked at Lu Yuan's calm profile, feeling a wave of anxiety in her heart. This is too crazy. To actively put themselves in the most dangerous situation was a gamble. Qianqian. We have to trample down all those who covet dragon scales, and with the bone dragon's help, I have confidence. Yun Shanxian nodded, all her tension and unease dissipating. Okay. Then I'll watch. Time passed second by second. Finally, several black dots appeared directly in front of them. The black dots quickly enlarged, and a team of 6 appeared in their sight. The leading young man was covered with a layer of dark red armor, with 2 curved horns on his forehead, his eyes full of brutality. It was the Bloodhorn clan, known for being warlike and cruel from the beast world. The Bloodhorn clan youth's gaze immediately locked onto the 17 glowing dragon scales in front of Lu Yuan, a greedy light erupting in his eyes. Ha ha ha. What great luck. I thought it would take some effort. I didn't expect these 2 little creatures from another world to have prepared the dragon scales. His teammates behind him let out a series of strange laughs, their eyes greedily sweeping over Yun Shanxian, filled with filth. The leading youth licked his lips. Little one from another world. If you're sensible, leave the dragon scales and that woman behind. I can show some mercy and make your death a little easier. Yun Shanxian's face instantly turned cold, as the brilliance of the Saintess of Radiance emerged behind her. But Lu Yuan pressed down on her hand. He lifted his head, revealing a bright and cheerful smile on his face. Oh? Is that so? The youth of the Bloodhorn tribe frowned. He hated the expression on his prey's face before death, an expression he couldn't understand. It seems you will not shed tears until you see the coffin. In that case, let me show you what true despair looks like. Come out. With a command, the 5 team members behind him summoned their beast companions at the same time. In an instant, 19 beasts of various forms, all exuding either golden or silver peak auras, appeared before Lu Yuan and Yun Shanxian. Among them, the 3 beasts beside the leading youth had even reached the mid-tier of gold. Now, can you still smile? The youth of the Bloodhorn tribe cruelly laughed, eagerly waiting to see the expression of fear and despair on this human's face. Of course. Lu Yuan's smile grew even brighter. But the next second, that smile suddenly faded. Attack! He softly uttered 2 words. The Bloodhorn youth was stunned, not yet understanding what those words meant. Suddenly, a chill surged from his crown straight down to his feet. He abruptly looked up. A massive shadow, no one knew when, had already enveloped them all. High above, a giant dragon made of eerie white bones silently opened its huge mouth, looking down at them. Platinum. Platinum tier? The Bloodhorn youth's mind went blank in an instant. He wanted to escape, but his body felt frozen. The next moment, a breath of grayish-white mixed with endless death rushed toward them. Silent obliteration. Under the assault of that deathly breath, aside from the leading Bloodhorn youth and his golden tier beast, the other 5 team members and their 16 beasts did not even manage to scream before being turned to ash, dissipating into the air. No. No. The surviving Bloodhorn youth watched this scene, his mind breaking down. His 3 golden tier beasts were now covered in injuries, their auras weak to the extreme, not to mention facing the absolute power of platinum tier. Even any beasts of any tier could kill him now. Lu Yuan slowly stood up, brushing off the dust from his clothes. He raised his hand and pointed at the survivor under the dragon's breath. A pitch-black shadow quietly extended from beneath his feet. Phantom. Harvest. This was Lu Yuan's first time personally issuing an order to wipe out a humanoid target. In his heart, there was not a ripple. No discomfort, no guilt, and certainly no pleasure. Only calmness. He recalled Su Yueli's words, thought of the rules of this world. In this game, mercy is the original sin. If you do not kill, you will be killed. The blade of the Void Phantom sliced through the necks of the last few golden tier beasts, finally stopping before the Bloodhorn youth. The youth raised his head, his eyes once full of greed now only showing a plea. No. Please don't kill me. I'll give you the dragon scales. What answered him was the light sound of the dimensional blade slicing through the air. Everything returned to silence. Chapter 127, Dragon Scale Surge. The smell of blood filled the air. Yun Shanshan looked at everything before her, her small face slightly pale. She had seen battles before, and she had seen death, but such efficient and ruthless slaughter was something she was witnessing for the first time. And the mastermind behind all this was the calm young man beside her. Lu Yuan calmly walked to the corpse of the Bloodhorn youth. The Void Phantom retrieved a storage device from the corpse. Lu Yuan opened it, revealing 15 cold dragon scales. Adding to their existing 17 scales, the count. The total instantly reached 32 pieces. Let's go, the next batch of guests is coming soon. Lu Yuan's voice pulled Yun Shanshan back from her daze. He held her hand, and that warm touch brought a hint of warmth to Yun Shanshan's icy fingertips. They did not leave, they simply returned to their original spot, sitting down again as if nothing had happened, waiting quietly for the next batch of prey. Yun Shanshan looked at Lu Yuan's profile, and she suddenly understood. Mom was right, this world is far crueler than she imagined. Yuan hadn't changed, he was just protecting them and her in his own way. Behind this calmness lay the pressure and danger he bore alone. Yun Shanshan tightened her grip on Lu Yuan's hand, the confusion and discomfort in her eyes replaced by determination. Soon, the second wave of unexpected guests approached from another direction. It was a group of otherworldly beings riding on gigantic flying lizards, exuding an aura of wild wind, clearly a race skilled in speed and reconnaissance. They were much more cautious than the Bloodhorn tribe, stopping hundreds of meters away to observe. But when they saw the 32 dragon scales in front of Lu Yuan, all caution was replaced by greed. Take action. Lu Yuan's voice echoed again. The same script played out once more. The lurking phantom bone dragon above the clouds descended like the Grim Reaper, a grayish-white breath of death instantly covering the area. The sounds of the flying lizards suddenly stopped. This time, the phantom bone dragon's attack still did not achieve total annihilation. A powerful beast tamer among the otherworldly beings rolled out from the breath of the dragon, bloodied after sacrificing 3 beasts, crawling right to Lu Yuan and Yun Shanshan's feet. He wasn't dead yet, but he was only a breath away from it. He looked at Lu Yuan and Yun Shanshan, then lifted his gaze to the bone dragon in the sky, his eyes filled with despair. It's a trap, it's a trap. He muttered to himself. Lu Yuan's gaze remained indifferent, about to signal the phantom to deliver the finishing blow. Yuan. Yun Shanshan suddenly spoke. This time, let me do it. Yun Shanshan walked up to the otherworldly being. She summoned her dark dragon descendant. The otherworldly being looked at the pretty girl, hope flashing in his eyes for survival. But what he saw was a pair of resolute eyes. In your next life, don't be so greedy. Yun Shanshan's voice was soft, laced with killing intent. The dragon claws of the dark dragon descendant ended the otherworldly being's last chance at life under her will. After everything, Yun Shanshan turned her back to Lu Yuan, the hand that just issued the kill order slightly trembling. Was she afraid? Maybe a little. But what she feared more was letting Lu Yuan walk this bloody path alone. A hand gently grasped her trembling hand from behind. Lu Yuan said nothing, just pulled her into his embrace, softly patting her back. He understood everything. In the following time, outside the bone abyss, it became a true death zone. Wave after wave of sharks drawn in by the dragon scales confidently entered this hunting ground, only to become the ghostly breaths of the phantom bone dragon and Lu Yuan's trophies in the end. The third wave, poisonous hunters from the swamp realm, melted into pus before they could even release their toxic fog under the death breath of the dragon. The fourth wave was a group of muscular Iron Fist clan who, against the absolute power of the platinum rank, crumbled like paper. Each time there was a survivor, Yun Shanshan would actively step up, personally completing the final harvest. Her hands no longer trembled. Her gaze grew ever more resolute. When Lu Yuan piled the collected dragon scales in front of them, the number had already reached an astonishing 62 pieces. However, on the key void map, there was still a light spot lingering nearby but not approaching for a long time. This is a clever person. Lu Yuan looked at the light spot, the corners of his mouth curling up. The other party had clearly noticed the anomaly here. Unlike the previous fools, they did not charge directly but instead waited and observed. Shanshan, it seems our old method doesn't work on him. What should we do? Yun Shanshan asked, filled with unconditional trust in Lu Yuan's every plan. Since the prey won't take the bait, let's put on a show for him. Lu Yuan's gaze fell on Yun Shanshan's radiant saintess and the shadow bone dragon in the sky. Half an hour later. A violent explosion of energy roared above the bone abyss. Boom! The holy pillar of flames clashed fiercely with the grey-white death dragon breath in midair, creating a terrifying energy storm. The radiant saintess turned into a streak of light, fighting fiercely with the shadow bone dragon. The shadow bone dragon let out a painful roar, as a part of its wing bone was pierced by the radiant saintess's light judgment. At the same time, the radiant saintess was struck by the dragon's claws, leaving behind a trail of dark energy, causing her breath to weaken instantly. The two powerful beast tamers seemed to be fighting fiercely over a treasure, unleashing their true power, and ultimately fell from the sky, crashing into the abyss, their breaths growing faint. In the distance, among a patch of shadows, a tall, pale-skinned young man licked his lips, his eyes shining with excitement and greed. Fight, fight. It would be best if you both perish together. One of his teammates whispered, Captain, should we go now? Wait a bit longer. The young man called Captain said calmly. Let's wait until their breaths weaken a little more. One of them is platinum rank, and the other has incredible potential, we cannot be careless. Another 10 minutes passed, and the energy fluctuations in the abyss had weakened to the extreme. Now is the time. The captain's eyes sparkled, unable to hold back any longer. Go! Let's be the last winners. He led his small team, transforming into several shadows, rushing toward the bone abyss at the fastest speed. When they reached the edge of the abyss and saw the two barely breathing beasts below, along with the two badly injured young man and woman who were counting dragon scales, smiles on their faces could no longer be hidden. 62 dragon scales. And a platinum-grade dragon beast corpse. They were going to strike it rich. However, just as he was about to give the order to attack, the badly injured young man suddenly lifted his head, revealing a brilliant smile. I've been waiting for you for a long time. The alarm bells in the young man's heart rang wildly at that moment. Not good. But it was already too late. The shadow bone dragon, which had seemed weak, suddenly surged with soul fire to the extreme. Its broken wing bone was as good as new. An overwhelming death pressure, far more terrifying than any before, locked onto their small team tightly. No. The young man's scream was instantly drowned in the death dragon breath. Everything returned to calm once more. Lu Yuan took 14 dragon scales from the last corpse. 76 scales. He stored all the dragon scales, every shark in the entire dragon nest secret realm had been cleaned out by him. Chapter 128, Pride and Responsibility. Yun Shanshan looked at the mess on the ground, the otherworldly visitors hadn't even left complete corpses behind. Her heart was surprisingly calm. From the initial turmoil in her stomach to the slight tremor when she dealt the final blow, to now, her indifference. She had not become numb but understood what Su Yueli had once said. The world of beast tamers was never a tender fairy tale. Every step you take could tread upon someone else's bones. She turned to look at the boy beside her, whose expression remained as calm as ever, there was not a hint of ripple in his eyes. Yun Shanshan's heart suddenly ached a little. Behind this calmness, how much unknown pressure and danger had he borne alone? She stepped forward, saying nothing, simply taking Lu Yuan's hand. Lu Yuan was slightly taken aback, turning to look at her. From her eyes, he saw pain, and more so, determination. He smiled and gently wrapped her soft little hand in his palm. Above in the sky, the massive shadow bone dragon slowly descended, its two blue soul fires gazing at Lu Yuan. It conveyed its soul's intent to Lu Yuan. The contract was complete. Lu Yuan nodded slightly, this was also his intention. He helped it escape, and it would assist him in clearing the field, a fair trade. Roar! The shadow bone dragon let out a dragon's roar. Then, its gigantic bony wings flapped violently, its body transforming into a white streak of light, soaring into the sky before disappearing into the horizon. It was free. Lu Yuan retracted his gaze and glanced at the sky. There isn't much time left, only one day remains. Yun Shanshan nodded, just about to say something. Suddenly, Lu Yuan's expression hardened, someone is coming. Yun Shanshan instantly entered a defensive stance, with the Dark Dragon Descendant and the Holy Maiden of Dawn guarding them on either side. At the horizon, 3 figures slowly appeared, walking toward them. They did not hide their tracks or release any hostility, just walking calmly toward them. At the forefront stood the captain of the Holy Light Academy, Xiaoran. His face looked a bit tired, but his eyes remained bright, and beside him, the Aurora Fox moved gracefully, its snow-white fur unblemished by dust. The two groups stopped about 100 meters apart. A subtle calmness hung in the air. Xiaoran's gaze did not immediately look at the number of dragon scales on Lu Yuan but scanned the ravaged battlefield first. He could clearly sense that the air still held several different powerful auras and a breath of death's dragon might. So that's how it is. Xiaoran suddenly understood everything. No wonder all the competitors had vanished without a trace in just half a day. He looked at the calm young man in front of him. This person had never intended to play the race game with him. He directly upended the game board. We meet again, Lu Yuan from Beiming Academy. Xiaoran slowly spoke. Your abilities are more astonishing than I imagined. Yun Shanshan huffed, wanting to say something, but Lu Yuan raised his hand to stop her. Lu Yuan looked at him, saying indifferently, you flatter me. Xiaoran let out a bitter laugh and shook his head. He did not say more, only made a gesture that left Yun Shanshan and his 2 team members wide-eyed in shock. He raised his hand, a flash of light appeared in his palm, and 6 cold dragon scales appeared in his hand. These were all the achievements collected by their team. Next. He hesitated not at all, shaking his wrist. The 6 dragon scales transformed into a stream of light and flew toward Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan raised his hand and securely caught them. 76 dragon scales now turned into 82. What does this mean? Yun Shanxian finally couldn't hold back and asked, her face full of confusion. She had imagined countless possibilities for their meeting: fighting, confrontation, negotiation, but never thought the other side would directly send the dragon scales. Captain? The team member behind Xiao Ran also voiced his confusion. It doesn't mean much. Xiao Ran's gaze met Lu Yuan's. I lost, and I lost wholeheartedly. He paused, his tone becoming incredibly serious. This opportunity can belong neither to me, Xiao Ran, nor the Holy Light Academy, but it must stay in Blue Star, stay in our dragon nation. These words were heavy. It was a common pride and responsibility belonging to the talents of the dragon nation, cast aside personal gain and loss, and school honor and disgrace. Lu Yuan looked at him, revealing genuine admiration. This Xiao Ran was a clever person, and an individual with a vision. What have you discovered? Lu Yuan asked. A very troublesome guy. Xiao Ran's expression grew serious. My Aurora Fox. In the death marshes to the west, a tremendously large source of dragon scale reaction was perceived. According to the resonance intensity, the dragon scales in the opponent's hands are at least 40. 40. This number made Yun Shanxian gasp in shock. This means that while they were madly fishing, there were others, using the same efficient method, madly hunting. Who are they? Lu Yuan pressed. I don't know. Xiao Ran shook his head. My Aurora Fox only dared to investigate from afar. The opponent's perception ability is extremely strong, and I was nearly discovered. All I know is that it is a small team of 3, and their methods are very clean. Clean? Yes, clean. Xiao Ran explained, they are not as brutal as the Bloodhorn tribe, nor do they leave traces of battle like us. Wherever they go, all competitors silently disappear, along with their beast companions, turning into nothingness. It's like being completely swallowed by shadows. Lu Yuan's eyes suddenly became deep. So, the final opponent is such an existence. Thank you. Lu Yuan put away the 6 dragon scales and nodded to Xiao Ran. This intelligence is far more valuable than these 6 dragon scales. No need. Xiao Ran waved his hand, a carefree smile appearing on his face. The Dragon Nest secret realm is about to close. Since we can't compete for first place, we might as well seek other opportunities. There are good things here that are not just the offspring of the Holy Dragon. He glanced at the skeletal abyss, his eyes flashing with excitement. A place that can give birth to platinum-tier dragon beasts must have great treasures. One last thing. Xiao Ran turned to leave. Don't lose to those outsiders. With that, he led his team and vanished into the skeletal abyss. Watching their retreating figures, Yun Shanxian couldn't help but sigh sincerely. He is indeed a real man. Yeah. Lu Yuan smiled and collected all 82 dragon scales. He stood up, brushed the dirt off his clothes, and looked towards the west. Yun Shanxian walked to his side, standing shoulder to shoulder with him. Ah Yuan, should we go find them now? No. Lu Yuan shook his head. They are already on their way. Chapter 129, Devouring the Realm. 82 dragon scales, no longer suppressed by any force, floated in front of the two, resonating with each other, bursting forth unprecedented chilling air. That source aura from the king-level sacred dragon transformed into a pillar of light soaring into the sky, piercing through the dome of the Dragon Nest secret realm. This was no longer an invitation. This was the most flamboyant and arrogant declaration of war. At that moment, the entire Dragon Nest secret realm seemed to quiet for a moment. All surviving competitors, no matter where they were, felt this unparalleled dominating aura and turned their gazes toward the location of the light pillar. Is he crazy? This is provoking everyone in the secret realm. Let's go. Let's see who dares to be so arrogant. In an instant, countless auras gathered from all corners of the secret realm, heading towards the skeletal abyss. But they were fast. The legend of Lu Yuan's Death Forbidden Zone spread even faster. Those teams that had just ignited their greed hesitated as they neared the skeletal abyss. They saw the devastated battlefield and felt the energy residue left by the fall of dozens of golden-tier beast companions still lingering in the air. Fear instantly extinguished greed. No team dared to take another step forward. They could only dare to peek from a distance, watching those two sitting on the pile of bones, surrounded by the brilliance of 82 dragon scales. Yun Shanxian looked at the hesitant teams and couldn't help but chuckle. Ah Yuan, you are now the nightmare of everyone in this Dragon Nest secret realm. Lu Yuan did not respond to her teasing, his gaze fixed firmly on the west. What a patient group of people. Lu Yuan muttered softly. Time flowed second by second in this strange standoff. An entire day passed. The strongest opponent never appeared. Yun Shanshan couldn't help but ask, did Ai Yuan's people really come? Lu Yuan just stared intently at the west, as if something terrifying was there. The last ray of light in the Dragon's Nest secret realm was finally swallowed. Those attracted onlookers gradually dispersed as the time for the realm to close approached. In the end, only Lu Yuan and Yun Shanshan remained in this vast world. As soon as the words fell, the entire sky of the Dragon's Nest secret realm shook violently. Boom! The space began to distort, and a white portal slowly appeared in the sky, emitting a powerful pulling force. The trial was about to end. The exit had already opened. At that moment, 3 black shadows appeared before them. They seemed to emerge silently from the shadows, without a sound. The 3 wore wide black robes, their hoods obscuring their faces, making it impossible to see any features, only sensing what lay beneath the hoods. Yun Shanshan's heart instantly leaped to her throat. The Holy Maiden of Dawn and the Dark Dragonborn simultaneously stood in front of her, unleashing the strongest wave of energy. However, the 3 black shadows seemed not to see these 2 powerful Beastmasters, not even glancing at the 82 dragon scales that could drive anyone insane. The leading black-robed figure simply looked at Lu Yuan. Clearly without any gaze, Lu Yuan felt as if he was being targeted by an ancient, cold god. The Beastmaster illustrated book automatically floated up. But this time, the illustrated book showed no attributes, no skills, no weakness analysis. Only 2 big words. Devouring world. Lu Yuan's pupils suddenly contracted. At that moment, a cold thought echoed directly in his mind. The voice could only be heard by him alone. Blue Star, human race. 18 years ago, specimen acquired. Holy dragon pressure appeared, retreat. Boom. This brief message thundered deep within Lu Yuan's soul. Blue Star. Human race. Specimen? 18 years ago. All scenes related to his parents' disappearance overlapped infinitely with these words at that moment. Could it be that his parents? Lu Yuan suddenly looked up, and for the first time, a massive wave roared in his eyes. He wanted to speak, to question, to roar. But after delivering that thought, the 3 black shadows did not linger any longer. They had no interest in the mountain of dragon scales. It was as if this trial, sweeping through all worlds, was merely a game in their eyes. Their figures slowly faded, disappearing back into the shadows, completely gone. Ah, Yuan. What's wrong with you? Yun Shanshan noticed something was off with Lu Yuan and shook his arm. Lu Yuan did not respond, he stared intently at the place where the black-robed figures had vanished. A mighty and grand voice resonated across the entire Dragon's Nest secret realm. Dragon Air Competition, ended. Champion of Dragon Scales number 1, Blue Star, human race, Lu Yuan. The victor will receive the final blessing of the Winter Queen. The surrounding scene began to collapse, transforming into countless light dots. Lu Yuan looked at the 82 shimmering and cold dragon scales before him. This should have been the highest honor, but at this moment, it lost all its color in his eyes. The joy of victory was shattered by the words specimen acquired. He won this game. But the true enemy didn't even spare him a glance. He wasn't even qualified to be seen as a rival. As the light flashed, the 2 figures disappeared from the Dragon's Nest secret realm. The light twisted, the space folded. The feeling of weightlessness surged like a tide, then faded away in an instant. Lu Yuan's chaotic thoughts were interrupted by this abrupt transmission. Lu Yuan opened his eyes, the phrase specimen acquired still lingered deep within his soul, refusing to go away. What lay before him was no longer the silent desolation of a bone abyss. Lu Yuan and Yun Shanshan were transported to a snow-covered world. They were in a castle so magnificent it left one speechless. The castle was completely built from pure ice crystals. Above the dome, the ice crystals refracted light, transforming into flowing auroras, splendid and dreamlike. Everywhere were ice crystal walls, and beneath their feet was a smooth, mirror-like ice surface. The air was filled with an extreme coldness, but it was not piercing, instead, it carried a sacred aura. Wow, this place is so beautiful. Yun Shanshan's voice of astonishment echoed in the spacious castle, eliciting a faint echo. She curiously examined her surroundings, the shock and novelty in her eyes temporarily overshadowing her earlier encounter with the young cloaked stranger. Lu Yuan remained silent, his gaze drifting across the empty hall, landing on the throne at the end. The throne was also carved from ancient ice that never melted, and seated upon it was a figure. It was a woman, dressed in a long dress of ice-blue palace attire, with dragon patterns embroidered in silver thread on the hem. She had a dignified appearance, her brows carrying an air of authority, and her ice-blue eyes resembled the purest gems in the world. She sat there quietly, as if she were one with the entire ice and snow castle, the sole ruler in this eternal winter. Chapter 130, The Sad Song of the Dragon God. The Winter Queen. The woman on the throne saw Lu Yuan and the others, her ice-blue eyes showing little emotion. Congratulations, challengers from Blue Star. Her voice was cold, resonating directly in the minds of the two. As agreed, the one who holds the most dragon scales will receive my blessing. Yun Shanshan's eyes instantly lit up, her face filled with anticipation. That was the offspring of a king-level holy dragon, an opportunity that could make any beast tamer go wild. However, Lu Yuan's heart stirred no emotions. Offspring? Under the words from World Devourer, even the most precious rewards lost their original colors. The Winter Queen's gaze lingered on Lu Yuan for a moment, a flash of strange color passing through her perceptive eyes. But before bestowing you treasures, I would like to tell you a story first. Her words made Yun Shanshan's excitement slightly subside, turning into curiosity. Lu Yuan raised his head, meeting her gaze. The Winter Queen's eyes seemed to pierce through time and space, sinking into an incredibly distant memory. Long, long ago, on a planet named Dragon God Star, lived the most proud race in the universe, the Dragon God clan. There was a little dragon that had just hatched. Her voice softened somewhat, filled with nostalgia. She was filled with curiosity about everything in the world, always sneaking out of the dragon nest to see landscapes she had never seen, to hear stories not recorded in books. She heard the elders of her clan say that beyond Dragon God Star, there were boundless worlds, full of countless wondrous places and interesting lives. But the ancient laws of the Dragon God clan forbade any clan member from leaving their homeland. But curiosity is the most difficult flame to suppress in the world. Finally one day, the little dragon took advantage of the elders' slumber, quietly opened the long-sealed spatial passage of the clan, and snuck out. Yun Shanshan listened, entranced, as if she could see that mischievous and brave little dragon, full of expectations as she stepped onto the unknown journey. She saw oceans made of flames, witnessed forests growing in the clouds, made friends with races that wove dreams with songs, and even fought alongside mechanical beings piloting star battleships. The Winter Queen's tale painted images of foreign realms. The little dragon believed that when she returned home, filled with stories and exhaustion, she would receive everyone's awe and embrace. At this point, the warmth in her voice quietly faded, replaced by endless sorrow. But she was wrong. The spatial passage she opened did not close completely after she left. A race called Devourer found the peaceful and serene Dragon God Star through that passage. Devourer. These two words smashed hard against Lu Yuan's heart. He suddenly raised his head, staring at the Winter Queen on the throne, wanting to ask something. The Winter Queen did not look at him, still telling that story to herself. They descended like maggots in the bone, quietly and silently. They do not kill, do not destroy, only corrupt. They regarded the powerful bodies that the Dragon God race took pride in as perfect materials. They saw the noble souls of the dragons as interesting collectibles. They twisted and transformed one proud giant dragon after another, turning them into soulless monsters driven only by instinct, and then made them into specimens, keeping them stored away. Specimens. Again, this word. The cold thought of the man in the black robe perfectly coincided with the Winter Queen's narration at that moment. A surge of fear and anger crazily grew from deep within his heart. When that naive little dragon finally returned home, satisfied, what she saw was no longer the resplendent Dragon God temple, but a rotting nest covered in strange magic patterns. What welcomed her was no longer the smiling faces of her kin, but pairs of hollow, numb eyes twisted by corruption, left only with brutal violence. The Dragon God race no longer existed. The pure-blooded Dragon God was left with her alone. Even millions of half-dragons were almost all corrupted by the Devourer, turned into their war tools and experimental materials. Yun Shanshan's small face had turned deathly pale, and she subconsciously grabbed Lu Yuan's sleeve. In the end, that little dragon exhausted all her strength and activated the Dragon God's forbidden secret technique, separating the last piece of uncorrupted territory of the Dragon God Star along with the surviving half-dragons who still had their minds, turning it into an independent secret realm, drifting forever in the cracks of the beast realm. The story was finished. The entire crystal hall fell into silence. The Winter Queen raised her eyes, looking at Lu Yuan and Yun Shanshan. That naive and foolish little dragon was me. The last pure-blooded holy dragon of the Dragon God race, Winter Holy Dragon, Ivelia. She finally spoke her name. Inside the hall, there was a deathly silence. Yun Shanshan had long been shocked by this sad story, her heart filled with sympathy and respect for the queen before her. As for Lu Yuan, he just stood there, motionless. His body trembled, his nails digging into the palm of his hand, oozing a trace of blood. Blue Star, human race, 18 years ago, had obtained specimens. Devourer, corruption, collection, specimens. Two seemingly unrelated clues were gruesomely linked together at this moment. An absurd and horrifying guess was crazily taking shape in his mind. His parents, their disappearance, could it be? No, Lu Yuan gritted his teeth, forcing himself to calm down. But he could not suppress it at all. At this moment, the voice of the Winter Queen Ivelia on the throne rang out again. Trial taker. It seems you have not only heard the name Devourer. You still carry their scent. You still carry their scent. This sentence made the air in the entire crystal hall freeze. Yun Shanshan's heart tightened abruptly, instinctively grabbing Lu Yuan's sleeve. It was a coldness that pierced deeper than this castle's 10,000-year ancient ice, a chill that reached the soul. Lu Yuan did not hide, nor could he hide. In front of a king-level being, any lie seemed pale and ridiculous. He slowly raised his head, his usually calm dark eyes now swirling with a storm. Just now, before the dragon nest secret realm closed, I saw them. 3 people, wearing cloaks that concealed everything, just like monsters seeping from the shadows. They did not attack me, nor did they even glance at the dragon scales before me. Lu Yuan's thoughts returned to that moment. They only left behind one sentence. He paused, as if that sentence carried some untold burden, unwilling to recall it. Blue Star, human race, 18 years ago, specimen obtained. The pressure of the holy dragon appeared, retreat. Boom. At the moment the words fell, a terrifying pressure erupted forcefully from the throne. The entire ice crystal castle shook violently, the aurora swirling above the dome flickered wildly, countless ice crystal walls showed cracks. That was not aimed at Lu Yuan and Yun Shanshan, but a kind of anger suppressed for thousands of years. Devour the world. Euphria's voice was no longer cold, but filled with endless hatred and killing intent. They actually infiltrated my last home. The king's fury changed the color of the world. Yun Shanshan's face turned pale, nearly unable to stand, when the Holy Maiden of Dawn and the Holy Flame Firebird appeared simultaneously, forming a shield of light and fire to barely resist the aftermath. Only Lu Yuan stood still. He felt no pressure at all, because the anger in his heart was not any less than that of the queen before him. After a long time, that pressure slowly receded. The killing intent in Euphria's eyes ultimately turned into resolve. She looked at Lu Yuan, her gaze complex to the extreme. The reward of the trial, you deserve it. She raised her delicate hand and waved gently. 3 items appeared out of thin air before the 2 of them. First was 3 perfectly round pills, radiating a soft halo, a purifying life energy rushing towards them. Beastmaster Spirit Pill. Yun Shanshan's eyes lit up, instinctively exclaiming. She was so familiar with this item, she had obtained one in the Source Initial Rift, allowing her to gain a new Beastmaster position. Unexpectedly, this Winter Queen presented 3 at once. Next were 2 palm-sized summoning stones. One was pitch black, as if it could absorb all light, with shadow runes carved on its surface, the other was pure as jade, radiating brilliance, engraved with a pair of closed wings. But no matter which one, they both exuded the might of dragons. The last item was a bottle carved from ice crystal, inside held a few drops of liquid, appearing to be nothing special, like the most ordinary clear water. Yun Shanshan curiously examined these treasures, then scratched her head in confusion. Your Majesty, what about the offspring? Where's the little dragon egg? Euphria did not answer her, only locking her gaze on Lu Yuan. Yuan devour the world, what grievances do you have? Yun Shanshan was stunned, only then realizing that since earlier, Lu Yuan's emotions had been off. She looked at Lu Yuan with worry. Lu Yuan remained silent. His tightly clenched fists had his nails deeply embedded into his palms. Grievance? That word was simply inadequate to describe his feelings at this moment. 18 years ago, my parents disappeared. They were both powerful Beastmasters. The location of their disappearance was a spatial rift at the North Mysterious Beastmaster Academy on Blue Star. There was no distress signal, as if they had evaporated from the world. And just now, that devour the world black-robed person said. Lu Yuan paused, every word seeming to be squeezed from between his teeth. 18 years ago, specimen of the human race had been obtained. I think that should refer to my parents. Boom. Yun Shanshan's mind went blank as she looked at Lu Yuan. All she knew was that Lu Yuan's parents had disappeared, but she had never known that such a truth lay behind it. She finally understood why Lu Yuan's emotions had changed so suddenly. How could he not think of his own parents after hearing all this? For the first time, she saw Lu Yuan's vulnerable side. In the hall, silence fell like death. Euphria looked at the boy before her, as if seeing herself from thousands of years ago, returning from all realms, facing her ravaged home. After a long time, she sighed softly. Do you want to search for them? Of course. Lu Yuan's answer. Without the slightest hesitation. Even if I tread through countless realms, even if I fall into the abyss, I must find the truth. Good. In Evelia's eyes, a decisive light flashed. She slowly stood up from the ice throne that symbolized supreme power. With her movement, the entire ice crystal castle began to burst forth with dazzling blue light. A source dragon power surged from within her. Step by step, she descended the staircase, her ice blue gown melting inch by inch in the radiance, her dignified and majestic face began to blur. Her body continuously shrank and curled in the light, eventually transforming into a dragon egg only half the height of a person. The dragon egg displayed a color woven of ice and blue, its shell covered in mysterious and ancient dragon patterns, as if containing the laws of the entire winter world. Buzz. The dragon egg gently trembled, a thought resonated deep within Lu Yuan's soul. It was still Evelia's voice, yet it had lost the king's majesty. Like you, I have an unending hatred for the devouring realm. Our goal is the same. Eliminate the devouring realm. I once used the forbidden secret technique of the Dragon God clan to bind this last pure land to my soul, making it impossible for me to leave. But if transformed into a dragon egg, contracted by a Beastmaster, I can break the shackles. Lu Yuan stared blankly at the dragon egg before him. The so-called holy dragon offspring was actually the queen herself. This is the true ultimate prize of this trial. A king-level existence willingly gave up everything to become a dragon egg, signing a contract with him, just for revenge. Lu Yuan stepped forward, reaching out with both hands to embrace the dragon egg that radiated a chilling coldness. It felt cool to the touch, but it was as if a powerful heart resonated with his soul. I, Lu Yuan, swear here. His voice echoed in the vast hall, firm and resolute. One day, I will make the devouring realm pay a bloody price for everything they have done. Roar! A loud dragon roar issued from the dragon egg, responding to his vow. Lu Yuan stored the 3 beast spirit pills and 2 summoning stones into his storage space, then holding the dragon egg, he looked at Yun Shanshan. The girl wiped the tears from her eyes, nodded vigorously at him, her gaze incredibly steadfast. Ah Yuan, I will stay with you. Just then, a soft white pillar of light descended from the sky, enveloping both of them. The surrounding ice crystal world began to crumble, turning into countless points of light. Lu Yuan took one last look at the empty throne, holding the dragon egg in his arms, and disappeared into the light together with Yun Shanshan. The joy of victory had long been diluted. What replaced it was an unprecedented heavy responsibility and an incredibly clear goal. The real enemy had revealed itself, he was no longer aimlessly searching for news of his parents. Chapter 132, Departure. At the entrance of the Dragon Nest secret realm, the spatial rift finally became calm after releasing its last surge of energy. On the platform, the atmosphere was somewhat stagnant. Xinyan crossed her arms, her red combat suit rustling in the mountain breeze, her brows tightly knitted, her gaze occasionally scanning the now quiet rift. Not far from her, a woman in loungewear was idly squatting on the ground, poking at ants with a small twig while muttering to herself. Come on, bite it, yes, just like that. The sight of Lan Lioli being so idle made the veins on Xinyan's forehead twitch again. Meanwhile, the detained Xiao Ran stood helplessly to the side, cradling his Aurora fox. The white fox seemed to sense its owner's embarrassment, burying its head in his arm and not daring to move. I say, Blue Master, Xinyan finally couldn't hold back and spoke up. Everyone has left, what are you still doing here? Do you really think those 2 little guys can conjure a mountain of gold for you? That's uncertain. Lan Lioli didn't lift her head, continuing to play with the ants beneath her feet. Those 2 little troublemakers at my home, they have no special skills, but they are top-notch at causing trouble and finding treasures. What if they really bring you a mountain of gold? You shouldn't be jealous. You. Xinyan was speechless with anger for a moment. Only then did Lan Lioli toss aside the twig, stand up, and dust off her hands, turning her gaze toward Xiao Ran. Kid from the Holy Light Academy, I'll ask you one last time, where are they? Her voice carried a unique pressure of an epic Beastmaster. Don't tell me they got lost. With that fox's nose of yours, you can smell a few female mosquitoes in the whole secret realm, how can you not find 2 living people? Xiao Ran smiled bitterly, having to explain again, Instructor Lan, I really don't know. The last time my teammates and I saw them, they were in the bone abyss. After that, we separated, and I haven't seen them again. The Aurora fox in his arms whined quietly, as if to prove that its master was not lying. Bone abyss? Xinyan thought for a moment, she naturally knew what that place was. Lan Lioli curled her lips, just about to say something, when suddenly the air on the platform rippled. Immediately, a flash of white light appeared, and Lu Yuan and Yun Shanshan's figures materialized out of nowhere. They're back. Xinyan breathed a sigh of relief. Lan Lioli's eyes lit up. She darted over, ready to interrogate about this time's harvest and calculate the compensation for lost work and emotional distress. But when she saw the state of the 2, all the words she had intended to say got swallowed back. Yun Shanshan's small face was a bit pale, her peach blossom eyes slightly red. She didn't rush over as usual to show off her loot, instead, she tightly grasped Lu Yuan's arm, her eyes filled with worry and heartache. As for Lu Yuan, his face was terrifyingly calm. His usually placid black eyes were now filled with fleeting emotions. In his arms, he held a giant dragon egg that was half his height, the egg displaying an ice blue hue, exuding a chill and an air of nobility. That royal pressure made everyone present, including Xinyan and Lan Lioli, feel a thump in their hearts. What is this? Xinyan's pupils suddenly constricted. Xiao Ran stood there in shock. He had guessed that Lu Yuan might be the final winner, but he never expected that the so-called Holy Dragon offspring opportunity would manifest so directly. However, Lan Liuli's gaze only lingered on that dragon egg for a moment before it immediately returned to Lu Yuan's face. She understood this child too well. This appearance was definitely not one of joy after returning with a bounty. Something serious had happened. Aunt Lan. Lu Yuan lifted his head and looked at her. We need to return to Beiming immediately. Lan Liuli's heart sank. She didn't ask anything. She didn't ask what happened in the secret realm or the origin of this egg, nor did she ask why he looked this way. She simply looked into his eyes and nodded. Okay. She didn't even glance at Qin Yan beside her, immediately raising her hand. With a flash of light, a completely snow-white small beast appeared on her shoulder. It was the mysterious beast named Little White. Lu Yuan's gaze met that of the small beast for a moment. Little White seemed to recognize him, blinking its sleepy eyes, then stretched out its little pink paw, gently swiping at the air in front of it. Rip. A soft sound, as if fabric was being torn. A space gate emitting a soft white light tore through the space, steadily hovering in front of the three. Let's go. Lan Liuli said to Lu Yuan and Yun Shanshan. Lu Yuan, holding the dragon egg, and Yun Shanshan, stepped through that space gate without any hesitation. Lan Liuli followed closely behind. Just before stepping in, she turned back and waved her hand at the completely stunned Qin Yan, a familiar mischievous smile curving her lips. Sister Qin Yan, thanks, I'll contact you later. As soon as the voice fell, her figure disappeared behind the door. The space door quietly closed, vanishing without a trace, as if it had never appeared. On the platform, only the slightly disheveled Qin Yan and the bewildered Xiao Ran and his mentor remained. Qin Yan lowered her head, looking at Xiao Ran beside her, then raised her gaze to the empty air, and after a full 3 seconds, she finally reacted. Lan. Lu. Li. A roar echoed across the mountaintop. She had actually been tricked by that rogue again. He hitched a ride on her coattails, captured someone from the Holy Light Academy, and then left without even a goodbye, just using his own teleportation to escape? Xiao Ran, holding the Aurora Fox in his arms, looked at the furious mentor Qin Yan and quietly took 2 steps back, deciding to lower his presence. His gaze, however, involuntarily drifted toward the place where Lu Yuan and the others had disappeared. That icy blue dragon egg. That boy with secrets hidden in his eyes. Beiming Academy. Xiao Ran silently repeated this name in his heart. He suddenly felt that this year's great beast raising competition among the 4 major academies would probably be even more exciting than everyone imagined. Chapter 133, Dragon Heartspring. Beiming Beast Raising Academy, Half Mountain Villa. The afternoon sun was warm and gentle, and Su Yueli was patiently watering a blooming starlight iris in the garden with a delicate silver watering can. Water droplets stained the petals, sparkling in the sunlight, and everything seemed peaceful and beautiful. Suddenly, her watering motion paused, and she raised her head, her beautiful eyes looking towards the direction of the villa's living room. The space there rippled with circles. In the next moment, an invisible force ripped open the center of the ripples, and a soft white light door appeared out of thin air. Lan Liuli was the first to step out, followed closely by Lu Yuan, holding a huge dragon egg, and Yun Shanshan, with a strange expression, tightly trailing beside him. Su Yueli's gaze instantly froze. She immediately noticed Yun Shanshan's reddened eyes and saw Lu Yuan's uncertain expression. But what shook her most was the icy blue dragon egg in Lu Yuan's arms. Even from dozens of meters away, that faint but incredibly pure king-level pressure made her, an epic Beastmaster, feel an intense heartbeat. Yueli, come inside. Lan Liuli's expression was rarely serious. Su Yueli didn't ask more, she put down the watering can, her mind moving. Come out, little rose. A burst of flames blossomed before her, and a graceful fox with fur like burning rose petals quietly appeared. At the fox's forehead, there was a diamond-shaped red crystal embedded, and 9 fiery tails gently swayed behind it. Beast, 9-tailed rose fire fox. Rank, epic high tier. Potential, 1 star. Racial skills. 1. Crimson Mirage unleashes a rose barrier with a radius of 500 meters, masking the breath and energy fluctuations of all units within the area. 2. Foxfire Meteor, while spinning, summons 9 groups of rose foxfire, each group splitting into 3 small flames upon hit. 3. Thousand-Tail Rhapsody, temporarily manifests 99 phantom tails, launching indiscriminate piercing attacks on all enemies within range. 4. Fox Shadow Evade, leaves 3 afterimages after a displacement, which last for 10 seconds and mimic the last used skill of the body, dealing only 1/3 of the body's damage. Reactivating the skill allows switching positions with any afterimage. 5. Scarlet Flame Flower Burial, weaves foxfire and roses together, summoning 5 burning roses in the target area, each causing flame damage upon blooming. 6. Rose Spirit Prison, the Rose Firefox creates a rose sea domain with a diameter of 30 meters, randomly swapping positions of all enemies within the flower sea. 7 Fox Dance, 1000-petal calamity, the 9-tail spin, throwing out 99 burning rose petals, inflicting multiple segments of damage on enemies in the area, and generating 3 illusion clones inheriting 30% of the body's attributes. The moment the Firefox appeared, Su Yueli did not issue any commands. The Firefox swept its 9 tails gently, and an invisible scarlet barrier instantly expanded, enveloping the entire mountain villa, isolating all external inquiries and energy fluctuations. After doing all this, Su Yueli quickly walked into the living room. In the living room, the atmosphere was oppressive. As soon as Yun Shanxian saw her mother, she wanted to say something, but didn't know how to begin. Lan Liuli sat on the sofa, unusually not reaching for snacks, silently watching Lu Yuan. Xiao Yuan, Su Yueli's voice was gentle. What happened? Lu Yuan gently placed the dragon egg on the soft carpet, raised his head, and looked at the two elders. He did not exaggerate, but with the calmest tone, recounted everything that happened in the Dragon Nest secret realm. From the transaction with the Shadow Bone Dragon, to the gift from Xiao Ran, and finally, the appearance of those 3 black-robed world devourers. When he spoke the chilling thought, the temperature in the whole living room seemed to drop several degrees. Blue Star, the human race, 18 years ago, has obtained samples. As the words fell, the living room fell into a deathly silence. Yun Shanxian clearly felt that her mother beside her and Aunt Lan Liuli were exuding a dangerously intense aura. Lan Liuli's eyes, usually somewhat lazy, now only held a bone-chilling coldness. And Su Yueli sat upright on the sofa, her back straight, with a hint of killing intent showing deep in her gentle eyes. 18 years ago, this moment was too special and too heavy for them. After a long time, Su Yueli slowly opened her mouth. So it is like this. Lan Liuli straightened up from the sofa, looking at Lu Yuan and asking, what do you plan to do? Find them. Lu Yuan's answer was simple and direct. Good. Lan Liuli nodded, no longer saying more. This heavy topic came to a temporary pause. Lu Yuan knew that the two elders also needed time to digest this news. He adjusted his emotions and took out the 3 items given by the Winter Queen from his storage space, placing them on the coffee table. The oppressive atmosphere was instantly shattered. Wow! Lan Liuli's eyes widened as she grabbed the 3 glowing pills, studying them closely. Beast Tamer spirit pills? 3 of them? She knew all too well the value of these things. When Yun Shanxian got one, it had made them envious for a long time. Such divine objects, which could directly break rules and increase contract slots for beast tamers, each one would make every faction go crazy if they spread out. Lu Yuan had brought back 3 at once. Su Yueli also showed undeniable surprise on her face. She picked one up, carefully feeling the pure source of life within, and couldn't help but exclaim, this trip to the secret realm has brought you far more than everyone imagined. Their gazes then fell on the 2 summoning stones. One black and one white, with a simple design, carved with dragon-shaped runes, exuding a heart-stopping pressure. Even as 2 epic tier powerhouses, they could clearly sense the dragon might contained in these 2 stones. The dragon souls sealed within these 2 summoning stones probably have potential not less than golden tier. Su Yueli made her judgment. Finally, both of their gazes focused on that crystal vial. Inside the vial were a few drops of clear liquid, showing no trace of energy fluctuations, like the most ordinary clear water. What is this? Lan Liuli shook the vial with a puzzled expression. Could it be the bathwater of the holy dragon? Su Yueli studied it for half a day and shook her head. I can't tell either. At this moment, a clear and cold voice echoed. This is Dragon Heartspring. The voice came from the ice-blue dragon egg on the carpet. Lan Liuli curiously leaned closer and poked the eggshell. Blue Liuli and Su Yueli exchanged a glance, both seeing the shock in each other's eyes. This egg actually possesses such a clear autonomous consciousness. The dragon egg seemed to dislike being poked and gently vibrated. The thought echoed again. Dragon Heartspring is the water from the core of the dragon god star source, condensing only 10 drops every 1,000 years. When I left my hometown, the Dragon Heartspring had long dried up. I took away the last 8 drops. Over the long years, to maintain this secret realm, I have consumed 6 drops. So, what is in this bottle is the last 2 drops of Dragon Heartspring in the entire universe. Hearing this, Blue Liuli and Su Yueli couldn't help but breathe quickly. 10 drops every 1,000 years, only 2 drops remaining in the universe. Just this title alone is enough to prove its value. What is it used for? Blue Liuli swallowed and asked. The thought of the dragon egg carried a pride belonging to the dragon race. When a Beastmaster consumes 1 drop, all of your beasts, if they have enough potential, can ignore bottlenecks and directly elevate by 1 minor tier. Hiss. Blue Liuli and Su Yueli gasped in unison. Letting all beasts elevate by 1 minor tier. How powerful is that effect? For any tier of Beastmaster, this is simply a priceless treasure. However, the next words from the dragon egg shocked both of them even more. Most importantly, Dragon Heartspring can cleanse the soul source of the Beastmaster, with a high probability of awakening their talent. Chapter 134 Fourth Contract Position. Awakening Talent. Those 4 words left Su Yueli and Blue Lily in shock. Letting all beasts elevate by 1 minor tier is already heaven-defying, and there is also awakening talent. A Beastmaster's talent determines the ultimate barrier of their limit. Having talent means having it, not having talent means not having it. Each awakening is extremely unlikely. But this dragon heartspring actually has a high probability of breaking this iron law. My god. Blue Lily clutched that small crystal bottle, appearing greedy. She suddenly looked up, grabbing Lu Yuan's arm. Xiao Yuan. Chen. Don't wait. Drink it now. Quickly. 1 drop each, let's awaken our talent. What if we awaken some god-level talent and can walk sideways in the future? Su Yueli, although not as hysterical as Blue Lily, couldn't hide her excitement in her eyes. She looked at Lu Yuan and Yun Shanshan, clearly agreeing with the suggestion. Such a divine item is naturally better used sooner than later. Yun Shanshan was also a little dizzy from the effects of Dragon Heartspring, instinctively looking at Lu Yuan, waiting for his decision. Lu Yuan looked at the last 2 drops of Dragon Heartspring on the coffee table, his heart also surging. But he did not let this enormous temptation cloud his mind, just as he was about to say something. Foolish. A cold voice suddenly resonated from the dragon egg on the carpet, interrupting Blue Lioli's urging. Ha! Blue Lioli was taken aback, looking down at the egg with dissatisfaction. I say, egg sister, what do you mean? If there's something good, shouldn't we use it quickly? Save it for New Year's? The dragon egg gently vibrated again, apparently not pleased with being called egg sister. Evelyn's thought echoed once more. If such a divine item were wasted by you in this way, that would be the greatest crime. Lu Yuan and Yun Shanshan are both at the peak of silver high tier, just 1 step away from golden tier. And these 3 beast spirit pills can be used only once in a lifetime per person, granting you an additional contract position. The best choice is to wait until you break through to golden tier, use the rules and pills to open 2 new contract positions, contract powerful new beasts, and then use Dragon Heartspring. Evelyn's voice paused for a moment, allowing them to digest the information. At that time, the effect of Dragon Heartspring will apply to all of your beasts at once, including those 2 newly contracted partners. This is the true maximization of benefits. The living room instantly fell silent. Lan Lioli blinked, the fervor on her face slowly fading, replaced by sudden realization. She slapped her thigh. That's right. How could I not think of that? It's still Sister Dan. Oh no, it's Your Majesty the Queen who thought it through. Su Yueli also nodded, looking at the dragon egg. As expected of the former leader of a clan, even in adversity, this vision and perspective is far beyond what they can compare. In the future, the enemy we face is Devour World. At this moment, Lu Yuan, who had been silent, slowly spoke. He pushed the 2 beast spirit pills in front of Su Yueli and Lan Lioli. Aunt Su, Aunt Lan, you have worked hard on this journey. This simple action caused the expressions of the 2 epic tier powerhouses to freeze instantly. Xiao Yuan, what are you doing? Su Yueli frowned. Lan Lioli also put away her playful smile, her expression becoming serious. You brat, don't be foolish. This is an opportunity you fought hard for, how can we accept it? They knew better than anyone the value of the beast spirit pills. This is a strategic resource that would make any top power jealous, a divine item that can break rules. Lu Yuan actually wants to give both of them to them? This is not for you. Lu Yuan shook his head, his gaze firm as it swept over the 2 elders. This is an investment for all of us. The enemy is Devour World, a terrifying existence that can toy with the Dragon God clan at will. Relying solely on me and Xian is far from enough. We need stronger power. Your strength is our greatest trump card. 1 more contract position means 1 more bit of combat power, 1 more chance of victory. So, please accept it. His words left Su Yueli and Lan Lioli in silence. Instinctively, they wanted to refuse. This was the love of elders for their juniors. But Lu Yuan's words raised this gift to another level. This is not merely a gift, it is a rational layout made to confront a common enemy. Refusal, on the contrary, would seem pretentious. Yun Shanshan walked to Lu Yuan's side, linking her arm with his, and said to her mother and Lan Lioli, Mom, Aunt Lan, what Xiao Yuan said is right, you should accept it. Looking at these 2 children, Su Yueli and Lan Lioli exchanged glances, seeing comfort and emotion in each other's eyes. After a long while, Su Yueli gently sighed and picked up one of the beast spirit pills. Alright, I will take this one. Lan Lioli also chuckled, grabbing the other one in her hand. What a good adopted son I've raised, closer than my own. Then I won't be polite. On the side, the dragon egg Ephraia made a curious sound. Why not give that little girl one? Her potential seems quite good. Before Lu Yuan could answer, Yun Shanshan rushed to say, I've already used one. I got it in the source rupture, and I used it at the silver level, so I have 4 beasts at the silver level. She wore a small smile of pride, as if showing off her own fortune. Only then did Freya understand. In that case, Lu Yuan looked at Su Yueli and Lan Liuli. Let's not delay. He picked up the last beast spirit pill, and without any hesitation, threw it directly into his mouth. Su Yueli and Lan Liuli nodded to each other and also took the pills. The pills melted upon entering their mouths, turning into a warm, pure stream, gathering in their spiritual seas. Boom! Lu Yuan felt as if an invisible barrier deep within his soul was easily broken by this stream. In his spiritual world, alongside the 3 floating contract positions, a brand new empty contract position slowly appeared and stabilized. The 4th contract position. Got it. At the same time, Su Yueli and Lan Liuli's bodies. It erupted with a powerful energy wave. They closed their eyes, carefully sensing the newly created space in their mental sea. Joy was difficult to hide on their faces. For them at the epic level, this brand new contract position held far more significance than just having another beast. This meant they could contract a powerful epic level beast, instantly boosting their combat power to a new tier. They would break through to the king level in one go. Chapter 135, Contracting the Holy Dragon. In the mental sea, a brand new contract position appeared, waiting for a new contract partner. Beside him, Su Yueli and Lan Liuli slowly opened their eyes. A flash of joy crossed Su Yueli's eyes, but she quickly returned to her usual gentle demeanor. However, the slight upward curve of her lips revealed her inner unrest. TSK, this feeling. Lan Liuli unabashedly expressed her excitement, stretching lazily. I feel like I can now contract a powerful epic level beast. Xiao Yuan, well done. Later, Aunt Lan will take you to explore the most dangerous forbidden area of Blue Star. Aunt Lan, don't get carried away. Yun Shanxian muttered beside them, as she knew Lan Liuli too well. However, Lu Yuan did not respond. In the moment he sensed the stabilization of the 4th contract position, his gaze fell again on the icy blue dragon egg on the carpet. He sincerely felt happy for the 2 elders' strengthening. But it was not enough, far from enough. Thinking of the cold intentions of World Devourer, and the potential misfortune his parents might encounter, a strong sense of urgency surged within him. He needed power, more, stronger power. Your Majesty. Lu Yuan squatted down, gently stroking the cold eggshell. How should I sign a contract with you? It was as if the sole purpose of opening the 4th contract position was for this moment. The atmosphere on site became solemn again because of his words. The joy on Su Yueli and Lan Liuli's faces also faded, their gazes converging on the dragon egg. This was not an ordinary beast contract. The other end of this contract was a king who once ruled a world, a soul bearing the deep-seated grudges of an entire race. The weight of this contract exceeded all imagination. Your blood contains your soul imprint, it is the most direct key to open this connection. Just drip a drop of blood on the eggshell. Is it that simple? Lan Liuli came closer, circling the dragon egg twice. Don't we need to set up an altar, recite some incantation? Like Bala Bala energy, queen transformation or something? Yun Shanxian was amused and let out a puff laugh, then quickly covered her mouth, anxiously glancing at the dragon egg, afraid that the queen would be angry. The dragon egg trembled slightly, and Ivry's cold yet helpless voice resonated among them. My soul and essence have all merged into this dragon egg. At this moment, I am no different from a true holy dragon hatchling. The Beastmaster's contract is based on a soul-level connection, any external form is merely a ritual. Lan Liuli stroked her chin, realizing, so that's it, efficient and quick, I like it. Su Yueli looked at Lu Yuan with a serious expression. Xiao Yuan, are you sure you want a contract now? Your contract position has just stabilized, perhaps. Her words were left unfinished, but the meaning was clear. Contracting a beast with king-level potential consumes a great deal of the Beastmaster's mental energy. A slight mishap could lead to mental damage. Lu Yuan shook his head, his eyes unprecedentedly firm. Aunt Su, I can't wait. He did not provide further explanation. Su Yueli gazed at the determination in his eyes and no longer tried to persuade him. Lu Yuan raised his right hand, concentrating his thoughts. With a flicker of spatial power at his fingertip, a tiny wound quietly cracked open, a drop of blood then oozed out. He directly activated the dimensional blade of the Void Phantom. This precise control over the beast made Su Yueli and Lan Liuli nod secretly beside him. That drop of blood hovered at Lu Yuan's fingertip. Slowly, he extended his finger towards the ice-blue dragon egg. The blood drop detached from the fingertip. Plop. The blood drop landed on the ice-blue eggshell, instantly seeping inside. Buzz. In the next moment, the entire dragon egg erupted with an unprecedented brilliance. It was an unbelievably pure ice-blue light, not dazzling, carrying a majesty and sanctity that came from the depths of the soul. Countless intricate dragon-shaped runes flowed on the surface of the eggshell. An invisible contract magic circle unfolded on the ground, centered around the dragon egg. The patterns of the magic circle, one half belonged to the Beastmaster contract runes, while the other half belonged to the Dragon God clan's dragon script. At this moment, two completely different powers intertwined and fused. Lu Yuan felt his spirit sea quake violently. The newly formed fourth contract light group resonated strongly with the dragon egg before him. A vast and desolate soul power surged into his spiritual world through the link of the contract. That was not a shock of energy, but a torrent of fragmented memories. He seemed to see, on a planet called Dragon God Star, a magnificent dragon god temple piercing into the clouds. He saw a mischievous little dragon sneaking out of the dragon's nest, curiously exploring the myriad worlds. He saw the shadow known as World Devourer silently descend, twisting proud giant dragons into ugly monsters. Finally, he saw that little dragon returning, facing a devastated home, letting out a mournful cry, ultimately choosing to use the Dragon Clan's secret method to protect the last Pure Land. These images were deeply engraved in Lu Yuan's soul. He felt the pride of Yevria, her curiosity, her regret, and the towering hatred that had accumulated over millennia, enough to burn everything. At this moment, through the contract, their souls truly connected together. Their goals also truly merged into one. Roar! A loud, majestic dragon roar did not come from the outside, but directly exploded in the depths of the souls of Lu Yuan, Jin Shanshan, Su Yueli, and Lan Liuli. That sound announced the return of a king and the establishment of a revenge vow. In Lu Yuan's spirit sea, that fourth contract light group shone brightly and stabilized completely. The contract was established. A piece of eggshell from the top finally could not withstand the internal force and fell down. A small dragon claw covered in ice blue scales tentatively reached out from the crack. The claw was very small, even smaller than Yun Shanshan's palm, but the sharp claws at the tip gleamed with a chilling light. Next, a small head struggled to poke out from the crack. It was a little dragon entirely ice blue in color. It shook its head as if not used to this new world. When its gaze swept across everyone, whether it was Yun Shanshan or Su Yueli and Lan Liuli, they all felt a shock in their minds. That was not the gaze of a newborn hatchling. In those eyes, there was no confusion or fear, only the profoundness of seeing through the world and the majesty of ruling over all. As if curled up in this tiny body was still that winter queen sitting on the frozen throne. The little dragon struggled, pulling its whole body out of the dragon egg, reflecting a diamond-like luster. Its body was slender and graceful, with a pair of small dragon wings tightly pressed against its back, and at the end of its long tail were three spines carved like ice crystals. It quietly stood on the carpet, raising its little head and calmly surveying the four people in the living room with ice blue eyes. Small, yet not weak. Cute, yet no one dared to harbor any disrespectful thoughts. That was an innate majesty of a king. Wow! Yun Shanshan involuntarily exclaimed, but quickly covered her mouth. Lan Liuli walked around the little dragon twice, clicking her tongue in wonder. She wanted to reach out and touch the beautiful scales, but upon meeting the little dragon's gaze that seemed to say, "Try and move me, I dare you," she wisely abandoned the idea. Su Yueli's eyes were filled with awe and seriousness. She could clearly feel the terrifying potential hidden within this small body. Lu Yuan ignored the gazes of the three, he simply watched the little dragon before him, transformed from the Frost Queen Euphraia. The bond of the contract allowed him to clearly feel her current state, a wonderful state. He squatted down to meet the little dragon's gaze. "Aunt Su, Aunt Lan, Shanshan, I'm a bit tired. I want to go back and rest first." His voice was soft, carrying a hint of fatigue. The three knew very well what he was thinking at this moment. Since coming out of the Dragon's Nest secret realm, his spirit had been tense. The impact from the World Eater and the mental exhaustion from the contract with the Holy Dragon had left him completely drained. What he needed was not comfort, but a space where he could organize his thoughts alone. "Go ahead," Su Yueli said gently, "rest well." Lu Yuan nodded. He glanced at the crystal bottle and two summoning stones on the coffee table and said to Yun Shanshan, "Shanshan, keep the dragon heart spring and the summoning stones for now." After saying this, he no longer spoke, gently picking up the ice blue little dragon from the ground and turning to walk toward his room. The little dragon seemed indifferent to being held, it simply rested its little head on his arm and closed its dragon eyes, as if pretending to doze off. Watching Lu Yuan disappear at the staircase, Lan Liuli tucked away her playful thoughts, picked up the bottle of dragon heartspring, her expression complex. Yun Shanshan walked to her mother and softly asked, "Mom, is Yuan okay?" Su Yueli gently caressed her daughter's hair, looking towards the upstairs, and sighed softly, "He just bears everything on his own shoulders." Back in his room, he closed the door. All the noise from outside was cut off. Lu Yuan gently placed the little dragon on the soft bed. The little dragon opened its eyes, took a look around the new environment, and then curled up by itself, seemingly really planning to start sleeping. Lu Yuan did not disturb it, just sat down by the bed. The tense nerves finally relaxed a bit at this moment. He leaned against the head of the bed, closed his eyes, yet his mind was still swirling endlessly. World Eater, Specimen, the disappearance of his parents, Euphraea's hatred. Countless clues and pressures weighed heavy on his heart. At that moment, in front of him, the light screen of the Beast Control Encyclopedia automatically appeared. This time, the encyclopedia displayed the attribute panel belonging to Freya. Beast, Frost Saint Dragon Freya, Juvenile. Potential, 5 stars. Grade, Gold High Tier. Race Skills. 1. Winter Dragon Breath, exhales ultra-cold dragon breath in a cone-shaped area ahead, dealing massive frost damage to all enemies within range and applying a freeze effect, significantly reducing their movement and attack speed. 2. Eternal Frost Stare, locks onto a single enemy unit, cold air explodes from within, immediately freezing them in a massive ice block for 5 seconds. Duration increases with the strength of the Saint Dragon. 3. Dome of Ice Barrier, summons a massive arched ice barrier that can block all flying projectiles and energy impacts. The existence of the Frost Holy Dragon itself will transform the surrounding environment into an extreme cold domain, continuously reducing the movement speed and attack speed of all enemies within. At the same time, allied units within the domain will gain a slight damage reduction effect. With a heavy strike to the ground, it erupts sharp ice rings that expand in circles, dealing frost damage to enemies that come into contact. The Frost Holy Dragon gathers extreme cold power in its horns or claws, launching a piercing strike at a single target, causing massive frost damage. This attack deals absolute damage, ignores armor, and after using this skill, the Frost Holy Dragon's attack speed and movement speed decrease. In the first phase, summon several waves of massive ice meteors randomly fall within a large area of the target. Each meteor causes high frost damage to enemies in a small radius at the impact point. Second phase, current power cannot be used. Third phase, current power cannot be used. Current power cannot be used. Introduction: a powerful Frost Holy Dragon, its strength not only depends on potential but also significantly increases with its growth in size. Lu Yuan looked at this luxurious attribute panel and couldn't help but click his tongue. Truly worthy of once being a king-level existence. Even as a hatchling, starting from 0, this starting point is shockingly high. Just out of the egg, and it's already of high gold rank. If this were to spread, the entire Beastmaster community of the Dragon Kingdom would surely be shaken. Moreover, each of these 7 skills is incredibly powerful. There are large area of effect attacks in strong control, absolute defense, and passive aura domains. This is almost a hexagonal warrior with no shortcomings. Lu Yuan could hardly imagine what kind of grandeur it would possess when it grows up and returns to the level of kings, all skills unlocked. Just when Lu Yuan thought the introduction was over, and the illustration was about to fade, he discovered that the page belonging to Freya did not disappear. On the light screen, new golden words slowly appeared. At that moment, Lu Yuan's breath suddenly stopped. His pupils shrank sharply. It was a shock more pure and unbelievable than seeing World Devourer. A line of golden text that he was all too familiar with finally locked in front of his eyes. The evolution route of the Frost Holy Dragon is being planned. Planning completed. First evolution, no consumption. The familiar golden text made Lu Yuan's brain buzz and fall into temporary blankness. He instinctively held his breath, his heart skipping a beat. Evolution route? He wasn't unfamiliar with it. From the initial weak glow butterfly, almost negligible, to the mirror spirit, the Beastmaster illustrated guide had shown him again and again what it means to turn decay into wonder. But this time was different. The small dragon curled up on the bed was neither glow butterfly nor mirror spirit. She was once the ruler of a realm, the last pureblood of the dragon god clan, a holy dragon with 5-star potential. Her starting point is the ending that countless Beastmasters could never hope to reach in their entire lives. Such a powerful existence actually also has an evolution route? This is no longer just turning decay into wonder. This is about making a god even more divine. Lu Yuan forcibly suppressed the tumult in his heart, his gaze firmly locked onto the illustrated guide light screen. Unlike the routes of the glow butterfly and mirror spirit, the evolution route of the Frost Holy Dragon has only 2 paths. Route 1, Epic Frost Holy Dragon Sky Ice Radiant Dragon, potential raise to 5 stars, Eternal Ice Crystal Saint Dragon King, potential raise to 5 stars. This route is filled with beauty of power and dominance. Just from the name, Lu Yuan could imagine a colossal dragon that can block the sky and breathe ice to freeze the heavens. This is a pure and royal path that brings the power of the dragon to its utmost. Any Beastmaster would probably choose this route without hesitation. But Lu Yuan's gaze fell on the second route. Route 2, the only legend Frost Sacred Dragon Dragon Frost Queen, potential raise to 5 stars, Lord of the Frozen Crown, potential raise to 5 stars, Supreme of Winter, Dragon Law Queen, potential raise to 5 stars. Dragon Frost Queen. He almost hesitated not at all and made a choice in the guidebook with his mind. Choose Route 2. At the moment he made his choice, the ice blue little dragon on the bed, which was closing its eyes in a self-contained manner, suddenly stiffened. Buzz. A pure ice blue light burst from its body without warning, instantly enveloping its entire small figure. This sudden change caught Iveria off guard. She could feel an irresistible great power guiding her bloodline and essence through a transformation. This power was familiar to her, it was the power from the depths of that boy's soul when they had just signed the contract. What has he done to her? Inside the light cocoon, Iveria's consciousness fell into a brief confusion. The light grew brighter, casting the entire room into an ice-blue dreamland. 10 minutes later, the light peaked and then quietly receded like a tide. On the bed, the ice-blue little dragon, only half a meter long, had vanished. In its place was a woman sitting quietly. She was wearing an ice-blue palace dress, with dragon patterns embroidered in silver thread that seemed to come alive, shimmering with a soft glow. Her appearance was dignified, with an innate authority in her brow, and her ice-blue eyes resembled the purest gems in the world. It was indeed the Winter Queen that Lu Yuan saw sitting on the throne in the Ice Crystal Castle. No, she seemed a bit different. At this moment, she carried the authority of a queen. The Beastmaster guide timely opened a new page. Beast, Dragon Frost Queen Iveria. Potential, 5 stars. Rank, Golden Peak. Race skills. 1. Queen's Command Extreme Cold Breath. Iveria, in her queenly posture, points forward with her hand, and the dragon-shaped phantom behind her breathes out a cold wave of command. 2. Eternal Frost King's Glare. Iveria can designate a region where all enemies within will be rapidly frozen from bottom to top, turning into ice statues for 3 seconds, during which they will take double damage. 3. Frost Ice Point King's Protection. Iveria condenses ultimate cold ice and Dragon King power to summon a massive ice-blue crystal wall, perfectly blocking all flying objects, energy impacts, and most non-contact skills, increasing the defense of surrounding allied beasts while the wall exists. 4. Queen's Domain. Winter is coming, the area of effect expands and the effects are enhanced. Enemies will experience significant slowing and continuous slight damage, while allies gain increased damage reduction. Iveria continuously restores life within the domain. 5. Royal Ice Shatter, Blooming Beauty. Iveria gently stomps her foot, and a huge frost rose blooms around her. Each petal deals significant frost damage. 6. End-Piercing, Queen's Execution. Iveria gathers the power of cold ice to her fingertips or forms a frost spear and throws it. This attack deals absolute damage, ignoring armor. If this skill kills the target, it removes her own slow effect and can be used again. If the kill is not achieved, she suffers a reduction in attack speed and movement speed. 7. Ice Cataclysm of all races. Royal Power. First phase, summon several waves of huge ice meteors fall randomly within a large area around the target. Second phase, Catastrophe. All meteors that hit the ground do not vanish, but remain on the battlefield as ice pillars. Significantly enhance Evelia's recovery speed. Current strength cannot be used. Ice Crown Royalty. Eternal Stasis. Evelia takes off her ice crown and throws it towards the center of the battlefield. The ice crown hovers in the air, freezing time over a wide area for 1 second. Only Evelia and her recognized allies can act. Cost. After use, the ice crown will temporarily disappear, causing the effect of Queen's Domain. Winter is coming to fail. The ice crown will slowly recondense over time. Current strength cannot be used. Lu Yuan looked at his newly refreshed attribute panel, and he was stunned. Almost all skills had evolved. From Dragon Breath to Queen's Edict, from Gaze to King's Prison. Gaze, from Passive Majesty to Active Queen's Domain. This was not just a change of name, but a transformation from the instinct of a holy dragon into the authority of a queen. N-Spike even gained a terrifying mechanism that refreshed on kills, turning it from a finishing move into a slaughtering divine skill that could reap continuously. The ultimate move, All Races Icefall, unlocked a second form, evolving from pure destruction to a strategic skill that also provides healing and control. What shocked Lu Yuan the most was the brand new skill. Ice Crown Royalty. Eternal Stasis. Freeze time. Even if just for a brief second, in the rapidly changing battlefield, that second is enough to determine life and death, to overturn the situation. Freezing time is different from control. Freezing time ignores levels. This is a power that only gods possess. Lu Yuan was still in awe of this terrifying panel, while Evelia, hovering in midair, finally regained her senses from her transformation. She could clearly feel that the power surging within her was several times stronger than before. Her soul perfectly matched this new identity, as if she were born to be this way. She even felt a strong confidence that if she were to return to the Land of Kings now, her power would definitely be several times greater than the Winter Queen who could only guard the secret realm. What was going on? She turned her gaze to the only person in the room, the human boy who had signed a contract with her. Lu Yuan met her gaze without any evasion. After a moment of silence, he finally spoke. I have a secret. My Beastmaster talent is called Beastmaster Illustrated. It can plan a unique evolution route for the beasts, and the first evolution requires no cost at all. No concealment, no cover-up. When he decided to face the terrifying enemy World Eater alongside Evelia, Lu Yuan had already made his choice. Because he knew, trust is the most powerful force in this world. If he cannot trust the beast that is connected to his soul, who else can he trust? Evelia listened quietly, her ice blue eyes first flashing with confusion, then that confusion turned into intense shock. So it is. She finally understood why this seemingly ordinary human boy could stand out in that trial. And why she underwent such an incomprehensible transformation. She looked at Lu Yuan, this boy hid a vast secret greater than she imagined. Chapter 138, Advancing to Gold. She looked at Lu Yuan, the boy connected to her soul, and for the first time in her heart, she felt a sense of incomprehensibility. Lu Yuan met her gaze, his expression calm. At the moment Lu Yuan confessed everything, Evelia felt this trust. She looked at the boy before her, the Beastmaster who had signed a soul contract with her. After a long time, she finally spoke slowly, "I accept your secret. From now on, it will also be my secret." Lu Yuan nodded, the seed of trust had been sown, no need for further words. His mind again sank into the Beastmaster Illustrated. At the bottom of the light curtain belonging to the Frost Dragon Queen, new content emerged. Next evolution stage, Epic Master of the Crown of Ice Fall. Required materials. 1. Ancestral Dragon Crystal, King level. 2. Eternal Ice Core, King level. 3. Crown of Ice Fall, King level. 4. Sky Ice Radiance, King level. For materials, each name followed by the glaring suffix King level. Even though Lu Yuan was already mentally prepared, the moment he saw this lavish list of materials, the corner of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. King level materials, each one is a treasure. And he needed 4 of them. This was no longer a challenge, it was practically an impossible task. What's wrong? Ephraia noticed the subtle shift in his emotions. Lu Yuan told Ephraia that the Frost Dragon Queen was not yet her final form. This statement made Ephraia, who had just calmed down, freeze up again. Not the final form? She was already the Frost Dragon Queen, her soul and form in perfect harmony, her power several times stronger than the former Winter Queen. How could this not be the end? Lu Yuan did not hide anything and directly transmitted the information displayed on the illustrated guide to her through their mental link. To evolve again, these 4 items are needed. When Ephraia's consciousness received the names of these 4 materials, she first fell into silence, as if searching for something in her vast sea of memories. Moments later, a sudden spark lit up in her ice blue eyes. Ancestral Dragon Crystal. Crown of Ice Fall. She softly spoke these 2 names, her tone filled with nostalgia. These 2 items are in the Dragon Nest secret realm. Lu Yuan suddenly looked up. The Ancestral Dragon Crystal is the crystallization of the heart of the first holy dragon that fell on Dragon God Star and is also the source of power for the entire Dragon God clan. The reason I was able to peel off the last piece of Pure Land and turn it into a secret realm relied on its power. It lies in the deepest part of the Dragon Nest's original sea. As for the Crown of Ice Fall, that was my crown and is one of the treasures passed down by the Dragon God clan. When I transformed into a dragon egg, I left it atop the frozen throne to maintain the last stability of the secret realm. As long as I can return to the Dragon Nest secret realm, I can retrieve them all. Her voice made Lu Yuan extremely excited. With this, 2 of the 4 materials were instantly resolved. What about the other 2? He pressed. Eternal Ice Core, Sky Ice Radiance. Ephraia's gaze became somewhat distant, as if she were recalling her time exploring countless worlds. I once visited a very interesting world, a planet entirely made of ice and snow, called Frozen Star. The world's origin there is an eternal ice core. And in the synchronous orbit of that planet, there is a massive cosmic wonder stone that burns with pale white flames all year round, that should be Sky Ice Radiance. She looked at Lu Yuan, her eyes filled with a smile. It seems your luck is much better than I imagined. Lu Yuan's tense heartstrings completely relaxed. What was once an unreachable goal, in Ephraia's memories spanning millennia, became clear and visible. As long as he was given time, he was confident he could gather all 4 king-level materials. Just as this immense joy overwhelmed his spirit, a more magnificent power surged from the contract link between him and Ephraia. Boom! That was the feedback power from Ephraia's promotion from Golden High Grade to Golden Peak. This pure energy surged into Lu Yuan's spiritual sea, violently crashing against the barrier. Crack! A sound seemed to come from the depths of his soul, a shattering sound. The barrier broke on impact. Lu Yuan felt as if his spiritual world had suddenly opened up, the range of his spiritual sea expanding several times in that moment. What was once like a lake of spiritual power was now transforming into a vast ocean. The Golden Stage. It is done. With the breakthrough of the rank, in the center of the spiritual consciousness sea, beside his 4th contract slot, a new blank contract slot slowly began to take shape. The 5th contract slot. Lu Yuan slowly opened his eyes, feeling an unprecedented powerful mental strength in his body, yet there was not much turbulence in his heart. This time, with the major rank breakthrough, he did not awaken a new Beastmaster talent like the last time. However, he did not care, talent is something that can only be encountered but cannot be sought. For him, the real improvement in strength and the extra contract slot were the most important things right now. A blank contract slot. His gaze naturally fell on the 2 summoning stones that Yun Shanshan had put away. Your Majesty, the 2 summoning stones you gave me, what is their origin? Mentioning those 2 summoning stones, Yifri's expression dimmed slightly. They were once 2 real dragon eggs. I brought them out from Dragon God Star, the last hope. I once thought they could hatch new pureblood sacred dragons to continue our dragon tribe's bloodline. But I failed. During the long drift, they exhausted all their life essence, and in the end, transformed into 2 summoning stones that sealed dragon souls. As for what can be summoned from them, I do not know. Her tone carried an unshakable sadness and regret. Lu Yuan fell silent. He could feel the weight of hope that bore the future of the entire race, eventually turning into bubbles. At this moment, Lu Yuan's brows suddenly furrowed. He keenly sensed an energy fluctuation coming from a certain direction in the villa. This fluctuation was strange, not belonging to Su Yueli and Lan Lioli. Who is it? He spread his mental strength out, but could not catch any trace, as if everything that just happened was an illusion. The continuous tension and huge information impact made him feel a soul-deep exhaustion. Forget it, with Su Yueli and Lan Lioli downstairs, nothing should go wrong. Lu Yuan shook his somewhat hazy head, decided not to think too much, and directly fell onto the bed. Almost at the moment his head touched the pillow, he fell into a deep sleep. Yifri quietly watched his sleeping profile. This boy who had just formed a contract with her, carried the same weight of secrets and responsibilities, no lighter than her own. She did not like the narrow and closed feeling of the contract space. Having been trapped in the secret realm for tens of thousands of years, she had long grown tired of loneliness. She glanced at Lu Yuan's pillow, and a flash of icy blue light appeared. The dignified and majestic Dragon Frost Queen vanished, replaced by a small ice blue dragon only half a meter long. The small dragon flew onto the bed, found a comfortable spot next to Lu Yuan's pillow, curled up, placed its small head on its tail, and closed its icy blue dragon eyes, falling into slumber together. Chapter 139, Both Advance. The first ray of morning sunlight, through the gaps in the shutters, cast mottled shadows in the room. Lu Yuan slowly opened his eyes, his consciousness rising from deep sleep. This sleep was particularly sound, easing the tense nerves that had been tight for days. He could clearly feel that after ascending to the golden stage, the vastness of the spiritual consciousness sea and the solidity of mental strength had reached a brand new level. He slightly turned his head and met a pair of icy blue eyes. By his pillow, the half-meter-long ice blue dragon had woken up at some point, quietly curled up, looking at him with those eyes. There was no mental communication, nor any unnecessary movements. A person and a dragon quietly gazed at each other in the morning light. The sunlight illuminated each scale on the little dragon's body. It is hard to imagine that within this small and cute body sleeps a queen who rules a realm, the Dragon Frost Queen. After a long time, Lu Yuan was the first to break the peaceful scene. He reached out his hand, tentatively touching the little dragon's head. The texture was icy cold, like touching a piece of warm jade that was unexpectedly cold. The little dragon didn't seem to resist, it just gently shook its head, and in its icy blue eyes, there seemed to flash a hint of helplessness. Lu Yuan couldn't help but smile. He sat up, put on his clothes, and the little dragon also stood up, elegantly stretching its body, while a pair of tiny dragon wings gently flapped, landing on his shoulder, resting its head beside his neck, closing its eyes again, treating him like a moving dragon's nest. Lu Yuan shook his head with a smile, not paying much attention, and walked out of the room. However, the atmosphere in the downstairs living room was completely different from the serenity upstairs. In the villa's living room, Su Yueli was gracefully sitting on the sofa, holding a cup of steaming red tea. Across from her, Lan Lioli was sprawled on another sofa, her legs resting on the coffee table, holding a map and pointing at it. I say, Yueli, stop drinking your wellness tea, come help me out. Now that we have an extra contract slot, should we go to the abyss of 10,000 demons to capture a abyssal giant maw, or go to the endless thunder domain to catch a thunder titan? Look at this, Valley of the Death Speakers, they say there are death lords inside. If we contract one, we won't even have to walk when we go out, we can just sit on the bone dragon throne. How cool is that? Su Yueli put down her teacup, looking at her helplessly. You only got one more contract slot, not that you are going to conquer the world. Lan Lioli irritably ran her fingers through her hair, mumbling indistinctly, how about I go take a stroll around the Divine Beast Mountain? I heard there's a 9-colored deer appearing recently, but I don't know how its temper is, whether it will be willing to come with me. Su Yueli looked at her helplessly again. You might as well behave, the masters in Divine Beast Mountain are not easy to deal with. Good morning, Aunt Su, Aunt Lan. Lu Yuan's voice came from the top of the stairs. Both of them stopped discussing at the same time and looked over. You're awake? Su Yueli's face showed a gentle smile. I thought you were so tired yesterday that you would sleep until noon. By the way, I have good news to tell you. As she spoke, she pointed toward Yun Shanshan's room. Not long after you fell asleep last night, that girl Shanshan also had a breakthrough. We heard her say that you both obtained a lot of good things in the Dragon Nest Secret Realm, the Sacred Flame Fire Sparrow and the mutated Dark Dragonkin, helping Chanchan advance to the Golden Stage. Lu Yuan paused for a moment upon hearing this, then suddenly understood. So, the energy fluctuation he felt last night wasn't an illusion but had come from Yun Chanchan's breakthrough. This girl, as soon as she breaks through, she shouts about getting another contract slot. She was so excited that she couldn't sleep all night. Lan Liuli chuckled, her gaze darting back and forth between Lu Yuan and the little dragon on his shoulder, her eyes full of teasing. So how is it? Contracted a queen, how does it feel? Do you feel a lot of pressure? Lu Yuan ignored her teasing and replied, I also had a breakthrough. The air in the living room fell silent for a moment. But Su Yueli and Lan Liuli showed no surprise on their faces, as if this was expected. We guessed it. Su Yueli recalled and said. Although the energy fluctuation in your room yesterday was subtle, it didn't escape our notice. Queen Ivria's promotion from Golden Hymid to Peak, that power-up support was enough to help you break through the barrier. Lan Liuli nodded, with an expression of this is the normal operation. If you didn't break through, I would have found it strange. Advancing from Golden Hymid to Golden Peak, for you, a Silver Stage Beastmaster to break into Golden Stage, isn't that as easy as drinking water? Though her words were blunt, they spoke the truth. In their eyes, Lu Yuan's talent and potential had long surpassed what could be measured by common sense. At that moment, with a click, the door to Yun Chanshan's room was pushed open. The girl was wearing a pink cartoon pajama, rubbing her sleepy eyes as she walked out. When she saw Lu Yuan in the living room, her eyes instantly brightened, and all her sleepiness disappeared. Ah, Yuan. You're awake. She ran down the stairs in just a few steps, rushing to Lu Yuan, tilting her little face up, with excitement and pride sparkling in her eyes. I tell you, I broke through to the golden rank yesterday. I am now a golden Beastmaster. And I. Before she finished her words, Lu Yuan reached out his hand, playfully ruffled her slightly messy long hair. I am too. Gee. Yun Shanshan blinked her eyes, frozen, as if she didn't hear what he said clearly. I said, I also advanced to the golden rank. Lu Yuan repeated. Yun Shanshan's brain froze for a full 3 seconds before she finally processed the information. First, her eyes widened in shock, then her little mouth pouted, showing a hint of my spotlight has been stolen, but that grievance was quickly replaced by deep joy. Really? You are also golden rank? So good. Yun Shanshan grabbed his arm, almost bouncing up in excitement. Now we are both golden rank. We have new contract positions. As she spoke, as if she remembered something, a flash of light appeared, and 2 palm-sized summoning stones appeared in her palm. One was pitch black, like the deep night, exuding a dark dragon's might. The other was pure as jade, radiating a soft glow, also infused with the dragon clan's breath. Since we both have new contract positions, Yun Shanshan raised the summoning stones, looking at Lu Yuan with eager anticipation. So what are we waiting for? Let's summon our new beast partners today. Chapter 140, Together in Honor, Together in Loss. Looking at her eager expression, Lu Yuan's sense of urgency intertwined with the girl's expectations. Strength. There is no more urgent need than this. Whether to deal with the Devourer of Worlds or to find his parents' whereabouts, contracting a new powerful beast was the fastest and most direct way to improve. He nodded, his gaze calm and determined. Okay. That one word made Yun Shanshan's smile even brighter. Lan Liuli stretched lazily nearby, yawning as she said, then we need to find a spacious place. If we summon some big guy, we don't want to blow up Yueli's precious villa. Su Yueli shot her a glare, then kindly told the 2 kids, let's go to the open space behind the villa, it's big enough there. She paused, then added, I will let Xiaomei set up a barrier to avoid unnecessary troubles. Lu Yuan was about to speak when he found that Su Yueli had anticipated it. He looked at Su Yueli gratefully, this meticulous care always made him feel warm. The group arrived at the lawn behind the villa. With a thought, Su Yueli summoned the elegant 9-tailed rose firefox once again. The fox made no sound, just one gentle sweep of its 9 long tails, burning with crimson flames, instantly spread a barrier, enveloping the entire area, isolating all external breath and energy fluctuations. After completing everything, the firefox quietly lay down at Su Yueli's feet, watching the person it had grown up with. Alright, let's begin. Su Yueli stepped aside, leaving the field to the 2 young ones. Lan Liuli eagerly moved a lounge chair over, put on sunglasses, and posed as if ready to watch a grand show. Yun Shanshan stuffed both summoning stones in front of Lu Yuan, generously saying, Yuan, you choose first. Lu Yuan's gaze landed on the 2 stones. One was pitch black, as if it could swallow light, with dragon patterns engraved on it, deep and domineering, exuding a dark, reserved pressure. The other was pure white as jade, flowing with a warm luster, the dragon patterns holy and noble. The breath was completely different. Without much hesitation, Lu Yuan reached out and picked up the black summoning stone. For some reason, this deep dark aura gave him a strange sense of closeness. Then I will take this white one, Yun Shanshan said happily, cradling the remaining sacred dragon soul stone in her hands, rubbing it like a treasure. Lu Yuan tightened his grip on the summoning stone, ready to mobilize his mental power to activate it. Wait. A cold voice echoed in his mind at the same time. It was Euphraia. The icy blue little dragon next to Su Yueli, who had been resting with its eyes closed, opened its eyes at some point. Its gaze fell on the black and white summoning stones, with a complex expression and a sense of nostalgia. Yun Shanshan was taken aback for a moment and instinctively looked at Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan also stopped, asking through the mental link, Euphraia, is there a problem? Do not separate the summoning. Euphraia's voice sounded. You two will perform the contract ceremony together. Perform the contract ceremony together? Lan Liuli also heard Euphraia's words. She took off her sunglasses and sat up straight with curiosity. Is there any special meaning to this? Euphraia did not respond to Lan Liuli, her thoughts only echoed in Lu Yuan and Yun Shanshan's minds. These two summoning stones are not ordinary dragon soul stones. They were originally twin dragon eggs from the same root, which transformed into their current form after their life source was exhausted. Twin dragon clan, souls connected, sharing honor and loss together. Sharing honor and loss together. These 8 words shocked Lu Yuan to his core. He suddenly turned his head to look at Yun Shanshan, who still had a puzzled expression beside him. The Beastmaster illustrated guide could not plot evolution routes for someone else's beast, which was his greatest regret all along. He could make himself incredibly powerful, but he could not share this incredible opportunity with the people closest to him. But now, Euphraia's words opened a whole new door for him. If the fates of these two dragon beasts were tied together, then, when he used the Beastmaster illustrated guide to perform a free first evolution for his dragon beast, would Yun Shanshan's also evolve together? Once this thought emerged, it could no longer be suppressed. Lu Yuan's breath became somewhat hurried. He looked at Yun Shanshan, whose usually calm eyes were swirling with unprecedented excitement and anticipation. Yun Shanshan felt a bit dazed from his gaze and asked softly, Lu Yuan, what's wrong? Lu Yuan took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing his swirling emotions. He held Yun Shanshan's hand and pulled her in front of him. Shanshan, we stand here, face to face. Listen to me, we will inject our mental power into the summoning stone at the same time. Although she did not understand why Lu Yuan suddenly became so serious, Yun Shanshan still nodded. Okay. The two stood facing each other, no more than 3 meters apart. Lu Yuan looked at the girl's face filled with trust, silently praying in his heart. Please, it must succeed. In the next moment, both of them closed their eyes at the same time, pouring their mental power unreservedly into the summoning stone in their hands. Buzz. 2 completely different forces erupted explosively. One was the ultimate darkness, as if pulling the world into eternal night. The other was the ultimate light, like a newborn sun, pure and flawless. A black and a white beam of light shot into the sky, intertwining and swirling in midair, forming a huge slowly rotating black and white Tai Chi diagram, enveloping the entire lawn. The terrifying dragon might fiercely struck the scarlet barrier laid by Su Yueli, causing ripples to appear on the surface of the barrier. Damn! Lan Liuli stared blankly at the scene in front of her, murmuring to herself. This commotion is even bigger than when I contracted an epic tier beast back in the day. Su Yueli's expression also became incredibly serious. She could feel that within the black and white light, 2 incredibly powerful dragon beasts were awakening. At that moment, a flash of light appeared beside her. The ice blue little dragon disappeared, replaced by the Dragon Frost Queen, dressed in a palace gown, with an dignified and majestic appearance. Evelia looked up at the gigantic black and white Taiji diagram in the sky, her ice blue eyes filled with disbelief. She reached out her delicate hand and gently covered her mouth, fearing to disturb this sacred ceremony. The light finally began to gather. Black and white, like the tide, receded back to the ground before Lu Yuan and Yun Shanshan. As the light faded away, 2 small dragon beasts appeared on the lawn. Their shapes were almost identical to Evelia's little dragon form, both having slender and elegant bodies, and small dragon wings pressed closely against their spines. The only difference was their colors. One was entirely black like ink, even the gaps between its scales revealed a profound darkness, as if it were a pet of shadows and void. The other was pure white like snow, with a soft holy light flowing over its scales, resembling an embodiment of brightness and holiness. The 2 little dragons, one black and one white, one dark and one light, quietly stood before Lu Yuan and Yun Shanshan, gazing at each other. The 2 little dragons seemed to have transcended the ages, reuniting once more. Chapter 141, You Have Returned. As the light faded, only the 2 small dragon beasts remained on the lawn. They were one black and one white, one dark and one light, standing quietly before Lu Yuan and Yun Shanshan. Akira. Nidhogg. A voice filled with endless longing broke the silence. Evelia had somehow arrived in the arena, staring blankly at the two little dragons. Her usually dignified ice-blue eyes were now shrouded in a layer of mist. Crystal tears rolled down her smooth cheeks, dropping onto the grass blades and instantly freezing into ice crystals. You really have come back. She reached out her hand, seemingly wanting to touch them, but paused in midair, as if fearing that everything before her was just a dream, fragile enough to shatter with a single touch. Yin Shanxian, Su Yueli, and Lan Liuli silently watched the scene. They could feel the intense emotional fluctuation of the Dragon Queen at this moment, a great sorrow turned joy that she dared not confirm. Lu Yuan did not speak or interrupt. His gaze slowly shifted from Evelia to the little black dragon before him. The light curtain of the Beast Tamer's illustrated book quietly appeared. Beast, Abyssal Sacred Dragon Nidhogg, Juvenile Stage. Potential, 5 stars. Rank, Golden High Tier. Racial Skills. 1. Abyss Breath, exhales a torrent of shadow from the abyss within a conical area in front, causing sustained shadow damage to enemies. 2. Void Grasp, locks onto a hostile unit, summoning void tendrils from its shadow to tightly entangle and drag it a short distance, dealing shadow damage while immobilizing the target for 1.5 seconds. 3. Annihilation Field, naturally surrounds itself with a light-devouring annihilation field. Reduces all incoming ranged damage and ignores a certain amount of armor from enemy units. 4. Black Hole Singularity, creates a miniature void singularity in a designated area, which continuously pulls surrounding enemies slowly toward the center while dealing sustained shadow damage to all units in the area. The singularity disappears after a few seconds or due to a manual detonation. 5. Eternal Night arrives, creates an enormous dark canopy, shrouding the battlefield. During the duration of the canopy, enemy tamed beasts receive shadow damage equal to a percentage of their maximum health each second. 6. Soul Quiet Abyss Wave, after locking onto a target, shoots a beam of abyss energy from its dragon eye, damaging the target's soul origin. 7. Void Eternal Bind, when Nidhogg personally kills a tamed beast, this skill can be activated to imprison the tamed beast within Nidhogg's void abyss. Transform them into absolute obedient void servants. 3. The enslaved spirit beasts turn into shadow bodies made of dark energy, retaining their primary forms, levels, and skills from their lifetime. Skill attributes transform into shadow type, with their rank strength permanently fixed. Nidhogg can also actively dismiss the servants to free up slots. Current strength cannot be used. Introduction, a powerful abyssal sacred dragon, whose strength not only depends on potential but also greatly increases as its size grows. Lu Yuan looked at this long list of skills, his own shock reaching an unimaginable peak. Ignoring defense passively, wide-range percentage damage, direct soul attacks with rays. Every skill is filled with ultimate aggression. And the 7th skill, Void Eternal Binding, made him feel his scalp tingle. Killing enemies can turn them into his own servants. This is no longer just pure power, this is a terrifying ability that changes the rules of the battle. Every kill by Nidhogg increases their own combat strength. He forcibly suppressed his shock and turned his gaze to the holy white dragon before Yin Shanxian. The Spirit Beast pictorial flipped its pages, revealing the attributes of the white dragon. Spirit Beast, Luminous Sacred Dragon Akshia, Juvenile Stage. Potential, 5 stars. Rank, High Golden Stage. Racial Skills. 1. Holy Radiance Breath, spits forth a pure torrent of light from its mouth. Increases power by 30% against those with dark or evil attributes. 2. Brilliant Scale Feathers, shining holy light scales that purify itself and enter a state of alert. Clears all ability debuffs and significantly boosts defense. 3. Aurora Skyfall, summons auroras from the sky, transforming into destructive beams of light to strike opponents. 4. Sacred Dragon's Decree, emits a holy dragon's roar, proclaiming the law of light, greatly enhancing attributes for allies and itself. 5. Final Radiance Flare, compresses all light energy into a point, then releases an ultimate flash simulating a supernova explosion. 6. Dawn Radiance, instantly restores a large amount of life to all friendly units within a designated wide range, while cleansing most negative states on allies within that area. For the next few seconds, grants a continuous life regeneration buff to treated allies. 7. Holy Radiance Resurrection, first segment, Akshia condenses life energy, guiding a beam of light to envelop the body of a fallen friendly spirit beast or spirit beastmaster. Immediately resurrects a fallen ally and restores a certain percentage of their maximum life. Second segment, current strength cannot be used. 8. Current strength cannot be used. Introduction, a powerful luminous sacred dragon, whose strength not only depends on potential but also greatly increases as its size grows. If Nidhogg's skills represent the ultimate destruction and enslavement, then Akshia's skills represent the ultimate protection and creation. Group healing, purification, and buffs, this is simply a mobile super spring. And that skill named Holy Radiance Resurrection made Lu Yuan's breath pause for a moment. Resurrection. This is no longer defying the heavens, this is playing with the laws of life and death. He collected his thoughts and walked to the still emotionally Freya, softly asking, if Freya, they. Euphraia wiped the tears from her face, but the excitement and joy in her eyes could not be hidden. Nidhogg, abyssal sacred dragon, the sharpest spear of dragon god Star. Akshaya, luminous sacred dragon, the strongest shield of dragon god Star. Her voice was filled with deep pride. Back then, when World Devourer invaded Dragon God Star, countless dragons were twisted and corrupted. Just as we were about to be exterminated, it was Nidhogg and Akshaya who led the last Dragon Guard, buying precious time for me to strip away the Pure Land and create secret realms with their lives. I thought they had fallen along with Dragon God Star, and eternally vanished into the chaos of time and space. I never thought, truly never thought, I could see them again. Evelyn's words moved everyone present deeply. It turns out that these two seemingly small dragon beasts carry such a heavy and tragic past. Lu Yuan fell silent for a moment and asked the question in his heart, but they have already fallen. Are they still the two sacred dragons you knew? Yes, but no. Evelyn shook her head. Pure-blooded sacred dragons are unique, existing throughout the universe. Each one embodies the manifestation of a law. When they fall, it either signifies the complete disappearance of this law, and this type of sacred dragon will never appear in the worlds again. Or they will revive again in some special way, under some fortunate opportunity. She looked at the two little dragons that were curiously examining Lu Yuan and Yun Shanshan. At present, Nidhogg and Akshaya have probably not awakened their past memories. To them, you are the first and closest beings they have seen after being born into this world. Chapter 142, Honor Together, Twin Dragon Sovereigns. Evelyn's gaze lingered on the black and white little dragons. A thought rang directly in Lu Yuan's mind through the link of the contract. Lu Yuan, can you evolve them as well? This question made Lu Yuan's heart suddenly shake. He looked at Evelyn and then at the dark prison sacred dragon before him, which was curiously examining him with its pure black eyes. Uncertain. This was the answer in Lu Yuan's heart. The Beastmaster's encyclopedia only works on the contracted beasts. Nidhogg is certainly not a problem, but Yun Shanshan's Akshaya. Can what Evelyn said about honor together really break the rules of the Beastmaster's encyclopedia? He looked to his side, where Yun Shanshan was crouching down, stretching out her finger to touch the pure white sacred dragon, her face full of love and wonder. He delved into his mind, and indeed, the light screen of the Beastmaster's encyclopedia had opened a brand new page for him. Dark Prison Sacred Dragon Evolution Route Planning. Planning complete. First evolution, no consumption at all. Route 1, Epic Dark Prison Sacred Dragon Void Dark Prison Dragon, potential raise to 5 stars, Eternal Returning Dragon, potential raise to 5 stars. Route 2, Unique Legend Dark Prison Sacred Dragon Void Dragon Sovereign, potential raise to 5 stars, Void Weaver, potential raise to 5 stars, Lightless End, Dragon Law Divine Sovereign, potential raise to 5 stars. 2 routes, as powerful as ever. But Lu Yuan's gaze kept searching the light screen, hoping to find even a hint about Akshaya. None. Absolutely none. The rules of the Beastmaster's encyclopedia are cold and absolute. Lu Yuan withdrew his thoughts and no longer hesitated. I hope the twin dragon race can create a miracle for her. Select Route 2. He made his choice in his heart. Almost at the same moment he made his choice, a sudden change happened on the lawn. A profoundly deep darkness erupted from within the dark prison's sacred dragon, Nidhogg, completely enveloping its small body. And just as everyone was drawn to this sudden change, on the other side, the glorious sacred dragon, Akshaya, before Yun Shanshan also burst forth with holy white light. The white light and darkness reflected each other, dividing the lawn into light and dark. It worked. Lu Yuan's fist clenched tightly at that moment. It succeeded. The feature of the twin dragon race that Evelyn spoke of, honor together, really shared the power of the Beastmaster's encyclopedia with Akshaya. My god. What happened? Beside them, Lan Lioli was so shocked that her sunglasses slid down to the tip of her nose. Lan Lioli suddenly sprang up from the lounge chair, grabbing Su Yueli's arm and shaking it wildly. Yuli! Look quickly. Has it mutated? No, it's two that have mutated together. What kind of monsters are these little guys? Su Yuli stood calmly nearby, her face showing not even a hint of ripples. She simply watched the two wrapped beast companions. She glanced at the panicked Lan Lioli beside her and softly uttered 2 words. Stay calm. 10 minutes later, the light reached its peak and then faded away. On the lawn, the 2 small dragon beasts had disappeared without a trace. In their place stood a man and a woman. The man wore a black imperial robe embroidered with dark golden dragon patterns, his handsome and cold face framed by long, dark hair cascading behind him. He simply stood there quietly, his pitch-black eyes scanned, exuding a majesty as if wanting to pull everything into the abyss. The woman wore a pure white palace dress, the hem adorned with dazzling golden sparkles, resembling a galaxy. Her appearance was sacred and elegant, her brows carrying a gentle compassion and an unassailable divinity. A king, a queen. No words were needed, the aura of sovereign power was already fully revealed. Before Lu Yuan, the Beastmaster illustrated book appropriately opened a brand new page. Beast, Dark Abyss Dragon Emperor Nidhogg. Potential, 5 stars. Rank, Golden Peak. Race skills. 1. Dragon Emperor's Edict. Abyss Torrent, Nidhogg, in Dragon Emperor form, gestures forward, and the dragon-shaped phantom behind him unleashes the torrent of the Edict. 2. Void Grasp. Royal Command, Nidhogg can summon a stronger void claw from the shadows of all enemies within a designated area, dragging multiple foes to a single point to deal damage and immobilize. 3. Dragon Emperor Domain Annihilation Field, the field's range expands, and the effects are enhanced. Within this field, not only does it provide passive defense, but it also actively distorts incoming ranged attacks, with a chance to deflect and even bounce some damage back to the caster. It ignores armor effects for enhanced damage. 4. Void Collapse, an advanced ability of Black Hole Singularity. Nidhogg can proactively detonate the Black Hole Singularity to inflict severe damage, causing the singularity to violently collapse inwards instead of disappearing, continuously causing damage. 5. Eternal Night Dragon Emperor's Sovereignty, within the darkened sky, a huge shadow of Nidhogg's dragon eye can be faintly seen. The percentage damage dealt to enemy beasts increases based on their maximum health, and their recovery speed will be significantly suppressed. Nidhogg and his servants gain increased life-steal effects during the Eternal Night. 6. Soul Desolate Dragon Might Dragon Emperor Roar, Nidhogg can merge soul shockwaves into his roar, transforming it from a single target skill to a conical area soul shock. The effect on the primary target is doubled. 7. Void Summoning Royal Authority, the enslavement mechanism remains unchanged, but the number of enslaved beasts increases, up to 5. Nidhogg can temporarily resurrect a recently fallen beast's corpse to fight as a temporary servant, which will dissipate after a period of time. 8. Void Royalty Complete Silence, Nidhogg demonstrates the absolute powers of the Dark Abyss Dragon Emperor, forcibly stripping all energy and sound from a certain area, creating an absolute void zone for 1 second. All enemy units within the area fall into a state of absolute silence and magic restriction, ignoring rank limits. This skill consumes a lot of energy. After using it, Nidhogg's Dragon Emperor Domain Annihilation Field will temporarily become ineffective, and his movement speed will significantly decrease for a while. 9. Current Strength cannot be used. Looking at this refreshed panel, Lu Yuan felt an immense joy. This was no longer mere strength, this was pure aesthetic violence. And the brand new skill, Void Royalty Complete Silence, left him in shock. Ignoring rank for group silence and magic restriction. Evelyn's Eternal Stasis is freezing time, while Nidhogg's Complete Silence tears apart the very laws. In certain specific battles, an absolute silence of 1 second is even more deadly than a pause of 1 second. The Beast's illustrated book automatically turns pages, revealing the attributes belonging to Axia. Beast, Dragon Radiance Queen Axia. Potential, 5 stars. Rank, Golden Peak. Racial skills. 1. Queen's Order Holy Light Judgment, Axia, in a queenly manner, points forward with her hand, as the dragon-shaped phantom behind her breathes forth the decree of Holy Light. 2. Royal Armor Radiant Divine Armor, Axia summons a magnificent phantom of divine armor made of pure light energy that covers her body. In an instant, she purifies all negative states and gains significant damage reduction with the ability to reflect part of melee damage. 3. Heaven's Punishment Aurora King's Sword, Axia condenses light energy into a gigantic holy sword of light, dropping it onto the target area. It deals devastating radiant damage at the center point and inflicts continuous radiant burning damage to a wider range of enemies. For Queen's Realm Law of Light, all allied units within the realm receive an attribute boost, and every attack has a chance to purify one negative state. Enemies within the realm will suffer ongoing suppression. 5. Royal Command Final Radiance, Axia can freely manipulate the compressed ball of light energy to shoot at a target or explode around herself. After the explosion, in addition to causing massive damage, it leaves a holy flame area that continuously burns enemies and provides healing effects for allies. 6. Divine Blessing Royal Authority, healing amounts are greatly increased, and purification effects instantly clear all negative states. Continuous healing effects are enhanced, and allies receiving healing are granted a holy light shield that absorbs damage. 7. Queen's Divine Edict Soul Return to God's Seat, First Segment, Resurrection. The effect of Holy Radiance Resurrection is enhanced, making the revived target immune to all control effects for a short time and granting a damage boost. Second Segment, Storage. Axia can pre-store a friend's soul mark. Even if that friend cannot be revived by normal resurrection spells due to soul obliteration or special reasons, Axia can use this mark to achieve revival. Currently able to store 4 marks. 8. Holy Radiance Royal Authority Light of Hope, Axia showcases the ultimate power of the Dragon Radiance Queen. She grants all allies a momentary divine protection, invincible, state for 1 second, and all skill costs are significantly reduced. This skill requires a large amount of energy, and after use, Axia's Queen's Realm Law of Light will temporarily become ineffective, and her overall attributes will greatly decrease for a period of time. 9. Current Strength cannot be used. Lu Yuan's gaze was fixated on Axia's 8th skill. Divine Protection. 1 second of invincibility. A group in silence, a group in invincibility. Spear and shield, at this moment, are interpreted to the extreme. Chapter 143, The Oath of the Dragon Emperor. Su Yueli's face also showed surprise, and the nine-tailed rosefire fox beside her stood up straight. Meanwhile, Lan Lioli was completely petrified. Her mouth was open, and the sunglasses in her hand fell to the ground with a thud without her noticing, her gaze moving back and forth between the handsome and cold black-robed dragon emperor and the holy and elegant white skirt queen. I can't be dreaming, right? She pinched her thigh hard, wincing in pain. Yueli, hurry and hit me. I must have been hallucinating from staying up late reading novels. How could I summon a beast, and then directly summon a Beastmaster? No one paid attention to her nonsensical words. In the arena, Ivrea gradually walked towards the two figures. Nidhogg, Axia. She finally stood in front of them, wanting to touch but paused in midair. The man in the black robe, Dark Abyss Dragon Emperor Nidhogg, turned his gaze toward Ivrea, and the originally cold look in his eyes rippled slightly. He nodded slightly, his voice deep and magnetic, like countless metal fragments resonating. Evelia, you are well. On the other side, the Dragon Radiance Queen, Akshia, smiled gently at Evelia. Evelia, long time no see. These simple two greetings crossed countless eras. The mist in Evelia's eyes could no longer be suppressed, she closed her eyes and let the tears fall, a smile appearing on her face. Welcome back. This conversation finally brought Yun Shanshan back to her senses from shock. She looked at the holy and noble Dragon Radiance Queen in front of her, marveling at her extraordinary beauty, then glanced at herself, in a pink cartoon pajamas, hair all messy, her little face immediately turning bright red. Oh my! Her new beast partner's first meeting was in such an unkempt state. She subconsciously wanted to hide behind Lu Yuan, but Akshia's gaze gently landed on her. That gaze contained only kindness and closeness. Are you my Beastmaster? Akshia asked softly. I'm Yun Shanshan. The girl nervously clutched the hem of her clothes. Akshia smiled and slowly extended her hand towards her. Yun Shanshan hesitated for a moment, but eventually placed her little hand in that jade-like palm. A warm and pure power flowed from her palm, instantly easing all her nerves. On the other side, the atmosphere was completely different. The Dark Abyss Dragon King, Nidhogg, after greeting Evelia, turned his gaze toward Lu Yuan. It was an imposing and scrutinizing gaze. As if he was not a summoned beast, but a king inspecting his soldiers. Lu Yuan met his gaze, his expression calm, showing no sign of retreat. After a long time, Nidhogg knelt on one knee before Lu Yuan, placing his right hand on his chest, and performed a knightly salute of the Dragon Clan. My Beastmaster, Nidhogg, awaits your command. This gesture carried more weight than any words. He was not submitting to a contract, but to Lu Yuan as a person. Beside them, Lan Lioli finally recovered from her shock. Her eyes darted around Nidhogg, completely ignoring the intimidating aura around him. She leaned in, elbowing Lu Yuan. Hey, Xiao Yuan, your beast is too handsome. Look at that figure, that face, that aura. Wow, he's simply a lady killer. Clearing her throat, she flashed a smile at Nidhogg that she thought was charming. Hi, handsome, I'm Lan Lioli, let's be friends? What's your type? How about someone as fiery and bold as me? Nidhogg stood up and glanced at her. That glance held no emotion. Lan Lioli's smile froze instantly. She instinctively took 2 steps back and laughed awkwardly. Ha! I'm just joking, lightening the mood, you all continue. With that, she quickly scampered back to Su Yuli's side, patting her chest in fear. Oh my, that gaze is too scary, even more frightening than when your fox glared at me. Su Yuli replied calmly, I told you long ago, be more reserved. At that moment, a flash of light appeared in the arena. The 3 dragon kings and the queen simultaneously became ethereal, ultimately transforming back into 3 small dragon beasts. The little black dragon leapt gently and landed beside Lu Yuan. The ice-blue little dragon, transformed from Evelia, settled on Lu Yuan's left shoulder, resting its head on his neck, eyes closed, as if the queen had been a mere illusion. The pure white little dragon affectionately flew into Yun Shanshan's embrace, curling up in a comfortable position, nudging her arm with its little head. Yun Shanshan lovingly held the tiny creature in her arms, a motherly smile beaming on her face, her earlier tension completely replaced by joy. With the crisis averted, Lan Lioli returned to her true nature. She looked at the 2 little dragons on Lu Yuan's shoulder and beside him, and said sourly, wow, surrounded by beauty. One is an ice queen, and the other is a king of the abyss. Xiao Yuan, you must feel quite the pressure, huh? Lu Yuan ignored her teasing. His mind was still immersed in the success of his recent evolution. The power of the Beastmaster pictorial was bestowed on Acacia through the characteristic of sharing glory. What does this mean? It means he found a way to bypass the pictorial rules and help others. Although this method has great limitations, requiring a special connection like that of the twin dragon race as a medium, it undoubtedly proposed a new form for him. He looked at Yun Shanshan, who was hugging Acacia with a silly smile on her face. All this time, he had been carrying the secret of the Beastmaster pictorial alone, walking on a path that he could not share with anyone. He could make himself incredibly powerful, but he could not directly share this greatest opportunity with the most important people around him. This feeling of helplessness had always been a thorn in his heart. And now, this thorn had been pulled out. Radiant Holy Spirit, Mirror of Shadows, Void Spectre, Frost Dragon Queen of Rhea, Dark Prison Dragon King Nidhogg. His 5th contract spot was now also full. In a short time, his power had undergone earth-shattering changes. Alright, everyone stop standing outside, Suyuli stood up, breaking the thoughts of the crowd. Let's talk inside. Although Xiaomei's barrier can isolate our aura, the earlier commotion was too loud, and it might attract attention from those with ulterior motives. Hearing this, everyone nodded and walked toward the villa. Chapter 144, Awakening Talent. A few people returned to the villa's living room, and the previous shock had not completely faded. Lan Luli collapsed onto the sofa, took a deep breath, and exclaimed, I never thought I'd see the day. Summoning beasts, one summons a cold-faced king, and the other a holy queen. You two really shouldn't be Beastmasters, just start an idol group. I'll be your agent, and you'll be famous worldwide. Yun Shanshan was holding the small, snow-white dragon, her little face turning red from Lan Luli's words, feeling somewhat embarrassed. But Lu Yuan did not respond, he glanced at Evrea on his shoulder and Nidhogg beside him. That phrase Blue Star, human race, 18 years ago, specimen obtained, still lingered in his mind. He needed to get stronger, faster. Ansu, and Lan, Lu Yuan spoke, breaking the slightly relaxed atmosphere in the living room. I want to use the Dragon Heartspring right now. As soon as he said this, Lan Luli's teasing came to an abrupt halt. Suyuli looked at Lu Yuan, her gentle eyes filled with approval. She knew that the pressure this boy carried in his heart was much greater than his peers. Suyuli said, I support you. The opportunity is right in front of you, there's no better time than now. Then what are we waiting for? Lan Luli became excited. I've been wanting to see what effects the last 2 drops of this cosmic treasure have. Hurry, let's see. Hearing this, Yun Shanshan nodded. She always unconditionally supported Lu Yuan's decisions. With a thought, the small crystal vial containing the 2 drops of Dragon Heart Spring appeared in her palm. Yun Shanshan carefully poured 1 drop into her palm before handing the vial to Lu Yuan. As that drop of liquid appeared, it exuded a fragrance that felt like it washed one's soul, refreshing the spirit immediately. Lu Yuan poured out the remaining drop. Wait, Suyuli reminded. The effect of the Dragon Heart Spring applies to both the Beastmaster and all their beasts, so you should summon all your beasts first to avoid the energy dissipating. Lu Yuan and Yun Shanshan exchanged glances and nodded. The next moment, the space in the living room began to feel cramped. Light flashed continually. Radiant Holy Spirit, Mirror of Insight, Shadow of Void. Dark Dragonborn, Holy Flame Fire Sparrow, Dawn Holy Maiden, Void Mask Cat. One by one, beasts of various forms and powerful auras appeared in the living room. The Radiant Holy Spirit emitted a soft glow, the holy aura brightening the entire living room. The Mirror of Insight floated in mid-air, reflecting countless scenes. The Shadow of Void transformed into an invisible shade, quietly merging into Nidhogg's shadow. On the other side, the Dark Dragonborn was agile, its eyes sharp as knives beneath the dragon scale mask. The Holy Flame Fire Sparrow was engulfed in flames, distorting the air around it. The Dawn Holy Maiden radiated like a small sun, light and heat swirling around her. The Void Mask Cat elegantly licked its paws, its mismatched eyes filled with curiosity. Along with the 3 little dragons already present, 10 extraordinary beasts filled the spacious living room of the hillside villa to the brim. Lan Lili looked at this luxurious lineup, comparable to what only top Beastmasters could possess, and muttered, if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I really wouldn't believe that these are beasts of 2 who have just stepped into the golden stage. Her favorite sofa, used for lounging, was now being turned into a nest by the Holy Flame Fire Sparrow, with a few burning sparks landing on it. Suyueli ignored her, merely commanding the 9-tailed Rose Firefox to lay down a stronger barrier once again. Lu Yuan and Yun Shanshan no longer hesitated, simultaneously putting the Dragonheart Spring from their palms into their mouths. Boom! A warm torrent exploded inside them. It was not a violent energy surge, but a kind of baptism from the source of life. Lu Yuan felt as if his soul was soaked in the purest spring water from the origin of creation, each inch of his spiritual sea was gently washed, expanded, and solidified. At the same time, a layer of hazy glow enveloped Lu Yuan and Yun Shanshan, a mysterious and extraordinary state covered them. Then, this power surged through the bond of the contract, flowing like a tide to every beast in the living room. Buzz! The first to react was the lowest-ranked Void Mask Cat. Its silver low-tier aura suddenly surged, the void power around it becoming more solid, almost instantaneously breaking through its bottleneck. Silver mid-tier. Next, the Radiant Holy Spirit, Shadow of Void, Dark Dragonborn, and Dawn Holy Maiden, these 4 silver mid-tier beasts, simultaneously erupted with brilliant light, their auras climbing steadily, firmly stepping into the threshold of silver high tier. The Holy Flame Fire Sparrow let out a chirp, its flames changing from red to gold. The bottleneck of silver high tier was as fragile as thin paper in front of the Dragonheart's effect. Silver Peak. On the surface of the Mirror of Insight, countless runes flashed, also advancing to Silver Peak. In an instant, the entire living room was filled with dazzling light, energy surging, the rise of light echoing through, making Lan Luli's eyelids twitch. This was not just taking medicine, this was clearly a collective cheat. However, this was only the beginning. The real shock came from the 3 holy dragons. Ivelia, Nidhogg, and Axia. They had already reached the Golden Peak, and now, under the push of the Dragonheart Spring, they were advancing again. Crack! The barrier between the Golden Stage and the Platinum Stage cracked open. Boom! 3 dragon auras surged into the sky, crashing into the barrier set by Su Yueli. Platinum. The 3 holy dragons broke through to the Platinum Stage at the same time. And at the moment they broke through, a wave of energy surged back into Lu Yuan and Yun Shanshan's spiritual seas. The two, being cleansed by the Dragonheart Spring, shook violently. At this moment, their consciousness was pulled into an incredibly marvelous realm. In Lu Yuan's perception, the whole world seemed to have changed its form. The air was no longer empty, but instead was floating with countless invisible points of light and threads. Those were the tracks of the laws. He seemed to be able to see how light was born, how space was folded, and how darkness swallowed everything. And in Yun Shanshan's perception, she seemed to have established an intimate connection with all the light elements in the world. She could feel the warmth of every ray of sunlight and hear the breath of every star. They were immersed in a moment of enlightenment. On Su Yuli's calm face, shock finally appeared. She looked at the 2 people enveloped in a halo of light. This is... Lan Luli asked in disbelief. Su Yuli interrupted Lan Luli's words directly. They are awakening their talent. Chapter 145, Potential Sharing, Talent Upgrade. The halo surrounding Lu Yuan and Yun Shanshan slowly receded into their bodies. The turbulent energy ripples in the living room finally calmed down, leaving a mess on the floor and 10 beasts breathing heavily. The 2 almost simultaneously opened their eyes. Lu Yuan looked inward at himself. His spiritual sea had expanded several times compared to before, and his originally low-tier golden spiritual power had steadily stepped into the threshold of high-tier golden. Beside him, Yun Shanshan also felt the changes within her body. Her small face was filled with surprise as she had also broken through and reached the mid-tier golden. The 3 sacred dragons' breakthroughs brought vast replenishing energy, yet their levels had not simultaneously advanced to platinum. The reason for this lay in their other beasts. Huiyao's sacred spirit and Goemon mirror among their companions, though aided by the dragon heartspring, could barely reach the peak or high-tier silver, still 1 step away from the golden tier. Thus, this became the shortest board in the barrel, limiting the level cap for the Beastmaster. Even so, it was already enough to be astonishing. It's important to know that Lu Yuan and Yun Shanshan had only awakened to become Beastmasters half a year ago. In just half a year, from a low-tier Black Iron Beastmaster to a high-tier Golden Beastmaster, this upgrade speed, if told, would be enough to overturn the entire Blue Star's recognition of the Beastmaster system. Hey, if you're awake, make a sound. Lan Luli's voice pulled the 2 back from their introspection. Quickly tell me, that disturbance just now, did you both awaken some remarkable talent? Yun Shanshan nodded, grabbing Lan Luli's arm, her voice full of excitement. Aunt Lan, the talent I awakened is called Potential Sharing. She explained, I can choose one of my beasts and share its 1-star potential with another beast of mine. However, the beast being shared from will lose 1 star of its potential. After hearing this, Lan Luli pondered for a moment with her chin in hand and nodded. Potential sharing. Not bad. Sacrificing the potential of a low-tier beast can create a new 5-star beast or fill up a 3 or 4-star potential. This is a very useful strategic talent for cultivating top combat strength. Though there are significant limitations, if used well, it is worth a fortune. Her evaluation was fair and objective. After all, 5-star potential beasts were extremely rare, and this talent equated to providing a channel for producing 5-star beasts, with clear costs involved. No. A voice sounded. Lu Yuan looked at Yun Shanshan and the 2 elders. This talent, in someone else's hands, might just be not bad. But in Shanshan's hands, it is the strongest talent. As long as she is given time, she can become the strongest beast master of Blue Star. No. The strongest beast master in the 10,000 beast realm. Upon hearing this, not only Lan Luli but even Su Yuli cast a puzzled glance. Yun Shanshan herself was also a bit dazed. She thought her talent was good, but hearing Lu Yuan say this, it seemed stronger than she imagined. Lu Yuan did not keep them guessing. He looked at a humanoid beast behind Yun Shanshan. Saintess of Dawn. Because, the Saintess of Dawn has a unique characteristic. As he spoke, a piece of information that was overlooked by everyone resurfaced in their minds. The potential of the Beastmaster Saintess of Dawn will permanently remain at 5 stars and will not decrease due to any form of advancement or influence. The living room fell into a silence. The expression on Lan Lioli's face shifted from curiosity to astonishment and finally to a blank stare. Su Yueli's hand also froze in midair, her eyes filled with immense shock. Yun Shanxian blinked, slowly realizing the connection between this trait and her own talent, and her little mouth gradually formed an O shape. A Beastmaster with permanently fixed 5-star potential, never to fall. A talent that can transfer potential to other Beastmasters. What do these two combined mean? It means Yun Shanxian possesses an inexhaustible 5-star potential reservoir. She can continuously borrow 1 star of potential from the Saintess of Dawn to fill the potential of all her other Beastmasters, while the Saintess herself remains unscathed. Wow, Lan Lioli held her breath for a long time, finally managing to say just 2 words. She grabbed Yun Shanxian's shoulders and shook her vigorously. Are you, my girl, the favored daughter of heaven? This talent combination is like a bug in the game. Doesn't that mean you can mass-produce 5-star potential Beastmasters in the future? Su Yueli's gaze towards her daughter was filled with complex emotions. She felt relieved for her daughter's opportunity, while also being startled by this nearly incomprehensible talent combination. Yun Shanxian felt dizzy from the shaking, but her heart was bursting with joy. After Lu Yuan's analysis, she felt her talent had suddenly appreciated countless times. After the commotion, everyone's gaze turned to Lu Yuan. With a look of "I'm already numb, just come at me," Lan Lioli said, "Alright, it's your turn. Let's see what earth-shattering talent this even more monstrous guy has awakened." Lu Yuan smiled. Actually, I had already awakened a talent before. This time, it should be considered an enhancement and a supplement to one of my talents. The living room was once again silent. Lan Lioli pointed at Lu Yuan for a long time, unable to utter a single word, and Su Yueli also sighed in resignation. Ignoring their reactions, Lu Yuan continued, "The talent I awakened is called Seal. The initial effect is called Seal All Beast Seal. All Beast Seal, when used on any of my own Beastmasters, the target's all attributes double within 10 minutes, instantly restoring all injuries, energy, and negative states. No side effects whatsoever." Just the first effect made Su Yueli and Lan Lioli's pupils shrink. Instant full status, plus a doubling of all attributes, this, in a battle, is almost equivalent to having an extra life and a trump card to turn the tide. And this time, I awakened the second seal. Lu Yuan's voice reached everyone's ears. Seal Battle Soul Seal. Battle Soul Seal, when used on any of my own Beastmasters, the target's attack power triples within 10 minutes and is immune to one controlling skill. Also, no side effects whatsoever. Furthermore, Seal can now condense 2 seals a day, with no storage limit. 3 times attack power, immunity to control. Lan Lioli had completely given up on thinking. She slumped back onto the sofa, holding the sacred flame fire sparrow, burying her head in the bird's feathers, murmuring to herself, "Crazy, it's all crazy, a bug-making machine, a moving war weapon. Yueli, it seems we really are getting old." Su Yueli did not argue this time, only nodding with a bitter smile. The future of these 2 children has completely surpassed her imagination. Lu Yuan looked at the palm of his hand, where it seemed 2 invisible seals were slowly rotating. The introduction of the talent had clearly mentioned, 3 seals combined may give birth to new changes. Now, the recovery and enhancement of All Beast Seal. The ultimate attack of the Soul of War Seal, with 2 seals in hand, he has already possessed battle power far exceeding the same level. So, what will the 3rd seal, which has not yet awakened, be like? And after the 3 seals combine, what kind of effect will be born? Chapter 146, The Might of the Dragon Emperor. Inside the villa. Lu Yuan called back the radiant Holy Spirit and other beast companions into the contract space. "Aunt Su, Aunt Lan, I want to go to the Points Mall." Su Yueli nodded, her voice gentle, "Go ahead, opportunities are right in front of you, and there is no better time than now." "I will go too." Yun Shanxian immediately stood up, naturally standing next to Lu Yuan. The 2 walked on the path paved with crystal ice at Binding Academy, instantly becoming the center of attention. There was no way around it, their appearance was too eye-catching. On Lu Yuan's shoulder lay a small dragon, entirely ice blue, its dragon eyes tightly closed, as if in a light sleep. At his feet, a small dragon, pitch black all over, followed silently like a shadow. Yun Shanxian held a snow-white small dragon, which buried its head in her arms like the best hand-warmer. The 3 holy dragons retracted all their auras, appearing like exquisite silver-grade ornamental pets. Even so, the noble mystery that came from their bloodlines still made all the students who saw them feel a thrill in their hearts. "Look! It's Lu Yuan and Yun Shanxian. My goodness, they slaughtered the Points Mall last time. Finally, we see the real people today. It's been a long time since we saw them after they challenged the Cold Abyss ranking. What are those 3 small dragons beside them? They are so beautiful. Are they new contracts? They look like they are silver grade, but they don't seem strong. Could they have high potential? Don't underestimate them. I heard last time they challenged the Cold Abyss ranking, they won easily and didn't even use all their strength. These two are both monsters. Amidst the discussions, the two arrived at the bustling Points Mall. The senior responsible for exchanges, upon seeing them, had their eyelids jump and immediately changed to a warm smile, actively welcoming them. Junior Lu, Junior Yuan, what do you need today? Lu Yuan did not waste words, projecting a material list he had prepared long ago onto the exchange platform's screen. I want all of these. The senior's gaze swept over the list, and his breath halted for a moment. Eye of the Void, Illusion Crystal, High Dimensional Dust, Mirror Realm Sand. All are top silver materials for space or illusion beasts, among which several are rare finds with a price but no market. Junior, are you sure all of it? The senior's voice was a little hoarse. Yes. Lu Yuan nodded. The Eye of the Mirror has reached the peak of silver, just one step away from the golden level. What he needed to do was to directly stack it to the golden level with resources and initiate the next evolution. As the senior operated, the points on Lu Yuan's bracelet evaporated at an unprecedented speed. 215,000. 150,000. 100,000. 50,000. When the last item on the list was crossed off, he had less than 1,000 points left. Just as Lu Yuan was about to leave, his gaze was attracted by a special material that had just been listed. Special material, Shattered Mirror Void Ore. Grade, Golden. Description: a rare ore born at the intersection of space fractures and shattered mirror realms, containing a trace of the origin power interwoven of reality and illusion. Price, 35,000 points. Lu Yuan's pupils slightly contracted. This item is far more valuable to the Eye of the Mirror than all the materials he just bought. He glanced at the remaining 3-digit points and subtly frowned. At that moment, a small white hand reached over, gently tapped on the screen, and directly pressed the exchange button for Shattered Mirror Void Ore. Yun Qianqian said nothing, only raised her hand bracelet. Beep. 35,000 points were instantly deducted. She took the mineral that radiated a strange luster, stuffed it into Lu Yuan's hand, then raised her little face, her pair of peach blossom eyes smiling like crescent moons. As if saying, it's yours. It is mine, mine is yours. Lu Yuan looked at her, said no thanks, just put away the ore, and held her hand. Let's go. The two turned around, but a cold voice suddenly came from the side. Student, please wait. A young man wearing an elite uniform blocked their way. My name is Lu Sinan, number 87 on the Tianquan list. The young man stated his name directly. The broken mirror ore in your hand is crucial to me. I offer 70,000 points, double it, just give it to me. His tone was not one of negotiation. Lu Yuan didn't even raise his eyelids, holding Yun Qianqian's hand and walked around him. Being so completely ignored, Lu Sinan's face turned instantly pale. Stop, he shouted angrily, his voice filled with fury. Kid, you may not know, not only am I on the Tianquan list, but I am also the main force of the college beast-taming competition designated by Mentorlon. My ace beast, the Void Mirror Beast, is at a critical stage of breakthrough and urgently needs this piece of broken mirror ore. This concerns our Beiming Academy's face in the national competition. He brought up the Academy's honor, trying to pressure them with his reputation. The surrounding students were in an uproar. It's Senior Lu Sinan, a prominent figure in the third year. The Void Mirror Beast has 3-star potential. For the honor of the Academy, letting go of a piece of material seems reasonable, right? However, Lu Yuan still ignored him. As if the Tianquan list, the college competition, and the Academy's face were all worthless. This kind of disregard was more heart-wrenching than any mockery. Lu Sinan's face turned from pale to purple, completely furious. Good. Very good. You'd rather drink the punishment than the toast. He shouted angrily, and the contract space burst with light. Roar. A massive creature, covered in molten armor, flame-armored earth dragon, crashed to the ground, and the hot breath of the dragon suddenly raised the surrounding temperature. Then, a sky-wind griffin formed of storms and a dark crystal scorpion made of pure black crystal also appeared. 3 golden-tier beasts. A powerful pressure exploded, forcing the surrounding onlookers to retreat repeatedly. Lu Sinan's eyes were cold. Kid, I'll give you one last chance. Hand over the item, otherwise, don't expect to have it easy at Beiming Academy from now on. Yun Qianqian's little face blushed with anger, about to make a move when Lu Yuan restrained her hand. Lu Yuan's gaze finally shifted from Yun Qianqian to Lu Sinan's face. At that moment, the little black dragon, Nidhogg, who had been silent beside him, slowly raised its head. Its pure black eyes merely glanced at the 3 imposing golden-tier beasts. Just one glance. Buzz. Time seemed to freeze. A fear that couldn't be described in words, originating from the deepest part of the soul, suddenly seized the throats of the three golden tier beasts. That was an absolute crushing pressure from the top of the food chain. It was a king's indifferent gaze. Ugh! The flame-armored earth dragon, which was fierce just a second ago, let out a shrill cry. Its massive body trembled like chaff, its legs gave way, and it heavily collapsed to the ground, its head pressed to the floor, not daring to move an inch. The sky wind griffin and dark crystal scorpion were even worse, frozen in place, their energy uncontrollably dissipating, unable to stand. Lu Sinan's grim smile instantly froze. He looked in disbelief at his proud three aces, not understanding what had happened. At that moment, an even more intimidating pressure emanated from the entrance of the Points Mall, instantly covering the entire area. Everyone looked towards the sound. They saw a woman dressed in a traditional long robe with tassels, holding a jade flute, her demeanor cold and beautiful, walking slowly towards them. Her gaze swept across the crowd, ultimately landing on Lu Sinan, her eyes icy. Seeing the newcomer, the color drained from Lu Sinan's face. And Lu Yuan and Yun Shanshan had only seen her in the forum on the wristband. Number 2 on the Tianquan list, Qi Shi. Chapter 147, Qi Shi's Apprentice. The appearance of Qi Shi instantly froze the clamoring entrance of the Points Mall. Her gaze did not linger on Lu Yuan and Yun Shanshan, but instead pierced directly at the pale-faced Lu Sinan, who was shifting from blue to purple. It was a gaze devoid of any emotion, yet it made Lu Sinan feel as though he was completely exposed, inside and out. All of Lu Sinan's anger and schemes became a ridiculous performance in the face of this one look. The students around dared not even breathe. Second on the frost list. This was not something someone ranked over 80, like Lu Sinan, could compare to. This was a true figure at the pinnacle of Beiming Academy. Rumor had it in the forums that as long as Qi Shi wished, she could snatch the first place. Qi Shi, long time no see. Lu Sinan's voice lacked all arrogance. He was now in a dilemma. Recalling his beast meant publicly admitting defeat, losing all face, but not recalling, he had no doubt that in the next second, he would be beaten badly, once again losing face. Qi Shi did not respond to his greeting, only spoke lightly, her voice cold as jade striking against stone. Private fights are prohibited within the academy. A few simple words, yet carrying undeniable authority. Just as Lu Sinan's cold sweat broke out and he did not know how to conclude, a voice that all four were very familiar with came from the crowd outside. That's right. The crowd automatically parted, and a graceful figure dressed in black attire walked forward slowly. The person was none other than Lan Lioli. At this moment, her face had no hint of the laziness and mischief she had in the villa, in her beautiful eyes was a sharpness and coldness sufficient to freeze souls. Each step she took emitted an invisible aura that made people struggle to breathe. This was the terrifying instructor of Beiming Academy that made all elite students tremble in fear, Instructor Lan Lioli. Lan. Instructor Lan. The moment Lu Sinan saw Lan Lioli, his face turned completely pale, whiter than the axia in Yun Shanshan's arms. He hurriedly wanted to explain, Instructor, Lu Sinan. Lan Lioli interrupted him. Do you think that with your ranking of 87th on the frost list, you have the right to bully others within the academy? Or do you think that giving you a preparatory spot in the high school beast contest is to be used as capital for showing off? Every word struck to the heart. Lu Sinan's body trembled uncontrollably. He wanted to argue but found that under Lan Lioli's gaze, he could not speak a single word. From now on, you are removed from the official and preparatory list of the high school beast contest. Lan Lioli's pronouncement hit Lu Sinan's heart hard. No. Instructor Lan. Lu Sinan's face was filled with fear and disbelief. That spot was something he had fought hard to obtain, it was his greatest glory and support for the future. However, Lan Lioli merely cast him a cold glance. Get lost. This one word utterly shattered Lu Sinan's psychological defenses. He dejectedly recalled the three beasts that were still lying on the ground, too scared to move, and left in embarrassment under countless gazes. A farce has thus come to an end. Only then did Lan Lioli turn her gaze towards Qi Shi, her icy expression finally softening. She glanced at the calm Lu Yuan and the pouting Yun Shanshan. You three, come with me. Moments later, in a training ground exclusive to Lan Lioli. Confirming that there were no other people around, the sharp aura around Lan Lioli instantly disappeared without a trace. She stretched lazily without any image and then directly pounced at Qi Shi, arms wide open for a big hug. My little Shi. I've missed you so much. Come and let the teacher see if anyone has bullied you outside. This sudden change in atmosphere left Lu Yuan and Yun Shanshan stunned. Qi Shi was clearly used to this. She helplessly turned sideways to dodge Lan Lioli's enthusiasm, and on that beautiful face, softness and a headache finally appeared. Teacher, please maintain some authority as a teacher in front of outsiders. Oh, what outsiders? Lan Lioli waved her hand carelessly, plopped down on the training ground, and patted the spot next to her, signaling Lu Yuan and Yun Shanshan to sit down. These two little guys are my best friend's students, rounding it up, they're half my students, so there's no need to be formal. She smiled widely as she introduced both sides. Little Yuan, Shanshan, let me formally introduce you, this is one of my two disciples, Shi. Little Shi, these are your Aunt Sue's two precious kids, Lu Yuan and Yun Shanshan. Teacher? Disciple? Yun Shanshan's little mouth opened in surprise, forming an O shape. She never expected that the famous second place on the Frost ranking was actually Aunt Lan's student. Lu Yuan was also somewhat surprised. Hello, Senior Qi. Lu Yuan and Yun Shanshan quickly stood up to greet her. Shi slightly nodded at the two, acknowledging their greeting. Her gaze lingered on the small black dragon beside Lu Yuan for a moment, a flash of unusual color in her eyes. All right, no need to stand. Lan Liuli clapped her hands and asked, Little Shi, weren't you training in the 7th Space Fisher? Why are you back so suddenly? Mentioning the business, Shi's expression grew serious. My main battle beast, Moonlight, hit a bottleneck while trying to break through to platinum high rank and needs some special mental type materials to assist in the breakthrough, so I came back to exchange for some points and resources. She paused, then asked, Teacher, have you heard any news about Tang Si lately? Tang Si. Hearing this name, the smile on Lan Liuli's face faded slightly. She shook her head. Ever since she plunged into the 6th Space Fisher a year ago, she has vanished without a trace, no news at all. A hint of gloom flashed in Shi's eyes but quickly returned to calm. She seemed unwilling to discuss this topic further and turned to ask, Teacher, since Lu Sinan has been removed by you, what about the team for this college competition? In the 3rd year of Beiming Academy, although Lu Sinan's strength was not top-notch, his Void Mirror Beast had great strategic significance in team battles and was an indispensable part. Isn't it just that we lost a fighter? What's the big deal? Lan Liuli said dismissively. Shi frowned slightly, but where can we find someone to replace his position and who can work well with the team? Who said we need to find someone? Lan Liuli suddenly revealed a cunning, fox-like smile. Her gaze swept back and forth over Lu Yuan and Yun Shanshan, making the two little ones feel uneasy. Far away in the sky, but close at hand. Lan Liuli extended her finger, pointed at Lu Yuan, then pointed at Yun Shanshan. This time, for the college Beastmaster competition, you two will join your Senior Qi. Chapter 148, Battle Against the Moonlight. This sudden assignment surprised both Lu Yuan and Yun Shanshan, but the one who felt the most shocked was Shi. Her brows furrowed instantly, and her beautiful face showed obvious emotional fluctuations. Teacher, this is not appropriate, right? Shi's tone carried confusion. Aren't they just freshmen? She looked at Lu Yuan and Yun Shanshan, her gaze not one of disdain but purely matter-of-fact. I know they are geniuses, but in the college Beastmaster competition, the opponents are all elite 3rd-year students from top academies, each one seasoned from battles. I am not looking down on juniors, it's just that those guys will stop at nothing for their academy's honor and will definitely pick on the soft ones, pushing them to extremes. I'm worried. Before Shi could finish her words, she was interrupted with a smile by Lan Liuli. What are you afraid of? Lan Liuli walked beside her and patted her shoulder. Little Shi, what you should be worried about is that those guys will be crying from getting beaten by these two little monsters. She tilted her head towards Lu Yuan and Yun Shanshan. Don't be afraid, their strength is terrifying, you might only be able to reach a tie with one of them. This statement completely stunned Shi. She, ranked 2nd on the Tian Shuang list, was recognized as the strongest in Beiming Academy. How could her teacher say she might tie with these two freshmen who had only been in school for half a year? Seeing the disbelief written all over Shi's face, Lan Liuli couldn't help but smile. She loved watching her genius disciple face a setback. Don't believe it? That's easy to fix. Lan Liuli's gaze swept between Lu Yuan and Yun Shanshan, finally landing on Yun Shanshan. Shanshan, let your beautiful white dragon spar with Senior Qi for a couple of rounds, let her see. Yun Shanshan glanced at Lu Yuan, saw him nod slightly, and then stepped forward, responding cheerfully. All right. Shi knew that her teacher never joked about such things. Since she said so, there must be deeper meaning behind it. She stood up, nodded slightly to Yun Shanshan, and her expression became focused again. Then I will be disrespectful, Junior. As her voice fell, a brilliant light flashed before her, and an extraordinarily majestic giant owl quietly appeared. It was covered entirely in silvery white feathers, each plume seemed to be made of moonlight, emitting a cold glow. Beast Tamer, Moonwheel Owl. Rank, Platinum High Tier. Potential, 3 stars. A powerful beast tamer about to reach the peak of platinum. Yun Shanshan was not hesitant either, she focused her thoughts. Axia. The snowy little dragon in her arms let out a soft murmur and transformed into a white light that shot out. The white light spread in midair, rapidly growing in size, turning from a cute handwarmer into an elegant dragon beast nearly 10 meters long, covered in holy, radiant scales. It did not take on the human form of a queen but displayed a more intimidating dragon beast posture. A pure platinum-tier dragon majesty surged forth, colliding with the pressure of the moon-wheel owl. Ifraya, who was resting on Lu Yuan's shoulder, remained indifferent, showing no interest in what was happening before her. Qi sensed Axia's pressure, which was no less than her moon-wheel owl's, and a flash of surprise crossed her face, yet she remained calm. It's certainly strong, but it is only low-tier platinum, she thought to herself. Within the same platinum rank, there was a significant difference between high-tier and low-tier that could not be ignored. Lan Liuli stepped aside, watching with great interest, smiling at Lu Yuan. Little Yuan, aren't you worried? Senior Qi, without using a third or even a fourth beast, it's impossible to defeat Axia. Lu Yuan's tone was firm. In the arena, Qi stopped saying more and directly gave orders. Moonwheel, tranquil feathers. The moonwheel owl flapped its wings, releasing dozens of shimmering silver feathers that sliced through the air, shooting towards Axia from all directions. These feathers were not only sharp but also carried a special energy that disrupted the mind. Axia, royal protection, radiant divine armor. Yun Xianxian's voice was clear. Buzz. In an instant, a gorgeous armor made of pure light energy appeared around Axia, enveloping it entirely. Clang, 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 clang. The dense sounds of collision echoed as those tranquil feathers struck the divine armor, and astonishingly, not a single mark was left, as they were purified and dissolved by the armor's flowing brilliance. Qi's pupils narrowed. What a strong defensive skill. Mental impact. The golden eyes of the moon will all suddenly shot out 2 arrows of mental energy. However, those mental arrows vanished into thin air as they approached within 3 meters of Axia. Queen's domain, law of light. Within the domain, the law of light endures, and no foreign force can invade. Interesting. Qi's battle intent was completely ignited. Moonwheel, moon shadow clone, moonblade storm. The moonwheel owl let out a high-pitched cry, and its figure instantly split into 3, each identical giant owl flapping its wings simultaneously, stirring up a terrifying tornado made of countless moonlight blades, converging from 3 directions to encircle and shred. This is one of the killing moves of the moonwheel owl, combining illusions, strong attacks, and area effects. In the face of such an offensive, Yun Xianxian still chose to believe. Axia, divine punishment Aurora King sword. Axia let out a dragon roar, looking up to the sky. A holy light shot up to the heavens, condensing into a gigantic holy sword that spanned dozens of meters above the training ground. Boom! The holy sword struck down fiercely. It did not attack any of the clones but directly struck at the center of the 3 tornado storms. At that moment, the entire training ground was engulfed in dazzling white light. The raging moon blade storm collided with the destructive burst of energy. As the energy waves dispersed, the 2 clones of the moonwheel owl had already vanished, and the main body fell from the sky, leaving a charred burn mark on its silver-white feathers, its breath slightly chaotic. Clearly, it had taken quite a hit in the earlier clash. On the other side, Axia's condition looked worse. Its shining divine armor was shattered, and the holy dragon scales were covered with dozens of wounds caused by the moonblades, although not deep, blood oozed out, making it look quite battered. Axia. Yun Xianxian felt heartbroken seeing this scene. Although she knew Axia's recovery ability, seeing it injured still pained her. Qi looked at the injured Axia, ready to say that's enough. She had already acknowledged her opponent's strength, toughing out her killing move even when at a disadvantage, which was enough reason to feel proud. However, the next moment, she witnessed a scene that left her stunned. A soft holy light flashed across Axia. Divine grace illuminates royal authority. In just an instant, the numerous wounds healed at a speed visible to the naked eye, the shattered scales regrew, and the dispersed energy instantly replenished. It took no more than a second. That dragon beast, which had looked severely injured, transformed back into its original pure and flawless form, shining brilliantly, as if the fierce battle just now was merely an illusion. Qi's mouth slightly opened, her beautiful face filled with disbelief. What kind of recovery ability is this? This is no longer healing, this is time reversal, right? No more fighting. No more fighting. Yun Xianxian ran over heartbroken and hugged Axia. She looked up at Qi, still in shock, and said, Student Qi, let's call it a tie. Though my Axia can't beat your moonwheel owl right now, as long as you don't summon a third beast, you absolutely can't defeat her. If Axia gets hurt again, I will be heartbroken. The girl's words were a mix of protective innocence, but the confidence in her voice gave Qi's heart a massive shock. As long as you don't summon a third beast, you can't defeat her? She didn't even mention her second beast. Qi could feel that Yun Xianxian was not lying. For she could sense that the holy dragon before her was almost an indestructible mobile fortress in battles of the same tier. Chapter 149, 3 Become an Army, Glory of the Past. Inside the training ground, the air still carried the energy from the collision of light and moon. Qi fell into deep silence. She looked at the white dragon beast, now behaving affectionately and rubbing its head against Yun Xianxian. Then she glanced at her own slightly ruffled Moonwheel Owl, momentarily unable to react. That recovery ability had overturned her understanding of combat endurance. At this moment, a pair of slender arms wrapped around her from behind, and the teasing voice of Lan Lioli echoed in her ear. "How about it, little 11? Were you scared? Your Aunt Sue's two little monsters can't be measured by common sense." That warm breath made Chi Shi's ears feel a bit itchy. She instinctively tried to break free, but was held even tighter. Lan Lioli got closer and lowered her voice. "Moreover, let me tell you, Shanshan, this white dragon is an indestructible nurture. As long as her energy isn't exhausted, you can never truly hurt her. As for Lu Yuan's black dragon," she pointed her chin towards the pitch-black little dragon at Lu Yuan's feet, "that can truly deal destructive damage. If it comes to a fight, your Moonwheel Owl will be half destroyed with one blow." These words shattered Chi Shi's pride. A platinum high-level Moonwheel Owl, half destroyed with one blow? She knew her teacher never exaggerated. Chi Shi took a deep breath, finally breaking free from the shock. She no longer looked at her teacher but turned around and directly walked in front of Lu Yuan and Yun Shanshan, bowing to both of them. "I'm sorry, I was too narrow-minded earlier. I apologize for my previous hesitation." Her movements were standard and serious, without a hint of insincerity. "Sister Chi, don't. You don't need to do this." Yun Shanshan was flustered by her actions and hurriedly stepped forward to support her. The girl's face showed no signs of pride. "We just learned we have to participate in the competition. We are teammates now. I hope to learn from you in the future." Lu Yuan also nodded, indicating that he had not taken the previous matter to heart. "That's the spirit." Lan Lioli clapped her hands and came over, wrapping an arm around Chi Shi's shoulder. "Speaking of which, the last time a freshman was exceptionally promoted to the main team for the college competition, it was me, Yuli, Lingya, and Qin Yanzier. Such fond memories." Lingya. When this name came from Lan Lioli's mouth, Lu Yuan recalled the first time he met Lan Lioli when she mentioned Xiaoya, the woman who gave him life but was a blank in his memory. It turned out she had once been such a brilliant genius, standing on the same stage at a similar age, enjoying the spotlight. An emotion surged in his heart. A pride born from his mother's past glory, but more so, a kind of pressure. He must surpass this brilliance, must go further than her, to uncover the truth behind her disappearance, to gain the power to protect everything. Lan Lioli didn't notice Lu Yuan's momentary distraction. She changed the subject, grabbing Chi Shi's arm and asking, "Little Shi, there are 2 months until the competition, what are your plans?" Chi Shi snapped back from her thoughts and responded, "I'll go back to the academy to prepare materials for my Moonwheel Owl's breakthrough to the Platinum Peak, and also practice tactics with the other members of the competition team." "What else is there to practice? Aren't your teammates right in front of you?" Lan Lioli directly pushed her towards the training field, taking charge. "Come on, come with me to the hillside villa. Your Aunt Sue misses you, and she recently researched Foxfire Barbecue, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, juicy and fulfilling." "Isn't that your favorite?" "Teacher. Stop with the teacher talk, it's settled. We'll practice after today." Under Lan Lioli's persistent persuasion and the ultimate temptation of Foxfire Barbecue, Chi Shi's cold and beautiful face finally showed signs of softening. She glanced at Lu Yuan and Yun Shanshan, truly wanting to understand these two deep and unfathomable new teammates better, and eventually half-heartedly agreed. When the group returned to the hillside villa, Su Yueli, who was in the living room checking the monster taming encyclopedia with a light screen, was surprised to see Chi Shi. "Shi? When did you come back?" "Aunt Sue." Chi Shi respectfully greeted. "Quick, sit down." Su Yueli enthusiastically invited her to take a seat. After some pleasantries, once everyone was settled in the living room, Su Yueli's warm smile gradually faded, and her expression became serious. Her gaze slowly swept across Lu Yuan, Yun Shanshan, and the upright Chi Shi. The atmosphere in the living room changed quietly at this moment. Su Yueli's voice was clear and powerful, echoing in the quiet living room. "Regarding this high school Beastmaster competition, Lioli should have already told you. I will reiterate here, your goal is only one, that is the championship." Chi Shi's eyes narrowed. The championship, this goal could be called grand. In previous competitions among hundreds of top universities, strong schools stood tall, and monsters gathered. Although Beiming Academy has always been among the top, it has not touched that ultimate trophy for many years. She paused, seemingly giving the three a moment to digest, then threw out a truly heavy bombshell. "Moreover, in order to achieve this goal, the team representing Beiming Academy this time will not be the usual 5 people." Su Yueli's gaze locked onto the 3 of them, stating each word clearly. "Contestants, are only you 3. At this statement, everyone was shocked. Yun Shanshan blinked, a bit slow to react. Lan Lioli had a "I knew it would be like this" expression, leisurely snacking. As for Chi Shi, the second strongest on the Tianchuan list, her face showed an unmistakable shock for the first time. She abruptly stood up from the sofa, her tone filled with confusion. Aunt Sue. 3 participants? How is that possible? Competition rules allow a full roster of 5. By doing this, our tactical reserves, beast configurations, and even the most basic energy rotations will be at an absolute disadvantage. This is almost. She did not finish her sentence, but her meaning was clear. Facing Qi Shi's doubts, Su Yueli and Lan Lioli exchanged looks. It's a disadvantage for others, Su Yueli spoke calmly. But for you 3 is enough. Qi Shi's mind was in chaos, she could not understand the thoughts of these 2 epic-level powerhouses. However, at that moment, Lu Yuan, who had been silent, spoke calmly. He looked at the trust in the eyes of the 2 elders, and the fighting spirit in his heart was ignited. We understand. He answered for the 3 of them. No doubts, no hesitation, only complete acceptance. This extraordinary calmness made Qi Shi, filled with confusion, glance sideways again. She looked at this junior beside her, who was nearly 2 years younger, and suddenly felt that perhaps she had underestimated him. Chapter 150, The Evolution of the Mirror of Glimpses. A month of time flew by rapidly in the training ground of the hillside villa. Qi Shi felt that the shocks she received this month were more than all the previous 20 years combined. What she once thought of as team cooperation should have been precise tactical simulations, connections between skills, and reasonable distribution of energy. But the reality was Oxia, Royal Decree, and a brilliant radiance. Blow them up. Nidhogg, Void Grasp, Royal Pull. Pull them over to explode together. Iveria, Queen's Decree, Extreme Cold Breath. Freeze them, don't let them run. On the training ground, Yun Shanxian and Lu Yuan's commands were simple and brutally efficient. 3 platinum-level sacred dragons, in a completely unreasonable manner, crushed the elite squad puppets simulated by Lan Lioli, which claimed to be able to fight against Platinum Peak Beastmaster, into dust within 30 seconds. Qi Shi's 2 high-level platinum beasts only managed to release a few auxiliary skills and then watched the farce labeled training, but was in fact slaughter. How is it, little 11? Getting used to it? On the sidelines, Lan Lioli asked while munching on seeds. Qi Shi rubbed her forehead, looking numb. Used to it. My tactic is to keep my beasts from getting in the way before the 2 of them finish off the enemy. Lan Lioli burst into laughter at her response. During this month, Qi Shi finally understood why Su Yueli and Lan Lioli dared to let the 3 team up. This was not a conventional team at all. Yun Shanxian's Dragon Radiance Queen, Oxia, was the absolute core of the team. A moving spring water with unsolvable healing and terrifying defenses guarantees the team's minimum limit. And Lu Yuan's 2 dragons, the Dark Prison Dragon King Nidhogg and the Dragon Frost Queen Ivalea, represent the team's maximum limit, ultimate destruction, and absolute control. Moreover, aside from these 3 beasts, the abilities of the other beasts in their possession are incredibly strong. As for her, who was originally meant to be the team's main attacker, her current role feels more like a patch to fill in the gaps. However, this feeling of lying down to win became somewhat addictive after an initial shock. She felt herself gradually becoming like glass. Especially when she saw Lu Yuan's Silver Tier Radiant Spirit, that spirit protection could make the whole team immune to basic mental attacks. That similarly Silver Tier Void Phantom could avoid all area traps in advance. And then there was that strange mirror, which could perfectly replicate an enemy beast, disrupting the enemy's formation at a critical moment. She completely gave up on trying to understand these junior students with common sense. These 2 were born to overturn the rules. In the deep of night, in Lu Yuan's bedroom, the lights were off, only the moonlight fell from outside the window. The air was filled with the energy fluctuations of space, mixed with a phantom breath. The face-like mirror floated above the shattered mirror void mine. The peak of silver was about to break through. After a month of resource piling, it finally reached this critical point. In the corner of the room, Ivalea and Nidhogg watched on either side of the face-like mirror. Lu Yuan sat cross-legged, linking his mental strength with the face-like mirror. Let's begin. With a thought, the light vibrated. Buzz. The shattered mirror void mine lit up, transforming into a stream of light that directly fused into the frame of the face-like mirror. In an instant, the silver patterns on the frame of the face-like mirror began to arrange and combine on their own. What was once a 2-dimensional pattern suddenly generated a 3-dimensional sense of depth, as if opening up a miniature world within the mirror frame. Its presence climbed higher and higher. The barrier of the peak silver began to sway and crumble under this energy. Crack! A crisp shattering sound, seemingly from the soul level, rang out. A powerful aura, far beyond the silver tier, erupted explosively from the face-like mirror. Golden low tier. It succeeded. The glow of advancement gradually retracted, and the face-like mirror quietly floated in mid-air. Lu Yuan could clearly feel that the contract link between him and the face-like mirror had become tighter and stronger. On the beast illustration, the board for the face-like mirror had also been completely renewed. Beast, face-like mirror. Potential, 3 stars. Tier, Golden Low Tier. Racial skills. 1. Omni Mirror, can timely replicate a friendly beast, its strength cannot exceed the Facelight Mirror by 2 small tiers, and apart from the timely replicated beast, can pre-replicate a complete mirror image of the friendly beast. It can be released anytime during battle, the image lasts for 5 minutes, current storage capacity, 3. Additionally, it can store a phantom of an enemy once defeated, and the phantom holds 100% of the original strength, lasting 2 minutes. 2. Counter Light, absorbs and doubles returns the energy or flying skill of an enemy beast. Once every 8 minutes. 3. Mirror Synchronization, select a friendly beast and establish a mirror link with it, lasting 1 minute. During the link, all linked units evenly distribute damage taken. Currently can link a maximum of 10 units. Dragon Might Simulacrum, the Facelight Mirror can perfectly simulate and release the pressure of a golden tier giant dragon. The dragon's strength increases with the Facelight Mirror's strength, causing intense mental intimidation and fear effects on all beings below the golden tier. Bloodline Reflection, can reflect the bloodline information of a target, with a probability of replicating their bloodline talent among beasts replicated by Omni Mirror. Can apply the bloodline talent to friendly beasts, lasts 3 minutes. Bloodline talents can store up to 5 in advance. Can be upgraded. For the advancement of the face-viewing demon mirror, there was not much joy on Lu Yuan's face. Because, this is just the beginning. With a thought, he spread his palm. 2 items, radiating epic-level brilliance, silently appeared in his palm. One was a piece of glass-like material, seemingly made of countless broken mirrors, each reflecting a different illusion, strange and ever-changing, 1000 illusion glass. The other was a crystal, completely transparent, its light perfectly synchronized with the space itself, tuning crystal. Evolution conditions. 1. Beast Tamer rank reaches golden rank, already achieved. 2. Evolution material, 1000 illusion glass, epic, ×1, prepared. 3. Evolution material, tuning crystal, epic, ×1, prepared. Everything is ready. On the Beast Taming Encyclopedia's page, the evolution option leading to the heaven-defying demon mirror displayed the words can evolve. Lu Yuan did not hesitate in the slightest. Evolve. Chapter 151, Heaven-Defying Demon Mirror. At the moment Lu Yuan's will was issued, 1000 illusion glass and tuning crystal simultaneously turned into 2 streams of light and entered the body of the face-viewing demon mirror. Buzz. A wave of energy spread explosively through the room. The face-viewing demon mirror, suspended in mid-air, was no longer calm. The silver patterns on the frame seemed to come alive, crazily roaming, reassembling, and finally coalescing into a silver dragon, its head holding its tail, wrapping around the entire mirror. The mirror itself turned from solid to liquid, becoming a silver vortex that slowly spun. The back of the mirror was shrouded in darkness. An oval mirror about the height of a person was born anew. A pressure far beyond the golden rank emanated from the mirror. In the corner of the room, Evrea and Nidhogg, who had been resting with their eyes closed, simultaneously opened their eyes and looked toward the newly born mirror. Dragon's Might. In Evrea's ice-blue dragon eyes, a flash of surprise passed. This dragon's might did not come from bloodline but was a mimicry, a perfect replica of the concept of dragon. In front of Lu Yuan, the Beast Taming Encyclopedia's panel had refreshed. Beast, Heaven-Defying Demon Mirror. Potential, 5 stars. Rank, Golden Low Rank. Race skills. Heaven-Defying True Image, perfectly copies a friendly beast, its strength cannot exceed 1 major rank higher than the Heaven-Defying Demon Mirror. The copy has 100% of the original's power in all skills, lasting for 8 minutes. Can store a complete image of a friendly beast in the mirror in advance and release it instantly in battle, currently can store up to 3. Additionally, can permanently store the true images of 5 enemies that have been copied or completely defeated. The true image possesses 120% of the original's power, lasting for 3 minutes. Mirror Technique Reversal Wheel, absorbs an enemy beast's energy or rule-based skill, analyzes and enhances it, and can choose to return 3 times the skill or transform it into 3 random negative states, weakness, binding, chaos, to return to the caster, once every 5 minutes. Mirror Domain Shared Fate, unleashes a mirror domain with a radius of 100 meters, forcibly linking all friendly units within range for 2 minutes. During the link, all damage will be fully shared, and each time damage is taken, there is a 20% chance to reflect it entirely back to the attacker. Dragon Soul Command, the Heaven-Defying Demon Mirror can summon a golden peak-level Dragon Soul projection. The dragon's rank increases as the Heaven-Defying Demon Mirror increases, continuously applying soul pressure and action suppression to beings of up to 1 major rank lower than itself. The Dragon Soul can be used for physical attacks. Bloodline Rewriting, the Heaven-Defying True Image can reflect and analyze the enemy's bloodline origin, with a high probability of permanently copying 1 bloodline talent during replication, currently can permanently store 5 talents. The stored bloodline talents can be temporarily granted to friendly beasts, lasting 5 minutes, or briefly strip enemies' beasts of their bloodline enhancement effects. Heaven-defying soul steal. After activation, the heaven-defying demon mirror can transfer a fatal blow received by a friendly unit to the mirror's illusion to bear. At the same time, it can choose to steal an enemy's one-time effective buff or healing effect and distribute it to all allies in the mirror domain. Lu Yuan looked at the brand new skill panel, unable to help but click his tongue. It got stronger again. Every skill could be called a divine technique, especially Dragon Soul Command, Bloodline Rewriting, and Heavenly Theft. That made the heavily thieving demon mirror leap from merely a functional beast-taming tool to an all-around core that integrated control, assistance, and survival. The page of the beast-taming illustrated automatically flipped, revealing the next form of the heavenly thieving demon mirror. Next evolution form, Formless Mirror Master. Evolution conditions. 1. Beast Tamer rank reaches epic rank. 2. Evolution material, all being mirror core, epic level, times 1. 3. Evolution material, heart of mirror domain, king level, times 1. 4. Evolution material, eternal mirage pearl, king level, times 1. Looking at those two king level materials, Lu Yuan smiled. Since when did even king level materials become so commonplace? But he had no regrets. If one is to go, let it be the strongest path. The next morning, Lu Yuan walked out of his bedroom and was surprised to find that Lan Lioli did not sleep in. She was dressed in a sharp black outfit, sitting on the sofa in the living room waiting for something, and the lazy aura around her had completely vanished. Upon seeing Lu Yuan, she looked up. Get ready, today Yuli and I are taking you three to a great place. As soon as she finished speaking, Yun Shanxian and Qi Shi also walked out of their respective rooms. Yun Shanxian asked curiously, where to, Aunt Lan? A place you should have visited a long time ago. Lan Lioli kept them guessing. Su Yueli came out of the kitchen holding several cups of warm milk, her face showing a gentle smile that kept them from guessing more. 10,000 Beasts Sacred Mountain. Yun Shanxian's peach blossom eyes widened in shock. 10,000 Beasts Sacred Mountain? Is that the legendary forbidden place where epic-level beasts roam freely? Qi Shi asked, astonished. Su Yueli looked at Qi Shi's shocked face, her expression unchanged. That's right, it's 10,000 Beasts Sacred Mountain, but this time we are not going mainly for you. Lan Lioli took over the conversation, standing up from the sofa, stretching lazily, and the relaxed aura around her completely disappeared. Your Aunt Su and I have been stuck at the epic peak for a long time. It's time to break through to the king level. Breakthrough to the king level. That was the strongest realm for beast tamers, a presence standing at the pinnacle of the dragon kingdom. Qi Shi's breath paused for a moment. But, the 10,000 Beasts Sacred Mountain is the kingdom of beasts, and the beings inside. Her words were filled with awe. Rules are meant for ordinary people. Lan Lioli interrupted her. Your Aunt Su and I have already contacted the mountain masters inside. As long as there are beasts willing to come with us, they won't interfere. Yun Shanxian's eyes widened even further, filled with little stars. Mountain masters? Are they king-level beasts? Yes. Su Yueli nodded. So, this time taking you all is to broaden your horizons, but you must remember, while you are there, keep all your pride aside and maintain absolute respect. We understand. Lu Yuan spoke up. Su Yueli and Lan Lioli exchanged glances. Alright, let's set off. Su Yueli said after finishing, with a thought. A figure appeared in the open space of the villa. A giant eagle appeared, letting out a clear cry. This was Su Yueli's beast, Cloud Howling Sky Falcon. The group leaped onto the falcon's back. Cloud Howling Sky Falcon flapped its wings, instantly soaring into the sky, disappearing into the horizon. Not knowing how long they had flown. When Cloud Howling Sky Falcon began to slow down, a vast, endless primal mountain range appeared before everyone's eyes. Every tree here reached hundreds of meters high, blocking out the sky and sun. This was the 10,000 Beasts Sacred Mountain. A forbidden area for humans, a paradise for beasts. Cloud Howling Sky Falcon landed steadily. Just as everyone stepped off the eagle's back, the ground ahead began to tremble violently. Boom! 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 A small mountain made of countless ancient trees and rocks slowly stood up from the ground. It opened a pair of eyes, overlooking the few tiny humans in front of it. A wave of terror beyond epic proportions suddenly descended. Yun Shanxian and Qi Shi's faces instantly turned pale. A voice directly rang in everyone's ears. Human race. Only with the Mountain Master's token can you enter the mountain. Bring out the proof. Chapter 152, The Mountain of 10,000 Beasts. Faced with the question from the mountain-sized giant beast, Yun Shanxian and Qi Shi became cautious even in their breathing. That was a terrifying existence of epic level. However, Su Yueli and Lan Lioli remained calm. Su Yueli took out a crystal-clear leaf from the storage space of her wrist ring. She held the leaf in her palm and said nothing. The rocky giant beast that stood up slightly lowered its head, its giant eyes fixed on the leaf, its majesty gradually fading away. The Mountain Master's token, there is no mistake. The grand voice resounded again. Enter the mountain, human race. Remember to suppress your aura, do not disturb the living beings in the mountain. As the words fell, the massive body trembled, the body made of ancient wood and rock slowly parted to both sides, forcibly making way for a path into the depths of the divine mountain. Let's go. Su Yueli put away the leaf and took the lead onto the small path. Lan Liuli followed closely, turning back to the three little ones and saying, "Don't move around, don't touch anything." Yun Shanshan stuck out her tongue, curiously gazing at everything around her. On both sides of the path, rare spiritual plants of immense value from the outside world were everywhere, and some glowing mushrooms even swayed with their footsteps, spreading tiny points of light spores. Shi maintained her awe, feeling that every inch of this forest's land harbored an unimaginable powerful aura. Lu Yuan walked at the back, and his Beastmaster catalog crazily refreshed at an unprecedented frequency the moment they entered the divine mountain. Name, Shaking Light Immortal Grass Grade, Diamond Level. Name, Thousand-Year Tree Heart Grade, Platinum Level. Name, Earth Vein Dragon Fern Grade, Platinum Level. Top materials that were priceless outside were as common as weeds by the roadside here. After passing through the long path, a huge circular clearing appeared before everyone. In the center of the clearing was an ancient altar built from an unknown blue stone. The sky here seemed particularly clear, with sunlight falling. The atmosphere became solemn at this moment. Su Yueli and Lan Liuli walked to the front of the altar, standing side by side, bowing towards the empty altar. Junior Su Yueli. Junior Lan Liuli. Their voices echoed in the tranquil clearing. We have come to the mountain of 10,000 beasts to disturb the esteemed ones, wishing to seek a destined beast to form a contract, and explore the path of the king together. As the words dropped, the entire mountain of 10,000 beasts seemed to come alive at that moment. 6 completely different yet equally vast auras rose into the sky from the 6 directions of the clearing. In the east, a divine deer, its body resembling white jade, with flowers blooming on its antlers and spirit butterflies resting on it, walked slowly in the air. In the west, a giant turtle the size of a mountain gradually emerged, its shell engraved with the veins of rivers and mountains, each breath stirring the pulse of the earth's veins. In the south, a qilin with body ablaze with 9 colored flames, possessing a dragon head, lion body, deer antlers, and cowtail, stepped on clouds, majestically gazing at everyone. In the north, a nearly 10-meter-tall human-shaped beast appeared out of nowhere, clad in heavy judgment armor, its face obscured by a helmet, holding a massive judgment balance in its hand. In the southeast, a giant butterfly slowly flapped its wings, and on its butterfly wings reflected the stars of the heavens, with each flap scattering countless star-like light points. And finally, from the northwest, a pitch-black giant python emerged from a space rift, half of its body peeking out, its scales pure darkness. In that pair of vertical pupils, there was a bottomless chaos. 6 kings. Yun Shanshan and Shi were completely stunned, their minds blank. Each of these was a peak existence of beast-taming, and now, 6 appeared before them. At this moment, in front of Lu Yuan, the beast-taming encyclopedia automatically opened, and lines of data refreshed wildly. Beast, Kunlun 10,000 Spirits Deer. Potential, 1 star. Rank, Peak King. Beast, Northern Underworld Mountain Turtle. Potential, 1 star. Rank, Peak King. Beast, 9 Nether qilin. Potential, 2 stars. Rank, High King. Beast, Judgment of Oblivion. Potential, 1 star. Rank, Peak King. Beast, Dream Weaver of the Sky. Potential, 1 star. Rank, Peak King. Beast, Devouring Sky Python. Potential, 1 star. Rank, Peak King. Looking at those Peak King and High King ranks, Lu Yuan's heart was similarly struck with great shock. All were at the king level. Terrifying beings standing at the top of the world. But their potential had already reached its limit. Yet the 9 Nether qilin had a potential of 2 stars. Does this mean that the king rank is not the limit for beast tamers? Is the king level beast tamer not the pinnacle of beast tamers? Lu Yuan's thoughts surged over 100 years. 6 seniors. Su Yueli spoke again, her voice filled with absolute respect. I came here with my friend, disturbing the sacred mountain's peace, solely to seek a method for breakthrough, to contract with a companion willing to leave with us. As her voice fell, a most sacred and compassionate aura slightly rippled. A distant and peaceful voice echoed. We already know your intentions. It was the Kunlun 10,000 Spirits Deer. As its voice fell, the antlers full of blooming flowers gently shook. 4 beams of light flew out from behind it, landing in the central space, transforming into 4 distinct beasts. The first on the left was a humanoid spirit, elegant in form, with 4 wings sprouting from its back, made of pure storm, surrounded by countless tiny blades of wind, radiating a sharp aura. The second was a robust giant wolf, its body covered in dark red dragon scales, exhaling flames from its mouth and nostrils, with a pair of vertical pupils filled with brutality. The third was a fierce tiger with hanging eyes and a white forehead. Unlike ordinary tigers, it possessed a pair of pitch-black flesh wings on its back, its aura soaring into the sky. And the fourth on the far right left Yun Chanxian and Qi Shi dumbfounded. It was a panda. A panda 2 meters tall, sitting nonchalantly on a rock, holding a purple bamboo, and happily munching on it with crunch sounds. The only difference was that every time it chewed, fine purple arcs would burst from the corners of its mouth, with faint rumblings of thunder surrounding it. All 4 of these beasts were, without exception, at the epic peak. Every one of the 4 beasts was, without exception, at the epic peak. The voice of the Kunlun 10,000 spirits deer rang out again, answering their confusion. The 10,000 beasts sacred mountain feels the changes of heaven and earth. These 4 are those who voluntarily enter the world, seeking their own path. Storm-winged spirit, hell-flame dragon wolf, double-winged devouring tiger, thunder-sound panda. If any are to your liking, please step forward to form a contract. Chapter 153, Beast Selection by the Master. The 4 voluntarily entering the world epic peak beasts were examining Su Yueli and Lan Liuli in their own ways. The hell-flame dragon wolf and double-winged devouring tiger roared as their gazes swept over Su Yueli and Lan Liuli. They were embodiments of slaughter and destruction. Although the 2 women before them were powerful, their auras felt completely out of place. Proud beasts never settle for less. With a flicker of their bodies, they quietly blended into the dense forest behind them, disappearing without a trace. In an instant, only the elegant storm-winged spirit and the thunder-sound panda, still nibbling on bamboo, remained on the scene. The storm-winged spirit gracefully flapped its 4 wind-formed wings, hovering in midair, its gaze lingering on Su Yueli for a long time. Finally, it moved its body. Floating to Su Yueli's front, slightly bowing, performing an elegant elven greeting. The choice was already clear. On the other side, Lan Liuli looked at the panda that had been gnawing on bamboo the whole time, her lips twitching slightly. At that moment, the thunder panda finally finished the last bite of purple bamboo, smacking its lips as if yearning for more, the electric arc at the corner of its mouth crackling. Its round body twisted on the rock, seemingly looking for a comfortable position. Then, under everyone's gaze, it hugged its belly and rolled down from the rock with a gurgle. It became a huge black and white furball, rolling across the bluestone ground, eventually stopping with a thud right at Lan Liuli's feet. It flipped over, lying on its back, patted its round belly, let out a satisfied burp, and a faint purple electric spark floated from its mouth. That lazy look seemed to say, "You're the one. From now on, this bear's bamboo is all yours." Lan Liuli looked down at this playful panda by her feet, then at the elegant and noble elf in front of Su Yueli, momentarily unsure of what expression to wear. "Put." A very soft laugh came from the side. Yun Chanxian quickly covered her mouth. She leaned toward Lu Yuan's ear and whispered in an almost inaudible breath, Yuan, look, that panda and Aunt Lan are a perfect match. One is a cold-faced devil instructor in front of outsiders, but a lazy girl who would rather lie down than sit in private. The other appears clumsy and harmless, yet possesses the power of thunder in reality, an epic peak Beastmaster. Yun Chanxian then leaned toward Qi Shi's ear and whispered, Senior, do you think that panda and Aunt Lan are a perfect match? One is openly slacking off, the other secretly goofing off. It can't be said there is no relation, it's more like they are identical. Qi Shi couldn't help but let her lips curl up slightly. On the altar, the voice of the Kunlun spirit deer sounded again. These 2 have made their choice. If you are satisfied, then make a contract. Su Yueli extended her hand towards the wind-wing elven spirit, her face adorned with a gentle smile. Meanwhile, Lan Liuli sighed as if resigned, squatted down, and poked the panda's belly, resulting in a chuckle from the soft, bouncy sensation, after which she began an endless series of belly rubs on the panda. Alright then, I'll take you along from now on. The 2 reached out simultaneously, their palms revealing their respective Beastmaster contract arrays. A few rays of light slowly lit up, enveloping the wind-wing elven spirit and the thunder panda, and the contract ceremony thus began. Watching the 2 glowing contracts stabilizing, Yun Chanxian quietly tugged at Lu Yuan's sleeve. Yuan, Fuxia says she doesn't want to stay in the contract space anymore, she wants to come out. Almost simultaneously, Lu Yuan also sensed the intention from Yafria and Nidhogg wanting to come out. Lu Yuan nodded. He stepped forward, crossing over Su Yueli and Lan Liuli, who were in the middle of the contract, facing those 6 royal beasts alone. He organized his thoughts and then respectfully bowed to the most serene Kunlun spirit deer. Junior Lu Yuan, greetings to all esteemed elders. His voice was calm, resonating in this space overshadowed by royal pressure. This act caught the attention of all 6 rulers simultaneously. I and my companions came with the 2 elders without any ill intent, Lu Yuan continued, neither servile nor overbearing. However, our beast partners naturally do not like the constraints of the contract space. May we request the elders' permission to allow them to come out and feel the spirit of the sacred mountain? He paused, his tone growing more sincere. I promise, they will not disturb any beings in the sacred mountain, nor will they act disrespectfully in any way. Once these words were spoken, even Su Yueli and Lan Liuli, who were in the middle of the contract, diverted their attention. Nervously looked over. In front of 6 kings, making such a request was no different from asking a ferocious tiger for food. A small mistake could easily anger these beings who stood at the pinnacle of the world. Shi held her breath, as sweat seeped from her palms. She could not understand why Lu Yuan would take such a huge risk just to let his beast breathe. However, Lu Yuan's gaze was calm. Because he knew that for true strong ones, there is respect even under rules. What he respected was the kings of these divine mountains, and what he requested was their respect for his partner. The open space fell into a brief silence. The 6 vast auras seemed to solidify. Just when the atmosphere was at its most oppressive, the flower-laden antlers of the Kunlun spirit deer gently swayed, and a gentle voice appeared. Okay. Only one word. But within this word, there was approval. As the spirit of all beasts, it could feel the sincerity in this young human's words, and even more so, the unbreakable bond between him and his beast. Willing to face the dissatisfaction of 6 kings for his partner's comfort. Such a beastmaster was already rare. With the approval granted, the stone in Lu Yuan's heart finally fell. He bowed again to the Kunlun spirit deer, then turned and nodded to Yun Shanshan, who was also waiting. Yun Shanshan immediately understood, her small face bursting into a brilliant smile. In the next moment, 3 beams of light simultaneously erupted in the open space. Roar! A high and sacred dragon roar echoed across the sky. In front of Yun Shanshan, light gathered, and the elegant and sacred dragon queen, Akasha, stretched her body and revealed her human form. A pure, vast life force and the law's dragon might burst forth. At the same time, to Lu Yuan's side, 2 figures emerged quietly, one black and one blue. On the left was the Ice Frost Queen, Evrea. She maintained her human form with ice-blue dragon eyes, tall and with a stunning demeanor. But with her appearance, the surrounding temperature suddenly dropped, and ice crystals formed in the air. That was the absolute authority of the Winter Monarch. On the right was the Dark Abyss Dragon King, Nidhogg. He was also in human form, his pitch-black eyes radiating endless depth. He simply stood there quietly, and the light around him twisted beside him. The dark dragon might emanating from the abyss unfolded. 3 holy dragons. 3 distinctly different, yet equally powerful dragon mites released before the altar of the divine beast mountain. In that moment, the 6 kings, who had only divided a fraction of their attention, all directed their gaze completely here. The Kunlun spirit deer of the east, the spiritual butterflies on its flower-laden antlers stopped flying. The North Sea sleeping mountain turtle from the west felt the breath of the earth's veins stop. The 9 nether Kirin of the south surged with 9-colored divine flames. The Judicator of Oblivion from the north had his massive scales tilt slightly. The Dream Weaver of the southeast, the light on its star butterfly wings flickered violently. The void-devouring python from the northwest stretched out more of its body from the space crack. 6 pairs of eyes bore down. This was no longer casual attention. The Dragon Queen Akasha, encircled by holy light, dissipated the pressure into nothingness. Lu Yuan remained standing, his expression unchanged. Evrea and Nidhogg shared most of the pressure for him. He simply looked up, calmly meeting the gaze of those 6 eyes. The one to speak first was, unsurprisingly, the Kunlun spirit deer, whose aura was the most peaceful among them. Its voice rang out again. Holy dragon? Pure-blood holy dragon? Its gaze passed over Lu Yuan and fell upon the 3 holy dragons. What is your relationship with the frost sacred dragon of the Dragon's Nest secret realm? As soon as these words were spoken, the ritual of pact between Su Yueli and Lan Liuli paused, and both their faces showed surprise simultaneously. They knew about Evrea's origins, but they never expected that even the Beastmaster of Beast God Mountain knew of her existence. Evrea stepped forward, her ice-blue dragon eyes sweeping over the 6 kings, showing no fear at all. I am the frost sacred dragon. As soon as the words fell, the altar was filled with silence. The southern 9 nether Kirin had its divine fire burning fiercely around it, and its voice carried skepticism. The strength of the frost sacred dragon is on par with ours. How can a mere platinum-tier dragon beast like you compare? Or do you claim to be her offspring? The 9 nether Kirin paused, then changed its tone. But I have never heard the Mountain Lord mention that the frost sacred dragon has any offspring in existence. Mountain Lord? Lu Yuan keenly picked up on this title. At that moment, an unexpected event occurred. The space in front of Lu Yuan twisted slightly. A figure simply walked out from the distortion. It was a humanoid beastmaster, standing tall, dressed in a simple gray martial robe, with a resolute face and not a trace of breath escaping. But the moment he appeared, the other 6 kings' auras suddenly retracted in unison. Mountain Lord. 6 different voices echoed simultaneously. The newcomer ignored them. His gaze passed through Lu Yuan and landed directly on Evrea, Nidhogg, and Akshia. When his eyes met Evrea's, there was a slight pause. But when he noticed Nidhogg and Axia beside her, a colossal wave surged in his eyes. Queen Ivrea. He softly uttered Ivrea's name first. And Lord Nidhogg, Lord Axia. How, did you come back? Why, have you become so weak? Lu Yuan's heart shook violently. He not only recognized Ivrea but also knew Lu Yuan's dark prison dragon emperor and Yun Shanshan's dragon radiance queen. The light of the Beastmaster compendium shone brightly in Lu Yuan's eyes, and streams of data emerged. Beast, Celestial Comet Dragon Lord. Potential, 1 star. Rank, Peak King. Celestial Comet Dragon Lord, Peak King. The shock in Lu Yuan's heart was indescribable. Before he could think it through, Ivrea, looking at the face before her, suddenly spoke, Kirk. Celestial Comet Dragon. Kirk, I can't believe I meet you here. Kirk. Hearing this name, the man referred to as the Mountain Lord shuddered. Ivrea's gaze swept over him and then looked at the 6 kings behind him. So, you are the Mountain Lord they spoke of, she murmured softly, then seemed to recall something urgently asking. Kirk, thousands of years ago, I sent you away from the Dragon's Nest secret realm to find the surviving clansmen of Dragon God Star. You? Kirk, the Celestial Comet Dragon. He was the last commander of the Celestial Comet Legion of Dragon God Star, with the blood of dragons and sacred dragons flowing in him, one of the strongest warriors of Dragon God Star aside from pure-blooded sacred dragons. It was he who witnessed the dual demise of Nidhogg and Axia during the Extinction War tens of thousands of years ago. Kirk looked at Ivrea, then gazed at Nidhogg and Axia behind her, emotions of excitement and confusion intertwined in his eyes. Queen Ivrea, how did you leave the Dragon's Nest secret realm? And Lord Nidhogg and Lord Axia, I witnessed them burn out their essence to protect. How can they appear again? Ivrea took a deep breath and slowly recounted the events from beginning to end. From her willingness to sacrifice everything for revenge, transforming into a dragon egg, to using Lu Yuan's hands to escape the shackles of the Dragon's Nest secret realm. To the fact that Nidhogg and Axia did not truly perish but instead, using the last remnants of their essence, transformed into twin dragon soul summoning stones, which were later obtained by Lu Yuan and Yun Shanshan through a Beastmaster contract. Reborn into the world again. Finally, in her icy blue eyes, the flame of revenge ignited. I have only one purpose for leaving the dragon nest this time. To find the World Devourer, and then, to destroy them. When the words World Devourer left Evelia's mouth, Kirk's face instantly twisted in rage. A wave of uncontrollable, overwhelming hatred and killing intent surged from his body, making all the beings on the Divine Mountain tremble in fear. World Devourer. He gritted his teeth, each word squeezed out from between his clenched jaws. In the next moment, to everyone's shock, this master of the Beast Mountain who had the 6 great kings bowing to him, actually knelt on one knee before the much smaller and lower-ranked Evelia. With a loud thud, the hard blue stone ground shattered under his knee. I, Kirk, the last commander of the Celestial Comet Battle Group. His head was deeply bowed, his voice filled with endless pain and regret. I found no survivors of the Dragon God Star. Please, Your Highness, punish me. A being at the peak of kings, knelt before everyone asking for forgiveness. This scene completely shattered everyone's perception. Evelia looked at the old friend kneeling before her. I don't blame you. Kirk, our Dragon God clan, perhaps, really, only we are left. These words struck Kirk's heart. Evelia closed her eyes, and when she opened them again, they were filled with determination. Get up. Her voice carried authority. Kirk's body trembled, and he raised his head. He stood as ordered, his stature tall, but the aura of reigning over the world vanished before Evelia, leaving only the absolute obedience of a commander before a king. Your Highness, the reason I stayed on the Beast Mountain is because... Kirk's expression grew serious, he seemed to be organizing his words, revealing a secret to everyone. His gaze swept over Lu Yuan and Yun Shanshan, but ultimately returned to Evelia. Because deep within this divine mountain, I discovered an independent secret realm related to the Dragon God Star. Once these words were spoken, not only Lu Yuan and Yun Shanshan, even Evelia, Nidhogg, and Axia all focused their attention on him. A secret realm related to the Dragon God Star? The rules of that secret realm are extremely special. Kirk continued to explain. It repulses any life form with king-level strength. I have tried to enter several times, but each time I approached, I was pushed back by an irresistible force of law. Moreover, he paused and spoke the most crucial point. It seems that the laws there only allow beast tamers with giant dragon contracts to enter. Chapter 155, Dragon Tomb. This news, once spoken by Kirk, echoed in Lu Yuan's mind. These harsh conditions were almost tailor-made for him and Yun Shanshan. He thought of Nidhogg and Axia's origins, the twin dragon soul summoning stones. If those 2 summoning stones were the last legacy of the Dragon God Star, then, could there be more in this secret realm? Once this thought arose, it could no longer be suppressed. This was not simply a treasure hunt in a secret realm, it was about the continuation of a great race, and more importantly, it was the ladder leading him to a higher realm. He could clearly feel Nidhogg's excitement and desire at this moment. Yun Shanshan clearly thought of this too, her face full of expectation. She leaned towards Lu Yuan's ear and whispered, Yuan, the secret realm of the dragon god Star. Perhaps there are other holy dragons inside like Nidhogg and Axia. Kirk watched their reactions and continued. I once sensed the aura of that secret realm from outside, though vague. I can confirm that there are power fluctuations similar to the dragon soul summoning stones inside. He looked at Evelia. Your Highness, I suspect, that place is a dragon tomb established by some ancient holy dragon ancestor during the prosperous period of the dragon god Star. Dragon tomb. Evelia's delicate body trembled violently. She even instinctively took half a step back, almost losing her balance. The impact of these two words on her was far greater than Kirk's kneeling earlier. That was inscribed on the tomb of the Dragon God clan, where all the souls of the Dragon clan who died in unnatural ways would return to the Dragon tomb. In that case, there is still hope for the Dragon God Star to rebuild. She had always thought that she, along with Nidhogg and Axia, were the only remaining sparks from that catastrophe. But she did not expect that on this blue planet, there was still a true treasure hidden away. Kirk, why didn't you say this earlier? Evrea asked, her voice filled with urgency. Kirk gave a bitter smile, his face full of helplessness and guilt. Your Highness, I regret that I could not enter the Dragon tomb. For thousands of years, I could only guard this place, becoming the master of the Divine Beast Mountain, preventing any living beings from approaching that area, afraid that the secret realm would be discovered by the outside world, the tomb of the Dragon God Star. I had planned to wait until the time was right before informing you in the Dragon Nest secret realm. But I did not expect you to return in this way ahead of schedule. His gaze, filled with hope, fell on Lu Yuan and Yun Shanshan. But now, everything is different. Your appearance is the omen of fate that the Dragon God clan should not sever. This speech changed the atmosphere of the entire altar. The six kings who had originally been mere observers now looked at Lu Yuan and Yun Shanshan with different eyes. They exchanged shocked glances. They may not understand the history of the Dragon God Star, but they could feel the weight of the Mountain Lord's words, and understand what the Dragon Tomb meant for a clan. Nidhogg, who had been silent all along, now slowly spoke up. My Beastmaster, I can feel the call of our kind from there. Axia also gently nodded, her gentle gaze falling on Yun Shanshan, filled with anticipation. Shanshan, if possible, please bring our comrades back. Lu Yuan took a deep breath, suppressing the turmoil in his heart. He took a step forward, meeting Kirk's hopeful gaze, and welcoming his own new opportunity. Senior. His voice was calm yet powerful. Shanshan and I are willing to give it a try. At that moment, on the other side of the altar, two soft lights finally began to slowly fade. The contract ceremony between Su Yueli and Lan Liuli was officially completed at this moment. The Stormwing Elf circled around Su Yueli before returning to the contract space. And the Thundersound Panda, which had been rolling on the ground, lazily got up, rolling back to Lan Liuli's contract space. As soon as the two finished their contract, they keenly sensed the heavy and extraordinary atmosphere in the arena. Lan Liuli stood up from the ground, clapping her hands, with a strange smile on her face. She clearly heard the tail end of the previous conversation, and now looked at Lu Yuan with an expression like she was looking at a monster. Goodness, Xiao Yuan, while I'm merely contracting a beast, you're almost becoming the savior of the Dragon clan? She walked up to Lu Yuan, elbowing him. The tomb of the Dragon God Star? Sounds quite impressive. Su Yueli also walked over. Xiao Yuan, know your limits. Lu Yuan nodded to the two elders. His gaze turned back to Kirk. Senior, where is the Dragon tomb? We can set off now. Kirk looked at the young human in front of him, who was barely 18 or 19, with eyes filled with anticipation, almost overflowing. He slowly stood up, the aura of a peak king was restrained to the utmost. Please follow me. Kirk said no more, turning and walking into the depths of the dense forest behind the altar. The six kings of Beastmasters, each in different forms, transformed into spots of light in an instant when Kirk turned around, quietly vanishing between heaven and earth. Su Yueli and Lan Liuli exchanged a glance and tacitly followed. I say, Xiao Yuan, isn't your luck a bit too good? Blue Liuli came over. Others enter the secret realm and are content with their gains, but you directly head towards someone else's tomb, and the Mountain Lord himself is leading the way. What treatment, TSK. Yun Shanshan softly retorted, that's because my Yuan is amazing. This is destiny. As she spoke, she began to imagine, Yuan, do you think there will be a thunder-type holy dragon inside? Or a space-type? It would be great to have an illusion type as well, then our holy dragon battle team would be even more complete. Kirk, who was walking at the front, heard the girl's naive words and slightly paused his steps, but didn't turn back. Beside him, Chi Shuri listened silently, feeling that her brain had completely given up thinking. Dragon God Star, Frost Holy Dragon, Dragon Tomb, Beast God Mountain Lord, Heavenly Giant Dragon. Each of these words was enough to stir up huge waves across the Dragon Country and even the Blue Star, yet here, they were treated as ordinary conversation. After passing through a forest, the scene before them changed again. They arrived at the end of a canyon, where in front was a cliff towering 1,000 meters high, with a silver waterfall falling from the cliff top, yet no sound of water could be heard. It was not a true water flow but a tidal wave formed by gathered spatial energy. In the center of the waterfall, an irregular round void floated there. It looked like a mirror that had been shattered and then pieced back together. A breath of law emanated from that void. Chapter 156, Dragon Gate Law. Kirk's expression was solemn as he pointed at the waterfall made of pure spatial energy, and the irregular round void at its center. This is the entrance to the Dragon Tomb, which I call the Dragon Gate. His voice echoed in the canyon. It is itself a test of law. Only those who are recognized and possess the ability to control dragons can enter. The power of law will verify your qualifications. Lu Yuan and Yun Shanxian exchanged glances, seeing the determination in each other's eyes. Mom, Aunt Lan, Senior Qi, were going in first. Yun Shanxian turned back, waved her little fist, her face full of uncontainable excitement. Be careful. Su Yueli advised, her eyes filled with worry. Blue Liuli crossed her arms, lazily leaning against a rock, and teased, go on, remember to bring out a few 5-star potential dragon hatchlings. Qi Shuri stood by, watching the distorted space of the Dragon Gate, her mind tense. She couldn't imagine what a grand world lay behind that door. Lu Yuan and Yun Shanxian no longer hesitated and walked side by side toward the silver waterfall. As they approached step by step, the Dragon Gate seemed to sense them. The shattered mirror-like void began to ripple, circles of silver light spreading outward. Everything seemed normal. However, just as the tips of their fingers were about to touch the rippling surface, an unexpected change occurred. In the center of the ripples, instead of the expected guiding light, 3 completely different chains of law suddenly burst forth. 2 of the chains shot straight towards Lu Yuan. One chain was ice blue and resembled ice crystals, engraved with frost patterns, freezing the space as it passed. A chilling winter aura rushed toward them. The other chain was as dark as ink, formed from the purest abyssal dark flames, and ghostly dragon souls occasionally appeared on its surface, with an aura of corrosion and annihilation that distorted the surrounding light. At the same time, the third chain locked onto Yun Shanxian. That was a golden chain woven from holy light and brilliance, sacred and majestic, filled with the meaning of judgment and decree, as if to purify all falsehoods in the world. This sudden scene caught everyone off guard. Be careful! Su Yueli exclaimed. Kirk's complexion also changed dramatically. Before he could make any move, the 3 holy dragons had already reacted. A dragon's roar echoed through the canyon. The figure of Euphraia instantly appeared in front of Lu Yuan, raising her delicate hand, her ice-blue dragon eyes holding no ripples at all. The power of the laws bearing the authority of winter surged from her palm, transforming into a more solid icy giant spear that boldly met the azure law chain. Boom! Winter clashed with winter. 2 forces of the same origin yet bearing different wills collided with a thunderous crash, the extreme cold instantly covering the canyon walls with a layer of frost, countless ice crystals bursting in the air. On the other side, the figure of Nidhogg silently emerged, looking at the chain burning with abyssal dark flames. In the next moment, darkness spread out from beneath his feet, transforming into a gigantic void dragon claw that seized the pitch-black chain. Sizzle! The corrosive dark flames wrestled with the devouring power of the void. Abyss met abyss, and Nidhogg's darkness was clearly more savage than the darkness contained in the Dragon Gate laws. Meanwhile, before Yun Shanxian, the figure of Queen Axia of the Dragon Radiance had long since appeared. Holy light flowed around her, and facing that golden chain of judgment, she elegantly extended a finger and gently tapped it. A dazzling divine light, infused with the laws of life, shot out and collided with the golden chain. Holy light and radiant brilliance merged, ultimately transforming into countless specks of light, dissipating into nothingness. The 3 holy dragons, in an absolutely dominant stance, blocked all of the test from the Dragon Gate. The violent energy shock reverberated through the canyon, causing everyone's clothes to flap loudly. Wow! Lan Lioli poked her head out from behind a rock, smacking her lips. This welcoming ceremony is quite unique, as if they're afraid you won't make it inside, right? Kirk's face, however, was extremely serious. He stepped forward quickly, looking at the now calm Dragon Gate, and said in a deep voice, how can this be? The trial of the Dragon Gate should be a test of the bond between Beastmasters and Dragon Beasts, assessing qualifications through resonance. Why has it directly turned into a confrontation of laws? He looked at Lu Yuan and Yun Shanxian, his eyes filled with confusion. This is entirely illogical. The Dragon Gate seems to view you as enemies. At that moment, a page of the Beastmaster handbook flashed in Lu Yuan's mind, a stream of golden data rapidly appearing. Warning, multiple pureblood holy dragon presences detected with a human soul contract leading to a conflict judgment by the Dragon Gate Guardian Law. Analysis: the guardian law is perceiving you as others who have stolen the dragon god bloodline, rather than heirs. Conclusion: the logic of the guardian law has deviated, it cannot understand why pureblood holy dragons would enter a contract with humans and has listed you as the highest priority removal target. Looking at the analysis provided by the handbook, Lu Yuan instantly understood the source of the problem. The issue lies in the fact that they are humans while Euphraia, Nidhogg, and Akshia have bloodlines that are too pure. This guardian law left behind by the ancestors of the dragon god star has a very rigid logic. In its understanding, pureblood holy dragons are supreme beings and cannot, under any circumstances, be beneath a weak, foreign species. Thus, when it detected the close connection between 3 pureblood holy dragons and 2 human souls, it could not comprehend and could only arrive at one conclusion: these 2 humans, through some vile means, stole the power and bloodline of the holy dragons. They were not the chosen heirs but rather thieves who desecrated the glory of the dragon god. For thieves, the guardian law's response is naturally ruthless elimination. Ah Yuan, what should we do? Yun Shanxian also learned the general situation from Akshia. It seems this gate does not allow us to enter. Lu Yuan's gaze sharpened, his mental energy instantly connecting with the recently evolved trickster's mirror. Common methods were ineffective. Then there could only be the deception of the law. Since this rigid guardian law considers them thieves, there is no reasoning with it. To get in, the only way is to follow its logic. A bold plan quickly took shape in Lu Yuan's mind. Xian, don't rush, Lu Yuan's voice was calm. Since it wants to watch a show, we will give it a performance. As soon as he finished speaking, a thought crossed his mind. Buzz. An oval mirror about a person's height quietly appeared beside him. The frame was intertwined by a silver divine dragon, and the mirror surface resembled a flowing vortex of liquid metal, exuding an illusory and eerie aura. It was the deceptive heavenly demon mirror. Chapter 157, The Deception of the Law. The appearance of the deceptive heavenly demon mirror did not provoke any reaction from the chains of the law in the canyon. It was like a lifeless object, quietly floating beside Lu Yuan. Kirk, Suyu Li, and Lan Luli focused their gaze on the 3 chains of law that were at a standoff with the sacred dragons, their minds tense, completely unaware of the suddenly appeared mirror. In their eyes, this was perhaps just one of Lu Yuan's many beast companions, and in this confrontation of law, what could a golden grade mirror do? However, Lu Yuan's goal was never to resist head-on. To get in, the only way was to follow its logic and put on a good show. Deceptive heavenly demon mirror, activate, bloodline rewriting. Lu Yuan silently gave the command in his mind. His target was not the 3 pure-blood sacred dragons in front of him, who were powerful to the extreme. Copying their bloodline would only intensify the conflict of the law, equivalent to adding fuel to the fire. His target was, standing not far away, the master of the Beast Mountain, Kirk, who had a grave and puzzled expression. Buzz. On the mirror surface of the deceptive heavenly demon mirror, the vortex suddenly accelerated its rotation, and a dark light flashed from the mirror, landing on Kirk. Kirk, who was fully focused on analyzing the changes of the Dragon Gate, paused slightly, and a fleeting feeling of being watched flashed by, but he just thought it was an illusion caused by the collision of laws and did not pay attention. In Lu Yuan's mind, he heard the clear prompt sound from the Beastmaster catalog. Bloodline rewriting activation successful. Analyzing target, Master of the Comet Dragon, Kirk. Analysis complete, successfully mirroring the mixed bloodline of Subdragon and Sacred Dragon essence, temporarily stored. Done. Lu Yuan's eyes sharpened, with no hesitation, he immediately issued the second command. Bestow. In the next moment, the mirror surface of the deceptive heavenly demon mirror shimmered, 2 more subtle beams of light shot out from it, enveloping Lu Yuan and Yun Xianxian. This light came quickly and left quickly, as if it was just a flash of light reflected from a waterfall. But in the instant that the light covered them, a trace of dragon aura, which was of the same origin as Kirk's but incredibly weaker, quietly emerged from Lu Yuan and Yun Xianxian. Although this aura was not strong, it could even be described as frail, it was incredibly orthodox, the bloodline imprint that was native to the dragon god star. This series of actions flowed smoothly, so swiftly that from the appearance of the deceptive heavenly demon mirror to the completion of the bloodline endowment, it took only a second or 2. In the canyon, the standoff situation experienced a subtle change at this moment. The 3 chains of law that were originally filled with murderous intent to completely obliterate Lu Yuan and Yun Xianxian suddenly halted when they sensed the same origin bloodline aura from the 2. The blue chain entwined with the cold air of winter dimmed, its frosty patterns losing their glow. The black chain burning with abyssal dark flames ceased its wailing dragon soul illusion. The golden chain interwoven with holy light also saw the majesty of its judgment fade. The rigid logic of the guardian law fell into unprecedented confusion at this moment. It could clearly detect that deep within the souls of these 2 humans lay connections to 3 supreme pure-blood sacred dragons' auras. This is the ironclad evidence of the thief. At the same time, it can clearly sense that the surface of these 2 human bodies is surrounded by a faint yet pure bloodline aura belonging to the dragon god star. What does this count as? Descendants of the dragon god Star stealing the power of the holy dragon? This completely exceeds the judgment range of the guardian laws. Its operation is experiencing its first stagnation in thousands of years. Now is the time. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Lu Yuan's eyes, not giving it any time to react. He grabbed Yun Shanxian's wrist, seizing the moment when the three holy dragons faced off against the chains of the law, and instantly dove into the shimmering dragon gate. Go! As their figures touched the hollow resembling a shattered mirror, they were not hindered at all and directly vanished within. At the moment they disappeared, Evelia, Nidhogg, and Oxaya also transformed into three beams of light, closely following them into the dragon gate. The canyon returned to silence. The three chains of the law, having lost their target, slowly retracted into the dragon gate. The distorted space ripples gradually settled, as if nothing had happened. Only three dumbfounded people and Kirk remained in front of the waterfall. Kirk stood frozen in place, his expression completely solidified. He looked at himself, then at the now calm dragon gate, and finally his gaze landed on Lu Yuan's position before he vanished, and that strange mirror that flashed past. He muttered to himself, his voice filled with disbelief and dazedness. That mirror just copied my bloodline aura? And then, used my aura to deceive the guardian laws left by the ancestors of the dragon god? A golden tier Beastmaster deceiving the ancient laws left by the holy dragon? This sounds like a fantastical tale. Puff. A suppressed laugh broke the silence. Lan Liuli leaned against the rock, holding her stomach, laughing so hard that her body trembled, tears welling up at the corners of her eyes. I can't take it anymore. I can't. This kid Xiao Yuan, he is too wicked. She laughed while pointing towards the dragon gate, speaking to the equally shocked Su Yueli. Yueli, did you see that? In front of the mountain lord, he stole someone's bloodline aura as a ticket and swaggered right in. This operation, this brazen, is simply far beyond the best. Su Yueli also found it hard to regain her composure. She looked at Kirk's expression of doubting life, wanting to laugh but feeling it was inappropriate, and could only helplessly shake her head. Her perception of Lu Yuan was completely refreshed today. Before, she only thought this child was stable and calm, with meticulous thoughts, never expected he could pull off something so outrageous. That mirror. In Su Yueli's eyes, beyond shock, there was more confusion. I remember, Lu Yuan's mirror of observation does not look like this. Its abilities don't seem to be so peculiar. Lan Liuli also sobered up, her expression becoming serious as she stood up straight. That's right, the core ability of the mirror of observation is to copy. But that just now was clearly distortion and bestowal, a direct deception from the source. This is not the same concept. The two glanced at each other, seeing surprise in each other's eyes. This Beastmaster, while they were unaware, had once again undergone a transformation, this time at a level they could not comprehend at all. Deceiving the laws. Such a thing, even for epic peak Beastmasters like them, was only heard of. But today, a teenager, with his golden tier beast, vividly performed it in front of them. Chapter 158, The Land of Sleeping Dragons. The experience of passing through the Dragon Gate is entirely different from any teleportation in secret realms. There was no dizzying spinning, nor was there a tearing sensation from being forcibly pulled apart. It was as if they had simply passed through a thin curtain of water. The scene before them suddenly became clear. One moment, the deep canyon echoed with the sound of energy tides. The next moment, the two found themselves in a vast sea of stars. Beneath their feet was not solid ground, but endless starlight. Above and around them was a silent universe, with countless light clusters of various sizes floating in the darkness. Each light cluster resembled a star, emitting brightness or dimness. They floated quietly, maintaining delicate distances from one another. Ah, Yuan. Yun Shanxian instinctively tightened her grip on Lu Yuan's hand, her eyes filled with shock that seemed about to overflow. The sight before her exceeded all her imaginations of the secret realm. Lu Yuan's reaction was just as intense, his pupils constricted as he stared at the vast sea of stars. He could feel that those light clusters were not lifeless. Through the layer of hazy light, he could faintly see that within each light cluster slept the illusion of a dragon. Some dragon souls coiled like long snakes, their scales shimmering with a metallic luster. Some dragon souls had huge bat-like wings, fierce in appearance like Western evil dragons. Others were made entirely of elements, either burning flames or flowing liquid metal, with all kinds of strange shapes. They resembled specimens sealed in amber, maintaining a sleeping posture, emitting energy waves that ranged from strong to weak. The strong had an aura that was no less than that of epic kings, the weak were merely at the bronze or silver level. But without exception, they all emitted an ancient, vague aura belonging to the dragon clan. This place was a graveyard for dragon souls. It was also a cradle for dragon souls. Yun Shanxian leaned closer to Lu Yuan's ear, lowering her voice, filled with wonder. Ah Yuan, look at that. That dragon soul looks like a noodle with wings. And that one, it's made entirely of stone, even while sleeping, it's still shedding debris. Oh my, how many dragons are there here? If they were all released, wouldn't they flip the whole blue star upside down? At that moment, an ancient thought simultaneously sounded in both of their ears. Welcome, inheritors. Lu Yuan and Yun Shanshan were both startled, cautiously looking around. There is no need to search, I am without a physical form. The voice seemed to see through their thoughts and echoed again. You can call me Ling, the guardian of this land of 10,000 dragon slumbers. Land of 10,000 dragon slumbers. So this place has this name. This place is the last hope of the dragon god Star. Ling's voice carried sadness. Every light cluster you see contains the essence of a dragon soul that perished in the war of annihilation. They sleep here, waiting to be awakened and continue the glory of my clan. Yun Shanshan couldn't help but ask, did you bring us here? But that dragon gate outside seemed very unwelcoming. He. Ling let out a soft laugh, a tone of approval in it. The dragon gate is the guardian law left by our ancestor, the holy dragon. Its duty is to protect the purity of the bloodline and reject the covetousness of all outsiders. Its logic is quite rigid and cannot understand why pure-blooded holy dragons would form contracts with weak alien races, thus it deemed you as thieves. But I am different. Ling's tone shifted. What I seek is the future of the Dragon God clan. The law protects the rules, while I search for hope. You are able to use the essence of the same bloodline to deceive the judgment of the law, which is not despicable, but wise. Understanding how to adapt in the face of unbeatable rules is one of the qualities most needed by the inheritors of my clan. These words made Lu Yuan and Yun Shanshan breathe a sigh of relief. So it turns out that their seemingly ridiculous actions not only did not incur blame but were instead recognized. Then, what do we do now? Lu Yuan asked. Accept the trial. Ling's voice became serious. The land of 10,000 dragon slumbers is divided into 3 layers, each layer has a trial. Only by passing all 3 trials can you have the qualification to awaken these sleeping dragon souls and take them away from this place. Please remember, your time is not abundant. Each trial is a choice for the future of my clan. Please, together with your dragon partners, prove to me that you have the ability to carry the future of the dragon god Star. As the voice fell, that old thought slowly faded away. The surrounding sea of stars fell silent once again. Lu Yuan and Yun Shanshan exchanged glances, both understanding their current situation. This is a huge treasure trove, but to obtain the treasures, they must pass 3 trials. Let's call out Yiphulia and the others first, Lu Yuan said. Yun Shanshan nodded vigorously. In the next moment, with a thought, 3 beast companions appeared. Dragon Radiance Queen, Akia, Dragon Frost Queen, Yiphulia, and the Dark Prison Dragon King, Nidhogg, 3 beings representing the pinnacle of different powers of the dragon clan, appeared simultaneously. As they appeared, the countless floating dragon soul lights around seemed to be summoned by some force, their light flickering in unison, as if welcoming the arrival of kings. The 3 holy dragons' gazes were immediately attracted by the vast sea of stars. Akia looked at the sleeping kin, her eyes revealing compassion and nostalgia. She could feel how brutal the memories left in the essence of these dragon souls were. Yiphulia still wore her cold and beautiful demeanor, but deep in her icy blue dragon eyes, ripples began to emerge. Only Nidhogg floated quietly in the darkness, his pitch-black eyes scanning this dragon soul sea, showing no emotion. But Lu Yuan could feel a resonance with this space, the dark and deathly aura dissipating in the sea of stars was slowly being absorbed by him. Chapter 159, Echoing Garden. The moment the 3 pure-blooded holy dragons descended, this silent sea of stars completely boiled over. Originally quietly floating millions of dragon soul lights surged like ripples stirred by a stone thrown into a lake, their brightness flashing violently from within, alternating between light and dark, rhythmically syncing with the heartbeats of the 3 holy dragons. Countless thoughts of admiration, nostalgia, and excitement crossed time and space, gathering and rushing in this dragon soul graveyard. Ruling. This is true ruling. Yiphulia's icy blue dragon eyes swept across the sea of stars, feeling the calls of her lost kin, and even she, usually cold as ice, had waves rising in her gaze. Akia was surrounded by gentle holy light, looking at those sleeping compatriots in the light orbs, her eyes brimming with compassion. Only Nidhogg stood silently in the darkness, a dragon might from the abyss was released without reserve at this moment. They exchanged no words, yet the entire land of sleeping dragons trembled in their return. Very good. That old thought spirit rang out once more, the voice carrying approval. Now, prepare to accept the first trial, Echoing Garden. This is not a battle of strength, but a test of deep into the soul. You 2 will be pulled into a memory echo of the war before the fall of the dragon god Star. Your task is to find and protect a newborn dragon soul seed in that memory, preventing it from being polluted by the illusions of devouring the boundary. Remember, your time is not abundant. The moment the voice fell, Lu Yuan and Yun Shanshan didn't even have time to react. The vast sea of stars before them was suddenly wiped away by an invisible hand, the surrounding scenery twisting and collapsing. In the next second, the smell of charred ash mixed with the stench of blood surged into their nostrils, explosions and the desperate roars of dragons intertwined into a doomsday symphony, intensely striking their eardrums. They found themselves in a burning battlefield of dragons. Beneath us lay the massive remains of a giant dragon, while in the distance, one by one, the dragons were dying silently. Countless dragons of all shapes were fiercely battling a group of indescribable monsters. These monsters had twisted forms, as if they were the craziest imaginings of the abyss made flesh. They had no solid bodies, composed instead of flowing shadows and flesh-like substance, and each attack was not a tear, but a pollution and devouring. A rock dragon, as big as a mountain, was ensnared by several monsters. Its indestructible scales quickly turned black and rotted, and it let out a mournful cry of defiance as its massive body transformed into a writhing pile of flesh in just a few seconds, devoured completely by the monsters. Ah, Yuan, this. Yun Xianxian's face instantly turned pale as she tightly grasped Lu Yuan's arm, her body trembling uncontrollably. Just moments ago, she had marveled at the number of dragon souls outside, but now witnessing this hellish scene, her mind went blank. Lu Yuan's pupils suddenly constricted as the Beastmaster illustrated, in his mind shone brightly, the pages wildly refreshing. However, all entries pointing to those monsters only displayed 3 glaring question marks. Name? Level? Potential? Analysis, extremely dangerous. Detecting unknown law corrosion properties. Detecting soul pollution properties. Any conventional energy and physical attacks will be assimilated and absorbed by it. Unable to analyze. Unable to analyze. A series of warnings made Lu Yuan's heart sink to the bottom. Roar. A roar, suppressed with hatred, erupted from Nidhogg's throat. He saw the rock dragon that had just fallen, a comrade who had once stood guard at the boundary of the dragon god Star alongside him. He also saw, in the distance, countless familiar figures being engulfed by the tide of devouring world, their souls unable to escape, completely turning to nothingness. Forgotten memories were awakened as an overwhelming wave of hatred that could almost burn everything erupted from the depths of his soul, warping the space around him with this ultimate anger. Aksha trembled similarly, watching those comrades who had once fought side by side being consumed before her eyes, and for the first time, hatred mingled upon her holy face. Wake up! This is just a memory. Evrea's cold voice was like a bowl of cold water, splashing suddenly onto everyone's hearts. She had experienced the true destruction of the dragon god Star once, knowing better than anyone that once engulfed by this despair and hatred, their souls would be trapped in this echo forever. Our mission is to protect, not to seek revenge. Her words awakened the nearly uncontrollable Nidhogg and Aksha. Yun Xianxian also suddenly came to her senses. She could feel that the light radiance Saintus and the holy flame fire sparrow in her contracted space, the powers of light and flame they represented, were being suppressed like never before in this environment filled with negative energy, as if sunshine were shining into an impenetrable abyss. This made her experience for the first time the terrifying power of the devouring world. After a brief shock, Lu Yuan forced himself to calm down. Evrea's words and the analysis from the Beastmaster illustrated made him suddenly realize that the key to this trial was never about defeating. These were just memory phantoms, impossible to kill completely, and their core ability was pollution. Any attack could become nourishment to strengthen them. The only path to survival was to protect. Shining Holy Spirit. Lu Yuan focused his thoughts. A pure holy light blossomed beside him as the figure of the shining Holy Spirit appeared, sensing the nauseating dark energy around, and immediately unfolded the radiant holy domain. Aksha constructed dual protection barriers centered around the shining Holy Spirit. Lu Yuan commanded at lightning speed. We must find the Dragon Soul Seed before we are completely engulfed. Aksha immediately nodded. She suppressed the pain in her heart, shining with the power of the Holy Spirit. A realm of light, the Queen's domain, Law of Light, intertwined with the Holy Radiance domain, forming a golden absolute safety zone, temporarily isolating the continuous pollution that surged around them. With this foothold, everyone began to swiftly navigate the chaotic battlefield, searching for the so-called new Dragon Soul Seed. The battlefield was vast, and the fighting was chaotic. They resisted wave after wave of dimensional phantoms' assaults. Finally, behind a pile of crumbling boulders, Evrea discovered a dragon nest protected by layers of energy shields. At the center of the dragon nest, a fist-sized dragon egg, radiating a faint aura of life, floated quietly. That was the Dragon Soul Seed. However, just as they found their target, the entire memory battlefield suddenly froze for a moment. All the fighting, all the roaring, all the explosions solidified at that instant. Then, a terrifying pressure slowly descended from the very center of the battlefield. Everyone looked up in horror. In the deepest darkness at the center of the battlefield, a massive phantom slowly emerged. It had no fixed form, as if it were a collection of all chaos and despair. Merely gazing at it began to twist and shatter one's soul. The phantom of the devouring realm mother. Yet, its target was merely the incredibly weak Dragon Soul Seed. Its non-existent gaze instantly locked onto Evrea, Nidhogg, and Aksha beside Lu Yuan, as well as the Dragon Soul Seed not far away. Whether it was the dragon soul seed or the three supreme pure-blooded holy dragon origins, to it, they were all a delicious feast. At that moment, a cold voice echoed in every corner of the illusion, resonating in the minds of Lu Yuan and Yun Qianqian. The moment of choice has arrived, inheritor. Is it to sacrifice your most powerful companions to fight for a glimmer of hope for that future fire seed, or to preserve your own power, watching helplessly as that lone fire seed extinguishes before you? The true core of the trial was revealed in this way at the final moment. This was not a guardian question. This was a life and death question of sacrifice and choice. Chapter 160, the third choice. The moment of choice has arrived, inheritor. Is it to sacrifice your most powerful companions to fight for a glimmer of hope for that future fire seed, or to preserve your own power, watching helplessly as that lone fire seed extinguishes before you? The voice of spirit echoed in every corner of the illusion. Sacrifice? Sacrificing Axia? These two words exploded in Yun Qianqian's mind, causing her blood to almost freeze in an instant. Instinctively, she looked towards the Dragon Radiance Queen beside her. Axia had been reborn from that summoning stone. How could she let her face another sacrifice for an elusive task? Yun Qianqian almost instinctively raised her hand, her mental energy surging, intending to pull Axia back into the contract space. The mission could fail, the dragon tomb could be abandoned, but Axia, absolutely nothing could happen to her. Just then, a hand suddenly pressed down firmly on her shoulder. That hand was steady and strong. Don't move. Lu Yuan's voice rang in Yun Qianqian's ear. This is a trap. Yun Qianqian turned sharply to meet Lu Yuan's gaze. A trap? Not just her, even the three holy dragons beside her paused in shock. A flash of confusion passed through Nidhogg's dark eyes, and Axia looked at her in bewilderment. Only Avreya's icy blue dragon eyes flashed with a cold light as she looked toward the devouring realm mother phantom that obscured the sky, then glanced at the heavily protected dragon soul seed, as if pondering something. Lu Yuan did not explain. His brain was operating at an unprecedented speed at this moment. The illusory manual in front of him, the golden data stream, had transformed into a waterfall. Warning, soul-inducing laws detected. Analyzing trial core logic. Analyzing. Conclusion, the core of this trial is choice, not confrontation. Any choice will lead to an irreversible imprint on the Beastmaster's soul, which will directly affect the judgment basis of all subsequent trials. Deduction 1, choosing sacrifice partner, the Beastmaster's soul will bear the mark of everything can be sacrificed to achieve goals. Deduction 2, choosing self-preservation, the Beastmaster's soul will bear the mark of cowardly and selfish, unworthy of being the Dragon Lord. So that's it. Lu Yuan instantly understood. This is not a test, it is a malicious mental steel stamp. No matter which one he chooses, he will inscribe a fatal flaw on his soul. Once he chooses sacrifice, the concept of partners can be sacrificed will take root and sprout in his heart like a poisonous seed. For a Beastmaster whose bond with beasts is the foundation of strength, this is akin to self-destruction of the Great Wall. From now on, an invisible barrier will forever exist between him and his beasts. Choosing self-preservation is even more falling into the opponent's trap, directly marked as a failure. What a difficult deadlock. At this moment, the ancient thought of spirit echoed again, carrying a vague urgency. Heir, your time is running out. The will of World Devourer is about to lock onto that last spark of fire. Will you choose to carry the great cause of our clan's future, or choose to preserve your personal power? Pressure surged, like a tide. The terrifying phantom of the mother body seemed to really shift its focus from the three holy dragons to the fragile dragon egg. Yun Qianqian's heart instantly rose to her throat. However, under everyone's watch, Lu Yuan made an unexpected move. He raised his head, his gaze seemed to penetrate the burning battlefield of giant dragons, penetrating the memory illusion, directly staring at the spirit hidden behind the scenes. He spoke word by word, his voice clear and resolute. I refuse your choice. The moment the words fell, the whole world went silent. The deafening explosion ceased, and the mournful dragon's roar also suddenly stopped. Everything seemed to be pressed on the pause button. Yun Qianqian looked at Lu Yuan's profile, and Akshay and Nidhogg also cast shocked glances. Refuse? He can still refuse? In Spirit's voice, for the first time, there was unabashed astonishment. Refusal? Heir, do you know what you are saying? There is no third option within the rules. Who said there isn't? He pointed to the monsters fighting the giant dragons around him, then pointed to the massive phantom of the mother body in the distance. You said, this is memory, this is illusion, right? Spirit fell silent for a moment, as if understanding the meaning in his words. Yes. Since it is fake, then it can be deceived. Boom. This sentence was even more shocking than I refuse. Deceive? Deceive this war memory of the destruction of Dragon God Star? Deceive this trial law left by the ancestors of Dragon God Star? This is simply unprecedented arrogance. Lu Yuan's gaze suddenly turned to the oval mirror that had been quietly hovering beside him all along. Deceptive mirror. A bold plan, astonishing and daring, rapidly formed in his heart. He was going to stage a play of deception, rewriting this memory's spectacular drama in front of everyone, in front of this spirit. He suddenly turned around, looked at Yun Shanshan and the three holy dragons, giving an undeniable command. Everyone, stop attacking and defend with all your might. Center around the radiant Holy Spirit and Akshay, open the widest area of purification field. Next, watch my performance. His voice was filled with confidence, as if the seemingly unsolvable deadlock before him was nothing more than a play about to begin. Yun Shanshan looked into Lu Yuan's bright eyes, and at that moment, all her confusion, fear, and unease were instantly replaced by a wave of trust. She didn't know what Lu Yuan was about to do, but she knew her Yuan never did anything without certainty. She nodded vigorously, the pallor on her face fading, replaced by a brilliant smile. Okay. Yuan, we believe in you. Ivelia, Nidhogg, and Axia, the three pureblood holy dragons, also suppressed all their confusion and doubts, choosing the purest form of trust. In the next moment, Lu Yuan's mind stirred. Buzz. The mysterious mirror, with its surface swirling like liquid metal, suddenly accelerated and began to spin wildly. An eerie aura, far beyond its golden rank, even causing this battlefield of memories to tremble, erupted with a loud bang. Its target was neither the beast partners beside him nor the corrupted giant dragons around. Instead, it was aimed directly at the center of the battlefield, that shadow obscuring all the sky, radiating endless terror and despair. The World Eater Mother Phantom. Chapter 161, Deception. What are you going to do? Ling's thoughts were filled with disbelief. You intend to provoke the memory imprint of the World Eater with golden rank power? You're seeking your own doom. Lu Yuan paid no attention at all. He raised his hand and pointed at the terrifying phantom that shrouded the sky in the center of the battlefield. True shadow of all. His voice rang clear amidst the chaos of the battlefield, copy it for me. Buzz. The silver divine dragon, interlocking at the mirror's frame, suddenly lit up its dragon eyes. Within the mirror, the flowing liquid metal vortex began to spin madly at an unprecedented speed, truly starting to reflect the outline of the World Eater Mother Phantom. A distorted shadow rapidly took shape within the mirror. Though it was only a vague outline, nowhere near as massive and solid as the real thing, the essence of pollution and devouring was replicated with flawless precision. This scene sent ripples from the depth of the souls of the three pureblood holy dragons on the battlefield. Nidhogg's dragon eyes fixed fiercely on that mirror, he understood better than anyone what the aura of the World Eater Mother meant, an existence even he would dare not confront. But now, a golden rank beast tamer was attempting to simulate such an existence? Ivelia's ice blue eyes also showed astonishment. Warning! The target's rank is too high, the laws cannot be fully analyzed. The true shadow is extremely unstable, duration reduced to 10 seconds. The crimson prompt from the beast-taming encyclopedia flashed wildly in Lu Yuan's mind. 10, 9, 8. The countdown had begun. 10 seconds, enough. Lu Yuan's eyes were fierce, without a hint of hesitation, he immediately issued the second command that made even Ling's thoughts come to a halt. Target, Dragon Soul Seed. Pollute it for me. As soon as those words were spoken, Yun Shanshan's heart skipped a beat. Pollute the Dragon Soul Seed? Isn't that the target they were meant to protect? But before she could think deeply, the deceitful mirror had already executed the order. The World Eater Phantom, which had just taken shape and was still fluctuating violently, instantly turned into a beam of darkness, ignoring the space distance, and shot straight towards the heavily protected dragon nest. The several layers of energy shields protecting the Dragon Soul Seed were built by the ancestral power of the Dragon God Star, able to withstand all incoming energies but having no response to this friendly aura. That dark beam faced no obstacles and integrated into the dragon egg, which was only the size of a fist. In an instant, a strange change occurred. The Dragon Soul Seed, originally emitting a weak but pure life halo, dimmed at a visible speed. On the surface of the eggshell, twisted black lines spread out, a breath of dead silence emanating from this newborn spark of hope. Almost at the same moment, in the center of the battlefield, the true devourer Mother Body Phantom, the terrifying will about to lock three holy dragons, suddenly paused. Its non-existent gaze swept over the already polluted Dragon Soul Seed, and then disinterestedly moved away. For the devourer, food that has already been assimilated is of no value. Is the crisis resolved? Yun Shanshan was just about to breathe a sigh of relief when she saw the Mother Body Phantoms will greedily refocusing on Evrea, Nidhogg, and Axia. Having lost the appetizer, it now wants to savor the real main course. An indescribable terror pressured down, causing the protective domain built by the radiant Holy Spirit in Axia to emit a mournful cry under the unbearable weight. Not over yet. In this moment of crisis, Lu Yuan roared again. Thief of heaven and life. The mirror surface of the Thief of Heaven demon mirror shone brightly. This time, its target was not to copy but to directly aim at the deadly attack that the Devourer Mother Body Phantom was about to unleash, capable of annihilating everything. The moment the skill was activated. On a rule level that no one could perceive, an invisible concept of attack was forcibly stripped from the will of the Mother Body Phantom and instantly transferred to the mirror world of the Thief of Heaven demon mirror. The impending corruption vanished into thin air. But this was just the beginning. The second effect of Thief of Heaven and Life activated fiercely at the same moment. Steal. Lu Yuan's voice was hoarse. Give me the pollution enhancement. The Devourer Mother Body Phantom itself is the embodiment of pollution. Every attack it makes enjoys the endless enhancement of the pollution concept. And now, what Lu Yuan wants to steal is this. Buzz. On the mirror surface of the Thief of Heaven demon mirror, at the center of the silver vortex, a pure pitch-black hue suddenly emerged. A source of pollution energy, 1,000,000 times purer than the previously copied phantom, was forcibly torn from the Mother Body Phantom. Then, through the link of mirror domain sharing life, it was instantaneously distributed to all friendly units present. Lu Yuan, Yun Chanshan, Evrea, Nidhogg, Axia, Radiant Holy Spirit, Void Enchantress. Each unit was instantly enveloped by a thin but incredibly pure layer of dark energy. The disguised aura from the Devourer made them, in the perception of the Mother Body Phantom, instantly change from delicious corrupted food to unpalatable allies. At this moment, the logic of the Devourer Mother Body Phantom completely collapsed. It could sense several energy fluctuations nearby that were extremely tempting, yet every target bore the same aura as itself. To attack? Or not to attack? To eat? Or not to eat? This terrifying existence, born from chaos and understanding only consumption and destruction, experienced its ancient instincts for the first time as an unresolvable logical error. After 3 seconds of paralyzed thinking, it gave up thinking. The massive phantom began to become illusory and transparent, eventually dissolving slowly as if it had never appeared in the burning battlefield. Boom! With the disappearance of the Mother Body Phantom, the entire memory battlefield could no longer be maintained, shattering like broken glass. The acrid smell of blood, the deafening explosion, the desperate dragon roar, everything vanished in an instant. When Lu Yuan and Yun Shanshan regained their senses, they had returned to that vast sea of stars. Around them, billions of dragon soul light clusters still quietly floated. And before them, that dragon soul seed covered with twisted black lines, emanating a breath of dead silence, was quietly floating. The trial has been passed. In a way that no one could ever imagine. Even in ways that the designer never expected. You. The shocking thought of spirit echoed in the sea of stars, but it only said one word before it could no longer continue. It had guarded this dragon slumbering land for countless ages, witnessing numerous failed attempts, yet it never thought that someone could use the law of deception to break the deadlock of a trial of sacrifice. Chapter 162, The Road to Power. Dragon's Slumbering Land. The old thought spirit, after uttering that word you, fell into complete silence. As if Lu Yuan's series of shocking maneuvers caused the system to crash. Ah, Yuan. You are incredible. Yun Shanshan was the first to break the silence, her peach blossom eyes shining brightly, filled with admiration. Even that kind of monster that looked impossible to beat could be deceived. How did you think of that? Her tone brimmed with overflowing admiration. In her eyes, what laws, what trials, all seemed clumsy and silly before her Yuan's brilliant ideas. Before Lu Yuan could answer, he felt 3 other complex gazes upon him. Nidhogg and Axia, 2 former kings who once stood at the peak of the dragon race, were now looking at him with strange eyes. In their long lives, they had experienced countless fierce wars, witnessed the mighty power of countless laws, and their battle ideas were deeply rooted. That was to crush the enemy with stronger power. But today, this human who had formed a soul bond with them had given them a lesson in tactics. Not to confront head-on, not to resist, but to use a near-playful method to deceive, utilize, and even assimilate the enemy. This operation completely exceeded their understanding of combat. Only Ivelia, her ice-blue dragon eyes, after a brief astonishment, returned to their usual coldness. But her gaze lingered for a long time on the already calm demon mirror beside Lu Yuan. She knew very well that Nidhogg's abyssal power represented pure destruction, the sharpest spear in Lu Yuan's hands. But this mirror, the strange and unfathomable nature it displayed, was like a mist that could not be observed. It was neither a spear nor a shield, it was a more essential power that could pry open the rules themselves. Perhaps, the greatest trump card of her Beastmaster was never Nidhogg, who had already entered the Dragon Emperor realm, but this mirror that could deceive even the laws. At that moment, a sudden change occurred. The seed of the dragon soul, surrounded by everyone, covered in dark patterns and exuding a lifeless aura, began to shake violently. Buzz. The twisted black lines on the eggshell did not cause it to wither completely, instead, they seemed to come alive, glowing, and began to crazily merge with the faint life energy of the dragon egg itself. Threads of black mist and golden radiance intertwined, devouring each other and coexisting. A contradictory aura that was both sacred and fallen, bursting with vigorous vitality yet yearning for ultimate destruction, exploded from the dragon egg. It was evolving. In a way that had never existed before. So that's it. Ha, this is the true answer. The voice of spirit finally sounded again. But this time, it was no longer the old solemnity, but filled with uncontainable excitement and joy, a trembling that sought the dawn after eons. I set this trial not because I truly wanted you to sacrifice your companions. That was just a disguise, a trap. Spirit candidly revealed the truth of the trial. What I really wanted to see was whether you could find a third way beyond resisting when faced with the despair of devouring the realm, which seems insurmountable. For countless years, countless powerful beings of my dragon god star, including those great ancestors, have tried to combat devouring the realm with purification and destruction. But in the end, the results you saw in the echoes of memory revealed that we lost utterly. Because the essence of devouring the realm is pollution and assimilation, any form of energy resistance only feeds it. And you. The essence focused on Lu Yuan, admiration overflowing. You thought of deception, disguise, and even took the initiative to assimilate. You brought not pollution, but an unprecedented deformational evolution to this dragon soul seed. You made it understand the power of devouring the realm from the moment it was born, and turned it into a part of itself. To use poison to fight poison, to walk alongside light and darkness. This is the only hope that can continue. As soon as the words fell, there was a sharp crack. The dragon soul seed that was shaking violently on the eggshell surfaced to crack. A unique essence of the holy dragon leaked out from that crack in thin wisps. But this aura felt incredibly strange to the three holy dragons present. As a reward for your perfect answer, the essence's voice was filled with satisfaction. This deformational dragon soul that you personally created, unique throughout history, will belong to you. You can choose to contract with it at any time, and it will become the most unexpected weapon in your hands. Yun Shanshan's eyes widened even more. This reward was too generous. However, it was not over. Additionally, the essence shifted its focus. Your mirror is very special. Just now, it did not simply simulate the essence of devouring the realm, but in a way I cannot comprehend, forcefully stole the concept itself when the mother entity illusion attacked. This action triggered the laws of the dragon's sleeping land. The law determined that your beast has completed a theft of the devouring the realm concept. As a result, it has permanently intercepted a wisp of the true shadow of the devouring the realm mother entity. Lu Yuan's heart shook violently, and he almost immediately plunged his consciousness into the deceiving mirror. In the 5 spaces of myriad shadows true reflection, which could permanently store enemy true reflections, a brand new figure suddenly appeared. It was a pitch-black mark composed of twisted symbols. True reflection 3, devouring realm mother entity, residual shadow. Rank? Traits, absolute pollution, concept consumption, undying, greatly weakened in residual shadow state. Remarks, this true reflection contains extremely chaotic laws. Forcing a summoning with the current rank of the deceiving mirror will cause irreversible damage to the mirror itself, and the summoned entity is extremely unstable, please use it cautiously. Lu Yuan's breath momentarily halted. This meant he possessed a trump card to summon the devouring the realm illusion at any time. Although it was just a residual shadow, despite the enormous cost, this was undoubtedly a taboo weapon capable of overturning the battle situation at a critical moment or even destroying a faction. Just as Lu Yuan and Yun Shanshan were still immersed in the overwhelming surprise from the heavens, the voice of the essence pulled them back from their ecstasy into reality. You provided the perfect answer in the first trial, and now you have earned the rewards you deserve. Now, prepare to face the second trial, the Path of Kings. In the Starry Sea, the atmosphere suddenly grew solemn. In this stage, you will no longer face false memories and illusions. The voice of the essence echoed throughout the dragon's sleeping land. What you will face are 3 holy dragons who once truly climbed to the peak. Holy dragons. The moment the words fell, the vast starry sea beneath Lu Yuan and Yun Shanshan twisted and folded once more. As the light and shadow shifted, when their vision became clear again, they found themselves in an arena. The entire arena was constructed of solidified starlight, with translucent steps and stands extending infinitely upwards. In the center of the arena stood 3 gigantic thrones carved from unknown crystals, arranged in a triangular formation, radiating the breath of the sacred dragon. The next moment, 3 unprecedentedly powerful dragon soul light orbs fell from the dome above. As the light dissipated, 3 sacred dragon souls, each with distinct forms and overwhelming pressure, revealed their true bodies. On the left throne, the body of a giant dragon seemed to be made of flowing golden sand and brilliant stars, with each grain of sand resembling a rotating galaxy. In its dragon eyes were 2 slowly rotating time dials. Just by making eye contact, one could feel their life force being rapidly drained. Chronos Sacred Dragon. On the right throne sat a giant dragon engulfed in platinum battle flames. Every scale of its body was like the finest armor, filled with a sense of strength, and the domineering, battle-born aura it emitted even made Nidhogg glance over in surprise. War Sacred Dragon. And the one on the central throne was the most mysterious. Its form was ethereal, as if it were woven from countless faint threads of fate, existing both here and in every possible future, impossible to observe accurately. Destiny's Sacred Dragon. This is not a battle to the death, but the recognition of royalty. Ling's voice explained the rules in the arena. You must gain the recognition of the 3 ancestral sacred dragons with your 3 sacred dragons, proving that they are worthy to carry the future of the Dragon Clan. Yun Shanqian's heart tightened instantly. Ancestral. These are the genuine ancestral sacred dragons of the Dragon Clan. She glanced at Ephraia, Nidhogg, and Axia beside her. One in charge of control, one in charge of destruction, one in charge of protection. This combination gave her confidence against any enemy. But now, what she was facing was a nearly conceptual trial, and she had no clue what to do. At that moment, the chrono-sacred dragon on the left throne moved. Its head, made of star sand, lowered slightly, and its time vortex-like eyes locked onto Lu Yuan. An ancient thought echoed in everyone's ears. Vision. Show me your plan for the future of the Dragon Clan, a grand blueprint capable of convincing me. Prove that you can see farther than I can. Yun Shanqian was suddenly at a loss. How could she show this? Draw a pie in the sky? Boasting with an ancestor who manipulates time, wasn't this just a display of ignorance? However, Lu Yuan did not boast. Instead, he took a step forward, facing the chrono-sacred dragon's gaze and made a request that no one expected. I ask of you, chrono-sacred dragon, to show us a future of the Dragon Clan where all hope is lost. Upon hearing this, the arena fell silent. Yun Shanqian stared at Lu Yuan in shock, even Nidhogg and Axia cast confused glances at him. To actively ask for the worst possible outcome? What kind of strategy was this? The chrono-sacred dragon's eyes, with their time dial pupils, flickered for a moment. It scrutinized the human who did not follow the usual rules, seemingly analyzing the intent behind his request. After a while, its ancient voice rang out again. As you wish. Before the words even finished, the chrono-sacred dragon opened its massive mouth, and a grey mist, imbued with intricate time laws, sprayed out, instantly enveloping Lu Yuan, Yun Shanqian, and the others. A realm of despair. At the moment the illusion touched them, a flash of brilliance appeared in Lu Yuan's eyes. Reverse wheel of all laws. The mirror surface of the heavenly deceiving demon mirror beside him shimmered, absorbing all the grey time mist into the mirror world. Countless mysterious runes of law flashed wildly on the mirror surface, and the complex structure of the laws was forcefully analyzed and dismantled by the mirror in an unreasonable way. Lu Yuan did not choose to return the mist. His spiritual power was highly synchronized with the heavenly deceiving demon mirror, and he controlled the analyzed mist, beginning to reweave it. In the hopeless ending of despair, written by the chrono-sacred dragon, where everything was destined to perish, a brand new scene was forcibly grafted on. Buzz. The mirror of deception projected the altered illusion once again. In the perception of the time sequence Holy Dragon, the future it predicted remained unchanged. The dragon race was retreating step by step in the final battle against World Devourer, bloodlines depleted, stars falling, ultimately heading toward eternal darkness and silence. But at the moment when that last glimmer of light was about to extinguish, a variable suddenly emerged. In the image, it was no longer a lone dragon fighting. The Abyssal Dragon King, Nidhogg, roared as he tore open the abyss, while the Frost Dragon Queen, Ivalia, waved her hand to freeze the world, and the Radiant Dragon Queen, Axia, illuminated the entire despairing battlefield. Behind them stood several different races and their Beastmasters. Lu Yuan, Yun Shanqian, and Su Yueli, among others. An unprecedented power, centered around a few individuals, tightly linked 3 pureblood holy dragons together. It was not the power of bloodlines, nor the power of laws, but a force known as bond. In this brand new mode, the power of the 3 holy dragons no longer simply stacked, but underwent a qualitative change. Nidhogg's destructive power blended with Axia's protective holy light, Ivalia's absolute freezing contained Nidhogg's abyssal annihilation. They broke the shackles of bloodlines and created a way of fighting that even the ancestors of the Dragon Godstar had never imagined. In the end, the scene froze at the moment the 3 holy dragons and their human Beastmaster stood side by side, completely penetrating the core of World Devourer, which symbolized ultimate despair. A new era thunderously began amid the ruins. In the arena, there was a deathly silence. The time sequence Holy Dragon gazed at the future that Lu Yuan had fabricated, its eyes, containing the might of time, fell into an unprecedented long silence. It had predicted countless possibilities, but all the outcomes were based on the dragon race's own bloodlines. It had never thought, nor could it predict, the variability that could arise from this bond with foreign races. After a long time, its ancient consciousness sounded again, this time with acknowledgement. Variable is also a form of future. It had passed its test. However, before everyone could breathe a sigh of relief. Roar! A furious roar echoed throughout the entire arena. On the right throne, the war holy dragon, engulfed in burning platinum battle flames, suddenly stood up, impatiently interrupting this ethereal trial. Its dragon eyes, blazing with fierce combat intent, directly locked onto Nidhogg. Boring predictions. Kingship is earned through battle. Not just seen. Descendant of the Abyss, prove to me whether your claws are sharper than those of your ancestors. The war holy dragon's intent was filled with battle spirit, directly naming Nidhogg and demanding a pure power kingship duel. Boom! In Nidhogg's pitch-black dragon eyes, bloodlight surged. In the first trial, the annihilation memory inscribed deep within the soul had already ignited the overwhelming hatred and battle intent in its heart. Now provoked by the ancestral holy dragon, it could no longer suppress it. It stepped forward, the endless majesty belonging to the abyssal dragon king clashed violently with pure war intent. As you wish, ancestor. In the next second, two starkly different domain powers violently collided in the center of the arena. Nidhogg's Dragon King Domain Annihilation Field unfolded in an instant, the profound darkness swallowing all light and energy. While around the war holy dragon, an indestructible battle domain erupted. Within the domain, all laws retreated, leaving only the will to fight eternal. Darkness and flames, annihilation and indomitability. Two supreme existences representing the destruction authority of the dragon race transcended endless time and space, entering into the first and purest clash. Chapter 164, The Transfer of Kingship. In the center of the arena, two powerful forces from different realms violently collided. The explosion of battle offered no time for anyone to catch their breath. The fighting style of the War Saint Dragon is like a living textbook of dragon warfare. It did not use any flashy skills, every strike, every claw swipe, every tail whip was simplicity at its finest, yet contained centuries of battle wisdom. Nidhogg's ability, the Void Grip, Imperial Authority, was easily dodged with a precise sidestep. The attack capable of annihilating everything, the Dragon Emperor's Edict, Abyssal Torrent, was cleaved apart by the platinum battle flames burning on its wings, the raging energy directed harmlessly to both sides. Nidhogg's fighting was filled with destructive rage and the fury of the abyss, a grand display of strength overwhelming many foes. The War Saint Dragon, however, operated like the most sophisticated battle machine, consistently finding Nidhogg's weakest points with the least cost and responding with the heaviest counterattacks. In just a few rounds, Nidhogg's massive body was covered in wounds burnt by the platinum battle flames. It was completely suppressed. Roar! A roar erupted from the War Saint Dragon's mouth. Is this your royal power, descendant? Filled with hatred, anger, and the impotence of destruction. This is not the path of a king, this is the end of a tyrant. You only know how to vent your fury but do not understand how to control it. With such you, how can you lead the dragon race towards rebirth? These words hurt more than any physical attack. They precisely struck the most painful part of Nidhogg's soul. That awakened memory of the dragon god's star obliteration, that ocean of hatred, was the source of its power, but also a shackle that bound it. Faced with such accusations from a legendary dragon ancestor, the bloodlight in Nidhogg's dark eyes was nearly boiling into substance. It let out an even more violent roar, disregarding the expanding wounds on its body, and abandoned all defense, preparing to launch the strongest attack in a self-destructive manner. Lu Yuan did not forcefully issue any commands. He merely channeled his words through the soul link of the contract, slowly infusing them into Nidhogg's consciousness. A voice echoed in Nidhogg's mind. You are not a tool of revenge. You are my partner, the Abyssal Dragon Emperor, Nidhogg. This voice made Nidhogg's impending destructive will suddenly pause. A tool of revenge, my partner. It was not born for revenge, it was Lu Yuan's beast, the unique Abyssal Dragon Emperor. Its royal power should not exist solely for destruction. In that moment of clarity, the War Saint Dragon's claw, burning with platinum battle flames, tore through space, carrying the will to end everything, aiming directly for Nidhogg's core. In that instant, Nidhogg abandoned the madness of trading injury for injury. Its massive dragon body suddenly froze, facing the fatal strike that could completely pierce it. It slowly raised its claw. Void royalty, absolute silence. The entire arena fell into absolute silence for a second at that moment. Time, space, energy, sound, all concepts were forcibly stripped away. The War Saint Dragon's killing blow vanished into thin air, just a hair's breadth from Nidhogg's core, as if it had never existed. 1 second later, all life revived. The War Saint Dragon quietly hovered in place, retracting its claw, its dragon eyes, burning with battle intent, showing a slight change. It looked at Nidhogg, seeing this descendant who, at the last moment, chose not to confront destruction with destruction, but instead dissolved the crisis with absolute control. It had learned how to harness anger. You possess the potential to become a true king. The arrogant thought of the War Saint Dragon finally received recognition. It slowly retreated back to the throne, and the platinum battle flames surrounding it also receded. Nidhogg has passed. However, before Lu Yuan and Yun Chanqian could catch their breath, the silent destined holy dragon on the central throne finally moved. Its form, woven from countless threads of fate, swayed slightly. Its gaze swept over to the side, landing on Euphraia and Achaia. Its trial had no battles, no questions, but returned once more to that word, choice. Two crystal-clear threads of fate slowly emerged before the destined holy dragon. On one thread, the vision reflected was of the distant future, where the Frost Dragon Queen, Euphraea's power was restrained by endless devouring, ultimately vanishing into nothingness along with her frozen throne in a sea of darkness. On the other thread, there was the radiant Dragon Queen, Achaia, who exhausted herself in the battle against the abyss, consumed by endless darkness, with her holy wings stained pitch black, ultimately falling into eternal despair. Choose. The thought of the destined holy dragon was void of any emotion. The Devourer and the Abyss are inevitable foes that the Dragon Clan will face in the future. One of these two outcomes will surely occur. Now, tell me, which one will you save? This time, before Lu Yuan could speak, Euphraia took a step forward on her own. Her ice-blue dragon eyes gazed at those two so-called threads of fate, showing not a trace of fear or wavering on her face. She did not make a choice. Instead, she slowly raised her hand and removed the crown made of profound ice from her head. Ice Crown Authority Eternal Stasis. The ice crown was thrown into the air, and the time of the entire gladiatorial arena, along with the two floating threads of fate, froze once again for a second. In that frozen second, Euphraea's cold and resolute voice echoed in the souls of everyone present. If fate is made of threads, then I shall freeze it. If fate is a flowing river, then I shall sever its flow. What she displayed was not submission to fate but the supreme will to completely ice and control fate itself. At the same time, on the other side, Achaia also moved. Without a hint of hesitation, she unleashed her holy light towards Euphraia, initiating Queen's divine edict soul return to the divine throne. A soul mark, visible only to her, detached from Euphraia and was carefully stored away. With her actions, she demonstrated their answer to the destined holy dragon. Even if fate truly made a choice, we have the power to reverse life and death, to protect each other. The second of stasis ended. The destined holy dragon looked at the two who had jointly broken its mandatory choice, and a seeming smile appeared on its face formed by countless threads of fate. It fell silent for a long time, and finally, a voice of approval slowly resonated. Very well. What I desired was never your choice, but your awareness to resist fate. At this point, all three trials of royal power had been passed. The figures of the three ancient dragon ancestors became ethereal simultaneously. They transformed into three purest and most fundamental royal marks. One contained the great power of time, one burned with undying battle flames, and one was wrapped in threads of fate. The three marks, however, did not fly towards Lu Yuan and Yun Chanqian. Instead, they merged separately into the bodies of Nidhogg, Euphraia, and Achaia. Boom! Three completely different yet equally vast and magnificent auras erupted from the three holy dragons. At that moment, the laws of their respective Dragon Emperor domain and Queen's domain were undergoing transformation. This was the most direct gift from the ancestors to their descendants, the transfer of royal power. Congratulations, inheritors! The voice of spirit appropriately rang out, filled with appreciation. You have done it in the most perfect way. Having passed the second trial, they gained the recognition and blessings of their ancestors. Now, prepare to face the final trial. Chapter 165, Bridge of 10,000 Dragons. As the voice fell, the entire arena began to dissolve, and Lu Yuan and Yun Chanqian returned to the vast sea of stars. This time, the scene before them had drastically changed. The countless dragon soul light orbs that made up the starry sea were no longer quietly floating around them. They began to flow, gather, and connect, constructing a bridge of starlight that spanned the entire starry sea, without a visible beginning or end, in the endless void before the two of them. The body of the bridge was formed by billions of light points, and each light point was a dragon soul. Their brilliance was dim and weak. This bridge is transformed from all the sleeping dragon souls in the land of 10,000 dragons, Ling explained the rules. You need to walk hand in hand across this bridge. With each step forward, the dragon souls beneath your feet will be purified and freed, returning completely to the heavens and the earth. But each step will consume an enormous and exceptionally pure dragon bloodline power as a toll. Yun Chanqian stared at the magnificent bridge before her, somewhat mesmerized. Her little hand instinctively tightened around Lu Yuan's hand, her peach blossom eyes no longer holding the previous anxiety, but were filled with determination. She wanted to save them, to free them all from this land of 10,000 dragons. Let's begin. Lu Yuan sensed the girl's determination beside him and gently squeezed her hand. The trial officially began. The two stepped side by side onto the bridge made of billions of souls. Roar! Nidhogg, Euphraia, and Achaia, three holy dragons, appeared together. The newly born three domains of power echoed each other, instantly unfolding. The obliteration force field, containing platinum battle intent, reflected the luster of fate in the winter domain, flowing with the holy brilliance of time and the law of light. At this moment, three distinctly different top-tier dragon powers perfectly merged together. They transformed into a pure and powerful surge of bloodline energy, pouring into the bridge surface, propelling the two steadily forward. The bloodline energy quality provided by the fused three domains bearing the royal seal seemed to far exceed Ling's estimates. Within Nidhogg's Dragon Emperor's domain, obliteration force field, amidst the pure darkness and void, strands of indomitable platinum battle flames ignited. That was the unyielding battle intent from the Holy Dragon of War, adding an indestructible sharpness to the force field that originally only understood devouring and obliteration. In Ephraya's Queen's domain, winter is coming. Every falling snowflake, every inch of frozen ice, began to refract countless threads of fate on their surfaces. Her control was no longer limited to the physical level of freezing but began to touch upon the more mysterious realm called fate. And beside Yun Shanshan, Axia's Queen's domain, Law of Light, transformed in the most peculiar way. In that domain built from holy light, the flow of radiance seemed to slow down, every speck of light dust carrying a piece of ancient time. The power of the time holy dragon endowed her protection and healing with the thickness of time. Initially, the progress was surprisingly smooth. As Lu Yuan and Yun Shanshan stepped forward, hundreds and thousands of dragon soul light points were ignited beneath their feet. Their dim colors instantly transformed into brilliant splendor, then became a sky full of fireflies, dissipating into the land of 10,000 dragons. In the air, it seemed as if the sounds of gratitude from the souls echoed like dragon roars. That scene was grand and sacred. Ah, Yuan. Look. They are all thanking us. Yun Shanshan's excited little face turned red, radiating a bright smile. She turned her head to look at Lu Yuan, her tone filled with pride that was almost overflowing. I knew it. We would certainly be able to complete this. Bringing them all out. Lu Yuan looked at her happy appearance. He smiled gently but said nothing. However, as time passed, the smile on his face gradually faded, and his expression slowly became serious. In his mind, that illusory Beastmaster compendium was frantically refreshing data, line by line of analysis results, shocking to behold. Warning: the energy demand of the target bridge of 10,000 dragons is growing exponentially. Prediction: it is estimated that at 35% of the total length of the bridge, there will be a deficit in energy. The length of this bridge is far more complicated than it appears. The toll it demands is an astronomical figure. Sure enough, when they reached about one-third of the way, an unexpected change occurred. The light that had surrounded the three holy dragons began to visibly dim at a terrifying pace. The blazing platinum battle flames on Nidhogg's body were no longer so fierce, the ice crystals around Ipreya lost their luster, and the light wings behind Axia became somewhat transparent. Their energy output was clearly diminishing. Lu Yuan and Yun Shanshan's steps became incredibly heavy, as if each lift of their feet consumed all their strength. This is as far as you go, inheritor. The voice of Ling echoed in the sea of stars with a sigh. You have surpassed all challengers since the birth of this dragon tomb. Saving one-third of your kin, allowing them to reappear in the world, is already unparalleled merit. These words fell on Yun Shanshan's heart like a bucket of cold water. Her radiant smile instantly froze, her entire being stiffening in place. She raised her head in disbelief, looking forward. The long bridge made up of countless dim dragon souls seemed endless. There was still so much ahead. Yun Shanshan stubbornly said, "No. How can it be? Just save this little bit." Roar. Aang. The three holy dragons also let out unwilling low roars simultaneously. They forcibly squeezed out their last ounce of strength, trying to energize the domain, but that magnificent energy was now like a trickling stream. Their dragon bodies began to feel somewhat ethereal, but the bridge ahead seemed to turn into a quagmire, making it impossible to advance an inch. Yun Shanshan bit down hard on her lip, her body trembling slightly. Give up? She couldn't do it. At that moment, a warm hand gently patted the back of her hand. She looked up and met Lu Yuan's eyes. Those eyes held no despair, no giving up, only the same calmness and confidence as always. Shanshan, don't rush. Lu Yuan faced her helpless gaze, the corner of his mouth curling up in a familiar arc. His voice was not loud but clearly reached the hearts of Yun Shanshan and the three holy dragons. He turned his head, his gaze seeming to penetrate the endless dragon souls before him, staring directly at the silent Ling. He spoke word by word, clearly and powerfully. Who says we only have 3 dragons? As his voice fell and at the sudden tremor of Ling's consciousness, Lu Yuan's hand slowly pressed against the oval-shaped standing mirror that had quietly floated beside him the whole time. The deceiving demon mirror. Buzz. Ling clearly sensed that a completely different dragon might awaken from that mirror. Chapter 166, Dragon in the Mirror, 3 Saints Come. Dragon's Soul Command. Buzz. On the mirror surface of the deceiving demon mirror, the silver vortex suddenly shrank inward, and then, a roar of a dragon echoed explosively from the mirror world. A massive dragon phantom, accompanied by a substantial dragon might, burst forth from the mirror. It was a giant dragon made entirely of silver light, solid in form, with immense dragon might. Although it lacked some of the agility compared to Nidhogg and the others, who derived from their bloodline origins, the magnificent momentum belonging to the dragon race was undeniably real. The moment this fourth giant dragon appeared, it let out a heavenward roar and actively merged into the energy torrent created by the three holy dragons. The bloodline energy torrent, which was about to collapse due to lack of successors. With this influx of new power, it stabilized once again. The heavy pressure under Lu Yuan and Yun Shanshan's feet suddenly lightened, like a mountain lifting. "Let's go!" Lu Yuan said in a low voice, pulling Yun Shanshan, and took another step forward. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. With each step, hundreds and thousands of dragon soul lights ignited beneath their feet. They turned into countless fireflies in the sky, emitting sounds of soulful gratitude, making the entire 10,000 dragon bridge once again sacred and magnificent. Really, it really can be done again. Yun Shanshan's little face was filled with uncontrollable joy. She turned her head, looking at Lu Yuan, her eyes shining with admiration. But soon, she keenly sensed that something was wrong. The silver dragon soul phantom was rapidly dimming at a visible speed, while the gleam of the Qi Tian Yao Jing beside Lu Yuan was also fading simultaneously. Clearly, maintaining such a phantom with real dragon might consume a great deal of the Qi Tian Yao Jing. Yun Shanshan instinctively tightened her grip on Lu Yuan's hand. She didn't ask anything, just using this small gesture to tell him she was with him, no matter what decision he made. A useless struggle. The thought of the spirit echoed again. The dragon soul summoned by this decree, although it possesses the entity of a dragon, is essentially an energy simulation, not true dragon blood. It can temporarily share the consumption, but cannot fundamentally solve the problem. Under the laws of this bridge, it cannot be sustained for long. "I know." Lu Yuan replied calmly, even finding the leisure to smile at Yun Shanshan. "This is just an appetizer." He wanted the self-proclaimed embodiment of rules, the spirit, to see clearly that his methods were never just one. Sure enough, the spirit's judgment was precise and accurate. After supporting the two as they moved forward for several hundred meters, when they reached the 35% mark of the entire 10,000 dragon bridge, the silver dragon soul phantom let out a reluctant low roar. Finally, after another extraction of bloodline energy, it reached its limit, bursting into countless light points, dissipating into nothingness. A huge energy gap appeared once again. And this time, the backlash was even more intense than before. The entire 10,000 dragon bridge trembled violently, with countless dragon soul light points flickering, as if they were about to completely collapse in the next moment. The thought of the spirit fell silent, as it believed this rescue of dragon souls on the 10,000 dragon bridge was finally over. However, amidst this turmoil, 2 beams of light suddenly shot from Lu Yuan's eyes. "Qi Tian Yao Jing, now is the time." His gaze swept sharply over the 3 sacred dragons behind him, which were already dimming and nearly unable to maintain their forms. Myriad manifestations, true shadow. Target Dark Prison Dragon Emperor, Nidhogg. Dragon Frost Queen, Ivrea. Dragon Radiance Queen, Axia. Boom. As soon as these words came out, not only the spirit, but even the 3 sacred dragons at their limit, raised their heads sharply. The mirrored surface of the Qi Tian Yao Jing spun wildly with a silver vortex. The silver dragon eyes, entwined head to tail on the frame of the mirror, suddenly lit up. In the world within the mirror, everything turned upside down. 3 massive figures, identical to their true selves in the outside world, were rapidly forming within the mirror. On the left was the Dark Prison Dragon Emperor, wrapped in abyssal black gas and platinum war flames. On the right was the Dragon Radiance Queen, surrounded by holy light and dust of time. In the center stood the Dragon Frost Queen, stepping on ice, with her eyes reflecting the threads of destiny. No. It couldn't even be said to be identical. At this moment, the spirit's thought showed a semblance of shock for the first time. It could clearly perceive that what was being born in the mirror was not a false energy illusion. That was 3 streams of pure and immense dragon blood that even flawlessly replicated the recently acquired royal seal. Holy dragon bloodline. How could this be possible? This mirror, it not only copied form and skills, it even stealthily took the most fundamental concept of bloodline. Roar. Aang. In the mirror, 3 fully formed holy dragon phantoms roared out in voices uniquely belonging to the holy dragon essence. The majestic and vast bloodline energy of the holy dragon seemed ready to break through the mirror's surface, making the entire Wanzhong bridge tremble. Lu Yuan raised his hand, aiming at the 3 phantoms that were poised to strike. 3 holy dragons, not enough. What about 6? Before the words fell, Lu Yuan suddenly waved his hand fiercely. Come out. Boom. The surface of the mirror of deception seemed to transform into a door of another dimension, and 3 figures roared as they fiercely rushed out, landing on the Wanzhong bridge. Mirror image Dark Dragon Emperor. Mirror image Dragon Frost Queen. Mirror image Dragon Radiance Queen. 3 realities, 3 illusions, 6 beings representing the pinnacle of Dragon Clan authority, appeared at this moment, together. Chapter 167, The Road of the Holy Dragon. 6 dragon roars intertwined. The instant the 3 mirror image holy dragon phantoms appeared, they resonated perfectly with their true forms. They showed no hesitation at all. The newly born powers of the 3 domains shone together and instantly expanded. The bloodline energy torrent, which was about to collapse due to lack of follow-up, not only steadied but surged forward with even more violent momentum, fueled by this new strength. The heavy pressure like a mountain beneath Lu Yuan and Yun Shanshan's feet vanished in that moment. Yun Shanshan stared blankly at the scene before her, watching the 3 holy dragon phantoms that looked exactly like Nidhogg and their just-acquired royal mark aura. Her brain completely crashed. The Watcher's Mirror could now copy Platinum with a golden rank. In just one short day, Yun Shanshan was thoroughly stunned by the capabilities of the Watcher's Mirror. Go! Lu Yuan pulled her back from her shock. He took Yun Shanshan's soft little hand, exerted force under his feet, and charged forward. This time, it was no longer as difficult as before, but a true sprint. With 6 dragons protecting them, the momentum was like a bamboo breaking. Their speed reached an unprecedented level. Beneath their feet, the bridge made of dim dragon souls was ignited with unprecedented efficiency under the wash of 6 mighty bloodline powers. No longer hundreds or thousands, but in clusters. Looking back, behind them was a magnificent galaxy formed by countless sparkling fireflies. A myriad of dragon souls, upon their liberation, burst forth in shining brilliance, then, filled with satisfaction and joy, transformed into rays of light and vanished. The thankful dragon roars, once filled with sorrow and lament, now converged into a symphony of soul-soothing resonating throughout the star sea, powerful and sacred. The whole sorrowful Wanzhong bridge seemed to come alive in that moment. A Yuan, look. They are all smiling. Yun Shanshan, being pulled by Lu Yuan, sprinted on the bridge. Her long hair and clothing fluttered backward in the surge of energy, her small face flushed with excitement, her pair of peach blossom eyes dazzlingly bright, reflecting the countless liberated light points behind them. She turned her head, looking at Lu Yuan's calm and resolute profile, her tone filled with pride and admiration almost overflowing. I knew it. I knew you would have a way. Her Yuan always seemed capable of creating the most incredible miracles in the most desperate times. Lu Yuan did not look back, just tightened his grip on her little hand a bit more. His gaze remained fixed on the bridge ahead that still appeared endless. This trial, from the moment Spirit posed that sacrifice question, was no longer a simple test. This was a gamble between him and the laws of this dragon tomb. What he wanted was not merely to pass. What he wanted was to win. In a way that would leave the designer utterly speechless, to win thoroughly. Time passed swiftly in their dash. 55%. 60%. 80%. Under the extravagant energy infusion of the 6 holy dragons, they have crossed a distance that once seemed unreachable. The entire dragon bridge has had more than 90% of the dragon souls find peace. However, as they approached that final 1%, even the power of the 6 dragons felt that pressure once again. The bridge ahead was utterly different from before. The final section of the bridge was no longer made of ordinary dragon soul light spots, but rather, it was made of dragon soul crystals that emitted a faint oppressive force. Though their light was still dim, each crystal contained the essence of the holy dragons. What lay asleep there were the holy dragons that had truly reached the peak throughout the ages of the dragon god Star. The required bloodline power surged exponentially at that moment. The brilliance of the 6 holy dragons began to fade once more at a visible speed. The platinum war flames burning on the Nidhogg clone nearly extinguished, the light wings behind the Akshia avatar became transparent, and even the cold air around the Avreya body thinned out. The road ahead seemed to have transformed into an insurmountable chasm. At that moment, the long silent voice of Spirit finally resonated again. This time, its voice carried no doubt, but rather heartfelt gratitude and comfort. Stop, inheritor. This final holy dragon path is transformed by the holy dragons of my lineage. To awaken them requires not only overwhelming bloodline power but also an equal will and awareness of a king. Forcing your way through will cause permanent damage to the essence of your 3 holy dragons, and you could even fall in rank. It's not worth the cost. You have done well enough. The future of the dragon race should not come at the cost of your sacrifice. The spirit's words tightened Yun Shanshan's heart instantly. She could clearly feel Akshiya's aura rapidly weakening behind her. She instinctively wanted to speak. However, before she could say a word, 3 roars echoed throughout the star sea first. Roar! It was Nidhogg, Avreya, and Akshiya. The 3 holy dragons stepped forward simultaneously, shielding the 3 already dimmed clone holy dragons behind them. An unwavering will surged into Lu Yuan and Yun Shanshan's minds through the soul link. This will carried no words, only a vision. In the vision, they burned their own dragon souls, illuminating the last dark section of the bridge ahead, paving a way home for the final holy dragon. For the revival of the dragon race, even if the origin is damaged, even if the kingship falls, they would do it without hesitation. This was their awareness. As beings at the pinnacle of the dragon race, as the new generation of dragon kings, this was the responsibility they must bear. Lu Yuan watched the scene. The spirit remains unyielding as ever. Spirit conveyed a sigh of appreciation. It was moved by the awareness of these three juniors. Perhaps, this was truly what it wanted to see, the real kingship belonging to the dragon race. However, just as the three holy dragons were about to burn their origins and make their last stand, Lu Yuan raised his hand and gently placed it on them, halting their actions. He looked up, gazing beyond the end path constructed by the holy dragons, his voice calm. I said, I do not need any sacrifices. Whether from memories or from reality. At the end of the dragon bridge, the atmosphere was tense to freezing point. Nidhogg, Ivrea, Akshaya, the three holy dragons stood side by side. The king's mark recently bestowed by their ancestors was burning fiercely, signifying their final determination. To illuminate this last holy dragon road, they were prepared to risk their bloodlines. The fall of the throne came at a cost, as the source of oneself burned away. This is the awakening of the new king, and also a tragic helplessness. Yun Shanshan's heart twisted into a knot. She could clearly feel the resolute will coming from Aixia. She opened her mouth, but no sound came out to stop it. She knew this was their glory. Just as the tragic atmosphere was about to reach its peak, a warm hand gently pressed on her head and rubbed it. I told you, I don't need any sacrifice. Lu Yuan's calm voice pierced through the thick fog like a sharp blade, instantly breaking the dead silence. He looked up, his gaze seemingly penetrating the final road built by the holy dragon ancestors ahead. Directly looking into the silent spirit deep in the void, each word clear and decisive. The glory of the holy dragon ancestors should not be continued by the blood of their descendants. My Beastmaster path is not built on the ashes of my companions. As his voice fell, Lu Yuan slowly spread out his right hand. Buzz! A force of law erupted explosively from his palm. Two vastly different yet equally profound and vast invisible seals slowly rotated in his palm. One, flowing with the rhythm of life that never ends, seemed to encompass the beginning of all things, was the beast seal for restoration and amplification. The other shone brightly, its murderous aura soaring to the sky, as if it gathered the ultimate attack in the world, was the war soul seal. The will of the spirits suddenly trembled at this moment. It could not understand what that was, but it could clearly sense that within those two small seals lay a kind of supreme power it had never seen before. Lu Yuan gave it no time to think. His mental power surged wildly, the light in his palm shining brightly. Without any hesitation, he instantly gathered 5 beast seals. As these 5 seals appeared, they emitted a majestic life force that made the entire dragon bridge tremble. He flicked his fingers. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 beast seals transformed into 2 streams of emerald light, instantly entering the bodies of Nidhogg and Ivelia in a way that disregarded space and laws. In an instant, the 2 holy dragons, whose bloodline power was on the brink of collapse, felt as if the long drought earth had been met with refreshing rain. Their withered breaths were instantly filled with an unreasonable, overwhelming life energy. The dim dragon bodies regained their luster, the platinum war flames of the war holy dragon and the threads of fate from the time holy dragon blazed anew. Their power surged back to its peak, even stronger. However, this was just the beginning. What left the spirit in disbelief, even causing a bit of chaos in its will, was about to happen. Lu Yuan didn't even glance at the 2 resurrected holy dragons, but sent the remaining 3 beast seals straight towards the 3 holy dragon phantoms that had been replicated by the trickster mirror, now so incorporeal they were almost transparent, only a silhouette remained. Buzz! The 3 phantoms, instead of collapsing under this power, began to rapidly condense in their ethereal bodies the moment the seals merged. The energy particles forming their bodies wildly reorganized, and the light of the holy dragons replicated by the trickster mirror soared, as if gaining solidity from the ethereal, to become truly immortal. What kind of talent is this? The will of the spirit for the first time carried an undisguised shock. Why can even the copies of the laws be viewed as the real body for restoration and enhancement? This violates the law of the source. In its understanding, a copy was ultimately false, without roots, and could never bear such pure and overwhelming source power. But everything happening before its eyes completely overturned its understanding. I knew it. I knew my Yuan was the strongest. Yun Shanshan looked at this miraculous scene, and instantly smiled through her tears. She gazed at Lu Yuan's back. Worry, sadness, despair, all negative emotions were swept away. Roar! Nidhogg and Ivrea, along with the 3 solidified holy dragon shadows, 5 giant dragons roared simultaneously to the sky. Axia belonged to Yun Shanshan's beast, unable to be enhanced by Lu Yuan's seal, but 5 forces restored to their peak, even beyond, frantically intertwined, platinum battle flames, strands of fate, holy radiance of time, all top-tier dragon laws converged into a bloodline torrent. Lu Yuan faced the energy storm, his black hair blown wild, issuing a simple command to the 5 warlike holy dragons. Crush through. Boom. Irresistible. That torrent of bloodline power gathered from the 5 dragons fiercely surged towards the last path of the holy dragon. No resistance, no stalemate. Those sleeping dragon clan's holy dragons, faced with this overwhelming power, couldn't hold on for even a second, instantly igniting. 1, 10, dozens. All the sleeping holy dragon souls were awakened at this moment, letting out gratified and approving dragon roars. Lu Yuan held Yun Shanshan's hand, walking smoothly on this wide path paved with holy light, taking a step that crossed the final distance, standing securely at the bridge's end. The sleeping dragons, tens of thousands of dragon souls, all found liberation. However, just when Lu Yuan thought the trial of the dragon bridge was over, the beast-taming guide in front of him quietly revealed a line of prompts. Warning, target dragon bridge purification progress, 99.99%. Chapter 169, The Ancestor Holy Dragon. At the end of the dragon bridge, Lu Yuan stood steadily holding Yun Shanshan. Behind them was a brilliant river of light formed by the liberation of billions of dragon souls, and in their ears was the resounding requiem symphony echoing through the star sea. The 6 holy dragons, though dimmed, still majestic, hovered beside them, exuding the aura of victors. Yun Shanshan's lips had long stretched to her ears, her beautiful peach blossom eyes curved into lovely crescents, filled with admiration and pride for Lu Yuan. She just knew, her Yuan could do anything. However, just as this victory and joy were about to overflow, Lu Yuan's mind, the illusory beast-taming guide, quietly revealed another line of prompts. Warning, target dragon bridge purification progress, 99.99%. The smile on Lu Yuan's face instantly froze. That newly ignited ambition seemed extinguished by a bucket of ice water poured over his head. He abruptly raised his head, looking ahead. The bridge had reached its end. In the vast star sea, apart from them, there was no dragon soul light point. Where was that last 0.01%? What's wrong, Yuan? Yun Shanshan keenly sensed the change in Lu Yuan's expression, her smile fading. At this moment, that familiar thought echoed again in the star sea. This time, its voice was no longer as ethereal and distant, but carried a weariness of shedding ancient burdens and a liberation from the depths of the soul. My name is the Ancestor Holy Dragon. At the moment the voice fell, the entire silent star sea seemed to be infused with life. Lu Yuan and Yun Shanshan's hearts skipped a beat. They could feel an indescribable vastness and antiquity awakening from the void. The true form of spirit, the first holy dragon born in the history of Dragon God Star, the ancestor of all dragon clans. Its soul had long merged with this dragon tomb, being both guardian and the last, also the most lonely prisoner in this endless sadness. I set trials. Throughout ancient times, I have seen countless gifted descendants. Some were powerful, some wise, but none were able to cross even 5% of this dragon bridge. The voice of the first dragon was filled with distant reminiscence. My greatest wish is merely to find a successor who can liberate 1/10 of the dragon souls in the sleeping dragonland. Let the mournful cries of this dragon tomb be somewhat soothed. And you all have given me an ending I never dared to imagine, the true revival of the dragon clan. Its intention slowly swept over Lu Yuan, gliding past the still glimmering heavenly deceiving demon mirror beside him. Especially you, the young human. When you said, my path of kingship is not built on the ashes of companions, I knew, finally, that the future of the dragon clan had found real hope. The ancient dragon clan's progenitors' thoughts were filled with undeniable praise and contentment. The power has its limits. But the will to protect, and that kindness rooted in the soul, are the true foundations of real kingship. You have proven that the new generation of holy dragons has something more precious than power. Yun Shanshan felt a bit dazed, but she could sense that this ancient ancestor of the dragon clan was sincerely praising Lu Yuan. Her small chest unknowingly puffed up higher. Lu Yuan remained silent. He had faintly guessed what that last 0.01% was. Now, it's time to draw a perfect conclusion to this trial. The voice of the progenitor dragon became incredibly gentle, carrying a parental affection for a junior. As the progenitor, this is my last gift to pave the way for you. Before the words fell, in the void in front of Lu Yuan and Yun Shanshan, an enormous, yet utterly illusory dragon's shadow slowly appeared. It was a holy dragon that could not be defined by any known dragon species. Its body seemed composed of the purest starlight, its scales were swirling nebulae, and its eyes were burning stars. With every move, fragments of time and ripples of space were brought to life. It was the progenitor holy dragon, the source of all dragons. And also the final 0.01% of this bridge of 10,000 dragons. It slowly bowed its noble head to Lu Yuan and Yun Shanshan, its dragon eyes filled with contented smiles. Immediately, its enormous body made of starlight began to vanish inch by inch from the tail, transforming into the most fundamental golden light particles, merging into the void. This was not a sacrifice, but a fulfillment. Nidhogg, Ivrea, and Akia also let out deep roars, sensing the sadness and reluctance from the depths of their bloodlines. However, the progenitor's dissolution was irreversible, it was its own will, the final blessing it offered to its descendants as a progenitor. Lu Yuan's gaze tightened. He knew he could not stop it. But he had never thought about accepting this gift. At the moment when the form of the progenitor dragon was about to vanish halfway, a brilliant light shot from Lu Yuan's eyes, and an immense spiritual force surged into the heavenly deceiving demon mirror. A new seal appeared in Lu Yuan's hand. Lu Yuan merged the seal into the heavenly deceiving demon mirror, and the mirror's body gleamed with silver light. A command that could be described as mad clearly fell from his lips. Myriad phenomenon true shadow. Buzz. The mirror of the heavenly deceiving demon mirror burst with brilliance, a silver beam containing the laws of stealing and replicating shot straight toward the vanishing progenitor dragon's shadow, ignoring the distance of space. He wanted to replicate this ancestral dragon along with its will and soul into the mirror. Even if it was just a strand of this progenitor's soul, that would be enough. He wanted to ensure that this progenitor could one day witness the future of the dragon clan returning to the peak. Faced with this sudden silver beam, the progenitor dragon's soul shadow that was about to vanish paused visibly. Its dragon eyes, made of stars, looked at Lu Yuan. There was no shock, nor anger in its gaze, but rather an unexpected smile. Then, that smile transformed into an incredibly fulfilling laughter that resonated deep within its soul. It did not resist but instead actively opened its origin, allowing that silver beam to extract everything about itself, from form to soul, from memory to will. Reflecting everything, replicating everything. This human descendant is really interesting. Even its final sleep must be reclaimed from the hands of fate? Good. Very good. The deceiving mirror of the heavens reaches unprecedented heights due to its imprinting effect. As the will of the primordial dragon is completely released, the replication process of the deceiving mirror of the heavens proceeds smoothly like never before. A phantom, exactly resembling the primordial dragon, gradually takes shape in the mirror world, and is then permanently stored in one of the 5 true shadows. At the moment the replication is completed, the colossal body of the ancestor holy dragon finally transforms completely into a rain of golden light, dissipating among the sea of stars. Ding! Target bridge of 10,000 dragons purification progress, 100%. The numbers on the Beastmaster's pictorial finally jump to perfect completion. Boom! Boom! At this moment, the entire sorrowful bridge made of billions of dragon souls utterly loses its form. All the points of light gather together, transforming into a brilliant golden light river that spans the entire secret realm, with no end in sight. The river flows silently, and every wave reflects the smiling face of a giant dragon after its release. They no longer wail, they no longer cry, but sing ancient dragon songs, flowing down this long river home, toward an eternal resting place. Lu Yuan and Yun Shanshan stand in the void, quietly watching this magnificent and sacred scene. The 6 holy dragons also retract all their auras, bowing their proud heads toward that golden light river, paying the highest respect to their comrades and their ancestors. After a long time, the light river gradually fades away, and the whole land of sleeping dragons becomes empty and silent. Lu Yuan raises his hand, gently stroking the cold surface of the deceiving mirror of the heavens beside him. In the mirror, the true shadow of the primordial dragon formed by starlight is quietly sleeping. In the end, he still kept this ancestor. Chapter 170, The Mark of the Dragon God. The Sea of Stars returns to dead silence. That river of light formed by billions of dragon souls gradually fades away. The only thing left is a purity and peace in this space, cleansed of all the glitz. Beside Lu Yuan, the 3 holy dragon true shadows, replicated by the deceiving mirror of the heavens, begin to turn transparent, their solid forms surrounded by flickering platinum battle flames, faith threads, and the holy light of time. 3 massive figures silently transform into countless silver points of light, completely disappearing. The radiance on the mirror then recedes, returning to its ancient and calm appearance, yet the silver divine dragon entwined at the frame seems to have gained a hint of spirituality in its dragon eyes. It's over. Yun Shanshan gazes at the empty surroundings, murmuring to herself. The excitement and joy still linger on her small face, but her eyes seem a bit vacant. This thrilling trial has brought her too much impact. She turns her head, looking at Lu Yuan's calm profile. Ah, Yuan, we really did it. We did it. Lu Yuan retracts his hand from the mirror and turns to smile at her. It seems he never doubted this outcome from the very beginning. Yun Shanshan looks at his smile, instantly feeling her earlier emptiness filled. She steps forward, naturally linking her arm with Lu Yuan's. Come out, all of you, take a breath of fresh air. Lu Yuan softly says. With a thought, figures begin to appear beside him. The radiant Holy Spirit transforms into pure light, affectionately swirling around Lu Yuan. The void phantom silently merges into the shadows, curiously surveying this brand new space. Yun Shanshan also sweetly smiles, summoning all her beast partners. The radiant Holy Maiden, Dark Dragonborn, Sacred Flame Fire Sparrow, and Void Masked Cat emerge, and are instantly captivated by the expansive star sea. Chirp! The sacred flame fire sparrow tilts its head, curiously pecking at the void, yet nabbing nothing, puzzled as it fluffs its beautiful feathers, not understanding why its master brought it to this empty place. The void masked cat appeared somewhat anxious. It was used to lurking in the shadows and cracks of dimensions. This space with no cover and even the light seemed to stand still left it feeling uncomfortable. It restlessly circled around Yun Qianqian's feet, the fur on its tail fluffed up. All right, this place is very safe. Yun Qianqian bent down and picked up the void masked cat. The little cat rubbed against her in her arms and finally relaxed a little. At that moment, a sudden change occurred. The golden river of light that had just faded away unexpectedly reappeared beneath their feet. But this time, it was no longer flowing. Instead, it transformed into a star road paved with countless golden light spots. A gentle intent came from the star road, inviting them to step onto the path home. This is the last gift of the first dragon, Lu Yuan said softly. He pulled Yun Qianqian and took the lead to step onto the star road. Nidhogg, Ivriel, and Axia, the three holy dragons, silently followed behind them. The other beast tamers also curiously followed along. The moment their claws touched the star road, all the beasts let out a comfortable sound. Streams of pure origin dragon energy flowed slowly into their bodies along the star road. Although this energy was not enough for them to instantly advance, it quietly nourished their bloodlines, cleansing the dark injuries and impurities accumulated from past battles, subtly elevating their life levels. The holy flame fire sparrow was the first to chirp. It spread its wings and joyfully flapped on the star road, with every beat of its wings creating a shower of golden light. The dark dragon descendant walked quietly, its dark dragon scales reflecting the golden light points, achieving a strange harmony between darkness and holiness. The holy maiden of dawn was surrounded by increasingly gentle light. She closed her eyes, feeling the gratitude and blessings coming from the myriad dragons. Even the most restless void masked cat calmed down at this moment, lying comfortably in Yun Qianqian's arms and happily purring. Yun Qianqian felt the warm currents flowing in her own body, her little face filled with a contented expression. She looked at the beast tamers playing joyfully on the star road and then at Lu Yuan beside her, her eyes squinting with happiness. Ah Yuan, they all seem to really like it here. Lu Yuan nodded, his gaze sweeping over his several beast tamers. This trip to the land of the sleeping dragons brought rewards far beyond his imagination. The star road was not long, and they soon reached the end of the void. Ahead was a chaotic formlessness. And the star road made of golden light points began to gather all its radiance towards the center. The gratitude of tens of thousands of dragon souls, the final blessing of the first dragon, and the essence acknowledgement of the entire land of the sleeping dragons all converged at this moment. Eventually, they transformed into two tokens of deep golden color, each inscribed with the vivid image of a divine dragon totem. Whoosh! Whoosh! The two tokens formed instantly turned into two streams of light, shooting straight towards the foreheads of Lu Yuan and Yun Qianqian. Yun Qianqian felt a chill on her forehead and instinctively closed her eyes. Lu Yuan, however, did not move. He quietly felt the token merging into his soul. Dragon God Token. When Yun Qianqian opened her eyes again, she saw Lu Yuan looking at her with a hint of a smile. Ah Yuan, did I get something extra on my forehead? She touched her forehead uncertainly. It was as smooth as ever, there was nothing there. It's in your soul. Lu Yuan explained. This is the farewell gift from the first dragon and tens of thousands of dragon souls, called the Dragon God Token. But Dragon God Token? Yun Qianqian blinked curiously. What is it used for? It has great uses. Lu Yuan raised his hand, a dark golden dragon-shaped airflow swirling around his fingertips. First of all, having this mark means we forever carry a trace of the purest dragon aura on us. From now on, whenever we encounter dragon beasts or other spirit beasts, regardless of whether they are good or evil, as long as they are not blind, they will have to think twice. This statement was a bit blunt, but Yun Qianqian understood it instantly. Wasn't this the tiger skin used by the fox to show off? No, it was dragon skin. In the future, when faced with something too strong, she could just show the mark and tell it, I have a dragon above me. A sly smile immediately appeared on her small face. Secondly, Lu Yuan continued, through this mark, we can return to this land of sleeping dragons at any time, and our spirit beasts can also move freely in this land. Yun Qianqian's eyes suddenly lit up. At any time? Yes, at any time, Lu Yuan nodded affirmatively. Although there are no dragon souls left here, as a core fragment of the Dragon God Star, the spatial laws are stable, and the energy is pure. It is a perfect place for cultivation and refuge. Yun Qianqian's little head began to spin rapidly. This meant they had an absolutely safe private garden. If they encountered something they couldn't defeat, they could just hide here, and no one would find them. Or they could cultivate in seclusion here, no longer worrying about being disturbed. So what's the third one? Yun Qianqian was eager. After the first two being so amazing, the third one must be even more powerful. Lu Yuan looked at her bright, expectant eyes. He didn't answer directly but instead asked, Shanshan, you are now at the gold mid-level, how many contract slots do you have? 5, Yun Shanshan answered without thinking. Dark Dragon Scion, Sacred Flame Fire Sparrow, Radiant Saintess, Void Mask Cat, and Axia, exactly 5. From now on, you have a 6th contract slot now. Chapter 171, Inheritance equals Revival? You have a 6th contract slot now. Lu Yuan's voice was soft. But Yun Shanshan froze completely. Her little hand, holding onto Lu Yuan's arm, unconsciously squeezed tighter. The 6th one? The contract slots of the Spirit Beastmasters changed again on them. The tier determined the number. The gold tier originally had 4, and the 5th appeared only because Yun Shanshan used a Spirit Beast elixir. Yun Shanshan closed her eyes, her mind sinking completely into her spiritual sea. 5 stars surrounded the source of her soul, representing Axia, Dark Dragon Scion, Radiant Saintess, Sacred Flame Fire Sparrow, and Void Mask Cat. They shone brightly, closely connected to her. And outside those 5 stars, a new contract slot quietly floated. Really, it increased by 1. Yun Shanshan suddenly opened her eyes. She gaped at Lu Yuan, dazed, speechless for a long while. Ah! The next second, a scream capable of overturning the entire starry sea erupted. Yun Shanshan jumped up, clinging to Lu Yuan like a koala, excitedly screaming. A Yuan! A Yuan! It's real! I really have a 6th contract slot. My god! I didn't expect this mark to have such an effect. Lu Yuan stumbled from the impact, helplessly reaching out to support her, letting her frolic on him. The nearby spirit beasts were all dumbfounded. The Sacred Flame Fire Sparrow tilted its head, not understanding why its master suddenly went crazy. The Dark Dragon Scion silently took a step back, feeling a bit embarrassed. Only Axia looked at Yun Shanshan, who was intimately close to Lu Yuan, her pure eyes revealing a smile. Alright, come down, Lu Yuan patted her back. No! Let me hold on for a while longer. Yun Shanshan buried her face even deeper, her voice muffled. Lu Yuan allowed her to indulge for a bit, and when her excitement calmed down slightly, he finally spoke, although a contract slot increased, don't forget the purpose of our coming here. This statement immediately woke Yun Shanshan from her ecstasy. Her movements stiffened. Slid down from Lu Yuan, the smile on her small face gradually faded. Right. They came here to awaken the dragon soul through trials and to complete the revival of the dragon clan. But now. Yun Shanshan looked around, the vast star sea was deathly silent. That river of light, carrying billions of dragon souls, along with that revered ancestor dragon, had vanished. Here, there was nothing left. A Yuan. She tugged at Lu Yuan's clothing. The dragon souls are all gone. How can we revive the dragon clan now? No matter how precious the gift of the Wanlong Mian land, it was just a reward for them personally. But they had promised Ivriel to help her and bring the dragon clan back to the world. The promise was still unfulfilled. Lu Yuan did not respond, only turning his gaze to the side at Ivriel. Seemingly sensing his gaze, the motionless Ice Frost Queen transformed into human form and stepped forward. Her ice-blue palace gown billowed without wind, and her ice-blue eyes swept over Yun Shanshan, finally landing on Lu Yuan's face. A voice rang in their ears at the same time. Who says that the revival of the dragon clan is not complete? Yun Shanshan was taken aback. Ivriel raised her hand, pointing to the side at Nidhogg and Axia. Revival is not about bringing the deceased back to life, that is merely the whisper of the dead. True revival is about inheritance. Her voice echoed in the silent star sea. The first dragon and countless dragon souls, they did not vanish, instead, they entrusted us with their final will, their final glory, and their final hope. Dark Abyss Dragon Emperor Nidhogg inherits the war holy dragons killing and conquest, his royal way is to clear all thorns for the dragon clan. Dragon-like Queen Axia inherits the time holy dragons protection and healing, her royal way is to bring eternal hope and prosperity to the dragon clan. And I, Ivriel's gaze fell on her palm, reflecting the threads of fate. I inherit the authority of the destiny holy dragon, I guard the fate of the dragon clan. My royal way is to ensure that our path has no end. One embodies the kill, one embodies hope, one guards destiny. The 3 of us are the new fulcrum of the dragon clan, the 3 flames that ignite the dragon god star, never to be extinguished. She turned around, and for the first time, her ice-blue eyes revealed a softness that could melt ancient ice. So, Lu Yuan, Yun Shanshan. We have already completed the revival of the dragon clan. The moment the words fell, the entire silent star sea seemed to hear some command and began to tremble violently. Boom! The darkness nearby, like a torn curtain, began to fade inch by inch. The void beneath their feet transformed into solid and heavy earth, and tender green grass sprang up from the ground at a visible speed, spreading wildly. The starry sky overhead was replaced by a warm glow, and a gentle sun hung high in the sky. In the distance, mountains rose from the ground, and rivers surged forth. In the air, the fragrance of earth and the sweetness of grass began to fill the atmosphere. This land where the dragon souls had slept for countless ages, this place that witnessed their trials, at last shed its silence after fulfilling its final mission. Under the blessings of tens of thousands of dragon souls, it transformed into a vibrant paradise. When the light dissipated, everything settled. Lu Yuan and Yun Shanshan, along with all their beasts, found themselves standing on a vast grassy field with soft, lush grass. The warm sunlight poured over them, bringing a touch of lazy warmth. A fresh breeze brushed across their cheeks, mingling with the fragrance of unknown flowers coming from afar. Chirp! The holy flame fire sparrow was the first to react, chirping happily, spreading its wings, and soaring above the grass. The void-masked cat jumped down from Yun Shanshan's arms, and it stepped on the soft grass with its paws. She comfortably lay down on the ground, exposing her belly and rolling back and forth. The radiant spirit transformed into a ball of light flying into the sky, sprinkling tiny golden light particles under the sunlight. Even the usually cold Nidhogg was just standing quietly, letting the sunlight fall on his black royal robe, and a hint of warmth seemed to tint his pitch-black eyes. Yun Shanshan stared blankly at this dreamlike scene before her, and after a long while, turned her head to look at Lu Yuan beside her. "Ah, Yuan, I'm not dreaming, am I?" Lu Yuan smiled at her silly expression, reached out and pinched her little face. "Does it hurt?" "It hurts." Yun Shanshan covered her face but laughed brightly. Chapter 172, The Cradle of Dragons. Yun Shanshan jumped off Lu Yuan, spun around in place, her long skirt fluttering. "Great! This will be our secret base from now on." She ran to the void masked cat rolling on the grass and picked it up high. "Masked cat, do you like it here? I will bring you here to play every day." The void masked cat comfortably meowed, rubbing its cheek against her palm. On the other side, the holy flame fire sparrow was playfully chasing the ball of light transformed by the radiant spirit, while the dark dragonborn stood quietly under a young tree, feeling the pulse of the land. Nidhogg, Evelyn, and Axia transformed into human forms, standing quietly to the side. They looked at this world that transformed from deathly silence to vitality, each with different expressions. Nidhogg remained stern, but the lingering hostility between his brows dissipated significantly. Axia wore a gentle smile, and pure joy gleamed in her eyes. Evelyn was the calmest, she simply reached out her hand to catch a petal drifting in the wind, her ice-blue eyes reflecting this brand new world. "Ah Yuan, ah Yuan." Yun Shanshan ran back again. "I have an extra contract slot. The sixth one. What kind of beast should I contract?" She leaned her little head close and whispered, "Should we also find a dragon? To match with your Nidhogg and Evelyn, we will be a dragon hero couple." Lu Yuan was amused by her spontaneous title and flicked her forehead. "What are you thinking? Contracting a beast depends on fate, you can't rush it." "I don't care. Anyway, my sixth beast has to be the strongest." Yun Shanshan huffed and began to daydream again. "It should be cute and strong, that can be cuddled normally and can punch one during fights." While they were joking, the peaceful and tranquil world suddenly began to change without warning. The soft and lush grass beneath their feet started to glow with a faint golden halo. The light was soft, like moonlight, yet carried a weight and holiness from ancient times. Meow. The holy flame fire sparrow was the first to notice something was wrong. It stopped flapping its wings and tilted its head, looking curiously at the ground. The void masked cat, which was originally rolling, suddenly darted up and quickly hid behind Yun Shanshan, only peeking out a little head, watchfully staring around. The golden light grew stronger, it was not coming from a source but seeped from every inch of the land. The light points gathered together, drawing countless intricate and ancient patterns on the grass, resembling intertwined dragon totems. The whole land turned into a massive golden canvas. "This is..." The smile on Yun Shanshan's face faded. Lu Yuan pulled her behind him, scanning the surroundings. Nidhogg, Evelyn, and Axia's expressions also turned serious. They could clearly feel an overwhelmingly massive dragon aura awakening deep within the land. That aura was of the same source as theirs. A spark of surprise flickered in Evelyn's ice-blue eyes. She thought the gift of the ancestral dragon had ended, but the scene before her clearly exceeded her expectations. Buzz. The earth began to tremble slightly. Those dragon-shaped totems made of golden light spots shone brightly, as if they had come to life. They wandered across the grass and ultimately gathered into huge bright spots. At the center of the bright spots, the soil began to slowly rise. In the next moment, under the astonished gaze of everyone, a shimmering dragon egg, as smooth as jade, slowly rose from the golden light. 1, 2, 10, 100. In an instant, the vast grassland transformed into a sea of dragon eggs. These dragon eggs varied in size and shape. Some were fiery red, engraved with flame patterns, some were as blue as the sea, their shells flowing with watery glimmers, some were pitch black, exuding a heavy earthy aura, while others were crystal clear, as if carved from pure gems. Thousands upon thousands of dragon eggs spread across this world, basking in the golden glow, each egg cradling a sleeping life. The entire world fell silent. The wind stopped, the birds ceased their songs, and even the most lively phoenix fire birds hung in the air, forgetting to flap their wings. Yun Shanxian opened her small mouth in shock, looking at the fiery red dragon eggs on her left, then at the emerald green dragon eggs on her right, her mind a blank. She instinctively clutched Lu Yuan's sleeve, her voice a little airy. "Ah, Yuan. Are these all dragon eggs?" Not just her, even Nidhogg, Evrea, and Axia, the three newly crowned holy dragons who considered themselves the cornerstone of the dragon race's revival, fell into a long silence. The scene before them completely overturned their understanding. Revival. Is this revival? Evrea looked at the tens of thousands of dragon eggs, revealing an emotion called shock. She murmured, as if questioning herself, or perhaps asking this world. Ancestral dragon. Is this what you wanted? She thought that the birth of the three holy dragons was the entirety of the dragon race's revival. It was the inheritance of will, the continuation of royal power. But now she understood that was only the beginning. The will of the ancestral dragon and tens of thousands of dragon souls did not just choose a new king, they also used their last strength to transform the silent land of the dragon slumber into a cradle capable of nurturing new life. Lu Yuan gazed at this miraculous scene, his shock no less than that of Yun Shanxian and the three holy dragons. His Beastmaster's compendium gave no hints, but the answer was already written on this land. Lu Yuan took a deep breath, turned to the completely dazed Yun Shanxian, and softly explained. Evrea is right, they are inheritance, they are will, they are the spark that ignites the dragon race's revival. He paused, his gaze sweeping across the endless sea of dragon eggs, his voice filled with an unprecedented emotion. But what the ancestral holy dragon truly wanted was never just a spiritual continuation. What it wanted was the true rekindling of the bloodline. Lu Yuan extended his hand, pointing to this vibrant world, pointing to the thousands of dragon eggs. This land is a new starting point for the dragon race. And we are the witnesses of it all. His voice echoed in the minds of Yun Shanxian and the three holy dragons. We are also the guardians. Chapter 173, Guardians. The word guardians exploded in the hearts of the three holy dragons. Evrea was the first to react. She looked at the endless sea of dragon eggs before her, each egg containing a new hope for the dragon race. In her eyes, a new flame ignited, one of responsibility, mission, and the burden of being a ruler. A resolute thought radiated from her, resounding throughout the entire newly born world. This time, I will definitely make the dragon race. Again, greatness. This is no longer an empty slogan, but the heaviest vow made in the face of countless new bloodlines. Nidhogg said nothing, he simply slowly raised his hand, a wisp of dark abyssal energy intertwining with platinum battle flames swirling in his palm. He looked at the dragon eggs, and a glimmer flashed in the depths of his pitch-black eyes. Conquest and slaughter are his instincts, but at this moment, he seemed to have found something more important than conquest, the root of protecting a tribe. Akasha stepped forward and gently touched the dragon egg closest to her, which radiated a soft glow. She could feel the faint energy fluctuations beneath the eggshell, and a gentle smile appeared on her face. Her royal path is to protect and heal. The scene before her was the most perfect interpretation of her royal path. Lu Yuan watched their reactions and nodded. From now on, this place will be called Cradle of Dragons, he said. Ivalia, Nidhogg, Akasha, this land needs order and guidance. Just right, you can freely move here to watch over this newly born world. Watch over? Yunqian's eyes suddenly lit up, and a wonderful picture instantly appeared in her mind, causing her to giggle uncontrollably. She leaned closer to Lu Yuan's ear and whispered, Iwang, do you mean, letting those three become kindergarten principals? Lu Yuan glanced at her, said nothing, but the laughter in his eyes had already betrayed him. Yunqian's imagination couldn't stop racing. She imagined that when these dragon eggs hatched, thousands of hungry little baby dragons would be crawling all over the place. At that time, Ivalia with her ice mountain face would be giving a moral education lesson to a group of little fire dragons about the fate and future of the dragon race, only to have the little fire dragons impatiently spit tiny flames at her, burning several holes in her skirt. Nidhogg, the Abyss Dragon King, would try to teach a group of little water dragons how to unleash dragon might, but the little water dragons would only blow bubbles and soak his imposing black gold dragon robe. The most miserable might be Akasha, a group of mischievous little earth dragons digging holes and rolling on the carefully maintained grass she nurtured, turning the place into a gopher paradise, and she could only follow behind, sighing and using holy light to repair. Ha ha ha. The more Yunqian thought about it, the funnier it got, and finally, she couldn't help but laugh so hard that she couldn't straighten up. I can't take it anymore, I can't take it anymore, this scene is too beautiful for me to look at. The three holy dragons, the new kings of the dragon race, actually have to become babysitters. Her laughter was crisp and particularly loud in this quiet world. Ivalia and Nidhogg simultaneously cast a cold glare. Yunqian's laughter stopped abruptly, she immediately hid behind Lu Yuan, peeking out with half her little head, and made a face at them. Akasha helplessly shook her head, having no way to deal with her master who was like a live treasure. Ahem. Lu Yuan cleared his throat, breaking the somewhat awkward atmosphere. Xianxian, come here. He walked over to a group of dragon eggs of various colors, squatting down to examine them closely. Yunqian curiously leaned over. She pointed at a completely black dragon egg with golden lightning patterns constantly shifting on it, excitedly saying, Iwang, look at this one. So cool. Just look at it, it must be really strong. How about I make a contract with it? As she spoke, she reached out to touch it. Don't touch. Lu Yuan quickly stopped her. These dragon eggs are the final gifts from the primordial dragon and countless dragon souls. They contain the purest essence and cannot be contracted in a conventional way. What do we do then? Yunqian felt a bit disappointed. Wait. Lu Yuan stood up, his gaze sweeping across this sea of dragon eggs. Wait for them to naturally hatch, wait for them to choose their future path themselves. Forcibly interfering will only ruin this gift. He looked at Ivalia and the others. Your task is to. It's about protecting them, guiding them, until the day they can soar in the sky. I understand. Evrea nodded solemnly. She had fully accepted this identity of the caretaker. Humph, Nidhogg only snorted coldly, as if to agree. It made him uneasy to take care of the children, but guarding the future of the dragon clan was his undeniable duty. Leave it to us. Axia smiled. Behind her, holy light gathered, as if already prepared with countless healing spells, ready to deal with any chaos that might arise in the future. Once everything was arranged, Lu Yuan pulled Yun Xianxian, preparing to temporarily leave this cradle of dragons. Yuan, are we leaving now? Yun Xianxian felt a bit reluctant. She wanted to see more of these adorable dragon eggs. This is our backyard, we can come back any time. Lu Yuan ruffled her hair. But outside, we still have things to do. Yun Xianxian nodded. She knew Lu Yuan was right. With a thought, the two communicated the path of leaving through the dragon godmark. Before leaving, Yun Xianxian looked back. In the sunlight, 3 newly born dragon kings were guarding the cradle, a symbol of the dragon clan's future, in a way never seen before. Their beast partners were also finding their own fun on this new land. The light group transformed from the radiant spirit was curiously circling a bright attribute dragon egg, as if communicating with the little life inside. The void phantom had found a new toy, constantly darting in and out of the shadow cast by the dragon egg, playing joyfully. Even the typically quiet dark dragon bloodline approached a shadow attribute dragon egg, extending its paw, hesitating for a moment, but eventually gently touching the eggshell, as if conveying some kind of encouragement belonging to its kind. Chapter 174, In the Name of the Dragon Master. Yuan, are we really leaving them here? Yun Xianxian felt a bit reluctant. It's safer here than anywhere else, and the energy is purer, which is good for their growth. Lu Yuan explained. Also, with Evrea and the others here, nothing will go wrong. Through the soul link, he could clearly feel the joyful emotions coming from the radiant spirit in the void phantom. They seemed to love this new home. Yun Xianxian nodded, no longer saying more. The space slightly distorted, and the two figures slowly faded away, finally disappearing. The Divine Beast Mountain, entrance to the Dragon Tomb secret realm. The space shook like a broken mirror, and Lu Yuan and Yun Xianxian stepped out. The celestial Dragon Master, Kirk, who had been guarding the entrance, suddenly trembled, his golden dragon eyes instantly locking on the two who appeared. He did not rush forward, but stood frozen in place. The two humans in front of him still looked the same as before, but the feeling they gave off had changed dramatically. It was no longer just the breath of ordinary Beastmasters, their souls had been marked with a supreme dragon clan totem. That aura was pure and dignified, even more noble than his own celestial dragon bloodline. That was the aura of a sacred dragon. At that moment, Kirk's heart was shaken greatly, as 2 streams of light flew from afar. It was Su Yuli and Lan Luli. You're out. Su Yuli stepped forward quickly, scanning the two from top to bottom, relieved only when she saw they were safe and sound. Lan Luli lazily followed behind, but the always half-closed eyes held a hint of concern. How was it inside? Before she could finish her question, like Su Yuli, she felt the abnormality on the two of them. It was an ineffable momentum, as if a dragon beast were standing behind them, every move carrying an invisible pressure of a dragon beast. Lu Yuan, Xian, Su Yuli showed a look of surprise. Mother, we are fine. Yun Xianxian giggled, rushed into Su Yuli's arms, and rubbed against her, then ran to Lan Liuli's side, lifting her small face like a treasure. Aunt Lan, do you see anything different about me? Lan Liuli raised an eyebrow, reached out and pinched her small face. It seems like your skin got a bit thicker? Oh no. Just as the few people were talking, Kirk finally came to his senses. He walked up to Lu Yuan, carefully observing Lu Yuan and Yun Xianxian, awe and excitement filling his golden eyes. Sir Lu Yuan, Miss Yun Xianxian, you succeeded? His voice was deep, yet couldn't hide the tremor. Lu Yuan nodded, not hiding anything, and concisely recounted what happened in the Dragon Tomb. From the choice of the echoing court, to the recognition of the path of royalty, and finally to the purification of the bridge of 10,000 dragons. He skipped the shocking details of the heavenly deceiving demon mirror, only saying that with the power of 3 holy dragons and some special means, they ultimately passed all trials. When he heard that tens of thousands of dragon souls found peace and the will of the first dragon finally manifested, Kirk's body began to tremble slightly. His obsession, guarded for thousands of years, finally had a result. The ancestral holy dragon can finally rest, he murmured. Yun Shanshan, however, was thinking, don't count on it, your ancestral holy dragon is still asleep in Lu Yuan's mirror. Su Yueli and Lan Liuli listened on the side, their hearts also stirred. Although Lu Yuan spoke lightly, they could imagine that the so-called trials were definitely life and death experiences. In the end, the ancestral holy dragon and tens of thousands of dragon souls integrated their final blessings and powers into that space. Lu Yuan's voice paused, throwing out the last piece of news. That land of 10,000 dragons' slumber has transformed into a world that can nurture the rebirth of the dragon race. We named it the Cradle of Dragons. Cradle of Dragons? Kirk suddenly lifted his head. Yes. Lu Yuan affirmed. Those liberated dragon souls turned into brand new dragon eggs, and they are nurturing on that land. Evelia, Nidhogg, and Akshia, along with Mayan Shanshan's beast companions, will serve as guardians, guiding this newly born race. Silence. A silence so profound, one could hear a needle drop. Kirk was completely frozen, seemingly experiencing a moment of shock. Thousands of dragon eggs? Did he hear that wrong? He thought the return of the 3 holy dragons Evelia was already the entire hope for the revival of the dragon race. But now, Lu Yuan was telling him that what they brought back was a completely new dragon race? Su Yueli and Lan Liuli were also stunned. They exchanged glances, seeing extreme shock in each other's eyes. A place that could continuously give birth to pure-blood giant dragons? What does this represent? They knew better than anyone. This meant that as long as Lu Yuan and Yun Shanshan were given enough time, they would have a true giant dragon army. This was beyond the realm of genius, this was a miracle. Mother! Aunt Lan! Yun Shanshan saw that they were both stunned and couldn't help but tug on Su Yueli's sleeve, speaking softly yet with immense pride. This harvest from this secret realm is not just this. Yuan and I also got the Dragon God mark, allowing us to enter and exit the Cradle of Dragons at any time. She puffed out her small chest, lowered her voice, and said in a bragging tone, and I've also gained another contract slot. The 6th one. Su Yueli and Lan Lioli's pupils suddenly constricted. What did you say? You gained another contract slot? The two said in unison, their voices changing pitch. The contract slots of Beastmasters are a strict law of the world, with rank determining quantity, for slots for golden rank is already the limit. Absolutely true. Yun Shanshan proudly lifted her chin. Lan Liuli suddenly appeared in front of Yun Shanshan, grabbing her wrist, a pure mental power probing into her spiritual sea. After a moment, Lan Liuli released her hand. Stumbling back a half step, that usually lazy face once again showed a ghostly expression. Really, there's one more. Su Yueli looked at her daughter's proud appearance, then glanced at the calm Lu Yuan beside her, suddenly feeling a sense of unreality. These two children, they had only entered a secret realm, yet it seemed that every time they came out, they brought back a different kind of adventure. Thump! A dull sound interrupted their thoughts. Everyone turned to look, only to see the celestial comet dragon master, Kirk, actually take 2 steps back and kneel on one knee before Lu Yuan and Yun Shanshan. The last commander of the celestial comet battle group, the celestial wisdom giant dragon, Kirk. Salute to the dragon master. From today on, I and the divine beast mountain shall forever be the most loyal guardians of the cradle of dragons. Chapter 175, the 6 kings present their treasures. Kings bow down, the dragon master descends upon them. This sudden scene left Su Yueli and Lan Liuli somewhat stunned. Lu Yuan stepped forward, wanting to help Kirk up. Senior Kirk, this is absolutely not acceptable. We cannot bear the title of Dragon Master. However, the knee of the celestial comet dragon master seemed to have taken root on the bluestone floor, unmoving. You can bear it. Kirk raised his dragon head, his golden pupils filled with unprecedented fervor and devotion. You and Lady Yun Shanshan have carried the will of the ancestral sacred dragon, bringing hope for the revival of the dragon clan. The title of Dragon Master is the ancestral sacred dragon's recognition of you both. His voice turned into a roaring sound wave, echoing across the entire altar. I, Kirk, fight only for the dragon clan in this life. As soon as his words fell, Kirk made a movement that made everyone's pupils constrict. Kirk transformed into a giant golden dragon. Lifting one dragon claw, the tip glimmered with a metallic cold light, and without hesitation, he clawed toward the hardest reverse scale on his neck. Shoo! Accompanied by a tearing sound, 3 golden dragon scales the size of wash basins were forcibly peeled off from his body. Dragon blood spilled from the wound, dripping to the ground, but it was instantly absorbed by the earth, turning into the purest energy. Kirk seemed to feel no pain. He used dragon power to hold these 3 dragon scales stained with his original aura and respectfully presented them to Lu Yuan. These are my original reverse scales, capable of withstanding a full-force strike from a Peak King, 3 times. His voice was slightly hoarse from the pain, but the respect within it did not diminish. Upon meeting the Dragon Master for the first time, a small token of respect, though unrefined, I hope the Dragon Master will accept it. Yun Chanxian's little mouth formed an O shape. She quietly tugged at Lu Yuan's shirt corner, lowering her voice, excitement barely hidden in her tone. Yuan, we hit the jackpot. These are Peak King dragon scales, capable of blocking a king's strike. 3 pieces. That's like 3 lives. Lu Yuan ignored the little money fanatic beside him, who had already started calculating how to use them. He looked at the 3 heavy dragon scales in front of him, then glanced at Kirk's bloodied wound, feeling a mix of emotions. This was no longer a gift, it was a loyalty forged from flesh and blood. He no longer declined, reaching out to accept the 3 dragon scales. Thank you. Seeing Lu Yuan accept them, Kirk's massive dragon face showed a relieved expression. He slowly stood up, his Mabu-like body turning towards the 6 king's beasts that had remained silent from the start. As the Dragon Master's arrival, do you, as the spirits of the Divine Mountain, have no intention of showing any gratitude? Kirk's tone was very calm, showing no anger or joy, but the pressure within it made the breath of the 6 king beasts falter. Su Yueli and Lan Lioli exchanged glances, both seeing surprise in each other's eyes. Is he asking for benefits for Lu Yuan? The atmosphere of the altar suddenly became somewhat subtle. These 6 kings, though they respected Kirk as the Mountain Master, had a more equal existence among themselves. Now, however, Kirk spoke in an almost commanding tone. Let them express themselves to the 2 human youngsters. The southern 9 Hells Qilin reacted first, shooting 2 streams of 9-colored flames from its nostrils, letting out a dissatisfied low grunt. The divine fire around its body surged fiercely, clearly opposing Kirk's actions. However, Kirk simply shot it a cold glance. With just one glance, the flames around the 9 Hells Qilin instantly retracted, and its disgruntled aura vanished without a trace. Kirk did not say anything more, just quietly watched them. Silence. In the end, it was the most peaceful Kunlun spirit deer that first broke the deadlock. It took elegant steps and walked in front of Lu Yuan and Yun Shanshan, its antlers adorned with blooming flowers gently swaying. A budding 7-colored lotus flower slowly floated down from its antlers, hovering in front of the 2. This is the seed of the 7 treasures spirit lotus, which takes 100 years to bear. The ethereal voice of the Kunlun spirit deer rang out. Wearing it can nourish the soul, making one immune to 100 evils. If planted, when it blooms, the lotus platform can provide a spiritual return no less than that of a platinum peak beast to its Beastmaster. Yun Shanshan's eyes instantly sparkled like 2 stars. A spiritual return of a platinum peak beast. This item, if taken to the outside world, could drive all platinum-grade Beastmasters mad. Thank you, Senior. Yun Shanshan happily reached out to take the lotus seed. But Lu Yuan stopped her, slightly bowing to the Kunlun spirit deer. Thank you for your generous gift, Senior. With the Kunlun spirit deer leading, the other kings no longer remained silent. The western Biming Town mountain turtle, its shell resembling mountains, had glow faintly on its rugged patterns. A small palm-sized, earth-colored fragment of the turtle shell fell from its back, flying in front of Lu Yuan. Old turtle has nothing good. This item is called Earth Vein Armor, formed from my old shell after shedding. The giant turtle's voice was old and heavy. Once activated, it can create an absolute barrier, capable of blocking any attack below the king level for 10 breaths. Another life-saving treasure. Yun Shanshan quietly gave Lu Yuan a yay gesture behind her back. Next, the Northern Annihilation Judicator moved. Its large scale of judgment slightly tilted, and a pitch-black token inscribed with the character law flew out. Judgment Order can establish a fair contract with any target. The one who violates the contract will suffer the backlash of the law, permanently losing 1 level of power and remaining weak for dozens of days. Its voice was devoid of any emotion. Lu Yuan felt a stir in his heart. The usefulness of this item was far greater than a simple defensive treasure. The southeastern sky dreamweaver, its butterfly wings reflecting the stars, gently fluttered. A bit of starlight fell from its wings, transforming in midair into a transparent diamond-shaped crystal. Nightmare Prism can completely rebound a single mental attack back to the caster, disregarding level differences. Its voice was ethereal, as if from another dimension. Yun Shanshan was nearly fainting from happiness. The good fortune came too suddenly. Did they just poke the treasure's nest today? Now, only the 9 Hells Qilin and the void-devouring python remained. The 9 Hells Qilin watched its companions take out their treasures, feeling somewhat displeased. It was a dignified Qilin, a revered divine beast. How could it be weaker than them? It snorted coldly and opened its mouth to expel a burst of 9-colored divine fire. The flames gathered in the air, eventually transforming into a feather burning with 9 colored flames. True Qilin feather contains a strand of my original divine fire. Its voice carried a hint of arrogance. It can instantly purify all curses in negative states below the king level. If fused into a fire attribute beast's body, it can purify its bloodline and has a certain chance to comprehend the divine ability 9 colored divine fire. Yun Shanshan instinctively glanced at her sacred flame fire sparrow. Finally, all eyes fell on the massive black python lurking only halfway out of sight. The vertical pupils of the void-eating python flickered with chaotic light, seemingly very unwilling. Kirk's gaze also fell upon it. Finally, the void-eating python opened its gigantic mouth, and a dark, ink-like, constantly twisting orb was spat out. Little jumping pearl, a one-time consumable. Its voice was hoarse and chilling. It can ignore any spatial blockade and perform a short-distance random spatial jump. A top-grade escape tool. Thus, the 6 great kings, 6 supreme treasures. Each one alone could stir up a storm of blood and slaughter in the outside world. And now, they quietly floated before Lu Yuan and Yun Shanshan. Chapter 176, Returning with Full Loads. Faced with the 6 supreme treasures hovering in front of them, even Lu Yuan felt a thrill of fear. Yun Shanshan's eyes sparkled, her little hands rubbed together behind her back, just like a little hamster preparing to stock up for winter, almost writing "I want it all" on her face. Lu Yuan was not polite. With a thought, he stored all 6 treasures into his storage space. He slightly bowed to the 6 kings. "Thank you, senior elders, for your generous gifts." The 6 kings' breaths stirred slightly, acknowledging his gratitude. They had indeed paid a heavy price this time, especially the 9 nether Qilin and the void-eating python, whose aura still carried a hint of pain. Kirk was very satisfied with this, as his enormous dragon head turned toward the 6 kings. "The arrival of the Dragon Lord is the highest secret of the sacred mountain. You must swear an oath of laws, and not leak even a bit." The 6 kings had no objections and each swore by their essence. They understood clearly that if the existence of the dragon's cradle was exposed, it would not only drive Blue Star mad but also send the entire beast world into chaos. "All right, you may retreat now." Kirk waved his dragon claw. The 6 majestic auras receded like a tide, their gigantic forms disappearing one by one into the depths of the dense forest, returning silence to the altar. Kirk turned back to Lu Yuan, his golden dragon eyes full of seriousness. "Dragon Lord, I will personally guard the entrance to the secret realm. From today, the sacred mountain of beasts will be the first barrier of the dragon's cradle. Thank you for your efforts." Lu Yuan nodded. With this matter concluded, the group no longer lingered and turned to walk back along the path they came. Yun Shanshan was in an extremely excited state all the way. She linked her arm with Lu Yuan's, almost hanging onto him, reciting words continuously. "Ah Yuan, can you give me that 7 treasure god lotus? It helps nourish the soul, and I'll definitely sleep better. And the earth vein shield. Wow, invincible for 10 seconds under the kings. If anyone bothers me, I'll just stand there and let them hit me until they tire out. The judgment order is also so cool. Anyone who dares to owe me money and not pay will drop a level in strength." Su Yueli listened to her daughter's useless chatter and helplessly rubbed her forehead. Lan Liuli curled her lip, lazily commenting, "Promising." She 11 silently walked at the back, remaining silent. Her mind was replaying everything that had happened today over and over. The 6 kings and their beasts appeared in the world, the mountain master knelt, the secrets of the dragon clan, the new world. Any one of these events could overturn her worldview established over the past 20 years. She looked at Lu Yuan and Yun Shanshan walking ahead and felt a sense of unreachability for the first time. So this is the true pride of heaven. And I, perhaps, am just standing at the foot of the mountain, fortunate to glimpse a ray of light from the summit. Passing through the long path, the entrance of the sacred mountain was right in front of them. Boom! The ground ahead trembled again, and the giant beast formed of ancient wood and stone slowly stood up. Only this time, the suffocating pressure it once held was completely gone. It lowered its gigantic head, clearing the path for the group. A grand voice resonated within the mountain, filled with reverence. "We respectfully send off the Dragon Lord." Yun Shanshan puffed out her small chest proudly and waved at the giant beast, as if reviewing her soldiers. Su Yueli summoned her thoughts, and the figure of the cloud-howling sky falcon appeared once more. The crowd leaped onto the hawk's back. The giant hawk let out a clear cry, flapping its wings, stirring up a fierce wind, and instantly shot into the clouds. On the ground, Kirk stood shoulder to shoulder with the rocky giant beast, looking up at the black dot that had vanished into the sky, remaining still for a long time. High above, the clouds rushed past swiftly beneath them. This journey to the mountain of beasts had come to a perfect end. Su Yueli and Lan Liuli both obtained their desired spirit beasts, the Stormwing Elf and the Thunder Panda, both of which had epic peak potential at 2 stars. As long as they worked together and level up the two, the resulting energy could break through the king-level threshold that had troubled them for a long time. Yun Shanshan looked like a little wealthy lady who had just come back from robbing a treasure trove. She was sitting cross-legged on the hawk's back, placing the 6 treasures around her, touching each one lovingly, unable to put them down. Mother, Aunt Lan, look. She raised the true feather of the Qilin, burning with 9 colored flames. What about this for my sacred flame fire sparrow? Maybe it can breathe 9 colored divine fire in the future. Su Yueli looked at her daughter, her eyes full of affection, but also heavy with seriousness. Xianxian, these things, and your extra contract slots, cannot be mentioned to anyone, understand? Got it, Yun Xianxian waved her hand dismissively. We shouldn't reveal our wealth, I understand. Lan Liuli leaned to one side, half closing her eyes, looking like she was about to fall asleep, but softly floated out a sentence, it's not just wealth we shouldn't reveal, you two are like 2 walking nuclear bombs, and they don't come with insurance. She opened one eye and looked at Lu Yuan, kid, that cradle of the dragon of yours, does it really keep producing dragon eggs endlessly? Aha. Lu Yuan nodded. His Lan Liuli gasped, instantly losing her sleepiness. She sat up straight, on her usually lazy face appeared an expression named headache. A dragon base that can keep spawning troops, wow, if this gets out, not to mention the Dragon Kingdom, the whole world will go crazy. She rubbed her forehead. No way, I need to train harder when we return. This statement made the previously excited Yun Xianxian calm down. Only then did she realize what kind of opportunity she and Lu Yuan had truly gained. The previously silent Qi Shi finally spoke up. Her voice was a bit hoarse, yet extremely firm. Lu Yuan, Yun Xianxian. The two turned to look at her. Qi Shi bowed slightly to him. Thank you both. Yun Xianxian quickly stepped forward to support her. Senior sister, what are you doing? Qi Shi raised her head, and in her usually cold eyes, there seemed to be flames burning at this moment. I used to think I was already one of the best among my peers, aiming to catch up with my teacher's footsteps. She gave a self-deprecating smile. Today I realized I was just a frog in the well. She looked at Lu Yuan and Yun Xianxian, her gaze filled not with jealousy, but with pure shock and longing. Thank you for showing me the sky outside the well. I will no longer set my sights on the epic, I want to see the scenery atop that throne. After saying this, she sat down again, closed her eyes, and entered a state of tranquility. An invisible force began to gather around her. In this journey to the Mountain of Beasts, even though she did not obtain any substantial treasures, the cleansing of her spirit and the broadening of her horizons were more precious to her than any rare materials. Yun Xianxian looked at Qi Shi, who had entered a state of enlightenment, her little face revealing an expression of admiration. Su Yueli nodded with relief and said to Lan Liuli, this child has a really good nature. Of course, just look at whose student she is. The corners of Lan Liuli's mouth slightly curled up, but soon returned to her lazy demeanor. The cloud howl skyhawk flew steadily, and the atmosphere quieted down for a moment. Lu Yuan stood at the front of the hawk, gazing at the horizon in the distance, where the outline of Beiming Academy could already be faintly seen. In his heart, however, it was far from as calm as it appeared on the surface. The name Dragon Master is glory, but also a responsibility. The cradle of the dragon is a trump card, but also a shackle. He knew that, starting from today, he would carry not just his own fate, but also the future of a lost race on his shoulders. Yuan. Yun Xianxian did not know when she had walked to his side and gently leaned against him. What are you thinking about? I was thinking about when our kindergarten will finally open. Lu Yuan pulled back his thoughts, turned to look at her, and said with a smile. Yun Xianxian let out a chuckle, and the heavy atmosphere from before vanished in an instant. Don't worry. With that Ice Queen principal, Euphoria, the violent security guard, Nidhogg, and the gentle nurse, Axia, our dragon kindergarten will definitely be the best in the world. She clenched her little fist, swearing confidently. Whoever dares to cause trouble, I will let Nidhogg bite them. In the distance, the outline of Beiming Academy grew clearer. Chapter 177, The Deformed Dragon Egg. The Yun Shao Tian falcon landed steadily on the wide lawn of the villa halfway up the mountain, folding its wings and letting out a low cry. A group of people jumped down from the falcon's back, feeling the solid ground beneath their feet, finally allowing the tense strings in their hearts to relax. Aunt Su, teacher, I'll go back to my room first. Qi Shi slightly nodded to everyone. Go ahead, have a good rest. Su Yueli replied warmly. Qi Shi said no more, turning to walk towards the guest room of the villa. Her back stood tall like a pine tree, each step taken with extraordinary steadiness, and the invisible power surrounding her felt even more solid than when she was on the falcon's back. Lan Liuli watched her back and yawned lazily, but her lips involuntarily curved into a smile. This girl, she's been seriously stimulated this time. It's good, if we don't shatter that little pride of hers, she'll really think that the epic is the sky. Yun Xianxian stuck out her tongue and whispered, where have I heard a teacher speak like this about her student? Just as she finished speaking, she saw Lu Yuan walk to the center of the lawn, looking around, as if searching for a suitable spot. Yuan, aren't you going to take a break? Yun Xianxian bounced over. No, Lu Yuan shook his head. I want to contract that dragon egg right now. As soon as he said this, the air instantly fell silent. Lan Lioli, who was about to go back and take a bath, stumbled, nearly tripping over herself. She turned back sharply, her beautiful phoenix eyes wide open, filled with absurdity. No way, dude. We just got back, and you're going to contract the sixth beast without even catching your breath? She looked Lu Yuan up and down, as if inspecting some rare monster. Is your mental strength an endless pit? You just came out of a place like the Dragon's Lair, and you don't feel tired? For beast tamers, each contract is a huge test of the sea of mental strength. But Lu Yuan was different. He had just experienced a worldview-altering adventure and turned around wanting to contract a dragon beast of an unheard-of species. This was no longer just bold, it was simply absurd. I'm fine. Lu Yuan's answer was concise. His sea of mental strength, after being washed by the divine dragon's mark, not only showed no signs of exhaustion but felt even more vast and solid than before. Alright, you monster. Lan Lioli was completely out of spirit, walking resignedly to a nearby lounge chair and flopping down. She had an expression of "I want to see what tricks you can still pull." Su Yueli appeared much calmer. She walked over to Lu Yuan's side, her eyes filled with a mix of scrutiny, but more trust and support. Have you thought it through? Lu Yuan nodded. Good. Su Yueli asked no more questions, just gently clapped her hands. A fire-red figure appeared silently beside her. It was an elegant fox, its fur blazing like flames, with 9 fluffy tails gently swaying behind it. It was one of Su Yueli's trump card beasts, the 9-tailed rose firefox. Xiao Rose, isolate this world. Ooh. The 9-tailed rose fox let out a soft whimper, its 9 tails swaying gently across the ground without any wind. Buzz. A layer of invisible scarlet barrier, like an inverted bowl, instantly enveloped the entire backyard lawn. Outside the barrier, everything remained normal. But inside the barrier, it was as if they had been stripped to another dimension, utterly silent. After doing all this, Su Yueli and Lan Lioli's gazes, coincidentally, focused on Lu Yuan. Under the scrutiny of the three, Lu Yuan's mind stirred, and a pitch-black dragon egg, the size of a fist, appeared in his palm. It was the unique distorted dragon soul seed that Lu Yuan had personally created in the land of 10,000 dragons' slumber. At the moment this dragon egg appeared, the temperature of the surrounding air seemed to drop by several degrees. It lay quietly in Lu Yuan's hand, its twisted black patterns flowing slowly like a living creature, emanating an aura of chilling death and finality. Yet beneath this ultimate silent stillness, there was a faint pulse of life, coming from deep within the eggshell. Waves of black mist intertwined with glimmers of golden light, weaving, chasing, and devouring within the patterns of the eggshell. Sacredness and corruption, creation and destruction. Two completely opposite principles were presented on this small dragon egg in an intensely contradictory yet perfectly balanced manner. His even Lan Lioli, who was well informed, couldn't help but gasp when she felt this aura. She sat upright from the reclining chair, her laziness completely vanished, her face bearing an unprecedented seriousness. What on earth is this thing, she murmured to herself. It has the might of a dragon beast, yet mixes in a concept of filth. How can these two things coexist? Su Yueli also furrowed her brow tightly. She could clearly sense that the power contained in this egg exceeded her realm of understanding. Yuan, can this really make a contract? Yun Shanxian leaned over, her small face filled with curiosity, but her eyes also hiding worry. She could feel the Dragon Queen Akia within her rejecting this egg. At the same time, in Lu Yuan's Sea of Spirit, the Dragon Frost Queen Ivalia and the Abyss Dragon King Nidhogg also sent a thought, full of vigilance and hostility. They instinctively hated this world-devouring thing that mixed light and dark, life and death together. It's okay. Lu Yuan reassured his two beasts, while also calming Yun Shanxian beside him. He could feel the emotions of the holy dragon, but he himself felt an inexplicable sense of closeness to the dragon egg in his palm. Because this egg was born because of him. He had used the disguise of the heavenly deceiver mirror to deceive the laws of the land of 10,000 dragons' slumber. He had forcibly injected the concept of world devouring into this dragon soul seed that should have been pure. In a certain sense, he was the father of this unknown dragon beast. Lu Yuan no longer hesitated, he sat cross-legged and gently placed the dragon egg on the grass in front of him. He let his spiritual power infuse into this dragon egg. Chapter 178, Wrath of the Twin Dragons. Lu Yuan closed his eyes, a thread of purest spiritual power protruded from his brow, slowly reaching towards the lifeless yet vibrant dragon egg before him. There was no anticipated resistance or rejection. When Lu Yuan's spiritual power touched the eggshell, he felt a joy and desire emerging from the depths of his soul. It was as if a lost child had finally caught a whiff of the scent of home. The distorted dragon egg began to act like an activated black hole, wildly devouring Lu Yuan's spiritual power. On the surface of the eggshell, those twisted black patterns and sacred golden light began to swirl, intertwine, and collide at an unprecedented speed. Eventually transforming into a slowly rotating, black and gold energy vortex. This Lan Lioli suddenly stood up. She had never seen such a strange contract process. It was not like a contract, but more like a return. Su Yueli held her breath, and the nine-tailed rose firefox next to her bristled its fur. A threatening sound came from its throat, the crimson barrier glowed fiercely, clearly sensing some kind of terrifying power taking shape. Yun Shanxian nervously clenched her small fists, her eyes fixed on that dragon egg. Crack! A soft sound echoed. But that was not the sound of the eggshell breaking. The black-gold intertwined dragon egg began to shed its surface, piece by piece, like weathered rock, turning into the smallest specks of light and dark particles, dissipating in the air. It was not broken but was self-destructing, self-dissolving. When the last trace of the shell turned to nothingness, a ball of chaotic energy floated in mid-air. In the center of that ball of light was pure darkness, so extreme it seemed able to engulf all light and hope. But at the edges of the light ball burned a brilliant, sacred golden flame, radiating the will of creation and protection. At this moment, the two opposing powers reached a strange balance. The next second, the light ball suddenly shrank inward, collapsing into an infinitely small singularity. No sound, no explosion. Immediately, that singularity silently blossomed. A circle of black ripples spread across the grass. Wherever they passed, the lush grass leaves instantly withered, turning to ashes as if stripped of all concept of life. Su Yueli's face changed, and the nine-tailed rose firefox immediately strengthened the barrier, keeping that strange ripple inside the courtyard. And at the center of that ripple, a petite figure slowly took shape. It was a little girl who looked to be only 5 or 6 years old. She wore a simple black dress, with no decorations on the hem, but it was so black it made one's heart tremble. It was not the color of fabric but a materialized void, as if a piece from the most desolate corner of the universe had been cut to make the dress. Any light that fell on the dress was completely swallowed, with no reflection at all. The girl was barefoot, stepping on the now turned to ashes grass, her expression somewhat dazed, like a child just waking up, unable to distinguish reality from dream. She slowly raised her head to look at Lu Yuan. And made everyone present see her eyes clearly. One was pure gold, like the dragon eyes of the ancestral holy dragon, containing supreme dragon prestige. The other was pure black, like the abyss of the world-devouring mother, reflecting the extinction of all things. One holy and one evil, one light and one dark, so contradictorily yet harmoniously, appeared on the same face. Yun Shanxian opened her mouth, wanting to say so cute, but the words were scared back by the pitch-black eye. Lan Liuli felt her Beastmaster worldview had been crushed repeatedly today and was forcibly pieced together, and now it shattered once more. In the midst of this eerie silence, a chilling intent to kill and a furious wrath of destruction suddenly erupted behind Lu Yuan. Get out of the Master's world, world-devouring creature. Be annihilated, or I will purify you. Accompanied by two sounds filled with disgust and murderous intent, the space behind Lu Yuan was forcibly torn apart. Dressed in an ice-blue palace gown, with an unmatched beauty and a cool demeanor, Euphria appeared, along with Nidhogg, cloaked in dark gold dragon patterns, handsome and cold, exuding the authority of a prison. They did not give anyone time to react. Euphria raised her graceful hand, and a spear of ultimate ice instantly formed, aiming directly at the black-dressed little girl, as the surrounding air instantly crystallized with countless ice shards. Nidhogg was even more direct, black flames exploded in his eyes, and a magical claw of the void, formed from abyssal power, suddenly surged out from the shadow beneath the little girl's feet. Grabbing at her ankle. Two dragon kings, two beings who once stood at the pinnacle of their respective domains, at this moment did not hesitate to launch a lethal attack on a seemingly defenseless little girl. In their eyes, the girl's world-devouring aura, even if it was just a trace, was more detestable than the most malicious curse in the world. Stop! Lu Yuan commanded with unquestionable authority. His figure flashed, instantly blocking in front of the little girl. The ice spear, potent enough to freeze souls, and the magic claw that could tear apart space, came to a sudden halt nearly half a meter from Lu Yuan. The forms of Ivelia and Nidhogg stiffened. They could strike against anyone, but they could never lay a hand on their master, who was connected to their very souls. Lu Yuan? Nidhogg's pitch-black eyes were filled with fury. You are protecting a world-devouring infant? It will taint your soul. She is not an enemy. Lu Yuan turned to look at the little girl behind him, whose eyes still carried a hint of confusion. He could sense the deep-seated hostility emanating from Ivelia and Nidhogg's bloodlines. But he could also feel the girl's unreserved dependence and closeness towards him. That feeling was akin to that of a parent towards their child. Lu Yuan extended his hand, gently placing it on the little girl's head. The girl did not flinch, instead, she comfortably squinted her mismatched eyes, like a cat being stroked, even rubbing her little face against Lu Yuan's palm. This scene turned the killing intent in Ivelia and Nidhogg's eyes into disbelief. Yun Shanxian, Su Yueli, and Lan Liuli were also dumbfounded. From today onward, she will be your new companion. Lu Yuan said to his two dragon kings. Chapter 179, The World-Devouring Dragon Princess, Mortis. The Master's order is above all. The soul-freezing ice spear in Nidhogg's magic claw, under Lu Yuan's command, slowly dissipated into nothingness. The two Dragon Kings remained standing, but the aura surrounding them felt like a volcano forcibly suppressed, filled with contradiction and unwillingness. They could ignore everything, could destroy a planet, but they could not disobey their Beastmaster connected to their souls. Master. Nidhogg's voice suppressed his fury. You shouldn't. This is an order. Lu Yuan did not look back, cutting off all of Nidhogg's unfinished words. Lu Yuan no longer paid attention to them, but instead turned his gaze back to the little girl in front of him. She seemed to have been scared by the earlier commotion, shrinking her small body behind Lu Yuan's legs. The little girl only peeked out half of her little head, using her mismatched golden and black eyes to observe Ivelia and Nidhogg. Lu Yuan squatted down, meeting her gaze at eye level. He extended his hand, and after a moment's hesitation, the little girl placed her cold little hand into Lu Yuan's palm. There was no warmth, but there was a peculiar feeling of reassurance, connected to the soul. Ah Yuan, she is so cute. Yun Shanxian finally snapped out of her shock, looking at the little girl's delicate face with starry eyes. Exactly, those eyes, so special. Lan Liuli had her arms crossed, expressing curiosity. Not just special, it's practically like two forces forced together. Kid, where did you get this stitched monster from? Su Yueli did not speak, but her gaze had never left the little girl, filled with inquiry. At that moment, the Beastmaster's illustrated book in front of Lu Yuan finally stirred. A flash of golden light passed through, and the pages opened to a brand new one. A torrent of majestic data surged forth, finally converging into a line of clear text. Name, World-Devouring Dragon Princess, Mortis. Potential, 5-star. Rank, Golden Peak. Attribute, Dragon Slash. Racial skills. 1. Zeroing, passive. The very existence of Mortis is a reset of a rule. She is immune to all energy damage below epic level from elements such as light, darkness, time, and space, and can absorb this energy to heal herself. 2. Chaotic Singularity. Creates a miniature chaotic singularity in a designated area, which distorts skills within the range and randomly grants enemies one or more effects such as weaken, confusion, healing prevention, slow, and more. 3. World-Devouring Dragon Breath. Breathes out a black and gold interwoven dragon breath. The dragon breath possesses both holy purification and concept corrosion properties, causing devastating damage to any single attribute defense. 4. Concept Devouring. Can forcibly consume an energy-based skill or buff status that is no higher than 2 major ranks above herself, transforming it into energy for her own growth. The higher the level, the slower the digestion. 5. Currently unable to unlock at this rank. Evolution Path, Path 1, Unique Legend World Devouring Dragon Princess Annihilation Dragon God, potential increased to 5 stars, Master of Laws Annihilation, potential increased to 5 stars, End of Days Devouring Dragon Queen, potential increased to 5 stars. Remarks, she was born at the intersection of the Holy Dragon and the Fallen, is hope, and also an end. She is a paradox walking in the world, the only one who can understand world devouring and walk alongside it. Lu Yuan's breath momentarily stilled. Returning to 0. Immune to all energy damage under the laws, and can absorb it? This is no longer a simple defense skill, this is an unreasonable rule feature. This means that almost no energy attack below epic can harm her. Chaotic Singularity, distorting the laws, randomly adding negative effects, a perfect crowd control skill. World-Devouring Dragon Breath, the coexistence of the holy and corrosion, makes any single defense system ineffective. What shocked Lu Yuan the most was concept devouring. Forcibly devouring skills and buff statuses. This is even more domineering than the Demon Mirror's Infinite Reversing Wheel. Infinite Reversing Wheel is about analysis and return, while concept devouring directly devours, transforming it into energy to enhance oneself. Finally, his gaze fell upon that only legendary evolution path. World-Devouring Dragon Princess, Annihilation Dragon God, Master of Laws Annihilation, End of Days Devouring Dragon Queen, each name exudes a terrifying aura of devouring all things and surpassing the laws. She is a paradox walking in the world, Lu Yuan murmured, finally understanding the meaning of the remarks in the guide. What he has created is not just a simple powerful beast, but a monster capable of overturning the existing system. Mortis, Lu Yuan softly uttered the name displayed in the guide. The little girl in his arms seemed to understand. She lifted her head, her mismatched colored eyes looking at Lu Yuan. In her black pupils, there was no longer emptiness, in her golden pupils, there was no longer confusion, but both reflected Lu Yuan's figure. She opened her small mouth and uttered her first syllable since birth. Yuan. This call softened Lu Yuan's heart. He couldn't help but reach out his other hand and ruffled her soft black hair. Yun Shanxian's eyes sparkled as she hugged Lu Yuan's other arm. Wow. A Yuan. She calls you Yuan. So close. Does she call Mortis? What a beautiful name. She completely ignored the terror and strangeness of this beast, her heart and eyes filled with, this is a Yuan's baby, so cute, so powerful. Suyueli looked at the natural closeness between Lu Yuan and Mortis, then at the cold-breathing Evlia and Nidhogg standing not far away, and revealed a complex smile. She suddenly felt that Lu Yuan's beast team was developing in a very strange direction. I have a bit of a headache. Lan Liuli supported her forehead, staggering back to the lounge chair and collapsing onto it. I can't take it anymore, there's too much information. I need to take a nap to feel better. You all play by yourselves, don't call me before the world ends. Everything that happened today. It has far exceeded the understanding limits of this epic Beastmaster. What Dragon Lord, what 6 kings presenting treasures, pales in comparison to this little girl, a stitched monster born calling dad. Chapter 180, Devouring Dragon God. World Devouring Dragon Princess, Mortis, Evolution Raw Planning complete. First evolution, no consumption required. The first free upgrade in the Beast Mastery Encyclopedia has finally arrived, albeit late. Lu Yuan did not hesitate, and directly thought in his heart. Confirm. Buzz. There was no earth-shattering momentum, no interweaving of light and darkness. A pure darkness spread from the little girl's black dress, completely enveloping her small body. This darkness had no energy fluctuations, yet seemed to devour everything, including light, sound, and even people's perceptions. Here we go again? Lan Liuli had just sat back in her lounge chair when she saw the scene, her body staggered, almost unable to steady herself. She held her forehead, her face full of the expression I've given up resisting. Great, just hatched and at peak gold, and now starting to mutate again. Xiao Yuan, do you have to stir things up every time you contract a beast? Let me know in advance next time. I'm afraid my little heart can't take it. Lan Liuli plopped back into her lounge chair, pulling down her sunglasses, looking like she preferred not to see. Yin Shanshan excitedly clenched her little fist, quietly cheering for Lu Yuan. A Yuan, go. Mortis, go. On the other side, Nidhogg's expression was spectacular. Evelia was not surprised, having witnessed 3 beast evolution processes already. They were still contemplating whether to accept the existence of this little girl when the next second, this aberration they found extremely disgusting began to evolve before their eyes. The air around Evelia dropped drastically in temperature, and a few snowflakes quietly fell. Nidhogg's eyes twitched slightly, and the shadows beneath him rippled dangerously. 10 minutes passed quietly amidst a mix of feelings from everyone. The consuming darkness, just like when it appeared, silently began to shrink inward, ultimately all converging into the little girl's black dress. On the lawn, the figure of the little girl in the black dress reappeared. She still looked 5 or 6 years old, still wearing that simple black dress, still with those small, pale feet. Everything seemed unchanged from before the evolution. If it weren't for the information refreshing in the Beast Mastery Encyclopedia, Lu Yuan would almost think that the evolution just now had failed. Name, Devouring Dragon God, Mortis. Potential, 5 stars. Rank, Low Tier Platinum. Attribute, Dragon Slash. Racial skills. 1. Reset Divine Domain, passive, Mortis's existence itself is the singularity of rules. She is immune to all energy damage below the king level and can absorb that energy to restore herself. A natural devouring divine domain forms around her body, within which all enemy skill effects have a chance to randomly fail or become distorted, for example, healing spells become damage spells. 2. Chaos Singularity Stacking, create a micro-chaos singularity in a designated area, which will twist skill releases in the area, randomly granting enemies one or more of the effects, weaken, confusion, healing prohibition, or slowing. Probability refreshes every few seconds, stacking new negative states. 3. World Devouring Dragon Breath, Decompose, spit out a dragon breath woven with black and gold. The dragon breath simultaneously possesses holy purification and concept corrosion dual characteristics, delivering devastating strikes to any single attribute defense. Enemies who are continuously burned for a certain time will be directly decomposed into chaotic energy. For concept devouring, seizing, can forcibly consume an energy type skill or beneficial state not exceeding 2 large ranks above herself, transforming it into energy for her own growth. The higher the consumption level, the slower the digestion. After successfully devouring energy, the original master will temporarily lose the right to use the power until the digestion is complete. Once digestion is complete, Mortis can permanently gain a portion of that power. 5. Devouring Realm Arrival, Mortis's black dress releases the power of corruption, creating a dark corrupted domain that spreads outward from itself, lasting for a period of time. Enemies within the domain will continuously suffer shadow damage and be slowed. At the same time, enemies will accumulate corruption points, unrelated to rank. When an enemy unit's corruption points are full, that unit will be completely corrupted, its body turned into a specimen, interrupting all current actions, and transforming into a permanently existing corrupted creature to fight for Mortis. The domain will dissipate when the duration ends or when Mortis actively shuts it down. When Mortis opens Devouring Realm Arrival again, these corrupted creatures will reappear and continue to fight until destroyed. 6. Current rank cannot be unlocked. Lu Yuan was stunned the moment he saw the panel. Platinum low rank. With one evolution, he directly crossed the threshold of the Golden Peak and stepped into the Platinum realm. And those skills made his heart tremble. Return to 0, Divine Domain, immune to energy damage below the king level. This means that without a king present, Mortis is almost a nightmare for all magic beast tamers. Not to mention that passive Divine Domain that can make enemy skills ineffective or even distorted, it is simply the ultimate disruptor on the battlefield. Devouring World Dragon Breath, Decompose, the final description is no longer devastating strike, but directly decomposed into chaotic energy. This is not damage, this is erasure. What truly made Lu Yuan's scalp tingle were the 4th and 5th skills. Concept Devour, Seize. This is no longer the kind of reversal or return associated with the heavenly deceiving mirror. This is blatant plunder. Forcibly devouring enemy skills and buffs, not only can they be used for oneself, but the opponent will also temporarily lose that ability until digestion is complete. What does this mean? In a crucial battle, Mortis could directly devour the healing skills of the enemy's core support, or devour the strongest burst skills of the enemy's main DPS, instantly tipping the balance of the battle. A support beast without healing, an attack beast without powerful attacks, what are their uses then? Lu Yuan could also have the heavenly deceiving mirror replicate a devouring dragon god, and just using one skill each, the 2 devouring dragon gods could cause the enemy to lose 2 of their beasts. Even more terrifying is that after digestion is complete, she could permanently gain a portion of that power. This is simply a war machine that can infinitely plunder and grow. The final devouring realm arrival perfectly interprets the phrase unreasonable. Corrupting enemies into permanent servants, and even after the domain disappears, they can be resummoned the next time it opens. This is not just fighting, this is clearly expanding one's own army. Transforming enemies into one's eternal trophies and specimens. Lu Yuan slowly exhaled, pressing down the waves in his heart. He looked at the little girl in front of him, who still looked a bit dazed, curiously tilting her head to observe him. Who would have thought that beneath such an innocent appearance hides terrifying power capable of overturning the entire battlefield? Yuan. Mortis seemed to sense Lu Yuan's complex emotions. She reached out her small hand and gently tugged at Lu Yuan's clothes, her mismatched eyes filled with pure dependency. That soft call pulled Lu Yuan back from his thoughts. He looked at Mortis, then turned to glance at the 2 dragon kings not far away, whose faces could no longer be described as ugly. Chapter 181, New Era. Lu Yuan looked at the 2 dragon kings, whose faces could no longer be described as ugly. From today on, she is your sister. The air seemed to freeze the moment those words were spoken. Euphraia, with her ice-blue dragon eyes, was filled with shock. Nidhogg's handsome face darkened, the dark aura around him messy for an instant. Sister? This little girl, mixed with the aura they hated the most, is their sister? This was a million times harder to accept than acknowledging each other as partners. Lu Yuan. Nidhogg's voice was suppressed with anger. He did not call Lu Yuan master for the first time, but directly said his name. The glory of the dragon clan must not be tarnished. He stepped forward, his dark golden dragon-patterned royal robe moving without wind. A force from the Dragon King burst forth. The filth of World Devourer flows in her veins. This is the greatest betrayal to all dragons who sacrificed in the fight against World Devourer. Euphraia did not speak, but she stood quietly, the grass beneath her feet visibly freezing, the chilling air silently spreading, clearly showing her stance. Yun Shanshan watched with fear, quietly tugging at Lu Yuan's sleeve, softly saying, "Ah Yuan, they really seem angry." However, facing the nearly tangible anger and killing intent from the 2 dragon kings, Lu Yuan remained unmoved. He just glanced down at Mortis, hiding behind him with small hands tightly clutching his pants leg, then raised his head again, calmly meeting the eyes of his 2 beast companions. Look into her eyes. Lu Yuan's voice was not loud, but it clearly reached the ears of the 2 dragon kings. Do not use your perception to feel the aura on her, but see her eyes with your eyes. Tell me, what do you see? Nidhogg's brows furrowed, the violent black flames burning in his eyes. He did not even bother to look at that filthy eye. But Euphraia fell silent. Her gaze crossed Lu Yuan's shoulder, landing on the little girl peeking out timidly. Those mismatched eyes, one golden, one pitch black, were as pure as a blank sheet of paper. After a long time, Euphraia's cold voice rang out, carrying a hint of hesitation she did not even notice herself. Confusion and reliance on you. Exactly. Lu Yuan picked up the conversation. A child born less than an hour ago, does she understand what World Devourer is, what dragons are? She knows nothing. She only knows that the first person she saw upon opening her eyes was me, and the only one who can give her a sense of security is me. Lu Yuan's gaze swept over the 2 dragon kings, his tone suddenly turning sharp. What you truly hate is not the so-called World Devourer aura on her? No. He pronounced each word firmly, striking fiercely at Euphraia and Nidhogg's hearts. What you hate is your own past that cannot overcome World Devourer. It is your powerlessness and cowardice as Dragon Kings, failing to protect your clan. Because you cannot resist, you fear. Because of fear, you see everything related to World Devourer as an enemy that must be erased, even if she is just a child who has just been born, knowing nothing of the world. Boom! This statement exploded in the minds of the two Dragon Kings. Euphraia trembled, the ice in her eyes seemed to flicker with confusion. Nidhogg's cold, handsome face displayed for the first time a complex expression mixed with anger, shame, and pain. Lu Yuan's words were like a knife, cutting open the scars they had wrapped in pride and authority. Yes, they were holy dragons, once standing at the peak of the Dragon Clan. But when faced with World Devourer, they lost, utterly defeated, unable to even protect their own clan. This humiliation and unwillingness had long been etched into their souls. So when they sensed Mortis's similar aura, they... In moments of such uncontrollable murderous intent, it erupted. It was not merely hatred, but also a venting of furious rage at one's own helplessness. Watching the two Dragon Kings fall silent, Lu Yuan's tone softened. In the land of 10,000 dragons, what did the spirit say? Have you forgotten? To walk with light and darkness, to use poison against poison, is the only hope for the survival of the dragon race. He gently pulled Mortis in front of him, making her face Euphraia and Nidhogg directly. The little girl was a bit scared, but still gathered her courage, raising her small face to look at the two handsome figures radiating terrifying energy. She is the very embodiment of that hope. Lu Yuan's voice had an inviting quality. A brand new existence that perfectly merges the essence of the Holy Dragon with the concept of World Devourer. She is neither filth nor betrayal, but an untrodden path beneath our feet. Don't you wish to witness where this path ultimately leads? Will it lead to destruction, or to the creation of a brand new dragon era that could even swallow the World Devourer? His words stirred waves in the hearts of Euphraia and Nidhogg. A brand new dragon era? Swallowing the World Devourer? This was a future they had never dared to imagine. All along, they had been thinking of how to resist, how to eliminate. But Lu Yuan offered a revolutionary possibility: understand it, then surpass it, even use it for themselves. And this little girl before them, the distorted being in their eyes, was the only vessel for this possibility. After a long time, the violent dark aura that surrounded Nidhogg slowly retracted into his body. He looked deeply at Mortis, his gaze was still complex, but the murderous intent had completely vanished. He gave a slight bow to Lu Yuan. Forgive my rudeness, my master. Meanwhile, the cold aura surrounding Euphraia also quietly dissipated, and the frost that had condensed melted, restoring the grass to its grayish state. She looked at Mortis's pair of still somewhat timid, differently colored eyes, paused for a moment in silence, and finally took out a crystal-clear, ice-blue gem emitting a soft glow from her own space. That was the Dragon Heart Ice Soul, condensed from her primal power, possessing the miraculous effect of calming the mind and nurturing the soul. She handed the gem to Mortis, her voice still cold. A greeting gift. Mortis blinked her eyes, looked at the gem, and then at Lu Yuan. After receiving Lu Yuan's encouraging nod, she stretched out her small hand, cautiously receiving the gem that was a bit large for her. With a muffled child's voice, she sincerely uttered two words. Thank you. An internal conflict that could have shattered an ordinary Beastmaster team was thus resolved. Not far away, the blue glass lying on the recliner pulled down her sunglasses, taking everything in. Tisk really can talk nonsense. She muttered softly, then lay back down, continuing to play dead. Yun Qianqian let out a long sigh of relief, then looked at Lu Yuan with starry eyes, thinking how amazing her Yuan was, even able to persuade the Dragon Kings. She bounced over to Mortis's side, crouched down, and smiled, teasing this new little one. Little Mortis, I am Sister Qianqian. On the lawn, a little girl in a black skirt holding an ice blue gem was giggling happily, teased by an energetic young girl. Not far away, an Ice Queen and an Abyss Dragon King stood quietly, their expressions complex. Chapter 182, The Last Barrier. A storm powerful enough to overturn an ordinary Beastmaster team. Under Lu Yuan's almost forceful guidance, it calmed down. Lu Yuan looked at Yun Qianqian and spoke, Qianqian, bring Axia out too. Yun Qianqian was pinching Mortis's little face, momentarily stunned by the words, but then understood. With the burst of light, a figure appeared, dressed in a pure white royal dress, with an elegant appearance. A soft and compassionate woman, carrying a sorrowful aura, quietly appeared. It was Queen Axia of Longhui. After Axia appeared, she first habitually glanced at Lu Yuan, then her gaze was drawn to Moritz, who was not far away. In her holy eyes, a flash of rejection mirrored that of her first meeting with Euphraia and Nidhogg. All right, everyone come over. Lu Yuan did not give her a chance to ask questions and turned to walk towards the other side of the lawn, where there was a large tree with lush branches and leaves. Euphraia, Nidhogg, and the newly appeared Axia, three dragon kings with distinct yet equally majestic airs, silently followed behind Lu Yuan. Little Moritz, come, sister will take you to play with Auntie Lan. Yun Qianqian wisely did not follow alone, she held Moritz's small hand and happily ran over to Su Yueli and Lan Lioli. Lan Lioli, lying on a deck chair, pulled down her sunglasses and looked at Lu Yuan as he left, lazily yawning. TSK, a family should be neat and tidy. Are we having a family meeting? Remember to be quiet, don't disturb my sleep. And wait, Yun Shanxian, stay away from me. Under the big tree, Lu Yuan casually sat down, with three silhouettes behind him. Extreme winter, the abyss of eternal night, and sacred light. The atmosphere was somewhat heavy. Leaning against the tree trunk, Lu Yuan looked towards the sky in the distance, and his voice casually rang out, Evrea, do you remember when we first met in the Dragon Nest secret realm, and what we talked about? Evrea's figure moved slightly, and memories flickered in her ice-blue eyes. She of course remembered. That time, she told about the destruction of the Dragon God Star, spoke of the cruelty of the World Eater, and recounted the heinous acts of turning the Dragon Clan into specimens. It was also that time that the boy before her lost his composure for the first time. Because the black-robed figures of the World Eater left him a message. On Blue Star, the human race, 18 years ago, had already obtained specimens. A thought instantly cleaved through all the fog in Evrea's heart. She suddenly understood. Lu Yuan's hatred for the World Eater, its roots and depth, were no less than those of any dragon clan whose homeland was destroyed by the World Eater. She also finally understood why Lu Yuan could withstand the pressure of both of her dragon kings and still protect Moritz, who was born amidst conflict. Because Lu Yuan, like them, had once been a victim of shattered homes and scattered loved ones. But the difference was that she, in endless years, had only learned to hate and seek revenge. Whereas Lu Yuan saw a whole new path from the same pain. This temperament and vision were far beyond what a boy of not yet 20 should possess. Seeing the enlightenment flash in Evrea's eyes, Lu Yuan knew she had come to a realization. He turned his head, his gaze sweeping over Nidhogg and Axia, sharing the deeply buried past completely with the two dragon kings. 18 years ago, my parents went missing. They were both powerful beastmasters. During an exploration mission into a spatial rift, they vanished without a trace, leaving no distress signals or signs of struggle. Until I met the World Eater people in the Dragon Nest secret realm. They told me that 18 years ago, they had obtained human specimens on Blue Star. A look of astonishment appeared on Nidhogg's handsome and cold face. He had always thought Lu Yuan's understanding of the World Eater came solely from Evrea's recounting. He had never imagined that this master connected to his soul also bore a deep grudge of blood. Axia's compassionate gaze now brimmed with shock and sympathy. She finally understood why Lu Yuan always had an unusual calmness, one that transcended his age. It was because he had long shouldered burdens unimaginable to ordinary people. After Lu Yuan finished speaking, he did not elaborate on any sad emotions. I despise the atmosphere surrounding her even more than you do. But just as the ancestor Holy Dragon said, to conquer the abyss, sometimes, you must first possess your own abyss. Mortis is not the enemy, she is our weapon, the sword most likely to pierce the devouring realm. He stood up and turned to face his three dragon kings. So, please trust me. And please trust Mortis. Nidhogg fell silent. Axia bowed slightly to Lu Yuan, performing a holy gesture in response. Ivalia looked at Lu Yuan. I will always believe in you. All barriers toward Mortis, at this point, seemed to truly disappear. Lu Yuan smiled as he turned and walked toward the group of people who were playing on the other side. The three dragon kings followed him. Little Mortis, look, this is a little butterfly. Yun Shanxian was using energy to create a colorful butterfly that fluttered at her fingertips, making Mortis curious as she reached out her small hand to catch it. Lu Yuan walked over, naturally squatting down, and rubbed Mortis's soft black hair. The little girl felt the familiar touch and immediately gave up on the butterfly, turning to hug Lu Yuan's hand, rubbing her small face against him, emitting a vague call. Yuan. At that moment, two figures approached Mortis from either side. Ivalia contained her cold aura, her normally icy face showing an unprecedented softness. Axia dimmed the brilliance around her, her eyes filled with gentle smiles. They extended their hands simultaneously, each holding one of Mortis's small hands. One was icy, the other warm. Mortis was stunned. She looked up at their faces. She glanced at the Ice Queen on the left and the Holy Goddess on the right. In her differently colored eyes, the emotion of closeness appeared for the first time. Nidhogg did not step forward, he just quietly stood beside Lu Yuan, watching the harmonious scene on the lawn. He looked at his master, at the little girl held by the two queens, and at Yun Shanxian who was laughing brightly not far away. After a long time, he spoke in a low voice that only he and Lu Yuan could hear. Master, I will use all my strength to protect this scene in front of me. Nidhogg's voice dissipated in the gentle breeze. Lu Yuan did not respond, he just quietly watched the scene before him. Chapter 183, Golden Peak. Nidhogg's deep voice dissipated in the gentle breeze. Lu Yuan did not respond, he just quietly watched the scene before him. On the lawn, Yun Shanxian eagerly took Mortis's small hand from Axia, trying to teach her new words. Come, repeat after me, Xian, Xian, Jia, Jia. Mortis tilted her small head, her differently colored eyes full of pure confusion. She looked at Yun Shanshan, then at the hand she was holding, finally opening her small mouth to utter a clear syllable. Yuan. Yun Shanshan's smile froze, her cheeks puffed out. Not Yuan. It's Qianqian. Mortis blinked, pointing her little hand at an unnamed wildflower on the grass not far away. Flower. Yes. That's a flower. Yun Shanshan instantly perked up, as if her child had finally learned a new word. Yun Shanshan squatted down, pulling Mortis with her. This is a flower. I am Shanshan, he is Lu Yuan. Axia watched this scene from the side, a gentle smile appearing on her holy face. Her fingertips glimmered slightly, and a butterfly made of light appeared out of thin air, flapping its wings and gracefully flying towards Mortis. The little girl was immediately attracted. She released Yun Shanshan's hand and began to chase after the light butterfly with her small feet, wobbling as she went. She didn't run fast, and her little body tilted, almost about to fall. Nearby, Ivalia's eyes moved slightly, and the patch of grass where Mortis was about to fall instantaneously formed a soft, thick frost blanket. Just happened to catch her. Mortis sat down on the frost blanket, and instead of feeling pain, she found it cool and very comfortable. She looked back in confusion and saw the two sisters with very different temperaments not far away, one radiantly holy and the other surrounded by a chilling aura. It seemed she understood something, no longer chasing butterflies, and instead toddled towards the two, her little legs patting the ground. Once again she reached out her small hands, holding one of each of them. Nidhogg stood next to Lu Yuan, his cold, handsome face expressionless. However, when a fly buzzed towards Mortis, he glanced at it and the fly instantly turned to dust in midair. Tisk. Luli finally finished her child-rearing phase, looking unable to bear it. Alright, the family drama should come to an end. If it goes on any longer, I'll throw up my dinner. She complained to Su Yuli beside her. Yuli, look at your daughter. It's fine that she's always clinging to Lu Yuan, but now she's even rehearsing for raising children. Isn't that ridiculous? If she wants to raise a child, she should do it herself. Why leave it to me? Su Yuli covered her mouth and laughed lightly, not responding. The afternoon sun was just right, and playing and chasing would always tire out the children. After chasing the light butterfly for a while and being held high and spun around by Yun Xianshan, Mortis's eyelids started to droop. Finally, she let out a small yawn, finding a comfortable position in Ashaya's warm embrace, and fell into a deep sleep. She slept very peacefully, her small face no longer confused, her black and golden eyelashes slightly trembling, her breathing soft and barely audible. Ashaya held her gently, as if cradling the world's most precious treasure, her radiant holy light dimming considerably, afraid of disturbing the tiny life in her arms. At that moment, Lu Yuan, who had been standing silently, suddenly trembled slightly. A tremendous and pure energy surged from the depths of the soul contract, pouring in from Mortis and rushing into his limbs. This was Mortis's ascension feedback. In Lu Yuan's sea of spirit, a huge wave rose up. The originally expanded golden ocean began to visibly expand outward with the infusion of this new power, his mental strength becoming even denser and tougher. He closed his eyes, silently guiding this power as it washed over his spiritual barrier. Everyone around felt the fluctuation of this energy. Luli put away her lazy demeanor, her gaze sweeping around, her aura spreading out, enveloping the entire backyard with her mental power, further isolating any possibility of peeping. Suyuli also stood up, walking to Lu Yuan's side, her expression focused. Ifreya and Nidhogg stood on each side, protecting Lu Yuan in the middle. Anyone daring to disturb their master at this moment would suffer the thunderous wrath of the two dragon kings. Time passed minute by minute. When Lu Yuan opened his eyes again, his power had increased once more. Golden Peak. This time, the Platinum Beastmaster feedback solidly brought his Beastmaster rank to the Golden Peak. Next, to step into Platinum, he would need either the Radiant Holy Spirit, the Heaven-defying Demon Mirror, or the Void Charm to advance to Platinum. Seeing that he had completed his advancement, Luli retracted her aura and spoke. I say, little Qian Qian. Her gaze passed over Lu Yuan and landed on Yun Qian Qian, who was looking at Lu Yuan with a face full of admiration. At such a young age, experiencing the feeling of being a painless mother, not bad. I think you won't need to give birth yourself in the future, just let Lu Yuan contract a few more, and you can help take care of them. Aunt Lu. Yun Xian's face instantly turned red from her cheeks to her ears, and she stamped her feet, shy and annoyed, muttering. What do you mean by painless mother? It sounded as if she and Yuan had already. Suyueli looked at her daughter's awkward expression, shook her head, walked over, and took her hand, softly asking, Alright, Lily just likes to tease you. Xianxian, let's talk about serious matters. You now have a 6th contract position, a 6th beast. Have you thought about what to contract? This question successfully shifted Yun Xian's focus. Her current 5 beasts, Dark Dragon Descendant, Holy Flame Firebird, Dawn Saintess, Void Masked Cat, and the strongest, Dragon Radiance Queen Akia, formed a luxurious lineup. Especially Akia, as a platinum-level light dragon king, combining attack, defense, and healing, was the absolute core of the entire team. However, the additional contract position was equally important. Before Yun Shanshan could answer, Lan Liuli's voice floated over again. What else could it be? One could guess with their toes. She yawned, her tone full of teasing. It must be a dragon. Look at your Lu Yuan, Evelia, Nidhogg, and now there's a stitched little dragon girl. Look at you, Akia, dark dragon descendant, you two are at odds with dragons, right? If you get another one, not counting that newborn little one, your dragon beasts together could fill a mahjong table. East wind is an ice dragon, west wind is a dark dragon, south wind is a light dragon, and north wind, what? How about another wind holy dragon? Although Lan Liuli's analogy was crude, it was extremely fitting. Whether it was Lu Yuan or Yun Shanshan, the core of their team was inextricably linked to the word dragon. Moreover, they currently had the permission to enter the dragon's cradle, where dragon eggs were everywhere, making it easy to contract a dragon beast. Su Yueli also looked at her daughter curiously, thinking that with Shanshan's personality and team configuration, contracting another powerful dragon beast was indeed the most stable and strongest choice. However, to everyone's surprise, Yun Shanshan did not nod immediately but revealed a mysterious and sly smile instead. Hee, Aunt Lan, this time you guessed wrong. She wrapped her arms around Su Yueli's arm, shaking it proudly, selling a secret. I've already made a choice for my sixth beast. Lan Liuli raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Lu Yuan also shot her an inquiring glance. Yun Shanshan met everyone's gaze, her smile even brighter. And, the beast I contracted, all of you have seen it. All of you have seen it? Su Yueli and Lan Liuli exchanged glances, seeing confusion in each other's eyes. The beasts they knew that met Yun Shanshan's contracting standards were few and far between. The few kings from the 10,000 Beasts Mountain were present, but they had long been supreme kings, impossible to be contracted by a golden-tier human junior. However, Lu Yuan's heart stirred slightly as a nearly forgotten figure rose from the depths of his memory. He instinctively looked at Su Yueli and Lan Liuli. Sure enough, the expressions on the faces of the two epic-tier powerhouses changed almost simultaneously to a dawning realization. A completely golden figure, looking harmless, like a little fluffball, coincided with Yun Shanshan's words. In Starfall Valley, that star-hunting dog sealed by the ancient altar, having dropped in tear, the stellar hound. Shanshan, you. Su Yueli frowned. You want to contract that stellar hound? That's right. Yun Shanshan nodded vigorously, her big eyes sparkling with expectation. It's the big dog. Receiving a positive reply, the smile on Su Yueli's face dimmed slightly. Nonsense. Lan Liuli was even more direct. She took off her sunglasses and scrutinized Yun Shanshan, her tone sharp. Little Shanshan, has your brain been caught in the door, or has it been infected by that stitched monster just now? To ignore thousands of pure-blood dragon eggs in the cradle of dragons and contract an uncertain sealed beast? She extended a finger. Without hesitation, she pointed at Yun Shanshan's forehead. Let me calculate for you. The dragon egg, with a guaranteed minimum potential of 5 stars, will hatch into your shape, and the growth path is clear, the future is promising. What about that dog? That's right, it used to be platinum rank, and its potential is sufficient. But what is that on it? It's an ancient seal. It's a curse that even it cannot deal with. Who knows when that seal will be broken? Although you have 2 more contract slots than a regular gold Beastmaster, each contract slot is so precious. What if it gets stuck at silver rank for its whole life? That means you have directly wasted a combat power. This is a gamble. Lan Liuli's words, though rude, were all reasonable. Every contract slot of a Beastmaster relates to the future, especially at Yun Shanshan's level, any choice could affect her future limits. Choosing a powerful dragon clan is a visible broad road. While choosing a star-hunting dog is undoubtedly stepping onto a misty path, where the cliff or the smooth road ahead remains unknown. Su Yueli also softly advised, Shanshan, Luli is right. I know you like that little dog, but the Beastmaster contract is not a child's play. You now have access to the dragon's cradle, what kind of powerful dragon beast can't you find? There's no need to take this risk. Yun Shanshan understood her mother and Aunt Lan's concerns. If it were any rational Beastmaster, they would make the same choice. But she is not any Beastmaster. She is Yun Shanshan. Pouting, she gently shook Su Yueli's arm, her tone slightly spoiled, but her eyes were exceptionally determined. Mother, Aunt Lan, I understand the reasoning you both have. But... She paused, glanced at Lu Yuan beside her, and gathered her courage. But, in Meteor Valley, when we were blocked by the bone-throat digger dragon in the crevice, it was the little one that stood in front with its tiny body. Moreover, it actively chose me in front of us. It is a high-potential platinum beast, normal platinum or even diamond beastmasters would envy it. Back then, where did I have Axia, and what privilege did I have for the dragon's cradle? Yun Shanshan's voice grew louder, her small face filled with seriousness. It believes in me, so I must also believe in it. Shouldn't the bond between beast and beastmaster be like this? If we abandon our partners out of fear of risks, then what kind of Beastmaster am I? I believe in it, it will definitely break the seal and return to that once mighty starhound. Her words struck with force. Su Yueli and Lan Lioli fell silent. They looked at this girl who argued her case with conviction. Suddenly realizing, the little princess who always followed Lu Yuan, spoiled and cute, had unknowingly developed her own persistence and ethics. This sincerity, though somewhat naive, was incredibly precious. Lan Lioli opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but in the end, just swallowed it back, slumped back onto the recliner, pulling up her sunglasses. Alright, wings have hardened, I can't argue with you. Do as you wish, just don't come crying to me later. Su Yueli chuckled helplessly and gently pinched her daughter's cheek. You, truly are beyond my control. Since you've made your decision, then go ahead. She turned to Lu Yuan. Yuan, what do you think? Everyone's gaze fell on Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan smiled, walked over to Yun Shanshan, and naturally ruffled her hair. I support her. His answer was simple and direct. The path of a Beastmaster is inherently filled with the unknown. Sometimes, believing in intuition and bonds might reveal a different landscape than just sticking to the routine. Upon hearing Lu Yuan's support, Yun Shanshan's eyes instantly turned into two crescent moons. She hugged Lu Yuan's arm tightly. It's still my Yuan who understands me best. Su Yueli looked at the two little guys stuck together, and she completely lost her temper. Alright, since we've decided, let's begin. Yun Shanshan nodded, calming her excited heart. With a thought, she suddenly shouted at the villa, "Little star." In the next second, a flash of golden light appeared. A fully golden, furry little dog rushed out of the villa and appeared on the lawn. It was the sealed celestial hunting dog. Little star, get ready, I'm going to let you break your seal. The celestial hunting dog's ears twitched. It stuck out its tongue and licked Yun Shanshan's cheek, making a woo-woo cooing sound. Yun Shanshan hesitated no more, she sat cross-legged and gently placed the celestial hunting dog on the grass in front of her. She closed her eyes, and from her brow, a thread of her mental power slowly extended, reaching toward the dog's forehead. There, a diamond-shaped blue crystal had once been embedded. But now, that area was covered by dense black runes. That was the seal that imprisoned the Lord of the Falling Star Valley. Chapter 185, The Seal is Broken. Yun Shanshan sat cross-legged and gently placed the fully golden little furball on the grass in front of her. She closed her eyes, and from her brow, a solid thread of mental power slowly extended. That mental power turned into an invisible thread, reaching for the celestial hunting dog's forehead. There was once the location of a diamond-shaped blue crystal, but now it was covered by a tangle of jet-black delicate runes. Those runes seemed like living things, and as Yun Shanshan's mental power approached, they began to squirm slightly, emitting a decayed aura. This is it. Lan Lioli stood up straight without knowing when, removing her sunglasses. Her eyes, usually carrying a hint of laziness, were now sharp as an eagle. It looks like an ancient curse seal designed to imprison high-level magical beasts' powers, extremely sinister. Once marked, unless the caster personally lifts it, the power will diminish over time, and eventually, the soul will wither away. Her words added a trace of worry to Su Yueli's face. But Yun Shanshan remained oblivious. Her mental power showed no sign of retreat, directly imprinting onto that patch of black runes. Buzz. A cold and obscure power surged through the mental link, fiercely rebounding towards her. That power was filled with endless resentment, as if it wanted to pollute Yun Shanshan's sea of consciousness. Yun Shanshan's face instantly turned pale, cold sweat dripping from her forehead, her body trembling uncontrollably. Shanshan! Su Yueli exclaimed, instinctively wanting to rush over. Don't move! Lan Lioli stopped her with a hand. The contract has already started, if interrupted forcefully, both she and that dog will suffer severe injuries. This is her own choice, she must bear it herself. On the other side of the lawn, Lu Yuan's gaze remained fixed on Yun Shanshan. He also felt the sinister power of the backlash, but he did not move. He believed in Yun Shanshan. He understood this girl, though she appeared willful and spoiled, her inner strength was more resilient than anyone's. Yun Shanshan bit down on her lower lip, blood seeping from the corner of her mouth. In her sea of consciousness, the black resentful power took the form of clawing demonic shadows, madly assaulting her mental defenses. Give up, little girl. You can't withstand this, your soul will be dragged down into the abyss with me. Become my nourishment. Cold whispers echoed in her mind, tempting her, intimidating her. Get lost. Yun Shanshan roared in her heart. In her sea of consciousness, the spectral forms of her four beast companions, Dark Dragon, Sacred Flame Firebird, Dawn Holy Maiden, and Void Masked Cat appeared together, emanating powerful auras to resist the black invasion. Behind them, the spectral form of Dragon Queen Axia was the most solid, wearing a holy palace dress, her sacred light spreading, purifying each of those demonic shadows. My partners. I guard myself. Yun Shanshan's mental strength surged forward fiercely, stabbing deeply into the core of the seal. Ugh! The starry hound in front of her let out a painful low whimper. It could feel Yun Shanshan's determination, as well as the pain brought by the seal. Its little body curled up and trembled under its golden fur. Don't be afraid, I'll bring you out. Yun Shanshan transmitted her thoughts through the mental link. It was a kind of trust. The starry hound's trembling stopped. It slowly lifted its head, its eyes reflecting Yun Shanshan's pale yet resolute face. In the next moment, it willingly dropped all defenses, completely opening its most fragile soul origin to Yun Shanshan. Boom! A light burst forth as if the heavens and earth had just opened. The contract formation thunderously unfurled beneath the feet of the human and beast, complex patterns instantly covering the entire lawn. A vast mental power intertwined with the power of the stars. It worked! A look of surprise flashed in Lan Liuli's eyes. She never expected that Yun Shanshan would really break through the seal and complete the contract with sheer determination. However, at the moment the contract formation lit up, something unexpected happened. Crack! Crack! Crisp sounds of shattering echoed. The black runes covering the starry hound's forehead cracked inch by inch. Brilliant starlight burst forth from the cracks. Bang! All the black runes completely detonated in an instant. A surge of star energy exploded around the starry hound. This was no longer the power of the silver tier. The starry hound's strength continuously increased. Silver peak, golden intermediate, golden peak. The imposing aura of a platinum tier monster surged forth. The raging energy transformed into shockwaves, sweeping out in all directions. Wherever it passed, the lawn was instantly lifted away. Humph! With a cold snort, Nidhogg stepped forward. The shadow beneath him expanded infinitely, becoming a dark canopy, firmly blocking the violent energy impact. On the other side, Ifri waved her soft hand, and a massive arc-shaped ice wall rose from the ground, protecting Lu Yuan and Yun Shanshan behind it, isolating the remaining energy waves. Axia held the sleeping mortis in her arms, holy light swirling around her, forming a gentle shield that did not disturb the little girl's peaceful sleep. Yun Shanshan was closest to this force. She was shaken back by it and stared in daze at the scene before her. In the center of that energy storm, the originally small, fluffy golden puppy was visibly expanding at an astonishing speed. 1 meter, 2 meters, 4 meters. Finally, its size stabilized at nearly 5 meters high. It was no longer the harmless little puppy. Its entire body was covered in shimmering golden fur, each hair seemingly woven from fragments of golden stars, sparkling with a dreamy glow. The most striking feature was its head. The once silly dog face now had sharp lines, full of majesty. In the center of its forehead, where the cursed mark had lingered, a diamond-shaped star mark emerged. It opened its eyes. The left eye was radiant gold, as if it contained the burning of an entire star. The right eye was deep blue, reflecting the boundless universe and starry river. With just a glance, it carried an air of surveying the stars of all worlds. The starry hound, unsealed and returned to its rightful place. Chapter 186, Shanshan Advances. In front of Lu Yuan, the pages of the Monster Beast manual flipped automatically, golden data was refreshing wildly, finally stopping. Name, Starry Hound. Potential, 4 stars. Tier, Platinum Intermediate. Attributes, Star/Space. 1. Star Realm Traversal, can mark any spatial coordinates, ignoring most spatial barriers to traverse. During traversal, enter the Star Realm dimension, immune to all damage. 2. Starlight Shattering Claw, condenses star power at the claw tip, attacks can tear apart space, causing real damage and adding the effect of space rupture. 3. Star Roar, emitting a roar containing the pressure of the stars, dealing mental shock and intimidation to enemies in range, with a chance to put them in a state of fear. 4. Starshine Guard, passive, a layer of starshine shield constantly resides on the surface, capable of absorbing damage. When the shield shatters, the stored energy turns into star fragments to counterattack nearby enemies. 5. Starfall, summoning a giant star meteor to fall from the sky, striking a specified area and causing devastating damage. 6. Star Map Domain, unfolding a star map domain. Within the domain, all attributes of oneself enhance, spatial abilities greatly strengthen, and the structure of space within the domain can be changed at will. Friendly units will receive starlight protection, continuously recovering and increasing their movement speed. Lu Yuan's gaze swept over the luxurious skill list of the Starhound, and the corners of his mouth involuntarily lifted slightly. The Dragon King's skills are indeed world-destroying, but this Starhound's combination of skills shows a flexibility and tactical value. His gaze finally fixed on Star Map Domain. Changing the structure of space within the domain. Friends gaining protection and acceleration. Lu Yuan murmured to himself. Shanshan's team leans towards positional warfare and direct assaults. The addition of this Starhound perfectly compensates for mobility and control shortcomings. It is simply a match made in heaven. Lu Yuan's gaze finally fixated on the rank column. Platinum mid-tier. Not only breaking the seal, but the Starhound, which was supposed to slowly regain strength, not only successfully returned to its peak form but also, at the moment the contract was completed, stepped into platinum mid-tier using the energy from breaking the seal. This wave is a complete win. Ah! A gentle whimper interrupted everyone's shock. The majestic Starhound walked up to Yun Shanshan. Then, in front of everyone's eyes, it slowly lowered its head, gently rubbing its fluffy, starry big cheek against Yun Shanshan's shoulder. That action was exactly the same as when it was a little puppy. Yun Shanshan froze. She reached out her hand, somewhat disbelievingly touching that soft, golden starry fur. Little star? Oh whoa! The Starhound let out a joyful howl, the sound filled with the thrill of regaining freedom. At that moment, a surge of energy flowed from the Starhound into Yun Shanshan's body through the soul contract. That was the feedback from breaking through to Platinum Beastmaster. Buzz! Golden light instantly enveloped Yun Shanshan, forming a huge golden cocoon, with a mental force steadily climbing within the cocoon. The golden cocoon quietly hovered in the air. This was the feedback from the Platinum mid-tier Beastmaster. The vastness of its energy far exceeded any feedback Yun Shanshan had experienced before. Her sea of mental energy erupted into true turmoil. Originally already at the golden mid-tier, under the new power's influx, it broke through that barrier. The boundary of the sea of mental energy expanded wildly, and the seawater of mental power became increasingly solid. Golden high tier. Just at the initial stage of the feedback, her Beastmaster rank smoothly broke through. TSK, really a lucky girl, truly lucky. Lan Liuli crossed her arms. Although she was complaining, the satisfaction in her eyes was hard to hide. Su Yueli covered her mouth and laughed lightly, her eyes filled with pride. She looked at her daughter in the light cocoon, then glanced at Lu Yuan standing nearby, her heart filled with emotion. Once upon a time, she was worried that her somewhat love-struck daughter would be delayed in her cultivation by being so devoted to Lu Yuan. Now it seems, she worried too much. These two children were clearly achieving greatness together, sprinting towards heights difficult for ordinary people to reach. On the other side, the expressions of the three Dragon Kings were also different. Axia held Mortis, looking at the imposing Starhound with kindness in her eyes. Both being Beastmasters of Yun Shanshan, the other's strength also meant an enhancement of the team's power. Ivelia still wore her cold demeanor, but occasionally her gaze lingered on the Starhound for half a second more. She was assessing the strength of this big dog, especially the spatial power that surrounded it, making her feel a hint of threat. Nidhogg's gaze met the Starhounds in the air. One was the Dragon King, ruling over the abyss and eternal night, with eyes full of scrutiny and disdain. The other was the Hound, patrolling the myriad worlds and starseas, with eyes full of pride and indifference. Invisible sparks seemed to burst in the air. A low growl emerged from the throat of the Starhound, and ripples spread through the surrounding space. The shadows beneath Nidhogg's feet writhed like living things, ready to transform into deadly claws at any moment. The two beasts seemed to be competing for who was the strongest weapon in the team. Calm down. Lu Yuan's calm voice sounded. In an instant, the tense atmosphere evaporated. Nidhogg silently retracted his aura, transforming back into the quiet handsome man. The Starhound also withdrew its gaze, its large head turning towards the golden cocoon, eyes filled with anticipation and affection. Crack! A crisp sound resonated, and cracks appeared on the surface of the light cocoon. Immediately after, the cracks spread rapidly like a spider's web. The golden light cocoon shattered with a loud bang, turning into countless glowing particles that drifted away. Yun Shanshan's figure reappeared among the glowing points. Her aura had stabilized at the level of golden high tier, with no trace of unreliability. Ah! The Starhound let out a cheerful sound, its enormous head affectionately leaning closer. So itchy, little star. Yun Shanshan laughed, stretching out her arms with effort to hug the Starhound's neck, burying her face in its warm fur. Blue Liuli rolled her eyes, put her sunglasses back on, hiding the satisfaction in her eyes. A silly girl, a silly dog, they're a perfect match. Su Yueli stepped forward, gently touched Yun Shanshan's head, then patted the Starhound's massive head, her eyes filled with smiles. She knew her daughter had made the best choice. Not far away, Nidhogg watched the dog interacting intimately with Yun Shanshan, snorting coldly. Chapter 187, Pre-Match Training. After the uproar of the contract beast, the lawn finally returned to calm. Lu Yuan looked at the array of beasts before him and said, "The dragon's cradle has enough space and is more suitable for their growth. Ivelia, you can take little Mortis back first." Naturally, Ivelia and the others had no objections. The dragon's cradle is the holy land of the dragon race, and the environment there is much better for their training and recovery than Blue Star. Axia, holding the sleeping Mortis, left the place. The Starhound turned back, glancing at Yun Shanshan, but ultimately, its odd-colored gaze landed on Nidhogg. It was not a provocation, but a scrutiny and declaration of territory between equals. Nidhogg's eyes narrowed slightly. What he felt was not hostility, but a kind of isolation stemming from spatial authority. As the Dragon King of the Abyss, he could not tolerate another presence capable of challenging the team dynamics beside his master. The darkness surrounding him was not a killing intent, but a silent response of the royal pressure. Here, I am the strongest weapon. Little star, be good, go. Yun Shanshan patted its head, soothingly said. You must get along well with everyone, and protect little Mortis well. Only then did the Starhound relent, dispersing into several star-like lights, leaving this place. Finally, Ivelia and Nidhogg also returned to the dragon's cradle one after the other. As the beast companions left, the empty space was left in a tattered state of grass, telling the story of everything that had just happened. Who? Yun Shanshan let out a long breath, sat down on the ground, her face shining with a brilliant smile. Finally done. Now I also have 6 beast companions. She turned her head and looked at Lu Yuan with eager eyes. Yuan, isn't my Starry hunting dog super cool? Yeah, very strong. Lu Yuan nodded and sat down next to her. Of course. Yun Shanshan proudly puffed up her small chest. It's Platinum Intermediate. Once I reach the Platinum rank, I can contract another beast. At that time, I will have the same number of beast companions as Dad. By the way, if Dad knows that we became gold-ranked Beastmasters after just leaving North City for half a year, and that we have 6 beast companions, wouldn't he be shocked? Su Yueli watched the 2 little ones glued together, shaking her head helplessly. A tree appeared behind her, green light flashing, and in an instant, the grassland returned to its original state. Alright, after a whole day of fun, let's go inside and rest. Su Yueli called out. I'll prepare your favorite dishes. Upon hearing the word food, Yun Shanshan's eyes lit up, pulling Lu Yuan and running towards the villa. Lan Liuli, lying on the lounge chair, stretched lazily and yawned as she followed, mumbling, I'm so exhausted. Watching them contract beasts is a brain bomb for me every time. I have to eat 2 bowls of rice to make up for it today. Su Yueli watched her back, chuckling and shaking her head. One night passed without a word. The next morning, when the first ray of sunlight spilled into the room through the curtain cracks, Lu Yuan had already opened his eyes. A night of rest had stabilized his slightly turbulent sea of spirit due to the contract and breakthrough completely. Golden Peak. Only 1 step away from Platinum. And this step required one of his beast companions to first step into the Platinum realm. Whether it was the Radiant Holy Spirit, the Deceitful Demon Mirror, or the Void Phantom, as long as one of them achieved a breakthrough, he could smoothly advance to Platinum. After a simple wash, Lu Yuan walked downstairs and found Yun Shanshan and Shi already sitting in the dining room. Yuan, Yun Shanshan shook her small legs, her eyes unusually bright. Little Star is back in the team, don't we need to polish our teamwork? I feel like the strength inside me is about to spill out. Shi put down his utensils upon hearing this. The university beast competition is coming soon, and our opponents won't stand still. Lu Yuan nodded, just about to speak when a lazy voice came from the staircase. Oh? Finally showing some awareness? Lan Liuli came down in a loose pajamas. She walked straight to the dining table, grabbed a piece of bread, stuffed it in her mouth while yawning. I thought you all were planning to lie flat like salted fish. Since you want to practice, finish your meal and gather at the training ground. After saying that, she turned and swayed back upstairs, looking like she was going to catch some more sleep. Yun Shanshan stuck out her tongue and said softly to Lu Yuan, Aunt Lan has really become lazier since she contracted that panda. Shi quickly finished the food in front of him and stood up. I'm done eating, I'll wait for you guys at the training ground. Half an hour later, the 3 arrived on time at the training ground. The sun was just right, and the breeze was gentle. Lan Liuli had already changed into a tight black instructor outfit, outlining her hot figure exquisitely. But at this moment, she was lying carefree on a beach chair, wearing sunglasses, holding a glass of icy juice, and enjoying herself. She didn't even glance at the 3 of them, just lazily opening her mouth. In a month, it will be the University Beast Competition. From today on, the 3 of you will practice hard right here for me. How to practice and what to practice, you can decide for yourselves. Don't come bother me, and don't expect me to be your sparring partner. I'm very busy. After saying this, she adjusted the angle of the lounge chair, found a more comfortable position, and seemed really prepared to sleep like this. Yun Shanshan and Shi were both a bit stunned. This is pre-match training? Isn't this too hasty? Yun Shanshan couldn't help but speak up. Aunt Lan, you could at least give us a training plan, right? Like tactical drills, team bonding, and so on. Plan? Lan Liuli snorted lightly from her nose. You 3, one weirder than the other, what more plan do you need? Just go straight for it. Lu Yuan is responsible for demolition, Xiaoxi is responsible for picking off targets, and you are in the back shouting 666, while healing them, perfect. These words darkened Yun Shanshan's face. What does shouting 666 mean? Is her beast just for show? Even Qi, who usually remained calm, couldn't help but twitch the corner of her mouth. Only Lu Yuan remained calm. He knew that while Lan Lioli seemed unreliable, this might actually be the best approach for them. The configuration of their three beasts was not a conventional team. Rather than forcibly applying fixed tactics, it was better to find their own rhythm in real battle. I understand. Lu Yuan spoke. He looked at Qi and Yun Shanshan. Let's start. Qi took a deep breath and nodded. She also understood Lan Lioli's meaning. Trust and freedom. This was the greatest support the teacher had given them. Although Yun Shanshan was still a bit indignant, seeing Lu Yuan and Qi getting into the zone, she could only puff out her cheeks and stand in her position. How do we start? Qi looked at Lu Yuan, her eyes igniting with battle intent. 1-on-1, or 2-on-1. She was eager to know how strong the two had become after their trials on Beast Mountain. Lu Yuan smiled. Since it's team bonding, let's give it our all. As soon as he finished speaking, the space behind him tore open simultaneously. An ice blue palace dress and a dark golden dragon-patterned black robe descended together. Evalea and Nidhogg, the two dragon kings, standing on either side of Lu Yuan. The two utterly contrasting yet equally terrifying pressures instantly enveloped the entire backyard. Not only that, the radiant Holy Spirit, the deceptive mirror, and the void specter, Mortis, also appeared behind Lu Yuan. As soon as Mortis appeared, he ran to Lu Yuan's side, and Lu Yuan picked him up. Qi stared at the little girl in the black dress that suddenly appeared, her eyes widening in surprise. A day away had added a new beast? On the other side, Yun Shanshan also had a thought. The holy radiance and sparkling starlight shone together. The dragon radiance queen, Axia, and the starlight hound also appeared at her side. Dark Dragonborn, Sacred Flame Firebird, Dawn Holy Maiden, and Void Masquerade Cat also emerged from different directions. For a moment, aside from Mortis still lounging in Lu Yuan's arms, 4 powerful platinum-tier beasts gathered together. The remaining beasts each radiated a terrifying aura. The air in the entire backyard seemed to freeze. On the lounge chair, Lan Lioli's lips curled into a smile. Finally, it's getting interesting. Chapter 188, Simulation Confrontation. At the training ground, the atmosphere was oppressive. The 4 platinum-tier beasts, Evalea, Nidhogg, Axia, and the Starlight Hound stood tall. Qi's breath became a bit heavy at this moment. She knew Lu Yuan and Yun Shanshan were strong, but seeing these 4 platinum-tier beasts appear simultaneously was still a shock beyond her imagination. Especially the two behind Lu Yuan. One was the queen who commanded winter, just standing there made the ground beneath her freeze visibly with frost. The other was the dragon emperor reigning over the abyss. Under the dark golden dragon-patterned royal robe lurked an eternal night capable of swallowing all. Their presence was even more imposing than her own mooncycle's owl, which was about to reach the pinnacle of platinum. Is this the genius that the teacher spoke of? Qi murmured in her heart. She finally understood why the teacher would say, you might just be evenly matched with them. This is not an exaggeration, but a fact. Senior. Lu Yuan's calm voice pulled her back from her shock. Please. Qi took a deep breath. She is ranked 2nd on the Tian Shuang list, the highest pride of Beiming Academy. No matter how strong the opponent is, she has her own confidence and dignity. Okay. She no longer hesitated, her mind stirred. Silver light flashed, and 3 figures simultaneously appeared in front of her. Leading them was a magnificent giant owl, covered entirely in silver-white feathers like moonlight, with golden eyes sharp as knives. Mooncycle Owl, Platinum High Rank. Next to the Mooncycle Owl was a sleek black panther over 6 meters long. With a fit body, its fur was decorated with crescent-shaped silver patterns. Moon Shadow Black Panther, Platinum High Rank, the ultimate assassin of shadow and speed. On the right was a relatively smaller, half-man-tall creature resembling a spider. It had 8 long limbs like blades, and on its purple-black abdomen was a strange human face that was crying. Nightmare Weaver, Platinum Mid-Rank, Master of Spirit and Illusion. 3 platinum-ranked beasts. Along with her other 2 yet-to-be-summoned Golden Peak beasts, this is the true strength of being 2nd on the Tian Shuang list. 3 powerful auras soared into the sky, clashing violently with the 4 pressures from Lu Yuan and Yun Shanshan's side. The entire training ground was instantly shaken into chaos by 7 terrifying energies. TSK, finally showing some real skills. Blue Lioli, lying in a reclining chair, changed her position, her tone slightly indifferent. In the arena, the battle was about to erupt. Let's test your defense first. Qi's voice was cold and decisive. Without any hint of probing, she launched the most direct attack right away. Moon Cycle, Moonblade Storm. Moon Shadow, Shadow Assault. Nightmare, Spirit Shriek. 3 commands were issued almost simultaneously. The Mooncycle Owl flapped its wings, creating a terrifying tornado made up of countless moonlight blades, roaring towards Lu Yuan. The Moon Shadow Black Panther instantly merged into the shadows, disappearing from its original location. The next second, a deadly claw strike silently appeared behind Lu Yuan, aiming for his back. The crying human face on the Nightmare Weaver's abdomen suddenly opened its mouth, releasing a soul-piercing spiritual shock. Physical, assassination, mental, a saturated triad attack instantly sealed off all chances of Lu Yuan evading. This set of combo skills was enough to cause any Beastmaster of the same rank to lose in an instant. Yet, facing such a thunderous offense, Lu Yuan didn't even raise his eyelids. Nidhogg. A figure that had been standing silently behind Lu Yuan, Nidhogg stepped forward with a single step, without any superfluous movements. Dragon Emperor Domain, Annihilation Field. Boom! A circle of black ripples expanded violently from his center. The howling moonblade storm, upon contact with the field, caused the Annihilation Field to emit a buzzing sound, with countless sharp moonblades being violently twisted and torn apart. At a distance of several meters from Lu Yuan, they exploded into a flurry of light shards while still producing sharp sounds of breaking air, demonstrating the Mooncycle Owl's strength. The fatal claw strike that plunged from the shadows, just as it was about to touch the hem of Lu Yuan's clothes, the Moon Shadow Black Panther was violently pulled from the shadows. It was terrified to discover that its once proud speed was suppressed to the limit within the field. And that invisible spiritual shriek, when it surged into the force field range, didn't stir a ripple, and was utterly annihilated. Just a passive domain was enough to dissolve Qi Shi's three-pronged assault into nothingness. Qi Shi's pupils constricted. What kind of domain skill is this? Can it actually suppress energy, physical, and mental attacks at the same time? This has already surpassed her understanding of domain-type skills. However, that's not all. Nidhogg raised his hand, gently grasping at the shadow of the moonlit Black Panther in the force field. Grip of the Void Royal Authority. The shadow under the moonlit Black Panther suddenly surged, transforming into a void magic claw that clutched its body tightly, dragging it toward Nidhogg. Not good. Qi Shi's face changed, and she immediately ordered. Moon Shadow, become ethereal. The moonlit Black Panther, as a shadow-type beast, had the ability to etherealize its body, making it immune to most physical attacks. However, just as its body was about to become an ethereal shadow, a mocking glimmer flashed in Nidhogg's eyes. Within my force field, all rules are defined by me. The effects of the Annihilation Force Field ignore armor. This also includes special defensive forms like etherealization and elementalization. Roar! The moonlit Black Panther let out a roar, its body held firmly by the void magic claw, which was strong enough to tear iron. Under the magic claw's grip, it couldn't leave even a trace. Just a single encounter. One of her 3 platinum-tier main forces was easily taken down by the opponent, with no ability to fight back. Qi Shi finally experienced the gap between herself and Lu Yuan. This was not a battle of equals at all. Stop! Lu Yuan's voice rang out. Nidhogg quickly released his hand, the void magic claw dissipating, and the moonlit Black Panther returned to Qi Shi's side. Senior! Lu Yuan looked at Qi Shi, whose face was somewhat pale. The warm-up is over. These words made Qi Shi's body tremble slightly. Warm-up? To him, the recent offense and defense seemed merely like a warm-up? Yun Shanshan watched with sparkling eyes, her little fist clenched tightly. A Yuan is so handsome. Nidhogg is also so handsome. The Axia and Star hunting dog beside her hadn't moved at all from the beginning. Lu Yuan's gaze swept over Qi Shi's remaining 2 beasts. Ephria stepped forward, and the air around her instantly dropped in temperature. Qi Shi looked at that ice-blue figure, her heart racing. She did not order the moonlit Black Panther to attack again. She knew that if it had been a real battle, the moonlit Black Panther would have been severely injured. Mooncycle, Nightmare, attack with all your strength. She could accept losing, but at least couldn't lose this embarrassingly. The Mooncycle Owl let out a loud cry, with silver moonlight dazzling on its wings, a massive silver crescent forming behind it. The Nightmare Weaver's 8 limbs plunged into the ground, and the crying human face on its abdomen shed 2 streams of blood tears, invisible mental threads radiating from it, attempting to create a vast illusory domain. However, at that moment, a lazy voice came from the direction of the lounge chair. Alright, stop fighting. Luli didn't know when she had sat up and took off her sunglasses. Little 11, you have already lost. From the moment Lu Yuan used only one beast to incapacitate one of your main forces, you had already lost. If this continues, your remaining 2 won't last a minute. Lu Li's words extinguished the last flicker of fighting spirit in Qi Shi's heart. She wasn't unclear, she just didn't want to admit it. Your coordination is not about making you fight each other. Lu Li stood up and walked to the center of the arena. But rather, it teaches you how to combine the power of these monsters into a single cohesive force. Her gaze swept past Ephria and Nidhogg behind Lu Yuan, then looked at Axia and the star hunting dog beside Yun Shanshan, finally landing on Qi Shi's Mooncycle Owl and Nightmare Weaver. In a competition filled with masters, beasts below platinum tier usually only make an impact, so all your platinum beasts are your main fighting force. Lu Yuan's Dark Prison Dragon King is responsible for frontline control and suppression, while his Frost Dragon Queen takes care of absolute control and extermination in the rear. Queen Longhui of Yun Shanxian is the absolute core of the team, providing infinite endurance, purification, and defense. Her Starhound is a ghost lingering outside the battlefield, responsible for precise teleportation and deadly ambushes. And you, Shi. Lan Lioli looked at her. Your Moonwheel Owl is a high-altitude reconnaissance and bombing machine, responsible for providing visual suppression and long-range fire support. Your Nightmare Weaver is a supplement to this great web, using mental disturbance and illusions to create opportunities for others. A frontline invincible warrior, an ice-sealed killer mage, an unkillable healer, a ghostly assassin, plus a high-altitude cannon and illusionist. Lan Lioli's lips could no longer hold back a smile. This lineup doesn't need any complicated tactics at all. What you need to do is just one thing. She stretched out a finger, pointing to the sky. From the very first second of the match, crush all the enemies in front of you with your strongest power. Let them feel the fear of being controlled by monsters in their despair. These words made the blood of the three people present start to boil. I understand, teacher. Shi commanded her beast to stop attacking. At that moment, all her unwillingness and confusion turned into a fighting spirit. Yun Shanxian's little face was flushed with excitement. Crush everything. This is much more thrilling than just shouting 666 from the back. Lu Yuan looked at Lan Lioli, his eyes flashing with a smile. This seemingly unreliable mentor truly understands them the most. Alright, you all understand the principle. Over the next month, just practice hard. Lan Lioli put her sunglasses back on and waved her hand. You will be deemed qualified when you can understand what the other person wants to do with just a glance. After speaking, she lay back on the beach chair, continuing to enjoy her sunbathing. Chapter 189 Goodbye Xiaoran. A month passed in the blink of an eye. At Beiming Academy, in the villa on the back mountain. On the lawn, three figures stood. Lu Yuan, Yun Shanxian, Shi. Compared to a month ago, their auras had become more solid and restrained. Especially Shi, her Moonwheel Owl and Moonshadow Black Panther successfully broke through to the platinum peak level under Lu Yuan's immense pressure and abundant resources feeding. This also made her strength leap forward again. Although Lu Yuan and Yun Shanxian's ranks didn't change, their mastery over their respective beasts and their cooperation as a trio had reached a brand new height. Just as Lan Lioli said, they now perhaps really just needed a glance to understand each other's intentions. Are you all ready? Lan Lioli's figure appeared behind the three. Today, she was not wearing her lazy pajamas, nor the tight instructor uniform, but a blue long dress, with her long hair casually draped over her shoulders, wearing sunglasses, radiating a mature charm. Lu Yuan had seen this image before when Lan Lioli recruited him in Yun Shanxian. Back then, he still thought she was such a gentle mentor. Ready! Yun Shanxian was the first to respond, her voice clear and full of confidence. Lu Yuan and Shi nodded as well. Then let's go. Lan Lioli gently waved her hand. The mysterious beast named Little White on her shoulder yawned, extending its claws and gently scratching the air in front of it. Ryup, a softly glowing white spatial door appeared out of thin air. In the Dragon Country, in the imperial capital. On the outskirts, an exaggeratedly large building complex sprawled over the area. This was the annual event that attracted attention from all Beastmasters in the entire Dragon Country and even across the Blue Star, the venue for the high school Beastmaster competition, Sky Dome. At this moment, outside the Sky Dome, it was already a sea of people. Participating teams from the top academies had gathered here. Under the guidance of their respective mentors, they gathered here. Each team consisted of 5 elite third-year students, representing the best strength of their colleges, the best of the best among the chosen ones. On their faces were written confidence and pride, and in their eyes burned the desire for victory. When Lan Lioli brought Lu Yuan and the others out from the space gate, they immediately attracted countless gazes. There's no helping it, their group was simply too eye-catching. One of them was a stunningly beautiful woman, with an overwhelming aura that made people afraid to look directly at her. The other three, 2 girls and 1 boy, had ridiculous looks, and they appeared extremely young, completely unlike seasoned third-year students. More importantly, they were only 3 people. In a situation where all teams were fully staffed at 5, this trio stood out like a sore thumb. Is that the team from Beiming Academy? Why are there only 3 people? The leader is Lan Lioli. That devil instructor. Hiss, why is she leading the team herself? I've heard that Beiming has always followed the elite route, but this is too elite, right? A 3-person team? Shu, keep your voice down. If Lan Lioli hears you, you won't even know how you died. The surrounding discussions, though intentionally quieted, still reached Yun Shanxian's ears intermittently. She quietly complained to Lu Yuan, "I didn't expect Aunt Lan to be so famous outside, I thought she only bullied people at home." Lu Yuan smiled but said nothing. At that moment, several figures pushed through the crowd and walked straight towards them. At the forefront was a tall, elegant middle-aged man with gold-rimmed glasses. Upon seeing Lan Lioli, a warm smile appeared on his face. "Lioli, it's been a long time. You still look so radiant." However, Lan Lioli merely raised her sunglasses, glanced at him, and spoke in a flat tone. "Zhou Wen, is there something you need?" The man called Zhou Wen's smile faltered for a moment but quickly returned to normal. He was one of the ace mentors of the Holy Light Academy, considered to be from the same generation as Lan Lioli. But back then, he was completely overshadowed by the brilliance of Su Yueli, Lan Lioli, and others. He glanced at the three behind Lan Lioli, his eyes flashing with disdain. "It's nothing, just saw an old friend and wanted to say hello." He adjusted his glasses and changed the subject. "I heard that Beiming only brought 3 people this year? What is this, trying to recreate your so-called glory of 4 from back then? Heh, don't dream. Times have changed, Lioli. This year's champion is definitely a sure thing for my Holy Light Beast Academy." His words carried arrogance, clearly reaching everyone's ears around them. The atmosphere instantly became tense and charged. Meanwhile, several students from the Holy Light Academy standing behind Zhou Wen also displayed proud smiles. Among them, a young man in a white combat suit froze when he saw Lu Yuan and Yun Shanshan. It was Xiao Ran. He couldn't believe he would see these two again in this way. And his mentor was actually making threats towards these two monsters? A cold sweat trickled down Xiao Ran's forehead. "Mentor, please stop talking. Do you know who you're standing in front of? Those are the ruthless people who played everyone in the Dragon's Nest secret realm and took away the greatest opportunities. They might even be contracted descendants of the King Dragon Beasts. And now, these two are really here to compete representing Beiming Academy?" Xiao Ran felt his legs weaken. He wanted to rush up and cover his mentor's mouth. "Mentor, please don't drag me into this. I don't want to be treated like a soft persimmon." However, facing Zhou Wen's provocation, Lan Lioli remained unfazed, simply digging at her ear. "Are you done talking?" She took off her sunglasses. Her beautiful phoenix eyes swept over Zhou Wen, then over the few Sate Light Academy students behind him who wore expressions of pride. "If you're done, then get lost. Don't block the way. I'm afraid my child might not hold back and accidentally beat your genius students from Sate Light Academy so badly that they'll cry out for their parents. That wouldn't be a good look." Lan Lioli's voice still had that lazy tone. But the arrogance and disdain in her words made Zhou Wen's face instantly turn the color of pig liver. "You!" He was about to explode in anger. But the silent Lu Yuan took a step forward. He didn't look at Zhou Wen, but instead set his gaze on the person behind him, Xiao Ran. "Xiao Ran, long time no see. Your mentor really likes to talk. I hope that on the battlefield, the students he teaches will be half as strong as his mouth." Lu Yuan's voice was soft. Xiao Ran's face instantly turned pale. It was over. He had been remembered. Xiao Ran opened his mouth but couldn't say a single word. He wanted to explain, wanted to say he was just there to make up the numbers for Sate Light Academy, wanted to shout that he was wronged, but under Lu Yuan's calm gaze, all his ability to speak failed. That look, he was so familiar with it. In the Dragon's Nest secret realm, it was this very gaze that calmly watched as all the geniuses of the 10,000 Beast World died one after another. Xiao Ran's eyelids twitched. Zhou Wen's face alternated between blue and white. He didn't expect that his students, whom he had brought, would be so scared by just one sentence from the other side. It was an incredible humiliation. He was about to scold Xiao Ran and regain his face. "Well said. No wonder you're Xiaoya's son." A clear, crisp female voice came from not far away, carrying an undisguised admiration. Everyone turned to look, and saw a woman dressed in a fiery red battle uniform, standing tall with a capable and confident air, walking towards them. It was none other than the top mentor from Longshao Academy, Qin Yan. Her appearance instantly pushed the atmosphere on the scene to a new climax. Zhou Wen's muscles twitched involuntarily as he saw Qin Yan, and a complex expression flashed in his eyes, a mixture of fear and jealousy. "Oh, isn't this Zhou Wen, the so-called #1 genius beast tamer of St. Light Beast Taming Academy?" Qin Yan walked up to Lan Lioli, casually putting her arm around her shoulder, her phoenix eyes looking Zhou Wen up and down, with a playful smile on her lips. "Back then, you cried after being beaten by my sisters and me. Now you've grown a bit and dared to run in front of Lioli and shout? Qin Yan, you." Zhou Wen's old scars were exposed, and his face immediately turned the color of pig liver. "Why bring up old matters? This is a dispute among the younger generation." "Younger generation?" Qin Yan sneered, her gaze sweeping over the few clearly foreign-looking young people behind Zhou Wen. "These crooked melons and cracked dates? Jo-won, do you think bringing in a few exchange students from other countries will make you stand tall? Her gaze finally landed on the one leading them, the young man from Sakura country with a samurai haircut and a proud expression. I heard that this time, your Saint Light Academy has invested quite a bit. Jo-won took a deep breath, forcefully suppressing his anger, and straightened his chest. Although Qin Yan's appearance embarrassed him, it also gave him something to brag about. Humph, you're right, he said arrogantly. Let me introduce you. This is Miyamoto Ken from Sakura country's top school, Amaterasu Institute. His companions are Jean Zhaisher from Korea's White Tiger Hall and Billy from Grassland Kingdom's Sacred Palace. Our Saint Light Academy, along with our own Xiaoran, this lineup is more than enough to handle your three from Beiming. He deliberately emphasized just 3 people, as if trying to regain some face through numbers. The Sakura country youth named Miyamoto Ken took a step forward. He slightly bowed to Qin Yan and Lan Liuli, his posture respectful, but the arrogance in his eyes was undiminished. Respected seniors, I have long admired your names. His dragon language sounded a bit stiff. I have always heard that the dragon country is the birthplace of beast tamers, with a glorious past. This time I came here to witness with my own eyes if this glory still exists in the present. I hope on the competition stage, I can have the chance to learn a thing or two from the beast tamers of dragon country. Oh? Lan Liuli finally showed some interest. She pushed up her sunglasses and looked at Gong Benjian with great interest. You talk big, but I wonder if your bones are as hard as your mouth. Jo-won felt proud as he saw this and thought the time was right. He pushed the almost petrified Xiaoran out from behind him. Xiaoran, you should say a few words. Let them see the momentum of our Holy Light Academy. Xiaoran was pushed to the front, facing Lu Yuan's inscrutable gaze, and he felt his legs trembling. Momentum? What kind of nonsense is this momentum? Tutor, please shut up. Do you know who you're pushing me out to face? At that moment, the instinct for survival overwhelmed everything. Xiaoran suddenly jolted awake, quickly walked up to Lu Yuan, and grabbed his hand, shaking it enthusiastically. Lu Yuan. Brother Lu. Master Lu. What are you doing here? It's like the flood washed away the Dragon King Temple, a family not recognizing its own. As he spoke, he secretly pointed to Gong Benjian and the others behind him with his other hand, speaking quickly in a whisper that only the two could hear. Brother, misunderstanding, a huge misunderstanding. What these foreigners are saying has nothing to do with me. I'm just a bystander, forced. If we encounter each other at the competition later, please spare me and be gentle. Look at my little body, I can't withstand a single move from your family's dragon beast descendant. This whole performance flowed smoothly, full of emotion. The entire scene fell into a dead silence instantly. Everyone stared at Xiaoran, dumbfounded. Jo-won's proud smile completely froze, then visibly changed color from white to green, from green to purple, and finally turned as black as the bottom of a pot. Yun Shanshan burst into laughter, covering her mouth tightly, her shoulders shaking as her small face turned bright red. Even the usually cold Shi couldn't help but slightly raise the corners of her mouth. Qin Yan laughed so hard that her body trembled, pointing at Jo-won without mercy. Ha ha. Jo-won, is this what you call momentum? Is your Holy Light Academy specifically training such talents? You're killing me. Xiaoran. You traitor. Jo-won trembled in anger, his hand pointing at Xiaoran was shaking. He felt his face was utterly humiliated today in front of all the top academies in Dragon Country. You. From now on, you are expelled. Your qualifications for the competition are cancelled. Jo-won roared. Gongben, let your substitute from the Tianzhou Academy take Xiaoran's place. Upon hearing this, Xiaoran not only didn't panic but instead felt as if he had heard celestial music, his eyes instantly brightened. He turned around suddenly and looked at Jo-won, confirming with a surprised expression, Tutor. Are you serious? You can't go back on your word. Get lost. Jo-won gritted his teeth to squeeze out this word. All right. Xiaoran felt as if he had received a great reprieve and quickly ran to Lu Yuan's side, familiarly hooking his shoulder, as if they were old friends. Brother Lu, did you hear? I'm not competing for Holy Light Academy this time. He was filled with excitement from relief. Those foreigners, don't hold back at all, beat them hard. If something happens, I'll cover for you, my family still has a bit of standing in Holy Light Academy. Lu Yuan looked at this guy who had changed his tune in an instant and couldn't help but be amused. This guy is quite a talent who can bend and stretch. At this moment, a voice echoed from the center of the sky, spreading across the entire square. Attention all competing teams, the Sky Dome is about to open. The preliminary round, the survival hunt, is about to begin. Please all teams, be prepared. Chapter 191, The Opening. The moment the voice fell, countless complex and mysterious runes lit up one after another on the circular ground in the center of the square. Hundreds of huge rings, corresponding to the competing teams from Dragon Country's top universities, began to emit increasingly strong spatial fluctuations. Remember, the preliminary round is a virtual points match. Lan Liuli still maintained her lazy posture. All creatures and participants in the arena are digitized virtual bodies, there will be no real casualties. But pain and mental shock will be simulated 100%, so don't underestimate it. She glanced at the three. The rules are simple: hunt virtual beasts to earn points, or hunt other teams. Defeating a team will earn you 60% of their total points, while the defeated team will be eliminated from the trial, with their points stripped and no longer counted. The top 16 teams in the final points ranking will enter the next round of the second elimination stage. Yun Xianxian clenched her small fists, a little eager. What about those from the Holy Light Academy? Should we send them home right from the start? Not yet, Lu Yuan replied, his voice calm. Let them accumulate points, let them get fat before we kill. Otherwise, eliminating them now would be too cheap. Qi Shi's eyes also flashed with coldness upon hearing this. Evidently, Zhou Wen and that Miyamoto Jian's arrogance had also sparked her anger. Understood. Lan Liuli looked at the three, the corners of her mouth slightly curling under her sunglasses. Go, let those self-righteous guys see what a true monster is. Buzz. The rings under their feet shone brightly, strong spatial power enveloping them. The next second, Lu Yuan, Yun Xianxian, and Qi Shi's figures, along with hundreds of other teams in the square, disappeared in an instant under countless gazes. Sky Dome, Spectator Hall. Here gathered top figures from all walks of life in Dragon Country, various media, as well as mentors and reserve team members from all participating academies. In the center of the hall, a massive curved light screen floated, like a divine mirror that could see through heaven and earth. At this moment, the divine mirror was divided into 100 screens of varying sizes, live broadcasting the situation of each team in the arena. Dear viewers, welcome to the highly anticipated 68th National College Beast Taming Competition. I am the host Bing Bing. I am the host Xiao Sa. The two top hosts of Dragon Country passionately opened the ceremony for this grand event. We can see that hundreds of teams have been randomly teleported to the preliminary round site, Lost Archipelago. This is a vast sea made up of thousands of islands, with complex terrain and variable environments, ranging from dense primitive jungles to barren volcanic wastelands. Everything is present. That's right. The organizers have released tens of thousands of virtual beasts on the archipelago, ranging from gold tier to diamond tier. Killing a gold tier virtual beast will earn 5 points, platinum tier 30 points, and the most powerful diamond tier, once successfully hunted, will directly award 100 points. This will be the focal point of competition for all teams. Now, let us turn our attention to several heavily favored teams for the championship. First up is the Imperial Capital Academy. They have shown astonishing execution from the start, quickly clearing out a group of gold tier fire apes with a 5-person team, currently leading in points. Longshao Academy also won't be outshone. Mentor Qinyan's students have chosen the most direct approach, aiming straight at other competing teams. On the light screen, the team from Longshao Academy, led by their captain, charged directly at the nearest team. Meanwhile, the scene of the Holy Light Academy also attracted significant attention. The young man named Miyamoto Ken from the Sakura country summoned a ghost-faced warrior engulfed in purple flames, wielding a long sword, easily chopping a group of high-ranking golden wind wolves down as if they were mere vegetables. The strength of Saint Light Academy this year cannot be underestimated. This exchange student from Amaterasu Academy, Miyamoto Ken, has a beast, the Purgatory Ghost Warrior, at the peak of platinum, and possesses an unbeatable suppression at the same rank. Zhou sat in the mentor's seat, listening to the host's praise, and watching the brilliant performance of his academy's team on the light screen, a proud look almost overflowing from his face. He raised a glass of red wine and toasted to the distant Lan Liuli. Mentor Lan, it seems your Beiming Academy isn't very lucky this year. Right at the start, you were transported to the Mist Marsh, a place notoriously difficult to navigate, and the virtual beasts there are pitifully few. Everyone turned their attention to the live broadcast of Beiming Academy's team. In the footage, Lu Yuan, Yun Xianxian, and Qi Shi stood at the edge of a marsh shrouded in grey mist. Ha! Why aren't they acting? And, the beasts they summoned. Buzz. 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 With several flashes of light, 6 beasts appeared beside them. On Lu Yuan's side, there was the pure white, softly glowing radiant Holy Spirit, the Void Phantom, surrounded by bizarre spatial fluctuations, and the Mirror of Deceit, with its silver dragon frame, reflecting light like a mirror. On Yun Xianxian's side were the Dark Dragon Descendant, wielding a shadow longbow, the Sacred Flame Fire Sparrow, burning with holy fire, and the Dawn Saintess, surrounded by blazing sunlight. 1 golden mid-tier and 5 silver high tiers. This was the lineup sent by Beiming Academy. At that moment, the entire observation hall fell into an eerie silence. Everyone was stunned. Golden tier? Silver tier? In a competition where other teams were brazenly leading with 5 platinum tier main forces, Beiming Academy's lineup seemed like a group out for a picnic. But Ha 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 ha. Yuan was the first to lose control, bursting into loud laughter, nearly rolling on the floor, spilling his red wine. Mentor Lan. Is this your so-called monster? 1 golden and 5 silvers? Does Beastmaster Academy have no one else? Just sending a group of low-ranking students to fill the numbers? They should at least have 5 people to make a complete set. Ha ha ha, you're killing me. The surrounding mentors also displayed peculiar expressions. Some were regretful, some mocked, and some were puzzled. What is Beastmaster doing? Strategic abandonment? Maybe there's some secret tactic? What tactic needs silver tier beasts? A tactic to give away points? Xingyan furrowed her brow slightly, glancing at Lan Liuli, who appeared calm, her eyes filled with inquiry. But Lan Liuli seemed to ignore the surrounding mockery, merely picking up the juice in front of Xingyan to take a sip, and spoke indifferently. A group of country bumpkins who have never seen the world. What did you say? Yuan's face darkened. In the mist marsh. Lu Yuan looked at the several beasts before him and nodded. Radiant Holy Spirit, silver high tier. Mirror of Deceit, golden mid tier. Void Phantom, silver high tier. Dark Dragon Descendant, silver high tier. Sacred Flame Fire Sparrow, silver peak. Dawn Saintess, silver high tier. Aside from these 6, Qi also summoned her other 2 golden peak beasts, 1 good at defense, the mountain giant turtle, and 1 good at healing, the Moonlight Spirit. 8 beasts, none reaching platinum tier. Let them out to move around before entering the second stage. Lu Yuan said. Let's also fish a bit. Yun Shanshan's eyes lit up. I understand. We're deliberately showing weakness to lure those blind fools right into our hands. Qi also understood Lu Yuan's intention. This was not just a warm-up, but a form of selection. Void Phantom, map. Lu Yuan ordered. The Void Phantom shimmered like a black body. Under Lu Yuan's development, the Void map could now manifest not just in Lu Yuan's mind, but in reality. A map centered around 3 people with a radius of 5 kilometers instantly unfolded in the air. On the map, scattered red lights represented virtual beasts, most of which were gold-ranked, with only 1 low-tier platinum red dot located in a muddy area 1 kilometer away. Let's start with that platinum one as an appetizer. Lu Yuan pointed to the largest red dot. Got it. Yun Shanshan gave the command, and the dark dragon bloodline behind her instantly drew a long bow. Dragon Tooth Arrow. Whoosh! An arrow wrapped in dragon's might pierced through the thick fog, flying towards the target 1 kilometer away. 1 kilometer away, a massive platinum-ranked swamp crocodile had just poked its head out of the mud, not having the time to take a breath of fresh air before being accurately pierced in the eye by an arrow falling from the sky. Roar! The double blow of pain and dragon's might instantly drove it into a frenzy. But in the next second, Dragon Tooth Barrage Final Holy Lance Heavenly Light Judgment. 2 beams of light energy attacked the swamp crocodile at the same time. 3 shadow arrows followed in quick succession, and the last arrow exploded as it entered its wound. Boom! The explosion of Shadow Dragon Breath shattered half of the Platinum Beast's head. Kill a Platinum-ranked virtual beast, score plus 30. A message appeared on the virtual wristbands of the 3. It also appeared on the scoreboard in the viewing hall. Beastmaster Academy's score jumped from 0 to 30 in an instant. The chatter in the viewing hall quieted down significantly. Yuan's expression stiffened, he snorted coldly, just lucky, they happened to hit a weak one. However, as soon as he finished speaking, on the light screen, Beastmaster Academy's score began to jump at a dazzling speed. Plus 5. Plus 5. Plus 5. The 3 didn't even move from their positions. The Radiant Holy Spirit's Holy Light shines, Saint Su Hui's Heavenly Light Judgment, and the Dark Dragon Bloodline's Dragon Tooth Arrow worked like 3 artillery batteries, accurately picking off every gold-ranked virtual beast marked on the void map. In less than 5 minutes, all virtual beasts within a 5-kilometer radius were cleared. Beastmaster Academy's score had silently exceeded 300, breaking into the top 30 on the leaderboard. What kind of efficiency is this? They didn't even move. It's all long-range skills to clear the monsters? This skill range and targeting ability are just too exaggerated. At that moment, on the void map, 5 green dots moving at high speed appeared, rushing straight toward them. Yun Shanshan's eyes lit up. Ah Yuan, fish are coming. Chapter 192, Who is the Prey? They're coming, they're coming. Finally, a team is going to face Beastmaster Academy. In the viewing hall, the host Xiaosa's voice rose, instantly capturing everyone's attention. On the huge light screen, a live broadcast image was quickly enlarged, taking over the center of the main screen. On one side of the screen stood Lu Yuan and his 2 comrades at the edge of the swamp, their lineup rather humble. On the other side, there was a team of 5 wearing matching blue combat uniforms, exuding an aggressive aura. It's Tianshui Academy. They are the team ranked 47th last season and are very strong, the host Bing Bing quickly introduced. Their captain, Wang Tao, has a core beast, Raging Wave Dragon Carp, that has already reached high-tier platinum, excelling in large-scale water attacks, and is even stronger in water or swamp terrain. Exactly. We can see that Tianshui Academy, upon discovering Beiming Academy's position, showed no hesitation and chose to take the initiative. It seems they are treating this trio from Beiming as an appetizer. In the footage, Tianshui Academy's 5 members had entered the attack range. The leading captain Wang Tao looked at the 3 distant figures and the few at most gold-ranked beasts beside them. A smile of determination appeared on his face. "Lucky me, I ran into easy targets right at the start," he said to his teammates beside him. 3 people, and they even have silver-ranked beasts with them. It's like they are here to hand us points. Quickly deal with them, we still need to hunt platinum beasts. Yes, Captain. The 5 had no time for needless chatter, instantly summoning their main beasts. In an instant, the powerful aura of 5 platinum-ranked beasts soared into the sky. Leading them was a giant carp over 10 meters long, covered in blue scales, with dragon horns on its head, the Raging Wave Dragon Carp. Roar! The Raging Wave Dragon Carp let out a roar, opened its mouth, and released a massive wave that surged forth, stirring up mud from the swamp and forming a filthy tidal wave towering dozens of meters high, crashing down on the 3 from Lu Yuan. In a water environment, it's our home turf. Wang Tao said proudly. Under the turbulent wave surging, everything will be drowned. In the viewing hall, Zhou Wen saw this scene and once again wore a smile on his face. It's over. Wang Tao from Tianshui Academy may be a bit arrogant, but he has strength. This turbulent wave surging, combined with the swamp terrain, doubles its power. Below the peak of platinum, there's no chance to resist. He held his wineglass, looked at Lan Liuli, and said leisurely. Liuli, it seems your students will be eliminated in 1 round. Lan Liuli didn't even raise her eyelids. However, just when everyone thought that Lu Yuan and his team would be swallowed by the massive wave, Lu Yuan's mind flickered. Skymocking Demon Mirror. The skymocking demon mirror, always floating beside him, flashed with light on its surface. 10,000 changes reversed. The murky massive wave, powerful enough to destroy a small mountain, when it was 5 meters away from the 3, seemed to hit an invisible wall and suddenly stopped. In the next second, to the horrified eyes of Wang Tao and all his teammates, that massive wave rolled back at 3 times the speed it had come. Boom! The 5 from Tianshui Academy, along with their 5 platinum-ranked beasts, didn't even have time to let out a scream before they were sent crashing deep into the swamp by this massively amplified, turbulent wave surging. The entire swamp shook violently. Water droplets, mud, and several bodies that were knocked senseless and covered in aquatic plants shot skyward, then fell heavily back down. The world became clear and quiet. Instant kill. A complete and utter instant kill. From the moment Tianshui Academy launched their attack to being taken away by their own skill rebound, the entire process took less than 3 seconds. This side of Lu Yuan didn't even require anyone to move a single step. In the viewing hall, there was a dead silence. Everyone's eyes widened, mouths agape, staring blankly at the 3 silhouettes on the screen. The smile on Zhou Wen's face froze. His hand holding the wineglass stopped in midair, the liquid sliding from the brim, dripping onto his pants, completely unnoticed. Xinyan's beautiful eyes sparkled with amazement. She couldn't help but whisper, "What a 10,000 changes reversed, it's that mirror, but it seems to be a bit unusual." Lan Liuli took off her sunglasses. "What's wrong, Zhou Wen? Didn't you say it was over?" Zhou Wen opened his mouth but couldn't say a word. His mind went blank. Rebound skill? Or a 3-fold power rebound? What kind of skill is this? Can a golden-ranked beast have such an ability? Are you joking? The host, Xiao Sa, after a brief moment of distraction, suddenly reacted. My god! My god! What just happened? Tianshui Academy was instant killed. By their own skill. Is this the secret weapon of Beiming Academy? That mirror. It can actually triple rebound a full-force attack from a high platinum beast. This is simply unheard of. Beiming Academy. With just 1 move, they eliminated Tianshui Academy. Their points skyrocketed to nearly 400 due to absorbing Tianshui Academy's points. Instantly surged to 5th place on the leaderboard. Boom! The entire observation hall erupted into an uproar. If the remote monster-clearing ability displayed by Beiming Academy previously only surprised them, then at this moment, this scene that felt like a dimensional strike brought them complete shock. Monster! This is a real monster. That mirror is definitely not of gold rank. It must be hiding its true power. Beiming Academy is going for the championship this year. The glory of the 4 Beastmasters of Beiming is going to be witnessed again? Amidst the countless discussions, Zhou Wen's face turned extremely grim. Misty Swamp. Yun Shanqian looked at her opponent, defeated in 1 move, and curled her lip. Is this it? Too easy to beat, right? Not even qualified to let me stretch my muscles. Shi had grown accustomed to it. She had lost to Lu Yuan more than once because of the strange abilities of his mirror. Chapter 193, Eyes Beneath the Swamp. 10,000 Laws in Reverse, Triple Rebound. This ability is simply a nightmare for all energy-based attacks in team combat. Lu Yuan's voice was calm. This kind of team that relies solely on explosive power is best to deal with. He glanced at the scoreboard on his wristband. Beastmaster Academy's points had surged to 5th place, but the gap with the top 4 teams was still considerable. We've cleared out the little fish here, let's change locations, Lu Yuan said. Void Phantom, find a place dense with platinum-ranked virtual beasts. As the Void Phantom gently swayed, the map covering a 5-kilometer radius shifted rapidly, finally locking onto a region deep within the swamp. That area was densely packed with red dots, including many deep red dots representing mid to high-tier platinum beasts. Here it is. Lu Yuan pointed to the coordinates on the map. Let's go, it's time for the other little guys to stretch their legs. The three didn't say more, quickly following his lead and heading deeper into the swamp. In the main hall of the observation area, the atmosphere had shifted from initial mockery and confusion to seriousness and suspicion. The small live broadcast screen of Beastmaster Academy now attracted nearly half of the eyes in the whole venue. They're moving. The direction is rotting timberland. That's a gathering place for platinum-ranked plague treants, in large numbers, and their natural absorption aura strongly counters energy attacks. What is Beastmaster Academy trying to do? Although that mirror can rebound skills, against such a continuous aura effect, it's probably powerless, right? Look, they summoned their beasts again. Everyone's gaze was tightly locked onto the screen. Wait. Lu Yuan suddenly raised his hand, signaling the team to stop. He glanced at the map projected by the Void Phantom. Everything seemed normal, but he always felt an elusive sense of discord. What's wrong, Yuan? Yun Qianqian asked. Nothing. Lu Yuan stared into the depths of the swamp, slowly shaking his head after a moment. Perhaps the energy field in this area is somewhat chaotic. The detection range of the Void Phantom seems to be slightly compressed. Let's keep moving, stay alert. In the rotting timberland, the air was thick with a nauseating stench. Massive trees, towering several dozen meters high with twisted trunks like ghostly claws, slowly rose from the mud. Painful, wailing human faces appeared on their rough bark. Plague treants, of low to mid-tier platinum rank, numbered in dozens. Beneath them, dark green auras spread out in circles. Wherever they passed, both energy and vitality were rapidly siphoned away and weakened. Lu Yuan, the auras of these treants are troublesome, they are continuously weakening us. Shi reminded, as her Moonlight sprite had already formed a healing barrier. Lu Yuan's gaze had long been fixed on those plague treants, and a golden stream of data flashed through his eyes, unnoticed by others. The analysis of the Beastmaster's bestiary instantly appeared in front of him. Plague Tree Demon. Weakness, fierce high-intensity light attributes and flame purification. Nature absorption aura core is the power of the undead plague, which can be covered and suppressed by an equally strong holy domain or fiery domain. He looked at Yun Qianqian beside him and said, Qianqian, it's your turn to perform as the Radiant Saintess. Use the solar ring combined with holy light shines, directly covering this forest and turning their home ground into ours. Got it. Yun Qianqian's eyes brightened. I've been waiting for you to speak. Watch me. It's my turn to shine. As her voice fell, the Radiant Saintess stepped forward, the solar ring roaring to expand, the golden flame aura colliding with the dark green plague aura. At the same time, the Radiant Saintess raised her hands high. Holy light shines. A dazzling miniature sun gathered in her palm, then slowly rose into the air, hanging high above the decaying forest. The pure light poured down, and those dark green plague auras quickly dissolved under the holy light. All actions of the plague tree demon slowed down at that moment. Now's the time. Yun Qianqian shouted. Roar! The shadow dragon offspring that had been trailing behind her suddenly erupted with intense dragon might. Dark Dragon Soul. Meteor Fire Rain. Dragon Fong Barrage. The Holy Flame Fire Sparrow and the Dark Dragon offspring launched their attacks simultaneously, a sky full of fireballs and shadow arrows weaving into a deadly web, covering the largest area ahead. Boom! 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 The explosions rang out in succession, and the few plague tree demons at the front were instantly gravely injured. Well done! Shi exclaimed, then quickly gave her command. Her golden pinnacled mountain giant turtle, which had barely shown its power, let out a roar, its massive body glowing with earthy tones. The mountain giant turtle stomped its limbs, sharp earth spikes bursting from the ground beneath the feet of the plague tree demons, piercing and trapping them in groups. It's my turn now. Lu Yuan's voice rang out. In front of him, the radiant spirit, with its holy body flashing with light. Holy Spirit Attendant. Three attendants holding light spears, with powers reaching silver mid-tier, appeared from thin air, transforming into three streams of light that rushed into the most densely packed area of the plague tree demons. Self-destruct. Lu Yuan calmly uttered two words. Boom. 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 Three violent explosions stirred up three waves of light energy storms among the tree demon crowd. The holy light attribute damage dealt a devastating blow to these undead and plague attribute monsters. In an instant, two plague tree demons were purified into flying ash. This seamless collaboration left everyone in the viewing hall dumbfounded. Control, suppression, AoE explosion, targeted elimination. The level of cooperation was simply like they had practiced for years. What shocked them even more was that all of this was done by just a group of golden and silver tier beastmasters. That radiant saintess, is she really silver high tier? A single holy light shines can suppress the collective aura of over 100 platinum tier plague tree demons? And that radiant spirit, the attendants summoned, are actually silver mid tier? They can even be used as direct bombs? North Mayan Academy, how on earth do they train their beastmasters? Zhou Wen's expression had turned beyond just difficulty to describe. These guys simply could not be judged by ordinary logic. Every beast they showcased had combat power far exceeding their tier, and every skill carried a sense of supermodel. At that moment, the void shadow responsible for monitoring the battlefield, its mercury-like body suddenly fluctuated intensely. The clear map in midair flickered at this moment. Lu Yuan frowned slightly. This was an unprecedented situation. Yuan, what's wrong? Yun Xianxian also noticed the anomaly. The map has been disturbed. Lu Yuan said in a deep voice. Something is blocking the void shadow's probe. As soon as he finished speaking. Boom! The marshland beneath the three suddenly let out a loud roar. Huge cracks began to spread wildly, centered around them. As if some terrifying giant creature was about to burst forth from this rotting earth. On the map of the void shadow, at the very spot where they stood, a previously empty point suddenly revealed a huge dark red light. It had always been right beneath their feet. In the main viewing hall, the director seemed to sense something and instantly switched the main camera to the scene of Beastmaster Academy. Everyone saw the ground that was cracking apart. Under that broken ground, 1, 2, 10, hundreds, countless red eyes were slowly opening from the dark abyss. Chapter 194, Hunt. Beneath the marsh, those hundreds of blood-red eyes instantly opened. It's the Marsh Thousand Eye Worm. Oh my god, Platinum Peak. In a marsh environment, this thing is as troublesome as a beast entering the diamond rank, exclaimed a well-informed mentor in the main viewing hall. A single Platinum Peak virtual beast is not frightening, but the terrifying part is that it appeared right under Beastmaster Academy. An ambush from the most unexpected underground. Zhou Wen's eyes suddenly lit up. The humiliation from being slapped in the face by the 10,000 laws reversal was swept away, replaced by a sickly excitement. It's over. It should finally be over. This Marsh Thousand Eye Worm is famous for its mental pollution and corrosive poison. That strange mirror can bounce energy attacks, but surely it can't bounce mental shocks and continuous toxic mists, right? Moreover, this is a surprise attack from beneath their feet. He could almost foresee that the three young people, along with their supermodel low-rank beasts, would be dragged into the quagmire. However, in the image, Lu Yuan showed no sign of panic at all. Just before a mental attack was about to reach the three. Buzz. The body of the radiant spirit glowed, and an invisible protective barrier instantly unfolded, covering the three of them. Spirit protection. Immunity to mental attacks, lasting for 8 seconds. That mental attack crashed against the barrier and was completely negated. What a joke. A range-wide mental immunity? I believe that skill model belonged to an epic rank beast. Where did Beastmaster Academy dig out the egg of this radiant spirit from some ancient relic? A silver rank beast casually having a range-wide mental attack immunity? Is that reasonable? On the surface of the marsh, the massive creature fully revealed its body. It had no fixed shape, looking like a huge mass made of mud, rotten flesh, and countless eyeballs, with hundreds of eyes of different sizes haphazardly embedded in its surface. With the mental shock ineffective, it immediately changed its attack method. Dozens of arm-like appendages made of mud and tentacles shot toward the three from all directions. Dark green liquid dripped from the appendages. Defend! Qi Shi commanded, her gold peak, mountain giant turtle, finally showing its worth. The giant turtle let out a roar, earthy yellow light enveloping its massive body. It stood firm on its limbs, and a thick rock barrier rose up, perfectly blocking all the appendages' attack paths. Bang bang bang! The sound of violent impacts was unending. The rock barrier was instantly covered in spiderweb-like cracks, but it ultimately held its ground. Qian Qian! Lu Yuan's voice rang out. Coming! Yun Xianxian's face was filled with excitement. There was no need for Lu Yuan to say more. Their long-standing tacit understanding made her instantly realize what to do. The sacred flame fire sparrow let out a clear call, flapping its wings. Soaring to the half sky. Brilliant sky falls. Its entire body of flames instantly condensed into wings. Then a firebird phantom, entirely made of holy flames, detached from its body, drawing an amazing trajectory in the air at incredible speed. With flames blazing on the path that lasted endlessly. The target of that phantom was not the huge body of the worm, but rather a seemingly empty marshland on its right side. Boom! Holy flames smashed down, triggering a violent explosion. And the terrifying high temperature instantly evaporated a large area of marsh. And in that area, a giant limb trying to sneak attack from beneath the ground was precisely blown out. At the same time, the Holy Maiden of Dawn also moved. Solar lock. 3 chains made of flames appeared, wrapping around the mountain turtle's front defenses. Precisely binding the 3 thickest limbs of the marsh thousand-eyed worm, imprisoning them tightly in place. Roar. The marsh thousand-eyed worm let out an angry roar. As its bound limbs struggled wildly, with flames burning on the chains, causing continuous damage to it. Its weakness is that biggest primary eye. Hidden in the left side's 3rd row, the 7th position. Lu Yuan's voice rang out beside the other 2. It controls the regeneration ability. This was the result instantly analyzed by the Beastmaster compendium. Understood. Yun Shanshan's eyes lit up, as the dark dragon descendant behind her instantly pulled back a longbow. Dragon Tooth Arrow. An arrow shrouded in dragon might shot through the air. Everyone in the viewing chamber thought this arrow would strike the part of the worm already bound by the solar lock, taking the chance to deal damage. However, the arrow flew towards a less noticeable heap of eyeballs on the worm's left side. Put. With a soft sound, the arrow accurately pierced into a blood-red pupil that was slightly larger than the surrounding eyeballs. Roar. The marsh thousand-eyed worm let out a painful shriek. All its eyeballs were instantly filled with blood vessels. Its huge body trembled violently. Streams of dark green life energy frantically surged towards the pierced primary eye, trying to heal the wound. At the exact moment the primary eye was hit, a barely noticeable light flashed from the devil mirror floating beside Lu Yuan. Bloodline rewrite. Target, marsh thousand-eyed worm. Effect, temporarily strip bloodline enhancement. The worm's proud, nearly infinite marsh regeneration ability was forcibly interrupted at this moment. The life energy it directed towards the primary eye instantly stopped. This is impossible. In the viewing hall, the tutor who recognized the worm earlier stood up again. The regeneration ability of the marsh thousand-eyed worm is suppressed? Why? What special effect does that shadow arrow have? No one could answer him. The action of the devil mirror was too concealed, and its speed was too fast. 99% of the people present, even the host and most tutors, only noticed the dark dragon descendant's stunning arrow and did not realize the small movement of the devil mirror at all. They thought it was the dark dragon descendant's skill that came with anti-heal or severe injury effects. Only a few top experts, like Qin Yan and Lan Liuli, vaguely caught the rule fluctuations in that instant. Qin Yan's beautiful eyes sparkled with astonishing light. It wasn't the arrow's merit, it was that mirror, its deprivation. It can actually temporarily strip the opponent's bloodline talent. She looked at the calm Lan Liuli beside her, unable to help twitching her mouth. Well done. Qi Shi immediately seized the opportunity. Mountain turtle, gravity suppression. The giant turtle roared, and a yellowish light ring expanded around it, instantly increasing the gravity in the entire decaying forest by several times. The already hindered marsh thousand-eyed worm due to the injury on its primary eye suddenly sank heavily, completely trapped in the mire, unable to move. It's over. Lu Yuan uttered 3 words. The radiant Holy Spirit in front of him gathered all its light energy in its hands. Then, it suddenly thrusts forward. A holy spear, 100 meters long, completely formed of ultimate light energy, coalesced into shape. Finality Holy Spear. Causing extra damage to dark-type targets. Go. With Lu Yuan's command, the Holy Spear transformed into a beam of light, carrying the supreme power to purify all evil, instantly piercing through the giant and bloated body of the worm. Sizzle. Where the holy light passed, whether it was mud, rotten flesh, or those eerie eyeballs, they quickly turned to ashes. Kill Platinum Tier Virtual Beast, points plus 50. After the finality Holy Spear hit its target, 2 small light spears split off and conveniently took away 2 groups of freshly respawned Golden Tier poison frogs nearby. Kill Golden Tier Virtual Beast, points plus 5. Kill Golden Tier Virtual Beast, points plus 5. The points of Beiming Academy jumped again, rising to 4th place on the leaderboard. The entire observation hall fell silent. From long-range sniping, to rebound instant kills, to perfect coordination and weak point strikes, to frontal powerful kills. This team seemed to have no weaknesses. Chapter 195, Heading to Volcanic Island. Glug. The sound of someone swallowing saliva was especially clear in the quiet teacher's seat. Won, who had been chatting grandly before, now turned pale, staring fixedly at the light screen, his lips moving without a single word coming out. Next to him, an experienced mentor from the Imperial City Academy pushed up his glasses, his eyes sparkling behind the lenses, breaking the silence. It's not a matter of energy level. That silver-tier radiant Holy Spirit spear had a very strong purification effect, naturally a nemesis to dark entities. This has already surpassed normal tear suppression. Another person added, and that mirror. You all saw the replay. At the moment the worm tried to regenerate, the mirror flashed. I'm sure it temporarily limited the worm's bloodline talent. And that dark dragonborn, high-level silver tier, shot perfectly at the weak point. Did you see that? It was one amongst hundreds of eyes. Is that targeting ability even real? The most outrageous thing is that mirror. It made the Beastmaster's talent disappear. Just now, the thousand-eyed worm's regeneration ability was forcibly interrupted by it. As soon as this was said, the crowd was in an uproar. Before, most people thought it was just the Dark Dragonborn's arrow that had a serious injury effect, but now that it was pointed out, they recalled the momentary sense of discord. In an instant, countless gazes gathered on the woman at the teacher's seat, who had been calm throughout. Lan Lioli. She finally moved, slowly adjusting her sunglasses on the bridge of her nose, picking up the juice in front of Qin Yan and taking a sip. It seemed that what had just shocked the top academies of Longwa was merely an ordinary pastime for her student. Qin Yan's beautiful eyes sparkled as she leaned closer to Lan Lioli, lowering her voice. Lioli, this kid Lu Yuan has become so extraordinary in just over 2 months? Others may not see it, but you and I, as Beastmasters, can tell at a glance that the mirror can actually strip away bloodline talent, which has already reached the threshold of rules. Did he really cultivate this himself? Lan Lioli's tone remained lazy. Otherwise? Have you forgotten how Xiaoya played back then? Her Chrono Butterfly dared to meddle with the fate line of Diamond tier beasts even at the Golden tier. This kid is just playing his mother's old tricks even crazier. Qin Yan was stunned by these words, then shook her head with a wry smile. Rotting forest. Yun Shanqian excitedly waved her little fists, ran to Lu Yuan's side, looked up at him with her little face, her eyes sparkling. A Yuan. We are fourth. The radiant Holy Spirit's move is so cool. Lu Yuan smiled, reaching out to ruffle her hair. Beside her, Shi looked at the deep pit purified by the holy gun, and her shock was beyond words. She once thought that the gap between her and Lu Yuan was only in the quality and potential of their beasts. But now she understands that the real difference lies in tactical execution, the absolute control of the battlefield, and the ultimate utilization of every beast's abilities. Control, weaken, locate, break defenses, kill. One link after another, flowing like water, with no unnecessary movements. In the face of a surprise attack from a platinum peak, he didn't even disrupt their formation. The points here are almost maxed out. Lu Yuan opened the map of the Void Phantom. After the recent clearing, the area within 5 kilometers was already clean. The map shows, 30 kilometers east, there is a volcano island, where the virtual beasts mainly consist of fire and rock attributes, mostly at the platinum level, and the point value is very high. Yay! Let's change places. Let my holy flame fire sparrow and radiant saintess shine. Yun Shanqian responded immediately. Let's go. The three no longer lingered and quickly moved towards Volcano Island. At the same time they set off, the director in the viewing hall finally returned to reality from the shock. Host Xiaosa's voice was filled with excitement, as if he had survived a disaster. Dear viewers. Did you see that? This is Beiming Academy. They used a textbook perfect team battle to show us what true team beast control is. They didn't have a single platinum level beast, yet they hunted down a platinum peak regional overlord. Now, their points have risen to 4th place. Just behind Imperial Capital Academy, Longshao Academy, and Qingfeng Academy. Host Bing Bing added. Moreover, we can see that they have no intention to rest and are already heading towards a new hunting ground, Volcano Island. That's the lair of platinum-level, lava trolls, and obsidian golems. In the hall, no one dared to voice any doubts anymore. Most people were staring at the live broadcast of Beiming Academy, eager to see what kind of miracles this team, which had refreshed their bottom line of understanding, would create next. Meanwhile, at the other end of the Lost Islands. On an ice field covered by pure white snow. Miyamoto-kan retracted his Purgatory Demon Samurai, the demon-faced warrior engulfed in purple flames, kneeling on one knee, with a drop of boiling blood slowly dripping from the blade onto the icy surface, creating a deep pit. In front of it, a platinum peak, frost giant elephant, lay, its massive head and body separated, collapsed in a pool of blood. Miyamoto-kun, we've been surpassed on points. A member of the Holy Light Academy looked at the ranking on their wristband, their face a bit pale. Originally firmly in 4th place, they were pushed to 5th by Beiming Academy. That mere 3-people team was ahead of them. Billy, the blonde youth from Chaoyang country, scoffed, "It's just good luck for taking down a big guy. As long as we get a few more platinum beasts, we'll soon surpass them." "No." Miyamoto-Ken's voice was cold. "Those three are interesting, finally not a bunch of reckless fools relying only on their beast levels. After I clear this ice field, I must take the opportunity to get to know them well. The real hunting is just beginning." Chapter 196, Flame Prison Dragon King Lizard. Volcano Island is distinctly different from the cold and damp mist marsh. The air is filled with the pungent smell of sulfur, and every breath feels like swallowing flames. "Wow, it's so hot here." Yin Shanshan stuck out her tongue, her small hands fanning her face. Beside her, the radiant saintess emitted a soft glow, forming a small force field that kept the scorching air out, making the three feel much more comfortable. Qi Shi grimly surveyed her surroundings. The jagged rocks and the occasional flowing lava made the entire terrain exceptionally complex, making it very easy to be ambushed. "This environment gives a huge boost to fire and rock-type beasts," she said in a deep voice. "It's okay, it's the same for us," Lu Yuan replied. As soon as he finished speaking, Yin Shanshan excitedly waved her hand. "My fire sparrow and the saintess can't wait anymore." The holy flame fire sparrow let out a clear cry, seeming to especially love this environment, with flames burning around it more fiercely than usual. The blazing ring of the holy saintess grew even more brilliant around her. Roar! Accompanied by a dull sound, not far ahead, a nearly 10-meter-high black boulder slowly stood up. That was not a stone, but a giant troll made entirely of lava, with magma flowing all over its body, and two burning eyes locking onto them. Lava Giant, Platinum Low Rank. Almost at the same time, several shadows swept across the sky above them. Those were several gargoyles made of obsidian, flapping their rocky wings and emitting sharp shrieks. Obsidian Gargoyle, Golden Peak. Void Phantoms, mark all targets. Lu Yuan commanded. In midair, a semi-transparent map unfolded again, with red dots representing enemies instantly covering the entire edge of the volcanic island, densely packed, numbering at least over 200. Quick battle, quick decision. Chanshan, your fire sparrow will focus on the lava giant, the saintess will suppress the gargoyles. Sister Qi, your mountain giant tortoise will defend and block their lava burst. Radiant Holy Spirit, spread the holy light to weaken them. A series of commands were issued in an instant. Sure thing. Yun Shanshan was the first to respond. The holy flame fire sparrow flapped its wings and soared into the air, aiming directly at the group of heavy lava giants below with a charged holy flame burst. Boom! The orange-red fireball exploded among the giant trolls, and the violent flames instantly splashed lava everywhere, hitting two lava giants. At the same time, the holy saintess raised her hands high, and a miniature sun slowly rose, pouring down holy light. The obsidian gargoyles exposed to the holy light immediately emitted black smoke, their flying speed significantly reduced. Nice job! Qi Shi quickly followed the command. The mountain giant tortoise let out a roar, and a thick rock barrier rose from the ground, blocking a lava flow spat out by one lava giant. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The scalding lava collided with the rock barrier, making a corrosive sound, but it could not break through even a little. The cooperation was seamless, a perfect display. In the main viewing hall, everyone had become numb. Again such perfect attribute restraint and tactical cooperation. Who is their commander? Is it that guy named Lu Yuan? His command speed is too fast, and every decision is frighteningly precise. It's absurd, I feel like they are not competing, but performing a textbook demonstration. Zhou Wen's face was dark as if water could drip from it. He stared at the screen with a tight-lipped expression, saying nothing. The more flawless the performance of Beiming Academy was, the more he felt a burning pain in his face. His only hope now was Miyamoto-Ken. He believed that in the face of absolute strength, any flashy tactic was futile. As long as Miyamoto-Ken's purgatory demon samurai faced them, he would certainly be able to shatter their cooperation with that unbeatable strike. Xinyan looked at the three calm figures on the screen, admiration filled her beautiful eyes. She leaned over to Lan Liuli's ear and whispered with a laugh, "Liuli, your three students are really a treasure. If I had known, I wouldn't have let them go to you." Lan Liuli said slowly, "Dream on. They have already been ruined by me." Volcanic Island Battlefield. Under the weakening halo of the Holy Spirit and the attribute suppression of the Holy Maiden of Dawn, the battle situation has completely turned into one-sided slaughter. Yun Shanshan's holy flame fire sparrow is pouring out its firepower in the air, with meteor fire rain crashing down wave after wave as if it were free, blasting the lava giants into painful howls. Qi Shi's two golden peak summoned beasts are also playing a crucial role. The mountain giant tortoise has a defense as solid as gold, while the other moonlight elf continually applies healing and acceleration buffs to all summoned beasts, greatly enhancing the entire team's endurance. Lu Yuan has always not let the Qi Tian demon mirror take action. To deal with these, there is no need for 10,000 methods reversal wheel. Beastmasters Academy's points are steadily and efficiently increasing. Although there is no explosive leap like the previous instant kills of Tianshui Academy and the Swamp Thousand-Eyed Worm, it wins in durability. Their ranking has been hovering between 6th and 7th. At this moment, the competition at the top of the leaderboard has entered a fever pitch. First place, Imperial Capital Academy, with 1,300 points. Second place, Longshao Academy, with 1,250 points. Third place, Holy Light Academy, with 1,100 points. 2 hours later, the virtual beasts around the volcanic island have been mostly cleared. Ah, feels so good. Yun Shanshan wiped the non-existent sweat from her forehead, her little face full of excitement. These little monsters may not be tough, but farming them is really relieving stress. Our points are now 890, ranking 7th. Qi Shi glanced at her wristband and reported. We are just over 100 points behind the 6th place, Qingfeng Academy, but there is still a considerable gap to the top 3. Just as her voice fell, suddenly. Boom, boom, boom. The entire volcanic island shook violently without warning. The long silent main peak erupted with a jet of black smoke. Then came a roar, emanating from the depths of the volcano's mouth. A Yuan, what is this? Yun Shanshan inquired. Lu Yuan's expression finally became serious. On the Void Phantoms map, right at the volcano's mouth location, a red light point larger than the previous Swamp Thousand-Eyed Worm suddenly lit up. Not good. The host, Xiaosa's voice suddenly changed pitch in the spectator hall. It's a Diamond Tier virtual beast. The first Diamond Tier virtual beast of this competition has appeared. It's the Inferno Dragon King Lizard. The regional overlord residing on Volcanic Island. Oh my god, Beastmaster Academy's luck is too bad. Everyone's heart felt like it was in their throats. Zhou Wen's eyes, however, were filled with wild joy. Diamond Tier. This is a power that completely surpasses Platinum Tier. Chapter 197, Strategic Retreat. Lu Yuan's expression was solemn. In his vision, the Beast Encyclopedia page finally froze. Beast, Inferno Dragon King Lizard. Tier, Low Diamond. A massive creature slowly crawled out from the bubbling magma of the volcano. Its size resembled a moving small mountain. Its entire body was covered in dark red dragon scales, seemingly condensed from the molten lava of the Earth's core, with golden magma flowing between the scale gaps. Its lizard body bore a fierce dragon head, with a single horn made of obsidian gleaming on top. Inferno Dragon King Lizard. A Diamond Tier virtual beast, appearing on the first day of the preliminary round, the host Xiaosa said loudly. Beastmaster Academy's luck is just too bad, they just happened to be right at the foot of the volcano, completely blocked. Bing Bing's voice was full of worry. After a brief shock, Zhou Wen instantly erupted with sickly joy. Diamond Tier. This is crushing power. This is a qualitative difference. No matter how seamless your Beastmaster Academy cooperation is, what does it matter? No matter how supermodel your summoned beasts are, what does it matter? In the face of absolute tier suppression, all techniques will turn to bubbles. It's over. This time, it's really over. He seemed to see those 3 young people, who were utterly oblivious to danger, along with their flashy low-tier beasts, being melted into ashes by the Inferno Dragon King Lizard's breath. On the battlefield. The Inferno Dragon King Lizard slowly turned its body, locking onto the 3 below, Lu Yuan and the others. It opened its gigantic mouth. A point of extreme white light was gathering and expanding in its throat at a speed visible to the naked eye. A Yuan. Yun Shanshan knew Lu Yuan still had trump cards. Any one of those powerful Dragon Kings could handle the situation before them. Qi Shi also looked at Lu Yuan, his eyes filled with questions. 4 figures flashed through Lu Yuan's mind. Ivelia, Nidhogg, Axia, Mortis. Any one of them could defeat this so-called Dragon King Lizard. But then what? Would he reveal his core trump card in the preliminary round? To gain a mere 100 points, should he expose his advantage and let all his opponents study tactics against him? In a flash, Lu Yuan made a decision. Run. His voice was not loud, but it was exceptionally clear. Yun Shanshan and Qi Shi were taken aback. Run? They had pushed through every obstacle and never retreated before any enemy, but now, they were to flee? Qian, Stellar Hound. Lu Yuan did not explain, directly issuing the command. Yun Xianxian's long-standing unconditional trust in Lu Yuan made her instinctively react. Come out, little star. With a sweet cry, a dazzling starlight that was completely out of place in this scorching world suddenly lit up. A graceful, sturdy giant hound appeared before the 3. Name, Stellar Hound. Potential, 4 stars. Rank, Platinum Mid-Tier. This was the first Platinum Tier beast to appear in the Beastmaster Academy team. The viewing hall erupted again. Platinum Tier. They still have a Platinum Tier beast hidden. No, the key is not the platinum tier. Look at the spatial fluctuations around that beast. It's a space-type beast. I told you their lineup was suspicious. They really did hide their strength. But, even if there is a platinum tier space-type beast, what good is it against diamond tier? It's like a mantis trying to stop a car. Wen's smile stiffened, but then morphed into a deeper mockery. So there's still a platinum tier dog hidden away. I thought there was something spectacular. Want to run now? Too late. Under the breath of the Inferno Dragon King Lizard, you won't even have the chance to escape. However, after the Stellar Hound appeared, it did not make any attack or defense stance. It simply raised its head, its starry eyes gazing at the sky. Star Realm Traversal. It lifted its front paw and gently waved it against the air in front. Rip. The space was easily torn apart like fabric. A portal shimmering with deep starlight, its edges swirling with spatial fluctuations, appeared out of thin air. At this moment, the extreme white light from the Inferno Dragon King Lizard's mouth had gathered to its peak and was about to erupt. Run! Lu Yuan pulled Yun Xian, with Qi Shi following closely, the three not hesitating to step into the starry portal. In the next second after their figures disappeared. Boom! A thick, blazing white beam shot out from the mouth of the Inferno Dragon King Lizard, instantly engulfing the position they had just stood on. The beam swept across, carving out a canyon on half of the volcanic island under the terrifying breath. Wherever it passed, be it rock or lava, it was all vaporized and evaporated. An energy storm swept across the entire island. However, that starry portal quietly closed and vanished without a trace just before the apocalyptic breath could descend. In the viewing hall, everyone was stunned by the terrifying strike from the Inferno Dragon King Lizard, speechless for a long time. After a while, someone finally reacted. They got away? In the face of such an attack. Did you escape using spatial skills? That starry hunting dog, is it from the space system? Moreover, it is a spatial beast with teleportation ability. The wild joy on Wen's face completely froze. He stared blankly at the ruins on the screen, flattened to the ground, and then glanced at the live broadcast window belonging to Beiming Academy, which, though dimmed, had not disappeared. The corner of Lan Liuli's mouth, hidden behind her sunglasses, curled into a smile. How could a hunter die at the appetizer? On the other side. On a desolate gravel plain, the air distorted, and as starlight flickered, the figures of Lu Yuan and the other two stumbled into view. Huff, huff. Yun Xian leaned on her knees, her pale face breathing heavily. I was so scared. If we had been hit just now, we would have been directly eliminated. Qi Shi's expression was also serious, lingering with fear. Only Lu Yuan remained calm. He looked at the score on his wristband, which had not changed at all, then glanced at the leaderboard. Because they wasted time on Volcano Island and gained no points, their rank had dropped from 4th to 8th. After catching her breath, Yun Xian immediately ran to Lu Yuan's side, pouting in displeasure, tugging at his clothes. Yuan, why did we run? You could have summoned Nidhogg or Everia, and with one dragon breath, it could have been turned to dust. That was a great opportunity to let those who look down on us see our power. Just then, a piercing scream, accompanied by reckless laughter, came from a nearby canyon, interrupting their conversation. The three exchanged glances and silently crept to the canyon's edge to look down. What they saw below in the canyon made their pupils instantly shrink to the size of pinheads. Chapter 198, The Other Side of the Hunting Ground. In the desolate gravel, the wind howled, stirring up clouds of dust. Below the canyon, what was unfolding was not a battle but a one-sided display of malicious torment. 5 Beastmasters clad in yellow combat suits were forced into a corner, their beasts had long fallen in pools of blood, transformed into scattered streams of data light. And they themselves were bound by several black chains, unable to move. The perpetrators were none other than the team from Holy Light Academy. The young man from Sakura country, named Miyamoto Ken, wore a smile. His beast, the Purgatory Ghost Samurai, held a long knife burning with purple flames, granting no swift end to his opponents. Instead, he took his time, slicing one by one on the virtual bodies of those bound Beastmasters. Put! A Beastmaster's left arm was cut off at the shoulder, turning into points of light that vanished. The intense pain caused him to let out a heart-wrenching scream, but in this virtual space, he couldn't even faint. You dog, if you have the guts, just eliminate us, yelled the team captain, a rugged young man. In response, a sneer from Kim Jae-shik, a Korean from Miyamoto Ken's side, filled the air. Asking for mercy so soon? Really boring. If only the spirit of the Dragon Country Beastmasters matched your strength. The young man from the Grassland Country, named Billy, whistled and said in broken dragon language, Miyamoto-kun, stop playing, hurry up and finish them off, their points are too low, not enough to fill our gaps. Not in a hurry. A look of intoxication was on Miyamoto Ken's face. Enjoying the expression of prey struggling in despair is also part of the battle, isn't it? As he spoke, the ghost samurai's long knife swung down again, severing another female team member's leg. The piercing screams mixed with their reckless laughter echoed in the canyon, sounding extremely harsh. In the main hall of the audience, curses were already shaking the heavens. Bastards! What are these animals doing? This is a competition, not a slaughterhouse. Doesn't the organizer care? Holy Light Academy. Is this how you teach your students? Countless angry gazes, like swords, shot towards Joe on the mentor's seat. Joe face at this moment was darker than the bottom of a pot. He had thought that Miyamoto-kan and the others would be strong and arrogant, but he never expected them to showcase their strength in such a way. This was no longer a matter of style, it was a matter of humanity. Joe won. Is this the genius you are so proud of? Xinyan's voice was as cold as ice, and she suddenly stood up, an aura of terrifying power belonging to an epic-level warrior pressing down on Joe without reservation. Joe was overwhelmed by this aura, his breath caught in his throat, and his face instantly turned red. He wanted to argue, but found any words in front of the bloody scene on the screen seemed pale and powerless. The competition rules, didn't say it couldn't be like this. He could only squeeze out such a dry statement that even he did not believe. Nonsense! Xinyan shouted angrily. At the edge of the canyon, Yun Shanshan's body trembled slightly with extreme anger, and her eyes were already ablaze with a fierce fire. These bastards, they are not human. She didn't even seek Lu Yuan's opinion. With a soft shout, the shadows of the Dark Dragon bloodline and the Sacred Flame Fire Sparrow instantly appeared beside her, the bow already drawn, the fire already gathered. Xin Shi's face was also covered with frost. Her beast was summoned immediately, with killing intent fully displayed. To them, this had already crossed the line. Lu Yuan, let's go. Save them, then chop these scumbags to pieces. Yun Shanshan's voice trembled with anger. However, just as Yun Shanshan was about to make her move, a hand blocked her path. It was Lu Yuan. Wait. His voice, as always, was calm. Yun Shanshan turned her head sharply, looking incredulously at Lu Yuan. Wait? Wait for what? Lu Yuan, don't you see what they are doing? They are torturing people. I know. Lu Yuan's gaze did not look at the gruesome scene below but fell on the scoreboard of the virtual wristband. The Holy Light Academy, ranked third, was slowly devouring the points of that yellow-clothed team. Lu Yuan's silence, in Yun Shanshan's eyes, was equivalent to consent. Her heart sank little by little. Did Lu Yuan only care about points, about winning or losing, even ignoring such inhumane atrocities before him? She looked at the compatriots below who faced slaughter, still glaring with anger, gritting their teeth and refusing to cry out for help, then looked back at Lu Yuan, who stood before her, indifferent. A previously unknown wave of grievance and disappointment surged in her heart. Lu Yuan. Yun Shanshan called out his full name. Get out of the way. Xin Shi frowned as well, looking at Lu Yuan's profile. She always believed that although Lu Yuan was decisive in killing, he had his own principles in his heart. But the scene before her now made her somewhat shaken. At this moment, the brutality at the bottom of the canyon finally came to an end. The 5 members of the yellow-clothed team, after enduring torment, turned into light spots and were forcibly teleported out of the arena. Miyamoto-kan retracted the ghost warrior, a satisfied smile on his face, as if he had just enjoyed a delicious feast. Let's go, to find the next interesting prey. He led the team away, never realizing that just above him, 3 pairs of eyes had witnessed the whole scene. With the Holy Light Academy's team about to leave, Lu Yuan finally moved. But he did not rush down, he only took one last look at the 5 who were departing. Then he turned and walked in the opposite direction. Go. He said only one word. You. Yun Shanshan's body trembled with anger. She looked at Lu Yuan's resolute back. Not only was he callous to the dying, but now he wanted to leave as if nothing had happened? In the main hall for viewing the match, this dramatic scene gave all the spectators' anger a new outlet. They ran? They ran away again? I really misjudged them. Facing the Diamond Tier virtual beasts, it would have been fine if they ran away, but now, facing our fellow countrymen being tortured and killed, they are acting like turtles hiding their heads. Beastmaster Academy, you have truly disappointed me. Bullying the weak and fearing the strong. You have no courage. How can people like this participate in the competition? Just go back. The curses poured in like a tidal wave, almost drowning the entire audience. Joan was stunned, and then, a surge of wild joy filled his heart. He had thought that his academy's reputation would be completely ruined, but unexpectedly, Beastmaster Academy took the initiative to step out and absorb all the fire for him. Ha ha ha. He couldn't help but laugh out loud. Lioli, it seems your student not only lacks strength but also lacks the most basic sense of morality and courage. Xin Yan was also stunned. She looked at the back of Lu Yuan leaving on the light screen, her face full of disbelief. She looked at Lan Lioli but found that Lan Lioli was still in her lazy posture, even letting out a slight yawn. She wasn't angry, she wasn't disappointed, and her phoenix eyes only quietly watched Lu Yuan's back on the light screen, with a glimmer of approval deep in her eyes that Qin Yan couldn't understand. At the edge of the canyon, Shi grabbed the almost exploding Yun Shanshan. Shi forced herself to calm down, looked at Lu Yuan's back, and asked in a deep voice, "Lu Yuan, you need to give us an explanation." Lu Yuan stopped walking. He didn't turn around, just turned his face slightly. In the preliminary round, no one can be killed. What does this mean? Because you can't kill anyone, does that mean you can watch your own people being humiliated without doing anything? Are those 100% simulated pains and humiliations all fake? Lu Yuan. Her voice was trembling. How can you say something like that? Disappointment drowned her. Shi's brows also furrowed, and the light in her eyes dimmed. She could accept Lu Yuan's decisiveness in killing, even understand his patience for the final victory, but she couldn't accept such a cold-blooded answer. Below in the canyon, the five had already disappeared, leaving only the lingering resentment in the air. Lu Yuan finally turned around. He looked at Yun Shanshan, whose face was full of disappointment, and then glanced at Shi, whose face was as dark as water. The second stage elimination match, that's fine. He slowly spoke the second half of his sentence. Yun Shanshan and Shi were both stunned. Lu Yuan's eyes held no anger, no sympathy, but it made one feel a chill run down their spine. Eliminating them now only costs them some points and lets them reflect for a few days. It's too lenient. I want them to carry the strongest confidence, the greatest arrogance, and win all the way. Then, on that highly watched arena, where real harm can happen, I will make them understand what true despair is. As soon as the words fell, the entire desert seemed to quiet down. The wind stopped, and the sand ceased. Yun Shanshan stared at Lu Yuan, her eyes that had just been filled with loss now trembling violently. She remembered countless past moments, where Lu Yuan was always like this, making the most crazy plans with the calmest expressions. She felt heartache for his patience, pride in his strength, and was even more obsessed with his uniquely chilling tenderness and madness. This was the Lu Yuan she knew. The one who never showed his emotions, but buried his hatred deep in his heart. He was not cold-blooded, he was just sharpening the knife, preparing to thrust it into the enemy's most vulnerable heart at the perfect moment. Shi's pupils violently contracted. She looked at the calm-faced young man in front of her, and the tiny spark of disappointment that had just risen in her heart was instantly replaced by awe. This man's heart was harder than she had imagined. Their thoughts were simply not on the same level. What they saw was the brutality in front of them, while what he saw was a perfect feast of revenge. In the viewing hall, the curses against Beastmasters Academy had reached their peak. Cowards! The shame of the beast tamers of Longua. I suggest disqualifying Beastmasters Academy. They are unworthy. Lan Lioli. What good students you've taught. Shuan listened to these voices, and the smile in his heart was brilliantly bright. He felt as if he had returned to heaven from hell. Today's humiliation seemed to have been washed clean by Lu Yuan's cowardice. He held up his wineglass, looking far at Lan Lioli, his face filled with pride and mockery, completely unhidden. Qin Yan's face turned pale with anger. She simply could not understand why Lan Lioli could still remain calm. Lioli! Can't you say something? Xiao Yu and he. What is there to say? Lan Lioli finally spoke, turning to look at Qin Yan. Her beautiful phoenix eyes, for the first time, removed their sunglasses, and inside them was no trace of laziness. Qin Yan, tell me, what is a hunter? Qin Yan was stunned. Lan Lioli did not wait for her to answer and continued, an excellent hunter never reveals his position early because the prey taunts him at the edge of the trap. He will patiently wait, watching the prey grow fat and arrogant, becoming more and more careless. Until finally, at the moment when the prey is most proud and most relaxed, he will tighten the noose he has long prepared. Lan Lioli's gaze returned to the light curtain, watching the calm figure leading the team forward, the corners of her mouth slightly lifted. Now, Holy Light Academy is that prey. And my students are the hunters. Qin Yan's heart trembled sharply. She followed Lan Lioli's gaze, looking at Lu Yuan, looking at Holy Light Academy, and then reflecting on Lan Lioli's words. A chill instantly surged up her spine. She understood. From the very beginning, everyone had been wrong. Lu Yuan was not weak, he was patient. At this moment, when Qin Yan looked again at the figure on the light curtain, criticized by thousands, her eyes completely changed. That was no longer an ordinary contestant, it was a true top predator who could toy with the entire arena at will. In the time that followed, the preliminary competition arena presented a strange situation. Under the leadership of Gong Benjian, the team from Holy Light Academy, like mad dogs, crazily searched for other teams to butcher, and their points soared wildly, quickly overtaking Longshao Academy, firmly securing second place, their reputation for brutality spreading throughout the entire arena. Meanwhile, the team from Beiming Academy had completely fallen silent. They no longer went to any hotspots where teams gathered. Instead, they traversed those sparsely populated islands, hunting the hidden high-level virtual beasts with an efficiency that others could not understand. Their scores steadily increased, always maintaining a position in the top 10 of the leaderboard, never rushing ahead, but also never falling behind. Time flowed second by second. The preliminary round was about to come to an end. Remaining time in preliminary round, 10 seconds. The sound echoed in the virtual trial arena. The final rankings on the scoreboard had basically been settled. A ranking appeared above the virtual trial arena. First place, Imperial Capital Academy. Second place, Holy Light Academy. Third place, Longshao Academy. Ninth place, Beiming Academy. In the viewing hall, the light curtain instantly switched, freezing on the avatars of the top 16 teams. In the resting area of Holy Light Academy, loud cheers erupted, and on Gong Benjian's face in the live stream from Holy Light Academy, there was a look of arrogance. And in another corner, in the live stream from Beiming Academy, Lu Yuan and his two companions had just joined forces to kill the last Platinum Tier Abyss Lord. Lu Yuan looked up, his gaze seemingly piercing through the rankings, locking onto the arrogant Miyamoto Ken's sword. The first stage, the survival hunting battle, has officially ended. The voice of the end of the preliminary round rang out. All the teams still present returned to the square. In the Saint Light Academy area, Zhou Wen's face bloomed into a smile, almost unable to control himself, wanting to rush over and give Lan Liuli a friendly hug. Liuli, oh Liuli, I really have to thank you this time. If it weren't for your students' high moral integrity, voluntarily attracting all the firepower to help us, the Saint Light Academy's reputation would have been ruined by these few ignorant kids, he thought to himself. Countless gazes, complicated, contemptuous, all turned towards the corner of Beiming Academy. There, Lan Liuli was still lazily leaning against her seat, as if sensing the gazes around her, she simply poured herself a glass of juice. Qin Yan's chest heaved in anger, and she lowered her voice, Liuli. Are you just going to let him say that? Lu Yuan and them. What's the rush? Lan Liuli didn't even bother to lift her eyelids. If a dog bites you, do you have to bite back? With one sentence, Qin Yan was instantly silenced. Lu Yuan, Yun Shanshan, and Qi Shi's positions were met with hostile gazes from all directions. Cowards! You've completely disgraced the Beastmasters of Dragon Kingdom. A turtle that does nothing in the face of death, I really don't know how Beiming Academy teaches. These harsh curses, Yun Shanshan ignored. Her small face was tense, and in her eyes, two suppressed flames burned fiercely. It wasn't that she didn't care, she was waiting. Qi Shi stood on the other side, silently wiping her dagger. Her mindset, after the initial shock and confusion, had completely settled. She looked at Lu Yuan, her gaze filled only with admiration. The person before her was the true hunter. And she was willing to become the sharpest knife in his hand. Although the public opinion was raging against Beiming Academy, Zhou Wen still felt uneasy in his heart. Miyamoto Ken's brutal tactics in the competition had far exceeded the scope of tough style, it was pure, sadistic evil that reveled in torture. This had already damaged his and Saint Light Academy's reputation. After much thought, he decided to confront this rebellious genius. Miyamoto, do you have time? I want to talk to you. Zhou Wen wore a self-assured smile as he walked to the door of the Saint Light Academy lounge. The door opened, and it was Miyamoto Ken himself who answered. Zhou Wen, is something the matter? His tone was impatient. It's about the style of the competition, I think. Zhou Wen had only spoken halfway when his eyes inadvertently swept across the room, and he froze in place. There was not only Miyamoto Ken in the room. An elderly man, dressed in traditional samurai clothing, was sitting on the tatami. The old man had his eyes closed, a long, ancient katana resting across his lap. Despite simply sitting there, he emitted a terrifying aura. Zhou Wen's pupils suddenly shrank to the size of needle tips. That face, that aura. He would never mistake it. Cold sweat instantly soaked Zhou Wen's forehead, sliding down his face. A king-level Beastmaster, quietly appearing here. What was he about to say? Warn Miyamoto Ken to be more restrained? In front of a king, what was a platinum-tier mentor like him even worth? It seemed Miyamoto Bukiai had sensed his gaze, as he slowly opened a slit in his closed eyes, looking at Zhou Wen. Just one glance. Zhou Wen felt that his breathing became difficult. He finally understood that he was not a leader, he was just a pawn pushed to the front by the Miyamoto family. It's nothing, I just want to see if Miyamoto is resting well. Zhou Wen's voice was painfully dry, he forced a smile and then awkwardly turned around, fleeing in distress. Miyamoto Ken watched his hurried back, a mocking curve appearing at the corner of his mouth as he gently closed the door. Just a clown, Grandpa Wuhai, why bother caring? Miyamoto Wuhai closed his eyes again, his voice calm and still as a deep pool. Remember, can, even when a lion hunts a rabbit, it uses all its strength. Before you completely crush that Beastmaster called Longwa, put away your excess arrogance. Yes. Miyamoto Ken respectfully lowered his head. Crush? Those people even qualified to use the word crush? A night passed without a word. The next day, all 16 advancing teams were teleported to a huge white space once again. In the center of the space, the hosts Xiao Sa and Bing Bing appeared out of thin air. Xiao Sa looked around, a solemn expression on his face. Students, congratulations on standing out from thousands of teams and successfully advancing. But I must remind you, the survival hunt in the preliminary round is just an appetizer. The next second stage is called chessboard domination. As soon as he finished speaking, the white ground beneath everyone's feet instantly began to change. Golden lines appeared out of nowhere, crisscrossing, dividing the entire space into a huge chessboard of 16 by 10, totaling 160 squares. This competition will no longer be virtual combat. You will enter the arena with your real bodies. This means that all damage taken during the battle will be real. The audience of students gasped. Xiao Sa raised his hand, signaling everyone to be quiet. The 16 teams will be randomly allocated to the 16 corners of the chessboard, each team starting with 2 squares of territory. The squares on the chessboard are divided into 2 types. One type is unoccupied land. To conquer it, you need to defeat a platinum peak beast guarding it. The other type is territory occupied by other teams. To conquer, you need to challenge the other side in a siege battle. The rules of the siege battle are simple. The challenger and the defender can freely decide how many members to send into battle. The victor will gain ownership of that square. Of course, the defender can also choose to forfeit and give up the square directly. Finally, and most importantly, Xiao Sa's gaze became sharp. Once a siege battle begins, unless one side actively shouts "I surrender," the battle will not stop for any circumstance. Now, the chessboard domination officially begins. With Xiao Sa's command, 16 beams of light descended from the sky, enveloping the 16 teams. As the light faded, Lu Yuan and his 2 companions found themselves standing on a desolate red desert. Under their feet, 2 squares of land glowed with a blue light belonging to Beiming Academy. It's finally here. Yun Shanshan looked at the electronic chessboard displayed on her wrist, her gaze instantly locking onto the 2 squares representing Holy Light Academy, glaring white light points. In her eyes, angry flames intertwined with fighting spirit. Ah, Yuan. Lu Yuan raised his head, his expression remained calm, but in his calm eyes, there was an unshakable cold killing intent. Chapter 201, The Prelude to the Hunt. Lu Yuan had no extra words, he raised his wrist, and the virtual chessboard map unfolded in front of the 3. The enormous chessboard was divided into 160 squares, their position was in the left bottom corner, within 2 bright blue squares. And in the right upper corner was the 2 white squares belonging to Holy Light Academy. The distance between the 2 points exceeded 30 squares. Target, Holy Light Academy. Lu Yuan's finger traced a straight red line on the map, starting from their blue area and heading directly towards Holy Light Academy's white territory. We'll go straight. All unoccupied lands along the way. Clean everything up. This is not a competition for supremacy, this is war. The entire chessboard is the battlefield, with all the teams as spectators, launching an expedition. Good. Yun Shanshan nodded heavily, her mind stirring. Cold, clear starlight spilled down, and a golden giant dog, covered in dazzling star fragments, quietly appeared. It was the platinum mid-tier star hunter. Qi Shi did not hesitate, silver light flashed, and 3 powerful presences crashed down. The extraordinary beast, the moonwheel owl, spread its silver-white wings, its sharp golden eyes surveying the surroundings. The agile moonshadow panther merged into the shadows, leaving only a pair of sparkling, cold eyes. The nightmare weaver's 8 limbs lightly tapped the ground, its abdomen's crying human face emitting eerie mental waves. 3 platinum tier summoned beasts. Of those, 2 were even high platinum tier. However, this was just the beginning. Lu Yuan raised his hand, and an ancient bronze mirror floated above his palm. It was the golden mid-tier deceptive demon mirror. Manifest the true shadows. Accompanied by Lu Yuan's whisper, the mirror's surface shimmered. In the mirror, 3 figures shifted from illusion to reality, vividly reflecting the images of the Star Hunter, Moonwheel Owl, and Moonshadow Panther. In the next moment, 3 beams of light shot out from the mirror and landed on the ground. As the light dissipated, 3 summoned beasts identical to the originals astonishingly appeared before everyone. Identical star power, identical moonlight wings, identical shadow fluctuations. 1, 2, 3, 7. A full 7 platinum tier summoned beasts stood silently in this space. In the main hall of the viewing area. When the North Sea Academy's team suddenly had 3 additional platinum tier summoned beasts, the entire hall fell into a dead silence. All the mentors, all the competitors, all the spectators, their expressions shifted from confusion, to shock, to horror. Am I seeing things? What is that? Copying. That mirror copied 3 platinum tier summoned beasts. Are you kidding me? The Star Hunter is platinum mid-tier, the Moonwheel Owl and Moon Shadow Panther are platinum high-tier. That mirror is only golden tier, how can it perfectly copy beasts of a higher tier? Oh my gosh, this team has finally revealed its trump cards, 7 platinum tier summoned beasts. Voices that had previously mocked the North Sea Academy for cowardice turned into gasps of shock. They finally understood, during the preliminary rounds, the North Sea Academy was not fleeing nor lying low. They were hiding their strength. In the resting area of the Holy Light Academy, Zhou Wen's expression changed. He looked at the 7 platinum summoned beasts on the screen, feeling it was unbelievable. After meeting Gong Ben Wuhai yesterday, Zhou Wen had only one thought, for the Holy Light Academy to lose, but if North Sea only had this strength, it would still be too difficult. Beside Lan Liuli, Qin Yan exclaimed in surprise, Liuli, is this North Sea's trump card? Lan Liuli's lazy voice spread across the entire mentor's seat. Trump card? No. This is just a regular operation. Regular operation? Could there be another trump card? At this moment, the entire arena truly realized that the beast that had been disguised as a sheep in the preliminary rounds finally revealed its fangs. On the chessboard, Lu Yuan's gaze fell on the first unoccupied square ahead. Let's go. With a command, the legion of 7 platinum summoned beasts stepped into that unclaimed territory. Boom! The ground trembled, and a towering giant, 20 meters high, crafted from unknown metals, slowly rose from the earth. Its body was inscribed with complex magical runes, holding a giant axe capable of splitting mountains. The Titan-forged magical statue, Platinum Peak. In the viewing hall, everyone wanted to see how this temporary Platinum Legion would respond to the real Platinum Peak. Lu Yuan's expression showed no change. Finish it quickly. The Moon Wheel, high air suppression. The Moon Shadow, search for the core. Qi Shi's voice was cold and decisive, she instantly entered a commanding state. 2 Moonwheel Owls simultaneously flapped their wings, soaring into the sky. Countless sharp beams of moonlight fell like a torrential rain, striking the Titan Golem and sparking a series of sparks that effectively restricted its movements. At the same time, the forms of the 2 Moon Shadow Panthers instantly vanished into the shadows. In the next second, they appeared simultaneously behind the golem, their claws gathering shadow energy precisely aimed at the golem's neck, the only spot emitting a glowing core of energy. Roar! The Titan Golem let out an angry roar. It suddenly turned, swinging its giant axe, wanting to smash these 2 annoying flies. But the 2 star hound dogs moved. They did not attack, but simultaneously let out a low growl at the space beneath the Titan Golem's feet. Star Roar! Waves containing the power of space spread out. The Titan Golem's heavy blow, at the moment of swinging, experienced an extremely brief moment of stasis. In just this less than 1/10 of a second of stasis, its fate was decided. The claws of the Moon Shadow Panther pierced unhindered into its core. Crack! A crisp sound of shattering echoed. The Titan Golem's movements came to a sudden halt, the magical runes flickering on its body quickly dimmed, and its massive body collapsed with a roar, transforming into a stream of data light. From the start of the battle to the end, it was no more than 10 seconds. Like flowing clouds and flowing water, like snapping withered branches. In the spectator hall, there was a deathly silence. Everyone was stunned by this extreme efficiency and perfect teamwork. 2 high-altitude bombers, 2 shadow assassins, 2 space disruptors, and a nightmare weaver that could impose mental control at any time. This lineup was simply born to clear the field efficiently. On the chessboard, Lu Yuan did not even look at the dissipating golem, his gaze had already fallen on the next territory. Next one. The team showed no signs of stopping, continuing forward. Under everyone's watch, the blue territory representing Beiming Academy advanced wildly on the chessboard. That extending blue line was sharp and fierce. Its goal was singular. At the other end of the chessboard, that white area. Chapter 202, Blue Blade. On the second day of the chessboard championship, the entire arena, even the spectator hall, fell into a strange atmosphere. Everyone's gaze focused on the same light screen. That was the live broadcast of Beiming Academy. In the picture, the demolition team formed by 7 platinum-grade Beastmasters was advancing in an almost unreasonable manner. Second square, Guardian, Platinum Peak Storm Hydra. 2 Moonwheel Owls directly in the sky at 10,000 meters, conjured 2 huge silver crescents and smashed down without hesitation. The 9 heads of the Storm Hydra, which it prided itself on, instantly had 6 smashed to bits. Then, 2 Star Hound dogs tore through space and accurately transported the 2 Moon Shadow Panthers to the Hydra's vital spot. The battle ended, taking 15 seconds. Third square, Guardian, Platinum Peak Earth Tyrant Bear. This giant beast known for its defense could not even approach the Beiming team. The Nightmare Weaver's mental shriek hit first, forcing it into a brief confusion. Immediately after, the 2 Moonwheel Owls Moonblade Storm and the 2 Star Hound Dog's Starlight Shattering Claws simultaneously covered the area where it stood. When the energy dissipated, only a bottomless pit remained in the original spot. The battle ended, taking 12 seconds. 4th square, 5th square, 6th square. Binding Academy's advance was like a precise war machine. The Moon Will Owls were responsible for long-range firepower coverage and visual suppression. The Moon Shadow Panthers were responsible for precise assassination and weak-point strikes. The Starhounds are responsible for spatial interference and tactical teleportation. The Nightmare Weaver is in charge of mental control and creating opportunities. 7 Platinum-tier Beastmasters, under Lu Yuan's command, were perfectly twisted into a single force. Their power was not just a simple addition, but had undergone a qualitative transformation. In the main viewing hall, there was already a sense of numbness. Insane, really insane. How on earth did they do it? That guy named Lu Yuan, his command ability is terrifying. Every order is just right, with no unnecessary actions, as if these 7 Beastmasters are part of his body. I feel like they're not competing, they're conducting a teaching, a lesson on Team Beast Mastery with a dimensional strike. The teams from the Imperial Capital Academy and Longshao Academy can't be this fast, right? Although their beasts are stronger, they need to rest and strategize after each move. This North Ming team doesn't need any rest at all. On the chessboard, Yun Shanshan's excited little face turned red, her big eyes sparkling with light. Ha ha ha, so thrilling. So wonderful. Just push through. Give those who dare to mock us a swollen face. As she spoke, she waved her little fists to cheer for the 2 Starhounds. Little Star 1, Little Star 2, charge. The 2 Starhounds howled and ran even faster. Beside her, Shi couldn't help but smile slightly. She was originally a cool, calculating person, preferring to plan before acting. But at this moment, she was also influenced by this unstoppable momentum. She realized her commands were becoming increasingly effortless, even able to predict Lu Yuan's next order, preparing her beasts in advance. This kind of tacit understanding intoxicated her. Crushing, so this is what it feels like. At the same time, on the other side of the chessboard. In the white territory of the Holy Light Academy. Miyamoto-kan was admiring his masterpiece with a look of intoxication. In front of them, a Platinum Peak Radiant Unicorn was pinned to the ground by his Hell Demon Samurai and several Platinum-level Beastmasters using a long knife engulfed in purple flames. The Demon Samurai didn't kill it directly, but enjoyed its painful struggles. Miyamoto-kun, you are getting stronger and stronger. A flattering voice came from Kim Jae-suk of Goryeo. Billy from Kaoka Kingdom impatiently urged, Miyamoto-kun, hurry up and finish it, we need to occupy the next square, the territories of the Imperial Capital and Longshao Academy are far ahead of us. Miyamoto-kan snorted coldly, just as he was about to give the order to end the unicorn's life. A team member responsible for observing the map suddenly exclaimed. Miyamoto-kun. Look at the map. Miyamoto-kan frowned unhappily and opened the virtual map on his wrist. After just one glance, the laziness and impatience on his face vanished without a trace. On the chessboard, a dazzling blue light, starting from the bottom left corner of the board, surged towards their upper right corner with an unstoppable momentum. The speed was shocking. Is this North Ming Academy? Billy also saw it, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. Have they gone crazy? They dare to charge towards us? Humph, a bunch of ignorant little bugs. Kim Jae-suk sneered. They were hiding during the preliminary round, and now they think they're capable? Just right, they're delivering themselves to us, saving us the trouble of searching. Miyamoto-kan said nothing, his gaze locked onto the continuously extending blue line. He could clearly see the time it took for that line to advance 1 square. On average, it was no more than 20 seconds. His pupils narrowed slightly. This speed has already exceeded his expectations. But so what? In his eyes, this was nothing but a group of cowards, venting their accumulated resentment in a foolish way after the preliminary round. Interesting. The corners of Miyamoto Jian's mouth lifted in a cruel arc. Since they have come to our feet, let's treat them well. We will also clear the grids along their route, I want to meet them at the midpoint. Hey! The progress of Binding Academy continued unabated. Their number of grids was rapidly increasing at a terrifying speed, quickly surpassing Qingfeng, Xinguang, and other strong schools, firmly taking the 3rd seat, and continuously closing in on the 2nd place, Longshao Academy. At this point, everyone was restless. Lu Yuan, the captain of the Imperial Capital Academy team and the acknowledged number 1 among the younger generation of Longhua, was stunned as he looked at the colors on the virtual map. The team of Longshao Academy also halted their attack on the next blue grid, and all members stared at the unstoppable blue blade on the map. Lu Yuan spoke to his teammates, let's wait, Beiming's route is heading towards Xinguang. Although we don't have any grievances with Xinguang, the actions of Tianzhao's little devils must teach them a lesson. It seems someone is more eager to find trouble with Xinguang than we are, so let them go. Let's take another route to clear grids, when Beiming is defeated, we will go. After saying this, the red grid representing the Imperial capital stopped in front of the blue grid and changed direction. Just as Beastmaster Academy was about to conquer the 15th grid territory, an unexpected event occurred. When they stepped into that territory, no virtual beasts rose from the ground, but two massive lava cracks appeared out of thin air. Then, two identical, 30-meter-long two-headed lava hydra roared out from the cracks. 2. Platinum Peak. It's the Twin Guardians. In the viewing hall, the host Xiao Su's voice rang out high. On the chessboard, there is a very small probability of encountering Twin Guardians. The difficulty has doubled. Will Beastmaster Academy's winning streak be ended? However, in the face of this sudden change, the three did not plan to stop. Lu Yuan looked at Yun Shanxian beside him. Shanxian, your Akia should also come out for some fresh air. Yun Shanxian was waiting for the sentence. Her clear voice echoed throughout the space. Finally. Descend. Akia. With her words, a sacred beam of light descended from the sky. Within the beam, a figure dressed in a pure palace gown, elegant in appearance, with a look of compassion and an air of untouchable divinity, slowly descended. Queen of Dragon Light Akia, Platinum Low Tier. At the moment of her appearance, the number of Platinum Tier Beastmasters within Beastmaster Academy's team reached 8. The two lava hydra let out earth-shattering roars, their scorching magma breath like two fire dragons sweeping towards everyone. Akia simply hovered quietly in midair, lifting her hand and gently waving it towards the front. Holy Radiance Royal Power Light of Hope. A wave, invisible to the naked eye, instantly enveloped all friendly units. In the last second before that world-destroying magma breath was about to engulf everyone, a golden light shield lit up on all Beastmasters, including Lu Yuan and the other three. Divine Blessing. Invincible, for 1 second. Boom. The magma breath slammed violently against the light shield, yet caused no damage whatsoever. Chapter 203, directly pointing to Xingguang. 1 second of Divine Blessing is enough to change everything on the rapidly changing battlefield. When that magma breath, capable of melting steel, silently extinguished before the golden light shield, not only the two lava hydra but everyone in the viewing hall fell into a momentary daze. Invincible. The queen who had just appeared, as pure as a deity, unexpectedly possessed a group invincibility skill. This is no longer a tactical level of strength, this is a dimensional strike at the level of rules. What kind of skill is this? Group invincibility? What a joke. My goodness, the little princess of the Yun family has actually contracted such a defying auxiliary beast. An invincible healer that also offers group invincibility, how can anyone else play? Zhou Wen's expression was beyond difficult to describe. If before, the copying ability of the heavenly deceiving demon mirror left him in shock. His pride, the Kamihan sword, was strongest with its indestructible strikes. But if he couldn't even touch the opponent's body, what was the use of even the strongest attacks? Lan Liuli lifted her juice, peering through her sunglasses with keen interest at the light screen, her smile deepened. On the chessboard, the battle had just begun. A second of invincibility slipped away in an instant, but for Lu Yuan and them, it was already enough. Axia, domain. Lu Yuan's voice rang out. Axia gently raised her hand, and the splendid palace dress moved without wind. Queen's domain law of light. A visible golden halo erupted from her center, instantly enveloping the entire battlefield. Within the domain, a faint golden light illuminated all allied units, enhancing all attributes. Even those three contracted beasts copied by the heavenly deceiving demon mirror felt their breath strengthen a few notches. Meanwhile, the two lava hydra felt as if they were trapped in mud, their movements slowed, black smoke continuously billowing from their bodies, purified by the light attribute. In this mutual decline and rise, the balance of victory and defeat had already begun to tilt. Rush attack. Lu Yuan gave the final command. There was no need for further words. With the boost of the Queen's domain, all beasts' desire to attack was brought to its peak. Moonblade. Moonshadow. Shi's voice was full of fighting spirit. The two Moonblade owls soared up again, but this time, what they shot was no longer moonblades, but two perfectly condensed silver beams of light, Moonlight Punishment. The beams precisely hit the eyes of the Hydra, causing them to instantly fall into brief blindness. The two Moonshadow Panthers traversed the battlefield using shadows, every swipe of their claws left behind large gashes filled with lava and flesh. The two Star Hounds took their spatial ability to the limit. One was responsible for casting Star Map Domain, overlapping with Axia's Queen's Domain, further strengthening allies and weakening enemies. The other continually used Spatial Shuttle, creating space rifts, disrupting the Hydra's energy operation, even redirecting their breath towards another Hydra. They were killing each other. The scene briefly turned absurd yet bloody. Yun Shanxian looked at the purest goddess like Axia in midair, her eyes filled with pride and trust. She fiercely waved her little fist. Axia, give it the most splendid blow. Axia smiled slightly, then extended her delicate fingers, gently pointing at one of the Hydra. Heaven's Punishment Aurora King's Sword. A gigantic sword composed of pure light energy gathered and took shape in the sky, then descended with the might of judging all things. Boom! The lava hydra didn't even have time to let out a cry of despair before being split in two by the descending giant sword. At the wound, the pure light flame continuously burned, preventing its healing. The other hydra, seeing this, let out a terrified roar and tried to flee back into the lava crack. But it was already too late. Queen's decree, holy light judgment. Axia's voice was cold and majestic, a dragon-shaped phantom appearing behind her, which then exhaled a decree of holy light. The hydra, preparing to flee, suddenly stiffened, completely immobilized in place. What awaited it were 7 platinum-tier beasts, brewing the most violent concentrated attack. The brilliance of energy engulfed everything. When the light faded, only 2 broken giant corpses remained, along with the Aurora King's sword stabbed into the ground. From the start of the battle to the end, it took less than a minute. Facing 2 peak platinum twin guardians, Beastmaster Academy once again achieved victory with a crushing stance. In the main hall of spectators, no one was speaking anymore. An absolutely core god-level support that offers invincibility, purification, healing, and buffs. A top scout who controls space, responsible for ambushes and tactical movements. Plus, there's the cheat-like sky-ruling magic mirror that can copy any of the above roles at any time. And then there's QI11's versatile battle system that combines aerial bombardment, shadow assassination, and mental control into one mature package. In the time that followed, Beastmaster Academy's advance turned into a storm sweeping across the entire arena. In the 20th square, the Guardian Illusion Light Butterfly didn't even manage to open its illusion domain before being precisely taken out by 2 mooncycle owls descending from above. In the spectators' main hall, a mentor skilled in spirit-type beast control muttered absent-mindedly, "This is absolute power suppression. Any strategy loses meaning in front of them." 25th square, 30th square. That blue blade, under the gaze of everyone, pierced through the entire chessboard in an unbeatable manner. When they stepped onto the 32nd square territory, the atmosphere of the entire arena became incredibly tense. Because, beside this square, was the white territory of Holy Light Academy. The 2 teams were just one last line of squares apart. On the other end of the chessboard, Miyamoto Ken's team had also stopped their offensive steps. On Miyamoto Ken's face was an expression of offense and challenge-filled anger. He drew the samurai sword from his waist, and the Purgatory Demon Warrior burning with purple flames appeared beside him, exuding a chilling killing intent. Finally, Beastmaster Academy's team stepped onto that last unclaimed square. This time, the Guardian didn't even have a chance to appear before being directly killed in the summoning space by the focus fire of 7 beast companions. At this point, on the chessboard, blue and white finally met. Lu Yuan, Yun Shanshan, and Shi 11 stood side by side at the edge of the blue territory. Opposite them, Miyamoto Ken and his 4 teammates, each with differing expressions, were already on high alert. The air was thick with the smell of gunpowder. Everyone knew that the grudges sown during the preliminary round had finally come to the moment of reckoning. The 3 beast companions copied by the sky-ruling magic mirror slowly faded after the battle, transforming into light spots and returning to the mirror. Their duration was over. Next to Lu Yuan, the original 4 platinum beasts were restored. But no one dared to underestimate this team anymore. Lu Yuan's gaze calmly crossed that line of squares, landing on Miyamoto Ken's face. He did not utter a single piece of trash talk. He simply raised his hand and gently tapped on his virtual wristband. In the next second, a system prompt appeared before Miyamoto Ken and all the spectators. Beastmaster Academy initiates a challenge against Holy Light Academy. Chapter 204, The Deadly Game. Beastmaster Academy initiates a challenge against Holy Light Academy. They initiated it. They actually took the initiative to challenge. Oh my god, I thought they would first clear the surrounding squares, but I didn't expect them to be so bold and go straight for it. This is the spirit that our Dragon Country's top academy should have. Defeat those damn bastards. The pent-up frustration and anger from the preliminary rounds found an outlet at this moment. Countless gazes gathered on Beastmaster Academy's live broadcast, transforming all previous disdain and curses into fervent anticipation. On the chessboard, the challenge rules were triggered. A semi-transparent energy barrier rose at the boundary between the blue and white territories, completely isolating the 2 teams from the entire chessboard. An independent gladiatorial arena was formed. Miyamoto Ken looked at the alert on his wrist, a sickly grin appearing on his face. Interesting, truly interesting. He raised his head, his gaze crossing the energy barrier to fixate on Lu Yuan. I thought you would live your lives as timid turtles, I didn't expect you to have the courage to come to me. Beside him, Kim Jae-shik from Goryo scoffed, Miyamoto, why waste words on these beaten souls? Since they are eager to reincarnate, let's help them along. Well said. Miyamoto Ken stuck out his tongue, licking his dry lips, his eyes gleaming with bloodthirsty excitement. Holy Light Academy, everyone fight. The 4 teammates behind him responded immediately, lining up in a row with identical arrogance on their faces. In the attack battle, both sides could freely choose how many fighters to send out. But Miyamoto-kan chose to go all in with 5, sparing no mercy. He wanted to use his absolute numerical advantage to crush the 3 clueless fools from Beastmaster Academy, along with their flashy beast companions, in front of everyone. Kid. Miyamoto-kan's gaze shamelessly roamed over Yun Chanqian and Shishi, finally resting on Yun Chanqian's delicate face. The girl behind you looks good. I'll save her for last, so she can enjoy how you are slowly shredded like a dead dog by my ghostly warrior. Yun Chanqian's expression instantly turned cold. But Lu Yuan didn't even raise an eyebrow. He simply turned his head and quietly told Yun Chanqian, "Chanqian, let your void-masked cat come out." Yun Chanqian didn't hesitate at all. With a thought, a palm-sized black cat that seemed to wear a mask silently appeared on her shoulder. Activate absolute silence. Lu Yuan's voice was calm and steady. Coverage, the entire arena. Yun Chanqian nodded. She knew what those words meant. Inside absolute silence, all sounds, energy fluctuations, and mental probing would be completely blocked. This also included the phrase that could end the match: "I concede." This was a deadly game of survival, no retreat and no mercy. Meow. The void-masked cat made a soft sound. Buzz. An invisible, nearly invisible spherical field silently expanded, centered around it, instantly enveloping the entire arena. At that moment, Miyamoto-kan and others, who were summoning beasts, suddenly felt that the world around them had changed. The sound of the wind disappeared. The sound of energy surging disappeared. They opened their mouths, wanting to give orders to their companions, but were horrified to find they couldn't make any sound. In the observation hall, chaos erupted instantly. There's no sound? The live broadcast from Beastmaster Academy and Holy Light Academy has all been muted. It's that cat. The cat wearing a mask. Its skill has silenced the entire battlefield. My god, this gives no chance for the opponent to concede. Beastmaster Academy, they are going for the kill. Lan Liuli paused in her action of holding juice, a cold smile forming at the corner of her mouth behind her sunglasses. The hunt had begun. In the gladiatorial arena. Despite being startled, the long-honed instincts of battle remained with Miyamoto-kan and his companions. They immediately exchanged glances, giving their instructions. Buzz. 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 25 summoning arrays lit up almost simultaneously. A violent aura erupted like a volcano, sweeping across the entire battlefield. 10 platinum level and 15 gold level beasts. Among them, Miyamoto-kan alone accounted for 3 high-tier platinum beasts. In addition to the one burning with purple flames, the Purgatory Ghost Warrior, there was also a huge creature covered in bone spikes, a skeleton tyrant, and a ghostly female wraith floating in the air exuding a sinister aura. A legion of 25 high-tier beasts appeared in the arena. The terrifying pressure was enough to make any team lose their fighting spirit before the battle even began. Lu Yuan's face remained expressionless. He slowly raised his hand. With his movement, 3 completely different auras thundered down. One was the ultimate coldness. A woman in an icy blue palace dress quietly appeared. Her demeanor was dignified, with an innate authority between her brows, and a pair of icy blue eyes that coldly swept over the whole scene, causing even the air to seem like it was about to freeze. Dragon Frost Queen Ivrea. The second was the ultimate darkness. A man in a dark golden dragon-patterned black robe then emerged. He was handsome and cold, with raven hair that moved without wind. He simply stood there, while his abyss-like black eyes seemed to pull everything in the world into eternal silence. Dark Prison Dragon Emperor Nidhogg. The last aura was the most bizarre. It was a little girl who looked only 5 or 6 years old. She wore a simple black dress, with bare white feet, floating in midair. She tilted her head, her emotionless black gold eyes curiously examining the toys across from her, and a naive yet cruel smile spread across her lips. Annihilation Dragon God Mortiz. 3 godlike dragon humanoid beast masters stood shoulder to shoulder with the previously appeared Dragon Radiance Queen Axia. For figures, for distinctly supreme presences, woven together perfectly at this moment. At this moment, all the Beastmasters of Beastmaster Academy were unveiled for the first time, without reservation, before the audience. Facing them, the legion of 25 Beastmasters created a terrifying pressure, which in front of these 7 figures, was as weak as a thin sheet of paper easily torn apart. The pupils of Miyamoto-kan and others contracted sharply to the size of pinpoints. They finally realized what kind of monsters they had provoked. Lu Yuan's gaze finally shifted from his own beast to the restless tide of beasts across from him. He raised his hand and pointed forward. A cold command was issued to all his beast masters. Not a single one shall be spared. A look of extreme excitement appeared on Nidhogg's face. His abyss-black eyes instantly locked onto the most powerful, hellish ghost samurai in the opposing beast tide. His void summoning was finally about to have its first substantial prize. Chapter 205, The Slaughterhouse. Silence was the most perfect accompaniment in this arena. Within the domain of absolute silence, there were no deafening roars, no earth-shattering explosions, only the purest clash of bodies and energies. When Miyamoto-Ken snapped back from his initial shock, a fierce look flashed in his eyes. What if they were monsters? They had 25 Beastmasters. A full 25. Even if it took time, they could exhaust the opposing side to death. He signaled to his teammates, issuing an order for the entire army to charge. However, someone was faster than him. The first to act was Dragon Frost Queen Ivrea. She simply raised her hand, there was not a ripple in her icy blue eyes. Queen's domain, winter is coming. Bone-chilling cold spread from her as the center. The entire arena's ground instantly crystallized with a layer of shimmering frost, and snowflakes began to drift down from the sky. The 25 Beastmasters charging like a tide suddenly slowed down drastically. Every snowflake that landed on them took away a bit of heat, making their movements become increasingly stiff. But that was not the end. Ivrea's gaze locked onto the few support-type Beastmasters in the enemy camp who were responsible for applying group buffs and tactical command. Eternal Frost King's prison gaze. Their bodies were rapidly frozen from bottom to top, turning into 3 vividly lifelike ice sculptures halfway through their charge. The entire Beast Tide's charge formation instantly revealed 3 huge gaps, leading to chaos. Miyamoto-Ken's heart sank heavily. Before he could think of a countermeasure, the second act began. The Dark Prison Dragon Emperor, Nidhogg, raised a cruel smile on his cold face. He didn't even glance at the cannon fodder, his target had only ever been one from the start. But he didn't mind clearing the table before enjoying the main course. Void Grasp, Royal Authority Pull. Nidhogg reached towards the most crowded area of the enemy camp, grasping at the void. The next moment, countless thick void demon claws suddenly shot out from under the feet of several Beastmasters. These demon claws ignored their struggles, firmly binding them with unreasonable brute force, then yanked them violently toward the center. Boom! Several massive Beastmasters were dragged and compressed together like a pile of broken toys, unable to move. A perfect living target was formed just like that. Nidhogg raised his hand and pointed at the chaotic mass. The dragon-shaped shadow behind him opened its massive mouth. Dragon Emperor's command, Abyssal Torrent. A pitch-black, ink-like torrent of destruction silently spewed forth, instantly engulfing the pile of Beastmasters. There was no explosion, no roar. Under the wash of the abyssal torrent, the proud scales, shields, and even the bodies of those golden-tier Beastmasters began to disappear at a visibly rapid pace. Meanwhile, on the other side, the seemingly harmless little girl, Mortis, simply let out a tiny yawn. Her passive skill, Reset, Divine Domain, had already enveloped the entire scene. A member of the Holy Light Academy, seeing his main combat beast, Lava Giant, caught in the abyssal torrent, urgently ordered another support beast to cast a platinum-tier powerful healing spell, Lifespring. A gentle green light accurately fell upon the Lava Giant. However, the anticipated healing did not occur. The Lava Giant's body trembled violently, and instead of recovering, several huge wounds exploded open, with magma gushing out, worsening the injury in an instant. Healing turned into harm. The team member's eyes went wide in disbelief, his face filled with confusion. This bizarre scene caused all the Holy Light team members who were preparing to cast spells to freeze in place. They looked at the buff and healing spells they were brewing in their hands and suddenly didn't dare to release them. Chaos spread silently. Yun Shanshan's little face shone, but her commands did not pause at all. Through the contract link, she shouted, Axia, cast Divine Blessing to shield Little Star, get ready to charge. Starhound, use Astral Shift in combination with Nidhogg's Void Grasp to pull out those who slipped through the net. On the other side, Shi's gaze was sharp as a knife. She had already regained her composure from the initial shock, calmly capturing every opportunity on the battlefield. As Ivrea froze the enemy's support beasts, she decisively ordered, Moonshadow, use the doubled damage effect from Eternal Frost Prison to prioritize killing those ice sculptures. The 3 newly appeared Beastmasters, merely with their initial moves, had already shattered the 25 Beastmaster battalion on the other side, causing disarray and confusion. This absolute control over the battlefield exceeded her understanding of battle. Axia, maintain the domain, purify the enemy's buffs. Radiant Holy Spirit attendants, free to attack. Lu Yuan methodically mobilized the strength of all the Beastmasters. Axia's Queen's Domain provided a solid support for their allies. The 3 Silver Peak Holy Spirit attendants summoned by the Radiant Holy Spirit. He charged fearlessly into the enemy ranks, specifically targeting those injured Beastmasters for self-destruction. Shi's Moonwill Owl and Moonshadow Black Panther, already empowered by the Queen's Domain, had transformed into death gods traversing the battlefield, officially harvesting those weakened and controlled prey. The situation had already turned into a one-sided slaughter. Gong Benjian's eyes were bloodshot, watching as his Beast Legion, in coordination with the enemy, was reaped like wheat by row after row of attacks. His anger was about to burn away his sanity. Bastard! Bastard! He let out a silent roar, knowing that conventional tactics had completely failed. The only way to break the situation was to kill that commander. Capture the thief by capturing the king. Ghost Samurai. He gave the command through the contract link. Give up everything and kill him. Kill that man. The hellish Ghost Samurai received the order, its eyes burning with purple flames, instantly locking onto Lu Yuan standing in the rear. Purple fire surged on its body, ignoring all the attacks surrounding it. Its body turned into a purple afterimage, breaking through Avelia's ice field and Nidhogg's force field suppression with astonishing speed, charging towards Lu Yuan. The Hell King sword, burning with infernal flames, was raised high, its blade gathering all of its power, aiming directly for Lu Yuan's head, swinging down fiercely. Ah Yuan. Yun Shanshan and Qi Shi both felt their hearts tighten. Almost at the same time, Akshiya's Royal Guard Radiant Divine Armor flashed, trying to instantaneously cast it to Lu Yuan, while the Starhound began to tear space, attempting to teleport Lu Yuan away. The Moon Shadow Black Panther also rushed towards Lu Yuan. But the Ghost Samurai's speed was just too fast, its blade even surpassing the speed of skills activating. That Hell King sword, capable of splitting mountains and stones, rapidly grew larger in Lu Yuan's pupils. Yet, there was no trace of disturbance on Lu Yuan's face. Just as the purple-flamed blade was about to touch his hairline, a figure dressed in a dark golden dragon-patterned black robe appeared in front of him, as if teleporting. A slender, almost pale hand casually raised, meeting the descending vicious blade. Ding! The unstoppable, full-strength slash of the hellish Ghost Samurai was caught between two fingers. The blade was less than 3 inches from Lu Yuan's brow, yet it became an eternal chasm. Nidhogg turned its head, its abyss-black eyes locking with the Ghost Samurai's flame-filled eyes of brutality and shock. Your opponent is me. Chapter 206, now it's mine. Time seemed to slow down at this moment. Gong Benjian's expression froze at its most ferocious moment. He stared blankly at the scene before him, watching as his strongest beast, its full power infused into the blow, enough to cleave mountains, was effortlessly caught by the black-robed humanoid beast. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. The hellish Ghost Samurai was a Platinum Peak, 2-star potential beast. It was the top-tier Ghost Martial beast passed down for centuries in the Gongben family. Its Hell Slash could break even diamond-grade defenses. How could it be blocked so easily? In the arena, Nidhogg's fingers, gripping the blade, applied a slight pressure. A silent cracking sound echoed. The Hell King sword, forged from hellish divine metal, suddenly developed a web-like crack along its blade. The hellish Ghost Samurai let out a silent, pain-filled howl. It tried to pull back its sword but found that those two fingers were like immovable mountains, firmly holding onto its weapon. Too weak, but just right as a slave. Nidhogg raised its other hand, delivering a punch to the Ghost Samurai's chest. The Ghost Samurai's chest armor instantly caved in. Inch by inch, the entire beast transformed into a purple cannonball, flying backwards and smashing violently against the distant energy barrier. One move. Just one move, a complete defeat. Gong Benjian felt like he had been struck by lightning. He sensed the spiritual link with the Oni warrior, sending him a surge of agony. A mouthful of blood silently erupted from his lips, staining his chest. And this was just the beginning. As Nidhogg effortlessly dealt with the Oni warrior, on the other battlefields, the final stages were also beginning to unfold. Queen of Dragonfrost, Ivelia, gazed at the beast still stubbornly resisting on the field, impatience flashing in her ice-blue eyes. She gently stomped her foot. Royal Ice Shatter, bloom. Centered around her, a gigantic ice rose made of pure frost silently bloomed on the ground. Every petal that opened was as thin as a cicada's wing, yet the edges were sharp as divine weapons. The moment the frosted rose bloomed to its peak, it exploded with a thunderous crack. Countless sharp ice blade petals transformed into a deathstorm sweeping across the entire battlefield, slicing every beast caught within into a bloody mess. Next, Ivelia's gaze locked onto the two remaining supportive beasts in the Holy Light Academy team, still applying shields for their companions. She raised her hand, the power of ice coalescing at her fingertips into a slender ice spear. Final piercing, Queen's execution. Whoosh! The ice spear tore through space, instantly piercing the head of one Holy Light Guardian, with a disregard for distance. Absolute damage, one strike to kill. After slaying her target, the skill side effects cleared, and Ivelia showed no hesitation, instantly forming a second ice spear and launching it again. Whoosh! Another rock giant turtle, panicking and retreating, was also shot in the head. At this point, the support system of the Holy Light Academy completely collapsed. On the other side, the devouring dragon god, Mortis, finally found her first snack. It was a platinum mid-tier, shadow demon wolf, lying on the ground, struggling for its life after one of its legs was severed by the ice rose. Mortis's tiny figure suddenly appeared before it. She reached out her fair little hand, pressing it against the shadow demon wolf's forehead. Concept Devour, seize. The shadow demon wolf's body jerked violently as it felt its talent skill, Shadow Sneak, which allowed it to blend into shadows and be immune to physical damage, forcibly pulled away from its soul by a powerful force. Wah! It let out a silent wail. The taste is mediocre. Mortis smacked her lips, seeming somewhat dissatisfied. Then, she opened her little mouth. Devouring dragon breath, decompose. A dragon breath of intertwined black and gold erupted from her mouth, completely enveloping the shadow demon wolf. Under the dual traits of divine purification and concept corrosion, the shadow demon wolf's body was deconstructed at the most basic particle level, transforming into pure energy absorbed by Mortis. Not even a breath was left behind. Truly, soul and form annihilated. The members of the Holy Light Academy watched helplessly as their companions were frozen, pierced, and decomposed. The fear that arose from the depths of their souls completely shattered them. They wanted to scream, to beg for mercy, to surrender. But in the realm of absolute silence, they could only let out silent cries, watching death approach them step by step. Ah! Dong Benjian went mad. He watched as his beasts were slaughtered one by one, watching as his team appeared as weak as ants before the enemy. He could not accept it. With my blood, I feed my demon. Gongben family's secret technique, night parade of 100 demons. He bit his tongue, his hands forming a strange seal in front of his chest. The vitality and mental strength within his body were being crazily siphoned away. Transformed into streams of blood-colored energy, rushing into the body of the struggling infernal ghost warrior in the distance. Receiving the infusion of its master's life force, the infernal ghost warrior let out a silent roar, its shattered armor rapidly reassembling, its size swelling dramatically, and the broken blade in its hand regenerating. Only the burning purple flames had turned into an ominous dark red. In this moment, its aura came infinitely close to diamond tier. This was the forbidden technique of the Miyamoto family, trading the master's life force for a brief, extreme explosion of the beast's power. Die! Die for me! Miyamoto-Ken's 7 orifices bled, yet his face bore a frenzied smile, as he pressed all of his last strength into this blow. The infernal ghost warrior transformed into a streak of bloodlight, charging once again towards Nidhogg. However, Nidhogg's face still wore the same expression as one watching a clown's performance. Just as the bloodlight was about to reach him, he gently raised his hand. Void King's authority. All is silent. 1 second. The entire world seemed to have been pressed by an energy delete button. All energy, all rules, all existence were forcibly stripped away in that second, turning into absolute nothingness. The infernal ghost warrior's ultimate strike, burning with life and filled with rage, extinguished in an instant. Its swelling aura, the condensed power, the boiling fighting spirit, its state, all returned to nothingness in that second. It became a hollow shell, empty of substance. While Nidhogg was the only master within this nothing. His hand had, unbeknownst to him, transformed into a claw covered with dark dragon scales, easily piercing the chest of the infernal ghost warrior. From now on, you belong to me. Nidhogg's voice echoed in the infernal ghost warrior's mind. Void summon kingship. The body of the infernal ghost warrior, under Miyamoto-Ken's endless fear and despairing gaze, dissolved inch by inch, turning into the purest shadow energy, completely absorbed by Nidhogg's grasp. PFF. Miyamoto-Ken spat out another mouthful of fresh blood, this time his eyes lost all their sparkle. His soul link with his beast had been brutally severed. No, not severed. But forcibly taken away by a stronger, more tyrannical will. At this point, all beasts of the Holy Light Academy, the 5 strongest, became slaves of Nidhogg, while the remaining beasts with intact bodies were turned into corrupted creatures by Mortis, absorbed into the devouring void. All 5 team members had fallen to the ground, incapacitated and unconscious, either due to the death or theft of their beloved beasts, suffering heavy mental blows. Lu Yuan glanced at the 5 on the ground and then at his own beast. By Evelia's side, a chilling aura surrounded her. Akshia radiated a holy glow all around. Mortis was licking his fingers, seemingly savoring the taste just experienced. While Nidhogg had his eyes closed, as if examining his newly acquired 5 servants. A smile finally appeared on Lu Yuan's face. During the preliminary round, Lu Yuan had said. He wanted them to know what true despair was. And now, it was just the beginning. As the void-masked cat lowered absolute silence. A horrifying scream that could tear through the soul finally erupted from Miyamoto-Ken's throat, resonating throughout the entire world. The true torment was only just beginning. Chapter 207, Confrontation of Kings. A scream so piercing it sounded inhuman ripped from Miyamoto-Ken's throat, echoing through the entire board space. The pain, fear, and despair contained in that voice made countless spectators instinctively cover their ears. The sound had returned, but for the 5 from the Holy Light Academy, it was of no use. Because they finally managed to make sounds, but could only wail, their language system was no longer capable of forming a complete sentence. On the arena, the battle had long since ended, but the torment had just begun. Miyamoto-Ken lay powerless on the ground, his eyes wide open, filled with bloodshot veins. He stared blankly ahead at the man in the black robe, Nidhogg. Under his gaze, a dark shadow vortex appeared at Nidhogg's feet. A familiar figure slowly rose from the vortex. The armor burning with purple flames, the long sword that once cut through mountains, the haunting aura of the demon way. It was the Hell Demon Samurai. Miyamoto-ken's pupils violently shrank to the size of a pinprick. No, that's not right. The eye sockets of this demon samurai no longer burned with purple hellfire, but with dark golden light just like Nidhogg. It no longer had the resonance connected to his bloodline, only the pure, enslaved mark of submission to its new master. This was his beast. Now, it had become the enemy's puppet. Miyamoto-ken made a sound, struggling to get up, but the excruciating pain from the mental link left him unable to do anything. Nidhogg had a playful smile on his face. He said to Miyamoto-ken, "I told you, your opponent is me." Now, the game continues. He issued an order to the enslaved demon samurai. The dark golden demon samurai turned around, raised the long sword in its hand, and walked step by step towards its former master. This scene was clearly presented to the audience through the live broadcast screen. Using the enemy's beast to torment its master. How cruel, how chilling is this method? So ruthless, it's 100 times more painful than killing them directly. Inside the viewing hall, exclamations rose and fell. But oddly, no one spoke the word cruel with a tone of condemnation. They remembered the earlier matches, where students from the Dragon Kingdom were cruelly tormented by the Holy Light Academy using the same methods, or even more brutal ones. Though that was only a virtual body, the pain and humiliation were real. Now, Lu Yuan was merely returning this pain and humiliation 100-fold, 1,000-fold. Well done. This is how we should deal with these scum. Ha ha ha, did you see? That little Japanese boy's face has turned green. So satisfying. Too satisfying. The suppressed anger transformed into celebration at this moment. On the chessboard, the other 4 members of the Holy Light Academy were not forgotten. Queen of Ice, Euphria, merely glanced at them coldly and waved her hand. 4 exquisite ice prisons rose from the ground, each trapping them within. This was not to kill them. The bone-chilling cold constantly seeped from the ice walls. This was not ordinary cold, but the eternal frost curse containing the power of rules. Their blood seemed to solidify, their souls felt as though they were being frozen piece by piece. They wanted to scream, wanted to beg for mercy, but their jaws trembled under the extreme cold, unable to form a complete word. They could only watch, helplessly, as Miyamoto-ken was sliced again and again by his former beast. And that seemingly innocent little girl, devouring dragon god Mortis, tilted her head, curiously examining her new toy. Those were creatures corrupted by her devour world, descent, still retaining their forms from life, but completely black, covered in strange dark golden patterns. Mortis clapped her hands, and those corrupted beings began a comical yet terrifying performance before their former master like puppets on strings. Lu Yuan calmly observed everything. His face showed no expression, only issuing precise commands to his beast through the mental link. Controlling the level of pain, extending their lives, ensuring they could taste the utmost despair in their most conscious state. This was not a venting of anger, this was a sentencing. So satisfying, Yun Shanshan's little face turned red with excitement. Beside her, Shi said nothing. She looked at that calm profile, and a storm surged in her heart. She believed that Lu Yuan's calmness and reason, his skill in plotting, were all for the sake of victory. But from the very beginning, Lu Yuan had surpassed victory itself. What he wanted was for the enemy to repent for their actions in the dual destruction of body and soul. Time passed, second by second. Finally, as the last blow from the hellish ghost samurai fell, Miyamoto-ken's body trembled violently, and the light in his eyes was completely extinguished. Almost at the same time, the howls from the other 4 ice prisons suddenly stopped. The complete collapse of their spirits welcomed them into true death amidst endless pain. Ding! Holy Light Academy, all eliminated. The chess squares belonging to Holy Light Academy are all returned to Beiming Academy. The cold system prompt echoed throughout the arena. On the chessboard, the white area representing Holy Light Academy was instantly engulfed by blue under everyone's gaze. In the viewing hall, the area where Holy Light Academy was located fell into a deathly silence. The next second. Boom! A terrifying aura erupted violently from that area. An old man, dressed in traditional samurai robes, with gray-white hair and hawk-like sharp eyes, slowly stood up from his seat. He did not fly but stepped through the void, walking towards the referee's seat in the center of the arena. With each step he took, the void groaned under the unbearable weight. Miyamoto Buhai. He is the sword saint of Cherry Blossom Country. A king-level beastmaster. Someone recognized the identity of the old man and shouted loudly. Miyamoto Buhai's gaze was like a drawn sword, piercing straight at the referee's seat. Is this how the rules are meant to be played? A sense of pressure crushed towards the referee's seat. At that moment, a figure appeared before Miyamoto Buhai, blocking the entire pressure. The newcomer was a middle-aged man with a stern face. Most strikingly, his right sleeve was empty. One of the 12 kings of the Dragon Kingdom, the one-armed king, Lu Yang. Lu Yang was the chief referee for this competition. He calmly looked at Miyamoto Buhai and said, "The rules are like this. In the arena, as long as the 3 words I concede are not shouted, anything that happens is reasonable." The killing intent in Miyamoto Buhai's eyes was almost palpable. He stared at Lu Yang's empty sleeve and sneered, "10 years ago, I could cut off your arm. Today, do you want me to help you cut off the other one as well?" The grudge from 10 years ago was publicly revealed. The crowd was in an uproar. However, there was no change in Lu Yang's expression. He simply said lightly, "You can try using your 100 Ghosts Night Walk once more." The top kings from 2 different countries stood in front of each other, with thousands watching, tension thick in the air. In the resting area of Beiming Academy, Lan Liuli, wearing sunglasses, coldly watched the scene unfold. She took out her phone and quickly sent a message. "Is it over? If it is, respond." After doing all this, she turned to Qin Yan, who had a serious expression, and said, "Qin Yan, I have a feeling that this incident is not simple. Please invite the old man from your Longshao Academy over." Qin Yan understood immediately, nodded, and quickly got up to leave. Lan Liuli knew that Miyamoto Ken's death was just the beginning. Lu Yuan was unaware of what was happening outside the arena. He looked at the chess square that had turned blue on the map. The game was still ongoing. Chapter 208, Sweeping the Chessboard. The terrifying aura in front of the referee's seat slowly dissipated in the end. Miyamoto Buhai stared at Lu Yang for a long time, and in the depths of those sharp eyes, a flicker of caution flashed. He retracted his aura and gave Lu Yang a cold glance. "This matter is not over." Leaving those words, Miyamoto Buhai turned and returned to the dead silence of Holy Light Academy's area. A storm that could spark a war between the 2 countries was temporarily suppressed. But the heavy atmosphere in the viewing hall remained. But there was not the slightest relief. Everyone understood that this was just the calm before the storm. Within the chessboard space, other teams received the news almost simultaneously. The Radiant Light Academy has been eliminated. In the territory of the Imperial Capital Academy, Lu Yuan stopped commanding. He looked at the map where the white was instantly engulfed by blue, falling into silence. "Captain, the Radiant Light is gone?" A team member's voice was filled with disbelief. "How long did it take from the beginning of the attack to the end?" Lu Yuan asked. Less than 10 minutes. 10 minutes. Lu Yuan's eyelids twitched. He asked himself, even if it was his team facing Miyamoto Ken's team, resolving the battle in 10 minutes was almost impossible. "That Lu Yuan," murmured. "We all misjudged it." On the other side, the Longshao Academy team also stopped their advance. They were equally shocked by the result. The team that tutor Qin Yan liked was actually hidden so deeply? What do we do now? They have already occupied nearly 1/3 of the chessboard. Should we still follow the original plan? At this moment, all the captains of strong teams began to reassess the situation on the chessboard. That patch of blue had transformed from an inconspicuous corner into a giant beast sitting on the chessboard, which no one could ignore. At the center of the storm, within the territory of the North Ming Academy, however, it was a scene of relaxation and comfort. "A Yuan, did you see that?" The one called Miyamoto Ken, his expression when he was finally cut down by his own beast was even worse than eating shit. "It's so relieving, so relieving." Yun Shanshan was still dancing with joy over the recent victory. Lu Yuan paid no attention to her excitement. He was calming his beasts. He walked in front of Euphria, the Frost Queen, who still maintained her cold demeanor, but when Lu Yuan nodded to her, a soft glimmer passed through her icy blue eyes. He turned to look at Nidhogg, the Dark Prison Dragon King, who had just unleashed a massacre, now showing a rare expression of joy. Finally, Lu Yuan took out a small crystal emitting pure energy from his pocket and handed it to Mortis, who was hovering in midair. Snack! Mortis's black golden eyes shone, took the crystal, jumped onto Lu Yuan's shoulder, and began to crunch on it, crunch crunch. This pet-like frenzy was a stark contrast to the cold commander who strategized and decided battles just moments ago. After a brief rest, the North Ming's demolition team set off again. Their next target was the Qingfeng Academy. As Lu Yuan and his team stepped into the edge of Qingfeng Academy's territory, the opposing side had long been on high alert. And the lineup for Lu Yuan's side remained the same as before: 2 Moonring Owls, 2 Starhounds, a Moonshadow Black Panther, and a Night Weaver Spider. The only difference was that in the center of the team, there was an additional figure, the Holy Dragon Queen, Axia, wearing a sacred palace dress. Beside Lu Yuan, the Mirror of Deception flashed with light, replicating another identical Dragon Queen Axia. Double the healer, double the buffs, double the purification. The battle began. Queen's Domain, Law of Light. 2 golden light rings simultaneously spread out, instantly enveloping the entire field. The 7 beasts of the North Ming Academy shone with radiant golden light, their strength surged. While the beasts of the Qingfeng Academy seemed to bear the weight of 2 mountains, moving sluggishly, every attack was weak and powerless. This was not a battle, this was a one-sided crushing. The aerial bombardment from the Moonring Owls was precise and deadly. The space-shifting starhounds appeared and vanished mysteriously, constantly cutting through their formation. The assassinations of the Moon Shadow Black Panther were like the scythe of death, each flash accompanied by the fall of a beast. Desperately, the little damage they managed to inflict on Binding's beast was instantly healed under the 2 Dragon Queens' divine blessing. We can't hit. We just can't hit. Their healing power is too terrifying. In that field, our attack power has been suppressed by at least 30%. The formation of Qingfeng Academy had completely collapsed in less than 3 minutes after the battle began. Seeing this, Qingfeng Academy sighed, "We concede." The moment the voice fell, the 5 members of Qingfeng Academy transformed into white light and were teleported out of the arena. This scene made all the spectators understand. Lu Yuan was not a madman who killed indiscriminately. In the time that followed, the chessboard competition completely turned into a one-man show for Beiming Academy. They swept across the entire chessboard. Every team that encountered them, after witnessing that set of double healers' shameless formation, almost all chose to surrender without hesitation. The blue squares occupied by Beiming Academy wildly spread across the map. 50 squares. 70 squares. 100 squares. Finally, when the countdown of the competition reached 0, the final configuration of the entire chessboard was fixed in front of everyone. First place, Beiming Academy, 104 squares. Second place, Imperial Capital Academy, 21 squares. Third place, Longzhou Academy, 19 squares. The vast blue area occupying half of the chessboard formed a glaring contrast with the scattered other colors around it. Chapter 209, The Victor's Coronation. The chessboard space collapsed into countless specks of light and dispersed. The figures of Lu Yuan and his companions reappeared in the center of the spectator hall. What greeted them was several seconds of silence. Then, a cheer like a roaring tsunami exploded from the area where the Dragon Kingdom audience was located. We won! We won! Champions! Beiming Academy is the champions. Lu Yuan is amazing. The pent-up frustration throughout the pre-match completely turned into fervent admiration and shouts after witnessing the thrilling revenge and crushing victory. Countless people excitedly stood up, waving their arms, their eyes looking at Lu Yuan filled with awe and ecstasy. In stark contrast to this was the area where Holy Light Academy was located. Miyamoto Buhai sat quietly, his sharp eyes fixed on the calm young man in the center of the arena. Though his aura was reined in, the palpable killing intent made the surrounding space feel cold. In 10 minutes, Holy Light Academy was completely destroyed. After that, they swept across the entire chessboard with an unstoppable force. This man named Lu Yuan declared his arrival to everyone in the most direct way. Ah, Yuan. Yun Shanxian completely disregarded the gazes around her, rushing over and directly hanging on Lu Yuan. We are first. First place. Did you hear that? Her small face turned red with excitement. Lu Yuan helplessly patted her back, taking her down from himself. Got it, be a bit steady. On the high platform, the host of the competition steadied himself and, in a slightly excited voice, began to announce the final results of the competition. Now, I announce. The final champion of this World College Beastmaster League is Beiming Beastmaster Academy. The spotlight gathered, enveloping Lu Yuan and his companions. Next, let us invite the representatives of Beiming Academy, Lu Yuan, Yun Shanxian, and Qi Shi, to the stage to receive their award. Under the watchful gazes of countless eyes, Lu Yuan slowly led the two up to the award podium. However, just as the host was about to hand the championship trophy to Lu Yuan, a cold voice unexpectedly echoed throughout the venue. Wait a minute. Miyamoto Buhai stood up from his seat. Before the award ceremony, I, representing Holy Light Academy, have a question for Lu Yuan of Beiming Academy. The entire venue fell silent in an instant, and everyone felt an oppressive sense of an approaching storm. The host's expression changed slightly, but faced with a royal Beastmaster, he didn't dare show any negligence. I could only stubbornly say, Lord Miyamoto, please speak. Within the rules, life and death are irrelevant, I have nothing to say. Miyamoto Takai's voice was very slow. However, to take away another's beast and turn it into one's own slave, and to torment its original master, has this method already crossed the boundary of competition and entered the realm of evil? A Beastmaster so young, yet with such vicious means, does he really have the right to stand on this champion's throne that represents honor? Words that pierce the heart. He wanted to deny Lu Yuan's victory from the moral high ground, tarnishing his honor. Many spectators from other countries showed contemplative expressions. Indeed, recalling Lu Yuan's methods was truly chilling. Yun Shanxian was just about to retort but was stopped by Lu Yuan's outstretched hand. Lu Yuan looked at Miyamoto take high below the stage, a smile appeared on his face, but there was not a trace of warmth in that smile. First, let me correct something. He picked up the microphone next to the host, his calm voice spread throughout the venue. That is not evil, that is, void summon, royal power, the racial skill of my beast. Moreover. His gaze swept across the audience, finally landing back on Miyamoto Takai's gloomy face. During the preliminary round, over 100 students from the Dragon Nation were tortured and killed by you in various ways, mentally shattered, and still carry trauma now. At that time, why didn't you step forward and ask if this exceeded the boundaries of competition? My methods may not be glorious, but they are perfectly suitable for dealing with you. As for qualifications. Lu Yuan's mouth curled up again as he picked up the championship trophy, weighing it in his hand. I stand here, that is my qualification. His words struck the ground forcefully. The audience area of the Dragon Nation erupted into thunderous cheers again. Well said. Against these scoundrels, such means are exactly what is needed. Miyamoto Takai's face became dark enough to drip water. He did not expect this young man to show no guilt at all, but rather to be so audacious. Good, what a sharp-tongued kid, he laughed in anger. Since you believe your methods are reasonable, then are you brave enough to accept my grandson, Miyamoto Saya's challenge? He is also at the platinum level, the same age as you. 3 months later, at the foot of Mount Fuji in Sakura country, a life and death duel. Do you dare or do you not dare? The truth was revealed. This was his true goal. In the name of his grandson, he was forcing Lu Yuan into a life and death duel without any rules. Miyamoto Takai, you have gone too far. A mighty voice rang out, and the figure of the one-armed king, Lu Mingyang, stood in front of the podium. He coldly looked at Miyamoto Takai. The competition has just ended, and you, as a king, force a junior into a life and death duel. Do you have no shame? I'm just arranging a fair duel for my useless grandson, Miyamoto Takai sneered. What, do you geniuses of the Dragon Nation only dare to act arrogantly under the protection of rules and lack the courage to engage in a true duel, deserving of a warrior? In an instant, everyone's eyes focused on Lu Yuan. This was no longer a simple challenge, but a matter of dignity between the younger generations of two nations. To agree would mean facing Sakura country's top genius in a life and death confrontation 3 months later. To refuse would cast a shadow of cowardice over the invincible might he had just established. But Lu Yuan smiled. He looked at Miyamoto Takai's self-satisfied face and slowly spoke. First, your grandson is not yet qualified to challenge me. Second. He switched his tone. If you want revenge, you don't have to wait 3 months, nor do you have to go to Mount Fuji. I can give you an opportunity right now. Let your grandson come up here, right now, immediately. I will stand here without moving. As long as he can touch the corner of my clothes, I will admit defeat. My life, you can take it. If he cannot touch me. Lu Yuan's gaze suddenly became sharp as a knife. Then I'll take this old dog's life. I want it. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole place fell into silence. Crazy. In everyone's mind, there were only these 2 words. A platinum rank dared to make such a bet in front of the world against a peak ruler-level powerhouse. Miyamoto Buhai's pupils shrank violently. It was not a bluff, nor was it youthful arrogance. It was absolute confidence. He was actually stunned by the momentum of a junior. All right. Just as the atmosphere reached an extreme, a voice rang out from the center of the referee's seat. That was the chief referee of this competition, a powerhouse from a neutral nation. Personal grudges end here. This is the World League arena, not your gladiatorial stage. In front of the referee's seat, Miyamoto Buhai stared at Lu Mingyang for a long time. This was the territory of the Dragon Kingdom. At this moment, he could not make a move. He reined in his aura, and with a last cold glance at Lu Yuan, he turned around and walked back to the Holy Light Academy's area step by step. Now, we will present the champion's reward. Staff immediately pushed out a podium covered with red cloth. The chief referee unveiled the red cloth, and 2 items radiating different glows appeared in front of everyone. The rewards for this event. The first item, a diamond-level summoning stone, guarantees a 100% summoning of a platinum rank beast, with a low chance of summoning an epic potential beast. The second item, a qualification for soaking in the Dragon Spirit's sacred spring, can greatly enhance the physical strength of the Beastmaster and all their beasts. Chapter 210, Miyamoto Quarters. Under the gaze of billions of eyes, Lu Yuan received those 2 rewards from the staff. A diamond-level summoning stone, entirely in a chaotic color, with what looked like galaxies swirling inside it. And a golden certificate radiating faint dragon might, the qualification for soaking in the Dragon Spirit's sacred spring. He casually stored away the 2 treasures. After the award ceremony, Lu Yuan and his 2 companions walked down the high platform. Ah Yuan, you were simply amazing. That old ghost's face turned as red as liver. Ha ha ha. Yun Qianqian rushed over immediately, chattering non-stop. Returning to the resting area of Beiming Academy, Lu Yuan found that Lan Lioli had already disappeared, leaving only a note with her flowing handwriting. Well done. Arrange your own plans. I'm going to enjoy myself. After reading it, Yun Qianqian pouted in dissatisfaction. Teacher Lan is so unreliable. We become champions, and instead of celebrating, she's just vanished. Lu Yuan smiled and put away the note, his gaze sweeping over the still excited Yun Qianqian and the barely contained excitement of Qi Shi beside her. He said nothing, but took out the diamond-level summoning stone from his storage space. The mere appearance of it seemed to attract the surrounding light, a subtle yet overwhelming energy emanated from it. Senior Sister Qi, this is for you. A simple sentence, yet it made Qi Shi's body stiffen suddenly. She looked at the summoning stone, momentarily at a loss for words. This is too precious, I can't. She instinctively wanted to refuse. This was a diamond-level summoning stone, even as a talented Beastmaster, it wouldn't be easily obtained. Senior Sister Qi, with your two beasts reaching the peak of platinum, your own strength will also reach the peak of platinum, and you will soon advance to diamond. Lu Yuan interrupted her words. Moreover, Qianqian and I have ways to contract high-level beasts. The last sentence was the truth but also just an excuse. A complex mix of emotions surged in Qi Shi's heart. There was gratitude, shock, and also a motivation to chase after him. She no longer acted coy and accepted the summoning stone, its hard texture giving her boundless strength. Thank you, she said softly. I won't let you down. I must summon a powerful beast, even if I can't stand beside you, at least I want to see your back. However, the tranquility of the resting area did not last long. The warmth of the award ceremony had not yet dissipated when a figure, suddenly leaping out of the area of the Holy Light Academy, he landed heavily in the center of the now quiet main hall for spectators. The newcomer wore a black warrior outfit, his face resembling Miyamoto Ken by 70%, but his eyes were even more menacing. It was Miyamoto Wuhai's grandson, the young generation's most recognized genius from Sakura country, Miyamoto Sha. Lu Yuan. You coward who only hides behind rules, come up here. As soon as Miyamoto Sha stepped onto the stage, he roared wildly in Sakura language, his piercing voice echoing throughout the venue through the live translation. Using despicable means to steal my brother's beast and slaughter his companions, is this your dragon country's Bushido? Filthy words, unbearable to hear, directly pointed at Lu Yuan and scorned the entire dragon country. Today, I, Miyamoto Sha, challenge you to a life-and-death duel with no retreat. If you dare not, then kneel and lick clean the blood my brother spilled here. The whole place erupted in an uproar. All eyes instantly refocused on Lu Yuan. This little brat is seeking death. The audience from Dragon Country was enraged, countless people shouting curses. Yun Qianqian rolled up her sleeves directly, another one who was asking for death. Ah Yuan, let me go. My dark dragon descendant is just lacking a living target. Qi Shi frowned, but there was not a hint of worry in her eyes, as if watching a clown. After witnessing Lu Yuan's overwhelming strength, she firmly believed that in the same rank or even higher, Lu Yuan was absolutely invincible. Under the furious gaze of the crowd, Lu Yuan slowly stood up. He casually handed over the trophy to Yun Qianqian. Then, he took one step at a time, walking back towards the arena. Reaching the center, he didn't even glance at Miyamoto Sha but looked past him, towards the expressionless Miyamoto Wuhai in the audience. Seeing Lu Yuan on stage, Miyamoto Sha revealed a cruel smile and stopped talking nonsense. He clasped his hands together tightly. Come out, my servants. Let this ignorant dragon country person see what true power is. Buzz. 5 beams of light ignited behind him simultaneously. When the figures of 5 beasts were outlined and completely revealed, the air in the main hall for spectators became wild. 2 larger than the last one, covered in dark red flames, with an extremely violent aura, the Purgatory Demon Warrior. 1 coiled on the ground, with 8 heads, each head's eyes flashing with different negative auras, the Yamato no Orochi. A 10-meter-tall statue made of adamantine rock, holding a staff, the solemn, Fudo Mayo statue. And lastly, the smallest yet exuding the most eerie fluctuations, the Voidwalker. Oh my goodness. 2 Platinum Peak Purgatory Demon Warriors. And a Platinum high-grade Yamato no Orochi and Fudo Maya statue. That Voidwalker is also at the Golden Peak. Gasps could be heard throughout the crowd. For Platinum-level beasts, 2 of which were top-tier, Purgatory Demon Warriors. This was beyond what the word genius could describe. This was a monster constructed from the combined strength of the entire Miyamoto family, even Sakura country itself. In the audience, a smile of confident victory finally appeared on Miyamoto Wuhai's face. This was the foundation of their Miyamoto family. Lu Yuan, however, smiled. He looked at the 2 powerful Purgatory Demon Warriors as if admiring 2 fine artworks. He didn't even use a contract link, merely whispering in a voice only he could hear. Nidhogg, did you see? This collection is of much better quality than the last time. Congratulations, your servant army has just been gathered and is ready for an upgrade. Although the voice was extremely quiet, from the arc of his lips and the hunter-like gaze in his eyes, everyone understood his meaning. The cruel smile on Miyamoto Soya's face turned instantly ashen. That bastard. Facing death, he still covets his beast. Tear him to shreds for me. Miyamoto Soya let out a furious roar, as two platinum pinnacle infernal ghost warriors ignited with blazing blood flames, sweeping toward Lu Yuan. Chapter 211, Triple Return. Just as the two infernal ghost warriors were about to unleash their thunderous strike, Lu Yuan raised a hand, making a pause gesture. His face still held that calm and indifferent expression. Don't be so eager to die. He ignored Miyamoto Soya's eyes, which were nearly spewing fire, and turned his gaze to the referee stand, where Miyamoto Buhai sat high above, his voice clear and amplified, resonating throughout the venue. Since this is a life and death duel, why not raise the stakes a little higher? In this battle, I will only use one of my beasts. If I use a second one, or if I can't defeat him within 10 minutes. Lu Yuan paused. My life, along with all my beasts, belongs to your Miyamoto family. Conversely, his life and his beasts belong to me. When these words were spoken, the entire venue fell silent. Arrogant. He is too arrogant. One beast? Against two platinum pinnacles, two perfectly paired platinum warriors? Who does he think he is? A diamond beastmaster? Is he crazy? He must be. Why not use those three dragon beasts? Any one of them would handle this match easily. What is he thinking? Using one beast? Is this arrogance or contempt for Miyamoto Soya? But this wager is his own life. Does he have something more terrifying than those three dragon kings? Everyone thought Lu Yuan had lost his mind, blinded by victory. In the audience, Miyamoto Buhai first froze, then laughed furiously, his laughter echoing throughout the venue. Good. 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 He repeated the word good 3 times, his eyes filled with cruel pleasure. I, Miyamoto Buhai, in the name of a king, accept your wager. Let the referee and the entire audience bear witness. To him, Lu Yuan was foolishly trying to uphold his dignity in the most ridiculous way. He could hardly wait to see this arrogant boy torn apart, and to collect all his potentially powerful beasts. Soya. Did you hear that? Miyamoto Buhai ordered his grandson. He gave you a chance, don't let him die too easily. Yes, Grandpa. Miyamoto Soya grinned viciously, completely enraged by this ultimate humiliation, his mental power erupting without reservation. Miyamoto family secret technique, Demon Warrior's Twin Divine Slash. He commanded both Platinum Pinnacle Infernal Ghost Warriors to attack simultaneously. Two massive swords, ablaze with hellfire, carved eerie blood-red arcs in the air, their blades crossing in midway, merging into one, forming a gigantic blood-red cross-slash spanning several dozen meters. This strike's power far exceeded that of a normal Platinum Pinnacle, infinitely approaching the threshold of diamond level. Everyone held their breath, staring intently at Lu Yuan. They all thought Lu Yuan would summon the hooded Dark Prison Dragon King or the Ice Blue Dragon Frost Queen to withstand this blow. However, in front of everyone, a flash of light appeared before Lu Yuan. What emerged was neither dragon nor humanoid beast, but a beast in the shape of a mirror with a silver dragon frame, the sky-deceiving demon mirror. Using a mirror? What does he want to do? Is he giving up resistance? As the crowd was puzzled, facing the blood-red cross-slash capable of tearing space apart, the surface of the sky-deceiving demon mirror rippled with silver waves. Lu Yuan looked at the world-destroying strike and simply uttered 2 words. Absorb. As the words fell, the sky-deceiving demon mirror flew up to meet the massive strike. Wanhua reverse wheel. In the next second, that terrifying blood-red cross-slash. The moment he touched the mirror, he plunged into that small mirror, completely swallowed, disappearing without a trace. The entire world seemed to have been muted. Miyamoto Saya and the audience member Miyamoto Buhai both froze in expression. Lu Yuan appeared with a smile again. He looked at the dumbfounded Miyamoto Saya and asked, "Have you heard of the term triple repayment?" Before Miyamoto Saya could react, the surface of the sky-swallowing demon mirror erupted with blinding light. A giant blood-red cross-slash, 3 times larger than before, deeper and more sinister in color, even mixed with strands of purple-gold lightning, shot out from the mirror. This attack, amplified threefold by the all methods reverse wheel, was faster, heavier, and reached an outrageous level of power. Not good. Immovable King. Defend. The cruel smile on Miyamoto Saya's face finally turned into fear. He screamed wildly, ordering the towering statue of the immovable king to step forward and block it. The statue of the immovable king shone with golden light, crossing its staff before its chest, taking the strongest defensive posture. However, it was useless. That body, said to withstand a full blow from the peak of platinum level, was as vulnerable as a piece of tofu before that terrifying purplish-red cross slash. Boom! The deafening noise finally arrived. The statue of the immovable king couldn't hold on for even a second. Starting from the staff, it shattered inch by inch, finally bursting into pieces and turning into dust. The terrifying cross slash, after shattering the statue, still carried its momentum, sweeping through Miyamoto Saya's entire beast army. The two hellish warrior spirits at the forefront let out shrill, painful howls, directly sent flying, plowing deep trenches several meters long into the ground, with over half of their armor shattered, their dark red flames flickering weakly. And the 8-headed shadow serpent responsible for control was merely grazed by the edge of the slash. 5 out of its 8 heads instantly turned into blood mist. The worst off was the Voidwalker. It tried to escape into the void but was blasted out directly by the slash, half of its body vaporized, crashing heavily to the ground, clearly not surviving. Just one move. One encounter. Miyamoto Saya's proud beast army, a genius beast tamer hoped for by the entire cherry blossom country, collapsed in an instant. The whole place fell silent. Lu Yuan's gaze swept across the few heavily injured beasts lying on the ground, as if evaluating the quality of goods, finally landing on the ash-faced Miyamoto Saya, shaking his head regretfully. The quality is okay, but what a pity they're all ruined. He sighed softly, as if lamenting the few perfect collectibles that showed flaws, then changed his tone. But it's okay, with some repairs, they can still be used. Now, the second round officially begins. Chapter 212, New Servants. Miyamoto Saya sat weakly on the ground, his face as pale as paper. Everything he was proud of, his beasts, his dignity, was crushed under that moment of brilliance. No, impossible, this absolutely cannot be, he mumbled in a daze, unable to accept this reality. In the audience, Miyamoto Buhai's old face was now as stiff as a block of ice. He stared intently at the mirror hovering in front of Lu Yuan. What is this thing? Absorbing skills and returning them threefold? How could such an unheard of ability appear on a golden tier beast? I said before, only one beast. Lu Yuan's voice broke the silence. He stepped slowly toward the disheveled Miyamoto Saya, the sky-swallowing demon mirror glowing again in front of him. But this time, the silver mirror's surface began to spin slowly. But one beast can have more than one use. In everyone's gaze, the mirror surface of the sky-swallowing demon mirror did not reflect the enemy opposite. But instead, a shadow that had long been stored emerged. In the next second, a figure almost identical to the infernal samurai of Miyamoto Saya slowly stepped out from the mirror. You. Miyamoto Saya's pupils trembled violently. He recognized it. The aura of this samurai was exactly the same as that of his brother, Miyamoto Ken. Wandan Jinying. This perfectly copied infernal samurai not only possessed 100% of the original strength, but at this moment, its aura was even more powerful than the original. You. Miyamoto Saya pointed at Lu Yuan, stuttering for a long time but unable to utter a complete sentence. Cheating. This is blatant cheating. But Miyamoto Buhai could not say a word. Because Lu Yuan truly kept his promise, he had only summoned the deceiving mirror. Copying is the mirror's ability. Everyone was once again shocked beyond belief by Lu Yuan's methods. He wasn't fighting, he was toying with them. He had pushed the rules to the limit, playing his opponent like a puppet. Kill him. Kill him for me. Miyamoto Saya looked almost manic. He forcefully ordered the two heavily injured infernal samurai to struggle and rise, charging at Lu Yuan. However, waiting for them was their own kind. The infernal samurai that stepped out from the mirror had no emotion in its eyes. It raised its sword and welcomed the two heavily injured originals. A ridiculous civil war began. The copy possessed the strength of its peak, while the original had already suffered heavy injuries. The result was predictable. It was an one-sided slaughter. Each swing of the long knife in the copy's hand left a deep wound visible to the bone on the two heavily injured samurai. The sounds of horrifying howls echoed around the arena. Miyamoto Saya watched helplessly as his beasts were tortured by the copy of Miyamoto Ken, collapsing to the ground. Lu Yuan paid no attention to the battle there. He walked up to the barely breathing Yamada no Orochi and looked down at it. Then, a black figure appeared behind him. It was the Dark Abyss Dragon Emperor, Nidhogg. Wait. You used a second beast. You violated the bet. Miyamoto Buhai abruptly stood up, shouting sharply as he saw Nidhogg appear. Lu Yuan turned his head, glanced at him, and smiled. Who told you he came to fight? He just came to clean up the battlefield. As soon as the words fell, excitement flashed in Nidhogg's eyes. The shadows beneath its feet, like chains, appeared next to the two heavily injured infernal samurai. From now on, you belong to me. An icy voice rang directly in Miyamoto Saya's ears. Void summon royal power. The massive bodies of the two platinum-tier beasts dissolved inch by inch in the fearful gaze of Miyamoto Saya, transforming into shadow energy and being absorbed by Nidhogg. Put. Miyamoto Saya spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. This time, his eyes completely lost all their light. Two soul links that had been closely connected with him were forcibly severed and taken away. Under the gaze of everyone, 3 shadow whirlpools appeared beneath Nidhogg's feet. 3 sturdy figures slowly rose from the whirlpools. They were the 3 beasts he had enslaved. Miyamoto Ken's Infernal Samurai. And the 2 Infernal Samurai of Miyamoto Saya. 3 identical Infernal Samurai stood side by side behind Nidhogg. On them remained only the marks of slavery to their new master. This scene fell into the eyes of Miyamoto Buhai. He watched the 3 standing side by side, exuding the aura of slavery. They had once been the symbols of the Miyamoto family's glory, the crystallization of 2 generations of genius. Now, they had become the most loyal slaves of the enemy, about to use the Miyamoto family's strongest infernal beasts to slaughter the bloodline of the Miyamoto family. This inheritance is broken. Miyamoto Takahisa's straight back slowly slumped down, his sharp eyes completely losing all their light, leaving only emptiness and grayness. His body still sat there, but his soul had already died. Lu Yuan slowly walked in front of Miyamoto Yagami. 10 minutes, still not over. He raised his head, his gaze crossing over everyone, finally landing on Miyamoto Takahisa's aged and desperate face. A life and death duel, right? Now, the execution begins. As his words fell, Nidhogg gave the final command to the 3 enslaved ghost warriors. The 3 ghost warriors raised the long knives they once knew so well, step by step, walking towards one of their former masters, Miyamoto Yagami. One of the ghost warriors, belonging to Miyamoto Ken, slightly tilted its head, its hollow dark golden eye sockets looking at Miyamoto Takahisa in the audience. Then, it raised its knife. The torment and execution were just beginning. Using the enemy's proudest strength to destroy everything he had. Chapter 213, The Fall of the King. They were once the pride of the Miyamoto family, the capital that Miyamoto Yagami relied on to roam freely. And now, they would personally carry out the slow execution of their former master. Watching the 3 increasingly close figures, Miyamoto Yagami's body shook like a sieve. In the audience, Miyamoto Takahisa stared fiercely at the scene on the arena, his chest violently heaving. The string of reason finally snapped at this moment. "You little bastard, dare you!" A roar erupted from Miyamoto Takahisa's throat. Before the words were finished, a terrifying aura exploded. The king's pressure no longer held back, instantly enveloping the entire arena. In the next moment, Miyamoto Takahisa's figure seemed like a ghost, crossing hundreds of meters of space, directly appearing on the stage. A withered hand, carrying the power to suppress everything, slammed fiercely toward the 3 dark golden ghost warriors who were about to execute. He would rather destroy these 3 beasts that carried the family's glory with his own hands than let them slaughter his own grandson under the gaze of the whole world. With this palm, not to mention the 3 platinum-class beasts, even a mountain would be instantly crushed into dust. However, there was no trace of surprise on Lu Yuan's face. At the moment the raging palm wind was about to fall, his eyes turned cold. "Old dog, if you can't play, then don't play." The cold voice sounded, and the command delivered through the contract link was faster than Miyamoto Takahisa's movements. The 3 dark golden ghost warriors' figures instantly blurred, abandoning their attack, transforming into 3 pure shadow energies, merging into Nidhogg's body. Miyamoto Takahisa's furious strike hit nothing, and the raging energy smashed onto the arena, creating a huge palm print in the special alloy cast stage. With a missed strike, Miyamoto Takahisa's eyes instantly locked onto Lu Yuan. "Today, you and your evil spirits must die." He could no longer care about any rules or face, his power concentrated in his palm, he was about to strike deadly at Lu Yuan. But Lu Yuan just watched him quietly, the corner of his mouth even holding a mocking smile. "Evil spirits?" He lightly questioned back, and then with a thought, he no longer held back. "Then let you see the full picture of my evil spirit legion." Buzz. In an instant, behind Lu Yuan, 2 huge light gates violently opened at the same time. From the first gate, endless cold air surged out, freezing the surrounding air into ice crystals. A figure in an ice-blue palace dress stepped out slowly, her appearance dignified, with an innate majesty between her brows, a pair of ice-blue eyes. Just a glance made Miyamoto Takahisa's kingly aura falter. Dragon Frost Queen, Ivesria. From the second gate, there was no light, no sound, only pure darkness and void that made people's hearts palpitate. A little girl who looked only 5 or 6 years old. Dressed in a simple black dress, barefoot, she floated out. Her black and gold eyes quietly observed Miyamoto Takumi, as if looking at an object disassembled into chaotic energy. Devouring Dragon God Morthus. Beside Lu Yuan, shadows and dragon might intertwined, standing shoulder to shoulder with the dark prison dragon Emperor Nidhogg, who wore a black royal robe embroidered with dark gold dragon patterns. Dark prison dragon Emperor Nidhogg, Dragon Frost Queen Avelia, devouring Dragon God Morthus. 3 majestic dragon kings stood together. No longer just a simple clash of aura. Queen's domain winter is coming, Dragon Emperor's domain annihilation force field, 0 reset divine realm. The 3 domain prototypes unfolded simultaneously without any reservation at this moment. The extreme cold frost froze the killing intent in Miyamoto Takumi's oppressive aura, while the abyssal shadows twisted the incoming mental pressure, and the most bizarre chaotic divine realm even showed signs of disorder in the monarch-level pressure. Boom! Centered around Lu Yuan, a three-color swirling absolute domain formed, stubbornly blocking Miyamoto Takumi's monarch-level Beastmaster pressure 3 steps away, making it difficult to advance even an inch. Boom! Invisible energy clashed, spreading wildly in all directions from the arena's center. The entire venue was dead silent. All the spectators, including top powerhouses from various countries, were left dumbfounded. Previously, in the time of the second stage, the three dragon beasts emitted power far beyond their level, but no one expected this power could actually confront a monarch Beastmaster. In everyone's mind, only one thought remained. How did one person contract so many potential and incredibly powerful beasts? Good. You really hid deep. You hid so well. Miyamoto Takumi was knocked back half a step by the breath of the three dragons, first shocked, then completely frantic, his face revealing a twisted smile mixed with greed and killing intent. Today, none of you will get away. He completely tore off his disguise, and behind him, a towering 100-meter-high king of hell phantom slowly emerged, holding a giant staff and wearing a fierce expression. The terrifying aura that truly belonged to a monarch-level beast spread across the entire arena. However, just as he was about to make his move, a figure appeared even faster than him. Old dog Miyamoto, do you think I don't exist? One-armed king, Lu Mingyang. He stepped forward, instantly blocking Lu Yuan and the three dragons. His empty right sleeve fluttered in the wind, yet he stood like an unmoving mountain, firmly withstanding Miyamoto Takumi's raging monarch pressure. In this life-and-death duel, all spectators bear witness. If you interfere now, your Sakura country has no face left to keep. Lu Mingyang's voice was icy, showing no fear. Stop wasting words. Miyamoto Takumi roared. Lu Mingyang, 10 years ago I could cut off your arm, today I can take your life. You can give it a try. Lu Mingyang stood his ground. Behind him, a similarly terrifying monarch aura rose. A heaven-splitting golden pang, seemingly forged from pure metal, sprouting wings and with eyes sharp as an unrivaled divine sword, let out a sky-shaking screech, its aura not at all inferior to that of the King of Hell. On the viewing hall stage, two massive monarch-level beasts faced off, the terrifying energy waves making all Beastmasters below the platinum level struggle to breathe, their souls trembling. An astonishing monarch confrontation seemed ready to ignite. Just when everyone thought this would be a fateful battle between two top monarchs, a strange grin suddenly appeared on Miyamoto Takumi's face. He looked at Lu Mingyang, speaking sinisterly. Lu Mingyang, do you really think I came today just for revenge for my two useless grandsons? Lu Mingyang's heart raced with alarms. Suddenly, Miyamoto Takumi raised his head sharply. With a thunderous roar aimed at several directions of the audience, he shouted. Everyone, what are you waiting for? At the moment his words fell, a sudden change occurred. 7 terrifying auras, no less than those of Gongben Wuhai and Lu Mingyang, erupted simultaneously from different corners of the audience. 7 figures ignored the spatial distance, appearing at Gongben Wuhai's side as if by teleportation. These 7 people, without exception, had unfathomable auras, their power overwhelming the heavens. All of them were kings. A long-planned conspiracy against the Dragon Kingdom finally revealed its fangs at this moment. Chapter 214, The 8 Kings Surround and Kill. The 7 figures stood shoulder to shoulder with Gongben Wuhai. 8 kings. 8 terrifying pressures no longer stood independently but instantly connected as one, pressing down like the collapse of the heavens upon the lone Lu Mingyang and the man behind him, Lu Yuan. Buzzing. The entire defense array of the heavenly capital's dome let out a mournful cry under this combined pressure, and cracks even appeared on the dome above. The once noisy and lively audience of the Dragon Kingdom instantly fell into dead silence. Soon after, there were screams and uproar filled with sheer terror. Oh my God. That is. An old man, trembling, pointed at the suddenly appearing figures one by one. The one dressed in samurai clothing is the sword saint Shibagyi from Sakura country. The one next to him shrouded in black mist is the demon king Fujiwara Kei. The one surrounded by thunder is the main king Thorson from Lighthouse country among the 6 round table knights. The woman with the hooked nose next to him is Hawkeye Jessica. And that one dressed in golden robes is the divine envoy Rama from Chaoyang country. The one dressed like a one-eyed pirate is the navigator Kapoor. Lastly, that one is the military lord Park Sung-mu from Goryeo country. Every name represents the pinnacle of strength from each country. Every title has left a profound mark in the history of Beastmasters on Blue Star. 8 well-known top kings appeared here, on the highest standard arena of the Dragon Kingdom. Their goal was clear. Gongben old dog. Are you trying to provoke a national war? Lu Mingyang's face became extremely serious. The metal energy around him surged, and the golden rock behind him let out a cry, spreading its wings to firmly protect him and Lu Yuan. Even so, his tall figure was slightly bent under the combined pressure of the 8 kings. National war? No, no, no. Gongben Wuhai let out a cold laugh, the madness on his face replaced by a smug certainty. We just feel that this generation of the Dragon Kingdom has produced an outlier that should not exist. Gongben Wuhai's gaze penetrated all, locking onto Lu Yuan. Devouring skills, enslaving souls, distorting rules. Lu Mingyang, ask yourself, once this power grows to the level of a king, does the so-called balance still exist? We are not trimming branches, we are uprooting a tumor that is destined to pollute the entire world. His gaze was like that of a snake locking onto its prey, piercing through Lu Mingyang and nailing it firmly to Lu Yuan. Originally, I thought the team led by Gongben Jian would be enough to eradicate you so-called geniuses in their cradle. I didn't expect such an interesting variable as Lu Yuan to exist. But that's fine, that gives us even more reason to uproot the most dangerous seedling. The king of Lighthouse Country, Main King Thorson, stepped forward. His strong body was surrounded by blinding electric light, and his voice was filled with undisguised arrogance and dominance. Lu Mingyang, hand over the kid named Lu Yuan, and we can let you and the other Dragon Kingdom people leave safely. His voice boomed like thunder. Otherwise, today, this heavenly capital's dome will be the burial ground for all of you from the Dragon Kingdom. 8 against 1. No, this is not just 8 against 1. This is a trap set by several top powers of the Blue Star against the most outstanding representatives of the young generation from the Dragon Kingdom. This is a grand scheme, planned for a long time. Everyone, run. A look of determination flashed in Lu Mingyang's eyes as he roared at the other stunned instructors in the audience. Activate the highest level of space transfer. Save whoever you can. Before his words fell, the sky-splitting golden pang behind him let out a sharp cry, and flame suddenly ignited on its golden wings. That was the sign of a Beastmaster burning their spiritual energy. He was prepared to use his life to buy escape time for his juniors. A sense of despair spread in the hearts of all the people from the Dragon Kingdom. Faced with the joint assault of 8 kings, they saw no hope of victory. However, at this moment of utmost despair, a figure that no one expected stepped forward. The instructor from the Holy Light Academy, Zhou Wen. His face, usually tinged with jealousy and resentment, was now as pale as paper, his legs trembling like they were spring-loaded, nearly unable to stand. But as he looked at the figure ahead, the one-armed hero holding up the sky, and the sky-splitting golden pang ready to burn its spiritual energy, along with those 8 foreign faces filled with arrogance and killing intent, he finally gritted his teeth. Roar! Accompanied by a roar, a diamond-level Lion King, burning with holy flames, appeared beside him. He trembled, taking one shaky step after another until he stood by Lu Mingyang's side, his voice quivering yet incredibly firm. Lu King. I Zhou Wen may not be a good person, always jealous of other academies. But I know I am still a person from the Dragon Kingdom. Today, I will fight back against them. As a diamond-level Beastmaster facing 8 kings, his power seemed as small as dust. Yet his action was like a stone thrown into a still pond, instantly creating 1,000 waves. Zhou Wen is right. Damn it, let's fight back. Xiaoyu from the Imperial Capital Academy had already summoned his beast, stepping to Zhou Wen's other side and patting his shoulder without hesitation. You still have a bit of backbone. You didn't disgrace us. Then instructors from the Tianshui Academy, Qingfeng Academy, all the top academies of the Dragon Kingdom seemed to put aside their competition and grudges at that moment. One by one, they stood up, summoned their beasts, and stood shoulder to shoulder in the face of the terrifying pressure from the 8 kings, forming a line that, although weak, shone with an indomitable spirit behind Lu Mingyang. Anyone who dares to touch Yuan, I'll die together with you. Yin Shanshan had already summoned all 6 of her beasts, the dark dragon's arrows knocked, the flames of the holy flame fire sparrow burning in the air. She stood in front of Lu Yuan, glaring furiously at the 8 kings. Shishiri stood silently at Lu Yuan's side, her moon will owl and moon shadow black panther primed for action. Though she said nothing, her tightly clenched fists already showed her stance. Looking at this scene, the 8 kings displayed mocking grins as if playing with mice. How touching. Ghost King Fujiwara laughed eerily. A bunch of ants think they can shake the gods? Since you all wish to die, let's go together. Main King Tolson slowly raised his hand, and raging thunder began to gather in his palm. A world-destroying attack was about to fall. The future of the Dragon Kingdom seemed to be on the verge of being completely shattered at this moment. However, just at that moment, a voice, playful and disdainful, echoed from the entrance of the main hall, clearly spreading throughout the entire venue. Oh, I was wondering who it could be, making such a big fuss. Turns out it's 8 old dogs holding a meeting here? At that moment, all eyes turned to the entrance of the main observation hall. There, 2 figures stood side by side. The leading woman had long blue hair and wore a pair of large sunglasses that covered most of her face, revealing only her exquisite jawline and a playful red lip. She was dressed in a simple white t-shirt and denim shorts, with her hands in her pockets, looking so relaxed as if she were not facing 8 king-level Beastmasters. It was Lan Lu Li, an instructor from Binding Academy. Beside her was Qin Yan from Longshao Academy, still in her sharp combat uniform, but her face lacked the usual warmth. Lan Lu Li. Qin Yan. In the break area of the Imperial Capital Academy, Lu Yuan's eyes moved as he saw the newcomers. He knew these two were epic-level powerhouses, but, against 8 king-level Beastmasters, these two epic-level fighters were no better than a drop in the bucket. The main king of Lighthouse Nation, Torsen, whose eyes crackled with electric light, glanced at the two but soon lost interest. 2 epic-level fighters? Torsen's gaze flashed with electricity. Lu Mingyang, is this your Dragon Kingdom's reinforcements? It seems you really have no one left to use. With them, do you think you can protect your people from us 8? Get lost, or die. Lan Luli seemed to not hear his words. She took off her sunglasses. Without even looking at Torsen, her gaze fell straight on the one-armed figure who was holding up half the arena. I say, King Lu, can you do it? Carrying 8 by yourself, your waist is about to break, and if one didn't know better, they'd think you were practicing some kind of dark arts. Lu Mingyang smiled bitterly and turned back. What are you doing here? Hurry up and leave. This is not a place for you to meddle in. Leave? Lan Luli seemed to have heard the funniest joke. She stepped forward, walking towards the stage one step at a time. My student is being bullied in a corner. As their teacher, if I run away with my tail between my legs, how would I ever show my face in the future? She stood beside Lu Mingyang, shoulder to shoulder, and Qin Yan followed closely behind. Ha, such a touching teacher-student bond, chuckled Fujihara Kei, the Oni king of Sakura Nation. Unfortunately, in the face of absolute power, no matter how many ants there are, they are still just ants. Is that so? Lan Luli finally turned her gaze toward him. Absolute power? Just with a few mixed-breed dogs gathered together? Her words completely enraged the 8 high-ranking kings. Seeking death. The military master Park Sung-woo from Goryeo had the worst temper. He growled, and his king-level spiritual force transformed into a giant hand, fiercely reaching out toward Lan Luli. However, that hand was stopped by Lu Mingyang just 3 meters away from Lan Luli. At the same time, Lan Luli's phone emitted a crisp notification sound. I'll be there soon, let your little white take a call. Lan Luli glanced at her phone screen and then put it back in her pocket. She looked up, facing the murderous gazes of the 8 kings, her smile becoming even brighter. I forgot to tell you something just now. Before I came over, I casually shook someone up. As her words fell, the entire sky above the arena began to shake violently. Then, boom! A crimson lava war axe, burning with fierce flames, tore through space and came crashing down. North Border, War King Xiaopajun is here. Who dares to harm my Dragon Kingdom's juniors? The rough and electrifying roar shook the entire space like rolling thunder. A burly middle-aged man, muscular like an iron tower, shouldered the giant war axe as he stepped out from the crack, his feet hitting the ground heavily, making the entire arena tremble. But that's not all. Swish! Before his voice even faded, a sword light, fast to the extreme, sliced through the void, lightly slicing through the pressure field set by the 8 foreign kings. That combined pressure was unexpectedly torn apart. At this moment, a man dressed in a blue long gown. A middle-aged man carrying an ancient sword just flew in, hovering in midair. The sword Saint Xianyi Gui in the Cherry Blossom country changed his expression and shouted, Dong Hai Li Jingfei. You came too. Amitba, Shaolin, Little Buddha Dui, here to eliminate demons and monsters. A loud Buddhist chant rang out, and golden light burst forth. A gigantic golden Buddha phantom materialized in the sky, holding a pagoda in its hands, its suppressive power spreading, causing the breaths of the 8 foreign kings to momentarily stall. Immediately after, Nanling, Insect King Lan Saixia, bringing my treasures to see the world. Zhongqing, Formation King Sikong Xian, laid out the heavenly net, waiting for everyone for quite some time. Dragon Kingdom Beastmaster Association, Fist King Wu Zhentian, a pair of iron fists, specializing in smashing dog heads. 6 light gates opened simultaneously in the 6 directions of the heavenly capital. 6 silhouettes, 6 terrifying kingly auras, not weaker than LV Mingyang, soared into the sky. War King Xiaopajuan. Sword Master Li Jingfei. Little Buddha Dui. Insect King Lan Saixie. Formation King Sikong Xian. Fist King Wu Zhentian. Along with the one-armed King LV Mingyang, who was already here. 7. A full 7 renowned top kings of the Dragon Kingdom gathered at this moment. They surrounded the 8 foreign kings and their accompanying royal beasts, leaving no path for escape. The 6 kingly auras merged with LV Mingyang's metal aura, pushing back against the joint pressure of the 8 foreign kings. The entire viewing hall erupted with the wildest cheers in life from the Dragon Kingdom audience after a brief moment of stupor. They're here. They're all here. Our Dragon Kingdom's Beastmasters are all here. Ha ha ha. 8 against 1 isn't much skill. Now it's 7 against 8. Come on. Keep raging. The once suppressed despair transformed into exuberant joy at this moment. On the stage, Yuan and others trembled with excitement, looking at the 7 kingly figures. The mocking expressions of the 8 foreign kings had disappeared without a trace. They never expected the Dragon Kingdom's reaction to be so swift. So fast it completely exceeded their expectations. Humph, what does it matter if there are 7? After the brief shock, Miyamoto Wuhai forced himself to remain calm and laughed. We already investigated, your Dragon Kingdom could only mobilize a maximum of these 7 kings in the past decade. His gaze swept over the 7 kings of the Dragon Kingdom, his wicked smile growing even stronger. 8 against 7. Moreover, we have planned for a long time, while you are responding in haste. LV Mingyang, do you really believe that you can protect him with these 7 people you've hastily gathered? Is that so? Lan Liuli, arms crossed, looked at him leisurely, her gaze as if viewing a clown. Who told you we had no one left? Who told you we had no one left? Lan Liuli's voice struck Miyamoto Wuhai's self-assured face like a hammer. Miyamoto Wuhai's malicious grin froze. Not just him, all the foreign kings, including main King Tolson, suddenly felt a jolt of ominous premonition. Could it be that the Dragon Kingdom still has trump cards? Impossible. They had utilized the top intelligence agencies from various countries for this operation, spending years to fully understand the available high-end combat power of the Dragon Kingdom. The 7 Beastmasters that could be mobilized at any time were already the maximum strength the Dragon Kingdom could display without affecting its border defenses. Bluffing. The eagle-eyed Jessica from Lighthouse Country snorted coldly, her eagle-like eyes fixed on Lan Liuli, trying to see even a hint of flaw on her face. But she was disappointed. Lan Liuli's face only showed pure, unabashed mockery. A bunch of fools looking at the sky from a well, really thinking they've understood all of our Dragon Kingdom's hidden strengths just by seeing a few outdated pieces of information? Lan Liuli curled her lip. Then, she gently patted her shoulder. A small, snow-white creature poked its fluffy little head out from her collar. It yawned, its sapphire-like eyes curiously surveying the tense surroundings, seemingly unaware of the grave situation. Little White, it's time to work. Blue Liuli stretched out her finger and scratched it. The creature called Little White comfortably closed its eyes and let out a soft, chewy sound. Then, in front of everyone's gaze, it lifted its little paw and gently swiped at the emptiness before it. Swish! A crack in space appeared. Unlike the previous kings who violently tore apart space, this crack had edges as smooth as a mirror, stable without a trace of energy leaking, as if there was an invisible zipper that had always existed in this space, and this little beast was merely pulling it open gently. The mastery over spatial laws had reached an astonishing level. Is this a space-type Beastmaster? It has long been known that Blue Liuli from the Dragon Country is famous for her space beast, the white whale. Seeing it in person today is truly impressive. Jessica, the eagle eye, had her pupils suddenly shrink. This seemingly harmless little beast displayed a terrifying affinity for space. What shocked them even more was the pressure of a king-level Beastmaster slowly emanating from the pure white crack in space. Under the gaze of billions, a foot clad in white high heels stepped out from the door first. Following that, a stunning figure in a moon-white cheapao slowly walked out. She was tall and slender, her curves graceful, with long black hair cascading like a waterfall, held up by a simple hairpin. Her appearance was the ultimate beauty, a blend of the gentleness of Jiangnan women and the elegance of a noble family matron. At the moment they recognized the visitor's face, the Tenxian Shanshan, who had been blocking Lu Yuan, was suddenly filled with joy, her voice tinged with excitement. Mom! How did you come? This shout was not as forceful as before but instead filled with the comforting sense of finding a solid backbone. Mom? The entire venue fell into a strange silence once more. Everyone's gazes shifted back and forth between the extraordinary woman and Yen Shanshan, their faces filled with disbelief. This mysterious powerhouse, who had just appeared and whose aura was no weaker than a king's, was actually Yen Shanshan's mother? Su Yueli. The head matriarch of the top Beastmaster family, the Yin family in the Dragon Country. Isn't she an epic-level Beastmaster? When did she? Blue Liuli walked up to Su Yueli, intimately linking arms with her, but pouted towards Miyamoto Takashi's direction, complaining. Yueli, you finally made it. If you had come any later, your Chanshan and that precious son-in-law might really have been packed as top-tier sashimi by some country's specialty masters. Then I wouldn't know how to explain it to you. Su Yueli raised her hand and gently stroked her daughter, her eyes filled with tenderness. Then, she raised her eyes. The pair of once gentle phoenix eyes turned cold and piercing as they scanned the 8 kings opposite them. I just broke through, my aura is still a bit unstable. I came late. Her nonchalant words struck like a heavy blow to Miyamoto Takashi and the others. Just then, a breakthrough? In other words, just when they thought victory was assured, the Dragon Country had birthed a new king. 8 against 8. At this moment, the situation was completely leveled. No, even if it's 8 against 8, Miyamoto Takeshi opened his mouth, trying to be tough. However, his words were ruthlessly interrupted by a deep voice. Who said it's 8 against 8? With this voice, a pressure even more terrifying than when all previous kings descended fell upon them. The faces of the 8 foreign kings changed dramatically. They felt their king's domain. Before the pressure that had just descended, it felt as fragile as paper. This is... Master King Tolson's voice was filled with shock. Behind Qin Yan, the space twisted silently, and a figure dressed in a simple Zhongshan suit slowly emerged. He had no entrance effects, and not even a hint of energy fluctuations leaked out. But with his appearance, all the kings present felt their fields buzzing and contracting uncontrollably. The 8 kings from the Dragon Country immediately restrained all their breaths and bowed respectfully. Old Qin. Why did you come in person? War King Xiao Pejun's rough face was filled with excitement. The newcomer was Qin Yan's grandfather, the anchor at Longzhou Academy, hailed as the strongest Beastmaster in the history of the Dragon Country, Qin Tianxiao. Qin Tianxiao first looked at Su Yueli. I didn't expect, Su girl, that you entered the king level of beast mastery so quickly. Su Yueli quickly replied, recently I had a lucky encounter and broke through, thank you, old Qin for your concern. Qin Tianxiao waved his hand, you 4, each one is a seed of a king, just don't know when this little girl of mine will break through. Grandpa, you don't know, Yueli's encounter is rare, I don't have a son-in-law like that. Qin Yan said to the elder. Qin Tianxiao ignored everyone else, his seemingly murky eyes swept over the 8 kings across from him, finally landing on Miyamoto Mohai. Little brat of the Miyamoto family, Qin Tianxiao's voice was calm and steady. 100 years ago, in the waters of Sakura country, your grandfather Miyamoto Geniki, known as the Ghost Ancestor, didn't even have the courage to draw his sword in front of me and ended up kowtowing and begging for mercy to save his life. Qin Tianxiao's gaze suddenly turned sharp, he didn't even dare to act on his own turf, who gave you the courage to attack my people on the land of the Dragon Country? Miyamoto Mohai trembled all over upon hearing the name Miyamoto Geniki, and his blood-red eyes finally revealed a deep-rooted fear. You are... Lord Owl Qin Tianxiao. Lord Owl. As soon as this title was mentioned, the faces of all the kings from Lighthouse Country and Grass Central Country turned instantly pale as paper. This title, 100 years ago, was a nightmare for all kings and beast masters outside the Dragon Country. Because the man with this title was the only one in the history of beast masters confirmed to possess 3, or possibly more, king-level beasts, a monster. 9 against 8. No. This is not just a simple comparison of numbers. This is a dimensionality reduction attack by a king beast master against 8 ordinary kings. The last trace of color drained completely from the faces of Miyamoto Mohai and the others. They finally understood what kind of terrifying existence they had provoked. Their so-called foolproof kill trap was, from the very beginning, nothing but a ridiculous farce in the eyes of the other party. Chapter 217, Reckoning. Deathly silence. A silence more suffocating than any before. Lord Owl Qin Tianxiao, this title that only existed in textbooks, heavily pressed down on the hearts of the 8 foreign kings, crushing their last hopes and fighting spirit. Miyamoto Mohai's lips trembled, unable to utter a complete sentence again. The statue of the King of Hell, behind him dimmed slightly under the pressure of this legendary lord. Tolson, the Master King from Lighthouse Country, known for his dominance as a round-table knight, now also retracted all his arrogance. The raging lightning around him became much tamer, and he looked at the old man with eyes full of trepidation. The intelligence was wrong. A huge mistake. The information they received was that Qin Tianxiao had long entered a semi-retired state due to injuries from years ago, his strength greatly diminished, and he would not easily take action. But the Qin Tianxiao before them had a presence that was deep and towering, unfathomable, showing no signs of decline whatsoever. Is this a trap? A huge trap prepared long ago by the Dragon Kingdom, inviting you right into it? Well, what? No one is speaking. Lan Liuli crossed her arms, breaking the silence of the atmosphere. She walked to Qin Tianxiao's side and casually waved her hand to greet this legendary king. Old man Qin, if you had come any later, these scruffy dogs would have torn down the sky. Qin Tianxiao didn't even look at her, slowly shifting his gaze from the 8 pale faces to Lu Yuan. His eyes examined Lu Yuan up and down, as if he were appraising a piece of extraordinary jade. Not bad. After a long moment, he uttered these 2 words. His voice was not loud, yet it shocked all the kings from the Dragon Kingdom present, including Xiao Pejun and Li Jingfei. They knew very well the nature of Qin Tianxiao. This old man held himself above all others, and he had never praised any junior throughout his life. Even his own granddaughter, Qin Yan, received more criticism than praise. A simple not bad was already the highest evaluation this legendary dragon emperor could offer. Kid, did they hurt you? Qin Tianxiao asked. Lu Yuan met the legendary gaze, his expression still calm. He shook his head and glanced at his 4 dragon hybrid beasts standing beside him. They're not qualified yet. A simple phrase, yet it was filled with confidence. This confidence was not arrogance in front of peers, but a steady assurance in the face of 8 top kings' siege. Ha ha ha, good. Qin Tianxiao laughed heartily upon hearing this, bursting into a satisfying laugh. You have guts. You have strength. Just like when I was young. Next to him, Qin Yan couldn't help but roll her eyes upon hearing this. Her grandfather, for all his good traits, was just too self-absorbed. After the laughter, Qin Tianxiao's expression turned instantly cold. He looked again at Miyamoto Sanhai and the others, his voice like cold ice from the abyss. All right, the laughter is over, it's time to settle the score. You all barged in uninvited, on my Dragon Kingdom's arena, using king beasts to surround and attack my junior genius. How do you plan to end this? The 8 kings looked at each other, their expressions extremely grim. End this? Right now, I am the fish on the chopping board, what else can we do? Elder Qin. Finally, the main king Tolson forced himself to stand up. He dismissed the king beasts behind him, slightly bowed, and assumed a relatively respectful posture. We received information that there is an anomalous power in the Dragon Kingdom that may threaten the balance of Blue Star. Today's action was just a risk assessment spar between several countries, with no malicious intent. It seems the power is still within controllable limits and is indeed a misunderstanding. Misunderstanding? Spar? Before Qin Tianxiao could speak, Lan Liuli burst into laughter. Tolson, is your face made of Etterman alloy? 8 kings, with the momentum to destroy a nation, surrounding and beating up a student who hasn't even graduated, and you call this a friendly spar? Your lighthouse country's friendliness is truly something special. Tolson's face turned pale and then flushed, but he dared not retort. We are willing to make amends for this matter, he took a deep breath and spoke heavily. As long as the elder lets us leave, Lighthouse Country is willing to offer a 10-year usage right of an A-level secret realm as compensation. A-level secret realm. 10-year usage right. Once this price was mentioned, countless people in the viewing hall gasped in shock. This was definitely a deal that could entice any country. However, Qin Tianxiao simply scoffed. A-level secret realm? Do you think you can just shoo away beggars with that? He extended a finger, pointing at Lu Yuan. He, by himself, is worth more than all the secret realms of your lighthouse country combined for the next 100 years. You want to kill him, and now it's just a misunderstanding. A bit of compensation, and you want to put an end to this? Qin Tianxiao's voice suddenly became chillingly cold. Today, none of you 8 will leave. He extended his finger, pointing at the 8 people across from him. Daring to act against the future of my Dragon Kingdom on our territory, you must prepare to pay the price. I give you 2 choices. First, leave your strongest contracted beast behind, sever an arm, and then roll out of the Dragon Kingdom, never to step in again. Second, we 9 shall send you and your beasts back to the afterlife right here. Domineering. Violently unreasonable. This is the legendary Shao Master. Gong Ben Wuhai and the others were filled with despair. Leaving behind the strongest beast and an arm? What's the difference from killing them? A Beastmaster without their strongest beast is like being crippled. Chapter 218, King's Bloodshed. Second, we 9 shall send you and your beasts back to the afterlife right here. Every word from Qin Tianxiao carried a cold chill. The faces of the 8 foreign kings drained of color, leaving only ash and despair. Leaving behind the strongest beast and an arm? To them, it was equivalent to death. Too much bullying. I'll fight you to the end. The main king Tolson of Lighthouse Country, with eyes sparkling with lightning, saw despair finally replaced by fury. He abruptly stood up, unleashing the chaotic power of thunder, roaring without sound with the huge thunder titan behind him. Qin Tianxiao. Do you really think you've got us cornered? We 8, even if we must die, will tear a piece of flesh from you, Dragon Kingdom. With his roar, the other 7 kings also began to act. There was no turning back now. Kill. Miyamoto Wuhai from Sakura Country let out a roar, and the dull prison king behind him began to shine. For the glory of the empire. Rama, the divine envoy from Chaoyang Country, raised his scepter high. Let this group of Dragon Kingdom people accompany us to the grave. The military lord Park Xingwu from Goryeo Country had a fierce expression. 8 torrents of royal energy did not merely create a simple pressure anymore, but exploded into 8 waves of energy. They understood very well that in the face of 9 kings of the same level, especially one who was a Shao Master, scattering their attack would be tantamount to suicide. The only hope lay in concentrating all their strength at one point to tear open a gap. Even if only one could escape, it would be a victory. Their target, without exception, was the seemingly youngest Su Yueli. However, just as these 8 powers were about to converge, and a royal melee was about to begin, an unexpected change occurred. From among the 8 kings, the one shrouded in black mist, with the lowest presence, Fujiwara K from Sakura Country, flashed with a hateful light in his eyes. His target was not Su Yueli, nor any of the 9 kings, but the boy, Lu Yuan, who had stood behind the kings of the Dragon Kingdom the whole time. He wanted to take down the genius of the Dragon Kingdom, even in death. As long as he killed this source of all the troubles, the kings of the Dragon Kingdom would surely fall into a rage. That would be his best chance to escape. Yellow Spring Reverse Traveler. Fujiwara K's figure, along with the beast behind him, suddenly transformed into a wisp of black smoke without any warning, merging into the shadow beneath his feet. Ignoring the distance in space, ignoring the locking of all the royal beasts present. The next instant, that wisp of black smoke suddenly formed behind Lu Yuan. The shadow demon held a blade infused with deadly green poison, pointing directly at Lu Yuan's back heart. A triumphant smirk emerged on Fujiwara K's face. So close. At this distance, let alone a student, even a king would have no chance of survival if caught off guard. Ah, Yuan, be careful. Yun Shanshan screamed, but was confined in place by the might of the kings. Lu Mingyang and the others changed their expressions drastically. But it was already out of reach. However, in the face of this poisonous fatal blow, Lu Yuan's eyes remained calm. Just as the poisoned dagger was about to touch his back, the space behind him rippled. Return to Zero Divine Realm. The passive divine realm of the devouring dragon god, Moritis, was triggered passively when its master faced a deadly threat. Rules subtly twisted at this moment. Fujiwara Keisuke's confident smile instantly froze, as he was horrified to discover that the dagger thrust by the shadow demon appeared to be stuck in a quagmire. The shadow shifting power, capable of distorting space, oddly failed for a second. It was in this 1 second. Dare to move against my junior in front of me? Poof. With just that light snort, a king tier, imperial whale of the abyss, suddenly descended, and a force of starlight roared into existence. The deadly dagger in the shadow demon's hand stopped before reaching Lu Yuan's back, blooming into a field of stars, rendering the poisonous dagger unable to advance an inch. The king tier, shadow demon, was trapped in midair by a force of starlight. His assassination technique, proud enough to kill others of the same tier, why did it fail so easily? Playing ambush in front of me? Qin Tianxiao turned his head, angrily staring at Fujiwara Keisuke, who was fixed in the shadows. You are still too inexperienced. As his words fell, the imperial whale of the abyss gathered several small stars around itself and smashed toward Fujiwara Keisuke's direction. With a series of explosive sounds, the dust settled. Under everyone's gaze, the king of Sakura country, the demon king Fujiwara Keisuke, along with his king-tier beast, shadow demon, was instantly obliterated from body to soul, turning into nothingness. Not even a trace of blood mist was left. In an instant, a king fell. This incomprehensible scene poured fuel on the burning anger of the remaining 7 foreign kings. The madness on their faces was instantly replaced by chilling fear. What kind of power is this? Is this the strength of the Eagle Master? All right, warm-up is over. Qin Tianxiao clapped his hands, and the imperial whale of the abyss came before everyone. He looked at the remaining 7 with a kind smile on his face. Now, it's your turn. Ha ha ha. Old Qin is mighty. Let this group of scum witness what the wrath of Long Nation means today. Battle King Xiaopajun was the first to rush out, his beast, Earthquake Demon Ape, roaring in sync, and his giant axe created a gale as it collided violently with Master King Torsen's Thunder Titan, lighting up half the sky with explosions of thunder and fire. East Sea, Li Jingfei, please give me guidance. The green-clad sword master rode his sword through the air, sword intent soaring, as his heavenly gangsword spirit unleashed all swords, completely drowning the sword Saint Shiba Gyi of Sakura country. Amit Ba. The little Buddha had a solemn appearance, with a gigantic golden Vajra slapping down, directly suppressing the divine messenger Rama's solar bird, from the sky to the ground. Nanling's Gu King Lan Kaichen chuckled lightly, and endless, soul-eating insects formed a black tide, instantly devouring the navigator Kapoor along with his ghost ship, until only a skeleton was left. The battle showed a one-sided situation from the very beginning. This was not a battle, this was a long-planned execution of the invaders. Lan Lioli yawned, feeling a bit bored. She leaned over to Qin Yan's side and whispered, "Sigh, fighting and killing is truly dull. Qin Yan, let's go to Longshao Academy for a meal later." Qin Yan's gaze fell on Lu Yuan not far away, the corners of her mouth lifting slightly. "Sure, but we must bring the treasure son-in-law of the Yuli family along, the old man probably wants to see him more." "That won't do," Lan Lioli immediately shook her head, nodding toward Su Yueli's direction. "Yueli treats her daughter and son-in-law like treasures, I can't just take him away. Otherwise, she'll kick me out of the half-mountain villa." Beneath the arena, it had already turned into a chaotic battlefield. 10 minutes. Just 10 minutes. When Battle King Xiaopajun's beast, Earthquake Demon Ape, split Torsen's head along with his Thunder Titan in half. The so-called Battle of Kings had come to an end. In the vast sky of Tiandu, chaos reigned. 7 incomplete corpses of kings, along with their equally massive beasts, lay scattered in the ruins, announcing the end of an era and the beginning of a new one. Chapter 219, Dividing the Spoils. Above the ruins of Tiandu. Only a few dozen spectators remained in the stands, immersing themselves in this shocking scene, unable to snap back to reality for a long time. Ha ha ha. Satisfying. So damn satisfying. In the end, it was the rough laugh of War King Xiao Pejun that shattered the frozen atmosphere. He kicked aside a half-buried arm of a thunder titan, his face, full of flesh, revealed unrestrained delight. After so many years, these scoundrels have secretly schemed against us. Today, we finally settled the score, all at once. Amit Ba. Little Buddha Dewey clasped his hands together, and a rare smile appeared on his dignified face. This is fate, and also retribution. A group of clowns dared to covet the fortune of our dragon country, they are not worth mourning. Sword Master Li Jing Fei succinctly stated while wiping his ancient sword. 9 new and old kings of the dragon country stood atop the ruins, though their auras differed, the sense of satisfaction radiating from their hearts was common. With this battle, the world order would be completely overturned. And they were the witnesses to this change. Alright, enough with the joy. Qin Tianzhao's voice rang out as he slowly walked over to the bodies of the kings. He made a hand gesture, and 8 distinct storage rings, all shimmering with spatial fluctuations, flew up from the dismembered limbs, hovering before him. Someone has to clean up the battlefield. Looking at the 8 rings, representing the lifelong savings of 8 kings, even the likes of Xiao Pejun and Li Chungang could not help but show fiery excitement in their eyes. These were 8 kings. Their lifetime collections were truly immeasurable. Qin Tianzhao's gaze did not linger on the rings, instead, it slowly turned to the not far away Lu Yuan. Little buddy, come here. Upon hearing, Lu Yuan stepped forward. Today's matter arose because of you. This group of guys came after you. Qin Tianzhao looked intently at Lu Yuan. Although it was us old fellows who ultimately took action, the first credit belongs to you. He paused, his tone leaving no room for doubt. Therefore, you choose the spoils first. Once these words were spoken, Xiao Pejun and the others present not only had no objections but showed looks of understanding. They all knew that, had Lu Yuan not shown that kind of potential to make Blue Star tremble, resulting in these 8 foreign kings tearing off their masks and exposing themselves, Dragon Country would still have been pawns in their secret plots for a long time. Moreover, had it not been to protect Lu Yuan, a future pillar of the Dragon Country, how would Qin Tianzhao have easily revealed himself? Lu Yuan deserved this honor. Old man, you are too polite, I can't accept this. Lan Luli said with a playful smile from the side, trying to mediate. Shut up. Qin Tianzhao lifted his eyelids. You don't get a say here, talk when you break through to king level yourself. Lan Luli immediately fell silent, shrinking her neck awkwardly and hiding behind Su Yuli. Lu Yuan also did not indulge in excessive modesty, he knew that refusing at this moment would only seem hypocritical. He slightly bowed to Qin Tianzhao, then, I will not be polite. Qin Tianzhao nodded in satisfaction. From the 8 rings, you can choose 5 items. 5 items. This number was just right. It recognized Lu Yuan's contributions and considered the feelings of the other few kings who had helped. Lu Yuan no longer hesitated, he extended his hand and his spiritual power probed into the first storage ring belonging to Miyamoto Wuhai. Buzz. A massive amount of information instantly surged into my mind. All kinds of heavenly treasures, rare ores, powerful beast eggs, summoning stones, and various secret scrolls were dazzling and piled high like a mountain. If it were an ordinary person, they would probably be dazzled and not know where to start. But Lu Yuan's expression remained calm throughout. Deep in his pupils, a hint of golden data flow, undetectable by ordinary people, flashed rapidly. Name, Yin Yang Master Inheritance Notebook, Fragment. Level, Epic. Introduction, records part of the core secret techniques and spirit summoning methods of the Yin Yang Masters from Sakura Country, valuable for studying souls and contracts. Name, Blood of Yamada no Orochi, diluted. Level, King level material. Introduction, contains a hint of the origin power of Yamada no Orochi's blood, can be used to enhance shadow or poison-type beasts. Lu Yuan's thoughts were like the most efficient search engine, quickly sifting through the sea of treasures to find useful information for himself. Soon, his gaze was drawn to a crystal that presented a pure golden color, as if holy light flowed within it. Name, Divine Crystal. Level, King level material. Introduction, formed from the core of fallen divine beasts, containing pure light and sacred laws. One of the evolution materials for Radiant Spirit. Lu Yuan's heart stirred. Previously, in the secret realm of the Falling Star Valley, he had already found the required star core for the evolution of Radiant Spirit. Now, with this divine crystal in hand, he had gathered the core materials for the evolution of Eternal Light Envoy. As long as the level of Radiant Spirit was raised to the pinnacle of Platinum, he could immediately proceed with this third evolution. Without any hesitation, Lu Yuan locked the divine crystal as his first loot. He suppressed his excitement and continued to search through the storage rings of other kings. In the ring of Demon King Fujiwara Takashi, he discovered a jet-black, ink-like object that reflected all of life's illusions on its surface like a strange mirror core. Name: Life Reflection Mirror Core. Level: Epic Material. Introduction: a special treasure born from a place where countless living beings' thoughts converge, possessing the power to reflect reality and distort the illusion. One of the evolution materials for Deceitful Demon Mirror. In the ring of Hawkeye Jessica from the Lighthouse Country, he found a peculiar pearl emitting a hazy glow. Name: Eternal Mirage Pearl. Level: King Level Material. Introduction: the inner core of the ancient phantom beast Eternal Mirage, containing outstanding illusion and spatial laws. One of the evolution materials for Deceitful Demon Mirror. Lu Yuan's breath quickened slightly. The Deceitful Demon Mirror's evolution path from Deceitful Demonic Mirror to Formless Mirror Master required 3 materials: Life Reflection Mirror Core, Eternal Mirage Pearl, and Mirror Realm Heart. Now, with the Life Reflection Mirror Core and Eternal Mirage Pearl in hand, he only lacked the Mirror Realm Heart. Without hesitation, Lu Yuan chose these 2 treasures as his second and third loot. For the last 2 spots, Lu Yuan's goal was clear: if there were materials for beast evolution, he would choose them first; if not, he would look for spatial treasures for the Void Shadow to absorb. The Void Shadow couldn't evolve, but it could gain new skills and enhance its potential by devouring various rare spatial treasures. Lu Yuan searched through 8 king-level Beastmaster rings without finding materials for beast evolution, and then began looking for absorption materials for the Void Shadow. Soon, he found an epic-level spatial item named Dimension Crystal in the ring of Navigator Kapoor and an item named Void Beacon in the ring of General Park Sung-woo. These 2 items were enough to raise the strength of the Void Shadow to the next level. The 5 treasures were all selected. Chapter 220, Taking What Is Needed. From start to finish, Lu Yuan took less than 3 minutes. He nodded to Qin Tianxiao. "Old Qin, I have made my selections." Qin Tianxiao looked at the 5 items selected by Lu Yuan. A flash of approval passed through his eyes. This kid, sharp-eyed and clear in his goals, was not fooled by those seemingly glamorous equipment or techniques. Everything he chose was the core material best suited for his beast's growth. This mindset far surpassed that of his peers. Good. Qin Tianxiao waved his hand, and those 5 treasures flew automatically to Lu Yuan's front. Next, it's your turn. His gaze swept towards Xiao Pujuan and the other 7 kings. As per usual, select in order of merit. Although Lan Girl and Qin Girl did not take action, they contributed by gathering people, so they have merit too. The last person can pick 2 items, and each mentor from the various colleges who still fought bravely in front of the kings can select 1 item. Ha ha ha, alright. Xiao Pujuan couldn't wait any longer. He rubbed his hands and stepped forward first, his mental power eagerly flooding into the 8 rings. An unprecedented treasure distribution conference officially opened in this burial ground of kings. Yun Shanxian leaned next to Lu Yuan, looking at the 5 treasures in his hands, her big eyes filled with stars. "Ah Yuan, you are so amazing. You found the most needed things at a glance." Lu Yuan smiled and reached out to rub her head. The treasure distribution conference was in full swing. Ha ha ha. The good stuff that old dog Miyamoto collected all his life has turned out to be a bargain for me. Xiao Pujuan's mental power stirred inside Miyamoto Buhai's ring, suddenly pulling out a massive axe burning with dark red flames and waving it casually, the air scorched and warped. Hellfire battle axe, attached with soul burning, nice. It's mine. Xiao Pujuan carried the battle axe, feeling the violent power surging within, and laughed contentedly. That kid Lu Yuan knows how to pick, only selecting treasures that don't seem powerful now but can break the heavens later. Unlike me, who only sees handy tools. Haha, once I get this, earth-shocking demon ape, a new toy, if anyone is foolish next time, I can slice them in half with 1 axe. Xiao brother speaks truth. The sword master Li Jingfei nodded slightly. He did not rummage like Xiao Pujuan but instead locked onto a piece of golden ore directly. Thorsen's tyranny, who would have thought there is a Gengjin sword fetus, a treasure of heaven and earth. My sword spirit beast is just lacking this to refine the sword heart. Young friend Lu Yuan, thank you for leaving this behind. He. The Witch King Lan Saichia let out a light laugh, taking a pitch-black sea chart from Navigator Kapu's ring. This, deep-sea grudge map, is a good thing, just right to change the taste of my treasures. Her voice was charming, yet everyone felt a chill at the sound. Little Buddha Dui, Array King Sikong Xian, Fist King Wu Zhentian. One by one, the top kings of the Dragon Kingdom chose the treasures best suited to them from this rich loot, each one smiling and reaping abundantly. When it was Lan Liuli and Qin Yan's turn, although the remaining treasures were not as top-notch as the previous ones, they still had their gems. Lan Liuli yawned and casually picked a Thunder Pearl, shimmering with lightning, and a block of Millennia Ice Essence, radiating a chilling aura. Qin Yan looked at the Thunder Pearl in Lan Liuli's hand, pondering. Liuli, this pearl, is your iron-eating beast going to break through? Lan Liuli yawned, fiddling with the Thunder Pearl with her fingertips, lazily replied, my lazy panda is finally willing to move. Yuli is already a king. If I don't catch up soon, I'll be left behind drinking drinks in the future, so embarrassing. Probably just a month or two away. Upon hearing this, Jin Yan's eyes flashed with surprise and appreciation, then she laughed. I didn't expect Sisterland's record for the youngest breakthrough king to be surpassed so quickly by you and Yuli. Do you think she won't poison you both? The treasure distribution ended with everyone happy. The atmosphere in the celestial dome changed from the earlier ruthlessness to a light-hearted mood.